Chapter 1. Filial piety is dead. Friends who frequently kill people all know this. In a bloody and dark room, a shabby suitcase like this usually contains either bundles of RMB or people, and right in front of Randy lay such a suitcase. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Randy's ears. Congratulations to the chosen one Randy for entering the weird tale world for the first time. Please stay alert at all times to avoid being invaded by anomalies. If you suffer contamination or death, an equivalent strange event will occur in your country. Ponder each choice carefully. Randy, a high achiever from Huating University, was still wearing her hospital gown from Jinshan Psychiatric Hospital. She stood upright in this eerie space, listening intently to the rules. Meanwhile, every move she made was being broadcast live across various regions of Huaguang country. In Jinghai City, at the Jiang household, Randy's stepsister, Bonnie, was holding a tablet, pointing excitedly at the screen and shouting, "Mom, come quick. That bitch Randy is finally about to be messed up. She's the chosen one this time." Stepmother Magdalena was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the news, her eyes lit up. Magdalena narrowed her eyes in a smile, gritting her teeth. Good. The dead can't compete with you for the inheritance. When Dad's compensation money comes through, she won't get a single penny. Bonnie couldn't contain her joy. All that effort over half a year to send this little slut to the mental hospital wasn't wasted. Father Albin, carrying his briefcase, just came home from work. Magdalena and Bonnie immediately shut their mouths and pretended nothing had happened. Albin put down his briefcase at the entrance. A few white maggots fell from his trouser legs. They were accompanied by the stench of rotting flesh. Jody and daughter covered their noses and unconsciously held their breath. In the eerie space, the system presented 3 card options to Randy: money, best friend, family. Please choose the most important card, chosen one Randy. Your choice will serve as a crucial reference for passing the level. This was a choice every chosen one had to face. Previously, all chosen ones invariably ranked money as their top priority. In the strange tale world, money could make the devil grind, and it was fundamental for survival. Only fools wouldn't choose money. Just as everyone thought Randy would pick money, she curled her lips into an urgent yet sincere expression. Family, I choose family. Without my family, there would be no me today. Please don't harm my family. Randy's choice, unprecedented not only in Huaguang country but on the entire Blue Star, left everyone speechless. As soon as she finished speaking, the live stream exploded with activity. Within seconds, the number of chat messages surged past 99 plus. What? Did I hear that right? What did she say? At a time like this, she's still thinking about her family. Choose money to survive. Only by surviving can she save the entire country. Has this crazy person watched any streams before? Everyone else chooses money, and here she's playing martyr by choosing family. Yeah, sure, you're noble. Your whole family enjoys while we suffer nationwide. When Bonnie saw her father go upstairs to the study, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Ahahaha mom, this bitch is so stupid. She chose family as the most important card. She's still protecting us. I'm dying laughing. Magdalena cooked dinner and sat down on the sofa to watch the live stream. Hearing her daughter's words, she smiled smugly. She finally understands her place. Before she dies, she's actually useful for something. After she's dead, we'll burn more paper money for her next Qingming festival. Bonnie added. Why waste money? Since she cares so much about her family, let's give her a ghost marriage. Then, find some old geezer in the underworld to be her family and torment her. Bonnie smirked, her eyes filled with naked malice. She turned back to the live stream. In the live stream, Randy had already prioritized the cards. Family, money, best friend. System, for the chosen one Randy, the most important card is family. Now announcing beginner rewards. Netizens in the live stream paused their discussions. Regardless of their criticisms, they envied Randy's family deeply from the bottom of their hearts. Obviously, Randy's family would be safe now. The system's tone paused, then resumed, becoming hoarse and ominous, brimming with ill intent. Given the chosen one Randy's particular emphasis on family ties, the following reward is given Happy Smiley. The chosen one Randy is immune to all physical damage in the weird tale world. Any physical attack you suffer will be transferred to your dearest family member. Upon hearing this, not only Magdalena and her daughter were stunned, but also the hundreds of millions of netizens watching the live stream. Randy also showed an expression of disbelief. What? Randy concealed the widening smile in her eyes, feigning a face full of worry. She had taken a gamble, and she had won. After observing the chosen ones for half a year in the psychiatric hospital, Randy clearly knew that the strange entity was the most treacherous and cunning thing. The more you care about something, the more it wants to take it away from you. Although choosing money would grant the chosen one a considerable amount of wealth, these chosen ones invariably ended up with the same outcome, penniless and dead. Randy did not think such a uniform method of death was coincidental. On the contrary, this was a carefully arranged setup by it. The purpose of it is to make you witness firsthand how the most important things in your life slowly disappear before your eyes. To feel how you fall into despair and then move step by step toward destruction. Since it has set up this plan, why shouldn't Randy use its own trick against it? Randy clenched her fists tightly. She lifted her hand to wipe away non-existent tears, Using my family to threaten me, you are shameless. You heartless things, you're nothing but a bunch of animals. If you dare to hurt them, I'll never forgive you. Randy gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with indignation and fury. A eerie laugh came from the system, followed by a mechanical voice. Detected disrespect from the Chosen One, now adjusting damage mode. When the Chosen One Randy is attacked, family members injury mode, double damage. Randy spat on the ground, cursing mercilessly, you bastard. Double damage again. I won't allow. Triple damage. Enough. Super damage. Randy's wide, furious eyes stopped speaking. Super damage, quite satisfactory. Any more doubling, and they would be done for. System, to protect your family, please take the mission seriously and follow the rules. Chapter 2 Family Anniversary. Randy put on an act of reluctant submission. She gritted her teeth, fine. I will strictly follow the rules and protect my family. Tisha, who was watching the livestream, trembled so much that her tablet fell and shattered on the ground, the screen instantly cracked. Picking up the tablet with trembling fingers, the blood drained from her face. Her voice, laced with sobs, reached Magdalena's ears. Mom, it's over. We've been tricked. Previously, only the death of the Chosen One in the Strange Tales world would bring anomalies invading the lives of Huagua citizens. Now, things had changed. Whether Randy lost an arm or had her intestines ripped out in these strange tales, her injuries, dead or alive, would be transferred to her dearest family in super-enhanced form. Hearing this, Magdalena's complexion also changed drastically. She stood up from the sofa, screaming obscenities, and smashed a glass on the table fiercely. Meanwhile, Randy was still completing formalities with the system. She submitted a family photo of 4 people. The father in it was already contaminated by anomalies. If one observed closely, they could see the sinister smile on his lips. One smiling figure was Randy's stepmother, Magdalena. The other was her stepsister, Tisha. After storing the photo, the system prompted. Please rank your family members by importance. Randy moved her hand in the air, swapping positions twice before submitting. Your most important family member is Magdalena. Magdalena is now bound to your first. If you pass the first, Magdalena will survive regardless of her state. At the same time, any attack you suffer will be transferred to Magdalena in a super-enhanced form. Unselected, Tisha felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. But Magdalena beside her just stared at the live stream blankly, rolled her eyes back, and fainted right there. Tisha didn't bother helping Magdalena up. She hurriedly rummaged through a drawer for the household register, shaking like a leaf. With trembling hands, she dialed her boyfriend's number. Rusty, can we get married now? I want to move my Huku to your family. Tisha was panicking. She needed to sever ties with this family. It was her only way out. Otherwise, when her turn came, it would be too late. Rusty's helpless voice came through the phone. WN Ting, I saw the live stream. You are in grave danger. I can't take such a risk. Goodbye, I have to go. Then came the dial tone. In the anomaly space. The system's voice continued. Given the Chosen One's choice of protecting family, the hidden reward excessively filial has been triggered. A loyal filial child has been rewarded. He will love and protect you if you love him, he will destroy and consume you if you hate him. Beside Randy, a 3-year-old boy appeared out of nowhere. Randy froze for a second. Well, becoming a mom without labor pain. The chubby kid with glowing red eyes and crimson skin stared intently at her. His mouth curled into a smile, emitting a chilling giggle, making her hair stand on end. Giggling. Mommy, I'm May. Randy stared at the child for several seconds, feeling uneasy. According to the rules, if she used this May well, she'd gain a powerful ally. But if not, she might burn herself. Randy forced herself to raise her hand, affectionately rubbing May's ice-cold head. Be good, she cooed. At this moment, the system announcement came again. Please enter the suitcase and wait for the replica to start. Randy looked down at the large suitcase on the ground. Its size was perfect for 2 people. This suitcase will take you into the first replica. Prepare yourself. Randy hesitated but eventually took May's wet, cold, and somewhat sticky hand, crawling into the suitcase together. They huddled close. System, you are now officially entering the first replica. Replica name, Happy Anniversary Day. Replica brief, in Huicheng City, you have a happy family of 3. You play the role of the wife. On the 4th anniversary of your marriage, what should have been a family celebration unexpectedly turns into a family anniversary. Clearance conditions. 1. SSS rank, investigate the truth behind the family anniversary and escape the city. 2. S rank, gain your husband's affection, making him promise to die for you. 3. A rank, survive for 7 days at home. In the living room. Randy opened her eyes again, now soul traversed into the body of the wife. It was very dark in front of Randy's eyes, she was still in the suitcase. Her mouth seemed to be wrapped with tape, and her hands and feet were tied with ropes, filling her nose with the smell of blood. Zip, the sound of a zipper being pulled open. A Roman with pig ears and a pig snout walked over and opened the suitcase. Randy glanced around. This man looked to be in his early 30s, obese and greasy, emitting a pungent odor. The bloody smell Randy had just smelled came from him. Randy guessed that the man in front of her should be her husband. Her husband's expression was strange. He helped Randy up from the suitcase. Then he raised the kitchen knife in his hand, cut off the ropes on Randy's hands and feet, and tore off the tape on her mouth. Eerie scolded, "Next time if you don't listen, it won't be as simple as just locking you up." While speaking, the husband's gaze caught sight of May on Randy's shoulder. His expression clearly paused for a second. May also noticed him. May glared at the husband, his blood-red eyeballs bulging out, and he showed his teeth viciously. Eerie shuddered, his corpulent body trembling. The white maggots coming out of his pig ears quickly started to retreat in fright. Eerie's eyes hastily dodged, as if trying to pretend he didn't see May. This time, it's forgiven. Eerie originally wanted to scold a bit more but, thinking about it, let the erring wife off. He took out an old phone from his pocket and dialed a number. He went to the balcony, casually closing the glass sliding door. While talking on the phone, he kept looking back to monitor his wife. He couldn't miss any movement from her. Randy hadn't received the rules yet. Ignoring her husband, she stood up and looked around, observing whether there were any notes or similar things. Chapter 3, The Rule Note. Randy surveyed the room. 7 days later, it would be the anniversary of her marriage to her husband. Originally, it should have been a joyous occasion, but today, the room was decorated in a funerary style, entirely white. The living room displayed wreaths, paper money, white candles. Even her husband's head was wrapped in a white cloth. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Randy noticed a note pressed under the color TV in the living room. That should be the rules of the scenario. Randy moved toward it, but her husband's gaze fixed on her intently. With every step she took, her husband's face darkened further. After 3 steps, she hadn't yet reached the note. But Randy had already seen her husband grip the knife in his hand even tighter. His stance suggested he was ready to rush over and slash at his wife with the knife at any moment. Randy exhaled softly, trying to remain calm. A second later, she gently called out to the red infant on her shoulder. "Leo, show your fangs, glare at him." The red infant giggled twice. "Mommy, Leo can help you, but you must help Leo too." "What do you want?" Randy asked. The red infant's cold little face drew close to Randy's cheek. His chilling breath blew against Randy's ear when he spoke. "Mommy's eyes are so pretty. Leo wants Mommy's eyes." The red infant's tone was both evil and eerie. He blinked mischievously, waiting for Randy's response. Randy tightened her palms. After a long pause, Randy smiled faintly. "All right, I'll give them to you." Such a fatal injury was not much of a concern. "Really? Wow," the red infant was ecstatic, waving its arms around. "Leo loves Mommy so much." Stretching out its small hand, the red infant removed Randy's left eyeball, pulling out a long thread of red blood. At that moment, at the Jiang residence, Randy's stepmother Magdalena had just regained consciousness from her coma. Magdalena cursed profusely, muttering little wretch, repeatedly. "I'm going to ruin you." Magdalena ran around the house frantically and caught the black cat that Randy had left at home before being sent to the psychiatric hospital. Magdalena raised a pair of scissors high, ready to stab the sharp tip into the black cat's abdomen. Unexpectedly, her left eyeball suddenly burst in the next second. Magdalena immediately felt intense pain and dizziness. "It hurts. My eyes, my eyes." What should have been just double the pain, magnified by the super-doubled effect in this ghost story world, made Magdalena nearly faint from agony. The black cat took the opportunity to escape from Magdalena's grasp. Before leaving, it scratched Magdalena's face fiercely, leaving several sharp claw marks. Magdalena lay on the ground in pain, blood streaming down her face. In the ghost story world, after Randy's eyeball was removed, her appearance returned to normal in less than half a second. The red infant got what it wanted and became obedient indeed. He carefully placed the bloody eyeball in his pocket like a precious treasure. Then, following Randy's instruction, he turned around and bared his teeth menacingly at the husband who occasionally monitored them. When the husband met the red infant's gaze, he shivered all over. Pretending to make a phone call nervously, he quickly turned away, too afraid to look back. But the trembling of his body still revealed his inner fear. Taking advantage of this moment, Randy swiftly walked 2 steps to the front of the TV, grabbed the note, and opened it. 3-person family household rules. 1. Remember, you are Quora. You are Quora. You are Quora. Never forget your name. No matter who asks for your name, tell them you are Quora. 2. Believe that your husband loves you very much, and he will never harm you unless you disobey him. 3. You only have one son, no daughter. If you see a daughter, kill her immediately. 4. You must fall asleep before midnight every night. 5. Do not open your eyes if you hear the sound of chopping meat at night. 6. Do not eat the meat at home. If hungry, you may eat the finger biscuits in the fridge. 7. Do not refuse your son's request, otherwise, he will be sad. 8. The doll at home will not cry. If you see tears, it must be an illusion. Close your eyes immediately. 9. Your mother-in-law has passed away. If you hear her calling you at home, do not turn back. The red infant, clinging to Randy's shoulder like a cat, spoke. Red infant, Mommy, only the first rule is true. Randy pursed her lips, her expression tense. If only the first rule was true and the others were false, then the difficulty of this scenario would be immense. But could she trust this filial son? Leo, are you not deceiving Mommy? Randy asked the red infant with a smile. The red infant swore earnestly, I won't lie to Mommy. Lying makes one a puppy. Randy's hanging index finger twitched rapidly. Pausing for a second, she mimicked a child's tone and scolded with a smile. Then you're a little doggy, woof woof. Hearing this, the red infant froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. He clutched his tiny belly, laughing ha-ha, his small body rocking back and forth. Ha-ha, woof woof. Mommy guessed right. Leo was lying. Leo is a little doggy. The red infant had spoken in reverse. Fortunately, by bluffing just a bit, Randy managed to expose this rascal. She had nearly fallen for this filial son's trick. If she truly believed only the first rule was true, it would be like stepping into a deadly scenario. Because out of the remaining 8 rules, some might all be false, or some might be half-true. There was no way to tell within such a short time. That would almost ensure her death. However, in the ghost story world, there could not possibly be such a guaranteed death trap. But thanks to the red infant's interference, Randy understood something important. The red infant could discern the truth and falsehoods in the note. She could use this to her advantage in the future. Randy gazed at the first false rule on the note, lost in brief analysis. Remember, you are Quora. You are Quora. You are Quora. Never forget your name. No matter who asks for your name, tell them you are Quora. Alora in this scenario might not be named Quora. Or, the first part could be true, and the wife really is named Quora. But under no circumstances should the wife reveal her real name, which is Quora. As she tapped her elbow lightly with her index finger in thought, the husband suddenly pulled open the balcony door, knife in hand, approaching her. Randy glanced at the blood-stained knife in his hand, her palm involuntarily curling tighter. The second rule of the household. Believe that your husband loves you very much, and he will never harm you unless you disobey him. After pondering for a moment, Randy identified 2 critical pieces of information. Firstly, if she disobeys her husband, he is very likely to kill her. Secondly, even if she doesn't disobey him, as long as he keeps her alive by a thread, he wouldn't violate the rules. Since the husband hadn't made any demands, it couldn't be said that Randy had disobeyed him. So, it was possible that the husband intended to cut her without killing her, fitting within the rules. As Randy considered this, the husband already came toward her, frowning and holding the knife. Chapter 4, Exploiting the Evin. Randy instinctively took a step back. She could almost hear her own heartbeat pounding with tension. If this man were to attack, let him do it. Anyway, the harm would be transferred to Magdalena's body. Thinking of this, Randy stopped retreating and closed her eyes calmly. Netizens in the livestream held their breath for Randy. Everyone's heart leaped to their throats instantly. However, the expected bloody scene did not happen. A voice sounded in Randy's ear. Go call your daughter to come out for dinner. Her husband unexpectedly did not take action. He only glanced at the black screen of the TV indifferently before turning around and went into the kitchen. Randy slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the pigtail behind her husband, her eyes revealing a hint of suspicion. Could it be that her husband was too polluted, causing his mind to become abnormal? In the note in Randy's hand, the third rule was clearly written in black ink on white paper. You only have one son, not a daughter. If you see a daughter, kill her immediately. Since there is no daughter, why would her husband say something like call your daughter to come out for dinner? However, Randy could not disobey her husband. Any disobedience might provoke his anger instantly, leading to a deadly outcome. But if she followed his order, it would contradict the third rule. What should she do? Randy turned to look at the children's room. The door was half open, the dark gap resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, as if ready to swallow anyone whole. Randy couldn't see anyone inside and had no way of determining the child's gender. What are you standing there for? Go call your daughter to eat. Ely came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of red meat. He gave his wife a fierce look and urged her impatiently. Randy reminded herself to stay calm. There must be some detail she hasn't noticed yet. There must be. Randy looked toward the children's room again. Her heart skipped a beat suddenly. A pair of children's eyes peeked out from the dark gap, smiling at her. Mom. The child's voice was soft and sweet. It was Kaylee's voice. If you see a daughter, kill her immediately. Randy barely suppressed the urge to strangle her. She felt that things shouldn't be this way, no, not like this. What is wrong? Randy's right index finger twitched slightly. Accidentally, she noticed an inconspicuous prenatal checkup form under the table. It indicated the fetus's gender checked by a bribed Benedict, female. Looking at the partially visible hospitalization record below the form, cold sweat broke out on Randy's back instantly. So that's how it is. Call your daughter to come out for dinner. With a whoosh, the husband pulled open the sliding door of the kitchen, holding a knife and rushing towards Randy. He was coming. Randy immediately turned to look in the direction of the children's room. Kian, today is sister's anniversary. Go invite your sister to come out for dinner. Randy called out to the child. Seeing Randy finally call out to the daughter, the husband slowly put down the knife and did not advance any further. The child timidly opened the door from the gap. He no longer pretended to have Kaylee's voice but reverted to his original Herman's voice. Okay, Mom, wait a moment. Randy sighed in relief. Her guess was indeed correct. Alora in this simulation once did have a daughter. But the daughter died in an accident 2 years ago today. The hospitalization record below the prenatal form was solid proof. The date on the hospitalization record was exactly 2 years ago today. Randy scanned the room, her gaze stopping at 2 wreaths. No wonder this house has a funeral style, it's to mourn the deceased daughter. The difficulty in resolving this crisis lies in the fact that the daughter in the house has already passed away. If Randy vaguely referred to the child's gender and simply said, "Dear, come out for dinner," she would never be able to call out the dead daughter. A moment later, the son came out of the children's room, bouncing along while holding his sister's black and white portrait. However, it seemed that the son had some obsession with pretending to be Kaylee. He was wearing a white dress identical to the one in the portrait of his sister. He wore 2 small white flowers on his head and smeared striking, bloody lipstick on his lips. The son placed the portrait on an empty seat at the dining table and then sat down happily next to it. The Alexa in the portrait looked almost identical to the son. The scene felt incredibly eerie, as if he were eating while holding his own memorial photo. After hesitating for a moment, Randy also sat down. Randy sat opposite the son. At this moment, the husband walked over and sat between Randy and the son. He brought a large bowl of hot soup, steaming with white steam. There were several strands of something that looked like hair floating in the soup. The son put on a pretentious, delicate girl's voice again. "Daddy, what kind of soup is this? It smells so good." Ely chuckled proudly. "Seaweed soup, your sister's favorite. There are meatballs in it." As he spoke, he scooped up a few sunken balls from the bottom with the ladle. Those weren't meatballs at all, they were clearly. Randy turned her head away, barely holding back the urge to vomit. Although Randy was no longer looking at the food, bile still rose involuntarily from her stomach. She couldn't control the hiccups and belching that began. Quickly covering her mouth, she forced herself to suppress the overwhelming physiological reaction. Ely glanced at Randy but said nothing, only placing a glass of clear water in front of her. "Thank you," Randy said. Ely ignored her, standing up to ladle soup for his daughter and son instead. "Drink it." Ely handed the filled bowl to the son. Excited, the son swung his legs and picked up the spoon, scooping up a meatball to bring to his mouth. Just as he was about to eat, he seemed to remember something and put the meatball back in the bowl. "Mom, you eat it." He sat up straight, offering the meatball to Randy's lips. The 6th rule flashed through Randy's mind. Do not eat the meat in the house. If hungry, you may eat the finger-shaped biscuits in the fridge. She couldn't eat the meat. But she also couldn't refuse her son. The 7th rule stated clearly. Never refuse the son's requests, or he will be sad. Randy couldn't refuse the son, yet she couldn't eat the meatball either. These damnable rules were set up everywhere to ensure her death. What should she do? Swallow it and then induce vomiting? That wasn't the best solution. Inducing vomiting might trigger some hidden rule, leading to an accidental death. Her brain raced, and her index finger twitched unconsciously. 3 seconds later. She forced a gentle smile, patted her son's head, and raised her voice. "Thank you, son. I appreciate your kindness." Having said that, she used the spoon to take the meatball, then turned to look at her husband. "Honey, my gastritis is acting up again. I can't eat any meat at all. My son has such a filial heart, could you accept it on my behalf?" Chapter 5, Must Eat the Heart. The nausea and hiccups she experienced just now were definitely not without cause. When Randy was staying in the psychiatric hospital, even when her stepmother and stepsister sent her meals crawling with maggots, she had never felt so nauseated as to vomit. And the food in front of her now was only slightly bloody. Given Randy's temperament, it was impossible for her to feel such intense disgust. There was only one possible explanation for such a severe physiological reaction. Her counterpart in this scenario must have gastritis, and quite a severe case at that. Severe gastritis means no meat can be eaten at all. The proteins and fats in meat are hard to digest, and eating meat would only worsen the condition. According to the 2nd rule of household. Please believe that your husband loves you very much. If this rule was true, a loving husband couldn't just watch his wife's health deteriorate. Randy held her stomach, looking sincerely at her husband. She tried to catch a glimpse of wavering in her husband's expression. Could she take advantage of him this time to escape? Randy wanted to make a bet. Sure enough, her guess paid off. Her husband took the meatball Randy offered him and swallowed it in one bite. As he chewed, juice sprayed out of his mouth, making squishing sounds. Randy thought it was over, but unexpectedly, her husband suddenly grabbed her hand. His hands were full of dirty, greasy fat. After swallowing the meatball, he cast a caring look at Randy, speaking apologetically. "Clarice, I've been locking you up these days and didn't feed you stomach medicine. It's my fault." Randy pulled a consoling smile, shaking her head. "It's my own body's problem. Abram, go get mommy's stomach medicine." The husband turned to order his son. The son answered loudly, "Okay." Then the son jumped off his chair and headed toward his parents' room. The son walked happily, accidentally bumping into the wreath hung for his older sister. The in-memory character stuck on the wreath center floated down to the floor. Watching the son enter the room, Randy's heart tightened. Now, father and son were going to force her to take the medicine. Randy buried herself in thinking of a solution. Unexpectedly, the husband suddenly pulled his chair back and stood up. Randy's heart skipped a beat. Under Randy's gaze, the husband walked to the wreath, picked up the fallen in-memory character. He stood up again, slowly sticking the in-memory character back in place. Randy stared at the word for a moment, her eyes strange. Why did he stick it upside down? Was it similar to how Chinese people like to stick the blessing character upside down? Blessing upside down meant blessings have arrived. In memory upside down, that would mean the memorial day has come. Seeing her husband turn around and come back, Randy gently withdrew her gaze. By then, the son had already brought over a box of medication for gastritis. On top of the medicine box, it read Mozapride. Randy glanced lightly, her heart sinking halfway. Mozapride is this type of stomach medicine that needs to be taken before meals. Trying to trick her way out by saying she'll take it after meals probably wouldn't work. But the side effects of the drugs in this eerie world made Randy hesitant to consume them easily. Who knows what they might do? Just as Randy was troubled, the Mozapride was handed to her. Eerie and son, 4 eyes glaring like venomous snakes, stared straight at her. With a stiff face, Randy opened the box and drew out a strip of tablets. The instruction manual fell out inadvertently, landing on the table. Randy bent down to pick it up. Unexpectedly, she discovered a train ticket stuck under the bottom of the manual. The train ticket was from Hui Cheng to Fengling. On the ticket stub, the passenger name column read Quora. The date on the ticket was 7 days away. It was the wife's reserved ticket. In this unexpected twist, Randy managed to acquire a train ticket to leave the city. All thanks to this box of stomach medicine. What is that? Ely's face abruptly appeared next to Randy's. Randy's heart almost leapt out. She reminded herself to stay calm, then subtly folded the manual backward. From her husband's view, it perfectly hid the ticket. Randy left only the large characters instruction manual visible. She showed it to her husband. It's the stomach medicine manual, honey. Randy maintained a smile as much as she could. Her husband stared at the paper for a few more seconds, as if trying to burn through it. His face showed a bit of confusion, lightly furrowing his brow, then got up from under the table. Randy followed suit. She tried to act natural while stuffing the manual and the ticket into her pocket. Ely urged, take the medicine quickly, it will benefit your health. The son also said, Mom, take the medicine quickly, you'll get better faster. If Randy didn't take this pill, she might die right there on the spot. Randy thought for half a second, then took out a pill and fed it into her mouth. She then picked up the glass of water from the table, tilted her head back, and swallowed the pill. Seeing Randy obediently take the pill, her husband and son no longer stared at her. Instead, they indulged themselves in tearing and gnawing on the fragrant red meat in the bowl, slurping as they drank the bloody soup. Immediately after swallowing the medicine, Randy got up and walked towards the kitchen. Honey, there's only meat on the table, and I can't eat it conveniently. I'll go get some cookies from the fridge. Her husband lifted his head, his plump snout grunted twice, seemingly somewhat displeased. But upon realizing there were indeed no vegetables on the table for his wife to eat, he didn't say much more. He just muttered, all the vegetables at home have been stolen by the damned rat. Tomorrow, I'll buy more at the market. Randy responded with a smile, millimeter, thank you, honey. As she spoke, she walked into the kitchen. She opened the fridge door and faced an onslaught of delicious aromas that made her appetite grow. However, within 2 seconds, the food in the fridge transformed from being fresh and delicious to rotten and maggot-infested. Randy's sense of smell and sight were simultaneously assaulted, making her stomach feel uncomfortable again. She held back the acid rising in her throat, using the open fridge door to block her husband's and son's view. Then she secretly extracted the pill that had been under her tongue and hid it in her shirt pocket. This pill was indeed problematic. Just holding it in her mouth for a short while caused some mental contamination. She almost mistook these foul-smelling foods for delicacies. Judging by how her husband and son relished the food on the table, their minds must have been contaminated long ago. While her husband had turned into a pig, Randy hadn't yet figured out what her son had become. Randy discreetly put the pill away. At the same time, she took out the finger biscuits from the very back of the fridge. Just as Randy was about to close the fridge door, the carter perched on her shoulder spoke. Mommy, baby is hungry. Baby wants to eat a heart. The carter stretched out its finger and poked Randy's chest. The physical harm Randy suffered could be transferred. If it wanted to eat a heart, she would give it one. But Randy's expression gradually darkened. Chapter 6 Parental Signature. In the world of strange tales, when Randy had her eyeballs gouged out, the damage would be transferred to her stepmother, Magdalena. But if it were the heart being dug out, that was a different story. Magdalena would die instantly. And once Magdalena died, if Randy continued to be attacked wouldn't she no longer have an entity to transfer the damage to? Originally, Randy had 2 lives. If she agreed to Mario's request, it would essentially mean forfeiting one of those lives. Randy couldn't take that risk. But this child, Mario, she'd best not offend. Randy was silent for 2 seconds. Just as Mario's expression became increasingly grim, Randy swiftly took a chicken heart from the corner of the fridge and threw it to him. Eat it, Randy said. Mario had mentioned wanting to eat a heart but hadn't specified whose heart it was. By the literal meaning, giving him any heart wouldn't be considered a refusal of the child's request. Of course, this kid, Mario, pointing at Randy's heart while saying this, clearly intended to mislead her. He wanted Randy to think he only ate Mommy's hearts. Sure enough, upon seeing the heart, Mario's sinister look vanished instantly. His mouth split into a grin, his curved eyes like crescent moons, laughing with giggle giggle. Giggle giggle. Thank you, Mommy, baby likes Mommy. Mario's icy cheeks pressed against Randy's, rubbing affectionately. Randy glanced at him, her lips curving. Luckily, she didn't fall for this kid's trick. If she really had given him her own heart, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, Randy realized that whenever Mario's affection towards her increased, he called her Mommy instead of Mom. So, Randy must have already gained Mario's affection twice now. Last time, it was by giving Mario her mother's beautiful eyes. At the dining table, her husband and son clearly heard the commotion from Randy's side. Yet, inexplicably, neither of them spoke up or urged Randy to hurry back. It seemed they both feared Mario. Randy took the finger cookies, closed the fridge door, and returned to the dining table. Hurry up and eat. Afterward, we need to check Baron's final exam paper, her husband said. Baron added from the side, Mom, the teacher requires parental signatures on the exam paper. Parental signature. Randy recalled the first rule. Remember, your name is Quora. Your name is Quora. Your name is Quora. Never forget your name. No matter who asks your name, tell them it's Quora. Mario had said this rule was false. The passenger on the train ticket was indeed named Quora. This meant the first half of the rule was true, while the second half was false. That is, the wife inside the could never admit her real name was Quora due to some undisclosed reason. Randy felt certain signing Quora on the exam paper would trigger a deadly outcome. She glanced in the direction where she had seen the prenatal examination form earlier. She remembered clearly that the wife's name column on the form was gibberish. This reinforced Randy's suspicion. The wife was definitely not simply named Quora. Randy frowned. The top priority now was completing the parental signature. Since it required a parental signature, could her husband sign it? Randy turned to her son, since it's a parental signature, why not ask Dad? Before she finished, her husband and son abruptly lifted their heads. The way father and son scrutinized her with eerie smiles made Randy's hair stand on end. She immediately fell silent, her mind racing. What had she said wrong? What exactly was it? Her husband looked at Randy coldly without blinking. But the maggots in his ears crawled even faster. Her son also stared at her with a chilly expression, as if looking at a stranger. Randy swallowed, beads of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. What detail had she missed? Her index finger trembled slightly, tapping silently on the table. Red veins had now spread all over her husband's and son's faces. They opened their blood-stained mouths, leaning towards Randy. Randy caught sight of her husband's phone. Coupled with his earlier strange behavior with the sticky notes, something clicked. Her finger tapped faster and faster. Just as her husband was about to bare his fangs and devour her, Randy hastily blurted out. Having Dad sign it definitely won't work. Dad can't read. Mom will sign it after dinner. Upon hearing this, the red veins on her husband's and son's necks and faces gradually faded, and they sat back down. The expressions on their faces returned to normal. Randy broke out in a cold sweat, her fingers clenched tightly. She wanted to pick up her glass of water and take a sip to calm herself down. Her right index finger trembled slightly from the close call. Randy buried her head to take a sip of water, then put the cup down and twisted her knuckles. She should have seen it earlier. The character that her husband had just pasted was upside down. It wasn't pasted upside down to hint that had fallen over, it meant the Memorial Day had arrived. It was because he couldn't read at all. Moreover, when her husband bent down to see the instructions for the stomach medicine not long ago, his face had always been puzzled. Randy thought her husband had caught sight of the train ticket, but actually, it was because he really didn't recognize what that piece of paper was. Randy's gaze fell on the elderly phone her husband placed on the table. Ordinary young people wouldn't use such a basic cell phone that can only make and receive calls. Unless this person was illiterate, unable to recognize even the most basic Chinese characters. Randy suddenly understood. No wonder the wife hid the train ticket in the instructions. Because the completely illiterate husband would absolutely never open the stomach medicine's instructions. Thankfully. Whenever Randy thought back on it now, she felt palpitations. That's it, Mommy, Baron sees you're almost finished eating. I'll go get you a pen. Her son put down his chopsticks and ran back to the room eagerly. Randy's heart, which had relaxed slightly, hung again. Even though Randy tried to slow down and prolong time during this meal, there was always an end to dinner. Half an hour later, her son laid the test paper with 100 points in front of Randy. Mommy, sign. Her son's voice sounded like a death knell, urging Randy into the death trap non-stop. Randy's gaze fell on the test paper. From the corner of her eye, she saw her son slowly showing a sinister grin beside her. That wasn't an expression a normal person could make. Her son had been tainted long ago. Randy picked up the pen, her fingertips icy cold. What exactly was the wife's name? Randy didn't know at all. Sign it, Mommy, Hurry and sign. Chapter 7, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Her son's face had now transformed into that of a demon. Randy calmed herself down. She glanced around the room, deliberating for 2 seconds before issuing an order. Philippe, go and help Mommy bring the full-length mirror over here. Since her son could score 100 on his test, it indicated that he was set up as an obedient baby who listens to Mommy and Daddy's every word. Therefore, it was highly unlikely he would refuse Randy's request. As expected by Randy, this proved true. Although Philippe did not understand what Randy intended to do, he still followed her instructions. After moving the full-length mirror over, Randy positioned it directly in front of herself, ensuring her entire body was visible in the mirror. The red infant on her shoulder scratched its little head, bewildered. Mommy, what are you going to do? Randy merely smiled faintly, shaking her head without uttering a word. Turning her head towards her son, she said, Philippe, go back to your room and rest. Once Mommy has finished signing, I'll place the paper here. Playing the part of the obedient child, the son complied with Randy's arrangements once again and headed toward his room. Randy turned on the desk lamp, illuminating both the test paper on the table and her own face. Also, turn off the light for Mommy, Philippe. The son brought a stool over, climbed up, and stretched out his small hand to switch off the living room light. Click. The entire living room plunged into darkness. Only the light from the desk lamp illuminated a small area. In front of Randy, the full-length mirror reflected the bright desk lamp and Randy's human face. Everything around and behind Randy was pitch black. Mommy, what are you going to do? The red infant stared at Randy's reflection in the mirror, cautiously asking. Randy curled her lips upward. You'll find out soon. Keep quiet first. Oh. The red infant closed its mouth. Following that, the entire living room fell into a deathly silence. A terrifying silence. Less than 5 minutes later, a rustling sound of footsteps slowly approached from behind Randy. Now close, now distant, now fast, now slow. Here it comes. That person is coming. Randy's breathing quickened slightly, and she quickly closed her eyes. In the next moment, a hoarse and raspy elderly voice echoed near Randy's neck. Shouqin Liu. Quick, open your eyes and look at me. Randy kept her eyes closed, but the little red infant never shut its eyes. Through the mirror, the red infant saw a Marlene dressed in funeral attire, bending over and slowly approaching them. The Marlene's face was as pale as paper, void of any color. Her right ear only had the lower half remaining, the upper half missing. The grand red funeral clothes she wore clearly indicated her deceased status. A line from the family rule flashed in Randy's mind. Your mother-in-law has already passed away. If you hear her calling you at home, do not turn around. Since a mother-in-law would call her daughter-in-law directly by name, Randy needed the wife's name. If her mother-in-law was bound to appear, then why didn't Randy create a scary atmosphere to lure her out? The most terrifying scenario would be, in the dark, standing in front of a full-length mirror, a human face slowly appears behind you. Sure enough, her mother-in-law fell for it. This time, Randy had used the rules to her advantage. And she won again. Randy abruptly opened her eyes, lowered her head, and swiftly signed Esme with the pen. While Randy was engrossed in writing, the Marlene had approached closely, her cheek pressed against Randy's. Shouqin, my dear daughter-in-law, please turn around and look at me. The Marlene's voice was hoarse, as if she were suppressing it. Her face hovered by Randy's ear, exhaling icy breath. Look at me, turn around. Quickly look at me, look at me. I know you can see. The Marlene spewed some sticky saliva onto Randy's face, but Randy ignored her. However, through the sweat seeping from Randy's neck, the red infant could tell how terrified Randy was trying hard to conceal. Seeing his mom being frightened like this, the red infant cursed out loud immediately. Get lost. Ugly Peggy. Can't you see Mom doesn't want to talk to you? The red infant's words startled the Reese, causing her to tremble. The Reese turned her head to look at the red infant, and it immediately delivered a powerful strike. The red infant grabbed the Reese's hair, lifting her head. If you don't leave, I swear I'll pull out your intestines to make jump ropes. Hee. The Reese became fearful. She planned to scare Randy one more time, thinking it would work soon. But the next second, the red infant twisted her head 360 degrees. Adhering to the principle of if you can use brute force, don't argue, the red infant leaped onto the Reese, bit through her belly, tore it open, and pulled out clumps of bloody intestines resembling paste. The Reese was shocked. Holding her belly with blood and intestines dragging along, she crawled away hastily. Before leaving, the Reese also broke a vase, from which a piece of paper fell out. The red infant kicked the Reese's buttocks and then wiped his hands, bending down to pick up the paper. The red infant examined the paper, front and back. Then he waddled back, returning to crouch on Randy's shoulder. Mommy, this is the equipment I just acquired. The red infant proudly handed the paper to Randy as if claiming credit. Randy took the paper and looked closely. It was actually the second set of rules. After a quick glance, Randy put the paper in her pocket and secured it. Seeing how diligently the red infant helped her, she was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the chicken's heart bribed him? Sacrificing an eyeball didn't have such a significant effect. This foodie red infant, loving hearts so much, should definitely be stocked with more in the future. Randy rubbed the little head of the red infant. Though still icy cold, she unexpectedly felt a touch of warmth. Leo, you're amazing. You've done Mommy a big favor. Randy praised him in a soothing tone. The red infant blushed and touched the back of his head bashfully. Oh, it's nothing, really. He waved his hands, appearing particularly coy. Having finished signing the test paper, Randy stood up and walked to the light switch by the chandelier in the living room. She extended her right hand in the dark to turn on the light. Snap! The light suddenly illuminated a man standing about 1 meter in front of Randy. Her heart nearly skipped a beat. If this family doesn't scare her to death, it's a testament to her toughness. Looking at her husband holding a knife with an apron still tied around his waist, it seemed like he was preparing for something significant. It was already dark outside. "Honey, aren't you going to sleep tonight?" Randy asked. She needed to know her situation tonight. Her husband stared at Randy for 2 seconds before withdrawing his gaze and heading straight for the kitchen. He said, "That damn rat tries to steal food at night. I'll be keeping watch in the kitchen tonight." Which meant he wasn't coming back to sleep. Randy felt slightly relieved. If this peculiar husband decided to share the bed, Randy feared she wouldn't get any sleep. Seeing her husband enter the kitchen, Randy turned around, pulled out the paper from her pocket, and opened it. Before returning to the bedroom, Randy had to figure out if there were any particular rules she needed to pay attention to. 3-person family night rules. 1 From 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. the next day, make sure you stay only in the bedroom. Only the bedroom is a safe zone. 2 The toilet tank is outdated and continuously running water is normal. 3 Locking the bedroom door is crucial for survival. 4 There are no red high heels in the house. 5 Never agree to any request made by it. 6 Before sleeping, ensure the wall has a wedding photo, not a black and white portrait of 2 people. 7 Remember, your husband won't return to the bedroom at night. 8 If you wake up at midnight and find someone else in bed, pretend to be asleep and do not open your eyes. 9 The black cup contains honey water prepared by your husband, drink it while it's hot. 10 Before sleeping, remember to draw the curtains and avoid making eye contact with anything outside the window. Mommy, only rule number 9 is incorrect, the red infant reminded her. Night rule number 9. The black cup contains honey water prepared by your husband, drink it while it's hot. Can she not drink the honey water? Just as she pondered this, a very urgent ticking sound echoed in Randy's ears. Puzzled, she looked up toward the source of the sound, the round clock hanging in the center of the living room. The clock, which had been spinning rapidly, slowed down immediately upon sensing Randy's gaze. Time resumed its normal pace. The current time was 22 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. In Randy's mind, the first night rule flashed quickly. From 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. the next day, make sure you stay only in the bedroom. Only the bedroom is a safe zone. Ticking. Only 2 seconds remained. It was too late. Chapter 8. Who is lying? Randy almost put forth the speed of a 100-meter dash, rushing into the bedroom, pushing the door, stepping in, and closing it, all done in one smooth motion. Just as Randy's bedroom door was closing in the last 0.01 milliseconds, her husband's grotesque face appeared outside the door with an evil smile. But with the bang of the door closing, the husband was shut out. The tip of his nose throbbed from the impact of the door. Randy hurriedly turned around, turning the lock and bolting the door from the inside. Randy's mind went blank for a few seconds. She had run so hard that her legs felt weak. This truly lived up to its name as a deadly chain kill. It didn't give the chosen one any chance to catch their breath. At this moment, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock came from behind Randy. Click. Randy held her breath and pressed down on the doorknob tightly. Someone on the other side was violently turning the doorknob. That person persistently tried to open the lock but failed. They remained locked in this standoff for about 5 minutes. Only then did the commotion outside gradually die down. Leaning against the door, Randy squatted down to catch her breath before lifting her head to observe the layout of the bedroom. If the living room was styled in funeral theme, then the bedroom followed a wedding joy theme. Her eyes were met with a sea of red. The wind blew in through the window, rustling the red curtains with a swish. As the curtains swayed, Randy noticed a doll dressed in a red dress sitting by the window, facing away from her. The Happy Birthday song played, but the lyrics had changed. Happy Death Day to you Tilda. Happy Death Day to you Tilda Tilda. Happy Death Day dear Tilda you Tilda. Happy Death Day to Tilda you Tilda Tilda Tilda. It was the song sung by the doll. As if sensing Randy's gaze, the doll's neck twisted, turning its head backward to face Randy with a sinister smile. At the same time, a single drop of blood tear slowly dripped from the doll's right eye. The 8th rule of household conduct. Dolls in the house don't cry. If you see tears, it must be an illusion. Close your eyes immediately. Randy closed her eyes instantly, counting silently in her mind. 3, 2, 1. She opened her eyes again. At the window, the doll's tears had vanished. Only a wide-open window and a lifeless music doll remained. A cold night breeze blew in continuously. The sky outside was pitch black, without a hint of moonlight. Randy quickly stepped over, removed the doll, and tossed it into the wardrobe. Then she swiftly closed the window and pulled the curtains shut. The 10th rule of nighttime conduct. Before bed, remember to close the curtains and avoid making eye contact with the eyes outside the window. While that thing hadn't emerged yet and she wasn't asleep, she'd better pull the curtains tight as soon as possible. After shutting the curtains, May's voice came from behind. Mommy, you haven't written in your diary today. Randy turned around and saw May standing on a stool, pointing to a diary. Randy walked over and pinched May's chubby cheek. All right, thank you, darling. Let Mommy take a look. Randy picked up the diary and quickly flipped through a few pages. October 18th, Friday, sunny. Today, my mother-in-law quarreled with me and hit me. She told me to understand my place and not think I can act however I want just because I gave birth to a son. But she's completely senile. I never had a son, I've always given birth to daughters. October 19th, Saturday, partly cloudy. My mother-in-law cursed at me, calling me a smelly rat who eats grain. I bit her ear, and it was covered in blood. I said I am indeed a smelly rat, and a cornered rat will eat humans. October 20th, Sunday, cloudy. My mother-in-law disappeared today. No one could find her. I couldn't find her either. Today's news reported that a man in Hangzhou chopped up his wife and flushed her down the toilet. Our toilet happened to be broken and kept flushing water. I'm really scared. These diary entries narrated the grievances between the wife and her mother-in-law. From the writing, it seemed the wife's mental state was unstable. Why did she emphasize that she had only ever given birth to daughters? Based on the information Randy had, the wife had given birth to one son and one daughter. The daughter passed away 2 years ago on this day. The son had been living dressed as Kaylee. Additionally, the diary mentioned the mother-in-law cursing the wife as a rat that eats grain. Randy remembered hearing the word rat twice from her husband. The first time, he explained why there was only meat and no vegetables on the table. He said, all the vegetables in the house have been eaten by that damned rat. I'll buy more tomorrow. The second time was just now when Randy asked where he had gone. Ely replied, the damned rat sneaks out to eat at night. I was keeping watch in the kitchen tonight. Was the rat he referred to a real rodent, or did it mean something else? Combining this with the 5th household rule. If you hear the sound of chopping meat at night, do not open your eyes. Was the meat being chopped actually rat meat? Randy couldn't be sure yet. She flipped through a few more pages of the diary. After that, there was no more mention of the mother-in-law. Instead, most of the content focused on the husband. Randy continued reading. October 24th, Thursday, cloudy and rainy. 2 days ago, while tidying up the quilt, I found a strand of hair on the bed. The hair was dry like straw. I'm certain it wasn't mine. Lately, my husband has been sneaking out of the bedroom at night when I'm asleep. I followed him tonight and heard the sound of high heels. Is he doing something behind my back? October 25th, Friday, light rain. The white cup by my bedside has been empty for 2 days. For these 2 days, my husband hasn't prepared honey water for me. My insomnia has worsened again at night, and I've had hallucinations. I dreamt that I was chopping bones in the kitchen at midnight, but I know clearly that we didn't buy any bones. The contents on the following pages were very blurry and chaotic, almost like gibberish. Randy guessed that the wife wrote these in an unstable state of mind. By struggling to decipher, Randy could faintly make out some unclear words. Run, save, bad dagger. The last word she recognized looked like the character for death. The further along in the diary, the more it resembled strange symbols. Randy speculated that the wife might have come into contact with a contaminant source later on, causing her mental confusion. Contaminant source. The sound of flushing water came from the toilet in the bedroom. Could the toilet be the contaminant source? Or was there something else in the bedroom harboring contamination? Randy wanted to continue reading the diary but suddenly heard knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? The knocking at the door didn't stop. But no one spoke. Randy walked to the door, checked the lock carefully, ensuring it was secure. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking rhythmically, as if intentionally arranged. Randy listened intently for a moment, and her expression gradually turned serious. Randy picked up a pen and jotted down some notes in the diary. After the knocking stopped, May watched as Randy kept her head down, studying what she had just written. Soon, Randy suddenly lifted her head, feeling a buzz in her brain. Do not lock the bedroom door, there is a contaminant source inside. These words stood out prominently on her notebook. The knocking outside conveyed a string of Morse code. And this peculiar code contradicted the third nighttime rule entirely. The third nighttime rule. Locking the bedroom door is essential for survival. Randy glanced at May, who was playing nearby. She recalled that the first thing May said when she opened the rule slip was, "Mommy, only the 9th rule is wrong." According to May, the 3rd rule was correct, meaning the bedroom door should be locked. But this string of Morse code told her not to lock the bedroom door. So, who was lying between May and the entity outside? Chapter 9, The Red Heels. Randy silently closed the diary and meditated with her eyes shut. She tapped on the cover of the notebook, with thoughts racing through her mind as she recalled every detail of her interactions with Mario. Mario calls you mummy if he likes you. He calls you mom if he has no feelings for you. When Mario told Randy that only Rule 9 is incorrect, he called her mummy. So Mario wasn't lying. The liar was the it outside the door. It gave Randy this hint. Do not lock the bedroom door, there's a contamination source inside the bedroom. In this hint, the part about not locking the bedroom door was incorrect. Since it was false information, why would it take such effort to decrypt a password just to get it? Given how concealed it was, it could only mean one thing. It implied that the critical correct information for passing the level was hidden within. Randy opened her eyes abruptly and scrutinized the latter half of that hint for a long time. There's a contamination source in the bedroom. Randy looked up, gazing towards the bathroom. The entire bedroom, specifically mentioned in the rules and most unusual place, was the bathroom. If so, the contamination source was very likely in the bathroom. Rushing water sounds echoed continuously from the bathroom of the bedroom. Behind the frosted glass door blocking the bathroom seemed to hide something waiting for Randy to investigate. Between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. the next morning, Randy couldn't leave the bedroom. The contamination source in the bathroom was close to her, and Randy had to stay in the bedroom for a long period. Randy thought quickly. There should be something in this room that can resist the mental pollution from the bathroom. Otherwise, coming into such close contact with the contamination source, enduring 7 hours would be an issue, let alone 7 days. Randy lifted her eyelids and began observing her surroundings. She noticed that on the left nightstand, her wife's diary and a pen were originally placed. On the right side were a black cup, a white cup, and a functioning alarm clock. Randy approached and took a closer look. The water in the black cup was clear, while the water in the white cup was turbid and yellowish. Randy touched the temperature of the cups, finding the black cup hot and the white cup cold. Night rule number 9. The honey water in the black cup was prepared by your husband, please drink it while it's hot. Mario said that this rule was incorrect. Combining this with the latest entry in her wife's diary. October 25th, Friday, light rain. My white cup on the bedside table has been empty for 2 days. For these 2 days, my husband hasn't prepared honey water for me. My insomnia has worsened again at night, even causing hallucinations. I dreamt of myself chopping bones in the kitchen late at night, but I clearly know we didn't buy any bones. Based on what was written in her wife's diary, Randy concluded that drinking honey water before bed was beneficial. Drinking honey water must be able to resist some degree of mental pollution. Otherwise, her wife wouldn't have described not drinking honey water led to hallucinations. So the problem could only lie in the color of the cups. Thus, the water in the white cup was what her wife should drink before bed. While deep in thought, Randy unexpectedly spotted a pair of brightly colored red high heels at the bottom right corner of the wardrobe. Night rule number 4. There are no red high heels in the room. Though Randy didn't want to admit it, she indeed started to be affected by the contamination after staying in the room for a while. The red high heels were her hallucination. Without further ado, she had to drink the honey water in the white cup quickly. Randy picked up the cold white cup, ready to bring it to her mouth, but suddenly hesitated. The phrase please drink it while it's hot came back to her mind. Although she wasn't sure if while it's hot was a trap, she decided to be cautious. Randy crouched down and swiftly searched through the drawers of the nightstand. As she was searching, Randy heard the sound of high heels clicking tap, tap, tap behind her. Mario, those shoes are unclean, don't put on the high heels. Although Randy knew Mario wasn't afraid of that thing, she still kindly reminded him. Mario's pitiful voice came, Mummy, I didn't try to wear the high heels, and Leo didn't see any red shoes either. Cold sweat broke out on Randy's back instantly. She subconsciously glanced at the bottom right corner of the wardrobe. The red high heels that were originally there were inching closer to her, even leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Time was running out, Randy's hallucinations were getting worse, and she had to take this cup of honey water as soon as possible. Mummy, what are you looking for? Mario asked. Randy replied softly, I'm looking for an appliance to heat up the water cup. Anything will do. Mummy, does this work? Mario rummaged under the bed and pulled out a white cup mat with a plug. Seeing the object, Randy's eyes lit up. This is it. Thank you, Leo, good boy, Mummy loves you so much. Randy took the cup mat from him and gave Mario an excited kiss on the cheek. Mario blushed right away. The high heels clicking tap, tap, tap had already reached the foot of the bed. Randy reminded herself to stay calm. Since the rule clearly stated there were no red high heels in the room, and Mario had explicitly said he couldn't see those shoes. It meant these red high heels weren't that thing. These shoes were purely hallucinations caused by mental pollution. Calmly, Randy immediately plugged in the cup mat and placed the white cup on it to heat up. At that moment, the clicking of the shoes became more frantic. It started running, as if chasing after her. The high heels soon came right before Randy, still stomping on the floor. The shoe bodies shivered slightly, continuously oozing out terrifying blood and disgusting wriggling worms crawling outward rapidly. Randy simply closed her eyes to gather her strength, ignoring this annoying hallucination and continued waiting for the water cup to heat up. Soon, Randy felt the cup walls warming up slightly. She quickly unplugged the device, picked up the white cup, and swallowed its contents in large gulps. After finishing the honey water, Randy felt a noticeable clarity in her mind. The sound of water flushing in the toilet seemed quieter, and the bleeding red high heels in front of her vanished without a trace. The crisis was temporarily averted. Having done all that, Randy was somewhat exhausted. Her nerves had been in a state of high tension throughout the day, and now she needed a proper rest. But the only thing preventing her from sleeping was... Randy's gaze fell upon the wedding photo hanging on the wall at the foot of the bed. To be precise, it was a creepy black and white memorial photo of the two spouses smiling eerily. Chapter 10, Magdalena was captured. Before going to sleep, make sure the photo hanging on the wall is a wedding photo, not a dual black and white portrait of the deceased. Furthermore, regarding sleeping, there's still another catch. That is, the nighttime rules do not specifically emphasize the bedtime. But the first set of family rules Randy received stipulates in its fourth clause. You must be asleep by midnight 00:00. All rules must be remembered and linked together, not even half a rule can be omitted. Otherwise, you won't know how you end up dying in the end. Randy glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was now only half an hour before midnight. Therefore, Randy had to transform this dual portrait of the deceased into a couple's wedding photo within half an hour. The key issue now was how to do it. Randy casually tapped the cup twice, making two crisp ding-ding sounds. After some thought, she decided to take down the jewel portrait and see if there were any clues on the back. The portrait was hung quite high, so it would be best to use something to stand on. Randy remembered there was a small stool in the room. She looked towards the other bedside table. Little Gavriel was sitting on that little stool, tearing blank pages from the diary to fold paper airplanes. Gavriel blew on the tip of the airplane and made a bayou sound as he launched the paper plane. The paper airplane looped around the room twice before finally landing on top of the wardrobe. The little guy was having so much fun, abruptly interrupting him now might ruin his favorable impression of her. Randy thought for a moment and asked, Leo, do you want to eat hearts? Gavriel's little face lit up with excitement as he replied, yes, can I have one if I want it? Of course, Mom can give you hearts, as long as you listen. Randy was out of her mind. Experts from China's intelligence department all widened their eyes. What's wrong with Randy? She's not in the kitchen now and can't go out, where would she get a heart from? Randy might be willing to sacrifice her family members. Once they die, the subsequent damage will fall solely on her. Did she forget? What should we do? Should we activate the communication device? Quickly, now use the communication device immediately to stop her. Just as the experts unanimously decided to use the precious communication opportunity, Randy's face suddenly enlarged on the live stream screen. Her lips opened and closed. She was talking to them. The intelligence experts all stared intently at the electronic big screen, not daring to be distracted for a moment. When they clearly heard what Randy said, all the experts were frightened, unable to recover for a while. Isn't this too cruel? A young girl spoke up first. We have no choice, let her endure some suffering, it won't cost her life. Someone tried to smooth things over. Yes, as long as she does this, she doesn't have to die. We're helping her. Well, time is running out, hurry up and act. The Minister of the Intelligence Department gave simple task assignments to various teams, who then quickly left their workstations to handle this emergency. In Jinghai City, at the Jiang residence. It was already dark. Yet Magdalena still endured the pain and went out. That ungrateful Bonnie, even when her own mother is like this, she's nowhere to be found. She cursed under her breath, her expression extremely hideous. With heavy footsteps, she rushed downstairs. She needed to get to the hospital immediately. Her eyes hurt so badly she couldn't bear it anymore. During this time, a lone child ran past swiftly. While climbing the stairs in the dimly lit hallway, the child accidentally bumped into her. Ouch, that hurts. The child clutched his head. Using the dim light in the hallway, he saw that the person he collided with was neighbor Aunt Di. The child immediately got up from the ground. He obediently bowed, sorry, Aunt Di. Eldon didn't mean to. Eldon will. The child didn't finish speaking. Aunt Di suddenly lost control. She screeched and then kicked the child in the abdomen. With a cry of "Ah!" the child tumbled down the stairs. Can't watch where you're going. You brat, dare to bully me. While kicking, she made sure no third party was around. Old residential buildings also lacked surveillance cameras, so the child falling wouldn't be blamed on her. Even if the child reported her, the words of a snot-nosed brat wouldn't serve as evidence in court. Magdalena walked down the stairs quickly, muttering curses continuously. I've seen many brats like this, kick one every time I see one. It would be more peaceful if they were all dead. Magdalena approached the child. The boy's head had ruptured, spilling large amounts of bright red blood, his eyes tightly shut, no longer crying out. At this point, Magdalena started to feel a bit afraid. She carefully avoided the puddles of blood, terrified of getting them on her feet. You fell on your own accord, don't blame me. If you blame anyone, blame yourself. Magdalena felt a bit more insecure and quickened her pace, hastily fleeing the scene. When she left the residential area, she encountered the child's parents, who were also her neighbors. Magdalena tried to cover her injured left eye and avoid them. However, the young mother noticed her and greeted her warmly. Hey, Aunt Di, you're still going out this late? Magdalena avoided eye contact. Yeah, you're also coming back so late. The young father smiled. We're about to have our house demolished, so we took advantage of Eldon's weekend off to go out for a celebratory meal. By the way, wasn't Eldon just ahead? I wonder if he greeted Aunt Di. Magdalena hurried away. No. I still have things to do. I'll go first. Okay, goodbye, feel free to come over sometime, the father said. Eldon is such a naughty boy, I've told him so many times, but he still doesn't like greeting people. The mother scolded mildly. He's still a kid, it's normal, the father consoled. Speaking of which, isn't Aunt Di's eye injured? Magdalena walked quickly. She didn't catch what the couple behind her were discussing. She hurriedly ran out of the neighborhood, flagged down a taxi, and said, to Jinghai City People's Hospital, hurry up. Got it, fasten your seatbelt, let's go. At night, there weren't many people out, so the road was clear all the way. The car stopped at the main entrance of the People's Hospital. The driver glanced at the meter, 25.3 yuan, forget the 3 jiao, make it 25. Magdalena's face instantly changed. She yelled, what kind of car charges 25? What a joke, I'll give you 10 at most. From here to there, I could walk, and you want to rip me off? Magdalena got out of the car and threw 10 yuan onto the seat. The driver felt aggrieved. What kind of person? It's the same price at night. I used the meter, no random pricing. Hey, one-eyed grandma, pay up before you leave. What an idiot. Running this ride cost me money, never take a ride again in your life. The driver glared at Magdalena's arrogant back view, barely resisting the urge to hit the gas and run her over. Forget it, Better swallow this anger. After all, losing a few bucks or spending a lifetime in jail, he knew which was smarter. As the driver drove off, a silver minivan quickly parked right there. Under the night sky, all 4 doors of the minivan opened. 8 or 9 young men wearing black suits, black sunglasses, and earpieces emerged from inside. Just as Magdalena was walking halfway, she felt her arm being tightened, and suddenly her feet were off the ground. Who are you? Why are you grabbing me? Let go. Magdalena struggled, using all her strength. The men in black replied, we are from the intelligence department. For the sake of the chosen one's success, please cooperate with our work. What? That little bitch Randy wants to harm me again. Magdalena became furious. What does her business have to do with me? Let me go. If you grab me again, I'll call the police. The men in black remained unmoved. Since it was after 11 p.m., there weren't many pedestrians on the street, so no one paid attention to the commotion. They carried Magdalena into the minivan and slammed the door shut. Now, immediately meet up with the other group. Yes. The minivan started its engine. In the night, they sped away. Chapter 11. Please use fresh blood to color. Magdalena was led, with her head covered, in front of a laboratory. Leader, the person has been brought here. The man in black pulled Magdalena out and tightly bound her limbs to the examination table. Inside the laboratory were the intelligence minister, leaders of various groups, 2 Benedicts, and 3 Annies. Time is running out, hurry up. Several staff members approached. One gave Magdalena a sedative. Another removed the black cloth hood from Magdalena's head. Minister, the anesthesia hasn't arrived yet. There isn't much time left, one member said anxiously. How long will it take? The intelligence minister asked. At least 15 minutes. We can't wait. Randy didn't give us much time. The intelligence minister paced back and forth beside Magdalena's bed, looking anxious. Why don't we proceed without anesthesia? Someone suggested boldly. Will she die from infection? Possibly, but there's no other way now. No, Magdalena won't die, said a tall man as he adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. He continued, the rule of the strange tale stated at the beginning that if the chosen one passes the first scenario, any family member bound to them, regardless of their state, will survive. The experts exchanged glances and realized this was the wisest course of action. Their concern was becoming murderers. But since Magdalena would be revived once the chosen one passed, their worries dissipated. Now, all they needed to do was act and leave the rest to Randy. The experts looked collectively at the bound Magdalena. Magdalena was startled, her eyes wide with fear. Although she had been given a sedative, the medication needed 2 more minutes to take effect. Thus, Magdalena struggled desperately, moving her hands and feet. She shouted, no, you will suffer, let me go. I curse you to hell, may your sons have no anus. You rotten-hearted fiends, let me go. A young member of the expert team had just become a father, while an intelligent woman was the leader of a team in Huagua's intelligence department. The mother could not contain her temper and, rolling up her sleeve, slapped Magdalena across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the laboratory. With such a foul mouth, it seems like retribution, the mother cursed. Minister, let's hurry. Time is running out, the mother urged. The minister nodded. All right, let's get started. He turned to instruct the Benedict. Proceed now, remove everything from her left eye socket. Yes, understood. Without anesthesia, she might move. Hold her down while I operate, the Benedict calmly commanded. 5 men in black stepped forward, for holding down her struggling limbs, while one gagged her mouth with a cloth to prevent her from spitting. Under the Benedict's skilled operation, the blood clots and muscles inside Magdalena's left eye socket were thoroughly cleaned. Are the chicken heart, duck heart, and pig heart ready? The leader asked. They are. A member lifted a foul-smelling black plastic bag from behind him. Put them in. Yes. In the strange tale world. Mommy, are you ready? I'm about to take out the heart now. Randy glanced at the clock. She had allocated 15 minutes for Huagua's intelligence department out of the 30 minutes. Time was up. She believed that with Huagua's capabilities, dealing with Magdalena wouldn't be a problem. Randy watched the alarm clock, 10 seconds left. The May began counting down excitedly. 10, 9, 8 or 3, 2, 1. Just as he finished counting, the May couldn't help but reach out and scoop out Randy's left eye. The May initially doubted how a heart could grow inside an eye. Now he truly believed it. Thank you, Mommy, you're the best. After eating several pig hearts and duck hearts, the May stashed a bloody chicken heart in his pocket for later. After having a hearty meal, Randy effortlessly took the small stool from under the May's bottom. Magdalena never imagined that the intelligence department went to such lengths to torture her, just to help Randy take away a small stool. It was too absurd. Stepping on the stool, Randy reached up to remove the couple's framed photograph from the wall. This frame lacked a glass covering, so Randy could easily touch the image inside. Randy disassembled the frame and flipped the photo over. On the back of the photograph, there was a hidden dagger, which had dried bloodstains. What did this mean? Was this a death message left by the couple? Or was the anniversary of their family of 3 tied to this dagger? Randy couldn't figure it out. There was no method mentioned, either in the rules or anywhere else, to turn this black and white posthumous photo into a wedding photo. Randy stared blankly at the posthumous photo. How could she turn it into a wedding photo? Mommy, are you playing a coloring game? The May asked. Chapter 12. The sound of chopping meat at night. Mario's words had enlightened her. Right, coloring. Baby, how did you think of coloring? Randy looked at him. Mario giggled, because Baby often plays coloring games. This way, we can turn black and white into color tilde. It seemed that sometimes adult thinking wasn't the only solution. Occasionally considering things from a child's perspective might bring unexpected surprises. Randy lowered her head and picked up the dagger behind the photo frame. Was this dagger hinting that she should use blood to color the picture? Regardless, she wouldn't die anyway. It was worth a try. Randy held the dagger and made a small cut on her fingertip. Bright red blood flowed from her fingertip, dripping onto the black and white portrait. The part where the blood dripped turned red. In Huagua. When the crisis was resolved, members of the intelligence team released Magdalena. Unexpectedly, soon after, blood started oozing from Magdalena's fingertips. At first, it was one drop, then all 10 fingers started bleeding simultaneously. At that time, the director of the intelligence department had already sent the Benedicts and Annies away from the lab. Only the leader of the Mama team and some members remained in the laboratory. Leader, Magdalena keeps bleeding. Should we call the Benedict back? A member asked. The leader of the Mama team glanced indifferently. Don't worry, as long as the chosen one completes the level, she won't die. Just leave her alone. Then she walked out of the lab gracefully in her high heels, letting Magdalena fend for herself. In the eerie world, Randy used her blood to paint the entire black and white portrait. Wherever she painted, it transformed into a bright red traditional Chinese wedding scene. The eerie and terrifying smiles of the couple had now returned to normal. Seeing that there were 5 minutes left until midnight, Randy quickly climbed on a stool and put the wedding photo back in its place. Mommy, come over here, Mario called her. Okay, wait a moment. I'm coming. Randy got down from the stool. Excitedly pointing at something under the bed with his blood-red nails, Mario said, Mommy, there's an ant hiding under the bed. A chill ran down Randy's spine. Only 3 minutes remained. Was there really more trouble ahead? Can you pull her out by her hand, baby? Randy rested her chin in her hand, frowning in thought. She was debating whether to drag this thing out and dispose of it. After all, she was about to rest, and having something strange under the bed was quite disturbing. Moreover, this must be part of the contamination source. With contamination sources, the further away, the better. I can pull her out. Mario shouted excitedly, his strength surprisingly great. Mario tugged at the woman's hand, dragging her out. A foul smell began to spread. The object's face and body were wrapped in thick plastic film, making it unrecognizable. Baby, do me a favor and throw her out the window. Randy glanced at the clock. Within 2 minutes. There were only 2 minutes left before Randy went to sleep. It seemed the Morse code warning about pollution source in the bedroom referred not just to the toilet but also included this thing under the bed. No wonder the mental pollution progressed so quickly before she drank the honey water. Mario, energized by the midnight snack, worked diligently. Roger, Mommy. Mario readily agreed. Do you need help? Randy felt uncomfortable touching the thing but still offered. No need. Mommy, hide behind me so this ghostly thing doesn't dirty your clothes. Mario declared confidently, walked to the window, pushed it open, and hurled the object forcefully. The thing was thrown far away instantly. With a thud, it hit the ground. 30 seconds remained until midnight. Randy glanced outside, the dark night sky loomed low, and a blood-red moon was slowly rising. Rule 10 of nighttime. Before sleeping, remember to close the curtains and avoid making eye contact with anything outside the window. It appeared that once the blood-colored moon came out, monsters would also appear. Randy quickly scooped up Mario from the window, swiftly closed the window, and pulled the curtains shut. She then quickly lay on the bed, hugging Mario, covered them with the blanket, turned off the light, and fell asleep. Mommy, are you going to sleep this early? 5 seconds remained until midnight. Yes, I'm tired, let's rest. 3 seconds remained. Okay. Mario closed his eyes too. Click, midnight arrived. The blood-red moon rose high in the sky, staining the heavens red. 4 a.m. Asleep, Randy was awakened by the sound of chopping meat. Thud, thud, thud. Her husband was in the kitchen, creating loud noise. Randy heard it but didn't open her eyes. Family Rule 5. If you hear the sound of chopping meat at night, don't open your eyes. Lying on her side, Randy kept her eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. The sound from the kitchen continued, urgent and relentless. At this moment, Randy felt that the right side of the bed seemed to have been slightly pressed down by something. In the next second, a man lay down there. The sound of chopping meat from the kitchen still hadn't stopped. Chapter 13. The Man on the Bed. A chill instantly crawled over Randy's body. During the time the man lay down, there was no sound of the bedroom door being unlocked. Then, who was lying next to Randy? Who was chopping meat in the kitchen? And whose meat was it? Randy silently recited the 8th rule of nighttime protocol. If you wake up at midnight and find a second person lying in bed, make sure to pretend you're still asleep and do not open your eyes. Randy maintained her steady breathing, pretending to be asleep without opening her eyes. However, the man beside her let out a heavy sigh. Oh, honey, things haven't been going well at the pig farm recently. Many pigs have caught swine fever, the market is about to turn upside down. It was the familiar voice of her husband from the daytime. But Randy was very clear that the man lying next to her was absolutely not her husband. The 7th rule of nighttime protocol clearly stated. Remember, the husband will not return to the room to sleep at night. So the man beside her was something disguised as her husband. Honey, I'm a little thirsty. Can you pass me the black cup? Randy ignored him, her breathing remained even. The man nudged Randy's back. Honey? Honey. But Randy slept deeply without any response. The fifth rule of nighttime protocol. Whatever happens, do not comply with any of its requests. The man became angry. His voice grew irritable. Cup. How many times did I say it? Why are you pretending not to hear? I know you're awake. Talk to me. Don't act like you're dead. Randy still didn't move. She lay on her side, facing away from the man. In front of her was the black cup on the bedside table that the man wanted. Having no choice, the man got up from the bed angrily, putting on his slippers. The slippers hit the floor, making a pat-pat sound. The man kept cursing while walking. HMPH. I cook all the meals at home, and I take care of the kids. I send the kid to school every day and then go feed the pigs at the pig farm. Everything is done by me. How easy your life is, only having to go to work. So simple. What are you dissatisfied with? The man walked around the foot of the bed to the bedside table near Randy. Suspicion arose in Randy's heart. According to this man, the wife needed to go to work during the day. But she had yet to receive any rules regarding the wife's job. Looks like she would need to pay more attention tomorrow morning. The man came to stand before Randy, squatting down, saying nothing. Randy tightly closed her eyes. But she could feel that the man's face was very close to hers. Close enough to feel his breath. The man squatted in front of the bed, head tilted, staring intently at her. Honey, open your eyes. I have a secret to tell you. The man's voice was low, almost a whisper, as if speaking right into Randy's ear. His tone was full of allure. The room was pitch black, too dark to see a hand in front of one's face. Perfect for hiding the silhouette of the man. I know you're pretending to be asleep. The man's breath touched Randy's cheeks. Randy remained unmoved. She was pretending to sleep, so she couldn't move. Not even rolling over. The man's eyes glowed eerily. He moved closer to Randy, speaking in a plaintive tone close to crying, with sobbing mixed in his voice. Honey, you've hurt me so badly. I love you so much. Why would you hurt me? Do you know that I lured him in and killed him for you? I've been so good to you. Why won't you open your eyes and look at me? Right at that moment, there was movement under the blanket. Did Randy move? A cunning smile bloomed on the man's face. Moved. Honey, are you awake? A strange laugh welled up in the man's throat, barely contained. Once Randy woke up, it meant breaking the pretending to be asleep rule. For the man, it meant he could feast. Indeed, there was movement under the blanket. The man concluded that Randy couldn't hold it any longer. He began to slurp saliva, his eyes almost bulging. Suddenly, the blanket was thrown off, revealing the May waking up in Randy's arms. May raised a small hand to rub its sleepy eyes. Mommy, who's that, so noisy? As soon as May's face appeared, the man nearly jumped out of his skin. The man immediately brought his feet together, leaping several feet to land on the windowsill a few meters away, crouching and not daring to move. If you keep making noise, I'll blow his head off, mumbled May incoherently. The man squatting on the windowsill inadvertently pulled the red curtain. Outside the curtains, glowing red eyes appeared. Eat her, the monster outside the window suddenly shouted, causing the man to be instantly startled. Quick, eat her, eat her. The red-eyed monster gazed from afar at the sleeping Randy, drooling. Clearly, the red-eyed monster had not yet seen May. The man, realizing May was about to wake up, sounded an alarm in his heart. He couldn't care less now and quickly climbed down from the windowsill, leaped onto the wall, and returned to the missing wedding photo. As soon as the man left, the curtains closed again, blocking the red-eyed monster's view. Night fell silent once more, except for the occasional bang-bang sound of chopping meat coming from the kitchen. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Randy was awakened by her biological clock. When Randy awoke, the entire bedroom had undergone a dramatic change in style. The wardrobe had collapsed, and spiderwebs crawled all around. The wedding photo on the wall had its frame broken and hung crookedly. Perhaps it was Randy's illusion. Randy felt that the smile of the man in the wedding photo seemed even more eerie than yesterday. The white plaster on the walls was peeling off, revealing faint splatters of bloodstains. Only half of the glass window remained, with cold winds howling through. The entire bedroom resembled a desolate ruin. From 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. the next day, the bedroom is a safe zone. Now it was 6 a.m., outside the designated safe time. So this should be the original appearance of the bedroom. May had been awake long ago. He was playing with a woman's wig by the head of the bed. Mommy, you're awake. Aha. Last night, the old grandpa we threw out the window climbed back up. Old grandpa? Randy paused. Could it be that the person with blood-red long nails last night wasn't a woman but actually an elderly man? And a knower at that. So her suspicion that her husband might have cheated was wrong. What time did it happen? Randy looked at the windowsill. There were several bloody handprints on the broken glass window, indicating that someone indeed broke in through the window. May said, it was just after 4 a.m. when the window opened by itself. I caught him, ate his heart, and threw him out again. This is his hair. May burped and handed Randy the wig in his hand. Randy took a closer look. It was indeed a woman's wig. Why would that knower dress up as a woman? Randy was deep in thought. Just then, Randy heard a click, the sound of a key turning in the lock. The bedroom door was pushed open. Chapter 14, A Bloody Gift. The bedroom door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Slowly, from that slit, a ghastly eye filled with red bloodshot veins emerged. Like a peeping voyeur, the husband stood there with a terrifying smile, silently watching Randy. If Randy hadn't woken up earlier, she would have been subjected to an extended, unsettling gaze. At this moment, the husband seemed like a predator, smiling widely and greedily staring at his prey in silence. Randy instinctively tightened her grip. After a long pause, the husband finally spoke. Clarice. His pitch rose as if suppressing intense excitement. It felt like he was about to burst into laughter any second. Hurry up and come out. I've prepared something nice for you, the husband continued. Randy's scalp tingled as she responded, okay, I'll be right out. Ely curled his lips, closed the bedroom door, and backed away. Randy exhaled a breath of relief. She quickly tidied herself up. Before leaving the bedroom, she specifically carried May and thoroughly checked the room. She eventually found the third rule note under the bed. A series of knocks sounded from outside the door. Randy glanced briefly at the rules without reading them closely. With May in tow, she stepped out of the bedroom. In the living room, Randy saw her husband fiddling with a white Annie dress in front of a full-length mirror. The Annie dress was torn to shreds and stained with blood. Randy even suspected it was the dirty uniform the husband had stripped off the person he mutilated last night. Clarice, this is a new dress I got for you, a gift for your return to work today. What do you think? Do you like it? Try it on quickly. Ely handed her the Annie dress. The corners of Randy's mouth twitched. This dress was full of large holes and gaps. Wearing it would be no different from being practically naked. What's wrong, don't you like it? Seeing Randy hesitate to take it, the smile on the husband's face gradually faded. His expression froze there. Randy thought for a second before accepting the dress. How could I not, dear? I'm overjoyed. Holding the bloody and breezy Annie dress, Randy stood in front of the full-length mirror, comparing it to her body. It's beautiful. Thank you, honey. While speaking, Randy noticed through the mirror that the mother-in-law in a bright red funeral gown was standing diagonally behind her, not far away, within arm's reach. The mother-in-law twisted her neck and gave Randy a crooked smile. Randy only glanced once, then pretended not to see her. Clarice, wear this to work today. Change out of the clothes you're wearing now. Ely pointed at Randy's long-sleeved top and pants, giving some instructions. Randy smiled and replied, okay, before returning to the bedroom to change. The bedroom wasn't safe at this time. But with May around, those ghostly entities dared only to peek cautiously and didn't dare to act recklessly. Randy held the ragged Annie dress, debating whether to wear it or not. Inside the opened wardrobe, a set of pre-prepared lingerie hung ready. Randy looked at the lingerie, and felt embarrassed. Wearing that lingerie would be nearly the same as wearing nothing. So should she replace her current outfit with this tattered dress? If she followed her husband's wishes and changed into this shredded dress after removing her clothes, it would lead to a major exposure incident. Wearing this to work and broadcasting it nationwide would truly be a treat for everyone's eyes. But refusing to wear the dress would go against her husband's wishes. If he flew into a rage, it wouldn't be surprising if he killed her. What should Randy do? Randy stood still, making no further moves. May also sensed her dilemma. Mommy, if you don't want to wear it, just don't. If he touches you, I'll smash his head. May had a short temper. Randy laughed bitterly. If it were a regular dress, not wearing it wouldn't matter much, but this was Annie's uniform, a work attire. Not wearing work attire to work might trigger a death scenario. Randy stood motionless, pondering for a while. Then, she made an unexpected move. Instead of changing out of her long sleeves and pants, she simply put the dress over them. Randy carefully folded the sleeves and pant legs, hiding them inside the Annie dress. However, the huge gaps in the dress still revealed the clothing underneath. May reminded, Mommy, wearing it this way will be obvious. There are too many holes in this dress. Not taking off your clothes makes it very noticeable. May scratched her head in frustration. Hearing this, Randy chuckled lightly. She asked, Baby, do you remember what that man said earlier? May nodded, Yes, I do. When he handed you the dress, he said, Clarice, this is a new dress I got for you, a gift for your return to work today. May suddenly paused. In an instant, she realized something, coming to a sudden understanding. The man had said it was a new dress. In the polluted man's eyes, this dress was not torn but brand new. So the holes in the Annie dress were completely invisible to him. As long as Randy hid her sleeves and pant legs well, there would be no disobedience in the man's eyes. After Randy finished adjusting her clothes, she took advantage of her husband not being around to monitor her and carefully read the note she had found that morning. 3-person family, hallway rules. 1. The sound-activated lights in the hallway often malfunction. Do not panic or shout loudly to avoid disturbing your neighbors. 2. The safety door in the hallway is green, not red. 3. The elevator can carry only one person per trip. Please do not overload it. 4. There are only 3 trips for the elevator in the morning. If all 3 trips are full, return home immediately and do not go out. 5. Do not trust any sounds in the dark. 6. Seeing is not always believing. 7. There is a guardhouse downstairs. In case of difficulties, seek help from the guard. 8. There is a stalker in the building. Ignore whatever he says. On the back of the note, 2 lines of crooked blood letters were written. The key belongs to the husband, you cannot take it away. Please arrive at your workplace by 8 o'clock and do not be late. Baby, are there any incorrect rules? Randy asked. Chapter 15 No Fourth Elevator Trip. Mario shook her head. Mommy, all these are correct. Randy nodded in agreement. It was better this way. It saved the trouble of deducing incorrect rules. However, Randy felt an inexplicable unease deep inside. She couldn't quite pinpoint why she felt uneasy at that moment. Deciding to ignore this feeling, Randy tucked away the rules and stepped out of the bedroom. Her husband's eyes sparkled with admiration when he saw Randy in a skirt. Beautiful, he praised sincerely. Randy smiled, greeting him. Honey, I'm off to work. Randy changed into her shoes by the front door. Don't you want breakfast? Her husband asked. A steamer full of hot meat buns sat on the dining table, made by him. After glancing at it, Randy took out a half-pack of finger cookies from her pocket and said with a smile, No thanks, honey. I can't eat meat. This will do for me. Her husband seemed to have forgotten that his wife had gastritis and couldn't eat meat until now. He apologized slightly. Oh, I forgot. Then I'll make you some steamed buns tomorrow morning. All right, thanks, honey, Randy smiled. Her husband turned to tidy up the table. He looked somewhat disappointed, having put in much effort to make bowsy only for no one to eat them. Suddenly, the S-level clearance condition flashed through Randy's mind. Gain your husband's affection and get him to promise to die for you. Achieving the S-level clearance didn't seem feasible under these circumstances. Now, she needed to strive for the SSS-level clearance conditions. Investigate the truth behind Family Day and escape the city. Randy already had her train ticket, so half of the mission was complete. Next, she needed to uncover the truth. Be careful on your way, her husband reminded her. Sure, Randy responded gently. Before leaving, she glanced at the house key by the front door. The key belongs to your husband, you cannot take it. Randy withdrew her gaze calmly. Though she couldn't take the key, she could take other items. By the front door, her husband's flip-lid pocket watch was running. Randy casually put it in her pocket, opened the door, and left. With the sound of the door closing, dong, the motion sensor light in the hallway lit up. Randy noticed her surroundings. A closed hallway with no windows, 4 apartments per floor. Her home was apartment number 4 at the end of the hallway. Standing in the middle of the hallway, Randy found herself facing the elevator on her right and a rusty red iron door on her left. On the lower right corner of the iron door, the words emergency exit glowed in eerie green. Hallway rule number 3. The emergency exit door in the hallway is green, not red. Randy gave the rusted red exit door a glance. Red door, entry forbidden. Creak. The old hinges of the red door creaked, opening a narrow crack. As if tempting Randy to step inside. Randy stared at the dark slit for a moment but had no intention of entering. Turning around, she stood in front of the elevator, pressing the downward arrow beside it. Several seconds passed, the elevator hadn't arrived, yet the hallway light went out. Inside the enclosed hallway, apart from the faint green glow from the sign, everything else was pitch black and silent. Hallway rule number 2. The motion sensor lights often malfunction in the hallway. Do not panic or shout loudly, as it may disturb the neighbors. Randy stomped twice, and the sensor didn't respond. She decided against making more noise. Randy stood in the darkness for a while. About 10 seconds later, a cautious, tiptoeing sound approached cautiously within the hallway, as if trying to avoid being discovered by Randy. The steps grew closer. Randy took a deep breath and waited attentively at the elevator entrance. There was nothing to be afraid of. As long as she followed the rules, those things couldn't touch her. Ding dong. The first elevator arrived. The open elevator door illuminated the darkness in front of Randy. Inside the elevator was an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane. He nodded at Randy. Randy returned the nod but did not enter. Hallway rule number 4. An elevator can only carry one person at a time. Please be aware of the capacity limit. Now she had to wait for the next one. 2 seconds later. The elevator door closed. The brightness emanating from inside the elevator vanished. Randy was once again enveloped in darkness. The cautious footsteps approached again from the darkness. Randy calmly reached out and pressed the downward button again. She started waiting for the second trip. The elevator didn't display its current floor, so Randy could only wait. During this time, the footsteps approached Randy and stopped beside her, motionless. Only its faint breathing could be heard. Randy's spine stiffened. This time, she waited for about a minute before hearing the elevator sound. Ding dong. The elevator door opened once again. Bright light spilled out from the gap. Randy's silhouette was illuminated. There was nothing around her. She looked inside the elevator. This time, there was still someone inside. Inside the elevator stood a sage. The Alexa had a deathly pale face with a red string tied to her hand. She saw Randy's face clearly and asked in a sweet voice. Celine, have you seen my mom? The Alexa flashed a brilliant smile at Randy. Randy smiled back and shook her head, indicating that she hadn't seen her. The Alexa's face fell in disappointment, but a momentary trace of eeriness flickered across her lips. The Alexa pouted in dissatisfaction, pressed the button, and closed the elevator door. The second trip had been missed again. Hallway rule number 5. There will only be 3 morning elevator trips, no 4th trip. Randy silently repeated the rule in her mind. Now, there was just 1 trip left. Surely, there wouldn't be anyone on the last trip. In the dark hallway, Randy pressed the green downward arrow by the elevator door for the 3rd time. At the same moment, all the buttons outside the elevator disappeared. Ding dong. The 3rd elevator door opened. As the gap widened, a ghastly smiling face hidden behind long hair revealed itself inside. A woman in a red long dress with black long hair appeared before Randy. Chill ran down Randy's spine. 3 times with people. She really encountered it. If all 3 trips are full, return home immediately and do not go out. The experts watching the live stream held their breaths. Just as they all thought Randy would immediately return home. She got in. What's going on? Can't Randy see that woman? How can Randy make such a rookie mistake? Is her perspective different from ours? Quick, use the communication device to alert her immediately. The experts panicked. But at that moment, the elevator door closed with a thud. It happened within just 3 seconds, too fast to warn her in time. The experts' hearts sank to the bottom. 3 seconds later, the expected announcement of death did not come. Instead, the live stream showed the scene inside the elevator. Randy survived. She was unharmed. Inside the live stream, Randy stood unscathed next to the woman. After entering, Randy curled her lips into a cold smile. She thought of that misleading rule. If all 3 trips are full, return home immediately and do not go out. But which part of this elevator was full? Weren't there no people inside before she entered? Randy glanced down at the hem of the woman's skirt inside the elevator. Underneath the bright red skirt, there were no feet at all. Chapter 16, Seeing May Not Be Believing. In the narrow elevator, Randy stood side by side with that entity. She glanced at the rear corner of the elevator through the full-length mirror on the side, noticing a pool of fresh blood remaining there. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. Randy slightly frowned and endured the discomfort in her stomach. She reached out and pressed the floor number 1 on the elevator panel. The elevator's electrical system seemed unstable. As soon as she touched the button, the lights in the elevator flickered twice with a buzzing sound. Under the flickering light, the woman standing beside Randy vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, an electronic voice announcement reached Randy's ears. Current floor, 4th floor. The elevator is going down, please be cautious. The elevator is going down, please be cautious. The tone of the voice grew more and more gritted. Once the announcement ended, the flickering white bulb blinked twice again and returned to normal. Inside the elevator, it was bright once more. Randy stood in front of the control panel. Her eyes focused on the electronic display inside the elevator. The number there slowly changed from 4 to 3. Randy withdrew her gaze indifferently. For some reason, inside this elevator, Randy always felt a chill running down her neck. As if something unclean was present. Randy thought for a moment and took out the flip-open pocket watch from her pocket, opening it. Using the reflective surface of the opened watch, Randy saw behind her clearly. She immediately felt her scalp tingle. The woman who had disappeared was now standing right behind her, sniffing at Randy's neck intently. It felt as though she was about to savor a fine dish. Sensing Randy's gaze, the entity behind her lifted its head. Randy saw her face clearly. Sunken cheeks, hollowed eyes. Deadly pale skin cracked like parched earth into grid-like patterns. Especially around the woman's mouth, there were traces of fresh blood, as if she had just feasted. Upon realizing Randy looking at her, the woman's eyes lit up suddenly. She grabbed Randy's arm excitedly. Can you see me? The woman's voice was hoarse, her vocal cords seemingly cut by a knife. Randy raised her hand and shook her off, sidestepping to one side. I can't find my home, take me back. The woman commanded Randy. Randy ignored her. Take me home, take me home. The woman floated back and forth around Randy, her voice eerie and clinging persistently. Home, home, hurry, take me home. The woman's demeanor was overly anxious. Randy caught a glimpse of the mirror on the elevator wall. She noticed that the woman's cracked skin was peeling off like old wallpaper. Randy stepped to the side, ignoring the entity's plea. After a while of entanglement, the elevator's announcement timely chimed. The 1st floor has arrived. The 1st floor has arrived. Elevator doors opening, please mind your step. This announcement was different from before. This time, it seemed to be suppressing laughter. That feeling of barely restrained amusement made Randy feel uneasy. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, illuminating a path for Randy. The pale woman clung to Randy's arm, softening her tone. Please, take me home. I can't find my home. Randy pried the woman's hand off and stepped out. Just as she lifted her foot, the announcement couldn't help but release a low chuckle. It was a very light sound, yet Randy still caught it. What's going on? Randy paused for half a second. She looked at the electronic display. The number 1 was clearly displayed. But that number 1 was oddly distorted, twisted, as if smeared with blood. This time, Randy tentatively took half a step toward the elevator door. The low chuckle appeared again. Something was wrong. Considering the bloodstains on the woman's lips and the pool of blood in the elevator corner, Randy's intuition told her that stepping out of the elevator might lead to a similar fate. Randy retracted her foot. Her sense of unease grew stronger. Glancing back at the woman, Randy noticed the cracks on her face had vanished. The red-clothed woman seemed to see hope and instantly smiled radiantly. You're going to help me, aren't you? Help me get home. The woman's smile widened. Randy eyed her suspiciously. Did this woman just wipe her mouth? Randy distinctly remembered this woman having just finished eating someone. Randy lowered her gaze in thought, her index finger twitching. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. A bold idea unfolded in Randy's mind. She looked at the mirror in the elevator, her pupils suddenly constricting. In the mirror, the red-clothed woman's skin was ghastly, her hair splayed out wildly, her pale skin cracked into pieces, and bloodstains hung from the corners of her mouth. Blood flowed all over the corner of the elevator. But outside the mirror, the woman's face, apart from being somewhat pale, appeared completely normal. Even in the corner of the elevator, there wasn't a single drop of blood. The sixth rule of the hallway. What you see may not be true. So, the scene in the mirror was the real one. Randy felt her scalp tingle. If that was the case, had she missed something? The elevator doors are about to close, the voice announcement urged. Randy ignored it. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Randy quickly took out the slip of paper with the rules and held it up to the mirror. In an instant, all the text on the slip of paper became clear. The original 8 rules had now become 9. 9. Neighbors are friendly. If they seek help, do not refuse them. So, the blood in the elevator was the result of refusing. Chills ran down Randy's spine. She recalled asking the May about the rules not long ago. Honey, are any of the rules wrong? Mommy, they're all correct. He hadn't lied, everything he said was correct. The May hadn't deceived her. It just never occurred to Randy that this damn rule would hide here. The red-clothed woman continued speaking. Help me get home, will you help me? Randy collected her thoughts and put away the slip of paper. She raised her head, trying to look as friendly as possible towards the woman. Okay, I'll help you get home. Chapter 17. Be careful of the stalker. Randy glanced at her pocket watch. The current time was 6:08 a.m. After leaving home, Randy still needed to spend some time finding the nearby hospital and confirming her workplace. To ensure she could arrive at the hospital by 8 o'clock, it would be best for Randy to send this woman back home before 6:30. Randy turned her head. Are you sure you live in this building? The red-clothed woman shook her head in distress. I don't know. Do you remember your family? No. What do you know then? I know nothing. Randy was momentarily speechless. This woman knew nothing about anything. She was indeed a big trouble. Randy thought for a while. Instead of stepping out of the elevator, she directly pressed the guard bell inside it. There is a guard room downstairs. In case of difficulties within the building, assistance can be sought from the guards. Ring, 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 ring. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, this is the guard room. What's the matter? On the other end, a Yisrael's voice spoke. Randy hurriedly said, Hello, I encountered some difficulties. Please come over as soon as possible. The man on the other side paused for a moment, and there was a sound similar to chewing and swallowing coming from his mouth. Randy waited for a few seconds before the man spoke. His tone was quite impatient. All right, got it, I'm coming right away. Before the call was hung up, there was a sound like a cup breaking. Clatter. TSK, be careful, you scared me. Sorry, Moses, are your feet okay? Really, I'm very sorry. Sigh, never mind, pay attention next time, be more careful. Beep, 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 the call was disconnected. Randy stayed in the elevator on the first floor with the red-clothed woman. Since the guard room was downstairs, the guard arrived at the elevator door within less than a minute. What happened? What difficulties did you encounter? A tall man in uniform stepped forward to ask Randy. Randy glanced at the man's feet. The man was wearing brand new black high-top leather boots, which had a few scratches from glass shards. Randy's gaze turned cold, and she pursed her lips without responding. Speak. What difficulty did you encounter? Are you calling me here just to mess around? The man became somewhat flustered. Are you going to say something or not? If not, I'll leave. The man glared at her angrily. Randy acted as if she didn't see him and remained silent. Humph. Next time you call me, I won't come. What kind of person are you really? The Yisrael shook his head and left angrily. Callie looked puzzled. Mommy, why didn't you respond to him? It seems he's that guard. Randy concluded, he's not. Why not? Callie asked in confusion. Isn't his shoe mark and behavior consistent? Callie, do you remember what the other person said after the cup broke? Callie scratched her head. He said, sorry, Moses, are your feet okay? Really, I'm very sorry. Is there something wrong with that? Callie didn't feel there was any problem. All details seemed to match. Randy replied, of course, it's wrong. Feet and shoes are two different things. If someone is wearing thick high-top shoes, it's impossible for their feet to be injured. Would you still ask if their feet are okay? No. Callie shook her head. If his feet are well protected and obviously uninjured, I definitely wouldn't ask that. But if you happen to damage someone else's new leather shoes? Randy asked. Callie was troubled. That would be disastrous. I might care more about compensating for the shoes. Clever, Randy smiled. So the guard we were talking to on the phone definitely wasn't him. Callie also came to the same conclusion. The fake guard who came this time mimicked the details so accurately, suggesting they have been following them for a long time. Randy recalled Article 8 of the building code. There is a stalker in the building. No matter what he says, do not pay attention to him. This was the reason why Randy remained silent all along. That man was the stalker. Not long after, the Real guard Moses came over in slippers, making pater-pater sounds as he opened the elevator door. Moses had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking even less friendly than the stalker. His toes were slightly scraped, bleeding a little. Speak. What difficulties did you encounter? Moses asked in a harsh tone. Judging from Moses's line of sight, he seemed unable to see the red-clothed woman. Moses, hasn't a woman recently died in the building? Take me to where she was, Randy directly requested. Moses's eyes widened. What are you going there for? How unlucky. Despite his verbal reluctance, Moses still complied. Although he complained, he still swiped his employee card with a drip sound. Ding, administrator mode activated. Please follow the administrator manual for elevator operation. Moses strode in and pressed the button for the 7th floor. Randy was surprised for a moment. The elevator did not trigger an overload alarm. Current floor, level 1. Elevator ascending, please be cautious. The voice inside the elevator announced. Moses stood shoulder to shoulder with Randy, while the red-clothed woman obediently followed behind. Moses glanced at Randy's outfit and couldn't help but strike up a conversation. All these outfits, what kind of cost something do young people play? Quite bloody looking. Faced with Moses's teasing, Randy politely smiled. It seemed Moses was a normal person who could tell that her Annie skirt was tattered and bloodstained. You're going to the crime scene to play detective? Moses joked. Randy made up an excuse offhand. Not really. My friend wants to buy a cheap house and asked me to check it out. Moses chuckled. Your friend, TSK, is quite bold. Ding dong, the elevator arrived. Moses led Randy out, and the red-clothed woman closely followed. The three walked to a door with a seal on it. Here it is. Moses pointed to the door. I've brought you here. Randy looked at the red-clothed woman and signaled with her eyes. The red-clothed woman gave a grateful smile and said thank you before floating over and passing through the door. Seeing Moses turn around, Randy thanked him with a smile. I know, thank you, Moses. I'll bring my friend here next time. Moses waved his hand indifferently and walked back to the elevator entrance. The elevator buttons that had disappeared reappeared when Moses swiped his work ID with a drip. They entered one after the other. Oh right, Moses, do you know where there's a hospital nearby? Randy asked. After leaving the residential area, Randy needed to find her workplace. While Moses was there and willing to talk, Randy hurriedly asked. Without any hesitation, Moses answered. Huicheng has only 2 hospitals. Go straight out of the residential area, past the first intersection, and you'll reach Red Cross Hospital. Walk another 2 kilometers, turn right and go straight until the end, and you'll arrive at Huicheng People's Hospital. Unexpectedly, this place had 2 hospitals, causing Randy to frown slightly. All right, noted, thanks, Moses. After politely thanking him, they arrived at the ground floor of the elevator. She followed Moses out. They briefly bid farewell, and Moses leisurely walked into the guard room. Randy left the residential area alone, heading toward the uncertain path to her workplace. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, she must arrive at her workplace to sign in. 2 hospitals, choose one. Randy glanced at her pocket watch. Current time, 6:30 a.m. Randy raised her head. Dawn was just breaking. The deserted streets were occasionally patrolled by a few passers-by. Randy took a few breaths of the chilly morning air and set foot on the empty street. Chapter 18 The Looping Street. The streets of Huicheng were not bustling. Especially this area near the outskirts, it could be described as desolate. Most of the adjacent buildings were old 2-story houses. The economy in this area mainly relied on the 2 nearby hospitals. The narrow streets were eerie. Only 2 or 3 households had their doors open, with dim yellow lights shining inside. Randy followed Moses's indication and looked into the distance. Beyond this cluster of low-rise houses stood a towering hospital building. That should be the Red Cross Hospital. Randy quickened her pace and walked toward it. Miss, interested in a coffin? Top-grade Nanmu wood. The owner of a neighboring coffin shop greeted Randy enthusiastically. Randy gave a brief glance but did not respond. It was early morning, and she wondered what the shop owner was thinking selling coffins then. No problem if you don't want a coffin. I also have items for warding off evil spirits. The coffin shop owner chuckled, revealing his charred yellow teeth. He pointed his stubby fingers towards the dark door inside the dimly lit shop, looking mysterious. There are good things, the owner said while checking that no one else was around, lowering his voice towards Randy. Randy turned her gaze away, continuing her steps without stopping. Come by whenever you change your mind, my shop is open 24/7. The coffin shop owner stretched his neck, shouting after Randy's back with some reluctance. Seeing Randy indifferent, the coffin shop owner curled his lips and sneered. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, young people, they will come back. Carrying Gabrielle, Randy continued walking down the street. She took out finger-shaped biscuits from her pocket, munching them as breakfast, barely filling her stomach. While discarding the packaging, she reminded Gabrielle, when we arrive at the hospital, don't make any rash moves. There might be new rules. Gabrielle nodded. They hadn't walked far when Gabrielle suddenly shouted, Mommy, look, it's that old grandpa. Randy's heart skipped a beat. Was it the Noah who hid under her bed? Didn't he die? Randy looked up, breaking out in a cold sweat. An elderly beggar woman, wearing bright red high heels and having bloody long nails, was staring at her unblinkingly. Her body was draped in all sorts of mismatched women's clothing, blouses, lingerie, leather jackets, floral dresses, all jumbled up together. You're beautiful, the Peggy stared at Randy with a dazed expression. Randy quickly lowered her head and moved her gaze away. Instinctively, she sped up. Randy remembered clearly that Gabrielle had mentioned this Noah climbing through her window at 4 o'clock in the morning, accidentally being caught and eating his heart. If that's true, why was he now here on the street? After walking for about 5 minutes, the Peggy's gaze finally disappeared. However, another coffin shop appeared ahead. The owner looked exactly like the one she encountered earlier, just less enthusiastic. This coffin shop owner was squatting at the entrance, grinning as he was cleaning his teeth. He spat out meat scraps onto the ground, noticing Randy's gaze. Instantly, the owner stood up. The coffin shop owner grinned widely. "Oh, Alexa, back again? Interested in a coffin?" He gestured towards the inside, inviting Randy to come in and take a look. Furrowing her brows, Randy felt a bit suspicious. Why did he say again? Could the previous shop owner be the same person? This time, Randy became more alert. She asked directly, "Have we met before?" The coffin shop owner touched his nose. "Questions come with a price. I'm a businessman." "What kind of price?" "One question costs one finger segment. Quite cheap, isn't it? Ready to deal now?" "Not necessary for now," Randy declined outright. It wasn't because she was unwilling to spare Magdalena's fingers. Rather, the transaction was simply not cost-effective. Finger segments would diminish each use and wasting them wouldn't be worth it. To find the answer, Randy thought it was simple. All she needed to do was walk a couple of steps to figure it out. It might be possible that the shops were run by two brothers. Upon hearing Randy's refusal, the coffin shop owner knew this deal was off. He pouted, somewhat unsatisfied. Still, considering Randy had potential as a customer, the boss offered a warning. "Be careful, the dogs on the street can bite. When the dogs chase you, never run. The faster you run, the quicker they pursue." Randy's eyes flickered. "Thank you." Although she didn't quite understand what the boss meant, Randy felt that his words could possibly save her life. The coffin shop owner waved at Randy. "Go on, don't let the kids wait too long." The boss turned and went inside. Randy did not linger any longer and left. After walking about 500 meters, a cool breeze stirred in the alley. A plastic wrapper rustled against the ground and blew to Randy's feet. Randy glanced at it casually, but instantly felt a chill down her spine. Could it really be a ghostly trick? This familiar packaging, wasn't it from the finger-shaped biscuits she had eaten earlier this morning? Gabrielle also noticed something odd. "Mommy, maybe someone else threw it?" Gabrielle asked. Randy bent down, picked up the wrapper, and opened it to take a look inside. Her fingertips grew cold. "No. This is the one I threw away," Randy concluded. "While eating this morning, one of the biscuits was too hard, so I didn't eat it. It's still inside." Randy took out the biscuit and showed it to Gabrielle. Gabrielle understood as well. It seemed they might not be able to leave this alley. Randy opened her pocket watch to check the time. It was now 6:40 a.m. They had already been out of the neighborhood for 10 minutes. Just as Randy lowered her head to look at the watch, the sound of click, click, click high heels caught her attention. The footsteps were light and heavy alternately, getting closer with each step. Randy immediately looked up alertly. She saw the old beggar woman in women's clothing approaching them with a dazed smile, limping. "Pretty, hey, so pretty." The old beggar had a lame leg. Dragging her right foot, she blocked the street ahead, inching closer to Randy. Randy barely had time to think. She turned around and started walking back. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the coffin shop owner's words. "When the dogs chase you, never run. The faster you run, the quicker they pursue." Was this what he was hinting at? Better safe than sorry. If the coffin shop owner planned to do business with her for a long time, he wouldn't deceive her. Randy abandoned the idea of running and walked quickly instead. Walking urgently, Randy soon left the Noah with the disabled right leg far behind. When Randy relaxed, she realized she had arrived back at the coffin shop. Seeing her return, the coffin shop owner's eyes twinkled. "Maribel, welcome back. Come in and have a look." The coffin shop owner pitched enthusiastically. Randy remembered that the owner mentioned selling items to ward off evil spirits besides coffins. "So," Randy said, "I'd like to see the items for warding off evil spirits." The coffin shop owner beamed with a welcoming smile. "Come on in. Our shop may be small, but we have everything. All kinds of things inside." The coffin shop owner led Randy into the shop and guided her to the black door. Chapter 19, The Coffin Shop Transaction. "Please come in, ladies first." The coffin shop owner considerately lifted the black curtain and gestured for Randy to enter. Randy saw that it was pitch dark inside and didn't move. "Lead the way then. Is letting me go in first supposed to get me to buy an extra coffin?" Randy asked with a teasing tone. Since leaving her residential area, she had been constantly observing the surroundings. She had already read the shop rules at the entrance of the coffin shop 3 times. The first rule clearly stated, "Visiting is allowed, but please always follow behind the owner. Remember this. By proposing ladies first, the coffin shop owner obviously intended to set a trap. As for why he didn't want Randy to die on the street but preferred to let her die in the shop, Randy speculated it had something to do with his interests. Realizing Randy had seen through his plan, the coffin shop owner sniffed. He walked in as if he didn't care. "What's there to be afraid of? This place is just a little dark." The coffin shop owner confidently entered, flipping on the hanging lamp with a click. The cramped space was lit up by dim yellow light. Randy followed him in. When she entered, the black dog at the door quickly got up. The dog, wearing an iron chain around its neck, trotted to the coffin shop owner's feet and barked twice, woof woof. It seemed hungry and was asking for food from its master. The coffin shop owner glanced sideways at Randy and pretended to scold the dog. "Bark, bark, bark. You'll scare my customer. If you're hungry, lie down quietly." Randy wasn't at all surprised that if she had entered this dark room first, she would have ended up dead in the mouth of the starving dog. The coffin shop owner apparently knew what Randy was looking to buy. He directly took out a sheep-flavored sachet, dripped a drop of sheep blood on it, and handed it to her. Here, this can ward off evil spirits. Once it smells it, it will naturally keep its distance. The boss mentioned should refer to the thing chasing Randy on the street. Randy took the sachet, weighed it in her hand, and asked, "Can this help me walk out of a ghost circle?" The coffin shop owner was very confident, "Of course. As long as that thing doesn't dare to appear, you'll be able to walk out." Randy asked, "How much does it cost?" The coffin shop owner held up one finger, showing a 1. One finger. The coffin shop owner chuckled, "Just a small business, I'll use it to feed my black dog." Hearing this, the black dog wagged its tail happily. "Alright, I'll make the deal." As soon as Randy finished speaking, the black dog, acting as if it understood human emotions, bit onto her pinky finger. It bit it clean off and carried it away to eat. The coffin shop owner was delighted, thinking this guest was quick. Other guests usually hesitated before firmly refusing him. After all, losing a finger wasn't a trivial matter. Before he could blink, however, he watched in disbelief as Randy's severed finger grew back right in front of him. The coffin shop owner was stunned, stuttering. This. What's going on? How do you still have 5 fingers? For a moment, he suspected the dog hadn't bitten successfully, but turning around, he saw the black dog nibbling on the finger happily. The coffin shop owner finally admitted defeat. Hey, this must be a big client, she can regenerate body parts. If she becomes a regular, they could be rolling in wealth. With this thought, the coffin shop owner's eyes twinkled as he put on a smile. "Oh my, young lady, I didn't expect someone your age to have such impressive skills. So, anything else you need from the shop, I'll give you one for free. Just promise to take better care of my business in the future." Randy didn't hesitate. Why refuse something given for free? Her gaze swept around the shop and eventually settled on an item in the corner. It was covered by a worn-out black cloth. Judging by its shape, it looked like a paper house. "I want that one," Randy pointed. Upon hearing this, the coffin shop owner's eyes bulged wide. This girl was too perceptive. He had deliberately hidden the good items in obscure corners, yet she still found them. The coffin shop owner's face turned grim. That paper house was not cheap at all. In this strange world, once burned by its holder, it became a portable storage space. If sold at the regular price, even 5 fingers might not be enough. The coffin shop owner felt a twinge of pain. However, having said it, it wouldn't be decent to retract his offer. After mumbling for a while, he finally closed his eyes and waved his hand. "Forget it. Take it. That paper house would normally cost at least 10 fingers, but I'll consider it an investment in gaining you as a returning customer. Remember to look after my business more in the future." The coffin shop owner grumbled a couple more times. Still, he took out the paper house, along with the manual, and handed them over to Randy. Randy smiled heartily. "Thank you." Randy skimmed through the manual and found that this item was indeed a treasure. Burning the paper house would grant her a portable storage space. Randy hadn't expected that she would gain such a significant advantage from the owner unintentionally. Feeling elated at the moment, she became generous. She then extended her other pinky finger to the black dog, inviting it to eat. The black dog was worried about not having eaten enough before. Now getting another finger, it naturally enjoyed itself, rubbing against Randy's feet like an adoring pet. As this series of events unfolded, Randy was happy, the black dog was happy, and even the coffin shop owner was happy. Only Magdalena from Huagua was unhappy. Magdalena was writhing in pain on the floor of the house, her screams becoming increasingly shrill. The super doubled pain was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Magdalena was suffering intensely, almost dying from the agony. Her most beloved daughter, Bonnie, had already packed up and fled. The only man who truly loved her, Randy's real father, had been sacrificed early by her as a scapegoat and had long since lost his mind due to contamination. It was miraculous enough that he wasn't eating her. There was no way he could come to her aid. Magdalena felt utterly despairing, more so than ever before. Lying on the ground, she pondered bitterly and finally felt as if her lungs were about to burst. "Bitch child. I don't believe nobody can cure you." Enduring the excruciating pain, Magdalena crawled up and posted a high-priced bounty online. She claimed that anyone who could connect her to the organization behind the strange world would receive half of her demolition compensation as a reward. Where there is great reward, there are brave souls. Soon, an anonymous internet user with a death skull and crossbones #profile picture sent a message. "Hello, madam. I can help you, but the price is..." Seeing the message notification, Magdalena was delighted. But after clicking in and seeing the price, cold sweat immediately covered her back. With a loud bang, she slammed the laptop shut, too terrified to look any further. Chapter 20, Misleading. Randy walked out of the coffin shop with Mario. A black mark on her fair hand flickered twice and then quickly vanished. It was left by binding the paper house. Randy looked up at the sky. The originally indigo sky outside had become much brighter now. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Randy took out a mutton-flavored sachet and hung it at her waist. According to folk beliefs, dogs have very sharp senses of smell, but they avoid the scent of mutton. They think that it signifies their own kind being hunted, hence they would try to avoid it. The black dog inside the coffin shop didn't react at all when the shop owner brought out the mutton-flavored sachet. So that black dog is probably not a dog at all. And the thing that prevented Randy from walking out of this looped alley was truly a dog that was afraid of the smell of mutton. Thinking about this, Randy's eyes darkened slightly. She felt that the strange Noah on the street was definitely connected to the family taboo day of the family of 3. To uncover the truth, she probably still needed to confront that strange person face to face. After hanging the sachet properly, Randy walked toward the alley. The scent of mutton would continue to emanate for 30 minutes, enough for Randy to traverse this alley back and forth. 30 minutes later, if she wanted to use it again, she would need to drip in a drop of sheep's blood to activate the scent. The coffin shop owner gave her a bag of sheep's blood for free. Randy dripped some out, sealed it with plastic film, and tied it together with the sachet. In case of any emergencies, Randy just needed to pinch the plastic seal and squeeze out the sheep's blood to activate the sachet's scent. This time, after wearing the sachet for about 10 minutes, Randy did not see that strangely dressed Noah who was guarding the road. She successfully walked out of the bungalow area, passed through the first intersection, and came to the gate of Red Cross Hospital. The guard at the hospital entrance was dozing off in his booth, supporting his head with his hand. His head dropped suddenly as if he were asleep. But his neck seemed to lack gravity. The guard's head simply rolled onto the table directly. Knock knock. Randy knocked on the glass window. Hearing the noise, the head on the table moved its eyeballs around. The guard realized someone was there. He hurriedly picked up his head and reattached it. Ahem, the guard cleared his throat and stood up. Madam, what can I do for you? The guard opened the window and looked at Randy. Randy asked, excuse me, where can I find the list of newly hired employees? Rehired employees usually report along with new hires. The guard pointed to the backyard. There's a bulletin board in the backyard. Randy smiled lightly and nodded to him. Thank you. After saying this, she headed toward the backyard of the hospital. Seeing her leave, the guard yawned while covering his mouth and sat down to continue dozing off. After entering the hospital, Randy went straight to the notice board. She found the list of new employees and checked it thoroughly. Surprisingly, she found nothing. Not only was there no Hannah, even Quora wasn't on the list. During this time, a few middle school students came out, holding their arms as if they had just donated blood. Those students were chatting happily but stopped talking and moved away when they saw Randy. They were probably frightened by Randy's bloody Annie dress. Randy glanced at them and withdrew her gaze. She looked at her pocket watch. It was 7:15. She said to Mario, not this one, let's go to the People's Hospital. Huiju City People's Hospital was quite far from here. Randy had no spare time to linger, so she turned and rushed towards the place immediately. On the way, she encountered students from Huiju No. 3 Middle School heading to school. After struggling through the crowd, she finally arrived at Huiju City People's Hospital. When Randy got there, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. The entire Huiju City People's Hospital seemed to have undergone a catastrophe. The luminous sign of Huiju City People's Hospital was askew and damaged, swaying precariously. Only the characters, heart, and people were emitting red light intermittently. The whole outer wall of the hospital appeared as if scorched by a fire, covered with wounds, broken and charred black. On every floor, there were floating figures of Benedicts and Annies. Each figure was shrouded in a layer of black gas. They had blurry faces and wore dried up, blackened bodies, wandering around various places in the hospital. Randy noticed a notice pasted at the gate of the hospital. Do not enter. Hazardous building. Mommy, what do we do? Are we still going in? Mario asked. Randy hesitated. It was 7:40 now. She needed to report to her workplace before 8 o'clock. But the scene in front of her clearly indicated that entering would be a death sentence. Mommy, but you're a Annie, not going in to report will result in death, Mario's melancholic voice sounded. Now, Randy was faced with only two choices. Not going in would mean being punished by the rules, leading to death. Going in would mean being consumed by them, also leading to death. But she was a Annie at the hospital, and this city only had 2 hospitals. A situation where death was inevitable. How could such an inevitable death situation occur in this strange world? Which part went wrong? Randy closed her eyes and began recalling every detail from start to finish. From confirming her job as a Annie, to confirming that Huiju City only had 2 hospitals. Then, coming to each hospital one by one for reporting. Who said her job was a Annie at the beginning? It was her husband. Her husband gave her a Annie's uniform, saying, Clarice, this is a new dress I bought for you as a gift for returning to work today. How do you like it? Do you want to try it on? Next came asking Moses about the 2 hospitals in Huiju City. Wait. Randy suddenly opened her eyes, realizing something, and her skin broke out in goosebumps instantly. She started running back. It was wrong. It was wrong from the very beginning. Throughout, no one ever explicitly said her job was a Annie. Randy subconsciously associated returning to work gift with Annie's uniform, assuming her job was a Annie based on her husband's hint. She had been misled by her husband from the very start. Suddenly, all the details lined up perfectly. During her journey to the hospital, the old neighbor and coffin shop owner reminded her, don't let the kids wait too long. And the few middle school students she met at the last hospital looked cautiously at her. So her real job should be teacher at Huiju City No. 3 Middle School. Randy felt extremely terrified. She realized she had forgotten that she and her husband were always adversaries. The rule Randy received made no mention of her job position. It was obviously meant for her to figure out herself. And her adversarial husband wouldn't make it easy for her to find the answer. Randy sprinted quickly towards the school. Report back to work before 8 o'clock. Enter the school, find the signboard, go to the administrative office. Chime, chime, chime. The original clock tower in the school building pointed its second hand at 12, signaling the hour. Oh no. 8 o'clock. Randy held her breath, following the signboard, dashing up to the third-floor administrative office. In the very last moment before the wooden door of the administrative office was about to close, Randy tore off her Annie's uniform, threw it into the space pocket, and lunged forward, crashing inside. Chapter 21, Clarice's Delusion. Liu Shochin. Here. Randy responded loudly. Upon rushing in, she was met by the stern and cold face of the female director of academic affairs. Randy made quite a commotion. So much so that the other teachers in the room were disturbed by her actions and turned their gazes towards the door. Except for the slightly annoyed academic affairs director, every other person's expression was as lifeless as dead fish eyes. Randy maintained her posture from when she burst through the door. Her back was soaked with sweat, and a cool breeze outside caused a chill to rise within her. The academic affairs director's sharp gaze swept over her before continuing to call out other names. After the roll call was completed and no one was absent, the director's expression eased slightly. Adjusting her rimless glasses on the bridge of her nose, she instructed in a grave tone. All teachers present today are to immediately follow me to the next room for a meeting. Bring your notebooks and pens. With that said, the group exited the academic affairs office one after another, heading to the neighboring room. The meeting lasted all morning. Throughout the entire morning, emphasis was repeatedly placed on one rule. At any time, please prioritize the safety of the students above all else. In the afternoon, Randy was brought back to her original classroom. Inside the classroom were 3 familiar faces, the same 3 students she had encountered at the Red Cross hospital that morning. They were very lovely but somewhat socially anxious girls. By the time all tasks were completed for the day, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It was well past regular working hours. After tidying up her desk, Randy was just about to leave when Mario put forward a request. Mommy, can we take a detour on our way back? I don't want to see the high-heeled grandpa. Mario's voice carried a hint of pleading, seemingly genuinely uncomfortable. Randy's eyes flickered. She certainly knew that avoiding the creature was the safest course of action. But this was a strange world where you could hide temporarily but not forever. Randy had a hunch. She believed that the odd Noah who kept appearing might be the key to unlocking the mystery of this parallel world. Sweetie, Mommy has something to take care of and can't take a detour. Why don't you go home first via the detour and wait for Mommy? Mario propped her chin in thought for a while before agreeing to Randy's suggestion. Okay. Mario hopped off Randy's shoulder and waved goodbye casually. Then I'll go ahead, Mommy. Good. After bidding farewell to Mario, Randy came to the alley entrance alone. She pondered calmly for a few seconds. Then she walked to a ruined wall nearby, picked up a few bricks suitable for handling, and stored them in her spatial ring. Only after making these preparations did Randy step into the alley. Under the dim streetlights, the nightlit alley was barely visible. Randy had deliberately tucked away the sachet to avoid having the Noah smell it and flee. The small alley was eerily quiet, unsettlingly so. Each of Randy's steps exuded caution. Just as Randy assumed the weird Noah wouldn't appear, he did. Not only did the Noah appear, but he also blocked the path of the 3 girls passing by. Hearing the girls' cries for help, Randy recognized them as her own students. A lesson from the morning's meeting resurfaced in Randy's mind. At any time, please prioritize the safety of the student. Now, Randy understood why they learned that rule all morning. It was waiting for her here. Now she would confront the Noah head-on and uncover his secret. Stop. Randy stepped forward, yelling coldly. The Noah paused, holding onto the girl's hands. He raised his head with an eerie smile, looking at Randy, his eyes glowing strangely. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 girls broke free and hurriedly fled. Left alone in the dark alley, only the Noah and Randy remained. Randy's eyes were fixed on him, ready to speak. Suddenly, the creature teleported in front of Randy and clutched her neck. Pushed down, Randy was forced to sit in the corner. At a critical moment, she retrieved the bricks from her spatial ring and struck the Noah's head repeatedly. Each blow elicited a muffled cry of pain from the Noah. Finally, the Noah's eyes closed, and he released Randy. Randy quickly stood up and fled. As she rose, Randy felt exceptionally light, as if her body was peeling away from itself. Was she splitting into a clone? Randy turned around curiously and discovered an identical wife lying in the same corner. The Noah's previously closed eyes snapped open again. With a laugh, he extended his dirty hands towards the body of the wife. Alora struggled and cried for help, but no one paid attention. Randy tried to reach out to help but found her hand passing through their bodies. In the chaos, the wife bit off half of the Noah's ear and spat it on the ground. She took advantage of the moment when the Noah was clutching his ear to crawl up and call her husband. Alora ran while making the phone call. After 7 or 8 seconds, the call finally connected. Before she could speak, the red-eyed Noah pounced at her again. He covered her mouth, grabbed her slender neck, and dragged her towards a desolate corner. Alora's phone fell to the ground. Through the phone, her husband's voice came through. Hello, honey. Hello. Can you hear me? Is something wrong? If not, I'll hang up. There's an outbreak at the pig farm, and things are busy here. Hello. After a few seconds of silence, the call was hung up. Randy stood by like a ghost, witnessing the entire ordeal of her wife being violated. She tried to stop it but couldn't interfere at all. The tragedy unfolded before her eyes, leaving Randy feeling profoundly helpless. Afterwards, the strange Noah left with the wife's clothes. The victim's hair was disheveled, her tears dried out. She appeared almost delirious as she crawled on the ground, picked up her phone, and reported the incident to the police. The police car arrived quickly. Randy overheard some officers discussing. That cross-dressing Noah is mentally ill. During his episodes, his actions aren't considered illegal. This makes it difficult. Does he have a guardian? No, they say he's a homeless person. Alora's mental state was deteriorating rapidly. Her lips were pale, and her body trembled violently. Standing nearby, Randy tried to draw attention through shouting and touching, but in vain. Occasionally, Randy saw her own reflection in the window of the police car. Her face showed no features at all. "Who are you?" Randy felt a man's voice asking her. She was certain the question was directed at her. At this moment, the wife was being questioned by the police. A policeman draped a coat over the wife. "What's your name?" Alora buried her head, her voice barely audible. "Hannah." Since the wife is Hannah, who is Randy now? "Who are you really?" The questioning voice echoed again in Randy's ears. Randy knew she could be anyone, but definitely not Hannah. Randy thought for 2 seconds. The first rule flashed in her mind. Family rule, number 1. Remember, your name is Quora. Your name is Quora. Your name is Quora. Never forget your name. No matter who asks you, tell them your name is Quora. Randy answered firmly, "My name is Quora." As soon as these words were spoken, her missing facial features returned. Randy found herself in a void. "Are you sure? What's your name?" "I'm sure, my name is Quora." As Randy finished speaking, the void vanished again, and brightness returned to her vision. Randy slowly opened her eyes. She was sitting in front of a psychiatrist's desk. The man asking her name was the Benedict. After hearing Randy, the Benedict shook his head solemnly. He looked at the husband and said, "Your wife suffers from severe schizophrenia." That event hit her hard. To escape the pain, she imagined another self. Chapter 22, The Truth Behind the... At this moment, a system notification sounded in Randy's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the key plot. The Happy Day scenario is now unlocked at 90%. After leaving the psychiatric department, Eerie asked Randy to stay where she was and not move. Randy nodded in agreement. Though she appeared to comply with her husband's request, she secretly followed him out. Her husband was quite cautious. He walked to the end of the corridor and looked back several times as if to confirm that no one was following him. Randy quickly ducked behind a corner to hide herself. Once he was sure his wife wasn't following, the husband relaxed and quickly turned into an examination room. Randy glanced in the direction of the examination room. At the entrance of that area hung a blue sign that read obstetrics and gynecology in large letters. Why was he here? Randy had a vague guess in her mind. She moved closer cautiously. Through the crack in the door, she saw her husband and the Benedict moving about. Randy held her breath and listened intently to their conversation. "I want to get my wife a box of birth control pills. Can you guarantee it will prevent pregnancy?" "Well, we cannot guarantee that. The success rate for emergency contraception is only 85%. And if she does get pregnant, can we terminate it afterward?" "Sir, I don't really recommend it. Your wife recently had a miscarriage, and another abortion so soon would be very harmful to her body." After leaving the hospital, Randy returned home with her husband. During dinner, no matter how many finger biscuits Randy wanted, her husband would always oblige her. That night, Randy went to bed early, finding Mario waiting inside. Upon returning, she removed the dagger hidden behind the wedding photo and placed it in her storage space. Eerie did not return to the bedroom that night. Late at night, the doll in the wardrobe turned its eyes, a drop of blood fell from them, and it seemed to cry. "Mommy, why do you only like sister and not me?" "Why?" Outside the room, high heels could be heard moving around. Soon after, the sound of meat being chopped in the kitchen started. The toilet in the bedroom flushed non-stop. Randy felt that the truth of the scenario was almost revealed. The overlooked detail might be the final answer. The next morning, as soon as Randy woke up, she slipped into the living room and turned on the TV before her husband noticed. There were no rules prohibiting her from turning on the TV. Randy clearly remembered that when she first entered this scenario, the note with the rules was under the TV. Back then, her husband seemed especially afraid of her getting close to the TV. The more forbidden something was, the closer it might be to the truth. The TV turned on. A news report played on repeat. It has been reported that a wife suffering from schizophrenia took the lives of herself, her husband, and son by burning charcoal on their wedding anniversary. Eerie and son have been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, but the wife tragically passed away. According to neighbors, the deceased, named Hannah, was known for being kind-hearted and helpful, working as a teacher at Huicheng Third Middle School. At that moment, Randy sensed 2 figures appear behind her. She immediately became alert. Turning around, she saw her husband and son looking at her mournfully. They were crying. Her husband no longer had pig ears or a pig nose, and her son was no longer dressed as a Alexa. Eerie covered his face and sobbed, "I'm sorry, dear. It's all my fault. If I had paid more attention to that phone call, maybe we could have prevented this." The son was also blaming himself. "Mom, I'm sorry. My birth caused you pain. If I weren't born, if I were sister. I'm so sorry." At this point, Randy knew the entire truth. This bizarre world within the scenario stemmed from the wife's mental state. Alora in the scenario had suffered from long-term depression and developed severe schizophrenia. To escape reality, she had given herself a new name, Quora, in her mental world. In her delusion, she was not the victim Hannah but an outsider named Quora. She imagined her unhappy married life was not due to being raped and bearing the child of her rapist. Under her self-hypnosis, she attempted to fill the role of the evil mother-in-law, someone who harmed her but escaped legal consequences. From the wife's diary, it was evident she tried to convince herself that her unhappiness in marriage was due to conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Her long-term depression led her to frequently engage in extreme behaviors, including suicide attempts. Each time her husband discovered this, he would isolate her to prevent further self-harm. But in Hannah's mental world, her husband's protection became abuse instead. This was why at the beginning, the wife had been tied up by her husband and released from a suitcase. Because this was the world as imagined by the wife. As for the endless loop in the small alley, it was due to the wife's subconscious belief that the harm was endless, like a recurring nightmare. Ely's obsession stemmed from the swine fever incident at the pig farm, where he ignored his wife's call for help. So in the ghost story, the husband gradually turned into a pig. The son's obsession was the desire to gain his mother's love. So he became more feminine, becoming exactly like the sister who should have been born, to please his mother. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Randy's ear. Congratulations to the host for successfully uncovering the truth of the scenario. Happy Day Scenario Exploration, 100%. Pass Clarice's ticket redeemed. You have gained the qualification to board. Clearance level for this run, SSS level. Perfect clearance achieve. Rewards are now being issued. Quagwa will be spared from this haunting. Selected 1 Randy gains new ability Eye of Truth. The attribute of Eye of Truth was implanted into Randy's brain, and she found out it was a skill that could discern the truth or falsity of rules or text. At this point, Randy detached from the wife's body and became herself again. Before leaving, Randy couldn't help but ask, "You didn't die back then, did you?" Ely and Son nodded simultaneously. "If you are human and stay here, you will only become increasingly corrupted. This ghost story world is not suitable for you." Randy tried to persuade them. Ely smiled and shook his head, while the son also had no intention of leaving. Randy understood their meaning. Ely would rather stay in the ghost story world as an NPC with his son, so he could continue to see his deceased wife. Knowing further persuasion was futile, Randy didn't waste more words. She closed her eyes and merged into the void. Bound family member of the selected 1, Magdalena, will remain alive temporarily. Now unlocking the second scenario, Ghost Train. Magdalena has been unbound. Current bind changed to Bonnie. Please prepare yourself. Randy opened her eyes again. She was already on a rocking train. Standing in the aisle of a hard-seat carriage, noise filled her ears. Elders talking loudly, middle-aged men bragging while slapping their legs, children babbling. But strangely, she heard the sounds but saw no one. Move aside, move aside. Hot water, hot water. A bowl of instant noodles floated past Randy. Randy sidestepped to avoid it. Beer, drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, red bean porridge. Please pull in your legs, Tilda. A small cart slowly approached from ahead. Randy couldn't see the vendor or the passengers blocking the way. At this moment, a basketball rolled down from the seat and dropped to Randy's feet. Pretty sister, can you pick up the ball for me? Second scenario officially begins. Scenario name Ghost Train. Scenario description: at midnight, the Z114 train bound for Fenling runs normally on the tracks. However, eerie events keep happening in this seemingly calm carriage. Clearance conditions. 1. SSS level. Find and eliminate the pollution source in the carriage. 2. S level. Successfully get a ticket upgrade to a sleeper compartment and arrive safely at the terminal station. 3. A level. Arrive safely at the terminal station. Chapter 23. The Ghost Train, New Instance. Randy bent down to pick up the basketball and passed it toward the empty seat. Thank you, big sister. A pair of invisible small hands quickly received it. Right at this moment, melodious music slowly flowed from the train's loudspeakers. Then, a gentle female voice spoke. Dear passengers, welcome aboard the Z114 train. I am the announcer for this trip, and now I will introduce the rules for riding. 1. This train runs from Huicheng to Fenling. It will not stop at any platforms during the journey. If necessary, please open the window and jump out. 2. The operation time of the train is from 7 p.m. today to 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. All carriages will turn off the lights at 9 p.m. After the lights are turned off, do not trust any sound, including mine. 3. Each carriage is equipped with 1 crew member. They all wear white shirts and black waistcoats. You can fully trust them. 4. There are no staff members wearing red waistcoats on this train. If you encounter anyone by accident, please immediately find an empty seat nearby and sit down immediately. 5. At any time, if you see children singing Anniery rhymes, bow your head immediately and cover your ears tightly. 6. 1 seat per person for this trip. Before the lights go out, if you have not found a seat, please go to Carriage 09 immediately. Carriage 09 is the dining car and has empty seats. You can rest assured and spend the night there. 7. The dining car passes through each carriage at irregular times daily. The food on the dining car is freshly made on the same day. The ingredients are fresh and the taste is delicious. Please feel free to eat it. 8. During the journey, the crew members will provide honey water once for free. For your safety, please drink it while it's hot. 9. Do not be curious about or open the black garbage bags collected by the crew members. Thank you for your cooperation. These are the riding rules for this train. Irregular riding leads to 2 rows of tears from loved ones. Thank you again for listening, wishing you a pleasant journey. The announcer spoke very slowly. After she finished speaking, only a few seconds later, the train began accelerating accompanied by a sharp whistle. Electric poles outside the window flashed past one after another rapidly. Between the wheels, there was a clang sound. At the same time, Randy's mind automatically identified errors in Rule 6 and 7. There was something wrong with the dining car on this train, and the food delivered by the dining car absolutely cannot be eaten. But these were not the main concern right now. The main issue was that Randy couldn't see anything. On a ghost train, could it be that everyone else was a ghost? Randy stood in the middle of the aisle, moving aside to let a passing cart pass. May, can you see them? Randy asked. May nodded. Mommy, I can see them. Randy's eyes flickered with joy. For now, she could only rely on May to help her. According to Rule 5 of the riding rules, 1 seat per person. If she couldn't find a seat before nightfall, she had to go to carriage 09. And the situation in the dining car would likely be even more complicated. Randy decided to first look for her own seat. She took out her ticket and checked it. Her seat was in carriage 04, hard seat number 13. Randy confirmed via the signs that this carriage was indeed number 04. Following the seat numbers, she moved laboriously until she reached a windowside position. Sweetie, can you check for Mommy if someone is sitting in seat 13? Randy asked May. May glanced toward the window side. Her expression showed obvious hesitation. Well, Mommy, how good are your manners? May suddenly asked. Randy responded, Joshua, my strength increases when facing stronger opponents. Oh, Mommy, there is someone on your seat, a pregnant aunt with a big belly. Randy was stunned. Based on the rules, having a seat was very important. Losing a seat meant losing protection, and going to the dining car without a seat most likely led to a dead end. Randy frowned, pondering for a few seconds. Maybe she sat in the wrong seat. Randy decided to ask first. She approached the seat. Excuse me, you're sitting in my seat. Randy smiled politely as much as possible at the empty seat. She felt a gaze coming from the empty seat but waited several seconds without hearing a response. Thinking the lady didn't hear clearly, Randy repeated. Hello. You're sitting in my seat. Can you move a bit? Still no response. But Randy clearly felt that the 5 other people around seat 13, who were originally talking among themselves, had all fallen silent. May looked somewhat embarrassed. Mommy, she turned her head to the window, seemingly not wanting to acknowledge you. Randy's expression turned cold. There was no need to be polite with such a person. This is my seat. Get lost. Upon hearing Randy's anger, the MIA finally reacted. However, her tone was far from friendly. Just because you say it's yours, it's yours. Do you have your ticket? Show it to me. May leaned closer to Randy and whispered in a very small voice, Mommy, her face is at the height of your chest. Hearing this, Randy immediately rolled up her sleeves and slapped back with her left hand. A sharp sound of smack echoed clearly. The slap stung the back of her hand. Outside the live stream, Bonnie, who was watching the live broadcast, suddenly felt an intense pain on the back of her right hand. What the hell? The transferred pain value had been super doubled. For Randy, it was just a little stimulation, but for Bonnie, it caused sharp, throbbing pain. Bonnie held her painful right hand. Damn, little bitch, you hit so hard. Bonnie hurriedly exited the live stream. Unbelievable, Randy is too evil. I need to beg Rusty again. I must move out of the Jiang family household today. I absolutely cannot let that bitch Randy harm me again. These past few days, staying outside, Bonnie had stocked up on a lot of medicine. She quickly applied some ointment to her hand and rushed out with her phone. On the other side, after Randy slapped the MIA, the woman's face immediately swelled. You hit me? The MIA looked incredulous. Why did you hit me? The MIA stood up agitatedly. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. Randy, upon hearing the commotion, pretended to be terrified. She covered her mouth. Sorry, I have mental illness. My seat being taken made me lose control. Doesn't hitting people during a mental breakdown not break the law? Oh, maybe killing doesn't either. Where's my knife? Randy pretended to search her body for a knife. The MIA, holding her stomach, angrily said, I'm pregnant. What's wrong with letting me sit? Randy responded indifferently, so what if you're pregnant? The kid isn't mine. Randy didn't want to waste any more words. She reached into her pocket, took out the blood-stained dagger from the spatial bag, and exclaimed, found it. Seeing the dagger, the Mia's eyes instantly widened in terror. You say, where should I start? Randy waved the knife in front of the air. How about starting with your belly? Let's see how it feels to perform a cesarean section. Randy's eyes shone as she seemed ready to act. The MIA pushed Randy away in panic and screamed as she ran off. Crazy person. She's insane. As the sound of the MIA faded, Randy sneered and put away the dagger. Just as Randy sat down, all the previously invisible passengers appeared before her eyes. Across from her were 3 college students, and beside her was an elderly couple. They all looked at her cautiously. Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just scaring her, Randy said calmly, explaining briefly. However, through this experience, Randy realized that to solve her visual impairment, she first needed to regain her seat. Otherwise, everyone on the train would remain invisible, like ghosts. It was only now that Randy considered herself officially entering the scenario, thinking to herself. The MIA hadn't run far. Listening closely, she heard Randy saying one thing after another, realizing she had been fooled. She was extremely angry. After thinking for a moment, she came back with a grim face, standing neither close nor far from Randy, and motioned to her neighbors. Everyone look, what are the young people nowadays like? Randy scratched her ear. What is sophistication? Do you have it? Show me. A female college student across from her secretly gave Randy a thumbs up. The elderly couple next to her also stayed quiet, not daring to speak up for the MIA. After all, everyone saw that Randy had initially been quite polite. It was the Mia's unreasonable behavior that led to the situation. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream cheered in relief. As the Huagua live stream was lively, the intelligence minister's expression turned grave. In his hands was a document listing a series of names. The investigator beside him continued, Minister, it has been confirmed. This Z-114 train is the one that went missing 20 years ago. The list of missing personnel matches exactly. Chapter 24, a 20-year cold case. Minister of Intelligence, Nathaniel, was shocked into a cold sweat. His hand, which held the document, involuntarily tightened. 20 years ago, the disappearance of this train caused a great uproar in Huagua. At that time, train Z-114, carrying 2,268 people, vanished completely along with its passengers after entering a tunnel. Since then, Huagua has dispatched rescue teams to search the tunnel multiple times. But every attempt came back empty-handed. A perfectly normal train had simply vanished into thin air. So many families were torn apart because of this. Even Minister Shia's daughter, who was about to enter university back then. Now, the train had returned unscathed, appearing within the world of strange tales. Minister Nathaniel stared intently at the live stream on his screen. In it, the college girl sitting opposite Randy was indeed his daughter whom he lost 20 years ago. Nathaniel turned away, and this big man was now in tears. He took a few moments to compose himself, turned around again, and resumed his calm expression. In 3 minutes, an emergency meeting will be convened immediately at the Ministry of Intelligence. For this train instance, we must provide Comrade Randy with full support. Help her get through these difficulties. Yes, Minister. Nathaniel gazed at the live broadcast screen absent-mindedly. Suddenly, countless emotions surged in his heart. He took out his phone and tentatively dialed his daughter Kenzie, a call he tried for 20 years without success. This time, after 2 beeps, the line connected. Kenzie answered, Dad, what's wrong? Staring at the screen, Nathaniel choked up, Shia. Is it really you? Are you really there? Of course it's me, Dad. Why ask such a strange question? Have you had too much to drink? Kenzie teased him a little. Nathaniel sniffed, No, I haven't. I just miss you. Ha ha ha, Dad, are you talking in your sleep? Wow, so corny. It's not even been 2 hours since I left home. Unbeknownst to Kenzie, for her, it had only been 2 hours away from her family. But for Nathaniel, father and daughter had been separated for a full 20 years. While they were talking, Kenzie asked out loud, Hey Dad, the train I'm on is acting really weird. The announcer mentioned all kinds of bizarre rules. Do trains really operate like this now? I don't understand. Nathaniel urgently advised, Shia, listen to me carefully. You must remember those rules. If you're unsure how to act, just follow passenger number 13 sitting across from you. Mimic her. Don't ask why, it's hard to explain briefly, but you have to trust me, okay? Please do this for me. Nathaniel's words left Kenzie even more confused. Kenzie looked up and quietly glanced at Randy. All right Dad, I'll do as you say. They hung up. Kenzie dimmed her phone and put it away, becoming more curious about Randy who sat opposite her. Curiosity aside, she didn't dare to directly ask Randy anything. Randy seemed rather intimidating and often muttered to herself, facing her shoulder, appearing somewhat eccentric. Feeling Kenzie's gaze, Randy shot a look back. Their eyes met, leaving Kenzie momentarily stunned. She quickly lowered her head, smiled awkwardly at Randy, and shyly diverted her gaze. Meanwhile, the woman who had been driven away kept cursing nearby. She tried to stir others' emotions to make them verbally attack Randy. Her actions did evoke some sympathy from the honest ones. A migrant worker who bought a seat stood up warmly. He brushed off the dust on his seat, a bit embarrassed, and said to the MIA, You see, if you don't mind, my seat can be yours for now. The migrant worker spoke with a strong accent. His clothes were dusty, skin dark, and face simple and kind. The MIA, visibly pregnant, scanned the seat. Seeing the yellow mud on it, her lips curled in obvious disgust. After hesitating for a few seconds, she borrowed a wet wipe from someone else and carefully wiped the seat cushion clean. Thank you, sir, you're truly a good person, the MIA replied perfunctorily. Then, she turned to glare at Randy. Unlike certain people, heartless. They'll meet their karma sooner or later. Randy stared out the window, ignoring her. Across from her, Kenzie thought Randy was still upset and comforted her. Sis, don't mind her. That MIA has been causing trouble the whole time, taking other people's seats. We all dislike her. Randy glanced at Kenzie and nodded. By the way, sis, I noticed you didn't bring anything. Do you want something to eat? I have snacks. Kenzie unzipped her yellow backpack and pulled out a bunch of snacks, placing them on the table. Randy glanced at them. They looked normal enough, not like any peculiar snacks. Big sis, if you're hungry, just take some. Don't be shy, Kenzie said generously. Human interactions were indeed this simple. Randy smiled and thanked her. Sure, thank you. Randy formed a good impression of this girl who seemed to be 4 or 5 years younger than herself. If the girl made any mistakes, she might give her some pointers. Yeah. Big sis, my name is Kenzie, Jun as in simple grass, Hua as in rose. What's yours? Kenzie asked enthusiastically. Randy. Oh. The girl sitting next to Kenzie nudged her with her elbow and whispered. Jun Hua, what are you doing? I think that woman has violent tendencies and keeps talking to herself. Don't you think there's something wrong with her mind? Kenzie glared at the girl. Don't talk nonsense. I think she's fine. Adrielle, I think you could be friends with her. You two seem quite alike, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Adrielle pouted. Forget it, I don't want to be friends with someone like that. They chatted for a while longer. Before long, the dinner cart came around. Come on, braised pork knuckle rice bowls. Hot and fragrant braised pork knuckle rice bowls. Please move your legs. Hearing the cries getting closer, Adrielle checked the time. It was already 7:30 p.m., and she was starving. How much is the braised pork knuckle rice bowl? Adrielle asked hurriedly as the cart approached. The salesperson replied, 10 yuan each, selling cheaply. Give me one. Adrielle quickly fished out the money. Receiving the meal, Adrielle stared at the reddish, soft pork knuckle, her mouth watering. She turned to ask Kenzie, how about you? It really looks delicious. 10 yuan each, 10 yuan each, cheap braised pork knuckle rice bowls. The salesperson turned to Kenzie, trying to sell more. Randy merely cast a brief glance at the rice bowl before turning away indifferently. The smell tempted Kenzie a bit. But seeing Randy showed no interest, she followed suit. Kenzie waved her hand. No, I'm not eating this. It's too greasy. I'm on a diet. Seeing no sale here, the salesperson turned to the other side. Cheap braised pork knuckle rice bowls, 10 yuan each, anyone want one? The MIA nearby glanced over and swallowed hard. I'll take one. Coming right up. Here's your braised pork knuckle rice bowl. The migrant worker standing beside her stared longingly. Clutching the wrinkled bills in his pocket, he ultimately didn't buy any and turned away without another glance. Big sis Jiang, are you hungry? Want to eat some snacks? Kenzie asked tentatively. She wanted to see if Randy would eat. If Randy ate, she would too. If Randy didn't eat, then neither would she. It was getting late. Randy was indeed a bit hungry. She smiled and reached out, accepting the snacks Kenzie offered. Thank you, let's eat together. Great. Kenzie grinned. Finally, they could have something to eat. After they finished, the attendant came by to collect the trash. The large black garbage bag was picked up from each seat one by one. Not long after the attendant left, the migrant worker suddenly screamed. Ah, my hard-earned money. I made a mistake and threw it away just now. He checked both pockets. The garbage was still in the left pocket, but the loose change in the right pocket was missing. Randy suddenly remembered Rule 9. Do not be curious about the black garbage bags collected by attendants, and do not open them. What can I do? My child's tuition fee is gone. Every penny earned by the migrant worker was hard-earned. Opposite them, Kenzie felt an overwhelming wave of sympathy and stood up. Chapter 25, Honey Water Stockpile. Just as Edie was about to speak, Randy grabbed her hand. Randy didn't say a word, she just shook her head at her. Edie felt indescribably uneasy. In Edie's memory, there indeed was a rule not to touch the garbage bag. But what was that rule exactly? Was it so sacred and unbreakable? Seeing the anxious migrant worker, Edie felt restless inside. Recalling what her father had said on the phone, Edie ultimately sat down without saying anything. Adrielle observed the interaction between Randy and Edie. Especially seeing Randy's cold and heartless demeanor made Adrielle roll her eyes skyward. Without a word, Adrielle stood up directly. Josh, don't worry, I'll take you. On Adrielle's other side, another college student, a boy, was sitting. The boy wore headphones, looking exceptionally calm, as if everything outside was none of his business. The anxious migrant worker, upon seeing Adrielle stand up, was instantly moved almost to tears. Great, little sister, Josh will trouble you. Okay, don't worry, Josh. Let me take you to find the attendant. Adrielle stood up confidently. Her gaze inadvertently glanced at Randy several times, her expression somewhat smug. See? How could she possibly resemble that girl? Number 13 was so cold-blooded, it was obvious she hadn't received much education in moral values. Adrielle, who had been admitted to college, naturally wasn't someone like Randy, a violent and cold-blooded delinquent. Adrielle gloated internally. She didn't know that the uneducated delinquent in her eyes would actually become the top scholar among millions of candidates in a fiercely competitive national college entrance exam in China 20 years later. Randy was a genuine graduate from Huaxing University, one of the best in the country. Randy's low-key attitude was mistaken for incompetence by Adrielle. Randy was unaware of what antics Adrielle was up to across from her. She was focused on thinking about how to successfully complete this mission. According to the mission requirements, an A-level completion would be achieved simply by safely reaching the destination. For an S-level completion, she might need Edie's help, perhaps borrowing some money to upgrade to a hard sleeper car. However, it was uncertain whether RMB would work for upgrading in this mission. Besides, having just met Edie, asking for money might be inappropriate. More importantly, where was the source of contamination? Randy was lost in her thoughts. When she snapped back to reality, Adriel had already returned with the migrant worker. Judging by the worker's appearance, he must have found the money. He still looked the same, showing no signs of contamination. But Adriel was different. Ever since eating that bowl of pork trotter rice, her hands and feet had transformed into pig hooves. Now, after rummaging through the black garbage bag again, Adriel's contamination worsened. Her nose had turned into a pig snout, and pig ears were starting to appear. Randy could clearly see these changes. However, others showed no reaction to Adriel's transformation. Randy guessed that these contaminations were invisible to others, likely to prevent unrest on the train. Once someone became fully contaminated, the attendants in black vests would appear under the pretext of collecting garbage to remove the infected. It was already 8:30. This time, honey water had arrived. Based on previous mission experience, warm honey water could resist some pollution. When the honey water cart came, Randy immediately perked up. A staff member in a black vest approached, handing out cups of honey water to each passenger. When it was Randy's turn, she drank it all in one go without hesitation. Seeing Randy's action, Edie mimicked her closely. She tilted her head back, held her breath, and finished the honey water in one gulp. Adriel looked doubtful. She nudged Edie. Hey, Junwo, why is the train serving honey water? I've never heard of this before. Edie couldn't answer. She also didn't know the reason. The only thing Edie knew was that whatever happened, following Randy's lead would be right. Our family always says not to drink beverages offered by strangers. I don't really want to, Adriel said unhappily, pushing the honey water aside. Upon hearing this, Randy's eyes lit up. She immediately looked at Adriel and asked, "Excuse me, though it might be presumptuous, may I ask if you can give me this cup of water? I really enjoy drinking it." Seeing Randy's pleading look, Adriel raised an eyebrow. Although she didn't want the water, she still pretended to be reluctant as if considering it deeply. "Well, I can give it to you. I don't want this anyway. If you like it, take it." Adriel spoke as if Randy were a scavenger. She didn't want something, and now Randy was eager to get it. Adriel felt her self-worth soar, placing her above Randy. Randy picked up the cup of honey water and poured it into her empty cup. She appeared to drink it but secretly stowed the honey water in her space. The paper house she had burned for herself was a pure static space. Items kept their state when stored and retrieved. So, whenever Randy needed the honey water again, it could be taken out still warm. Randy stood up and scanned the carriage. About 2/3 of the people in the carriage hadn't drunk the honey water. There were roughly 120 people in the carriage. That meant about 80 cups of hot honey water were untouched. Randy remembered the rule. During the train journey, attendants will provide honey water free of charge once. For your safety, please drink it while it's hot. This was the only free round. Sales might follow later, at unknown prices and frequency. To be safe, hoard as much as possible. Randy didn't care about appearances. Life was more important than face. She immediately stood up. She went to the other end of the carriage, asking those who hadn't drunk the honey water if they could give it to her for disposal. Randy carried a tray from the table. From one end of the carriage to the other, she asked each person. Since no one wanted to drink it or dispose of it, they mostly agreed. Adriel couldn't believe her eyes. Heavens! Is she crazy? Does this water taste that good? Beside her, Edie thought for a while, then stood up to follow. What are you doing, Junwo? Adriel grabbed her. You're not going to help that lunatic, are you? Edie felt a bit embarrassed. But she nodded with a red face. Yeah, I see how hard she's working. Let me help. You're crazy too? Adriel's eyes widened. She couldn't stop Edie. Edie borrowed a tray from a nearby MIA and followed Randy. Sister Jiang, let me help you, Edie said, walking behind Randy. Randy didn't refuse. If she wanted to help, so be it. 2 people would be faster than 1. Best to collect the honey water while it was still warm. Later, it could be drunk directly when retrieved. Thanks for the help. You take the 2s, and I'll take the 3s, Randy smiled. Sure thing, Sister Jiang, Edie replied, joining Randy in collecting the honey water. They quickly finished collecting all the honey water in carriage 04. Just as they planned to finish, a sudden tapping and stomping noise came from the other end of the carriage. A young man in a red vest approached, moving happily like he was insane. His eyes were bloodshot, and his grin was chilling. One hand in his pocket, the other snapping fingers, he hummed an off-key tune, swaying towards them. Rule number 4 of the ride. This train has no staff in red vests. If encountered, find an empty seat immediately and sit down right away. Randy felt a chill run down her spine. Her and Edie's seats were at the other end of the carriage, close to the red-vested man. Going back now would be suicide. And there were no other seats available in the entire carriage 04 except for theirs. Randy didn't have time to think. She immediately used her space to store all the honey water. She then threw the tray aside, grabbed Edie's wrist, and ran. Chapter 26, The Man in the Red Vest. Randy fled towards carriage 05. As she ran for her life, she desperately scanned but failed to find a single empty seat. The intelligence department of Huagua was also panicking. Minister Giles urged the investigators repeatedly. Hurry up, hurry up. Still can't locate the seating information? Faster. The investigators typed furiously on their keyboards, sweat pouring down their foreheads. The accompanying assistant, though worried, could only offer words of comfort. Minister, it's 20 years worth of data. It does take some time to search now. Please calm down. Giles paced anxiously, wishing he could operate the system himself if only he understood the technicalities. It's here, the technician hastily replied. The vacant seat information is here. Giles immediately issued orders, immediately use one communication opportunity. Minister, perhaps we should save this communication opportunity and make a call later, the technician suggested kindly. Giles smacked the technician's forehead. 1 second delay could mean death. Do you expect them to answer the phone while being chased? Are you insane? Communicate immediately. Randy dragged Edie while sprinting. Edie panted heavily as she struggled to keep up. The man wearing the red vest behind them was catching up faster and faster. His brisk steps and cheerful humming were almost upon them. Just then, Randy received communication content from Huaguares Intelligence Department in her mind. Available seats are, seat 19 in carriage 06, seat 03 in carriage 07, seats 27 and 28 in carriage 08. Randy pondered for a moment. If she left Edie behind, she could go straight to carriage 06 and sit down. But with Edie, if she wanted 2 adjacent seats, she had to risk going all the way to carriage 08. No, the man was almost there. If they didn't sit down soon, they'd both be dead. Randy sprinted into carriage 06 at lightning speed. You go to seat 19, hurry. Randy let go of Edie's hand, feeling significantly lighter without her. She dashed forward rapidly. Edie slumped into seat 19, and the man in the red vest flashed right in front of her. Edie froze in terror. Seeing that magnified face before her and his bloodshot eyes, she nearly burst into tears. But thankfully, she was already seated. The man in the red vest lingered dejectedly for a few seconds, then continued chasing after Randy. Randy used those few precious seconds to swiftly head for carriage 07. Spotting the vacant seat 03, she sat down swiftly. As soon as she sat, the man in the red vest lunged right in front of her. He nearly pressed his face against hers. Randy's heart almost leaped out. So close, just a little more. The man in the red vest looked disappointed. He patted the Carter on Randy's shoulder, muttered these words, and walked away dispiritedly. Still recovering from the shock, Randy gasped for breath, her face flushed from running. Once she caught her breath, she noticed the strange looks from nearby passengers. Seat 03 was part of a 4-person table. Beside her sat a bespectacled man reading a newspaper. Before him lay an empty wine bottle and an extra newspaper. Across from her was a mother and daughter. The mother cautiously watched Randy, holding her child tightly. Mommy, this big sister looks so tired. The Alexa pointed at Randy with her small hand. Her mother immediately grabbed her finger. Don't point at people, remember what Mommy taught you. Oh, I won't point. The Alexa obeyed obediently. Though she withdrew her finger, she still blinked her large round eyes curiously at Randy. From the train's intercom came soft instrumental music. Then, the familiar voice of the female announcer said, "Attention passengers, it is now 8:50 a.m. Lights will be turned off in 10 minutes. Please go to carriage 09 before the lights go out if you haven't found a seat yet. Carriage 09 is the dining car and has ample seats available. You may rest assured." The announcer repeated this twice. About 2 to 3 minutes later, the migrant worker from carriage 04 appeared. The migrant worker seemed alive yet looked like a walking corpse. Because the red-vested man had grabbed him earlier. After grabbing him, the man in the red vest latched onto his neck and drained his blood. Now, the migrant worker's face was pale, a complete zombie-like figure. The announcement instructed him to go to carriage 09, so he went there. As the migrant worker passed by Randy, she picked up the extra newspaper on the table to read. Her eyes never left the paper, and her lips moved as if talking to herself. There are vacant seats 27 and 28 in carriage 08. Randy casually reminded him. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for such a kind person who had turned into this. But there was little more Randy could do to help. This reminder was the most she could offer. Randy didn't know if the migrant worker would go look for those empty seats. But at least she had warned him. The rest was up to his fate. However, Randy was certain that carriage 09, the dining car, was an unforgiving place from which no one returned alive. After the migrant worker left, a few more people who had seats but hadn't sat down properly passed by Randy. They were all drained of blood by the man in the red vest. These people likely wouldn't survive. It soon reached 9 p.m. The bright lights suddenly went out. Inside the carriage, only the moonlight shining through the windows offered faint visibility. Randy was tired and closed her eyes to rest. About 30 minutes later, the train's intercom came to life again. It was the familiar voice of the female announcer. "Attention passengers, we are now seeking medical assistance. A passenger in carriage 09 is injured with severe bleeding. Since there are no medical personnel on board, any passengers who are medical professionals, please proceed to carriage 09 to assist. If you are a medical professional, please come to carriage 09 to provide diagnosis and treatment. Thank you." This announcement caused quite a stir in the carriage. "I'm a Benedict, I can check on him." A male Benedict on leave stood up, reassuring his fellow passengers. Then several young women spoke up. "I'm a Annie, I want to help. Count me in too. I'll go as well." One after another, people volunteered. Just in carriage 07 alone, one Benedict and 3 Annies stepped forward. Randy recalled Rule 2 of the train regulations. Train operating time, from 7 p.m. today to 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. All carriages will turn off their lights at 9 p.m. sharp. After the lights go out, do not trust any sounds, including mine. A chill ran through Randy's heart. How ruthless this world must be, using people's kindness to kill them. She remembered the migrant worker who gave up his seat for a MIA and was drained of blood. Now, she would have to watch these kind-hearted Benedicts and Annies meet the same fate. As Randy felt disheartened, the announcer's voice rang out again. This time, it was filled with frantic pleas for help. Who are you? Don't come closer, get your dirty hands off me, don't touch my clothes, get away, pervert. Help. Help. Someone, help me in carriage 10, save me. Let go. Static crackled over the intercom. Then there was silence. Everyone could guess what had happened. Several young, strong men immediately stood up. Enough of this nonsense. I'm going to help. I'm coming too. Me too, damn it, let's catch that pervert. Let's go, together. Randy watched as 4 or 5 young men stood up. With righteous anger and determination, they walked toward the other end of the carriage. Chapter 27, The Clay Doll. Randy could no longer bear to watch. Since she wouldn't get hurt anyway. She stood up, grabbed the empty beer bottle on the table, and smashed it against her own head with a bang. Instantly, blood gushed out. Though the wound was healing rapidly, it still bled profusely before fully closing. Randy covered her head, letting blood drip down from her nose. Pretending to be in excruciating pain, she screamed and feigned fainting in her seat. Bonnie, who was watching the live stream, shrank her pupils in shock. Before she could react, an intense pain exploded in her head. Blood flowed down from her forehead. Covered in blood, Bonnie cursed loudly. F***ku. What the hell did you hit me for? Damn it. The bitch, my life, counts too. The pain made Bonnie roll her eyes and faint. She fell stiffly at Rusty's doorstep. Originally, Bonnie had planned to wait there for Rusty to come home. Unexpectedly, when Rusty returned, he saw Bonnie lying in a pool of blood. Rusty was startled, took out his phone, and immediately called the police. The live stream on Bonnie's tablet continued playing. In the footage, the Alexa facing Randy screamed in terror, this big sister is bleeding. Her loud screams stopped all the Benedicts and Annies about to enter the dining car. After deliberating, 1 Benedict and 3 Annies ultimately stayed behind. But they couldn't stop other healthcare workers coming from other cars. Although Randy didn't save many people, she had done her best. In the dark compartment, the Benedicts and Annies were terrified by the amount of blood on Randy's face. Without a flashlight, they could only feel their way through the darkness, cleaning her wounds and bandaging them. Since Randy wasn't really hurt, she couldn't pretend to be unconscious for long. Estimating that enough time had passed, she woke up. When she came to, Annie was watching over her. The Annie looked delighted. You're awake. Randy nodded gratefully. Yes, thank you. You saved me. The Annie waved her hand nonchalantly. Don't mention it, I'm glad I could help. We have prepared some medicine and bandages for you. We'll change your dressing tomorrow morning. The Annie handed a bag of supplies to Randy. Randy accepted it gratefully. Thank you. If you're feeling down in the future, please talk to me. Don't do foolish things alone. The Annie added worriedly. Sure. Randy nodded. Seeing Randy calm down, the Annie returned to her position. The Benedicts and Annies involved didn't know Randy's intentions. They thought Randy was just another patient they had managed to save. However, the livestream viewers quickly guessed what Randy had been doing. Randy had used her own life to save those kind-hearted people, though technically, Randy had used Bonnie's life to save them. Suddenly, everyone felt a newfound respect for this young girl. Randy gained countless fans with this act. At this moment, an observant netizen suddenly noticed something alarming. He quickly sent a comment. Friends, don't you think some people on the train seem familiar? As soon as he posted, others chimed in. It's eerie. I found someone exactly like my mom 20 years ago. But my mom has been missing for 20 years. I noticed it earlier too. I thought I was mistaken. Speaking of which, do you remember the unsolved mystery of the missing train 20 years ago? I was just born 20 years ago, I don't know much. Me neither. I know. That year I turned 18, my mother specifically warned me not to run around because 2,000 people vanished. The netizens got chills. Only now did they realize how bizarre this situation was. That missing train appeared in this strange world. And the people inside looked exactly like they did 20 years ago. The world has gone crazy. Some netizens started crying. Because the people Randy had stopped were family members they had missed for 20 years. Randy had saved their loved ones. Meanwhile, Randy remained unaware of the discussions outside. She was now fully alert. Because the child, he was here. He came, humming an eerie rhyme. Clay doll, a little clay doll. As soon as the child's voice sounded, the murmuring conversations on the train gradually quieted down. The ethereal voice of the child continued. With eyebrows and eyes, but the eyes don't blink tilde. That ghostly childish voice spread through the dark, silent carriage. Each word of the lyrics, like bacteria, wormed their way into people's ears. Clay doll, a little clay doll. With a nose and a mouth, but the mouth doesn't speak tilde. The child sang while walking. His pronunciation was slow, and his soft babyish tone seemed especially eerie in the pitch-black surroundings. Randy felt her scalp tingle at the sound. Rule number 5 of the train ride. At any time, if a child singing eerie rhymes appears, immediately lower your head and cover your ears tightly. Randy immediately lowered her head and covered her ears. The child's voice approached, with an extremely piercing quality. After blocking her ears, Randy only heard faint snatches of the song. But she still felt her arms starting to undergo slight mutations. Randy planned to drink honey water the moment the child left. Fortunately, she had stockpiled some beforehand. This time, the child's influence was immense. Basically, wherever he passed, everyone's level of contamination worsened. At this moment, the train was speeding through the wilderness. Some heavily contaminated people, seemingly entranced, opened the windows next to them and jumped out. Among them was Adrielle. The train was racing through the wilderness. These people collided with the muddy ground, turning into a bloody mess, truly becoming mud dolls. With a nose, and a mouth, but the mouth doesn't speak tilde. The scene before her was terrifying. Randy's heart clenched tightly. This time, many people died. In her 07 compartment, nearly 1/3 of the people jumped out. A whole carriage, 40 lives. The sight was unbearable. After the child left, Randy slowly released her ears that were hurting from being blocked. She quickly took out a cup of honey water and drank it rapidly. After drinking, her contamination indeed decreased significantly. Just then, a conductor wearing a white shirt and black vest walked over. Miss Jiang, congratulations on successfully upgrading to a sleeper compartment. Please follow me. Behind the conductor was Edie. Edie smiled and greeted Randy, Sister Jiang. She had used this opportunity to return to compartment 04 to retrieve her backpack and saw the messages on her phone. These were messages from her father, Giles. First, he told her he had deposited 200,000 yuan into her card. He asked her to use it freely and find a conductor in a black vest to upgrade to a sleeper seat. Second, he instructed her that when upgrading to a sleeper, she must take Randy with her. Chapter 28, Sky-High Price Honey Water. Randy glanced at Edie, then at the attendant. The third rule of the train ride. Each carriage is equipped with one attendant. Becks wear a white shirt and black vest uniformly. You can trust them completely. Big Sister Jiang, my father seems to know you. He told me to take you with me for an upgrade to a sleeper. Edie scratched her head, explaining her reason. Who is your father? Randy asked. Nathaniel. Upon hearing this name, Randy instantly understood. Minister Nathaniel of Huaguares Intelligence Department was indeed a well-known figure. So this Edie was Minister Nathaniel's daughter. Randy hadn't expected that, considering his age nearing 60, he would have a daughter who looked barely in her 20s. Putting her guard down, Randy followed Edie along with the attendant in a black vest to their new cabin. Their sleeper compartment passed by carriage number 09, the dining car. Currently, carriage number 09 was eerily ghostly, which was somewhat terrifying. Windows beside each table were wide open, letting cold winds whoosh into the room. Edie, being more timid, held onto Randy's arm fearfully. Randy followed closely behind the attendant in the black vest. As they passed by carriage number 09, Randy almost couldn't hold back from vomiting due to what she saw. On virtually every table lay a pig. Those pigs wore human clothes. Strangely, though, Randy did not see the migrant workers or medical personnel wearing similar attire as before. Randy took a glance toward the kitchen area, guessing that those missing people had probably been sent in there. Inside the kitchen, dining car staff were boiling water to scald pig hair. Some were sharpening knives, the edges glinting dangerously bright. Thus, the pork trotter rice they sold during the day was actually. Randy averted her gaze, suppressing the turmoil in her stomach. She managed to endure it. However, Edie, following behind, couldn't stand it at all. The pork trotter rice she craved during the day turned out to be made like this. Seeing those dead pigs in human clothing on the tables, Edie vomited everything she had eaten for dinner. Fortunately, they soon passed through the dining car. Past carriage number 09 was carriage number 10, the hard sleeper. The attendant led them to bunks 15 and 16. Miss Shia, your bed is the lower bunk 15. Eunice, your bed is the lower bunk 16. Here are the precautions for the hard sleeper. Please get some rest early. The attendant handed each of them a slip of paper, then turned to leave. Randy and Edie exchanged a look. The meaning was clear. This was another set of rules. They sat down at their respective bunks. After turning on the bedside lights, they carefully read the text. Ghost train hard sleeper rules. 1. After lights out, if you hear chicken claws being chewed, do not panic, just pull your feet back under the blanket. 2. After midnight, do not use any light source, it will find you in the dark. 3. Do not trust anyone familiar, they will lead you to your doom. 4. The hard sleeper provides free meals. The food variety is greater and the ingredients fresher, you can eat with confidence. 5. Mind your own business. Remember, helping others means harming yourself. 6. If you see translucent people in the carriage, do not be afraid, they cannot see you. 7. Do not go to the bathroom after midnight, it's too dangerous. 8. Without permission from the attendant, do not change bunks privately in the hard sleeper. After reading the rules, Randy lay down to rest. Across from her, Edie lay for a while, clutching her stomach and holding tissue, before going to the restroom. Upon returning, as soon as Edie pulled her legs into her blanket, a vendor with a small cart approached. Honey water, selling honey water tilde warm and toasty honey water tilde anyone want honey water? Last round of the night. The cart slowly stopped in front of Randy and Edie's bunks. Edie had been lying in bed, constantly scratching her arms. She felt an itch on her arms, as if coarse hairs were continuously growing. Recalling the honey water she initially drank, she had felt incredibly refreshed after drinking it. With that thought, Edie immediately sat up. She called out to the vendor, "Boss, how much for the honey water? I'll take a cup." Edie opened her backpack and took out a bank card with a balance of 200,000. A cunning look flashed in the vendor's eyes. Without mentioning the price, he directly poured a cup of warm honey water and offered it. "Here you go, your honey water. Enjoy it while it's hot." Edie handed over her card without hesitation. She didn't hesitate at all. After all, her father had said she could spend the money in the card with peace of mind. And this cup of honey water, no matter how expensive it was, could not possibly exceed 20 yuan. Thinking this, Edie casually took the honey water and brought it to her lips. After drinking the honey water, Edie felt much more comfortable. The vendor in front of her smiled broadly. He took out a POS machine, his eyes gleaming with greed. Then he entered a series of numbers with long strings of 0 on the machine. Insufficient balance. Transaction failed. The POS machine prompted. Hearing this, Edie's heart skipped a beat. The smile on the vendor's face also froze. He lowered his head and tried several more times, but each time it reminded him of insufficient balance. After 3 attempts, the vendor became thoroughly enraged. Edie was also stunned, holding the cup of honey water, not knowing whether to drink it or put it down. In a fit of anger, the vendor stepped forward and grabbed Edie by the collar. "You dare to deceive me for free drinks." Edie stammered, I didn't. How could there be insufficient balance? She had confirmed the balance of 200,000 several times. Her father wouldn't lie to her. Suddenly thinking of something, Edie asked in a trembling voice, "How much does 1 cup of honey water cost?" 30 million. It has always been this price, the vendor spat irritably. Edie was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of honey water costs 30 million per cup? A boxed meal is only 10 yuan, how could honey water be 30 million? Edie lacked confidence. What was happening now was completely beyond her expectations. The vendor was livid. "I didn't say my boxed meal was 10 yuan. Now you drank my water, are you trying to welsh on the payment?" The vendor grabbed Edie's collar tightly, causing her neck to be choked and almost unable to breathe. "No money. Then pay with your fingers." A total of 3 fingers. Edie instantly went weak in the limbs. She held back her tears and looked pleadingly at Randy across the bed. Randy lay with her hands behind her head, lying flat on the bed, eyes closed. Rule 5 of the hard sleeper. Do not meddle in other people's affairs. Remember, helping others means harming yourself. If Randy intervened, she would be the one to die. But if she didn't intervene, Edie would lose her fingers. Randy rested her eyes, furrowing her brows, her right index finger twitching uncontrollably. Another deadlock, yet another deadlock. Edie waited for a few seconds, but Randy did not move. After much hesitation, Edie still called out to Randy. "Sister Jiang, what should I do?" Woo-woo, Edie's voice was thick with fear. The only person she could rely on now was Randy. Randy's mind raced rapidly, her brows slightly knitted. But she kept her eyes closed, ignoring Edie. Edie bit her lower lip. Fear had now surpassed her sense of shame. She directly pleaded with Randy. "Sister, I helped you collect honey water, at least a dozen cups. Can you help me compensate him with 1 cup? This is the only way I have." Hearing Edie's words, Randy simply opened her eyes and sat up. Chapter 29. Do not trust acquaintances. Edie thought she saw hope when she saw Randy get up. She was so excited that she thanked her repeatedly. "Sis, thank you. Thank you for helping me." But to her utter surprise, Randy just stretched her neck and rolled over to continue lying down. "Sorry," Randy said coldly, with her back towards them. Randy's words were completely unexpected by Edie. Seeing Randy act as if it was none of her business, Edie's heart sank. She knew relying on Randy wouldn't work, so she turned to beg the vendor. Edie's legs trembled like a sieve, almost ready to kneel before the vendor. "I beg you. I only drank 1 sip. Please don't cut off my fingers, please." Edie's voice was thick with sobs. But the vendor paid no attention to her. He simply turned around and got the cleaver from the cart. Then he forcefully pressed Edie's hand onto the board, gritting his teeth as he chopped down. Outside the live broadcast room, Nathaniel watched the scene of his daughter's fingers about to be chopped, his nose tingling and tears almost falling. On one side was his long-lost daughter. On the other side was the fate of the more than 1 billion people in China. Randy not saving Edie, he could understand it in his heart. Because if anything happened to Randy, all the citizens of China would face the arrival of strange tales. Although some netizens thought Randy was indifferent and heartless, these few rare netizens also knew that Randy's fate was their fate. When it concerned their own safety, almost everyone stood on Randy's side. Not helping was the best choice. The entire live broadcast screen was filled with comments like "well done, she shouldn't help her." Seeing those red words, Nathaniel held back his tears. At this moment, he was no longer a father but a leader. He couldn't force Randy to sacrifice herself for his daughter. Randy bore the future of China. Understanding these thoughts, Nathaniel restrained his impulse to communicate with Randy. If he had to choose between his daughter and China, Nathaniel could only choose China. There was no second option. His wife came to deliver food at this moment. Seeing the image on the big screen, she dropped the lunchbox directly on the ground. She covered her mouth, her legs went weak, and she fell on the ground. "Zoria, my Zoria." Her voice choked with sobs. Turning her head, she saw the stone-hearted Nathaniel. Tears instantly flowed like a fountain. Nathaniel, you have no heart. She is your daughter. You just gave her 20,000, didn't you? Weren't you worried about her? Why aren't you saying anything now? Speak up. Alora ran over, pulling on Nathaniel's clothes, pushing him non-stop. Hurry up and contact that woman. Tell her to save our Zoria. It's too late. Wailing. Seeing his wife in tears, Nathaniel also felt bitter. But he had no other way out, so he endured the sadness in his heart, pushed away his wife's hands, and turned to order the security guard, take her away. The security guard immediately acted, pulling away the agitated wife. Alora yelled continuously about wanting to divorce him. But Nathaniel clenched his teeth and did not yield. He turned to look at the big screen, silently praying, Randy, it all depends on you next. I hope you won't make me regret today's decision. Thinking of this, Nathaniel turned his face away, forcing himself not to watch that cruel scene. In the live broadcast, as the sounds of bang, bang, bang came with each chop, Edie let out shrill screams. Each scream carried endless despair. The vendor picked up 3 fingers, then angrily left with his knife, pushing the small cart. Blood dripped from the knife everywhere. As soon as the vendor left, Edie's resentful voice came. Randy, I really regret helping you. You are a cold-blooded animal. You are truly terrifying. I curse you. You should go to hell. Even if I die, I won't let you off. The hateful voice echoed sinisterly behind Randy. Randy didn't react at all. After 10 seconds, a familiar voice rang out from behind the fake Edie. Who are you? The person asked. The real Edie had just come out of the restroom, still holding a tissue. She stepped forward and poked the fake Edie in the back. The counterfeit Edie turned around, and 2 identical faces stared at each other. Ah, Sis Jiang. She looks exactly like me. Edie was clearly terrified, throwing off her shoes and jumping into Randy's bed. Randy hugged her and patted her back. It's okay. Luckily, both were skinny enough to fit in the bed. The imposter stood behind Randy, while the real Edie trembled and hid in Randy's arms. Since seeing the real Edie, the imposter's expression had gradually turned monstrous. Then, with a strange scream, its features twisted and its body fragmented and peeled off. It finally turned into a pile of black shadow, shattering on the ground. The third rule of the hard sleeper. Do not trust acquaintances. They will kill you. If Randy had really acted just now, she would have been killed. Who could have thought that the recent thrilling event was actually staged by 2 oddities? It imitated you perfectly. I almost got fooled. Randy spoke. Edie poked her head out from under the blanket. Really, Sister Jiang? Then how did you recognize it? Randy curled her lips. Instinct. Actually, Randy didn't explicitly say it, but she judged by scent. Although the oddity mimicked Edie perfectly, it ignored the human scent. At that time, Edie had rushed to the restroom with a big roll of tissue. Any clear-sighted person knew she was going to the bathroom. Toilets on trains always smelled heavy. After squatting for a few minutes, even without excrement odor, she would have picked up the unique smell of the restroom. But there was no scent at all on the imposter. It ignored this detail while mimicking Edie. Just then, when Randy suddenly sat up, she was smelling the air, sniffing closely. Her sense of smell had always been sharp. But at that moment, Randy could smell the sweetness of honey water, the leftover flavor of instant noodles, and even the stench of bare feet from next door. She couldn't detect the restroom odor that one should have after using the bathroom. Fake. Unlike the slightly fecal-loaded Edie in her arms, the scentless one was an imposter disguised as an acquaintance. So when Randy said no and turned her back, she had already made her judgment. And when this real Edie returned, Randy immediately felt it matched. This slightly foul-smelling Edie in front of her was the real one. Edie felt that Randy was truly amazing for a moment. Such accurate instinct. Seeing that the ghost thing was gone, Edie carefully crawled out of the blanket. She hesitantly pulled back the blanket, thanked Randy. Then she quickly returned to her own bed. Edie wrapped herself up tightly, leaving only half of her head exposed for breathing. Sister Jiang, I'm going to sleep. Remember to turn off the light before 12 o'clock. Edie reminded Randy about the bedside lamp. Not turning off the bedside lamp after 12 would attract that thing. Alright, go to sleep. Randy turned off the light. Oh right, Randy took out a cup of warm honey water from her storage space and handed it to Edie. Here, drink this before sleeping. Randy noticed earlier that Edie's arm had some signs of disease. It was likely affected by the little boys singing. Without hesitation, Edie drank the water. Aren't you afraid I might harm you? Randy asked. Edie shook her head, no fear. Why? Instinct. Edie smiled, imitating Randy's tone. Edie wasn't afraid of Randy largely because of her father. She trusted her father completely. If her father told her to follow Randy, it meant Randy wouldn't harm her. Better be cautious, always be wary. Randy warned. Okay, thank you, sister. Edie put down the empty cup. I'll sleep now. Millimeter HM. Edie buried her head entirely under the blanket. However, Randy had no desire to sleep at all. Sleeping now wasn't the priority. The key was finding the source of contamination. The rule stated that bathrooms were dangerous and shouldn't be used after midnight. Randy knew that rule was false. If the rules don't want you to use the bathroom, it must hide something unspeakable inside. Randy estimated the time and planned to investigate. Chapter 30, another timeline. Randy lay on her bed, resting for a few hours. Through the reflection in the opposite car window, she saw that the bedside lights of several upper berths next door were gradually turned off one by one. Randy estimated it should be close to midnight, so she got up, put on her shoes, and headed towards the restroom. On the way there, a Noah's feature phone announced the time. It is now 0 hour in Huagua. As soon as this voice message ended, in the narrow corridor, many figures suddenly appeared. These figures were translucent. Some of them were holding briefcases and talking on the phone, rushing around. Others were carrying heavy suitcases, trudging along in the corridor with their heads down. Randy recalled the 6th rule of the hard sleeper guidelines. If you see some translucent people in the carriage, don't be afraid, they can't see you. Indeed, these people acted as if they couldn't see Randy. It was as though Randy existed in a different timeline. Randy walked straight toward the restroom, and those translucent people passed right through her body. Feeling her way in the dark, Randy arrived at the restroom door. The restroom door was closed, but the lock indicated unoccupied. May, if there's any danger, help Mom handle it, Randy said to May on her shoulder. May nodded obediently. Don't worry, Mommy. If they dare to touch you, I'll skin them alive. Deep down, Randy knew going to the restroom should not be dangerous. Because the rule the restroom is very dangerous, do not go was false. Randy speculated that at most she might see some scary things in the restroom, but those things probably wouldn't hurt her. Randy held onto the door handle. She took a deep breath, mentally prepared herself, and pushed open the restroom door to step inside. To lure out that thing, Randy shut the restroom door behind her. Inside the pitch-dark restroom was a small sink with a rusted, leaky faucet making continuous drip, drip, drip sounds. Next to the sink was a mirror. In the darkness, Randy could faintly see her own face. After standing there for a while, nothing unusual happened. Except that the speed of water dripping from the faucet kept getting faster, nothing else occurred. Mommy, there's nothing here. Shall we leave? May suggested. Randy paused for 2 seconds. No, Randy calmly said, we are in the restroom now, but we haven't used it yet. With that, Randy squatted down directly. The moment she squatted, a little ghost's face appeared in the cabinet beside her. It was the singing child. The child's figure emitted a silvery glow, hiding in the cabinet and giggling mischievously. After laughing for a while, the child stretched out his hand from the cabinet and asked in a sinister tone, Do you need paper tilde tilde? He waved the tissue paper in his hand and continued scaring her. Do you need paper tilde tilde tilde? Randy grabbed his hand and dragged him out. The child was taken aback and struggled fiercely to escape. He had incredible strength, nearly pulling Randy to the ground. Randy didn't let go. She had barely caught this child and wasn't about to let him go, but the child was stubborn too, desperately trying to run away. He quickly jumped to the door, turned the handle, and rushed outside. Randy was pulled out as well. Upon stepping outside, the bright light stung her eyes completely shut. The light was extremely bright. Her pupils, which had dilated in the darkness, immediately constricted sharply upon encountering the glaring light, a natural physiological reaction beyond her control. Instinctively, Randy raised her arm to shield her eyes. The child seized the opportunity and escaped within moments. Standing in the brightness, Randy slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? This question amplified in Randy's mind. Just a moment ago, it was midnight and pitch black. Now, dazzling sunlight was shining directly into the train car through the decaying roof. The entire train was bathed in bright sunlight. The train was still the same train. The only difference was that this train seemed to have been ravaged by a long passage of time. The train had stopped in the wilderness. The roof and windows were broken, leaving only empty frames. All the facilities inside the train were moldy, covered with grass and moss. Flies flew around everywhere, spiders spun webs all over, and cockroaches scattered at a single step. Even the restroom door behind Randy was so damaged that only a crooked iron frame remained. Randy spent 3 seconds letting everything sink in. Could this be another timeline of the train? Randy lifted her foot, moving towards her bed as carefully as possible. On the number 16 lower bunk, dust was everywhere. Underneath the faint outline of the bedding, only a pile of white bones remained. Who is this? Is it Randy herself? Doubt arose in Randy's heart. She observed for a few seconds and noticed that the skeleton was holding onto a small golden lock. It was a safety lock that hung around a child's neck. After a moment's thought, Randy took the small golden lock. Perhaps this could help solve the puzzle of this scenario, she mused. As soon as Randy touched the golden lock, a child's voice sounded nearby. Go away. Leave. Don't touch my mom. Randy looked up. It was the very child who had brought her to this place. It seemed this small golden lock belonged to the child. And the skeleton on the bed must be the child's mother. Who are you? Why do you harm people? Randy asked, trying to communicate with the child. But at that moment, the child's eyes were completely red, like an enraged lion. He opened his mouth and let out a roar similar to a powerful howl. The roar pierced through one's eardrums, bringing a massive impact. Randy felt goosebumps break out on her skin as soon as she heard the sound. Contaminant source. Whether it was the child singing or screaming, it was the source of contamination. Realizing this, Randy's first reaction was to catch him and make him shut up. However, amidst the fierce roaring, Randy felt completely overwhelmed. Every nerve in her body was being invaded, influenced, and contaminated. Resisting this contamination, Randy yelled, Stop it now. May noticed the abnormality in Randy's body. He jumped down from her shoulder and instantly appeared in front of the child, punching him in the mouth. Taking advantage of the child's inability to counterattack, Randy quickly ran forward and lunged at the child. Chapter 31, No Private Bed Swapping. Just as Randy's hand was pressing down on his shoulder, the child had been subdued. Suddenly, the sky darkened for a moment, and Randy found herself back in the aisle of the original train. Randy's lunge turned into nothing but air. At this moment, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard from ahead. Randy looked up to see the black vest-clad attendant. Beside the attendant was a boy walking toward them. The boy had a black backpack slung over one shoulder and headphones on, stopping in front of Randy, who almost fell over. "Are you okay?" the boy asked. Randy glanced up at him, nodded, and stood up to move aside. The boy walked past Randy. As he passed, Randy recognized his face. This boy was the college student who had been sitting next to Adrielle, wearing headphones. Why did he come over here? And his body was untouched by any contamination. This indicated that he hadn't eaten anything from the train or been affected by the singing. Randy watched the boy's back as he walked away. The black vest-clad attendant guided the boy around Randy, heading straight to the 15th and 16th bunks. The attendant pointed to the bed above Edie's. "Mr. Ivor, this is your bed, 15th upper berth." He then handed him a slip of paper. "These are the guidelines for the hard sleeper carriage. Please rest well." After saying this politely, the attendant turned and left. The college student took the note and stuffed it into his pocket casually. He then threw his backpack onto the bed and climbed up to the middle bunk in 2 steps, lying down under the covers. Randy glanced at the boy a few more times before her gaze returned to Edie. Was this boy here because he knew Edie? However, during the day, the two hadn't exchanged a single word, nor did they seem familiar with each other. Doubt filled Randy's mind as she walked to her own bunk. Just as Randy was about to sit down, she suddenly noticed something on the ground and her pupils constricted. "No." Randy stood up immediately, her expression turning serious. "This isn't my bed," Randy whispered, yet her tone was firm. Her gaze fell upon the floor in front of the bed. There should have been a pool of blood there. It was left when someone mysteriously chopped off fingers. Rule number 8 of the Hard Sleeper Guidelines. Without permission from the attendant, no private bed swapping is allowed in the hard sleeper carriage. This carriage Randy had returned to wasn't the original carriage 10, to confirm her suspicion. Randy approached and grabbed the person on Edie's bed, flipping it over. 4 eyes met. That was a long-haired face twisted in grotesque rage, suppressing immense madness. Its pitch-black pupils flashed with eerie red light. Fortunately, since Randy hadn't violated the rules, the strange entity could only envy her but couldn't harm her. Relief washed over Randy. She didn't dare imagine what would happen if she had assumed the 16th lower berth was hers just now. Randy glanced up at the carriage sign. It was dark. There was no way to tell which carriage it was. Clearly, this was the doing of some strange force, all to confuse Randy and make her misidentify her bed, thereby breaking the rule. With this thought, Randy furrowed her brow. After some consideration, she decided to go with the most straightforward method. Randy walked to the middle bunk and tapped the boy she had encountered earlier. "Excuse me, may I ask which carriage you switched to?" The boy had just lain down but hadn't fallen asleep yet. He gave Randy a casual glance. "Carriage 16. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Randy immediately turned and headed back towards carriage 10. Counting the carriages, she passed 6 sections, discovering that in each section's 15th lower berth, there lay a Edie. If not for Randy's vigilance, she might have already been swallowed by the strange entity. Returning to carriage 10, Randy found her bed but didn't even get to sit down. She saw Edie, alert and shrinking into the headboard, holding a pair of scissors, pointing the sharp end at Randy. "Who are you?" Edie demanded, staring intensely at her. Randy understood the situation at a glance. It seemed Edie had also encountered an entity disguised as Randy. "I'm Randy," Randy said gravely. "How do you prove it?" Edie gripped the scissors tightly. She looked ready to stab Randy dead if she took another step closer. Randy thought for a moment, recalling that she had been contaminated after returning from that time space but hadn't yet drunk honey water. So she retrieved a cup of honey water from her storage space, sipping a few mouthfuls. "Do you believe me now?" Randy held the honey water towards her, smiling slightly. Seeing Randy take out the cup of honey water, Edie's scissors clattered to the floor. Her tears instantly burst forth, streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Sis, where did you go?" "Where, you're finally back." Edie's voice quivered uncontrollably. "There was someone just like you earlier. I was terrified. Wah. I almost got tricked by it," Edie sobbed with a sniffle. She wiped her tears while recounting what had happened. Randy raised an eyebrow slightly. "What did it do while imitating me?" Through her sobs, Edie said. "It had Sister Jiang's face and said she was scared sleeping alone at night and wanted me to accompany her on her bed." The honey water that Randy had just sipped almost sprayed out. Cough, cough. Edie handed a tissue to Randy. Her tears had made her face all blotchy. "Sis, fortunately, I knew you are brave, plus, you specifically told me be on guard against everyone. So I deliberately said I still wanted some honey water. That person hesitated and didn't want to get it for me, so I saw through its disguise." Randy took the tissue and wiped her mouth. "You're quite clever." Edie forced a smile and gradually stopped crying. She watched as Randy finished drinking the honey water, set down the empty cup, removed her shoes, and climbed back into bed. Randy looked exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Seeing Randy in this state, Edie knew she must be very tired and didn't disturb her further. In these worlds, Randy had nearly formed the habit of falling asleep immediately. Only, her sleep was always light, and even the slightest disturbance would wake her up. Later that night, at some unknown hour, Randy thought she heard the sound of someone slurping chicken claws. It was the sound of licking with a slimy tongue and sucking hard on the chicken claws, stripping the tendons and bones. Just the sound itself was enough to make one feel sick. The sound came from the next few berths over, near the end of a middle bunk. The first rule of the hard sleeper guidelines. After lights out, if you hear the sound of slurping chicken claws, don't panic, just pull your feet back under the covers. Woken by the noise, Randy frowned. Just as she was about to fall back asleep, the carter nudged her. Mommy. The carter rubbed his sleepy eyes and pointed towards the end of Edie's bed. What's that? Are those chicken claws? Edie was fast asleep, but not long ago, she had turned over, pushing the blanket aside and exposing her feet. Following the carter's gaze, Randy saw a pale, claw-like hand slowly emerging from beneath the bed, reaching onto Edie's bed. That withered hand felt along the edge of the bed, wildly probing at the foot end. Randy regained some awareness and instructed the carter, "Baby, go cover Shia's feet with the blanket." The carter obediently climbed out of the covers, hopped onto Edie's bed, tugged the blanket to cover her exposed feet, and then hopped back. Randy noticed that the withered hand probed around the foot of the bed for a bit but found nothing. A few seconds later, it slowly withdrew back under the bed. When the carter returned from Edie's bed, he saw another hand feeling around the foot of Randy's bed, probing insistently. The carter got a little angry. He went straight over, grabbed the ring finger of that hand, and snapped it backward. The pale, withered hand twitched in pain a few times before retreating. The rest of the night passed without incident. When Randy woke up again, it was already 6 in the morning. Though the sky outside the window was still dark, Randy felt an unusual amount of noise in her ears. It sounded like a large crowd surrounding something, vying for it loudly. Soup. Soup. Freshly made crab roe congee from the kitchen. Free, anyone want some? An old, raspy voice called out in the aisle early in the morning. The crabs were just slaughtered in the kitchen, still full of roe. Chapter 32 Free Breakfast. Upon hearing it was congee made from female crabs filled with roe, everyone's enthusiasm rose a bit. The early rising aunties who had rushed to take advantage of the offer gathered in a cluster, jostling to get a bowl. Take it easy, take it easy. Queue up, one by one, there's enough for everyone. The elderly lady counted the portions and distributed them to the people. Not many people were in the hard sleeper carriage number 10, with a total of 60 berths, more than half were empty, which meant only around 20 people were present. By the end of distribution, there were still 2 servings of seafood congee left in the trolley. The elderly lady pushed her cart to Randy and Edie's bunks. Want a bowl of crab roe congee? It's free. The elderly lady took out the remaining 2 bowls and handed them over to Randy and Edie. Edie, seeing the congee, recalled the scene she saw in the dining car last night, and a hint of terror flashed across her eyes. Can we really eat this? Edie nervously swallowed, then looked up at the elderly lady. Sorry, I'm allergic to seafood. Hearing this, the elderly lady's face changed immediately. She huffed in anger and turned to look at Randy. What about you? You're not allergic to seafood too, are you? Her tone carried a menacing threat. Her hand reached under the trolley, furtively holding something unseen. It seemed like if Randy used the same excuse, she would pull out a hidden knife and slash right through. Randy closed her eyes briefly, pondering her response. Edie, lying on the opposite bed, couldn't help but worry about Randy. Randy tapped her index finger twice and opened her eyes. I have stitches on my head, eating seafood won't be good for the healing. Sorry, Grandma. Randy lowered her head, indicating the bandage wrapped around her head and shaking a packet of medication she carried with her. Those external wound medicines were given by the Annie last night. The elderly lady, who had been half-doubting, became speechless upon seeing the packet of medicine. H, none of you will eat seafood. The elderly lady muttered unhappily. Moments later, she bent down and took 2 snacks from the middle layer of the trolley. How about boneless chicken feet? They had their bones removed just last night. The elderly lady, acting forcefully, placed the 2 boxes of chicken feet directly on the small table in front of them. Edie glanced at the items. Blood-red broth coated the pale chicken toes, exuding an intense smell of fishy sweetness. Meanwhile, Randy noticed that when the elderly lady handed them the items, her ring finger twisted at an odd angle. Glancing at the boneless chicken feet, Randy thought back to last night and began to form a hypothesis. The 4th rule of the hard sleeper carriage. Hard sleeper carriages provide free meals. With more food options and fresher ingredients, you can eat with confidence. Randy knew this rule was wrong. No matter what, they shouldn't eat this bizarre offering. At worst, they could simply keep it without eating. Just as she thought this, a child next to them suddenly started shouting. I don't want to eat it. This congee tastes bad, I don't like it. The child's voice was quite loud. The Marlene nearby held the bowl, spoon in hand, earnestly persuading the child, eat one more bite, it's nutritious. But the child covered his ears, refusing to listen. Just throw it away, it's free anyway. Too disgusting, I don't want to eat a single bite. The Marlene tried to persuade him further. Suddenly, the Reese serving the congee flew into a rage. Eyes blazing with fury, she pulled a meat cleaver from under the train, took a few steps forward, and chopped the Reese and the child into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, stunning everyone on the train. One woman's pupils widened in horror, unable to contain her fear, and let out a chilling scream. In the next second, her throat was slit, blood gushed, and her head rolled lifelessly under the bed. Having done all this, the elderly lady stowed away the cleaver and wiped her hands with a cloth from the carriage. Then, amidst everyone's stunned gazes, she pressed the conductor call button. Soon after, a conductor dressed in a black vest arrived, carrying a large black plastic bag. He numbly dealt with the remains, cleaning up the bloodstains scattered throughout the carriage. Along with that, even the bloodstain in front of Randy's bed left from chopping off fingers was cleaned up. Seeing that everything was taken care of, the elderly lady returned to her trolley. As if nothing had happened, she resumed her conversation with Randy. Let me tell you, young people must not skip breakfast. Otherwise, you'll eventually starve yourself sick. Okay, you eat first, and I'll come back to collect the boxes. I need them for reuse. After giving a few kind and benevolent instructions, the elderly lady finally left with satisfaction. Edie and Randy looked at each other, neither of them touching the 2 servings of chicken feet. Sis, what do we do with these chicken feet? Edie asked. She had figured out that they couldn't eat them or throw them away. Either way, it would lead to their death. Randy recalled the scene just now and stared at the chicken feet for a while. 2 seconds later, she picked up the 2 servings of chicken feet and directly put them into her spatial pocket. Edie on the opposite bed covered her mouth, staring at the 2 empty boxes in disbelief. She almost forgot that Sister Jiang had this special ability. Now, after witnessing too many unbelievable things on the train, Edie had completely accepted Randy's talent for storing items in midair. After dealing with the morning affairs, Edie continued to lie down and sleep, catching up on her lost sleep. Randy wasn't that sleepy. She lay in bed for a while, then went to the restroom. But when she came out, she noticed something strange about the surrounding passengers. Not a single one of them was awake. They were all sleeping in various positions. Some were lying on the small tables, some were half hanging on the beds, and some were even sleeping in the aisle. Randy stepped over these sleeping passengers and returned to her bed. She had just sat down when a series of disordered footsteps came from the toilet end of the carriage. Are they all asleep? Yes. After eating, they're all asleep now. It was the elderly lady's voice. Then let's begin. Yes. Hearing the conversation beside her, Randy was alarmed. Oh no. She hurriedly lay down quietly, adjusted her breathing, and tightly closed her eyes. Chapter 33, The Spirit Station. Randy had some experience with pretending to sleep. This time, she found it particularly easy. During her pretend slumber, she heard a group of people approaching her side. They ransacked the bag containing her medicine. Then they dumped out everything from Edie's school bag and turned everything upside down. What were they looking for? Randy wasn't quite sure, but just in case, she discreetly stowed away the small golden lock in her pocket into her spatial storage. After rummaging through their belongings, the group moved on to the neighboring bunks. About 10 minutes later, the entire hard sleeper carriage finally fell completely silent. Randy kept her eyes closed for another half hour. Only after the passengers around her gradually began to wake up did she pretend to wake up. The first thing Randy did upon opening her eyes was to check the ransacked package. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state, showing no signs of being disturbed. Upon opening her medicine bag, she was surprised to find an extra kitchen knife inside. The blade was sharp, coated on both sides with rust-preventing black paint. Those people earlier hadn't stolen anything but instead issued each passenger a rust-proof kitchen knife. Why would they do that? While pondering this, Randy's gaze inadvertently swept across 2 skull cards left on the table. It looked like they were deliberately left behind. One card was meant for Edie, and the other for her. Was this a new rule? Randy hurriedly picked them up to read. Train card game. Game name, Sending Family Home. Game description, Your family is lost. Please escort them off at Spirit Station. Spirit Station will arrive in 2 hours. Please prepare to disembark. Game rules. 1. They will act as your family. Your everyday interaction patterns cannot change. 2. Injuries to the imposter will cause equal harm to the real family member. 3. They must disembark at Spirit Station. If not, you will suffer dire consequences. 4. Only the dead are accepted at Spirit Station. Just as Randy was confused, the speeding train emitted a screeching braking sound. Soon, the train slowly pulled into the station platform. Randy instantly became alert. The first rule of riding this train flashed through her mind. This train travels from Huicheng to Fenling. It does not stop at any station en route. If necessary, please jump out of the window. Since it won't stop at any station, what did this stop mean? Or could it be that this stop wasn't prepared for them, but, for them? Randy felt her scalp tingle. She lifted her head to see a large crowd of people queuing up outside, one by one getting on the train after checking tickets. Behind those people, on the station square, stood a huge blue sign. On the sign, the words relative station glowed with a ghostly white light. Coupled with the instructions, Randy suddenly understood the meaning of the rules. Before she could fully grasp the shock, a familiar face rushed toward her. Sister, Bonnie, with twinkling mischievous eyes, sprinted into Randy's arms for a warm embrace. Randy's eyes widened, her blood nearly freezing. Meanwhile, Edie also woke up. Edie climbed out of bed, her hair tousled, rubbing her sleepy eyes. A man excitedly walked towards her. Zoria, ha ha ha, my dear daughter, Dad finally sees you. Edie was stunned. Before she could react, the man hugged her tightly. In the next second, he released her and smiled with a paternal kindness. Do you recognize me? Edie gasped. Dad. You, how did you get here? Davis sat down on Edie's bunk, chiding, "Why else, didn't I say over the phone, Dad couldn't bear to be apart from you. I decided to personally escort you to university." Davis, watching the live stream back in China's intelligence department, was so shocked he fell off his chair. Seeing the man identical to himself and even 20 years younger, he broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on?" Davis pointed at the screen, turning to ask the experts. An assistant quickly helped Davis back to his feet. The expert pushed up his glasses. "It seems that the strange occurrences are escalating. They're impersonating the relatives of passengers. From the rules, it appears only if the passenger kills their own relative and throws the body out at the spirit station can they survive. But the rules say that if the impersonator gets injured, the real family member will also get injured. If I really kill that thing inside, won't my own family?" Everyone looked at each other, each understanding that this situation had no solution. The passengers essentially had only two choices. Either they could die to save their loved ones, or they could sacrifice their loved ones to save themselves. And among them, quite a number would choose to die to ensure their family's safety. This test would ultimately screen out a group of desperate people who would kill their own families to save themselves. How wicked. Giles punched the table in anger. Giles's veins were bulging. After thinking for 2 seconds, he strode over and picked up his coat from the back of a chair, pulling out a phone from it. "I can't let anything happen to Zoria. At worst, I'll die instead." Giles angrily dialed a call. Minister, please calm down." Those around him couldn't stop him. Giles had made up his mind. He stepped aside and waited for the call to connect. The ringing went on for a long time, continuously showing out of service area. For a moment, Giles became very anxious, pacing back and forth with worry. Damn it. Giles hung up the phone. "Hurry, use one communication chance, and tell Randy immediately. Have Randy convey it to Zoria," Giles ordered. Under the pressure of rank, the technician nearby could only quickly contact the eerie world. 3 seconds later, the technician's worried voice came through. "Minister, the communication has been terminated. They refused our request." An expert next to him stood up to analyze. "It seems the eerie presence has tampered with things, deliberately preventing us from contacting anyone inside." Everyone's mood fell to rock bottom. Giles clenched his fists, his temples throbbing with rage. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Go, dig up all the records from 20 years ago. What exactly happened before train Z114 disappeared? Investigate thoroughly." Giles had a gut feeling that what the eerie presence was doing seemed like targeted revenge. He needed to know what happened back then that warranted such elaborate arrangements by that thing. Its goal was obvious. It wanted to see the passengers brutally kill their own family members. Giles looked at Randy in the live stream. Now, communication between the surface world and the eerie world had been cut off. If Randy killed Bonnie, she could be revived after this mission. But for other passengers who killed their own families, there would be no going back. Giles pinned his hopes on Randy. He hoped Randy could come up with a foolproof plan to get through this predicament smoothly. In the live stream, Randy frowned and pushed away Bonnie, who was clinging to her. "Get back to your bed." Randy's response was cold. Bonnie pouted, clinging to Randy's arm and cooing, "Oh my dear sister, I just want to be close to you." Randy's tone grew colder. "Don't push me or I'll slap you. The first rule of the game. It will act as your family. Your everyday interaction patterns cannot change. In their daily interactions." Randy indeed treated two-faced Bonnie this way. Bonnie accepted her defeat, sniffed, and wisely released her grip. Randy noticed Bonnie pushing her suitcase under her bunk, taking off her shoes, and climbing into the middle bunk above her. Across from them, Edie was still tightly embraced by Giles, looking very much like a loving father and daughter. Edie sensed something was wrong. Her father being so far away wouldn't have boarded the train here. There was definitely something amiss with this father. Edie sought help from Randy with her eyes. Randy, considering the hard sleeper rule no meddling in others' affairs, hesitated to intervene. She merely gave Edie a meaningful look, gesturing towards the skull card on the table. Edie understood and hurriedly reached out to grab the card. However, before her fingertips could touch it, Bonnie from the middle bunk snatched the card away. Chapter 34, The Thing in the Tunnel. "What's this?" Bonnie quickly withdrew the card and asked as if she were utterly clueless. It was unclear whether she was genuinely curious or just pretending to be. After taking the card, she lay back on the bed and scrutinized it repeatedly. "It seems useless anyway." "Throw it away." Bonnie casually shredded the card into pieces. Edie's face turned grim. These ghosts on the train are all in league with each other. They can't wait for the passengers not to see the rules so that they might all perish. Randy knew that Bonnie on the middle bunk had done it deliberately. If Bonnie were beside her now, she would have definitely slapped her across the face. She could even put on airs as an elder sister and give her a piece of her mind. Unfortunately, since Bonnie went up to the middle bunk, Randy couldn't easily get up to confront her. Randy thought for a moment and pretended to put on her shoes while actually stepping on her own card. "I'm going to the restroom," Randy said. Then, standing up, she kicked the card with her foot. The rule card slid over to Edie's feet. Randy stood up, tidied her clothes, and headed toward the restroom. "Can these spirits not be killed?" Randy asked the carter on her shoulder as she walked. The carter scratched its head and thought for a second. "Not exactly. From what I know, different types of spirits have different weaknesses." Randy observed the situation of nearby passengers carefully throughout her journey. Some people hadn't seen the rules. They really treated those spirits as their loved ones, chatting warmly. Some others, like a yellow-haired man passing by, soon found the rule and grabbed the knife from their bag. The yellow-haired man realized immediately that this was a you die or I die situation. He acted swiftly, raising his knife and cutting down the spirit trying to hug him. The spirit let out a blood-curdling scream. In response, the yellow-haired man's family back in China fell to the ground, suddenly riddled with numerous stab wounds. The bloody scene made Randy's heart tremble. The continuous sounds of reunions and cries echoed around. Randy soon reached the bathroom door. She went inside, locked the door, and stood still for a while. The layout of the bathroom was the same as the previous night. Yet Randy felt something was missing. It should be the little ghost she met last time. Randy stood inside for 2 minutes, flushed the toilet, washed her hands, opened the door, and walked out. She hurriedly returned to bed 16 lower berth. Randy needed more contact with these ghosts and gather more information before making any plans. Opposite her, Giles chatted with Edie and then lay down on bed 15 mid-bunk. Edie sat there dazed, tears brimming in her eyes, holding the kitchen knife that inexplicably appeared in her bag. Seeing her expression, Randy knew she had understood the rules. The meaning was clear: she and her family could only have one survivor. Randy naturally knew what she was sorrowful about. Thinking for a bit, Randy spoke up. "I'm hungry. Let's have some breakfast." Upon hearing this, Edie wiped away her tears, took out some snacks from her backpack, and shared them with Randy. "Sis, you can have all these." Edie poured out all the snacks from her backpack and gave them all to Randy. "Have you made up your mind?" Randy asked her. Edie nodded sadly. "Yeah. I won't harm my father." Seeing Edie biting back tears, on the verge of crying, Randy felt uncomfortable too. "Don't be sad." Randy patted Edie's shoulder. "Maybe there's another way out." Edie sniffled and forced a smile, knowing well that Randy was just trying to comfort her. Checking the time on her phone, Edie noted that these ghosts boarded the train at around 7 a.m. Nearly half an hour had passed. The train would arrive at Spirit Station in another 1.5 hours. That meant Edie had 1.5 hours left to live. Considering this, Edie took out her notebook and a cherished pen and began writing on her bed, being secretive about it. Randy knew without looking it must be a young girl writing her last will because she knew she was going to die. Randy wasn't particularly worried. A stab to Bonnie would finish her off. There was no need to worry too much. If she completed the level, Bonnie would resurrect, making Randy not a murderer. If she failed, it would be equivalent to having Bonnie accompany her in death, an equal trade. What troubled her now were the kind-hearted passengers. Like Edie, who would likely sacrifice herself for her family. In this ghost train scenario, many had already been killed using people's kindness. The migrant worker who gave up his seat for the MIA, the medical staff who treated patients, and the young adults who bravely intervened to catch a thug. Now, another group of kind-hearted people, unable to harm their family members, would be killed. Randy speculated that, by the end, those left on the train would all be ruthless individuals. Why did the ghost do this? Could it have suffered some psychological trauma leading to this twisted behavior? Thinking about this, Randy began speaking to herself again. "Minister, this is Randy. I know you're watching the live stream and can hear me. I want you to investigate what happened on train Z114 for me. Find out if any shocking events occurred on this train. Inform me as soon as you have information. Call Edie's phone, I'll answer." Randy's analysis coincided with what Giles had thought. And in Huagua, the relevant investigations had already begun. While Randy was speaking, strands of hair fell onto her face. More and more hair started dangling down. Lifting her eyes, Randy met the horrifying upside-down face of Bonnie from the middle bunk. Trying to scare her? Randy sneered. This trick was too low level. Without a word, she let out 2 sneezes. Achoo, achoo. Instantly, Bonnie's upside-down face was sprayed with saliva. Such an ugly face. Randy tossed these words and turned her head away, lying down. Feeling embarrassed, Bonnie angrily wiped the saliva off her face and withdrew her head. There was silence for a while after that. Everyone was busy with their own things and mostly didn't talk to each other. About 5 minutes later, everyone's attention was drawn by the voice over the intercom. It was still the familiar female announcer. "Dear passengers, the train is about to enter the longest tunnel in the country. The estimated travel time is 30 minutes. Please be aware." As soon as she finished speaking, the train entered the tunnel with a whistle. The sunrise outside the window was completely replaced by darkness. Randy sat up, crouched at the head of the bed, hugging her knees. She noticed that Giles opposite pulled the blanket tightly around himself and started sleeping. And there were sounds of Bonnie on the middle bunk moving the blanket. Did the strange entities have to sleep once inside the tunnel? Randy looked at Giles, whose head was completely covered. Or perhaps he was afraid of something. Chapter 35: The Missing Mirror. Was there something in the tunnel? Randy looked out of the tunnel. On top of the train, bright lights shone inside the carriage. Outside the train, the tunnel was pitch black. Through the reflective window glass, Randy could only see the reflection of the scene inside the train. Randy stared out of the window for a long time. She had been waiting to see if anything terrifying would suddenly press against the glass. But 10 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Randy felt that she might have overreacted, so she finally turned away from the window. Across from her, Edie finished writing her will, folded it neatly, and put it into her backpack. Then, she pulled out a pile of cosmetics, intending to put on makeup and tidy herself up before death. But as Edie rummaged through her bag for a long time, she grew increasingly anxious. As the remaining time ticked away second by second, Edie's emotions became more and more uncontrollable. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill at any moment. Jiang Jie, have you seen my mirror? I can't find it no matter where I look. Edie, with red-rimmed eyes and tears welling up, looked at Randy with blurry vision. I haven't seen it. I didn't touch. Randy paused for a second. Your bag. Randy suddenly remembered that someone had gone through their belongings while they were asleep. Could those people have taken Edie's mirror then? But why would they do such a thing? I just wanted to put on makeup before dying, but now I can't find the mirror which I clearly placed properly. Edie was already saddened by the knowledge of her impending death, but now even this wish couldn't be fulfilled. Her emotions broke down, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Seeing Edie cry, Randy suggested, I remember there's one in the toilet. You can go check yourself there. As soon as Randy said this, an image flashed in her mind. Wait. The mirror in the toilet she had just visited was missing. Now she realized what was different about the toilet compared to how it was at midnight yesterday. It was the side wall mirror that was missing, but why would only the mirror be missing? Randy looked up at the opposite reflective train window, and thought about the strange actions of these ghosts who made everyone fall into a deep sleep. A bold conjecture took shape in her mind. Edie wiped away her tears and responded with an "Oh," picking up a comb from the bed. Then I'll go to the toilet. Just as Edie put on her shoes to leave, Randy grabbed her arm. Hold on, don't go to the toilet. I remember my sister has a habit of always carrying a small mirror with her. Right, Bonnie. Randy shouted loudly to Bonnie. The first rule of the game. It will pretend to be your relative. It wasn't Randy playing the role now, it was that ghost. Since it had to pretend to be Randy's sister, the initiative was actually in Randy's hands. Even if Randy fabricated a habit like this on the spot, the ghost still had to act convincingly. Bonnie, you usually keep your mirror in the right pocket of your clothes, right? Can you take it out and lend it to me? Randy gave a direct command. If things went as expected, the fake Bonnie wouldn't be able to comply with Randy's request. Firstly, the habit of carrying a mirror was a complete fabrication. Secondly, Randy guessed that these ghosts simply dared not look in the mirror. This also explained why those people had drugged the passengers and searched through their belongings earlier. They likely took away items that were harmful to them, including mirrors, when distributing knives to everyone. If Randy's guess was correct, Edie's mirror in the bag had been taken this way. Understanding this, Randy continued to press the fake Bonnie. Bonnie, quickly give me the mirror. You usually listen to your elder sister the most, what's wrong with you today? Again, she placed the burden of obeying her sister on the ghost's shoulders. Unable to verify such claims, the ghost had no choice but to continue the act. Sis, I think I forgot to bring the mirror today. The voice from the upper berth of Bonnie sounded resentful after turning over. Randy was not willing to let it off easily. She stood up and walked to the edge of Bonnie's bed, lifted the blanket, and started searching through the pockets of its clothes. Randy's rough treatment greatly annoyed Bonnie. Bonnie scrambled out of bed angrily, stepping down the ladder. Sis, you see, I really did forget it today. Bonnie stood in front of Randy with a sullen face. It turned out its empty pockets, showing them to Randy. Randy held Bonnie's arm, her face filled with confusion. How could it be? You usually always carry it. Randy turned Bonnie's body to the back. Do you have any pockets on the back of your pants? No, sis, I only have 2 pockets on the front of my clothes, Bonnie said in an unpleasant tone. Just at that moment, taking advantage of this ghost's back being turned to her, Randy grabbed its shoulders and pushed it forcefully toward the reflective train window. Caught off guard, the ghost thing made eye contact with its reflection in the glass. A bone-chilling scream echoed. The ghost thing seemed to see something terrifying inside itself. It quickly covered its face and frantically dodged to the side. But it was too late, its skin started peeling off, revealing a grotesque and ugly face underneath. Randy grabbed the rust-proof kitchen knife from the table, stepped forward swiftly, and slashed it at the ghost's neck. It was nearly a killing blow. The deformed ghost thing's neck instantly severed, falling to the ground with a look of agony. In just seconds, the ghost thing's body began shrinking. Finally, in a cloud of black smoke, it became a shriveled black corpse lying lifelessly in the aisle. Edie witnessed everything, her heart pounding from fear. She had only asked Randy about the mirror but hadn't expected such a bloody incident. Jiang Jie, you killed your sister. Edie's voice trembled, her eyes full of terror. She looked at Randy in disbelief. But Randy smiled faintly. Don't worry. I didn't kill my sister. I killed this thing's true form. The second rule of the game. If the disguised relative is injured, the real relative will also be hurt equally. And what was stabbed now wasn't the disguise pretending to be a relative but the true form of the eerie entity. After pondering for a moment, Edie recalled the reaction of the thing when it saw its reflection in the window, immediately understanding Randy's meaning. So these things, when they see their reflection in a mirror, they reveal their true form. This meant that if she killed the true form of this ghost thing, her father wouldn't die. Edie exchanged a glance with Randy, and they both looked up at the middle berth where Giles lay. At this moment, Giles heard their loud conspiratorial whispers and was terrified. It curled up under the blanket, covering its head, sticking out its bottom, and couldn't stop shivering. Chapter 36, Slain by Chaotic Blades. Against such a type of anomaly, one is utterly helpless without discovering its weakness. However, once you find its shortcoming, it is placed in an absolutely disadvantageous position, given both sides have to abide by the rules. Randy handed the kitchen knife to Edie and curled her lips, saying, "It's up to you now." Edie took the kitchen knife and swallowed hard. She held the handle with both hands and slowly approached the upper bunk. After calming down for a moment, Edie exhaled softly, looked up, and gazed at Giles under the blanket. "Dad, come down, I need to talk to you about something." The Giles under the blanket shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum upon hearing this. Was she really going to talk? She was here to end its life. "Dad, what's wrong with you today? You aren't usually like this with me." Edie spoke with an aggrieved tone, trying her best to appear innocent. The Giles hidden in the covers broke out in cold sweat. If it was detected as violating the pretending to be Edie's father rule, it would be dead. Thinking for a while, it had no choice but to unwillingly clear its throat and respond. Cough. Shia, Dad isn't feeling well today. If you have anything to say, just spit it out. Upon hearing that Dad wasn't feeling well, Edie appeared genuinely concerned, frowning. She asked, "Dad, are your old ailments acting up again?" Giles nodded repeatedly, taking the hint. Yes, it's the old ailments flaring up." Giles chuckled and tried to cover up. It wasn't that it couldn't fight Edie. However, it also had to adhere to the rules within this game. Giles waited in bed for quite some time but heard no response from Edie. It thought it had escaped danger. Little did it know, once it let its guard down, Edie's deathly voice sounded. "Dad, come down. Fortunately, I have your usual medicine in my bag. I've especially boiled water and mixed it for you. Come down quick and take it while it's hot." Edie spoke earnestly. In her hand, there was no knife but rather a bowl of black liquid, giving no indication of harming Dad. Giles lifted a corner of the quilt, revealing half an eye, looking down below. Upon seeing this, its eyebrows instinctively knitted together. Could this black substance be poisoned? But then, Giles thought that this Edie wouldn't dare harm her own father, dismissing the idea. "Dad, come down quickly. It's time to take your medicine. You take it every day. After that, I'll still give you a temple massage. Don't tell me you've forgotten," Edie urged. Giles couldn't guess Edie's intentions. On the surface, the girl seemed harmless, purely showing filial piety. After careful consideration, Giles finally emerged from the covers. As long as its face didn't reflect on the tunnel's window glass and revert to its original form, Edie wouldn't dare attack. Thinking of this, Giles mustered the courage, lifted the covers, and climbed down the ladder. Throughout, it stayed sideways to avoid facing the window glass. "Why are you sweating so much, Dad?" Edie pulled out a tissue and passed it to Giles with genuine concern. Giles took it, wiped the sweat off its neck, and forced a smile. "Hot, very hot." Edie dutifully handed the medicine bowl to Giles. "Then drink the medicine quickly, Dad. Since your health isn't good, after drinking the medicine, I'll give you a temple massage." Edie smiled sweetly, then turned back to sit on the bed, appearing completely harmless. Giles concluded she wouldn't poison her own father. Thus, holding the bowl of medicine, it relaxed somewhat. It kept telling itself that as long as it didn't look into the window glass, it wouldn't reveal its true form and be killed. Thinking this, Giles brought the medicine bowl to its mouth, ready to drink the black liquid. Unexpectedly, when it lowered its head, the originally pitch-black liquid clearly reflected its human face like a water mirror. The light flickered on the water's surface, making Giles's features especially clear in the ink-like water. Giles was startled, its pupils suddenly contracting, and the medicine bowl fell to the ground. It didn't have time to dodge as an excruciating pain swept through its body, like being stripped of its skin. Tilda. The ghostly entity clutched its face, involuntarily glancing towards the window glass. Inside, its reflection showed distorted and torn facial features. The skin flaked off bit by bit, revealing the ugly and bloody face beneath. Losing control, the ghostly entity pounced on Edie. It opened its gaping mouth, its vocal cords rasping as if slashed by a knife. "It's you. You tricked me. You deliberately did this to me." The ghostly entity grabbed Edie's collar in resentment. Its blood-streaked, sticky face was inches away from Edie's. Edie's expression tightened. She said grimly, "If you want to see yourself, I have plenty of ways." Edie reached out and threw a black glass bottle to the ground. It was an empty ink bottle. Seeing this, the ghostly entity's expression froze for a moment. The next second, it felt a puh pain in its chest. A sharp weapon pierced straight into its chest. "You lost." Edie gritted her teeth, gripping the scissors handle with both hands and pushing the sharp end further in by half an inch. The ghostly entity shrieked in a high-pitched, mournful howl. After wailing in pain, its form gradually shrank, turning into a withered black corpse that lay limp on the ground. Upon completing this act, Edie's forehead dripped with cold sweat, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Dead. Finally dead. Feeling weak, she leaned on the bed frame and sat back down, still shaken. Earlier, she hadn't dared to use the kitchen knife, only the scissors. Using scissors to kill someone was already her limit. Edie drank a few sips of water, trembling. Looking at the time, there were less than 10 minutes left before the train exited the tunnel. Once out of the tunnel, the natural mirror formed by the train windows would disappear. Edie looked up at Randy. "Sister Jiang, I want to tell the other passengers about this method so their families won't be harmed." Randy raised an eyebrow lightly. "Do as you wish." Determined, Edie forced herself to get up despite her trembling legs. Meanwhile, Randy lay calmly on the bed. Randy didn't believe many people would choose death over protecting their loved ones in life-and-death situations like Edie. Likely, those who understood the rule had already acted against their family. In an apocalyptic world, there was no room for morality. Sure enough, after Edie circled around outside and came back, her lips were white from biting them. How did it go? Randy asked. Edie glanced at Randy and shook her head. Randy noticed that Edie's fingertips were slightly trembling. Trying to remain composed, Edie clenched her fists tightly, trying to suppress her shaking. But the visual impact was too intense, making it hard for her to control her subconscious reactions. She saw those passengers taking advantage of their family's fear during the tunnel phase, raising knives to slash them mercilessly. The scene was gory and horrifying. Chapter 37, I Want to Buy Life. Edie had witnessed those scenes and, after returning, her complexion had not been good ever since. She hugged her knees and curled up at the head of the bed, not uttering a word. Not until the train entered the Dead Souls station did everyone start opening the windows and throwing their family members out into the station. The bloody smell in the train diminished quite a bit, and Edie gradually recovered. Leader Jiang, do you think, are there people who haven't laid hands on their family? The lifeless light in Edie's eyes flickered. She asked Randy tentatively, clinging to the last thread of hope. Randy curled her lips. Of course there are. Look, isn't this it? In the corridor, a disordered sound of footsteps approached. A staff member wearing a white chef's cap, humming a cheerful tune, pushed a large refrigerator past their bed. Underneath that refrigerator dripped fresh blood. At the door of the cabinet, clung a blood-stained long-sleeve shirt. Rule 3 of the game. If they don't get off the train when it reaches their station, you will suffer terrible things. And this was that terrible thing. Edie glanced once and immediately withdrew her gaze. Despite this, her stomach roiled with acid. Ooh. Edie lowered her head and vomited a large mouthful of acidic water. Randy passed her a tissue. You're lucky. You discovered that thing's weakness, saving your family and yourself. Wiping her mouth, Edie thought about the strange events on the train these 2 days and looked somewhat withdrawn. Connoren, have you finished eating the chicken feet? An all too familiar yet elderly voice echoed from the corridor. It was the Peggy who delivered the porridge earlier in the morning. She now pushed a small cart at the end of the kitchen staff. Her face crinkled with a smile as she pointed at the meal boxes on the table. I can take the meal boxes back. Randy picked up 2 meal boxes and handed them to the Peggy. The Peggy didn't accept them right away but kindly asked, do you 2 young ones want anything? You can pre-order with me. What's available? Randy asked. The Peggy gave a mysterious look, glancing at the staff ahead before lowering her voice. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. No need. Edie on the bed responded resolutely. Her eyes were filled with disgust. Even if we have money, we won't buy anything from you. The smile on the Peggy's face faltered. Under Edie's hostility, the Peggy withdrew her smile, glaring hatefully at Edie. She snatched the 2 empty meal boxes and turned to leave. But the keen-eyed Randy noticed that the Peggy's hand held several more pieces of jewelry. 1 gold bracelet and 2 gold rings. As the Peggy walked away, a chain of keys around her waist clanked loudly. On one key was clearly labeled Broadcast Room. Hold on. Randy hurriedly called out, stopping the Peggy. The Peggy cast a suspicious glance back at her, scanning her up and down with lingering anger. What? What is it? Randy didn't speak but stepped forward, took out a small golden lock from her space, and shoved it into the Peggy's hand. Anything can be bought. Randy whispered. The Peggy weighed the safety lock in her hand, grunting, and her attitude softened slightly. Of course, as I said, anything. I want to buy life. Randy murmured softly. Upon hearing this, the Peggy glanced around nervously, pushing Randy back to her bed. You want to live? The Peggy asked, raising her eyes. Randy nodded straightforwardly. Yes. Good, you're the second smart one I've seen, the Peggy said, handing Randy a piece of paper. From her expression, it seemed the Peggy wanted to add more. Unexpectedly, a man's scolding voice came from behind her. You old hag, what are you dawdling here for? The Peggy jumped at the sound. She quickly removed the gold bracelet, rings, and the safety lock from her hand and hid them under Randy's blanket in a panic. Did you take something again? Show me. The man walked over and searched the Peggy's pockets. He was middle-aged, wearing a black vest uniform with a red armband, like a train supervisor. His search was firm but found nothing in the Peggy's pockets. Recalling how close the Peggy had been to Randy earlier, he walked over to Randy's bed and prepared to lift the blanket to find contraband. No. No taking. Enraged, the Peggy slapped the man on the back of his head. You blind-eyed fool, doesn't Reese collecting meal boxes bother you? The Peggy's actions indeed stopped the man from searching Randy's bed. However, it also infuriated him. The man cursed and dragged the Peggy away as she walked with him while giving Randy meaningful looks. From her expressions, it seemed she intended to retrieve those items later from Randy. Randy stored those items in her space. Then, she took out the piece of paper given by the Peggy and unfolded it. On the paper was a script for a broadcast scheduled at 2 p.m., 5 hours from now. Randy quickly scanned through the text. Passengers, please note, this is an urgent announcement. Due to a malfunction in the train control panel, we will be making an emergency stop in 5 minutes. Wild animals are present in the vicinity of the stopping area. Passengers are advised to seek refuge in carriage 09, the dining car. The dining car has a sturdy structure and can safely accommodate up to 40 passengers. At that time, to facilitate headcount, only the doors on the hard sleeper side will be opened. Spaces are limited, first come first served. Once the 40 slots are filled, the dining car will be completely sealed off. Please be informed. As Randy finished reading, her expression turned grim. What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Edie noticed something was amiss. Randy handed the note to her, indicating for her to read it herself. Edie took the note and read the broadcast script, skeptical. Could this be a trick to lure us to the dining car? Recalling the events in the dining car, Edie found it hard to believe it could be a safe place. No, this time it's real, Randy said earnestly. To survive, we need to fight for one of those 40 slots. She had used the Eye of Truth to verify the information on the note, and it confirmed the escape plan was genuine. Do you know what will happen next? Randy frowned, looking at Edie. Edie thought for 2 seconds, her expression growing more serious. She now understood Randy's concern. In 5 hours, when this announcement went out, all survivors on the train would vie for those 40 survival spots. And the most terrifying part was that every passenger now held a kitchen knife. Those who remained alive were those who had already been screened and personally killed their own family members. Fear gripped her heart as she realized what was to come. This train would soon witness a brutal and bloody conflict. Chapter 38, The Vanishing Bones. Rather than waiting to be destroyed, it's better to take the initiative. The danger level of this far exceeded Randy's imagination. Both the S and A grade methods for passing mentioned that the chosen ones must reach the final station safely to clear the mission. But it was evident that as they progressed further, Randy's chances of survival would decrease exponentially. At that point, the greatest threat to Randy wouldn't be the source of contamination or the NPCs in the scenario, it would be people. Those who were on the train, willing to do anything to survive. The most suitable method for Randy to pass now was actually the first one, eliminating the source of contamination. Randy could confirm that the boy's singing was indeed the contamination source. As long as she could find that child again, kill it, and make it shut up forever, the ghost train mission could end smoothly. The train continued its clank-clank journey through the wilderness. Randy and Edie ate some snacks together as their lunch. Jiang, shall we go ahead? I'm worried we'll be too late, Edie suggested. But Randy had her own plans. Going to the dining car was certainly important, but once inside, getting out might become incredibly difficult. Randy wanted to see if she could eliminate the contamination source before entering the dining car. What time is it? Randy asked Edie. Edie glanced at her phone. Almost noon. Let's wait a little longer, said Randy, putting on her shoes and sitting by the bed. A few more minutes passed. The originally empty corridor now had more people, half-transparent people. Just like last night at midnight, they couldn't see Randy. Randy guessed that noon and midnight were the easiest times for multiple timelines to intersect. She needed to seize this opportunity to go to the bathroom and search for the timeline from last night. If Randy could eliminate the contamination source before 2 p.m., all the horrors that were about to happen on the train would not occur. Do you have a flashlight? Randy asked Edie. Edie shook her head. No. But my phone can be used as a light. I have a spare one, Jiang, you can borrow it if you need it. Edie rummaged through her backpack and handed an old phone to Randy. It has no password. Thank you, Randy replied. But, why do you need a flashlight in broad daylight? For lighting, Randy didn't explain further and got up, preparing to head to the bathroom. Before leaving, she turned around to remind Edie. If I haven't returned by 1:30 p.m., you should go to the dining car alone. Edie nodded with worry, okay. After delivering her instructions, Randy turned and walked towards the restroom. Unfortunately, there was someone in the restroom. Randy waited for a long time, but the restroom sign kept showing occupied, and the door wouldn't open. Randy kept track of the time outside. Around 12:10 p.m., Randy noticed that the half-transparent figures in the hallway were gradually fading away. Randy raised her hand and knocked on the restroom door several times. Hearing the urgent knocking, the person inside slowly made a move to leave. With a click, the door opened. The person who came out looked quite peculiar, like an Peggy who had been insane for 20 years without anyone caring for her. Her hair was messy, her clothes torn, and her shoe soles caked with black mud and moss. The crazy Peggy pushed the door open with one hand while holding a rat in the other. Her eyes were bloodshot, her expression frenzied, and her raspy voice held a strange sense of joy. Caught you, caught you. Finishing her words, she opened her scorched yellow teeth and bit into the stinky rat, killing it. The rat squeaked and struggled a couple of times before dying completely. Randy stared at the madwoman for a moment. The madwoman seemed to notice Randy. She turned her head, glaring at Randy with red eyes. What are you looking at? You also have AIDS. Randy sidestepped into the restroom, shutting the door loudly, blocking the madwoman's view. That madwoman didn't look like someone with AIDS but rather someone with mental illness. Outside, the madwoman kicked the restroom door, shouting, You all have AIDS. I have proof, proof. After ranting, she hobbled back to her bunk. Carriage 10. Lower berth 15, mumbling incoherently as she left. Once inside the restroom, Randy quickly opened her phone and switched on the flashlight. Mario, if anything appears, help Mom block it. Mario pouted, Mommy, but I haven't eaten for so long. Your darling is almost starving to death. Randy thought for a moment and replied, After we go to the dining car this afternoon, Mommy will try to get you more hearts. Mario calmed down, then, okay tilde. Next, Randy prepared herself mentally, gripped the doorknob of the restroom, counted silently to 3, and pushed the door open. With a creak, the intact bathroom door instantly turned into a rusted, broken iron frame. Lifting her foot, she stepped out into an overwhelming darkness. In that time space, noon was midnight in this time space. Randy's vision adjusted briefly from the sudden change. Fortunately, under the illumination of the flashlight, Randy gradually regained control over the dark environment. Randy walked out of the pitch-black, dilapidated restroom. She shone the flashlight around. The surroundings were just like what she had seen yesterday. Inside the train, steel was rusted with stains, cracks filled with weeds, filth and decay everywhere, rats and insects scurrying about. Randy shifted her gaze and directed the flashlight to the right. A meter away, a woman's smiling face suddenly appeared before her eyes. Randy's heart skipped a beat. The second rule of the hard sleeper carriage. After midnight, lights must not be used, as it would reveal your presence in the darkness. On the same train, the rules were consistent. Randy had been well prepared. It seemed that this disheveled woman, with blood-stained clothes, was the it mentioned in the rules. According to the rules, as long as lights were used after midnight, this woman would appear. But the light was essential for Randy. Without the light, coming into this pitch-black train would be pointless, as she wouldn't see anything clearly. So Randy had prepared Mario in advance. If something attacked, Mario was to help block it. Randy stared at the woman for a few seconds. The woman's lips curled, oozing dark red blood, forming a stark contrast against her pale face. Her eye sockets were deeply sunken, and now she was staring at Randy with a horrifying smile. Though extremely eerie, she didn't seem to have any intention of lunging at Randy to devour her. Randy took a few tentative steps forward, noticing the woman moved along with her. As the woman moved, Randy heard something dragging behind her. Ignoring the woman, Randy turned left and headed towards the lower berth 16 to find the mother of the child. Stepping on the wet, rusty metal floor, she slowly moved, reaching the position of lower berth 16. Unexpectedly, this lower berth was very clean, as if it had been specially cleaned. The bones she had seen last time were nowhere to be found. While Randy was puzzled, the woman suddenly approached and grabbed Randy's sleeve. Chapter 39, Kill Me Quickly. Randy glanced at the woman. The woman grabbed Randy's sleeve and then raised her finger, pointing towards the end of the carriage. "Do you want me to go over there?" Randy asked. The woman nodded, seemingly trying to explain with words. But as soon as she opened her mouth, blood began flowing out non-stop, her entire throat filled with blood. In the dark carriage, the woman's mouth emitted muffled sounds but couldn't form a complete sentence. Randy noticed that this woman seemed to be mute. "Lead the way." Randy said 2 words, retracting her sleeve. The woman finally closed her mouth, stopping the flow of blood. Randy shone her flashlight and followed behind the woman. It was only then that Randy realized the object trailing behind the woman was an unformed infant. The infant was already dead, turned into a mass of bloody red flesh. The umbilical cord still connected the baby to the mother, dragging it along. Randy followed the woman all the way to the last carriage. In the crew room of the last carriage, a seductive red light was shining. Under the red light, came the low singing of a child. Clay doll, just a clay doll. It has a nose, it has a mouth, the mouth won't speak." Hearing the song, Randy's body started mutating again, with small bumps emerging on her arms. She approached the door of the carriage, and the woman who led her disappeared. Randy, holding the flashlight alone, moved closer to the room full of red light. Clay doll, just a clay doll tilde. It has eyebrows, it has eyes, the eyes don't blink. Through the glass window, Randy peeked into the room. The child in the crew room looked about 4 or 5 years old. He hummed softly while focusing intently on something. As Randy's gaze swept over the boy's shoulders, she saw the child enthusiastically molding clay. Beside the child's table were piles of human facial features, eyes, noses, ears, mouths. After finishing one clay figure, he would attach the features onto it and throw it into a bucket filled with red liquid beside him. It has a nose, it has a mouth, the mouth won't speak tilde. Seemingly sensing Randy's gaze, the child lifted his head and met her eyes. The singing stopped abruptly. Time seemed to freeze as their eyes locked. The red light in the crew room crackled twice, then went out. Darkness engulfed the train. Only the weak cold light from Randy's flashlight pierced through the eerie night. "Big sister." In the darkness, a muddy little hand slowly grasped Randy's fingertips. Randy's flashlight flickered, illuminating the child beside her. "Big sister, you're here again, Tilda." The child wiped his face with the back of his hand, smearing mud across it, and smiled warmly at Randy. Randy managed a stiff smile in response. Her goal was clear, she had come to kill this child. The child's singing was the source of contamination. The best way to eliminate it was to kill him and make him silent forever. "Big sister, are you going to kill me?" The child's large, clear eyes shimmered with moisture, staring intently at her without blinking. Randy was taken aback by the child's question. Before she could respond, the child suddenly handed her something. The cold sensation, it was a knife. "Big sister, go ahead." Tilda. The child's innocent request sent a chill down Randy's spine. Killing him. If she killed this child now, she could achieve a perfect victory. Randy gripped the knife tightly, her palms sweating. "I won't run, sister. Just do it quickly, this is your only chance." The child's urging made Randy feel like she was in a trance. It felt as though the one dying wouldn't be the child but herself if she stabbed down. Randy's grip on the knife tightened slightly. "Hurry up, sister. You have 10 seconds for this game." The child looked at Randy expectantly, spreading his arms wide and starting his countdown to death. 10, 9, 8. The countdown grew shorter, and Randy's breathing became more rapid. The silver tip of the knife in her hand edged closer to the child's neck involuntarily. Just a little closer, a quick stab, and the ghost train scenario would end. Yet, something inside her told her it shouldn't be this easy. Was she overlooking some detail? 3, 2. Just one number left. Tilda, the child's friendly reminder sounded. At this moment, everyone in the live stream held their breath, waiting for Randy to make her move. And just as everyone thought Randy was about to clear the challenge smoothly, the grip on the knife in her hand suddenly loosened. 1. With a clang, the knife fell onto the train's metal floor, producing a crisp sound. Why didn't you kill me? The child grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Randy curved her lips. What's the point of killing a mud doll? Come out and talk. Randy shone her flashlight directly behind the little boy. That position was where the recent source of the child's voice was coming from. And at that very instant, the little boy standing before her turned into a puddle of black mud. The child himself revealed his form from behind the mud doll where it had been empty moments ago. Ph. Keaton crossed his arms, his pouting face showing dissatisfaction after his prank failed. So annoying. How did you figure it out? I acted so well. Keaton glared at her. Randy smiled helplessly. Didn't you sing it yourself? Mud doll, eyes won't blink. Keaton froze for a second, speechless. He had indeed spent a lot of effort training a mud doll to act alongside him. The mud doll was responsible for opening its mouth, while he quietly hid behind and provided the voice. But the inability to blink was indeed a fatal flaw that couldn't be overcome. Fine, this round goes to you. Keaton's tone still carried a hint of unwillingness to admit defeat. Randy laughed. What's the prize for winning? Keaton paused, tapping his head in serious thought for a while. To win is to play games with me. The child excitedly jumped up. Randy remained cold. No. The boy's expression showed some distress. You don't want to play with me? Then if you win, I'll give you this. Keaton shoved a piece of paper into Randy's hand. Let's get one thing straight, I can't guarantee this will be useful, the little boy explained carefully. Anyway, I think it's not very useful. Seeing how much the little boy seemed to disdain the note, Randy felt somewhat puzzled. She took the note and unfolded it. A line of large text came into view. Hidden condition for completing the scenario, help the key character get off the train safely. Randy was taken aback. Such an important clue, and she only received it now. Moreover, she had no idea who that key character was or whether they were still alive. Randy frowned in deep thought. So far, the system had not announced her failure to complete the scenario, which meant only one possibility. That key character was still alive. Randy put away the dagger hidden in her sleeve. She no longer planned to kill the child. In this scenario, before eliminating the source of contamination, there was still one thing she needed to do. Randy lifted her eyelids and looked at the child. Didn't you want to play a game? I'll play with you. Chapter 40, Let's play a game. Wow. Really? Keaton's eyes lit up. Randy seized the moment and added, but there's one condition. What's the condition? If you lose, you will release everyone on the train, Randy said. Randy's intention with this condition was clear. Since she didn't know who the key person was, it would be best to save everyone. This was the safest approach. She had expected the little boy to refuse, but surprisingly he agreed readily. All right, big sister, I'll let you know that I won't lose. Keaton was full of confidence. Randy smiled slightly. Is that so? Randy checked the time on her phone. It was now 12:30 p.m. She had promised Edie to try and return by 1:30. So, Randy spoke up. I only have 1 hour. No problem. The child responded, then let's start. Randy nodded, all right. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark train suddenly lit up. The originally abandoned old train began to restore itself rapidly, car by car, back to its original appearance. The clay figures immersed in old barrels by the child also started crawling out of the buckets, turning into living human forms. These clay figures took their seats on the train, restoring the roles of the passengers. The child then took out a white card and handed it to Randy. Big sister, you play the angel, and I play the devil. As long as you are not tempted by me, you win. Randy nodded in agreement and glanced down at the card in her hand. On the back of the white card was a pair of angel wings printed. On the front, detailed game rules were written. Train card game. Game named on T. Trust the devil. Game description: you play the role of an angel in the game. You will experience 7 scenarios and play different roles in each scenario. Please make choices that align with the attributes of an angel in these scenarios. Remember, do not be tempted by the devil. Game rules. 1. Angels are kind. 2. Kindness must ensure one's own safety. 3. The decision-making time cannot exceed 3 seconds. 4. Your previous choice will affect the next scenario. The game begins. Randy entered the first scenario. You are a mother taking your son on the train. You find a MIA sitting in your seat. She says she is feeling unwell. Your choice is. 2 options appeared in front of Randy. Left, give the seat to the MIA. Right, slap the MIA hard. The child shouted from the side, choose the second one. She's occupying the seat, she's bad. Don't give your seat to bad people. Randy gripped the card tightly, considered her role's attribute, and without hesitation chose the left option, give the seat to the MIA. A second later, the scene on the train changed again. Randy entered the second scenario. You are a child. On the train, you see a man stealing money from the lady next to him. Your choice is. Randy faced 2 options. Left, secretly tell the lady. Right, pretend you didn't see it. Keaton tried to tempt her, Pretend you didn't see it. If you speak up about something bad, what if you get beaten up? Randy noticed that the left option was secretly tell the lady. The child wouldn't create a commotion, which should ensure her personal safety. So, Randy chose the left option, telling the lady secretly. The scene on the train changed again. Randy entered the third scenario. You are a passenger. On the train, you see a passerby bleeding from an injury. A Benedict wants to treat her, but you notice this passerby seems to be hiding her HIV status. Your choice is: left, tell the Benedict the truth. Right, don't say anything, it's none of your business. The child interfered again, choose the right one, don't say. Even if the Benedict gets infected, it has nothing to do with you. Randy thought for a moment and still chose the left option, telling the Benedict the truth. The scenario continued to change. Randy entered the fourth scenario. You are a Benedict. On the train, you discover a passenger suffering severe bleeding. A bystander mentions that the injured person may carry HIV. Without protective equipment, your choice is: left, save the person, life is paramount. Right, don't save, your life is important too. Recalling the rule that kindness must ensure one's own safety, Randy did not hesitate and chose the right option, not saving. The scenario shifted again. Randy entered the fifth scenario. You are the train conductor. There is an injured passenger on the train, and you can request a change of route for an emergency stop. However, due to heavy rain, communication is disrupted, and you cannot contact the train dispatcher. Changing the route without authorization would compromise the safety of the train. Your choice is: left, change the route for the patient's sake. Right, do not change the route, considering the safety of all passengers. Randy chose the right option, not changing the route, for the sake of all passengers. The scene changed again. Randy entered the sixth scenario. You are a passenger with HIV. On the train, your HIV diagnosis sheet is picked up by a passerby. As they try to return it to you, curious gazes fall upon you. Your choice is: left, admit it, even though it may lead to discrimination. Right, deny it, pretending it's not yours to protect yourself. Randy chose the right option, denying it to protect herself. The scene on the train continued to change. Randy entered the seventh and final scenario. You are a 4-year-old child traveling with your mother. Your mother is pregnant but gives her seat to another MIA. Your mother pays extra for a berth. On the way to the berth, she picks up an AIDS-positive slip that no one claims, holding onto it to hand over to the conductor. While waiting, your mother's wallet is stolen. When she tries to get it back, she is kicked in the stomach by the thief, causing severe bleeding. A Benedict nearby rushes to help, but a neighboring passenger tells the Benedict that your mother might carry HIV. Not knowing what HIV is, your mother, who was born mute, cannot explain. The Benedict does not provide aid. The conductor tries to change the route for an emergency stop but fails due to disrupted communication. Your kind-hearted mother succumbs to delayed treatment from severe bleeding and dies painfully on the train. Your unborn brother also dies in the womb. Now, you have two choices. Left, witness your mother and brother's tragic death and accept the fact that you are now an orphan. Right, gain mysterious powers and make everyone pay, and live in a bizarre world with your mother forever. Chapter 41, the final slot. Randy looked at the two options before her and hesitated. The option on the left, which seemed to be that of an angel, was the one Randy should have chosen. But this choice would let an innocent child and his pregnant mother bear the ultimate consequence. The only thing Randy could be certain of was that every decision she made fit the attributes of the angel role, maintaining her kindness while ensuring her own safety. However, each choice she deemed as angelic ultimately led to a tragic outcome for the story. One wrong step after another. Did it go wrong from the very beginning? Randy felt the angel card in her hand burning hot. Big sister, 3 seconds are up. The little boy wiped away his tears with the back of his hand. It looks like you lost. This was the first time Randy made such an irrational decision. In front of Randy, the little boy who won the game did not show any sign of joy. Instead, the boy turned around, quietly sniffing. You should leave now, big sister. You lost just now, so I can't agree to your request. But thank you for playing the game with me. No one has played with me for a long time. Randy noticed that behind the crying boy, the woman who had guided her appeared again. Behind that woman was still the dead baby. Her deathly pale face streamed with blood tears. Blood gushed out from her mouth whenever she opened it. Yet her throat merely produced muffled, indistinct sounds. Keaton's sobbing grew louder. At the same time, Randy sensed that under the influence of the cries, the train she was in began to rapidly disintegrate. The roof, windows, and bedding that had been repaired were rusting, growing grass, and decaying visibly. The order of the entire spacetime was beginning to collapse. Huge cracks appeared on the floor of the train where Randy stood. Space shook violently, as if ready to suck her into the fissures at any moment. Randy found it increasingly difficult to maintain her balance. She was going to die. No. There was still a chance. Randy looked up at the child. The only way to save herself now was to make him shut up forcibly. Randy lunged forward with all her might, stretching out her hands to try and grab the boy. And just like last time, right before she was about to catch him, the scene changed again, and she once more missed, landing back in the original timeline. She was back in the middle of the corridor of the original train. Randy scanned her surroundings as her pounding heart gradually calmed down. She glanced at the carriage sign, confirming that she was now in carriage number 16. Then she quickened her pace towards carriage 10. However, something was odd about this train this time. As Randy walked from carriage 16 to 10, she didn't see a single living person. Randy seemed to vaguely guess what was happening, and she immediately checked her phone. When she saw the time was 2:09 p.m., her blood froze instantly. Oh no! Past 2 p.m. The train had already issued an evacuation warning by now. Everyone must have rushed to carriage 9 to compete for spots. Randy cursed softly, hastening her steps toward the dining car. Only hoped it wasn't too late. Just as she thought this, Randy suddenly felt a murderous intent ahead. A shadow darted out from the side and slashed at Randy's neck with a kitchen knife. Instinctively, Randy bent backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. The knife whizzed past her neck. Randy was startled. She immediately took 2 steps back and got a clear look at the attacker. The man who attacked her was wearing glasses and had a lean build. He was holding a kitchen knife, with one lens of his glasses shattered but still unable to conceal the murderous look on his face. Randy frowned, extending her right hand and flicking it. A brick appeared in her palm. It was a leftover from the previous mission. The man with glasses yelled and charged at her again with the kitchen knife. Seizing the opportunity, Randy grabbed the brick and slammed it at his glasses. With a bang, it hit him squarely in the face. The man staggered back 2 steps, his glasses falling to the ground with a clatter. He screamed in agony, covering his face, his protruding cheekbone askew. Realizing his glasses had fallen, the man quickly crouched down, searching frantically like a rabid dog. While he couldn't see clearly, Randy kicked the glasses under a distant bunk bed. The man, thinking Randy had kicked his glasses, immediately crawled under the bed to find them. Taking this chance, Randy swiftly ran past the man and dashed toward the shelter carriage. As she ran, Randy saw beside the corridor of carriage 10, a large and strong black bear was pounding on the window glass with bang, bang, bang. Each strike felt like it could shatter the glass at any moment, ready to break through. Now, she had to beware not only of people but also of bears. Randy's face turned pale as she quickly ran out of carriage 10. When she reached the entrance of dining car 09, what she saw nearly made her heart explode. It was madness. A group of people blocked the entrance, each wielding bloody kitchen knives, all trying to rush inside. But for some unknown reason, every time they got close, they were driven back, and several at the front would die. Get lost. Whoever comes near again, will die. A familiar voice. It was Edie. Just as Randy was puzzled, another batch of people were killed, falling one after another. Through the gaps left by the fallen crowd, Randy saw Edie's face clearly. Edie stood alone blocking the entrance, while the electronic display next to her flashed the number 39 frantically. Only one slot left. In Edie's hand was a large machete over a meter long. Seeing Randy behind the crowd, their eyes met, and Edie couldn't hold back the tears welling up in her nose. Sis, hurry over. There's one last slot. As Edie said this with tears streaming down her face, the crowd at the entrance of dining car 09 tightened their knives and glared angrily at Randy. Randy wanted to go over, but looking at these wolves and tigers at the door, could she really make it through? About 10 people, whose eyes seemed to burn through Randy. The bespectacled man was also chasing after her. Randy was now fighting a battle on 2 fronts. May, you haven't eaten hearts before. Now you have plenty, eat your fill. Randy roared, and everyone attacked together. Randy aimed for vital spots, taking them down one by one. And May's combat power was even stronger. His skill of gouging out hearts was almost perfected. Meanwhile, Edie swung her meter-long machete, cutting down anyone who came too close. Within a few moves, a pile of bodies lay outside dining car 09. Dead or injured. Those still alive clutched their split-open stomachs or severed arms, groaning in agony on the ground. Stepping over a pile of corpses, Randy pulled Edie into dining car 09. As soon as they entered, the train staff immediately slammed the door shut and locked it. 40 passengers are now complete. Congratulations to all. The staff in the dining car announced. Just as these words fell in dining car 09, the black bear outside carriage 10 broke through the glass window, roaring as it stormed into the train. Except for dining car 09, wild animals broke through the rest of the train cars one after another. Be they living or dead, everyone became A for the beasts. Screams, bites, the entire train filled with terrifying sound. Outside dining car 09, everything had become a living hell. Inside dining car 09, after Edie and Randy entered, the staff gave each of them a numbered badge. The badges were worn on their wrists. Edie was number 39, and Randy was the last one, number 40. At this point, Edie was utterly exhausted. Her large machete was covered in blood. And Edie herself had multiple injuries, especially her left arm, which had an extremely deep knife wound. Randy held Edie up. I'm sorry I came late, Randy said apologetically. But Edie shook her head without blaming. Don't say that, Sister Jiang. If you hadn't helped me earlier, I might be dead already. During their conversation, Randy sensed some unfriendly gazes. These gazes contained envy and covetousness. Looking around, Randy saw the other 38 passengers in the carriage suppressing their saliva, staring hungrily at Edie's bleeding left arm. It felt like they were watching a delicious meal. Chapter 42, Odor Removing Spray. Randy shielded Edie, positioning her behind herself. Her gaze swept over to the dining car rules posted by the door. The first rule of the dining car code. If injured, purchase an odor-removing spray from the counter immediately upon entering. Remember, never let others smell any blood on you. Edie's left arm was slashed, bleeding profusely. There was no time to stop the bleeding now. Randy immediately supported Edie and led her to the nearby counter. "We need a bottle of odor-removing spray. Hurry." The staff member in black uniform at the front desk glanced at Edie's wound, showing no change in expression. 10 points, I can charge it. Charge it to my account, Randy said urgently. The staff member slowly processed the order. After finishing the receipt, they went back into the storage room to fetch the item. Every second felt like an eternity for Randy. During this time, a man wearing a number 32 wristband approached them stealthily from behind. His eyes gleamed with an eerie light. He stretched his nose and took a sudden deep sniff near the back of their necks. His expression was one of blissful intoxication, as if smelling a plate of fragrant delicacies. Seeing this, others quickly gathered around as well. Randy sensed something wrong and urged the staff member, "Please hurry up." The staff member gave a lackadaisical response but still did not return promptly. Arlo seemed intent on getting closer. Just as he reached out, Randy turned stiff-faced and slashed him with her knife. The sharp blade tore a long bloody gash along his body. The pain snapped Arlo back to reality. The strange light in his eyes vanished. Before he could speak, Randy shoved him hard. Thrown off balance, Arlo stumbled backward and fell to the ground. "Oh, hey, what's your problem?" Before he could finish speaking, the crowd that had surrounded Edie suddenly changed direction and pounced on Arlo. With Edie protected, it was easier to target this lone Arlo. Edie glanced back anxiously. Randy covered her eyes. "Don't look." They turned their attention forward again. Behind them, the sounds of meat gnawing and Arlo's screams filled the air. Hearing this, Randy frowned and closed her eyes. Once they finished with Arlo, it would be their turn. Luckily, just as Arlo was about to be completely devoured, the staff member finally emerged from the storage room. He placed a small bottle of odor-removing spray in front of Randy. "Here you go, your spray. 10 points on credit, charged to account number 40. Randy nodded in acknowledgement. She grabbed the spray, opened the cap, and immediately doused Edie all over. With the blood smell masked, those who had been eyeing Edie finally looked away. Supporting Edie, Randy breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't been standing long when 2 staff members arrived with cleaning tools and dispersed the crowd. As soon as the area was cleared, the staff members used garbage bags and rags to clean the blood-stained floor. The frenzied expressions in the crowd's eyes gradually faded, returning to clarity. Upon regaining their senses, they were startled by the bloodstains on their mouths. Their astonished and fearful looks suggested they had no memory of what had just transpired. They started murmuring and questioning each other. "Quiet down. Please take your seats." A staff member banged the table twice and called out loudly. Randy helped Edie sit at a 4-person table by the side. She activated her spatial storage and retrieved the first aid kit given by the Annie the previous night, starting to treat Edie's wounds. "Just bear with the pain for a bit," Randy indicated she would start tending to the injuries. Edie clenched her teeth and nodded. Seeing the deep cut on Edie's pale arm, carved by a kitchen knife, Randy felt deeply indebted. She couldn't imagine how much determination the once timid and fearful Edie mustered to fight fiercely at the entrance of Carriage 9, just to give her a fighting chance. "Captain Jiang, don't worry, I'm fine. I was actually thinking that if you hadn't secured this spot, I probably wouldn't have survived even after entering," Edie tried to joke. Though it was a joke, there was a grain of truth in her words. Edie knew very well that entering the dining car only provided temporary safety. But everyone in this filtered group from the dining car carriage was far from good-natured. She only had a chance to survive if she could protect Randy. Otherwise, even if she secured a refuge quota, she would eventually die a violent death. I know, Randy replied without looking up, continuing to wrap Edie's wound with a bandage. After treating Edie's injuries, Randy finally glanced over at the 2 people sitting across the table. Across from them sat a muscular man and a refined male college student. There was still a trace of blood on the corner of the muscular man's mouth, as if he had just finished a hearty meal. As for the male student, he seemed not to have participated in the previous cannibalistic event. Randy guessed it might be because the boy was too slender to push his way in. At this moment, those 2 looked no different from ordinary people, as if the terrifying incident that just occurred was merely an illusion. The muscular man seemed to be naturally friendly. Recalling how Edie blocked the door, he couldn't help but smack his lips. "This young girl is quite deceiving. She looks frail, but she slashes people like a pro." The muscular man turned his head to look at Randy. "I wouldn't dare block the door during that scene. Your little sister was really putting her life on the line." The muscular man crossed his arms, shaking his head with admiration. Randy offered a faint smile as a response. "I'm Sean, nice to meet you." The muscular man extended his hand, introducing himself straightforwardly. Randy glanced at Sean's large hand but didn't reach out to shake it. Randy responded perfunctorily. Edie followed suit. "My surname is Shia, my name is Edie." The male college student said, "My name is Ron." Randy observed the 2 opposite her. Sean's palms were thick with calluses, either from regular exercise or long-term manual labor. And this Ron, whom Randy had met twice before, always carried a black backpack and wore earphones. However, his clothes were clean, untouched by any blood, making him somewhat unique among the passengers. On Ron's wristband, the number 01 was written. Randy had a hypothesis. It was likely that this boy had anticipated the chaos early on and came to the dining car carriage ahead of time. Recalling when she wanted to buy her life with money, the Reese who served porridge mentioned that she was the second smart person she had seen. This meant someone had bought their life from the Reese before. So, was that person him? Randy looked at Ron opposite her. Chapter 43, Stranded Subject 01. This time, Randy returned from the alternate dimension with one very important task at hand. She needed to find the key figure and help them safely disembark. This was a hidden condition for clearing this scenario. Up until now, Randy hadn't received any alerts about mission failure. This meant that the key person was still alive, and they were likely hiding among these 39 survivors. Randy frowned deeply. There had been some element of luck in her success. If the key figure had died in earlier rounds, no matter how hard Randy tried, it would have been difficult to clear this scenario. With a stroke of good fortune on her side, she now relied on her abilities to do the rest. Randy needed to quickly identify this key person. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Randy had absolutely no leads on the key figure. Without any information, trying to find the special one among 39 people was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the boy sitting opposite her. It was Ron who kept appearing before her repeatedly and always managed to escape danger each time. Could the key figure be him? Randy's thoughts wandered, and her gaze toward Ron deepened unconsciously. Ron blinked twice, looked at Randy, and his face turned slightly red. Randy, fearing he might misconstrue her look, withdrew her gaze. At that moment, in carriage 09, the staff members in black vests began distributing the dining car rules to everyone one by one. The Reese serving kanji was also part of the staff. Holding a stack of paper slips, the Reese intentionally approached Randy's table. When distributing the slip, she stood close to Randy, subtly hinting at her with an elbow. Randy knew this was asking for money. She reached into her pocket, took out a few pieces of gold jewelry from her space, and secretly placed them in the Reese's hand. Read the rules carefully, the Reese said, looking down at Randy with a well-meaning reminder. Then, she slipped the ill-gotten items into her pocket and moved to the next table. Randy took the rule slip and read through it carefully. Ghost Train, Dining Car Rules. 1. If you have injuries, immediately buy deodorant spray from the counter upon entering the dining car. Remember, never let others smell blood on you. 2. Beware of anyone with a red mole on their earlobe. This person is highly dangerous. If spotted, keep your distance, but remember not to raise any alarms. 3. Each person has one chance to change their number plate. Call the staff member wearing the red armband if you need to swap numbers. 4. Various services in the dining car can only be purchased using credits. Credits can be earned through games. 5. Debts must be settled on the same day. 6. In team games, being left alone results in death. 7. After each game session, those with less than 50 credits will die. 8. Before dawn the next day, those with less than 1,000 credits will die. Just as Randy finished reading, incorrect rules started surfacing before her eyes. Rule 2 was wrong. People with a red mole on their earlobe were not dangerous. Had Randy not obtained the SSS grade clearance reward Eye of Truth in the previous scenario, she would have been misled by this rule. This rule was quite sneaky. If Randy hadn't recognized it as false, she would have distanced herself from that person, playing right into their hands. But even if she identified it as false, finding this person would be restricted. Because the rule specifically warned against alarming others. Even if passengers saw someone with a red mole on their earlobe, they wouldn't say anything. Thus, Randy could not rely on other passengers' intelligence to locate this person quickly. A simple rule created a trap no matter which way you looked at it. Randy smiled faintly. The more the strange force wanted to cover something up, the more obvious it became. Wasn't this leading her directly to the key figure? She raised her eyes and casually scanned Ron across from her. That boy always wore headphones. Could he be trying to hide something? Just as she thought this, the staff members began preparing for the next round of games. Good afternoon, all 39 survivors. The voice came from the middle of the carriage. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. A staff member wearing a red armband stood in the center, announcing the rules. I believe everyone received a number plate when they entered the carriage. On the back of the plate, there is a pale Roman numeral. Survivors corresponding to the Roman numeral are your companions for the next round of the game. Randy picked up her wrist tag, flipped it over, and glanced at the back. It read the Roman numeral 17, which corresponds to the number 17. Edie flipped her tag over and hesitated. Sis Jiang, what's my number? I don't quite understand. Randy glanced over. 27. Sean, who was across from her, had originally been reluctant to engage with the seemingly frail male college student. But now, not recognizing the Roman numeral, he had no choice but to lower his head and ask, Jeninang, oh no, brother Ron, can you help me check? What's this number? Sean smiled and extended his number plate, hoping Ron would take a look. Ron scanned it quickly. 30. Sean thanked him repeatedly. Thank you. Brother, it's different when someone is educated. Ron's expression remained indifferent, barely acknowledging him. Sean, trying to make conversation, curiously asked, by the way, what's your partner's number? 32. Ron was concise. What started as a simple inquiry turned into something alarming for Randy. Arlo. Hadn't Arlo just died? What about Ron across from her? Wouldn't Ron then be the one left alone? Rule 6 of the dining car. In team games, being left alone results in death. If Ron were indeed the key figure, his death here would mean Randy was also done for. Just as Randy hesitated, the wireless earphone on Ron's left ear unexpectedly fell to the ground. In that split second, Randy saw his earlobe clearly. Red mole, it was really there. As the earphone fell, Ron's expression flickered with evident panic. He quickly bent down to pick up the earphone and hastily put it back in his ear. The key figure was really him. He couldn't die. Thinking this, Randy clenched her teeth, slapped the table, and stood up. I want to change my number. Randy's voice stunned everyone present. Not only the passengers in the ghost train world but even the experts watching the live stream were visibly startled. The experts looked grave. What is she doing? Has she found some clue? According to speculation, the description of the red mole should be the characteristic of the key figure. And that red mole is exactly on the left earlobe of boy number 01. So, the situation of the key figure is quite dangerous. With 39 people forming teams, one person will inevitably be left alone. Could it be, she's going to replace the key figure? Can't Randy transfer harm? This time transferring it to her sister. If her sister dies, Randy still has one life. Even so, it's still too risky. If something goes wrong, nobody can say what might happen. The experts debated among themselves, their hearts heavy with concern for Randy. She was too impulsive. Even if she wanted to protect the key figure, risking her own life wasn't wise. Now all they could hope was that when Randy died, it wouldn't directly result in a mission failure. Otherwise, all their efforts over these days would be in vain. In the live stream, a staff member wearing a red armband quickly came to Randy. The staff member respectfully said, "Changing numbers costs 20 credits. Are you sure?" Randy nodded, "Yes." "To which number do you wish to change?" the staff member asked. Randy paused for a second. Just as all the experts thought she was going to substitute for Ron and change to 01. Randy spoke up, 32. Chapter 44, Enemy, Not Friend. Just as Randy finished speaking, the survivor who was about to team up with Randy from Squad 40 was immediately shot dead by the manager. Bang! The manager put away the hunting rifle and then handed Randy the number 32 number plate. Randy's fingertips turned icy cold as she took the number plate and sat down. The survivor who was shot by the hunting rifle hadn't died instantly. That person struggled to get up. The manager took out the hunting rifle, walked forward, and fired 3 bullets into that person's head. Bang, bang, bang. Only after that person had completely died did the manager put the hunting rifle away. The experts watching the live stream sighed in relief. Fortunately, Randy had switched to number 32. If Randy had switched to number 01 just now, making herself solo, even if she had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to save her from such a situation. After Randy sat back down, she unconsciously clenched her fists. Her action saved one person but indirectly caused another person's death. But there was no other way. If this dungeon challenge failed, more civilians would die when the strange tales descended upon China. Edie thought Randy was scared. She patted Randy's hand. "It's fine, Sister Jiang. That person was just unlucky." Randy nodded slightly. Edie was right. In the end times, whether one could survive depended not only on strength but also on luck. For instance, Ron, he was quite lucky. At that moment, his earphones had fallen off, and Randy happened to notice the red mole on his ear. If that hadn't happened, Randy definitely wouldn't have intervened in his life or death. Ron stared straight at Randy. He smiled brightly. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to save me." The boy's voice sounded casual. Randy looked at him, faintly twitched her lips, and coldly said, "Don't think too much. You told me the carriage number last time, which also saved me." Ron raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I'm not thinking too much." Randy didn't bother to continue the conversation and calmly withdrew her gaze. She always felt that this boy was a bit odd. Exactly what was odd, she couldn't pinpoint. "Please exchange seats with your companions." Edie bid farewell to Randy and stood up to leave. Sean also left. This table was now left with only Randy and Ron. After several minutes of seat swapping, the survivors found their partners, and the carriage gradually quieted down. At Randy's table, the 2 adjacent seats remained empty, with no one coming over. A group of staff in black jackets approached and gave each person 3 cards. One card contained the game rules, while the other 2 were game items. These 3 black cards were placed face down on the table, showing 3 identical skull heads, skull and crossbones hash. After distributing the cards, another staff member placed a pile of coin-like objects on the table. There were 4 stacks, 5 coins each, totaling 20 gold coins, each marked with 10 points. This meant there were 200 points on the table. This game will last for 10 minutes. Please read the card content carefully. Game, start. The manager's voice fell, and he rang a silver bell in his hand. All the seated survivors opened their cards and started reading the game rules. Train card game. Game name point struggle. Game introduction. In this game, the total point pool is 200 points. 2 people per group must discuss how to allocate the points within a 10-minute limit. Game rules. 1. Both parties can communicate. 2. Do not kill the other party during the game. 3. If both choose take, they each get 0 points. 4. If both choose split, they each get 100 points. 5. If one chooses split and the other chooses take, the one who chooses take gets 200 points, and the one who chooses split gets 0 points. Seeing these game rules, Randy recalled the 7th rule of the dining car code. Upon single game completion, those with fewer than 50 points will die. Which meant that anyone who ended up with 0 points in this round would die. Randy glanced at the other 2 cards. One card said split and followed with a sentence. Both choose to split. Cooperation benefits everyone, and no one will die. The other card said take and was followed by another sentence. Will he really split with you? Even if you agree to split, he may choose take, which would lead to your death. Remember, they are enemies, not teammates. Don't believe their lies, never choose split. If you have to choose, pick take. Either get everything or we all die together. Randy knew without thinking that this game was designed to sow discord among people. They wanted to use this game to filter out a group of profit-driven individuals skilled in deceit. If one trusted their companion too easily during the game, they would most likely die. And the deceivers in the game could not only survive but might also accumulate all the points. The entire train seemed to be guiding people towards becoming evil, selfish, and cold-blooded. Randy lifted her head and looked at Ron. Ron had just finished reading the rules and was now looking at Randy. Both remained silent. They stared at each other for a long time. Let's split. Ron broke the silence first. He took out a card, placed it face down on the table, and pushed it to the center. If you also choose split, we can both survive. Ron looked straight at Randy. Randy didn't speak. She didn't know whether Ron was good or bad. If Randy listened to him and now played the split card, and if Ron lied to her, actually playing the take card instead, then things would go badly. Randy would get 0 points, while Ron would get 200 points. Randy would die because she ended up with less than 50 points in a single game. But Ron would accumulate points, preparing to reach 1,000 points before dawn tomorrow. Randy's eyes flickered, her expression ambiguous. This Ron, who entered the dining car safely without a scratch, was definitely no ordinary person. Randy tapped the table lightly with her index finger. 3 seconds later, Randy pressed Ron's card in the middle of the table and pushed it back. Take it back first, Randy said sternly. I can clearly tell you that I will choose take. Ron's eyes changed. Randy continued, don't worry yet. If I get 200 points, I promise to share half with you before the game ends. Ron smiled. Why should I believe you? What if you take all the points and then renege? Facing Ron's question, Randy just smiled faintly. I told you, I will definitely choose take. Anyway, if you choose take, you will definitely die. If you choose split and I take all the points and don't share with you, you will still die. Since you are doomed to die no matter what you choose, why not take a chance? If you win the bet, I'll keep my promise and share half, giving you a chance to survive. Ron understood Randy's logic and couldn't help laughing. Haha, I'm going to die either way, how helpless am I? Want to bet? Randy smiled wryly and placed a skull card on the table. Ron took back his original card, mixed it into his 3 cards, and shuffled them. Bet. Ron laughed and agreed. He picked up a card, placed it face down in front of him, and pushed it to the center of the table. Chapter 45, Dare to Deceive and Die Together. Have the 2 survivors made your decisions? A staff member walked up beside them. Randy nodded, yes. Then I'll reveal the cards. The staff member smiled politely and with gloved hands, flipped over the 2 skeleton cards in the middle of the table. Congratulations. Both of you chose split. The staff member congratulated them. He divided the points on the table into 2 portions, pushing them towards Randy and Ron. Ron's eyes showed a momentary surprise. Then, understanding Randy's thoughts, she couldn't help but smile. Haha, you tricked me. Your acting skills are good. Randy pocketed the points, thank you. Ron put away her points, curiously leaning closer. Are you that afraid I'd deceive you? What if I was really going to split? Randy raised an eyebrow, really? Who knows? I don't. Ron curled her lips, you're quite interesting. I noticed when you got in the car, telling the person occupying the seat that you had mental illness. Don't get too close, maybe I do have it, Randy said coldly. While they were talking, trouble occurred at another table. A man angrily slammed the table and stood up. Fuck. You agreed to split but lied to me. What does selecting take mean? His opponent also stood up defiantly. Didn't you also choose take? Did you not deceive me? Both spat at each other, drew knives, and pointed them at each other's noses, ready to fight. Rule 2 of the game. During the game, you cannot kill the other party. Staff members hurriedly intervened to separate them. Unfortunately, both chose take, so this round's points are reset. But please maintain order and keep quiet. Those 2 sat down grumbling. The onlookers knew clearly that these 2 were as good as dead. Edie withdrew her gaze and focused back on her card. The man opposite Edie couldn't wait. He impatiently knocked on the table, urging, play, play. Didn't we agree to split? Half for each. After some contemplation, Edie placed the split card on the table but didn't let go. Edie calmly looked up at him. Remember the rules? You can't kill the other party before the game ends. The man looked smug, so what if I remember? Just play the card. That man reached out to pull the card from Edie's hand. Edie's face was cold, she didn't let go. If you deceive me, I will kill you after the game ends. If you dare to deceive me, then we'll both die. Edie's gaze was exceptionally fierce, with a clear intent to kill hidden within. Indeed, the man opposite had seen Edie drag a large machete to block the door of the carriage, cutting anyone who dared approach. This woman looked frail but could be merciless when provoked. After saying this, Edie let go of the skeleton card and placed it in the center of the table. The man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Have the 2 of you made your decision? Can I reveal the cards now? The staff member in white gloves politely asked. The staff member's hand hovered over the backs of the 2 cards. Wait, the man suddenly called out. He quickly switched the original card for another skeleton head card, placing it in the center of the table. Now you can open it. The man glanced nervously at Edie, signaling the staff member. The staff member smiled slightly. Very well, sir. Let me reveal the cards for you. With gloved fingers, the staff member gently lifted the 2 cards. Congratulations. Both chose split. Seeing the result on the table, Edie breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the points felt surreal. If she hadn't threatened the man with death, she would surely have died in this round. What a venomous man. Fortunately, she didn't trust him. Meanwhile, the 2 others sharing their table saw this and immediately decided to follow suit. Next to them, the 2 argued. Both choose split. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you after the game. Yes, choose split. If you lie, I'll take you down with me. When those 2 revealed their cards, they were both split, resulting in mutual satisfaction. 10 minutes passed quickly. Some rejoiced, others grieved. Those who obtained 200 points through despicable means were ecstatic. Gunshots echoed inside the dining car. In this round, 39 survivors were left with only 18, less than half remaining. Some people deceived each other, both choosing take, resulting in the death of both. There were also others who were coaxed by their partners into believing split, only to have the other choose take, leading to their own death while the deceiver survived. Now, those left on the train besides a few individuals who exploited the rules, were none too good. The staff announced the final situation, displayed on the electronic digital screen. 6 people, 100 points. 12 people, 200 points. Edie put away her points and returned to Randy's side. Sister Jiang, are you okay? Randy nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Sean from across Edie also came back. Hey, everyone's all right. Sean sat down abruptly, with a carefree smile. Randy and I each got 100. How about you two? Ron asked Edie and Sean. Edie replied frankly, 100. Same as you guys. Me too, all 100. Sean smiled honestly. Everyone at our table is decent. No one cheats. As Sean said this, Randy noticed he instinctively hid the waste bag behind him. Did he really only get 100? Randy lowered her eyelashes, concealing her doubts. Survivors, please take a short rest. The next round of the game will begin after dawn tomorrow. You can listen to music or buy some snacks to pass the time. The manager stood in the middle of the carriage, bowed slightly, and then withdrew. As soon as the manager left, the 18 remaining survivors in the dining car had varied expressions. A chill ran down Randy's spine. Talking about the game starting after dawn tomorrow actually hinted that a new game had already begun. The rule stated that anyone with fewer than 1,000 points before dawn tomorrow would face certain death. Currently, in the entire dining car, 6 people had 100 points, and 12 people had 200 points. All visible points added up to only 3,000. That meant at most, only 3 people could survive with 1,000 points each by dawn. What would happen during the night was clear to everyone. Surviving until dawn wouldn't be so easy. Chapter 46, Breaking the Intercom. Randy was distracted. Unexpectedly, the train started moving. Ladies and gentlemen, the train control panel has been repaired, and we can now proceed normally. However, there may still be wild animals in other areas of the train apart from the dining car. For your safety, please do not attempt to open the doors. Thank you for your cooperation. A female announcer's voice came through the intercom. Randy remembered that she had to get this key person off the train safely and asked, Jet, which station are you getting off at? Jet was propping his chin up, gazing out the window. Hearing Randy's inquiry, he turned his head with a half smile, eyes bright. Guess. I'll tell you if you guess correctly, said Jet. Randy felt exasperated upon hearing Jet's response. Did she look like someone who loved joking around? Edie intervened from the side. He gets off at Ching Cheng, just like me. I overheard the conductor checking tickets earlier. With his destination exposed, Jet casually remarked, how boring. Then he turned back to look out the window again. Ching Cheng. How far is it from the terminal station? What time did we plan to arrive? Randy asked Edie. Edie answered honestly, it's not far from the terminal station, just the second to last stop. The ticket says we'll arrive at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Randy acknowledged this, pondering in her mind. That meant she needed to ensure Jet made it alive until 9 a.m. tomorrow. The final stop, Fenling, was scheduled for 10 a.m. So after escorting Jet off the train, she would have 1 hour alone to find that child and confront him directly. Best to kill the kid and eliminate the source of contamination. But if Randy couldn't find the child, as long as she could survive to the last station Fenling on her own, she would still complete the objective successfully. Just not with the highest rating. As she thought about this, a child's voice sounded through the intercom. The child started singing a lilting eerie rhyme. Again. Mud doll. This must be what the managers referred to as listening to music. Train rule number 5. At any time, if you hear a child singing a eerie rhyme, immediately lower your head and cover your ears tightly. Randy quickly lowered her head and covered her ears. Seeing Randy's actions, Edie followed suit. But this time, the child's grudge seemed especially strong, as though venting its anger at the remaining people inside the dining car. The sound grew louder and louder, impossible to block. Randy already felt something wrong happening to her ears, and disgusting bumps were continuously popping up in her palms. If this went on, not just her but everyone on the train would be contaminated. Surviving till tomorrow would be out of question. From the kitchen of the dining car, a continuous sound of sharpening knives echoed. Was it waiting for them to be thoroughly contaminated before butchering them? Randy's eyes turned cold, looking towards Edie. Do you still have the cleaver? Lend it to me. Edie handed over a 1 meter long large cleaver. Sis, what are you going to do? Under the puzzled gazes of the other three at the table, Randy walked grim-faced to the intercom by the door with the cleaver in hand, and slashed right at it. With a few bangs, the children's song in the intercom abruptly stopped. Randy's action stunned all the survivors. Some were completely dumbfounded. This young girl, instead of loving music, directly destroyed the intercom. Even the staff nearby stopped their work, looking at Randy. Edie was scared stiff and hurriedly pulled Randy aside. She whispered fiercely, "Sis, have you gone mad? You broke their intercom, aren't you afraid they will kill you?" Randy raised her eyes, giving a quick glance at the watching staff. "They won't. The ways for survivors to die are all written in the rules. Breaking the intercom doesn't violate any rules," Randy explained. Sure enough, those staff members only glanced at Randy and then buried themselves back into their work. They were nothing more than NPCs. Their job was to deal with rule breakers. If no rule was broken, they wouldn't care about mere insanity. Randy returned with her cleaver. Now, the sound of sharpening knives in the kitchen had ceased. Perhaps due to a lack of fresh ingredients. Randy sneered inwardly. Back at her seat, Randy took out 2 cups of honey water, handing one to Edie and keeping one for herself. Both she and Edie had been seriously affected. But Jet, sitting opposite her, remained completely unaffected. Upon seeing Randy smashing the intercom, he didn't react much. Only turning back to look at Randy, his clear eyes crinkled, revealing neat white teeth. "Don't like the music from the intercom? I have songs on my headphones, pick one you like." Jet's fair and slender fingers removed the wireless earphone from his right ear and offered it to Jing Li. Jing Li did not reach out to take it. "No need." Jet smiled at Jing Li, withdrew the earphone, and put it back in his ear. For the next few hours, before nightfall, everything was relatively peaceful. When dinner time came around, Sol exchanged his points for a serving of pork knuckle rice. But Jing Li and Xia Juar didn't eat anything. This was because the food in Xia Juar's bag had already run out by noon. After rummaging for a long while, Xia Juar found the only remaining chicken sausages from her school bag's hidden layer. She handed it to Jing Li. "Sis, you eat it. I'm not that hungry yet." Both Jing Li and Xia Juar's stomachs grumbled simultaneously. In the end, after some thought, Jing Li split the sausage into 2 halves, with each of them eating half. Opposite them, Sol saw how frugal they were and couldn't help but laugh. "TSK, you both have so many points. Just buy something from the counter. Not eating enough won't give you strength." As Sol spoke, he stuffed another piece of pork knuckle into his mouth, grease running down his chin. Jing Li noticed that Sol had grown a pair of fluffy pointy ears. His nose also became sharper. It looked like a fox. Xia Juar replied from the side, "We'll all be sleeping tonight. What do we need all that strength for?" Sol paused for half a second, then chuckled. "Oh right. We're all sleeping. I meant, not eating would make you hungry." Jing Li saw through Sol's ulterior motives. Sol, now full and satisfied, was clearly preparing for the night ahead. And perhaps, he had designs on them. This Sol must be watched closely. Jing Li's thoughts were interrupted by 2 slices of bread in front of her. "I don't like bread, my family forced me to bring it. Do you want to eat it? Consider it as helping me solve this trouble." Jet's eyes twinkled with amusement, displaying an amiable demeanor. He pushed the 2 slices of refined wheat bread toward Jing Li and Xia Juar. Xia Juar glanced at Jing Li and didn't accept it. "What, afraid I might poison you?" Jet chuckled softly. Poisoning them would make things easier, allowing him to take their points directly. Seeing Jing Li's suspicious look, Jet felt uneasy. He thought for a moment, pulled out a disposable glove from his bag, put it on, tore open the bread packaging, took a small bite, and chewed. "So bad?" Jet made a face of pain. "Seriously, you should eat it. Consider it helping me." Jet acted like a picky eater. Seeing that Jet had eaten the bread himself, Jing Li stopped hesitating. "Thank you." Jing Li grabbed the bread and started shoving big bites into her mouth. Refusing at this moment would be foolish. Right now, besides Jing Li and Xia Juar, the rest in the carriage were all men. If they intended to attack, they would likely start with the women who seemed weaker, so tonight, there would be a tough fight ahead. Chapter 47, A Bloody Night. The sky was gradually darkening. The lights inside the train were already flickering on, one by one. As night approached, those people became increasingly restless. Many of them would frequently glance in the direction of Randy and Edie. "Jiang, I feel like those people keep looking at us," Edie complained, covering her face and turning her head to Randy. She probably had guessed the reason. Now she was intentionally asking to see if Randy had any ideas or solutions. Randy silently observed these people. "If they are the butchers, we are merely the fish." Randy noticed all the movements of these people. There was still 1 hour left before it turned 9 o'clock. Once it hit 9, the train would turn off the lights, marking the start of this nighttime killing game. Randy closed her eyes, her index finger tapped the table intermittently. She must think of a way to ensure her safety through the night. Otherwise, when it turned dark and the lights went out, it would be too late. A dozen seconds later, Randy opened the backup device, wrote 2 sentences, and handed it to Edie. "Do you have a red pen?" Randy wrote. Edie paused, looked up at Randy, then nodded. Randy extended her hand under the table, signaling for Edie to give it to her discreetly. Edie unzipped her bag and, while ensuring the 2 opposite didn't notice, quietly slipped the red pen into Randy's hand. Randy took the red pen, quietly unscrewed the cap, and bent her entire body beneath the table. Before standing up, Randy patted Edie, pulled down her ear, and used the red pen to point to the spot on her earlobe. There was nothing there before, but now a small red mole appeared clearly. Edie retracted the red pen and gave a silent okay gesture. After waiting for another 2 seconds, Randy exhaled and stood up. As soon as Randy stood up, Edie acted as if she had discovered something terrifying. She pointed at Randy's ear and exclaimed, "Sis, how did you get on your earlobe?" "Hush, don't say." Mid-sentence, Edie's words were abruptly cut off as Randy immediately covered her mouth. Randy's guilty demeanor only piqued others' curiosity even more. The second rule of the dining car: be wary of those with a red mole on their earlobe. This person is highly dangerous. If discovered, stay away from them immediately. The dining car was not very large. In the quiet carriage, Edie's exclamation clearly drew everyone's attention. The expressions of the survivors changed noticeably. What did she mean? A red mole on the earlobe? Could it really be that coincidental? That the person with a red mole on her earlobe happened to be this woman? If that was true, would they proceed with their plans for tonight? The survivors hesitated. Everyone had been through so much these past days, barely surviving up to this point. No one wanted to lose their life over such a minor issue. Across from them, Sean's eyes widened. His gaze kept darting to Randy's earlobe, trying to confirm whether it was real. Noticing Sean's stare, Randy's face quickly flushed. She hurriedly stretched her fingers, pulling a few strands of hair to cover her earlobe. Though Randy's movements were quick, Sean had already gotten a good look. Upon confirming it was real, Sean's long face tightened, and he immediately picked up his cleaver and walked away. "Unlucky," Sean muttered, finding an empty table far away. The other survivors, who had only half believed before, instantly believed almost entirely after seeing Sean's reaction. "Finished. It's confirmed. The red mole was indeed on that woman. It looks like they couldn't touch her tonight." Once Sean left, Ron's mouth curved wildly. He struggled to suppress his smile. "Aren't you afraid of my sister?" Edie lifted her chin, questioning Ron. Ron shook his head. "She's your sister, and mine. Why should I be afraid of my own sister?" "That's some smooth talking. Really knows how to cling to powerful figures." Ron's statement, on the surface, was responding to Edie. In reality, he was addressing the other survivors, telling them that he had an extraordinary relationship with this dangerous person. If anything happened to him, this dangerous person wouldn't just stand by. After the earlier commotion, the people who had been eyeing their points all started reconsidering their plans. After all, everyone cherished their lives. No need to jump into a fire. However, for Randy, resolving this situation wasn't enough yet. While walking to the counter to pay off her 30-point debt, she pondered over the rules. The 8th rule of the dining car: anyone with less than 1,000 points by dawn the next day will die. For now, Randy had only dissuaded others from wanting to kill her. But the points, she still hadn't accumulated enough. Currently, between her, Edie, and Ron, the three of them only had a total of 270 points. To gather up to 1,000 points was no easy task. Time quickly approached 9 o'clock in the evening. The lights in the dining car carriage went out with a snap. Randy turned on the flashlight of her backup device and placed it on the table for lighting. Except for Randy's table, the rest of the carriage fell into darkness. Those survivors who were secretly acting began to make some rustling sounds slowly. There were 3,000 points in total. After removing the untouchable points of Randy's group and subtracting what the other survivors spent on meals, there were only about 2,000 points left. That meant only 2 people could live to see tomorrow's sun. Randy and her 2 companions sat around the table at the edge. Each one of them clutched their cleaver secretly, none dared to sleep. Surviving through this night was the common thought. At the end of the carriage, it was pitch dark and terrifying. Through careful observation, one could vaguely see figures moving. In the dark, there were constant sounds of knives hacking flesh, screams of pain, curses. Among them, Sean cursed the most fiercely and cut the most efficiently. From the sounds, it could be judged that Sean was injured but seemed to have survived in the end. Randy and her 2 companions kept holding on, enduring the entire night without sleep. The next morning, around 6:20 a.m., dawn broke. Light filtered through the windows into the room. The entire carriage was covered in blood, an unbearable sight. Staff members also emerged from their hiding spots. They picked up black garbage bags, as if they had anticipated it all along, and numbly cleaned up the scattered limbs and body parts. At the far end of the carriage, Sean stood amidst the pile of bodies, covered in blood. He had lost an eye, half an arm, and had a long knife scar on the left side of his face. Sean calmly took out a deodorant spray and sprayed himself twice before throwing away the bottle. He stared at Randy and her companions from afar, his face twisted in mad laughter. Although he couldn't kill the 3 of them, they wouldn't escape either. Randy and her companions would die by the hands of those staff members. Because it was impossible for them to accumulate 1,000 points before dawn. All the remaining points were now in Sean's hands. He was the ultimate winner. Thinking of this, Sean laughed even more frenziedly. Having killed everyone, he looked psychologically deranged and unhinged. This scenario, as per the little boy's wish, was designed to select the most evil, demon-like person. And that person was Sean. To survive, he mercilessly killed his family, betrayed his companions, and utterly annihilated his opponents. He was exactly the person the little boy needed. Soon after, a manager wearing a red armband emerged from the kitchen. He held a notebook, pushed aside the obstructing Reese, and walked up to the 4 surviving individuals one by one, beginning the final point tally before dawn. The tally took 10 minutes. The manager stood in the middle of the cleared carriage, adjusted his glasses, and announced, "Survivors number 32, number 39, and number 01 each have 1,000 points. Survivor number 13 has 2,460 points." Randy and her companions sighed in relief. But Sean's face changed dramatically. How is this possible? Chapter 48 Immortality. No. This can't be. They're lying. Sean had killed so many people, lost an eyeball and half an arm, just to barely survive. Why should Randy and the others get away with doing nothing and still accumulate enough points to remain unscathed? Sean's accusations fell on deaf ears as far as the manager was concerned. The points of everyone were counted by him personally. There could not have been any mistake. However, when the manager left, he still cast a glare at the Peggy. The Peggy shrunk her neck and hid behind Randy. How can you have 1,000 points? How can you possibly have 1,000 points? On the other side, Sean's mental state began to unravel. He violently hacked the table with a cleaver but still couldn't wrap his head around how things came to this point. He could accept everybody fighting together, injuring one another, and barely surviving. But he could not accept that after spilling blood, abandoning virtue, and turning inhuman, he ended up with the same result as those who did nothing. Randy took half a step forward, holding a bank card between his fingers. It was given to him by Edie. Money. Bought it. Randy's brief 4 words solved Sean's confusion. With money, you can buy anything. This sentence was said by the Reese before she entered the dining car. The Reese valued money above all else, and she must have hinted it to each passenger. Only, some passengers, like Sean, hadn't taken these hints to heart. Sean had followed the rules diligently. In the end, it led him to do such horrifying things. For a few plastic tokens, he actually killed so many people. Bought, ha ha ha. Red bloodshot eyes stared ahead, as Sean was now unstable. I killed so many for points, and now you tell me it could be bought. The 4th rule of the dining car. Points can be obtained through games. The word "can" within the rules was quite interesting. It offered one way of getting points, but it did not fully explain other possible methods. Gaining points through robbing and killing was recognized. So naturally, purchasing points would also be valid. Especially from the Reese, one could buy anything they wanted. As was the case with Edie's large machete, which was bought in a similar manner. Gentlemen and ladies. A staff member working at the counter broke the stalemate. To all survivors present, for only 500 points, you can redeem immortality. Would anyone like to make this exchange? The staff member dressed in a black vest politely asked. Exchange. I want to exchange. Sean rushed over with the cleaver in hand to the counter. The staff member collected the points and quickly completed the transaction. Would you 3 like to exchange? The worker smiled at Randy's group. Edie showed some interest and exchanged a glance with Randy, who stopped her. There were no free lunches in these strange worlds. It likely wasn't as simple as it seemed. Is it effective in other scenarios? Randy thought for a moment and asked. The staff member glanced at Randy and replied with a smile, only within the current scenario. After a 2-second deliberation, Randy declined, no. The staff member tried to entice them further. Besides this, we offer a safe house. It costs 1,500 points. Inside the safe house, you will live alone and absolutely safe. The more the staff member tried to sell it, the more suspicious Randy became. This staff member seemed overly eager. But what benefit would it provide for something sinister to give these survivors seemingly flawless advantages? It made no sense. Randy refused once again, yet Sean was very enthusiastic. Pouring out all the points from his pocket, Sean spoke in an urgent tone, exchange. Exchange it for me. Smiling, the staff member extended both arms, gathering the pile of points into his embrace. Then, clapping his hands, 4 bearers appeared behind the wooden kitchen door carrying what looked like a house but was essentially more of a metal cage. The iron cage seemed sturdy, with a single side left open and a smart voice-controlled lock on the door. The iron door was wide open, and Sean, in his crazed state, immediately went inside. Once inside, Sean acted with the air of a victor. Because Randy's team only had 1,000 points each, they could not afford the safe house. Only he could effortlessly pay 1,500 points and claim it without any effort. Sean's gaze was filled with satisfaction and provocation. Because it meant that every step he fought last night was worth it. But Randy only glanced at Sean indifferently and then moved her gaze away. Randy's eyes were fixed on the voice command for the smart door lock. Seeing the words on it, Randy's expression turned a bit strange. But in the end, she didn't say much. Soon, Sean was locked inside the cage and dragged away, cage and all. After doing this, all the staff members in the dining car vanished without anyone noticing. The whole carriage was left with only the 3 of them. Randy and her companions waited for a long time, almost reaching Ching Cheng Station, but nothing else happened. Big sis, we're about to arrive. Edie glanced at the time, it was nearly 9 o'clock. She stood up and bid farewell to Randy. The remaining last leg of the journey will depend solely on you. Having said that, Edie reached into her pocket, took out a safety lock, and placed it in Randy's hand. Seeing the small golden lock, Randy was slightly surprised. What is this? This is what you gave the Reese, Edie explained. I thought this thing looks extraordinary, and it must be very important to you. So after buying points this morning, I spent some money to buy it back for you. Edie's action was indeed something Randy hadn't expected. Randy thought they had just been using each other, but she didn't expect Edie to have thought so much for her. Tears glistened in Edie's eyes as she hugged Randy. Ron watched their interaction, took out his phone and snapped a photo. While taking the photo, his black backpack fell from the seat to the ground. As Ron picked up the backpack, his left earbud dropped off his left ear again. He bent down to pick it up, but Randy's pupils suddenly dilated. Hold on. Randy pushed Edie aside, walked over to Ron, and stared at his exposed left earlobe. Don't you have a red mole on your left ear? How come? Randy frowned, looking at him suspiciously. Ron felt a bit guilty, but since he was getting off soon, there was no need to continue hiding it. Ron scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, that mole was fake. Ron then took out a card needle and showed it to Randy briefly. At that time, I was alone, and according to the rules, I would definitely die. I thought if I didn't pretend to have a red mole, you wouldn't save me. Ron smiled, scratching the back of his head, revealing bright white teeth. Though his face looked sunny, innocent, and cheerful, his words were quite exasperating. Randy clenched her fists. No wonder. No wonder it was so coincidental that Randy saw the red mole right before the team formation ended. That strange feeling Randy had always had finally made sense. How did you know I would save someone with a red mole? Randy raised her eyes and asked him. Ron replied. I was sitting right opposite you. You stared at the second rule for so long, so I guess that someone with a red mole must be very important to you. Like you said, since we were going to die anyway, might as well take a gamble. If I lost, big deal, but if I won, I might survive. Hearing this, Edie slapped her forehead and came closer. Oh, that's why. I've been hiding from Jiangsis that I have a red mole on my ear. I was afraid she would abandon me halfway through. Saying this, Edie pulled her long hair back, revealing the red mole on her earlobe. Randy looked at these two people, one on each side, holding her forehead, feeling like she was about to go crazy. Fine. Sister and you share a heart-to-heart connection, and you play mind games with sister. No wonder the two of you survived until the end. Randy glared at these two angrily. They almost ruined everything. These two may look silly, but they are far from naive. In the scenario, Randy had been risking her life playing by the rules, battling oddities, and reading people's intentions. These two clowns, however, used their only tricks entirely on Randy. Chapter 49, The Real Hell. The three of them chatted idly for not long before the train slowly pulled into Qingcheng Station. The first rule of riding this train. This train departs from Huacheng and heads to Fenling. It will not stop at any platform en route. If you need to get off, please jump out of the window. Captain Jiang, keep that spare phone as a memento. Edie and Ron walked to the window, turned back, and waved at Randy. Randy nodded in agreement, not refusing, thanks. Edie smiled generously and followed Ron to struggle opening the tightly locked window in the dining car. They too used their backpacks as cushions for a buffer. When the speed of the train slowed down enough for them to feel safe, they jumped one after another from the window. Now they were gone. On the entire train, Randy could no longer see a living soul. This feeling was akin to when she first boarded this train. Back then, everyone was alive, but invisible to Randy's eyes. And now, everyone was dead. The train continued to run on the tracks with a clank, clank. But inside the whole train, except for Randy, there were only corpses. Randy, accompanied by the May, searched through the entire train for supplies. This time, the search was mainly for stockpiling food for the May. Randy rummaged through every corner of the blood-soaked train. Wherever she could enter, she did, accumulating a large amount of hearts. There was only one place she didn't enter. It was the hidden door in the kitchen of the dining car. When Randy entered the kitchen, she stared at the hidden door for a long time. Made of metal, its surface was covered with rust. Although there was a clear opening mark on the floor, the handle of this door looked very dusty, as if it were frequently used but disguised to appear unused for a long time. Randy retracted her gaze and didn't go in further. If she could pass smoothly, it would be best not to create unnecessary trouble. Randy ran through the train inside and out. Finally, she returned to the relatively tidy dining car, sat by the table, and closed her eyes to rest. Until a cold little hand touched her fingertips, Randy opened her eyes. A bloody, skinless face approached hers closely. Ha! Keaton grinned mischievously, extending his two small claws as a scare tactic. Randy glanced at him without any change in expression. You came. Seeing Randy's indifference, the little boy felt quite dispirited. The skin on his face grew back. Then he slumped into the seat opposite Randy, looking dejected. Did you guess I'd come find you? The little boy asked with wide eyes. Randy nodded. The staff said yesterday that there would be a new round of games after dawn. Now everyone is gone, so we're left to play together. But, aren't you afraid of me? The little boy bared his teeth. I'm a bad kid. Randy stared at the little boy for a few seconds, replying indifferently, neither am I a good person. Well, what shall we play for the last round? Randy asked him. Guessing game, the little boy smirked. Randy thought for a second and replied, sure, but I have one condition. What condition? Stake our lives. Randy smiled. Keaton agreed readily. He swung his little legs while sitting, giving Randy 3 skull cards, rock, paper, scissors. He kept 3 cards for himself as well. Let me tell you, big sister, I'm going to play scissors. Keaton laid a card face down on the table. Randy glanced at him and curled her lip. Is that so? Then I'll play rock. Randy's index finger tapped the table twice quickly. According to this little boy's logic in setting up the train game, evil people can survive to the end. So in this game, the little boy would definitely lie. The card he was playing now must be paper. If Randy believed his bluff about playing scissors, she would surely lose. Therefore, she just needed to do the opposite and play scissors to easily win this round. And also, she could eliminate the pollution source by getting rid of the little boy. Randy gently picked up the scissors card from the 3 cards. Just as Randy was about to lay down the card, the spare phone on the table vibrated suddenly. A text message popped up on the phone. Randy's pupils constricted upon seeing the message. Her fingers tightened around the card. How could this be? If the text was true, then she had been wrong from the beginning. Randy's heartbeat quickened frantically. She lifted her eyelids and gave the boy a complicated look. In an instant, all the details flashed through her mind: the migrant worker who offered his seat, the missing Benedicts and Annies, the hidden door in the kitchen, the voice command for the smart lock, and Sean who was immortal. Everything connected. Randy retrieved the previous card, quickly exchanged it for another one, and placed it face down on the table. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she pressed down on the card with her hand, never letting go. Randy's chest began to feel heavy. Are you ready? Keaton smiled innocently. His ice-cold little fingers pried open Randy's hand that was pressing down on the card. Randy's eyelashes fluttered. Outside the window, the sound of the train derailing echoed. There was no time left. She had no other choice. I'm ready. Randy released her grip. Keaton stretched out his hand and flipped over the 2 cards. He didn't lie, he indeed played scissors. And Randy played rock. Wow. Big sister, you won Tilda, you're so amazing. Randy curled her lip but couldn't muster any joy. It was like this again. Last time when she played the game with the little boy, the winner wasn't particularly happy either. Outside the car window, the clear blue sky suddenly tilted. With a roar, the entire train began to plummet. Randy's body lost control and started to fall. On the cross-sea bridge, the derailed train pulled along each carriage as it fell into destruction. The other 2 cards from the little boy fell in front of Randy. All 3 of them were scissors. Randy felt a weight on her heart. Suddenly, a splash of blood red appeared before her eyes. It was the little boy following the terms of the bet, killing himself. Keaton's satisfied smile after achieving his wish was the last thing Randy saw. In those final moments, the little boy said, "Thank you for believing me. I really am not a bad child." Then, Randy plunged into nothingness and detached from the scenario. She survived. Randy now sat motionless in the void. In her hand, she still held the boy's charm lock. But her thoughts lingered on that text message, unable to shake off its impact. Congratulations to the chosen one, successfully eliminating the pollution source. Your clearance grade is SSS level. Now awarding you the corresponding rewards. Throughout this ghost train scenario, Randy had always believed that the little boy was proving to his mother. Only the evil could survive to the end. Kindness was useless. But until the very last moment, Randy realized how wrong she had been. On the surface, each round of rules caused the kind-hearted to die while selfish individuals lived on. In reality, the truly selfish survivors at the train's endpoint faced the ultimate judgment: endless torment. The train's endpoint didn't lead to Fenling but to the sea. The tracks of train Z114 would derail over the Qinghai Cross-Sea Bridge. This was why Randy felt weightlessness and falling then. Sean, who harmed relatives, betrayed companions, and killed everyone he met, was considered the winner of the train game, representing the ultimate demon. He would be locked in an iron cage and sink into the ocean along with the train. The eternal life skill he won would accompany him, causing him to drown repeatedly in the deep sea, only to be reborn and drown again. Eternal and endless torment. This was the real hell. As for those who Randy thought were slaughtered early on in the dining car, they actually passed through the hidden door in the kitchen and were sent 20 years into the future in China. The text message Edie sent Randy told her that after getting off the train, she found herself in a tunnel. Inside the tunnel were the migrant worker, many Benedicts and Annies, brave young adults, and those who refused to kill their families, among others. In this scenario, the kind-hearted lived, the indifferent died, and the wicked fell into hell. Randy always thought the little boy was malevolent. She believed he was harming the good-hearted, protecting the selfish, and promoting a value system of selfishness. But in the end, she understood that the little boy was using his own way to protest the injustice of his mother's death. He punished those he deemed bad in his own method. In the final scene, Sean would forever have his eyes open, witnessing himself drowning again and again in the depths of the sea. Desperate and unsolvable. Sean could escape. He only needed to shout the voice command for the smart lock, "I'm sorry," to escape from the iron cage. But surrounded by seawater, whenever he opened his mouth, it would initiate a new cycle of drowning. An endless loop, forever ongoing. Even if he wanted to speak repentantly, he would never have the chance. Chapter 50, Who Did You Think You Killed? Randy opened her eyes again, finding herself back in the Jinshan mental hospital where she originally was. She lay on the bed, wearing a psychiatric gown. On the bedside table next to her, there was still the foul-smelling slop that Magdalena and Bonnie had specially brought for her when they visited last time. Maggots wriggled inside it. One glance was enough to make anyone gag. This perfect completion rewarded her with 3 days of elimination of eerie tales within China's borders, a 100% boost in stamina, and an additional rest opportunity. Randy sat up from the hospital bed, glanced around the room, and finally rested her gaze on the phone beside her pillow. It was a WeChat message from Rusty. He informed Randy that Bonnie had run away from home many days ago and was now injured, staying in the hospital. Randy cast a brief look at the message before turning off her phone. Calmly, she got out of bed, put on slippers, went to the window, and gazed at the scenery below. The sky had long been a murky red due to the recent resurgence of strange occurrences. It had been a long time since she had seen such a blue sky as today. Just as Randy was lost in thought, a familiar angry shout came from behind her. "Bit! I finally waited for you." A woman with a blinded left eye stood at the door, roaring. From the disheveled features of this woman, it was clear that this was Randy's stepmother, Magdalena. Magdalena held a black cat in her hand. In front of Randy, she furiously smashed the black cat against the wall on Randy's side. Meow, meow wah. The black cat let out a piercing cry as it hit the white wall. After twitching a few times and moaning twice, it fell silent. This black cat belonged to Randy. Looking down at the cat, Randy saw that its eyes had already been gouged out, and its 4 legs looked like they had been battered into minced meat with a hammer. It was easy to imagine the torture the black cat had endured before dying. Randy stared at the black cat for 2 seconds, then lifted her eyes, which were now sharp and intense. "You think killing a cat would drive me crazy? Ha, you're thinking too much." Randy's tone remained nonchalant. "Don't act. Little slut, wasn't this dead cat your favorite pet? Ha 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 ha. You loved it, so I tortured it and killed it." Magdalena's eyes glinted with malice. She didn't believe for a second that Randy wasn't devastated by the death of the black cat. "Just cry quietly." A hint of coldness flashed in Randy's eyes. Crossing her arms, she sneered at Magdalena. TSK, Randy shook her head. "Do you really think this black cat is the same one as before? Haven't you noticed that your daughter Bonnie has been missing for a long time?" Upon hearing Randy's words, Magdalena seemed to have made a connection. Her face suddenly changed. "Julie, that ungrateful girl, didn't she leave me behind? Could it be?" Magdalena stared at the cat she had blinded and mangled, dazed for a moment. "Was this black cat the tainted Bonnie? It's impossible. You're lying to me. There's no way Julie could be it. It can't be." Though Magdalena spoke disbelief, tears welled up in her eyes, about to spill over. Randy continued to stoke the fire. With eerie intrusions, anything is possible. Since Bonnie has been unreachable for days, what else could explain it if not because she turned into a cat and couldn't speak anymore? "Didn't you notice that the cries for mercy sounded like it was calling you Mom?" "Ah!" Magdalena screamed in agony. Recalling the tortures she inflicted on the black cat, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. "Julie. Wah-wah. My Julie, it's Mom who did this to you. I deserve to die. Ah, my daughter." Covering her tear-streaked face, Magdalena's mental defenses crumbled, and she wailed despondently. Kneeling beside the cat's body, she gently cradled the mangled flesh, trembling with pain. Randy stepped aside, avoiding the deranged woman. She retrieved a key from the bedside table, quickly left the room, and locked the door behind her. Before leaving, she even kindly switched the sign at the door to "Do Not Disturb." For the next 24 hours, no Annie would check on the patient in the room. The meals would be left outside the door. However, the trapped Magdalena wouldn't be able to get the food. If she was hungry, she could eat the maggot-infested slop on the bedside table. After all, it was prepared by her own hand, and it wouldn't go to waste. Randy turned and left the ward. As soon as she reached outside, several black sedans pulled up at the entrance of the hospital. The sedans parked arrogantly in front of Randy, one after another. Doors swung open, revealing numerous men wearing dark glasses and black suits. "Miss Jiang, we are from the intelligence department. We have been assigned to provide you with round-the-clock protection." The lead man recognized Randy's appearance as soon as he got out of the car. He humbly approached Randy and politely explained their mission. Randy glanced at him and gave a faint nod. "Fine. I want to go back home for a while. You can take me there." "Sure, Miss Jiang." The man promptly agreed, then quickly went over to open the car door, escorting Randy inside. 20 minutes later, the sedans pulled up in front of an old residential complex. Randy stepped out of the car and headed straight for the shabby building. As soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by a pungent stench. Chapter 51 Escape from the Insane Asylum, New Instance. After experiencing the Strange Tales world, Randy was very familiar with this kind of putrid flesh smell. Randy's first reaction was that something had happened to her father. Following the smell, she hurried upstairs and rushed into the study on the second floor. Pushing open the door, she saw her father, Albin, lying on a tattered quilt on the floor, his face pale and expressionless. His eyes were lifeless, and his face was gaunt, skin barely covering bones. Hearing someone come in, Albin painfully turned his eyeballs toward the door. "Father." Randy quickly moved forward, picked up a thick coat from the back of a chair, and covered it over Albin's contaminated, mutated, and decayed calf. Albin blinked but still showed no response. It felt as if he were a dying puppet. Randy helped him sit up and poured him a cup of water. Albin mechanically opened his mouth and took 2 sips. "Father, Bud has a car, let's take his car to the hospital." Bud stood behind Randy, respectfully bowing. Hearing this, Albin's eyes flickered. He extended his yellowish fingers, pointing toward the desk. Following that direction, Randy saw a notebook. She picked it up and looked at it. The blank pages of the notebook still stuck with several shriveled white maggots' corpses. There was a line of crooked writing on it, clearly written when he was not of sound mind. "Kill me. I am suffering so much." Since being infected by the anomaly, many white maggots had crawled out from inside Albin's body. The maggots had eaten away his flesh from the inside. Now, Albin was like a walking corpse. To him, living was torment. Randy couldn't help but feel her nose sting as tears fell down. Miss Jiang, don't worry, our department will provide you with the best medical team. Rest assured. Bud spoke beside her and arranged for his subordinates to lift Albin up and carry him out to the car. Wiping away her tears, Randy said, "All right, thank you on behalf of my father." Albin was led away by 2 or 3 people. As he left, he kept turning back to look at Randy. His sorrowful eyes pleaded. He begged Randy not to save him, to let him die. Randy was torn apart. After all, Albin was her father who gave her life and raised her. She couldn't bear to watch him die right before her eyes. One last time. This would be her last indulgence. Bud, during father's treatment, prepare paper and pen for him. Let him write what he wants, Randy instructed. As she spoke, her eyes dimmed noticeably. If, after 7 days, my father still feels in pain and begs for death, then, don't treat him anymore. Yes, Miss Jiang. Leaving the Jiang family residence, Randy stepped on the cement stairs of the old building. She stared at her slippers, lost in thought about recent events. Randy accidentally glanced at her blue-striped psychiatric gown. Right, Bud, take me to the mall. I need to buy some clothes to change into. Besides the hospital gown, the clothes she originally had at home were taken away by that mother-daughter duo. Maybe they did it intentionally out of spite, Randy speculated. Waiting for half a day without getting a reply from Bud, Randy turned around curiously only to find that Bud, who was following her just now, had vanished without a trace. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Her gaze slowly moved downward. In the corner of the hallway, there was a woman with messy hair wearing the same blue-striped gown as Randy, squatting next to a brazier burning paper. Don't come, don't find me, it's not related to me. The woman muttered to herself and picked up another bundle of yellow paper to burn in the brazier. The faint yellow firelight flickered on the side of her face, making Randy miss a heartbeat. What was happening here? Seemingly noticing Randy's gaze, the woman slowly lifted her head, turned it, and looked at Randy. "You're talking to me?" the woman asked, staring at Randy. The woman had a swollen bump on her forehead and bruises all over her arms. Randy froze for a moment, then stiffly pulled the corners of her lips into a smile and shook her head. Beside her, the cement walls of the old residential building had changed. Now they were cold, tiled white walls. Randy's gaze followed the wall up to the small window on the corridor wall. Outside the small window, it was no longer the clear blue sky. Instead, it was the ominous dark red sky of the bizarre world. Under the crimson sky, it seemed as if a bloody rain was preparing to pour down at any moment. In Randy's mind, a system prompt sounded. New instance unlocked. Instance name, escape from the insane asylum. Instance briefing, a Benedict's misdiagnosis caused you, who were originally mentally sound, to be locked up in Jinghai City's insane asylum. The deranged fellow patients and eerie Annies make you feel completely lost. You plan to escape but unexpectedly discover that this asylum harbors a secret unknown to anyone. Clearance conditions. 1. SSS rank, investigate the truth behind the asylum's decline and eliminate the source of contamination. 2. S rank, prove that you are sane and have Claire take you out. 3. A rank, find the asylum's exit and escape alive. Current instance-bound family member, Albin. Pure chosen one, please prepare. After waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of the Carter. It seems that this time, it's only Randy. Randy's thoughts were interrupted by the woman's shrill screams in front of her. Ah, it's here again. It's here again. The female lunatic pointed at Randy's back, shrinking into the corner of the wall in terror. Don't come over. Don't look for me, it has nothing to do with me. Ah, a chill ran down Randy's spine. What the lunatic was afraid of was right behind her. Could it be related to the asylum's hidden truth? Randy speculated. Thus, amidst the horrifying screams of the lunatic, Randy slowly turned her head and looked behind her. Chapter 52, Don't imitate fellow patients. Behind Randy was nothing but white ceramic tiled walls and empty space. This was what Randy saw. However, it was evident that this panic-stricken, insane woman had clearly seen something that Randy couldn't see. Randy turned around again, staring at the deranged woman. The insane woman screeched wildly, even picking up the fire pot with burning yellow paper inside and throwing it straight at Randy. With a clang, the fire pot hit where Randy stood. If not for her quick reaction to sidestep, the clothes on her body would have certainly caught fire from the flames. All the ashes inside the fire pot spilled out, covering the ground. That madwoman stuck her hands into her hair, clutching her head, and in panic she shoved past Randy and ran downstairs. Unexpectedly, the madwoman met with an accident. On the second step, she slipped and tumbled down the stairs. Amidst cries of agony, the madwoman landed face up dead on the flat ground below the stairs. Upon hearing the commotion, the Annies on that floor hurried over. 2 Annies were there, one performed CPR on the madwoman, while the other rushed to call for a Benedict and fetch a stretcher. Underneath the madwoman's dirty, messy hair, dark red blood seeped out. Quick! Get her to the emergency room. As the madwoman was carried away on a stretcher, her terror-filled eyes remained fixated on the top of the stairs, where Randy stood. After the madwoman was taken away, Annie walked upstairs to clean up the fire pot and the mess on the floor. While bending down to clear it, she glanced at Randy. Noticing Randy's chest tag lacked any numbers, the Annie was momentarily surprised. "Are you new here?" the Annie asked, raising her head. Randy glanced at her own chest. There was an extra plastic chest tag attached to her patient gown, which currently had no writing on it. Randy nodded slightly in response. The Annie placed the fire pot aside and wiped her hands on her clothes. You can't just wander around like this. You don't have a place to stay yet, right? Let me take you to check in. As she spoke, the Annie gestured for Randy to follow her upstairs. Upstairs was a lifeless, dimly lit corridor. The doors on both sides of the corridor were tightly shut, and there wasn't a single wandering patient. Walking among them, Randy felt the corridor was pitch black. Though there was a row of long lights on the ceiling, none of them were turned on. In this darkness, the only bit of light came from the slatted window at the end of the hall. The hospital's been having tough times lately, advocating energy conservation, so the lights in the corridors aren't turned on during the day, the Annie explained as she walked ahead of Randy. Randy responded with a nod. A chill permeated the damp corridor. Randy followed closely behind the Annie until they reached a rusty iron door labeled 402. The 3 digits had faded due to age. The green paint on the outside of the iron door had peeled off, revealing its old and worn condition. Standing in front of the iron door, the Annie pulled out a large bunch of keys from her pocket, selected one, and unlocked the door. With a creak, the iron door opened, and 2 pairs of eyes inside the room turned towards the entrance simultaneously. A 4-bed dormitory. Bed number 2 happens to be free, so you'll be sleeping there. Following the Annie's direction, Randy spotted the bed. On the bedside table was a photo frame. Inside was a sweet smiling woman who was none other than the madwoman who had just fallen to her death. The Annie approached skillfully, took the photo frame, and tossed it into the trash bin beside the bed. Then, she shook the blanket on the bed, finishing the cleanup. If you have any questions, ask your fellow patients. They've been here for quite some time. The Annie gave thorough instructions and fastened a chest tag on Randy. There was still a faint blood stain on the tag that hadn't been completely cleaned. Randy was now a mental patient designated as 1037. The Annie stepped outside and closed the iron door. One of the roommates hurried over and locked the door by turning the knob on the lock with a click. It was then that Randy noticed there were only 3 people in the 4-bed dormitory, including herself. Bed number 4 was vacant, with just a wooden plank and no bedding. Her 2 roommates were an elderly man wearing glasses and a Joanna with short hair. The Noah locked the door and returned to his wooden chair, picking up a newspaper to read. He seemed somewhat normal, but the Joanna appeared distinctly odd. She dressed a doll in baby clothes and kept holding it, rocking it gently to put it to sleep. She likely became mentally ill after losing her child. Feeling that Randy had been observing them standing there, the Noah reading the newspaper cast a glance at her. You're the 6th 1037 this month, the Noah said, adjusting his glasses. Randy smiled faintly. Oh, so the next one to die will be me, then. Startled by Randy's bluntness, the Noah widened his eyes in surprise. With the thought that Randy was a bit off, the Noah turned around and dismissed her. Go check out your bed, there's something good there. Hearing the Noah's words, Randy raised an eyebrow and walked to bed number 2. She rummaged through the bed and eventually found a key and a note under the pillow. It was a set of rules. Mental hospital, patient guidelines. 1. At all costs, find Claire Yee. Claire knows how to leave this place. 2. Mealtimes are from 7 to 8 a.m., 12 to 1 p.m., and 6 to 7 p.m. Make sure to go to the cafeteria on level B2 for meals, but absolutely do not eat pork. 3. Do not pick up the paper money on the stairs, it is not for you. 4. The morgue on level B3 is not where you should go. 5. Do not provoke the Annies here. The real Annies are dead, all the Annies here are fake. 6. There is no level 0 in the hospital. Do not try to find level 0. 7. Do not get close to or imitate the crazy patients. 8. If a Annie asks if you've seen her Alexa with twin braids in the hospital, always deny seeing her. Using her eye of truth, Randy identified that the 4th rule was incorrect. The morgue on level B3 is not where you should go. In other words, the morgue on level B3 is where you should go. Or perhaps it meant that the morgue would be her final resting place. Randy flipped the note over. On the blank side were some red scribbles that looked like worms crawling. Escape quickly. Don't believe %# and **. The last few characters were obscured by graffiti, making them completely illegible. Just as Randy was about to examine it more closely, she heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside the corridor. The other 2 people in the room reacted almost reflexively, jumping up and running. The Noah quickly crawled into the wardrobe in a strange posture, cowering and trembling. The Joanna discarded the doll and nimbly climbed into the other half of the wardrobe, slamming the door shut. Now only Randy remained standing alone in the room. Crazy people. What were these 2 crazy people doing? As Randy fretted, one of the wardrobe doors opened a small crack. The Joanna peeked out with one eye. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. It's too late. The footsteps in the hallway grew more urgent, as if someone was running. Who was out there? Why were the patients so afraid? Or rather, what was out there wasn't human. Randy felt her scalp tingle. Should she follow these crazy people and hide in the wardrobe? Hurry up. Don't just stand there. Only the wardrobe is safe. The woman inside the wardrobe whispered anxiously, urging her. The Noah reached for the wardrobe door, seemingly trying to close it immediately. Leave her. Close the door. Hurry. The 2 argued frantically. Randy's heart pounded fiercely. Her feet moved unconsciously toward the wardrobe. Just as she was about to move faster, she suddenly remembered the 7th rule of the ward. Do not get close to or imitate the crazy patients. If these 2 patients were just acting crazy, imitating them would violate the rules. The footsteps outside the iron door grew closer. What should she do? What should she do? Chapter 53, The Creepy Aviana. Randy clenched the note tightly, took a deep breath, and hinted to herself to calm down. An eerie world doesn't have situations that are certainly deadly. This meant that it was impossible for both parties to intend on killing her at the same time. Since one of them intended to harm her, there must be some traces left behind. Randy's index finger trembled slightly. Her gaze swiftly swept around the room. Hurry up. We're at the door already. The Joanna in the wardrobe still urged anxiously. The Noah said sarcastically, what do you care about her? There's no time. Close the door quick. The Noah prioritized his self-preservation. But the Joanna held onto the door frame, strenuously preventing the Noah from closing the door. The Joanna wanted to save Randy, but alas, Randy didn't heed her advice. That woman, now in a hurry and angry, said, quick, come in. Do you want to die? Randy surveyed the room once more, finally fixing her gaze on the bed where the Joanna lay. She stopped. When she raised her eyes again, her gaze was icy cold. Yes, I don't plan on living. You can close the door, I'm not coming in. Randy glanced at the woman and then calmly sat down on the bed. As soon as she finished speaking, the wardrobe door slammed shut with a bang. And at the moment the wardrobe door closed, the Joanna's face suddenly turned hideous. At the entrance, came the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. A click, the lock opened, and the door pushed open. Annie led a Benedict inside, the two walking in one after the other. The Benedict and the Annie looked like normal people. Randy gave them a glance, relieved. Fortunately, her deduction was right. Randy's gaze returned to the bed where the Joanna lay. On the bed lay the woman's fake son. Though Randy knew it was fake, the Joanna did not think so. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hugged and comforted her fake son initially. Therefore, if the Joanna had to save herself, she would never abandon her precious son. For the woman to abandon her child, there was only one possibility. It was to free up her hands, making it easier to kill Randy. If Randy followed into the wardrobe, the consequences would be unimaginable. Randy also hadn't expected these two patients would act in unison, putting on such a show. She finally understood why so many patients with the number 1037 had died. There were definitely quite a few who were killed by these two lunatics. As soon as the Annie opened the lock and entered the ward, she instantly realized what happened upon seeing only Randy in the room. 525, 526. It's time to take your medicine, come out quickly. Without looking elsewhere, the Annie went straight to the wardrobe, opening the door. Seeing what they held in their hands, the Annie clearly hesitated for a moment. Listen, there's no one here to hurt you, everyone is good. Here, behave a little and give me the knife. The Annie crouched down, trying to coax the pair to hand over the knives. The two lunatics exchanged glances and passed the knives to the Annie cautiously before stepping out of the wardrobe. After confiscating the knives, the Annie's expression immediately turned sour. Now, tell me, where did you get the knives? Who brought them in? The Annie pressed. The Noah adjusted his glasses and pointed at Randy. She gave them. The Joanna beside him had red-rimmed eyes after being scolded. She also stretched out her hand, pointing at Randy's direction resentfully. It was her, I can prove it. Randy pursed her lips speechlessly. Staying with these two was truly exhausting. Was it you who brought the knives in? The Annie questioned Randy. You didn't know the hospital forbids hiding knives. The Annie glared at her, tone harsh. After all, to the Annie, Randy was also a mental patient. The two lunatics' fingers still pointed at Randy. Randy stepped back, avoiding the direction of those fingers. It wasn't me, Randy replied calmly, looking at the Annie. If they want to frame me, let them provide evidence, empty words won't suffice. Randy was very clear that if she went along with the Annie's thinking, she would fall into a self-incriminating trap. Facing defamation, one shouldn't prove their innocence but should make the slanderer provide evidence. That was the right approach. Randy's logic was clear, while the two lunatics stammered. Anyone with eyes could tell who was insane and who was sane. The Annie stared at the three of them curiously, frowning. Here's how it goes. The Annie suddenly stuck the two knives into her own waist on either side. If you can do this action, it will prove that you didn't lie. The Annie pulled out the two knives, blood spurting continuously from both sides of her waist. Randy stared dumbfoundedly, her pupils contracting sharply. This Annie seemed a bit off too. Those two guys poked with all their might to prove their innocence. Finally, the two bloody knives were handed over to Randy. You do it. The Annie's eyes were fixed on Randy. Randy swallowed and reached out her hand, hesitating to take them. Can we not stab the kidneys? Randy asked. The Annie nodded. Sure, if not the kidneys, then you can stab your head. Randy fell silent. The situation seemed even worse. Randy wanted to refuse but remembered Rule 5 of the patient guidelines. Do not provoke the Annies here. The real Annies are dead. All Annies here are fake. Fake. Randy thought her resistance would likely anger the Annie. Well, Randy suddenly changed her tune. I admit it, I brought these knives in. Randy's tone was unusually serious, her gaze firm as never before. Hearing Randy's confession, the Annie glanced at her, then took back the knives. Well, okay. Since you violated hospital rules without permission, you'll be punished by doing 20 jumping jacks and running 10 laps around the room. At that moment, the Benedict, Annie, and the two patients stared intently at Randy. There was no other choice. Not doing this would probably make things worse. Randy exhaled, decided to do it after all, it wasn't life-threatening. She quickly found an open space and did 20 jumping jacks. Then she immediately adopted a running posture and started circling the room. After completing 10 laps, Randy feigned exhaustion to avoid further torment from the Annie. Is it good now? Randy put her hands on her knees and returned to the Benedict and Annie. Just then, the masked Benedict stepped closer. On his chest badge, 3 words were written, Jonathan Huiron. A string of keys at his waist clinked together. Monter pulled out a pen from his chest pocket, flipped open a small booklet, and made some notes. Randy glanced at it. It seemed like scoring of some kind. Her performance must have been decent. After all, she didn't violate any rules and followed orders fairly well, Randy thought. Monter, how do you think the patient is doing? The Annie looked up at the Benedict. Monter didn't look at the 2 patients or the Annie. He gazed seriously at Randy. The way you've been talking to yourself still seems quite severe. Has it always been like this recently? Randy was taken aback. What? Monter kept a straight face and noted down a score in the booklet. He looked up. Can you tell me what you were doing just now? Running around the room, laughing at nothing, muttering to yourself about stabbing kidneys. Chapter 54, Though on the Stairs. Randy's back stiffened, and her expression became dazed for a moment. She glanced at the 2 patients. The Noah, the Joanna, and even that Annie were still spurting blood from their waists. The Annie still held those 2 knives in her hands. Randy's gaze uncomfortably shifted away from them. She looked at Monter, and nothing. I might not have slept well. This was the first time Randy felt such a loss of control. Who knew, maybe she really was mentally ill. Seeing Randy's reaction, Monter seemed quite satisfied. He hummed in approval and nodded slightly. He then placed a bottle of white pills on the nightstand next to Randy's bed. 3 pills in the morning, noon, and evening after meals, which can alleviate your symptoms, Monter instructed. Randy buried her head and obediently nodded. But it was obvious that Randy's condition had deteriorated compared to a few minutes ago. While Randy was looking down, the Noah stretched his neck up and twisted his head around to look at Randy's expression. The Noah adjusted his glasses. 10:37, why do you look unhappy? The Joanna poked Randy's shoulder. Don't be angry. You helped us take the blame earlier, so I made my son call you godmother. Is this enough now? Randy's lips twitched. Crazy. All of them were crazy. After a few seconds of contemplation, when Randy lifted her head again, her eyes were calm. She recalled the first rule of the patient's guidelines. Do everything in your power to find Claire Yi. Claire knows how to leave here. No matter what, she had to find Claire Yi first. Escaping was the priority. Right, Monter, do you know Claire Yi? Where is he now? Randy stared straight at Monter Huiron. At this moment, Monter Huiron was at the door, posting Randy's score list on the wall. Randy glanced at the list. Her health status column read 59 points. Evaluation, conscious but delirious. Hearing Randy's question, Monter Huiron's expression froze. Then, he pulled out a pen, uncapped it, and on Randy's score sheet, he crossed out 59 and changed it to 50. Monter Huiron capped the pen and put it back in his chest pocket. I know him. Claire died 3 years ago and is now in a coffin. Also, Monter Huiron turned to glare at Randy sternly. You mustn't burn paper in the hospital. Don't think about that. Claire Yi, dead. So did the S-class condition let Claire Yi take you out mean the deceased Claire Yi leading Randy out? Or perhaps, a more plausible guess was that Monter was lying. Randy raised her eyes to look at him. But, why would he lie? Randy subtly glanced at Monter's name tag and secretly noted his office location. This Monter definitely had issues. Alright, it's almost mealtime. Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner, and remember to take your medicine when you come back. Monter Huiron glanced at his watch and gave Randy some instructions. He patted Randy's shoulder twice as a gesture of comfort before turning to leave the ward. Looking at Monter Huiron's back, Randy noticed something bulging under his white coat, as if hiding something. As Monter Huiron moved, the white coat rippled slightly. Randy could see what was inside. Those patterns, it was a black snake. A long snake tail was hidden behind Monter's white coat. Randy was shocked for a second. So, Monter was contaminated. But what was the source of contamination? Did Monter go somewhere he shouldn't have? If she could track Monter's movements once, could she trace back to the source of contamination? Randy focused on Monter's tail, forming an idea in her mind. Hey, 10:37. The Annie waved her hand in front of Randy's face. I'm talking to you. Randy withdrew her gaze and looked at the Annie. Oh, what did you say just now? Randy smiled slightly, trying to be as friendly as possible. Although there was something off with this Annie, Randy still had to follow the rules and not anger the Annie. The Annie pursed her lips, unsatisfied with Randy's response. I said, since it's your first time at the hospital, I'll take you to the cafeteria for dinner. Without waiting for Randy to respond, the Annie dragged her out. When Randy left, she glanced back at her 2 fellow patients. At that moment, both of them were lying flat on the ground with their hands folded over their abdomens, their eyes wide open. Blood was still spurting from their waists. Dinner time. Are you hungry? The Noah pushed up his glasses and asked the Joanna seriously. The Joanna shook her head, not hungry. Just feel a bit weak. Me too. After a 2-second silence. The Noah continued, then take some medicine? I think that's fine. So, the 2 patients took the pills the Annie had given them and swallowed them in one go. Randy was dragged out of ward 402 by the Annie quickly. Those 2 lunatics also disappeared from Randy's sight. This time, there were many more patients in the eerie corridor. Everyone came out of their wards and headed towards the staircase. The Annie who was holding Randy went against the flow of people going down, trying hard to pick up money scattered on the stairs. Wow, so much money. How can nobody want this dropped money? The Annie exclaimed in surprise. Randy glanced down. It was paper money for the dead. The third rule of the patient guidelines. Do not pick up the paper money on the stairs, as it is not meant for you. Well, confirmed, it was for the Annie. Straightening up, the Annie held a large bunch of paper money, grinning widely. At this moment, Randy noticed the difference between the Annie and normal people. When the Annie smiled, blood kept seeping out from her belly area. Today is such a happy day, I'll take you for a good meal, let's go. The Annie eagerly linked arms with Randy and dragged her to the staff elevator entrance on the third floor. This Annie was strangely enthusiastic. What do you feel like eating today? I'm treating you to the staff cafeteria, the Annie asked Randy with a smile. Being hugged oddly always felt weird. Randy smiled calmly and gently withdrew her hand. Thank you. Actually, I can go to the patient cafeteria. Randy sensed that this strange dining place was likely not somewhere pleasant. She feared something bad would happen if she went there. Who knew if they'd be eating food or her? On the third floor corridor, they passed two people wearing maroon patient gowns. These two glanced at Randy, covering their mouths, whispering. What was she doing alone against the white wall? No idea. She seems to be from the fourth floor. I heard all the patients on the fourth floor are crazy. Let's hurry and leave. Randy overheard these words but showed no expression. Was there a possibility that Randy herself was seriously contaminated? But Randy clearly hadn't come into contact with any source of contamination. Since she didn't touch anything, how could she be contaminated? Randy couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it for now. She made a silent decision that as soon as she returned to Ward 402, she would drink hot honey water immediately. Ding dong. The elevator door slowly opened. What was inside gradually revealed itself to Randy. Randy was startled. In the confined space of the elevator, it was filled with the bizarre. Chapter 55: The Meal Trap. At the same time, as the elevator door opened, Randy saw a hospital floor plan inside the elevator. She glanced through it briefly. From top to bottom, not counting the rooftop, there were 7 floors in total. In order. Top floor, rooftop. 4th floor, ward area. 3rd floor, ward area. 2nd floor, treatment area. 1st floor, registration area. B1, restricted area. B2, dining area. B3, morgue. There was no 0th floor. Just as the rule said. The hospital does not have a 0th floor. Do not try to find the 0th floor. But Randy always felt that the existence of this rule must have some meaning. Come on, don't just stand there. The Annie pulled Randy into the elevator. Randy looked at the people inside. There were Benedicts with half their heads missing, Annies bleeding from all orifices. All kinds of strange medical staff, 12 in total. Each of them stared at Randy with wide open eyes, gazing at her with surprise. Some even stared at Randy, sticking out their tongues like dogs, saliva dripping down from the tips of their tongues. Randy's heart tightened. Going in this time might mean she wouldn't come back. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Get in here. That Annie entered, holding Randy's hand and urging her impatiently. She shouldn't anger the Annie, but entering would be best avoided. The experts watching the live broadcast were now in agony. No one thought Randy would be foolish enough to walk straight in. Pretending to be crazy is the best move now. Right, since Randy is a psychiatric patient, acting crazy should let her slip by. No, you're wrong. Randy tends to be calm, faking insanity isn't her style. Nonsense. Facing life and death, faking insanity is nothing. How can Randy not understand this? While the experts were discussing, there was movement in the live stream. Everyone lifted their heads to look at the live footage. They saw Randy in the strange world stand up straight, unflinching, and step right in. Randy's actions left the watching experts dumbfounded. What was she doing? Wasn't this obviously walking to her death? Had Randy lost her mind? And in the next second, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the live stream. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The elevator overload alarm went off on time. Randy slightly curled her lips. She had noticed that detail early on. The elevator sign clearly stated, maximum capacity 13 people. Randy had quickly counted everyone inside. Altogether, there were 12 people. If she and the Annie joined, that would make 14 people, definitely exceeding the limit. Even if she followed inside, the elevator would struggle due to overloading. That's why she could walk in so calmly. What a pity, you guys go ahead. Randy turned and smiled kindly at the Annie. Disappointment was evident in the Annie's eyes. Oh? You're not coming. All right then. You can go to the patient dining area by yourself. The elevator doors closed. All the eeriness vanished from Randy's sight. Randy stood at the elevator entrance for a while, observing the situation on the 3rd floor. This floor, like the 4th where Randy was staying, was also a ward area. Except the patients on the 3rd floor wore dark red striped patient gowns. Though the patients here seemed to have less severe mental illnesses, their faces weren't particularly ruddy. Randy followed the crowd downstairs. Soon they arrived at B2, the patient dining area. Randy took a tray from the disinfection cabinet, and a staff member by the cabinet was handing out chopsticks. Do you need chopsticks? This person would ask every patient taking a tray. Randy guessed that perhaps in the past, there had been incidents where lunatics threw handfuls of chopsticks around in the dining area. Randy observed carefully. The patients passing the staff member could be divided into 2 types. The first type wore dark red striped gowns. These patients were generally very compliant. When given chopsticks, they would say thank you and accept them. The second type, like Randy, wore light blue striped gowns. When given chopsticks, these patients usually glanced at the staff with blank expressions. Then they would shake their heads firmly, no, and hurriedly carry their trays away. The staff member found it both amusing and frustrating. He wanted to force the chopsticks on these patients but seemed to worry they might go berserk and hit him. Finally, he gave up. When it was Randy's turn, the person also asked, "Do you need chopsticks?" The staff member asked Randy. Originally not expecting much, but Randy nodded directly and said, "Yes." The chopsticks were taken from the staff member's hand, who was still stunned for a moment. Randy didn't say much more, she just walked over to the food serving window. She had noticed something on the wrapper of the chopsticks. After joining the queue, Randy immediately opened the wrapper and read the small, dense text on the paper. Insane Asylum, Dining Rules. 1. Please adhere to civilized dining principles, no violence, no destruction of public property. 2. During meals, please try to sit with patients of similar conditions. The canteen will not be responsible for any accidents caused by chaotic seating. 3. The canteen provides pork heart, liver, kidney, and lungs. 1 portion per person, no extra portions, no waste. For if you accidentally make eye contact with a patient whose eyes turn red, don't hesitate, run. Run immediately. But remember, never run out of the restaurant. 5. Drinks at the canteen bar are free but taste terrible. Not recommended. 6. If you see the water in the sink turn red, immediately open all faucets until the water runs clear. 7. Speak not while eating, nor talk while sleeping. Clang clang clang. The food serving aunt angrily knocked her ladle, urging Randy with an unfriendly look. 10:37. Stop looking and choose your dish. Randy lifted her head and put away the note. Pork heart, potatoes, greens, 1 bowl of rice, thank you. The food serving aunt first scooped some rice, then added potatoes and greens, and then asked, "How many pork hearts do you want?" During this conversation, Randy noticed the strange curve at the corner of the aunt's mouth. It seemed like she wanted to laugh but was holding back. Clearly, this trick had harmed many people. Randy did not answer directly how many hearts but simply said, 1 portion. Hearing Randy's response, the food serving aunt shot her a glare and grudgingly scooped up the pork heart. The third rule of the dining rules. The canteen provides pork heart, liver, kidney, and lungs. 1 portion per person, no extra portions, no waste. Here, it said 1 portion, not 1 heart. If Randy had been slightly careless and replied 1 heart, as guided by the food serving aunt, Randy might have become the next dish. The food serving aunt muttered a few curses at Randy. Then she extended the ladle and scooped 3 pork hearts onto Randy's rice. Move. Don't block others. The aunt handed the tray to Randy. But before Randy could touch it, the aunt let go. With a clang, the metal tray hit the white-tiled windowsill. A significant amount of rice and vegetables spilled out. On purpose. Randy's eyes turned cold. So violence is not allowed in this restaurant, huh? Randy clenched her fists. She thought for a second. Then she picked up the tray and walked out of the queue. The aunt was still muttering insults, "Serves you right." Upon hearing that, Randy turned around, staring through the glass window at the aunt. "Granny, your mouth is dirtier than the mud under a homeless man's fingernails at 70. Randy said this with a smile. Without listening closely, it sounded quite polite. The food-serving aunt blushed. Realizing everyone was watching, she became furious, immediately threw the ladle down, and tried to climb out of the window. Chapter 56. The Yellow Jacket Foundation. Randy had noticed from just now. This woman had a short temper and couldn't keep calm. It was just because Randy didn't play along with her trivial scheme. This insignificant issue made her put on airs and show displeasure in front of Randy. As expected, the woman who was scolded indeed became enraged at the provocation. She threw the serving spoon and rolled up her sleeves, about to cause a scene. However, she was held down by the security guard who suddenly appeared behind her. All those security guards were wearing a leopard mask on their faces. But despite being called masks, they fit so perfectly it was as if they were part of their faces. "One of our rules is not to damage public property. Please come with us," said one of the security guards. The serving lady glanced at the twisted spoon, dazed for a few seconds. Once she came to, her eyes shot fire toward Randy's direction. "You did this on purpose. You did this intentionally. You did this intentionally." The first rule of the mental institution's dining hall. Please adhere to the civilized dining hall principles. No violence, no damage to public property. As an employee in the dining area, she should abide by the same rules as patients. Moreover, this time Randy deliberately set up the situation to see how far this angry lady would go, and what level of behavior would be considered using violence or damaging public property. The spoon had a dent, and the serving lady was taken away by the security guards for that. Randy was slightly surprised, then turned around, holding her tray to find a seat. The layout of seats in the dining hall was mainly divided into 2 sections. From Randy's perspective, the left side was the blue and white stripe area, and the right side was the dark red stripe area. Though there were no strict rules regarding the division, the patients inside the dining hall instinctively split into 2 groups, sitting on either side. Randy took a quick look and moved towards the blue and white stripe area on the left. She found an empty seat and sat down. Seeing nobody around, Randy quickly used her ability to store items, taking away the 3 pig hearts. including the layer of rice stained with soup. All of it was stored away. Then, she began eating peacefully. Halfway through her meal, a fellow patient sitting to her right suddenly shouted, "Ah, there's a finger in my rice." Randy, who was just digging into her meal, paused mid-action. A wave of nausea rose in her throat. People nearby followed the voice and looked at the screaming patient. The lunatic showed his hand buried in his meal and laughed foolishly. "Turns out it's mine, hey, scared me to death." After this false alarm, the lunatic licked some grains of rice off his hand and resumed eating. Randy was speechless. She realized that this lunatic hadn't used chopsticks earlier, so he ate with his hands, causing himself to freak out halfway through. The shouting lunatic, due to violating the dining hall rule of no talking during meals, was taken away by a security guard who appeared out of nowhere, wearing a leopard mask. Leopards symbolize speed. Thus, the hospital's security guards possessed the ability to teleport. Randy noted this feature. With the lunatic's antics, Randy's appetite diminished considerably. To preserve her strength, she forced down a few more bites. Seeing nothing much left on her tray, she carried it to the leftover station. Next to the leftover station was the dining hall's water bar. There was only one employee there, looking cold and deserted without many customers. Randy recalled the fifth rule of the dining hall. Beverages at the cafeteria water bar are free but terrible tasting. Not recommended. Randy knew this rule was true. However, terrible was subjective. Perhaps for whoever created this rule, it tasted quite bad. Randy observed carefully. She noticed two barely visible tentacles hidden within the hair of the water bar employee. The tentacles, like hair, were black and were moving slightly, almost unnoticeable unless carefully examined. Randy glanced again at the water bar employee's uniform, a yellow and black striped shirt. Something clicked in her mind, and she cautiously walked over to the water bar. "Hello, may I have a cup of drink?" Randy politely smiled at the employee. The water bar drinks were free, but there was only one type available. Upon hearing Randy's order, the employee looked somewhat delighted. She promptly got up from her stool, went to the machine, and processed the order. "Ice or hot?" "How much sugar?" the employee asked. "Hot. 7/10." The receipt printer spat out a small ticket, which the employee handed to Randy before going inside to prepare it. Randy pinched the receipt and glanced at it. The receipt number was 0002, indicating it hadn't printed anything for a long while. Randy's gaze fell on the bottom right corner of the receipt, where there was a watermark that read "Sponsored by the Yellow Jacket Foundation." It didn't take long before Randy's drink was ready. She glanced at it once she took it in her hand, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Sure enough, her guess was right. The beverage from this water bar was honey water. Randy couldn't wait to taste it. Familiar flavors greeted her tongue. Just as she was about to take another couple of sips, a patient in blue and white stripes suddenly ran past, bumping into Randy's shoulder. Some of the honey water spilled out of Randy's hand. Holding the remaining half cup of the drink, she gave a quick glance at the fidgety figure who had just passed by. The patient's round bald head stood out remarkably. Without turning back or saying sorry, he went straight towards the kitchen. Not wanting to cause trouble, Randy shook off the droplets on her clothes and headed to the sink to clean up a bit. When she got there, she happened to meet Monte washing his hands. At this moment, Monte had removed his mask. His entire lower face was shaped like a black snake. Seeming to notice someone looking at him, Monte raised his head and looked at Randy. "Well, 10:37, just finished eating?" Monte greeted Randy with a smile. Randy forced a smile, nodded slightly, then moved her eyes away. When Monte spoke, his bright red snake tongue flickering unnerved Randy. With her head lowered, Randy washed her hands and cleaned the soiled spot on her chest. And right at that moment, the water suddenly turned red. A strong smell of blood hit Randy's nose, causing her to wrinkle her brow. She remembered the sixth rule of the dining hall. If you see the sink water turn red, please immediately open all faucets until the water runs clear. Randy was about to reach for the nearby faucet when she noticed Monte still washing his hands normally. Hadn't he noticed the change in the color of the water? If the water seemed normal to Monte, would Randy be considered sick if she turned on all the faucets? The bloody smell coming from the faucet became stronger. Later, a piece of black hair floated out from the red liquid. As more water flowed, the hair grew thicker. Now, the root of the hair was visible. Then came the deformed forehead of a person, which, once it emerged from the pipe, inflated rapidly like a balloon to its normal human size. Randy frowned deeply. If she delayed any longer, a whole person might emerge from inside. Screw it. Anyway, in Monte's eyes, she was already considered mentally ill. Without hesitation, Randy turned on the 5 faucets at the sink swiftly. Red liquid spurted out of all 5 faucets simultaneously. Amidst a piercing scream, strands of female hair and a forehead shot out of the faucet in front of Randy, transforming into fragments. Bits of flesh and bones were also flushed out of the other faucets. After about 20 seconds, the water cleared up again. The crisis was over. Randy watched the clear water flow gently exhaled and turned off the faucets. Monte, standing beside her, cast a faintly surprised look at Randy. He wiped his hands with a paper towel from the sink and threw it away. Before leaving, Monte flicked his snake tongue and turned his head, smiling at Randy. This is the second time. Chapter 57, The Little Girl with Twin Pigtails. After Monte finished speaking, he put on a mask to cover his black snake mouth and left. Randy was left standing there in shock. What did he mean? Just as Randy was pondering this, a Roman wearing a dark red patient uniform rushed over in a hurry. "Help, save me, save me." The Roman ran very quickly, and upon seeing someone ahead, he felt like he had found a lifeline. He swiftly moved forward, grabbed Randy, and hid behind her. A man was chasing after the Roman. Randy squinted and recognized him as the bald man who had bumped into her earlier. The bald man was around 6 feet tall, well-built, with a sturdy frame, and his face was covered with thick flesh. Right then, his eyes were bloodshot, holding something shiny, intending to attack the Roman. The fourth rule of the cafeteria. If you accidentally make eye contact with a fellow patient whose eyes turn red, don't hesitate, run immediately. But remember, never run out of the cafeteria. Luckily, the bald man was focused on the Roman and didn't notice Randy. Randy quickly lowered her head to avoid making eye contact. "Quick, grab him." He stole a knife from the kitchen. Behind the bald man, several kitchen staff members caught up. Randy's heart sank. Without thinking, she took off her patient uniform within 2 seconds, revealing a high-necked sweater underneath. She spun halfway around and quickly retreated to the side. Behind her, the Roman who had been clinging onto Randy for protection froze when he saw the discarded patient uniform. Then, the cleaver whistled through the air, aimed at the Roman. The Roman was terrified but managed to dodge each strike by a hair's breadth. Honey water," the Roman muttered in fear. In the next second, he saw the bottle of honey water that Randy had left on the sink. His eyes lit up, uncapped it, and threw it directly at the bald man. As soon as the honey water made contact, the bald man's bloodshot eyes instantly returned to normal. At that moment, security guards wearing leopard masks arrived on the scene. In front of the sink, the kitchen staff confiscated the bald man's cleaver. The guards restrained the bald man and escorted him out of the cafeteria. The Roman, who had narrowly escaped, was drenched in cold sweat and weakly collapsed onto the ground. Randy sensed that this Roman, who knew how to use honey water, was far from ordinary. She stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, my clothes." Without lifting his head, the Roman handed the patient uniform back to Randy, who put it back on. "And you used my honey water," Randy added after putting on her clothes without fastening the buttons, as 2 buttons had already been torn off when she took it off. The Roman was still shaken. He panted heavily, rested for a moment, then raised his eyes to look at Randy. Sure, I'll buy you a cup." After saying this, the Roman pushed himself up from the ground and headed toward the cafe's bar. "Give me a cup of honey water." The Roman tapped on the counter and greeted the staff, same as always, full sugar, and hot. Judging from the Roman's behavior, he seemed to be a regular here. "Do you come often?" Randy asked. The Roman glanced sideways at Randy. "Yeah, I spill more than I drink." There was a brief silence. The Roman began to complain in a rambling manner. "To tell you the truth, that butcher on the 4th floor, the bald guy just now, every time he gets those red eyes, he starts yelling about slaughtering pig. I just happen to be a bit chubby, and he has targeted me several times. There's not a single normal person on the 4th floor." Randy was puzzled. Are the people on the 3rd floor all normal? Not really. The Roman took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead before continuing. "Most of us on the 3rd floor are in good health. We stay here for a while until our scores reach above 95 points, then we can be discharged." Hearing this, Randy recalled her own scorecard. She was currently at 50 points. "How many points do you need to transfer to the 3rd floor?" Randy asked. 80 points. The Roman fetched the honey water and casually handed it to Randy. "You're new here, right?" Randy nodded, yes. Hearing Randy's response, the Roman smirked. "You're quite unlucky, coming here when this asylum is almost closing down." Randy was intrigued by the Roman's words. She decided to follow him out of the cafeteria. "It seems you've been here for a long time. Why haven't you escaped?" Randy asked the Roman. Her gaze fell on the number on the Roman's chest, number 022. The lower number indicated that this Roman might have been among the first batch of patients admitted to the asylum. Upon hearing Randy's question, the Roman paused visibly as he climbed the stairs. His expression was slightly unnatural. Randy silently noted all these peculiarities. The Roman's demeanor seemed dazed for a few seconds. He checked the stairs in both directions, not seeing any Benedicts, and then lowered his voice to whisper to Randy. "Let me tell you. I had a friend, also a patient, with big floral tattoos on his arms. 3 years ago, we planned to be discharged together, but he scored higher and left 2 days earlier than me. The day after he left, I saw his tattoo on a piece of pork in the cafeteria." Randy's pupils dilated in shock. "So, if that's true, patients don't leave the hospital, they end up in the cafeteria? And the pig hearts, lungs, and livers served there, wouldn't that mean?" Seeing Randy's stunned reaction, the Roman seemed quite satisfied. He took on an air of seniority, acting as a mentor to Randy. "Do you have any other questions? I'll tell you everything." Hearing this, Randy didn't hold back. "Do you know Monter? What does it mean when he records something? If he fills 3 slots, you get locked in a small black room, no food, no sleep. Have you seen Clairye? Where is he? He went crazy 3 years ago, and then, who knows what happened? Is there a level 0 in the hospital?" As soon as Randy asked this question, the Roman covered her mouth in horror. "Sure." The Roman looked around the staircase nervously. "You want to die? If it hears you, we're both done for." The Roman's face turned pale. Judging by his reaction, he wasn't pretending. Could it be that the hospital really has a level 0? Randy distinctly remembered that the rule stating no level 0 on her patient guidelines was marked as true. If, according to the Romans' reaction, level 0 does exist, then, there's only one possibility. Level 0 exists at certain times. When Randy first read the rules, level 0 was in a state of non-existence. That's why the rule was marked as true. To the 3rd floor. I'm off, lunatic. The Roman waved at Randy as a farewell. Randy also waved back at him. After climbing another floor, Randy returned to her ward. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw 3 people laughing and fooling around. Yes, 3. In the ward, Alexa wearing a pink dress with twin pigtails was giggling heartily. She picked up a box of cosmetics and was putting makeup on the Noah and the Joanna. Randy glanced at the faces of her 2 roommates. Their originally waxen yellow skin was now painted snow white. The round rosy cheeks painted on their pale faces stood out starkly. Chapter 58, Dr. Lynn's Clues. Seeing Randy return, the 3 of them were momentarily taken aback. Then, the Alexa waved her hand to invite Randy to join in. Big sister, come on, let me do your makeup too, Tilda. The Alexa smiled sweetly, her voice clear and crisp. There was a noticeable scar from stitches around her neck. Randy diverted her gaze and declined the offer. No thank you, little one. I'm too tired, and I need to take my medicine and rest. Randy still remembered Dr. Jonathan's instructions. 3 pills after meals, not a single one less. Sitting by the bed, Randy picked up the medicine bottle from the nightstand, smoothly unscrewed the cap, and poured out 3 pills. She then put the pills in her mouth, drank water, tilted her head back, and swallowed. At that moment, a clear laughter reached Randy's ears. Randy glanced sideways. She saw that the Alexa was covering her mouth, stealthily peeking at Randy with a hidden smile. The other 2 patients also had suspicious grins, but remained silent. Randy took note of their demeanor. Half a second later, Randy curved her lips. Little one, are you laughing about this? Randy spread out her palm. There, right in the center, lay 3 white pills. Upon seeing this scene, the 3 people in the room exchanged glances and were stunned. Little one, your grip is still too weak. You didn't tighten the bottle cap. Randy said with a smile. In fact, she noticed something was off with the pills as soon as she saw them. The loose traces around the bottle cap gave it away with just a twist. Opening a new bottle of medicine would usually require a bit more effort. But when Randy opened the cap, it felt far too smooth and effortless, which clearly wasn't right. Someone had tampered with her medication. Even though swapping the pills might not result in something good, Randy still wanted to retrieve her original medication. Who knew when Dr. Jonathan might change his mind again? If he checked the pills during rounds tonight and noticed something was wrong, it would add another mark against Randy. Give me back my medication, Randy said, her tone becoming serious. The fellow patients who were gloating now stiffened, their smiles fading. The Alexa's thoughts exposed, she looked flustered and angry. She bared her teeth. A second later, she suppressed the anger in her eyes and replaced it with an eerie smile. Big sister, don't be mad, the Alexa said as she put away her cosmetics and took out a needle and thread from her pocket. As she walked toward Randy, she skillfully threaded the red string through the needle hole. Being angry is bad for your skin. How about I sew your mouth shut so you'll never get angry at me again? The Alexa laughed brightly, but a crack appeared on her rosy face. Randy watched the Alexa warily. She secretly extended her hand behind her back and, with a flick, produced a dagger from the space. Should this eerie presence try to attack her, Randy wouldn't sit idly by. Forget about bullying a child, this child was trying to bully her. The Alexa approached step by step. Randy's grip tightened around the dagger. Just 3 more steps, and the Alexa would be right in front of her. Randy counted down mentally, 3, 2, 1. A loud bang echoed. The iron door of room 402 was kicked open violently. A small, red figure stood at the doorway with an unfriendly expression. It was May. In the blink of an eye, that red figure flashed past Randy. With a booming sound, a large dent appeared in the wall opposite the iron door. May cracked his neck. He revealed his fangs, his eyes burning with fury and shadow. At that moment, he tightly choked the Alexa's neck, pinning her to the cold wall. Ooh! The Alexa kicked frantically with her legs, trying to break free from May's hold. But the violent May showed no signs of letting up. His eyes fierce, his grip gradually tightened until he finally snapped the Alexa's neck. May! Randy called out to him. The moment May heard Randy's voice, his grim expression softened instantly. He withdrew his hand, allowing the Alexa to fall to the ground, then flew into Randy's arms. Mommy! May's voice sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Who was that, Alexa? Are you going to abandon baby? Randy patted May's back. No way, Mommy loves her precious one the most. That Alexa isn't my child. The Alexa, whose neck was twisted by May, coughed a few times, held her neck, and got up from the ground. She glared venomously at May and then pulled out her needle and thread, sewing up the wound on her neck as if to get revenge on May. She swung her twin pigtails and, wearing pink leather shoes, walked up to Randy with a tap tap tap. Then, she curved her lips into a bright smile and linked her arm with Randy's. The Alexa announced, I declare, I can't find my mommy anymore, so from now on, she will be my mommy. Just as the Alexa finished speaking, May slapped her across the face with a crack. Shameless, May scolded. The Alexa clutched her swollen cheek, looking extremely wronged. She clenched her tiny fists, wanting to hit May but knowing she couldn't win. After whimpering and sobbing twice, she ran off to one side, hiding in the corner to cry. Though the Alexa spoke in anger, Randy took her words seriously. Randy turned to ask the Noah roommate, who is her mom? The Noah wiped off his blush, put on his glasses, and replied seriously, her mom was also 1037 before. This Alexa often came to visit her mom at the hospital. Randy picked up the photo frame from the trash bin and showed it to the Noah. Is it this woman? The Noah adjusted his glasses, looked carefully, and then shook his head, no. At that moment, Randy noticed that behind the photo frame was a hidden hospital form. She silently took out the form and slipped it into her pocket. When was the last time you saw your mom? Randy asked the Alexa. The Alexa lifted her head, wiping tears from her face. If I tell you, will you help me find my mom? Maybe. Randy emptied the medicine bottle and walked over to the dented wall. She bent down to pick up the pills that had fallen from the Alexa and counted them before putting them back into the bottle. If you tell me, I might help. If you don't, I definitely won't, Randy said calmly. The Alexa pondered for a moment, bit her lip, and finally spoke. The last time I saw my mom, I'm not quite sure, but as far as I remember, Mom used to come to the hospital every day. Randy couldn't help but frown. How could a mental patient manage to enter the hospital every day? Did she know about the asylum's exit? I remember Mom's number was also this. The Alexa pointed to Randy's ID badge, 1037. Mom said she wasn't sick, but some Benedicts always gave her injections. Later, Mom disappeared, and I couldn't find her anymore. Listening to the Alexa's account, Randy's expression grew increasingly serious. Her index finger twitched. Suddenly, a bold guess flashed through her mind. Hold on. Randy stared intently at the Alexa. Does your mom have the name Calhoun? Chapter 59, Montez Ward Round. No one has ever said that a Benedict must be male. If Dr. Calhoun were the Alexa's mother, then everything the Alexa said would make sense. Just as Randy asked this question, a tall figure suddenly stood at the doorway. It was already late in the evening, and the corridor lights had somehow turned on. The cold light cast long shadows behind the person standing at the door, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Almost instantly upon seeing the silhouette, Randy shut her mouth. Under the chilling gaze of the person, Randy quickly took out a medicine bottle, poured out 3 pills, popped them into her mouth, and swallowed. The entire motion was fluid and without hesitation. But the real pills were secretly stored by Randy before they even entered her mouth. Taking the pills was just for show. Click. The Annie squeezed into the room and flipped on the light switch. The once dimly lit ward 402 was instantly illuminated. Monter entered along with the Annie. Were you talking to someone just now? Monter squinted his eyes, interrogating Randy directly. Randy's breathing tightened. He heard it. At this moment, if Randy answered with a yes, she would certainly be marked with a third-time offense and locked in the small dark room. She wouldn't be allowed to eat or sleep. Following this trend, even if Randy wasn't crazy, she would be driven mad. Randy stared at Monter, her face expressionless, and immediately refused, no. But Monter clearly didn't believe her. He slowly passed by Randy, walked to the outer wall, and stopped. Then explain how this wall got damaged. Monter stared at the dented wall, his shoulders trembling slightly, with a barely hidden smile lurking in his eyes. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze becoming bloodthirsty. Then, under Randy's watchful eyes, Monter made an extremely eerie gesture. His eyes bulged out wide, filled with surprise at catching Randy in a mistake. And his hands hung in front of his chest like a dog's paws. A long snake tongue flicked out, swaying from side to side, making a hiss sound like saliva. At this moment, Monter looked crazier than Randy. You say, how did the wall get damaged? Monter spoke with his tongue twisted, his voice hoarse and unclear. His gaze on Randy was like looking at prey about to be devoured. Randy couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. After waiting for a long time without a response from Randy, Monter's snake-like head suddenly enlarged. His snake mouth opened wide, descending from above almost encompassing Randy's entire skull. He was waiting for an explanation. Randy couldn't fail to explain, nor could she remain silent for too long. The sharp fangs of the black snake were right before her eyes. This was her last chance. Randy frowned, closing her eyes tightly. Her palms clenched unconsciously. How could she explain this? She had to come up with a plausible story. Otherwise, if Monter believed her condition worsened, she would be penalized, locked in the darkroom, or worse, eaten. Every possibility was looming over her. Think. There must be a solution. She couldn't give up. Viewers watching the livestream in China also held their breath at Randy's perilous situation. It was a deadlock. This impossible situation simply couldn't be explained. The only reasonable explanation would be that Randy's delusional disorder had worsened. But obviously, such an explanation would mean certain death. Many netizens, terrified, closed the livestream. There was no escape. The horror of the mental asylum had descended upon China. Yet, in the livestream, Randy hadn't given up. She closed her eyes, her index finger unconsciously twitching. In her mind, Randy quickly recalled every detail of all the events that occurred earlier. Entering the room, the Alexa switching the medication, sewing Randy's mouth shut, May entering, strangling the Alexa searching for her mother. Wait. A flaw appeared before Randy's eyes. Randy's eyes snapped open. The door lock. There's a problem with the ward door lock. Randy's finger pointed swiftly toward the iron door. Before I returned, someone else broke into the ward, smashing into the white wall. Hearing Randy's explanation, Monter's snake mouth retracted. Everyone's gaze turned toward the iron door. There, on the right half of the iron door, a large dent was clearly visible. And the door lock was completely destroyed. These damages were caused by May's kick. The evidence of the damaged iron door supported the feasibility of Randy's logic. Based on this alone, Monte couldn't claim it was a worsening of Randy's delusional disorder, leading her to damage the white wall herself. So it was like this. Monte's expression twitched. It seemed like there were two personalities warring within him. One was the compassionate persona of a healer. He hoped Randy's condition would improve. The other was the increasingly NPC-like personality, corrupted and becoming part of the eerie world. He hoped Randy would make mistakes, hoped her condition would worsen, and preferably, become his meal. Dr. Jonathan's expression was strange, switching back and forth between good and evil. Ultimately, the Benedict's personality temporarily took the upper hand. Dr. Jonathan's expression gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, Randy's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. In front of her, Dr. Jonathan extended his right hand, patted Randy's shoulder, and his tone softened. "I'll have someone fix the lock. 1037, your condition is well controlled." Dr. Jonathan rarely praised Randy like this. Randy responded with a polite smile. After speaking, Dr. Jonathan went to the iron door, walked up to the evaluation sheet. He pulled out a fountain pen from his chest pocket, uncapped it, and filled in a new score on the form. 60 points. 10 points higher. Evaluation. Takes medication on time, symptoms alleviated. Having finished this, Dr. Jonathan routinely gave a couple more instructions and then turned to leave the ward. Watching Dr. Jonathan depart, the Annie turned around and walked to Randy. 1037, answer me. Have you seen a Alexa with 2 ponytails in the hospital? The Annie asked Randy while holding a small booklet. At this moment, the Alexa, for some reason, had hidden behind the bathroom door, only exposing half her body. Randy recalled Rule 8 of the patient's code. When a Annie asks if you've seen a Alexa with 2 ponytails in the hospital, insist that you haven't. Randy looked up at the Annie and firmly denied, no. Just as Randy spoke, the Alexa in the corner's face showed a hint of pity. Really haven't seen her? Her mother has been looking for her, she got lost in the hospital. The Annie pressed. Randy still did not change her answer, I haven't seen her. This time, as soon as Randy finished speaking, prominent blue veins appeared on the Alexa's face. The Alexa stared at Randy, standing motionless by the bathroom door, with thick blood trickling from her stitched neck. Randy noticed that the Alexa's body trembled slightly, shivering as she hugged herself. It was unclear whether she was afraid or cold. All right then. The Annie stopped questioning Randy and turned to the other 2 patients. You too, have you seen a Alexa with 2 ponytails? The Annie asked. The 2 patients exchanged glances with Randy, then shook their heads vigorously. Did you see her? The Noah asked the Joanna. The Joanna held her son and kept shaking her head. Absolutely not, I haven't even left the ward. Me neither. Hearing their responses, the Annie's expression seemed troubled. She tore 3 pieces of paper from the booklet in her hand and distributed them to the 3 patients in the room. This is the Alexa's photo. If you see her, remember to tell me. After giving instructions, the Annie turned and left the ward. Randy took the paper, glanced at the photo on it. The photo wasn't of any Alexa. Instead, it showed several unrecognizable, dismembered limbs. Chapter 60, please escort the guests away. The other 2 patients were pointing at the photograph, analyzing something. This kid looks great. Look how distinctive her features are. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen such a cute Alexa. Her big eyes look like grapes, so bright and lively. Randy ignored the 2 people's chatter and instead flipped the photo over to read the new rules on the back. Insane Asylum, Night Rules. 1. Before nightfall, all guests in the ward must be escorted away, otherwise, terrible things will happen. 2. If you hear wild cats crying at night, ignore them, this is normal. The hospital has adopted many stray cats that no one wants. 3. Security patrols the corridor every hour on the hour during the night. Please do not loiter in the hallway. 4. There is a nighttime convenience store downstairs, operating from midnight to 7 o'clock. All kinds of guests are welcome to visit anytime. 5. If you get lost in the dark, look for the lights of the nighttime convenience store. It will guide you. 6. Kittens do not grow pig organs. Remember this. 7. Doctors and Annies have finished their shifts and are resting. They will not visit during the night. 8. Do not look in mirrors at night, this is a warning. If you violate this rule, fall asleep within 5 minutes. Relax, and by the next day, you will forget this terrifying experience. After reading these, Randy's expression turned serious. She was especially focused on the first rule. Before nightfall, all guests in the ward must be escorted away, otherwise, terrible things will happen. The sky outside was getting darker. This matter had to be dealt with quickly. Now, the most important thing was to figure out who among those currently in the ward were the hosts and who were the guests. Clearly, Randy, the Noah, and the Joanna all had name tags. Therefore, they 3 were very likely the hosts of the ward. Apart from them, there were the Carter, the Alexa, and the fake son the Joanna held as if he were real. If Randy tried to drive the Carter away, it would certainly anger him. As for the Alexa, she was hiding near the bathroom door, staring at Randy with an eerie gaze. It would also be difficult to ask the Alexa to leave. But even more difficult would be dealing with the Joanna's fake son. Since she cherished her son so much, asking her to send him away would surely be met with resistance. What should she do? Randy felt a headache coming on. Her gaze swept around the room, searching for a solution. Accidentally, Randy caught the eye of the doll in the Joanna's arms. The doll had an eerie smile on its curled lips. Its eyeballs rolled half a turn before settling on Randy, motionless. Randy shifted her gaze and thought for a while. 3 seconds later, she looked toward the Alexa by the bathroom door. "Little sister, I promised to help you find your mother," Randy said with a gentle smile. Anyway, Claire Yi was someone Randy had intended to find. By offering this, she was killing 2 birds with 1 stone and gaining favor with the Alexa. "Really?" The Alexa's face showed surprise and joy. Wearing tiny leather shoes, she slowly moved away from the bathroom door. Randy nodded, "Sure. But my darling wants to play hide-and-seek before that. Would you organize it?" May froze, scratching his small nose. Did she mean him? Had he said anything about playing games? The straightforward boy May was considering explaining that he hadn't meant it. Suddenly, Randy tossed him 3 warm pig hearts. May's eyes lit up. He immediately clutched the pig hearts and started eating ravenously. "Okay. Then I'll organize the game of hide-and-seek." The Alexa nodded seriously. Randy smiled. "I want everyone in the room to participate." Hearing this, the Alexa turned and went into the bathroom. Randy tensed. Had she said something wrong? Just as Randy was confused, the Alexa emerged from the bathroom. She dragged along a Annie dressed in tattered clothes. This Annie wore a pink uniform, different from the white uniforms worn by the staff in the insane asylum. And, this Annie had no facial features. Her face was covered in soft, rotten flesh. Randy's heart skipped a beat. She almost forgot she had never been to the bathroom in the ward. Therefore, this guest in the bathroom was still unknown to her. "Everyone is here. Is there anything else you need?" The Alexa asked Randy after dragging out the Annie. "Yes." Randy pointed at the doll in the Joanna's arms. "I want him to be the ghost. The game area will be anywhere outside Ward 402. As soon as Randy finished speaking, she saw the Joanna's face change. The Joanna carefully protected her son, resentment evident in her eyes. She opened her mouth, about to reject Randy's suggestion, but was silenced by a single glare from the Alexa. Randy curled her lips into a smile. She had anticipated this. This Joanna, who hadn't dared to refuse even when the Alexa drew her as a ghost, must have been afraid of her. Moreover, the Alexa was undoubtedly much more familiar with both the hosts and guests in the ward than Randy and May, who were newcomers. Thus, it was only fitting for the Alexa to organize this game. Soon, everyone was ready. The fake doll was placed in the middle of the hallway, all alone. The others scattered, each seeking a hiding place. Randy speculated that this fake doll would likely only activate its eerie power as an undismissed guest within the ward. Therefore, outside the ward, the doll was just a lifeless, immobile toy. This game of hide-and-seek wouldn't end unless someone decided to end it. Randy watched as the others either headed upstairs to the rooftop or ran down to lower floors. She then slowly walked back to the door of Ward 402. She tossed another heart to May, telling him to find a spare bed in another room to sleep. May clutched the heart and trotted off. Randy saw him kick open the door and stride into Ward 409. Meanwhile, Randy swapped the 402 sign on the iron gate with the 401 one. She calmly pushed the door open and returned to the original ward. Now, not only did she dismiss the guests, but also the host. Randy lay down on bed too, covered herself with a blanket, and went to sleep. It wasn't until deep into the night when she was awakened by piercing cat cries. Randy turned on the light and glanced at the wall clock. It was now 1:45 a.m. After some thought, she got up from the bed and walked out the door. Chapter 61 Hide and Seek. Randy gently pushed the door open and stepped out. As soon as she opened the door, a kitten darted to her feet. It was a hairless cat with slightly red eyes. Randy tiptoed, trying to make as little noise as possible, walking down the corridor. In the corridor, countless kittens were wailing. Their cries sounded much like the weeping of babies. Some kittens lay sprawled on the ground, some scratched the iron doors frenziedly, and some even shed tears. Every one of them was mewing loudly. The noise was so intense that Randy had been awakened by it. Randy recalled the second rule of the night. If you hear stray cats crying at night, ignore it. It's a normal phenomenon. The hospital adopts many homeless stray cats. So, these were all the stray cats the hospital adopted. However, all these kittens wore an iron tag around their necks with numbers marked on them. Just like the patients in the asylum had their own identification numbers. Every kitten saw Randy. They seemed to understand human nature and spontaneously made way for her. In the darkness, countless pairs of shiny eyes watched Randy. Randy cautiously walked to the middle of the corridor. The fake doll that the Joanna had placed there had been torn apart by many kittens. Its head was separate from its body, arms detached, and its belly exposed. Cotton from inside the doll was scattered everywhere. As Randy approached, the doll's glass eyeball rolled to her feet, staring coldly at her. She bent down to pick up the eyeball. Now this eyeball was no longer moving, it was just an ordinary glass bead. After inspecting it for a moment and finding nothing unusual, Randy slipped it into her pocket. Then, Randy continued toward the staircase. As she walked, she noticed several kittens following closely behind her. Occasionally, they rubbed against her legs and let out loud cries. On closer inspection, Randy realized that many of these kittens had developed pig-like hooves. Some even had small pigtails. The degree of mutation varied among the cats. The least affected were 20%, while the most were 70%, evolving more towards pigs. Randy suddenly remembered the sixth rule of the night. Kittens will not grow pig organs. Remember this. This rule was incorrect. Randy noted her confusion and quickly went down to the 4th floor. She arrived at the 3rd floor. The situation on the 3rd floor corridor was similar to the 4th floor. But the kittens on this floor were even more bizarre. Rather than calling them kittens, Randy preferred to call them little pigs. Because the kittens here had mutated to a degree of about 90%. Among these little pigs, there was an especially plump one that caught Randy's attention. The fat pig locked eyes with Randy, giving her a familiar feeling. Randy didn't intend to linger and was about to continue down the stairs. But the chubby pig ran over and blocked her way. The chubby pig wore an iron tag labeled 022. It bit Randy's trouser leg, seemingly wanting to lead her somewhere. Suppressing her curiosity, Randy followed. The chubby pig led Randy to a storage room. It nosed something off a shelf and dropped it in front of Randy with its mouth. It was a black flashlight. Randy patted the chubby pig's head and put the flashlight in her pocket. Although she didn't know what the chubby pig intended, believing in animal spirit communication, Randy felt it would be right to trust it. Time gradually approached 2 a.m. Suddenly, the sound of tap footsteps echoed. The animals in the 3rd floor corridor seemed to have heard a signal. For 2 or 3 seconds, panicked running sounds could be heard. The chubby pig also ran away. Caught off guard, only Randy remained in the 3rd floor corridor. The 3rd rule of the night. Night security patrols the corridor every hour. Please do not loiter in the corridor. Randy suddenly realized that the security must be coming. She immediately hid in the storage room and closed the door. The tap footsteps drew closer to Randy. Randy squatted under the window of the storage room. It was eerily quiet, even the drop of a pin could be heard. Randy became extremely cautious with her breathing. Her heart pounded heavily, beat after beat. Outside, the security officer held a flashlight patrolling the corridor. The flashlight beam flickered into the storage room for a moment. The light shone through the window, illuminating a patch of empty ground in the storage room. Randy's head was hidden just below the light, almost being discovered. How is the storage room door open? The security officer moved toward the storage room entrance. The metal door of the storage room was slightly ajar, only about 1 centimeter wide. Randy squatted directly opposite the door gap, her breathing becoming tight. The metal door of the storage room couldn't be locked from the inside. Randy's heart raced as she held her breath. Her fingers touched the object in her pocket, and a quick thought flashed through her mind. Just as the security guard was about to push the door open, a sound of glass beads rolling came from the distant corridor. Who? The security guard immediately turned his flashlight toward the corridor. It was the glass eyeball of the fake doll that Randy had thrown from the window. She didn't expect it would come in handy at just the right moment. Taking advantage of the security guard moving away, Randy was about to pull the door when she suddenly noticed someone standing behind it, staring at her with a smile. The man's face was deathly pale, with 2 large red patches on his cheeks. He looked down at Randy with a creepy grin. Randy's hair stood on end. She suddenly remembered it was the Noah who had been made up by the Alexa in the hide-and-seek game and had hidden here. Without makeup remover, the Noah could only run around with this terrifying appearance. "You're here too?" the Noah asked Randy in surprise. Randy helplessly nodded. This Noah seemed to have been hiding here for 3 or 4 hours. In fact, Randy had already gone back to sleep for a while. Outside, the sound of the security guard approaching again was heard. Damn, distracted by this Noah. The security guard was coming back. Damn. Randy slowly moved her feet and stood beside the scary Noah behind the door. At this moment, the security guard also walked to the storage room door. Creak. The security guard pushed open the iron door by about 80 degrees. Randy tiptoed behind the iron door, pressing herself against the wall, barely daring to breathe. The security guard took 2 steps inside and noticed the fallen flashlights on the ground. He bent down to pick them up and put them back on the shelf. Randy was directly behind the security guard's right side. She could see his back. If he turned his head to the right, Randy would definitely be discovered. Her heart almost stopped. Meanwhile, the sound of another security guard from the 4th floor approached. 2 security guards. Randy had already taken out her knife. The 4th floor security guard stood outside the storage room window, shining his flashlight inside. He tapped on the windowsill twice, urging, "Are you coming? I'm done checking the 4th floor, how about the 3rd? Almost, the 3rd floor security guard replied hastily. He went to close the opened window on the left side. Then he left the storage room, closing the door. Fortunately, the security guards did not lock the storage room. Randy sighed in relief. The intense tension made Randy's back drenched in sweat. She put away her knife, stepped down from the wall, and after confirming the security guard had walked far enough away, pulled open the storage room door. 1037, aren't you hiding anymore? The Noah asked. Randy hurriedly smiled and responded evasively, yes, I will hide. You go first, I'll find another spot. The Noah nodded, go then. Be careful, don't get caught. Randy secretly scoffed at the Noah's paranoia and left the storage room. A game of hide-and-seek where a fake doll is the ghost if it could still catch people, that would truly be a ghost. After leaving the storage room, Randy kept the flashlight given by the chubby pig in her pocket and quickly went downstairs. Chapter 62, The Rear Kitchen Warehouse. Randy felt her way down the stairs in the dark. She still dared not turn on her flashlight. As she descended, the paper in her pocket began to warm slightly. In the pitch darkness, Randy vaguely sensed it was the first mental hospital patient rules paper that was heating up. She opened the paper and glanced at it briefly. It was unclear, but she could make out that Rule 6 had turned bold. Rule 6 of the Patient Code. Hospital Level 0 does not exist. Do not try to find Level 0. The rule had been accurate the last time Randy checked. Indeed, the hospital did not have a Level 0. But now, through the eye of truth, Randy distinctly felt the truthfulness of this rule had changed. As she pondered this, Randy found herself standing before a black staircase entrance without realizing it. Above the entrance, a green sign indicated Level 0. Randy hesitated for a moment. Should she go in and take a look? Randy had initially intended to visit Level -3 that night. She had thought about this while washing her hands in the -2 cafeteria. Back then, the tap water was tainted with red blood. Following the water source, she could investigate 2 nearby floors. If the hospital cafeteria used groundwater, the water on Level -2 likely came from the morgue on Level -3. The contamination probably originated from the morgue. However, Level 0 had just appeared. If the hospital used municipal water, the pipelines running downward suggested the contamination could also come from Level 0. Level 0 still seemed too eerie. After some consideration, Randy decided to come back next time with Mario. Tonight, she would only check Level -3. Randy walked down the stairs. She quickly reached the bottom floor, Level -3. The usually eerie morgue was now brightly lit. Through the glass door at the staircase entrance, Randy peeked inside. On Level -3, numerous workers wearing white chef hats and aprons were busy working. A faintly glowing green sign hung from the ceiling above Rear Kitchen Warehouse. Isn't this supposed to be the morgue? Why has it turned into a rear kitchen warehouse? Randy put aside her confusion and looked at a piece of paper posted by the staircase entrance. She took out her flashlight, set it to the lowest brightness, and cautiously shone it on the paper. Mental Hospital Rear Kitchen Warehouse Work Code. 1. The Rear Kitchen Warehouse is open from midnight to 4 o'clock. Attendance is recorded promptly at midnight. Punctual arrival is required. 2. Wear your work uniform and cap when entering the warehouse to work. 3. Follow the procedures to clean, scald, scrape, and cut the pork, preparing ingredients for the cafeteria's meals the next day. 4. Do not let sharp objects contaminated with pig's blood cut your skin. If this occurs, immediately stop working and seek medical attention on Level 2. 5. If you find cat fur on the pigs, do not panic, simply remove the affected part. What are you looking at? A woman's voice suddenly sounded in Randy's ear. Randy turned around. She saw a capable-looking woman in a black suit looking at her appraisingly. This woman adjusted her black-framed glasses and had her hair pulled back tightly. Randy choked. From the rules she just read, there were only 2 types of people on Level -3. First, the busy kitchen workers. Second, the attendance recorder. I'm here to work, but I arrived late, Randy smiled at the woman. The woman was likely the attendance recorder. The woman glanced up and down at Randy's patient gown. Are you sure you're here to work? Randy nodded, yes. Her index finger trembled as she continued. My hand was cut by a knife stained with pig's blood previously, so I was hospitalized for a few days. This is the patient gown I didn't have time to change out of. According to Rule 4 of the Rear Kitchen Warehouse Work Code, do not let sharp objects contaminated with pig's blood cut your skin. If this occurs, immediately stop working and seek medical attention on Level 2. Using this rule, Randy justified wearing the patient gown. The bespectacled woman believed Randy's detailed explanation. After all, if she were truly a mental patient in the building, she wouldn't have such quick thinking. Even normal people struggled to communicate with those lunatics. All right then. Sign in, change into your work uniform, and you can enter. The woman in the suit pushed open the door at the staircase entrance and led Randy to a registration desk. A sign-in sheet was laid out before Randy. The text on it was gibberish. Randy couldn't recognize any of it. She stayed calm for a second and analyzed the situation. Each row of symbols on the list was identical, but each column was different. Rows represented names, columns represented dates. Randy casually chose a person who had been absent for the past 2 days and, following the pattern, filled in the name symbol for that person on today's date. The woman in the suit then picked up a pen and specially drew a strange pattern behind that name. Randy guessed that the pattern likely represented late. Next, the woman turned around and went to a row of lockers behind her, taking out the work uniform belonging to this person and handing it to Randy. She instructed Randy to change into it in the dressing room opposite. Taking the uniform set, Randy went inside the dressing room. The work uniform was quite loose on Randy. Fortunately, she folded the sleeves and trouser legs inside, and the woman in the suit did not notice anything unusual. Your position was taken over by someone else for the past 2 days. You'll start with another task today. The woman led Randy to a place where pork was being cut. Randy's job was to chop off the pig's feet. At the start of the conveyor belt, a batch of whole pigs covered with blood-stained white cloths came out from a cold storage cabinet. By the time they reached Randy, the pork had already been processed and cleaned. Randy pulled the pig toward her and used a cleaver to swiftly chop off its 4 hooves, passing them on to the next person. Luckily, in the previous mission, Randy had achieved an SSS rating, earning her a personal reward of 100% stamina boost. Otherwise, such physically demanding work, carried out continuously for 2 hours, might have been too much for her. While chopping the pig's feet, Randy noticed something odd. A pig's foot should have 4 toes, but these pig feet all had 5. Or some of the pig's feet were not entirely pig feet, they were covered with cat fur that couldn't be washed off. Randy recalled the rule she had just read. If you find cat fur on the pigs, do not panic, simply remove the affected part. Randy cut away the meat from that part and followed the example of other workers, throwing it into the trash can. This high-intensity work continued until 4 a.m. Only then did Randy get to leave. Everyone changed out of their work uniforms and lined up in order to exit through a hidden staff passage on the far right. This staff passage was not the internal corridor Randy had come through when entering the building. This separate passage used by everyone could lead directly to the square outside the hospital building. These employees all had passes to enter and exit the asylum. After leaving the building, they continued to line up, showing their credentials for review at the towering iron gate that stood 7 to 8 meters high at the entrance of the hospital. Those who passed the review could leave the asylum directly. Randy didn't have a pass, so even if she queued up, she couldn't leave. She decided to leave the queue halfway through and head to the hospital square. Chapter 63, The Zephyr Appears. Randy quickened her pace, leaving the crowd and heading toward the center of the square. As she walked, she lifted her sleeve for a glance. The exposed part of her arm was covered with repulsive hard lumps. It seemed that the contamination source was indeed on level -3. Those pieces of pork were the source of contamination. Randy took out a cup of honey water from her spatial bag and quickly drank it down. A few seconds later, the lumps on her hand began to fade visibly. This trip to level -3 wasn't in vain after all. Randy now had one more item in her spatial bag, a knife smeared with pig's blood. Rule number 4 of the Kitchen Warehouse Code of Conduct should not be overlooked. Do not let tools tainted with pig's blood cut your skin. If this happens, immediately stop working and go to the clinic on level 2 for medical attention. This suggests that a knife tainted with pig's blood might have special significance to the anomalies in this scenario. The key is not the knife itself but the pig's blood on it, or perhaps, human blood. After some contemplation, Randy headed towards the hospital building. She had gathered enough clues tonight. Randy planned to return to her ward and deliberate on what to do next. Unexpectedly, as she reached the bottom of the hospital building and looked up, she saw that the light in the emergency room at the far end of the second floor was on. Moreover, near the ground level below the hospital's first floor, dark mist continuously billowed out. From the outside, it seemed the darkest area of the mist was on the 0th floor below the first floor. About 10 seconds later, the lights in the emergency room went out. At the same time, the dark mist under the first floor also disappeared. Randy did not continue into the building. Instead, she sidestepped and hid behind a bulletin board beside the building. She couldn't enter yet. If she did, she might run into someone coming out of the emergency room. Randy crouched and watched. Soon, 2 men emerged from the building. One was walking in front, looking like a leader. However, his head resembled that of a scorpion, and he wore a protective mask over his mouth. Another person followed behind, whom Randy recognized as Monte. Randy recalled Rule 7 of the Night Code. Jasmine and Benedict's have already finished their shifts and rested. They won't visit during the night. This rule was wrong. In fact, even before this, the pink Annie hiding in the bathroom had hinted at the mistake in this rule. Once night fell, the Annie in the bathroom would definitely appear in room 402. Fake Annies are still Annies. And moreover, all the Annies in this hospital are fake. Shaking off her thoughts, Randy continued watching the 2 men. They exited the hospital through the revolving door, descending the steps. Zephyr, let me escort you, Monte said, hurrying to catch up with the man in front. The Zephyr waved his hand and smiled. No need, Monte. You've worked hard today, and your performance has been impressive lately. Thank you, Zephyr. It's all because of your leadership. Great teachers produce excellent students, Monte modestly replied. Pleased by the compliment, the Zephyr removed the key from his waist and handed it to Jonathan Huiron. You're a smart man. If your Quentin were half as sensible as you back then, things would have been better. Mentioning Quentin, a flicker of something passed through Jonathan Huiron's eyes. But it was only for an instant. Jonathan Huiron quickly regained composure and humbly accepted the car keys from the Zephyr. Please wait a moment, Zephyr. I'll fetch the car from the garage for you. Jonathan Huiron left, and the Zephyr remained standing by the edge of the square with his hands clasped behind his back. Shortly afterward, 2 beams of headlights illuminated the dark square, appearing particularly striking. A discreetly luxurious Toyota Century stopped steadily in front of the Zephyr. This black Toyota Century looked understated but was anything but cheap. During her time studying at Huiching University, Randy occasionally saw returned overseas Chinese students driving such cars. This vehicle, which appeared ordinary, was extremely rare in China and hard to come by, even if one had money. The door opened, and Jonathan Huiron got out of the driver's seat, helping the Zephyr sit inside. Then, the Zephyr drove away, while Jonathan Huiron stayed and watched. Under the light of the headlights, Randy clearly saw Monte's face. His entire face had changed. Even the upper half of his face, not covered by a mask, was now covered in snake scales. Monte's contamination had worsened significantly. He hadn't gone to level -3, just to the emergency room, yet his condition had deteriorated. What exactly happened in the emergency room? After seeing off the Zephyr, Monte headed towards a small store beside the building. The nighttime convenience store emitted a warm glow and was currently in operation. Taking advantage of the night, Randy concealed herself and followed. She hid behind the side wall of the convenience store. From Randy's viewpoint, there was a stone sculpture at the entrance of the store, a dog. Upon closer inspection, the dog's figure seemed oddly familiar. Inside the convenience store, a conversation between Monter and the owner could be heard. Monter, working overtime again today? The owner asked politely. Monter replied, yeah, got hungry after working late, came to get some midnight snack. By the way, Yusef, have you brought in the snacks you promised? Sure did. Kept it for you. Big ones. After saying that, Yusef handed a bag to Monter. The thing inside the bag squeaked incessantly. Monter paid and stuffed the thing into his mouth, juices bursting out. The small creature squeaked twice more and then fell silent. From the sound of it, it was very much like a mouse. At this moment, while paying attention to their movements, Randy was also reading the rules posted at the entrance of the convenience store. Asylum, convenience store code. 1. The black dog at the entrance is the boss's treasure. Remember, do not damage it. 2. The nighttime convenience store operates from midnight to 7 o'clock, welcome all guests. 3. This store uses barter to sell goods, following the principle of equal value. Before Randy could finish reading, footsteps from inside the store indicated Monter was coming out. Randy quickly retracted her gaze and hid behind the corner wall. Good business to you, Yusef. I'm off. Monter, having finished his snack, belched contentedly and left the store. Yusef also responded, good business to you too. Hope to see you again. Monter paused at the door, tapping on something 3 times before leaving. Seeing Monter emerge from the store, Randy carefully followed him again. She trailed Monter all the way to the garage beside the square. Monter took out his car key, unlocked the car, and got in. The car drove past Randy's field of vision, stirring up yellow dust. Monter drove toward the large iron gate and left the asylum. Randy stared at the car driven by Monter, lost in thought. What kind of business is Monter involved in? Why would the convenience store owner wish him good business? Does this mean that the contamination in the asylum is closely related to this business? Randy emerged from her hiding spot and turned toward the hospital building. She was hesitating whether to visit the convenience store and gather more information. Just then, 2 beams of headlights suddenly shone directly on Randy's face. The intense light hurt her eyes. Instinctively, Randy raised her arm to shield her eyes and looked toward the source of the light. Not far away, that black Toyota Century accelerated fiercely and charged straight toward Randy. Chapter 64, Pig-Eating People. There was no time to think. The black sedan was only 3 meters away from Randy. Randy's adrenaline surged. She held her breath, ran a few quick steps, and leaped to the side of the lane. As soon as Randy dodged the attack, the black car sharply turned its steering wheel and sped toward Randy's position again with one hard acceleration. A car has the characteristic of fast straight-line speed, but it lacks flexibility in turning. Randy used this weakness, narrowly avoiding the attacks 3 times in a row. After these rounds, Randy still had the stamina to hold on. However, if this incident of a car chasing and hitting people didn't end soon, something bad would eventually happen. The dean inside the car was obviously trying to kill Randy. No. This can't go on. Randy must come up with a way to escape the dean's pursuit. The area Randy was in now was the hospital square, suitable for running but not for hiding. So the best solution was to hide inside the hospital building. Randy ran desperately towards the building. However, the dean's car suddenly changed direction, rushing ahead of Randy and blocking her way. There was another roar of the engine. The dean gave Randy an evil look, gritted his teeth, and charged at her. There were no obstacles nearby for Randy to hide behind. Her eyes looked to the side. Now, there was only the nighttime convenience store left. The first rule of the Madhouse convenience store. The black dog at the door is the boss's treasure. Remember, never break it. No time. Taking a gamble, Randy dashed towards the convenience store with all her might. On the brink of life and death, it depended on the strength of the convenience store owner. Just as the black sedan was about to hit Randy, she rushed to the back of the black dog statue. At the same moment, a sharp screech of brakes sounded, piercingly loud in the silent night. The dean's pupils contracted, crazily stepping on the brake. Seeing the front of the car about to hit the nose of the black dog statue, the dean's car slid aside. The car drew an arc and deviated from its path. It also spun uncontrollably 4 or 5 times on the spot. Finally, it slowly came to a stop. Randy sat down behind the black dog, holding her chest and catching her breath non-stop. The dean, finally recovering from the dizziness, glanced at Randy coldly through the rearview mirror outside the window. In the end, he had no choice but to leave the hospital reluctantly. Randy saw that the dean's car had indeed left the big iron gate this time. She sat on the ground, feeling her heart pounding intensely before gradually calming down. She won. Won this time. Even this dean of the asylum did not dare to provoke Cristobal, the convenience store owner. Who on earth was this Cristobal? Not only did he run a shop at night, welcoming all kinds of guests, even the dean didn't dare offend him. Randy rested for a few more breaths before pulling herself up with the statue from the cold ground. As soon as she got up, she noticed that Cristobal, the convenience store owner, was squatting on the other side of the door with a bowl of hot soup in his hand watching. Hey, Alexa, you've got a lot of luck. Cristobal smiled at Randy. You're welcome here, why don't you come in and have a seat? When Randy saw Cristobal, she suddenly realized his familiar face. Wasn't he the coffin shop owner she had met before? It's you. Randy stared at the owner. We've met before. Cristobal laughed. Yes, we meet again. Randy teased. Your business seems pretty extensive. Cristobal replied. Indeed, you promised to come frequently to take care of my business. You haven't forgotten, have you? Randy suddenly remembered. There was indeed such an event in her memory. Come inside and take a look. After speaking, Cristobal took a sip of the meat broth and entered the store. The wind chimes at the convenience store's entrance jingled pleasantly as they were blown by the night wind. Randy stood at the door, staring at the shop. The dim yellow light filled the entire convenience store. Above the ceiling of the store, many dolls were hanging. Ropes were tied around their necks, making them look like children who had been hanged. Moreover, the items sold in the shop were bizarre. Human faces, bloody cloth shoes, limbs and bodies, anything could be found. Apart from these, there were half-dead mice, freshly molted snake skins, blooded switchblades, and more. Each item was labeled with the surname of its original owner. Randy glanced at the rules on the wall. Madhouse, convenience store rules. 1. The black dog at the door is the boss's treasure. Remember, never break it. 2. The nighttime convenience store is open from midnight to 7 o'clock, welcoming all kinds of guests. 3. This store operates on a barter system, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange. 4. No returns or exchanges after leaving the store. We are not responsible for any issues. 5. Customers must make a purchase upon entering. Do not disturb if you are not sincere. 6. Before leaving the store, please tap 3 times on the signboard at the door. Randy walked into the store and saw a family photo of Yosef hanging on the wall. It was a picture of him with a woman. Randy asked, Yosef, isn't your wife with you? If Randy hadn't guessed wrong, when she met Yosef last time, the black dog in his house was actually his real wife. Because that black dog, which wasn't afraid of the scented pouch made of lamb's wool, wasn't really a dog at all. A hint of sorrow flashed across Yosef's face when he heard Randy's question. With a dim expression, he lifted the lid of the pot, revealing a large pot of meat soup that smelled delicious. Smelling this strange aroma, Randy seemed to guess something, her brows slightly furrowing. Yosef picked up his empty bowl and scooped out several pieces of dog meat from it. He bowed his head, eating a bite of dog meat with a gloomy expression and swallowing it with difficulty. You're wrong, Yosef said, lifting his head to answer Randy's question. My wife and I, we are always together. Behind Randy was a 2-meter-tall standing mirror. She didn't turn around to look. Because Rule 8 of the Night Guard. Do not look in the mirror at night. This is a warning. If you break this rule, fall asleep within 5 minutes. Relax, you will forget this terrifying experience by the next day. This rule was true. Randy intentionally avoided the direction of the mirror and started browsing the goods. But through the mirror, Yosef saw that the person inside wasn't Randy but a creature half cat and half pig. Originally a small cat body, but now 60% had turned into a small pig. Randy wandered around the store a few times. Yosef held a clothes hanger and took down a child from the roof, then offered, want some late-night snacks? Rat, or child? Yosef handed a child over to Randy, saying, I think you might like this one more. Randy gave Yosef a startled look and did not reach out to take it. Yosef continued speaking to himself. In our hometown before, we often kept at Hashand. Once, a little child mischievously went to the at Hashand's room to squat on the toilet. Later, when the family found the child, their body was covered in blood, with limbs and internal organs completely gnawed away by the at Hashand. There was a word in what Yosef said that Randy could never hear clearly. It seemed as though it had been deliberately muted by the system. Although she couldn't hear it clearly, Randy had heard this story before. The story was about pigs eating people. Chapter 65 May in Danger. Do you want to eat this? Yosef handed the doll to Randy again. You should like it. A hint of doubt rose in Randy's heart. She declined with a faint smile. What about mice, or fish? I have them all here. Yosef rummaged through a large cardboard box. Cats love eating mice and fish. Randy had already guessed that much. Perhaps in Yosef's eyes, Randy was both a pig and a cat. At this moment, Randy recalled those mutated kittens on the 4th and 3rd floors. The fatty had told her that patients with a health score below 80 resided on the 4th floor. Patients scoring between 81 and 95 lived on the 3rd floor. Those above 95 points could be directly discharged. If these stray cats were indeed patients, did this mean their scores corresponded to the degree of mutation? The fatty had once told Randy that he found a fellow patient who had been discharged with high scores working in the canteen's kitchen, tattooed with his condition. In other words, patients scoring above 95 and being discharged actually ended up in the mortuary or perhaps the kitchen warehouse. Randy broke into a cold sweat. What terrified her most was that she hadn't even taken a single pill prescribed by Benedict's throughout her stay. Without medication, one could still mutate. Randy now needed to control her score from getting too high. But at the same time, she also needed to ensure her score didn't drop too sharply, or she would be locked in a dark room. Or maybe there was another way. Randy lifted her eyes. Yosef, does the store have any passes to the asylum? I want to buy one. Surprised to hear Randy ask for a pass, Yosef frowned. You want to buy a pass? He asked, frowning. Randy nodded. Yosef flipped through his ledger, sounding a bit troubled. All the items in my store are left by other guests as trades. So far, no one has been willing to trade a pass. Without a pass, Randy felt a bit disappointed. It seemed the method of getting out using a pass wouldn't work. Actually, if she really needed a credential, she could always ambush someone from the kitchen warehouse staff. However, they always moved in groups. Acting rashly would get her surrounded and attacked, making the situation even more dangerous. After a few seconds of thought, she remembered the hospital's emergency room. Whenever the emergency lights lit up, The dark aura on the 0th floor seemed especially intense. There appeared to be some mysterious connection between the emergency room and the 0th floor. Got any Benedict scrubs? If so, I'd like one. Randy looked at Yosef. Wait while I check. Yosef flipped through the yellow pages of his ledger. Wow, we do have some. Yosef perked up. He put down the ledger and walked over to an old wooden chest. Dust covered the box, suggesting it hadn't been disturbed in years. Luckily for you, someone traded in scrubs 3 years ago. Yosef blew off some dust and opened the chest. He shook out a green surgical gown, full of wrinkles. Randy took it, unfolded it. The gown was sized for a woman and fit her perfectly when she tried it on. But it had a downside, a long incision mark stained with dried blood on the abdomen. These are genuine Benedict scrubs, said Yosef. And they come with a set of medical rules. If you want them, I'll give you the rules too. Randy's eyes sparkled. How much for this? She asked. Yosef thought for a moment. You can trade one of your hands for it. Randy remembered that in this game world, she was bound to her father, and immediately rejected the idea. Not this time. Maybe next time. Can I trade something else? Randy asked. Yosef replied, besides body parts, equally powerful bizarre items can be exchanged. The third rule of the insane asylum's Minimart. This shop sells items through barter exchange, adhering to the principle of equal value. Randy thought for a moment and took out the peace lock from her space pocket. It was left from the previous scenario. From that eerie little boy. Would this work? Randy held out the peace lock in her palm. Yosef's eyes lit up. Sure. Definitely yes. Yosef snatched the small golden lock away. Deal made, no backses. Randy didn't feel like she was losing out. After all, the peace lock would just sit there unused. Better it serves its purpose. Well, since you're so generous today, let me give you something extra. Yosef tucked away the peace lock. He opened a wooden drawer and pulled out a box of small matches, handing it to Randy. This is a good thing. Yosef whispered mysteriously. He continued, you know Monter in this hospital, right? He came to me many times wanting to buy something, but unfortunately, what he offered was never valuable enough. Every time I told him we were out of stock, and I refused to sell to him. Yosef's mysterious tone made Randy laugh. Maybe so, perhaps these small matches are indeed good things. Thank you. Randy pocketed the Benedict's rules. She then put away the surgical gown and the matches into her space pocket. As Randy stepped out of the convenience store and walked to the door, she knocked on the vertical sign in front of the door 3 times. The sign engraved with nighttime convenience store made a tap-tap-tap sound. The 6th rule of the convenience store. Before leaving the shop, please knock 3 times on the vertical sign at the door. No wonder Monter also knocked 3 times back then. Randy thought as she stepped out of the shop door. After leaving the convenience store, Randy went straight back to the hospital building, room 402 on the 4th floor. She had been so tired that night that she actually slept until dawn. The next morning, as soon as Randy opened her eyes, she heard the Joanna's cries. My son, Whale, you died so tragically. The Joanna in room 526 hugged her fake son's body parts and laid them out on the bed in a row. The Joanna cried bitterly, almost drying up her tears. Next to her, a Noah sat on a chair, supporting his head and dozing off. Randy lifted her eyelids and glanced over. The Noah and the Joanna both had huge dark circles under their eyes. So, these 2 lunatics really spent the whole night outside. They didn't close their eyes once all night. Shocked, Randy got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to freshen up. When she came out, she could clearly feel the Joanna's resentful gaze. Unfortunately, Randy didn't care about what this woman thought at all. Seeing that it was about time, Randy left for room 409. She knocked on the door and called for the maid to come out for breakfast. The maid was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes, turned over, mumbled a couple of words indistinctly, and didn't get up. Randy sighed and let the maid continue sleeping. She left room 409 and followed a few other patients down the stairs. Behind Randy, a pair of evil eyes peeked through the crack of room 402, closely following her. Only when they saw Randy disappear down the staircase did the person retract their gaze. Then, she sneaked out of the room and pushed open the door to room 409. Chapter 66, A Fatal Incident. Halfway down the stairs, Randy felt an unease gnawing at her heart. Would the Joanna, who had lost her fake son, take revenge on her own son? But, her son wasn't just anyone, he was Mario. Anyone daring to provoke Mario was simply asking for death. Randy's heart settled down. She went directly to the cafeteria on level -2 for breakfast. While eating, Randy constantly felt footsteps overhead. Moreover, she had an inexplicable feeling of being watched. Randy looked up at the ceiling of the cafeteria. It was made entirely of opaque black glass. Above was level -1. Logically, level -1 was a sealed-off zone and should have been empty. Yet, Randy always felt countless eyes staring down at her. Those gazes lingered above her head, making her very uncomfortable. She quickly finished her breakfast in 2 minutes and left the cafeteria immediately. As Randy walked back, she saw Annie carrying a large stack of documents hurriedly walking down from level 1. Below level 1 were only the cafeteria and the morgue. Delivering so many documents to either place seemed unreasonable. Eliminating all other possibilities, only one place remained. Level -1, the restricted area. Someone was there. Realizing this, Randy got goosebumps on her back. The Annie was only 2 steps away from level -1. Behind the Annie, another patient heading to the cafeteria came down the stairs. Randy quickly walked behind that patient and nudged him with her elbow. The patient let out a frightened cry as he lost balance and fell down the stairs. A few steps wouldn't seriously hurt someone. Randy watched from the stairs. Sure enough, the Annie was caught off guard and both of them tumbled together. The documents scattered all over the ground. Randy smiled faintly. She hurried down to help the Annie pick up the papers. "Oh dear, how careless. Let me help you," Randy said, appearing concerned. She quickly picked up the documents. Glancing through the files, she noted their contents. The patient who had knocked over the Annie realized what he had done and was visibly terrified. Fearing he might anger the Annie, the patient held his knee and fled hastily despite the pain. The Annie also seemed flustered. She scrambled to gather the documents, not even glancing at Randy before rushing into the stairwell leading to level -1. Now, Randy was convinced that someone was on level -1. Not only was someone there, but that person seemed important. Otherwise, the Annie wouldn't have been in such a hurry that she didn't even scold the patient. Unfortunately, the entrance to level -1 was non-transparent, or else Randy could have gathered more information. With thoughts lingering, Randy walked back upstairs. Again, the hospital stairs were covered with spirit money and ashed yellow paper. Additionally, graffiti in red dye, "Escape." Small scraps of paper lay scattered with writings about terrifying asylum rumors. When Randy reached level 3, she narrowly avoided being bumped into by a running patient. That lunatic laughed wildly, dashing down from level 4. He shouted while running, "Ahaha, go see, they're beating a child. Beating a child behind closed doors, ha ha ha." Randy felt something was off, yet didn't think it was related to Mario. She grabbed the man, demanding, "Where?" The lunatic nervously shrugged Randy off, his eyes blank. "Don't grab me. It's not me beating, it's in Peggy." His response was nonsensical. But hearing Peggy increased Randy's unease. She sternly repeated, "Where is it?" The lunatic scratched his head, in 409, I think." "Not sure." Before the lunatic could finish, Randy rushed upstairs to level 4, her face grim. Peering from the corridor of level 4, people surrounded the door of room 409. Although the door to room 409 was tightly shut, it didn't stop people from gathering around. The hallway in front of room 409 was jam-packed, impossible to squeeze through. Randy pushed forward, holding up key 402 and shouting, "Move aside. I have the key, let me open the door." The chattering lunatics parted ways for her. Reaching the door, Randy heard Mario's cries from inside. "Ah, Mama, save me. Yu, it hurts." Her heart tightened. Stepping back, she aimed at the lock and kicked the iron door open with a loud bang. The iron door swung open. The sight of Mario's suffering came into view. Keaton was wrapped in chains, tied to a chair. The deranged Joanna stood before him, her eyes bloodshot, holding a curling iron which she used to sear Mario's arm. The sizzling sound of burning flesh made one's heart tremble. Seeing Randy barge in, the woman threatened fiercely. "Don't come any closer. Let me tell you, since my son is dead, your son won't have it easy either." She pointed the curling iron at Mario's neck. If Randy dared to approach, Mario would surely be hurt. The poor little boy had already cried himself hoarse. His small face was streaked with tears as he looked pitifully at Randy. "Mommy, save me." Whoa. Crazy woman, let me go. My mommy's here, she'll beat you up." The woman was enraged by Mario's taunts and tightened her grip on the curling iron, ready to sear his neck. "Stop moving," Randy called out, her expression tense. "Calm down, let's talk this out." The woman eyed Randy warily, shouting hysterically, "It's all because of you. Since my son is gone, your son won't live either." Mario cried and cursed from the chair. "You crazy woman, if you dare kill me, my mommy will kill you too. Also, that broken doll of yours isn't your son. Your son died long ago. The woman grew even more agitated by Mario's words, teetering on the edge of collapse. She screamed hysterically and raised the 210-degree curling iron, pressing it against Mario's neck. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Mario screamed in agony, it hurts. Mommy, kill her, quick, kill her." The scene descended into chaos. The deranged woman angrily raised the curling iron again, this time aiming for Mario's eyes. "Ah!" The ear-piercing cries echoed. Mario's eyes were now mangled and empty, nothing but blurred bloody flesh. Fresh red blood trickled down his blooded eye sockets. In pain, the child fainted. The horrific scene was unbearable to witness. Randy's gaze turned icy. "You left me no choice." She turned and closed the door to room 409 with a clang, blocking everyone's view. 10 minutes later, Randy dragged the disfigured face of the woman, opened the iron door, and shouted, "Get Monte. Hurry, someone's dying." With a thud, the iron door closed again. Inside, there was another cacophony of clanging sounds, accompanied by the woman's screams and pleas for mercy. The patients outside exchanged looks, their eyes wide with shock. Monte rushed to the scene. With a grave expression, he unlocked the iron door to room 409. As the door swung open, Monte froze, staring at the scene inside. He looked at Randy in disbelief. Their eyes met. Randy said, "Monte, please save her. We don't have much time." Randy clapped her hands, kicked the Joanna on the ground twice, and looked up at Jonathan Huiron. Jonathan Huiron's gaze lingered on Randy. Though trying to focus only on Randy, his peripheral vision couldn't help but drift downward. The woman lying on the floor, number 526, was seriously injured. Chapter 67, Proving Innocence. Hurry up, hurry and help the patient, Randy urged. Monter had a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists and remained silent. Randy was not in a rush at all. The first rule of medical ethics: upon encountering an injured patient, immediate rescue must be provided. Upon hearing Randy's words, Monter's face instantly turned beet red. How would she know the rules of Benedict's? TSK. Waiting any longer will be a violation of the rules. What can we do? A troubled look appeared on Randy's face as she spoke sarcastically, unhurriedly. 2 seconds later, Monter loosened his fist, turned around, and instructed the stretcher bearers. Hurry. Take 526 to the emergency room, right now. Randy stared intently at Monter, putting her hands into her pockets. Inside was a piece of paper. It contained the rules for Benedict's. Besides using the first rule of medical ethics, she also used the second rule. Do everything possible to imply that 1037 has severe mental illness. Monter's method of implying this was to pretend he couldn't see Randy's fellow patients, making Randy doubt herself. In reality, Randy didn't have delusional disorder. From the very beginning, it was all a performance directed by Monter. If not for Randy seeing the 2 retractable knives with blood bladders at the night canteen, with tags labeled original owner, Jonathan, she wouldn't have known that from the day she first met Monter, he had started this act. Throughout the process, Randy's delusional disorder was all an illusion created by Monter, along with the cooperation of the fellow patient. The fake props used to feign kidney injuries, the retractable knives with blood bladders, were still displayed at the canteen. Seeing Monter leave the ward with the stretcher, Randy hurried after him. Monter, I hit the person. Tell me, am I really insane? Randy challenged Monter. If Monter said yes, then Randy would be exempted for this assault. A psychotic person is beyond the reach of the law during episodes of insanity, let alone a Benedict. If Monter said no, then Randy would indirectly prove that she was a normal person. One of the crucial conditions for S-level completion was, prove that you are a normal person. Monter frowned deeply and replied, yes. Perfect. Randy being considered mentally ill meant exemption. But Randy wasn't done there. She caught up and stared intensely into Monter's eyes, raising another critical question. Monter, you said only I could see them, so I have a delusional disorder. But since you've seen them too, they're not figments of my imagination, meaning I don't have delusional disorder. Is or isn't it? Monter looked solemn, pursing his lips in silence. Randy angrily slapped the stretcher, forcing her question with stern eyes. Answer me, is or isn't it? Monter was speechless. The answer to this question could only be yes. Yes, Randy does not have a delusional disorder. Because Monter proved it through his actions. By choosing to save patient number 526, he indirectly acknowledged that Randy's delusional disorder was fake. Now, if Monter just said yes, Randy would have successfully proven her innocence. So, he couldn't speak. He couldn't let Randy succeed. He couldn't say a word. They reached the entrance of the operating room. No matter how Randy pressed him, Monter refused to open his mouth. Finally, Monter pushed the patient into the operating room. The door of the operating room slammed shut, blocking Randy outside. Randy recalled the back of the patient's rules note she received on her first day in the asylum, where graffiti covered some text. Escape quickly. Don't trust %# and at. The obscured part should be Monter. This was a warning left by her predecessor 1037. It seemed that the Benedicts of this insane asylum aimed to bring in normal people and gradually drive them mad. All for some unknown benefits. Randy smiled brightly. This round, she had already won. It's fine, she had plenty of time to move slowly. Randy returned to ward 409 and poked Mario, who was bound to a chair, head drooping, unconscious. Darling, stop pretending, your act was quite good. Mario immediately lifted his head, opened his eyes, and smiled innocently. Meanwhile, the chains binding him slid off automatically. All burns on his skin vanished instantly. Randy threw Mario 2 hearts. Does it hurt, darling? Randy asked, looking at Mario sympathetically. Mario shook his head carelessly. No pain. Didn't feel anything. Just yelled until my throat feels dry. He stuffed the heart into his mouth, savoring it contentedly. Mario is an eerie being. How could a formidable fighter like Mario possibly be bullied by a female lunatic? It was all for a heart to eat. Randy laughed at him. I told you to provoke that Joanna, and you really got her angry. That nasty woman actually went so far with you. This morning, when she went to wake up Mario, she specifically instructed him to pay attention to his own safety while acting. Who knew Mario would play it so wildly? With iron chains binding him and a curling iron burning his eyes, it was quite frightening. But this self-directed performance turned out to be quite successful. Through this incident, Randy forced Monter to acknowledge by his actions that he could see 526. The S-level clearance condition. Prove that you are normal, and have Claire Yi take you out. This condition was now half achieved. The next half was to find Claire Yi. Randy took Mario out of ward 409. They did not head to 402 but went downstairs to another place. Between level 1 and level -1, in the area originally belonging to level 0. However, this time, something unexpected happened. The emergency room was operational, but the black mist-laden level 0 did not appear. Randy's eyes flickered. This meant that opening the emergency room was not the trigger for level 0 to appear. To open the hidden level 0 containing a massive contamination source, some other conditions were needed. At this moment, Yusef's words to Monter, "business is booming," flashed rapidly through Randy's mind. Business. Could it be that since there was no transaction this time, level 0 didn't open? Thinking this, Randy shifted her gaze to level -1 before her. Outside level -1, there was a large red notice. This floor is a restricted area. Patients are not allowed. Randy stared at these words. There must be some secret here. Randy took out a surgical gown from her space pocket, disguising herself as a Benedict who just finished surgery. She entered with Mario. Inside was a small room. Beyond the door, there was an opulent metal gate. The metal gate blocked all sight, hiding everything in level -1. In front of Randy in the small room stood 2 staff members. They were Annies. They held detectors and stood at the door. Seeing Randy in the surgical gown, the Annie automatically identified her as a Benedict. "Doctor, please step onto the platform in the middle. We need to check if you're carrying any dangerous items." The Annie's voice was gentle, not at all like dealing with a mental patient. Randy lightly stepped forward and stood on the platform. Annie scanned her body with the detector. Just like airport security. The detector did not alarm, everything was normal. "You're clear," the Annie smiled. After speaking, she turned around, opened a box, and handed Randy a mask. "Wishing you smooth negotiations, Tilda." As the security Annie spoke, the other Annie went to the metal gate, inputting a code on the keypad. A beep sound indicated the password was correct. The opulent metal gate slowly opened before Randy. Inside, looked like another world. Chapter 68: The Secrets of the Forbidden Zone. It was a very peculiar place. Gilded and opulent. Everyone here wore various kinds of masks. Sheephead masks, tiger head masks, elephant masks, black bear masks. These people were all in formal suits, exuding an aura of wealth and prestige. They all held a transparent wine glass in their hands. With the slight shaking of their wrists, the red liquid inside emitted a faintly sweet and bloody smell. Along the periphery of the room stood a circle of security personnel with leopard masks on high alert. On this floor, the floors beneath everyone's feet were uniformly made of translucent glass material. Through these glass floors, the scenery of the cafeteria on -2 level was fully visible. And the patients dining in the cafeteria on -2 level seemed like fish kept in an aquarium by these wealthy people. Being watched, being pointed at, or even, being selected. While Randy was observing, a man wearing a sheep head mask walked over. He started complaining angrily to Randy about something. But what Randy heard was just gibberish. Randy didn't understand a single word. Seeing that Randy didn't react, the sheep-headed man got even angrier. The rage and irritability of the sheep-headed man appeared very unconventional among the elite on the -1 level. So frequently did some people turn their eyes towards Randy. Although Randy couldn't understand what the sheep-headed man was saying, she saw the document in his hand. This was exactly the batch of documents delivered by the Annie whom Randy had staged a collision with not long ago in the hallway. In the sheep-headed man's hand, the document was marked with product code 1037. The document detailed all of Randy's physical data. The agitated emotions of the sheep-headed man had caught the attention of several leopard security guards. Randy knew that staying any longer would certainly lead to trouble. She glanced at the sheep-headed man, nodded slightly to signal farewell, and turned around to walk away. She had enough information already. The truth about the asylum was close to being unraveled. As Randy took 2 steps, she was grabbed by the shoulder by the sheep-headed man. He muttered incomprehensible gibberish, not intending to let Randy go. Randy frowned and pushed away the sheep-headed man's hand. Seeing such rudeness from Randy, the sheep-headed man became enraged. His face showed displeasure, he lifted his shoe high, and was ready to kick her. Randy's gaze turned cold as she grasped his ankle with one hand and sidestepped to avoid the attack. Thus, the sheep-headed man was held in an odd posture by Randy. Out of the corner of her eye, many people were looking over here. Several security guards started moving toward Randy upon noticing the commotion. Realizing the situation was going south, Randy quickly lowered the sheep-headed man's foot. She gave a slightly apologetic bow and tried to leave again. But a guard suddenly reached out to block Randy's way. Randy had seen these guards before in the cafeteria. They were extremely fast. If she really clashed with the guards, Randy might not escape. Meanwhile, the sheep-headed man continued to rant behind Randy without showing any intention to let her go. In a deadlock moment, the metal doors opened once more. A man in a white coat with a scorpion head entered. Randy's pupils constricted. It was the Zephyr. Damn. Now facing wolves ahead and tigers behind, Randy found herself in a dilemma. At the entrance, the Zephyr's eyes were immediately drawn to this scene. Randy quickly looked down to avoid eye contact with the Zephyr. She could feel the Zephyr casting a glance at her before he stepped closer. Calm down. Last night at midnight, although the Zephyr hit her with his car, he might not have seen Randy's face clearly. Besides, Randy was now wearing a surgical gown and mask. Her current identity was a Benedict, not patient number 1037. She must not panic. Randy breathed out gently, lifted her eyes, and glanced at the Zephyr. But unexpectedly, the Zephyr went straight past her and attended to the emotionally unstable sheep-headed man. After a few words of gibberish from the Zephyr, the anger of the sheep-headed man diminished significantly, and the guards backed off. Randy was overlooked by everyone. Then, Randy saw the Zephyr taking another document from a Annie for the sheep-headed man. The sheep-headed man studied the document for a few seconds, seemingly unsatisfied but barely able to accept it. Next, the Zephyr pointed to a patient below the glass floor, explaining something to the sheep-headed man. Randy glanced down through the glass floor. There was only one person in that direction. It was the Roman she had previously encountered, Conan. It was now mealtime. Like most people, Randy left the cafeteria early after finishing her meal. However, that Roman ate a bit more than usual, so his mealtime was extended. Randy was secretly worried about the Roman. This Roman was quite nice, telling Randy a lot of useful information. Moreover, last night, he gave her a flashlight. He was genuinely trying to help Randy. Randy noticed that the sheep-headed man was nodding frequently as he stared at the Roman under the Zephyr's guidance. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Randy also kept an eye on the Roman's movements. After finishing his meal, the Roman carried his tray and left the cafeteria. Randy pondered for 2 seconds, then hurriedly exited the -1 level hall, leaving this opulent place. However, as she left, the Zephyr glanced her way. A flash of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Randy quickly fled the hall and found an empty corridor where she removed her mask and surgical gown. As soon as she stowed her things, she encountered the Roman climbing the stairs. 1037, it's you. What a coincidence. Are you going down for breakfast? The Roman greeted her with a smile. Randy stiffly smiled back. No, I am going back upstairs, to the 4th floor ward. That's great, the Roman said enthusiastically. Let's walk together, I'm heading back to the 3rd floor. Randy nodded and walked alongside him, but her expression remained uneasy. How should she tell the Roman? That he was being treated as merchandise might sound too strange. The Roman would definitely think Randy had gone mad. After all, she was already a lunatic with a low health score. By the way, be careful recently and try not to move around alone, Randy warned him. The Roman sensed Randy's concern. He waved it off nonchalantly. What's there to worry about? I've been here for years. I'm a seasoned veteran here, nothing will happen to me, but if you run into trouble, feel free to come to me for help. I'm in room 304, he added warmly. Just as the Roman spoke, a Annie in a pink uniform approached. Randy was slightly surprised. Pink nursing uniforms, she'd only seen them in the toilet of room 402. The pink-clad Annie held a prescription sheet and a bottle of medicine. Number 22. Who is number 22? The Roman waved and answered, it's me. The Annie walked over to him. Your attending Benedict asked me to bring you your medication. 3 pills at a time, after meals. The Roman didn't refuse, he couldn't refuse. According to Rule 5 of the patient guidelines, do not anger the Annies here. The Roman obediently took the small cup of water the Annie offered and swallowed the pills. Hey, where's the Annie who usually brings my medicine? The one in the white dress. The Roman questioned the pink Annie out of confusion. So, the Annie responsible for delivering the medicine had changed. Combined with the recent transaction events, Randy felt a jolt in her heart, making some connections. She was about to tell the Roman to find a chance to spit out the pills when suddenly he started screaming wildly. Who are you? Don't come closer, don't grab me. He pointed behind Randy, his eyes filled with terror. In the next moment, the Roman lost his footing and fell down the stairs. Chapter 69, Choice. The scene before her was just like when Randy had first arrived at the asylum. The gruesome death of Anson was exactly the same as that of the previous occupant of room 1037. Soon, the stretcher arrived, and Anson was carried away. Anson's eyes were still fixed on the staircase above, towards Randy's direction. Quick, go notify Monte. The patient is to be sent to the emergency room immediately. Emergency room, Monte, transaction. All 3 elements were now in place. Randy never thought she would initiate level 0 in this manner. Randy quickly found a corner, changed into a surgical gown again, and put on a mask. She must go to the emergency room. The secrets of the asylum are about to be revealed. Monte hurriedly arrived. He had just finished the surgery for patient 526 and rushed to take on this one. The Zephyr specifically requested Monte to perform this surgery. What happened to number 22? Monte asked anxiously. The Annie explained hastily. Just like before, he went insane and fell down the stairs. Upon hearing the Annie's explanation, Monte understood immediately. Without saying another word, he rushed into the operating room. Among the many medical staff entering the operating room, Randy also slipped in. To avoid arousing suspicion, May specially concealed herself and clung to Randy's shoulder. Randy's surgical gown was not sterile, so May dared not get too close. Therefore, she stayed in the farthest corner, pretending to help but quietly observing everything in the operating room. During the surgery, Monte glanced at Randy several times. Fortunately, Randy wasn't exposed. In this surgery, Anson's organs were removed. Heart, liver, kidneys, and so on. These organs were placed in cryopreservation fluid and sent to an unknown place. Anson's body was almost hollowed out. It was covered with a white sheet and sent to the morgue on level -3. Congratulations to the chosen one for revealing the secrets of the asylum. Main plot completion rate, 90%. A system prompt sounded in Randy's mind. The surgery is over, go wash your hands. Monte took off his surgical gown and led everyone to the sink. The snake scales on Monte's face became more pronounced. Randy didn't take off her surgical gown. Monte looked at her strangely. Aren't you coming? Randy hesitated and responded, you all go ahead, I'll follow shortly. Monte stared at Randy for a few seconds, then said nothing and turned to leave. Alone in the room, Randy struggled to suppress her shock. The source of contamination in the asylum had been found. They were these patients who had their organs removed. After years of accumulation, hundreds or even thousands of victims constituted a powerful source of contamination. That's why last time, when Randy went to level -3, she was heavily contaminated. Randy recalled the goat-headed man she met earlier. At first, the documents the goat-headed man held were actually those of 1037. That is, the person who should have lain here was supposed to be Randy, but by some twist of fate, Anson endured all of this for Randy. Randy reined in her thoughts and lowered her eyes. She turned around, planning to leave the operating room. Suddenly, the sliding door opened, and a man in a white coat blocked the entrance with a menacing look. It was the Zephyr. Why did he come? Randy watched him nervously, stepping back cautiously. The Zephyr glared coldly at Randy and twisted his neck. There was a click, and the folded scalpel in his right palm opened, flashing a silver cold light. Finally caught you, the Zephyr's voice was raspy, filled with intense coldness. In a blink, he teleported in front of Randy, pinning her to the operating table. The raised scalpel stabbed fiercely toward Randy's neck. The tip of the knife, glowing coldly, was less than 1 centimeter from Randy's carotid artery. Randy pushed hard with her hands, preventing the Zephyr's blade from descending. May, 3 hearts, help me. As soon as Randy spoke, the watching May suddenly appeared and kicked the Zephyr far away. The Zephyr's body collided with a loud bang against the door. He spat out a mouthful of blood and got up from the ground. His sinister gaze remained locked on Randy, and he chuckled evilly. Then, the Zephyr seemed possessed. He opened his arms wide and took several deep breaths as if savoring something. Randy furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding rising within her. What was he doing? 2 seconds later, Randy saw countless black wisps of gas surging from all directions. The black gas threads drilled into the Zephyr's nostrils, merging into his body. The Zephyr's body began to change. He started inflating slowly. His white coat gradually cracked and fell off. May was greatly alarmed. Mommy, stop him quickly. He's getting bigger and I can't fight him. A chain suddenly appeared in May's hand. He hurriedly stepped forward, turning a few rounds to bind the Zephyr's body and prevent him from continuing to inflate. Mommy, do it now. Randy's hand trembled as a sharp knife stained with pig's blood appeared in her hand. She had brought this from the -3 road floor kitchen warehouse the night before. If guessed correctly, this could harm the bazaar. Just as Randy was about to stab the knife, a stern male voice came from behind her. The pig blood knife is useless. The pig's blood has been contaminated. It can only hurt but not kill him. To kill him, use human blood. Randy turned toward the source of the voice. It was actually Monte. The bound Zephyr emitted a piercing scream. He stared at Jonathan Huiron with furious eyes. You betrayed me. Jonathan Huiron, you were nurtured by my own hands, and you dare to betray me. Jonathan Huiron glanced aside, avoiding eye contact. I won't help either of you. Your life or death depends on your own abilities. After hearing Monte's words, Randy cut her palm, letting her blood soak the tip of the knife and stabbed toward the Zephyr. As the human blood dagger was about to pierce into the Zephyr's abdomen, a surgical scalpel on the ground flew up, also aiming at Randy's abdomen. Controlled by the Zephyr, the scalpel hovered in midair. If you dare to act, this knife will also stab you, and you will die too. The Zephyr spoke through gritted teeth. Randy's hand holding the knife froze abruptly. Zephyr continued, as long as you don't kill me, it won't hurt you. It's an imitator. Once your knife enters my body, it will pierce yours in the same way. Looking at the floating surgical scalpel, satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He almost believed that Randy would not dare to make any rash moves. But he didn't know that Randy was not afraid of death. Her only concern was her frail father. In this game scenario, she was bound to her father. If Randy's knife pierced the Zephyr's abdomen, it would mean that the pain would be transferred to her father in a super-amplified form. The Zephyr laughed maniacally as his body continued to swell. Behind him, May was using all his strength to hold onto the chain. May shouted at Randy, Mommy, I can't hold on much longer. Do it now. Outside the livestream room, Albin lay on the hospital bed with a respirator attached. The ward was empty except for the live-streaming screen facing the bed. Hearing his daughter's perilous situation, Albin struggled to open his weary eyes. At this moment, the chatter of passing patients outside the ward was heard. This time, Randy is going to die, and our country will suffer along with her. I heard this scenario is bound to her father, who seems to be her weak point. Speak softer, they say her father is lying in this VIP area. Don't let anyone hear. Hearing these comments, a faint flicker stirred in Albin's hollow eyes. 1 second later, Albin lifted his withered fingers and pulled out an envelope from under his pillow. He held the envelope and placed it on the bedside table. Immediately after, Albin lay back on the bed, using every ounce of strength left to remove the respirator. Tears slid down the corner of his eyes. Albin peacefully closed his eyes. Chapter 70 Killing the Zephyr. In the Strange Tales world, the Zephyr's eerie and mocking words came one after another. What? Afraid to make your move? The Zephyr sneered at Randy. A man who does not fight for himself will be punished by heaven and earth. I did it for my own benefit, so I'm not wrong. You do it for yourself, and you're not wrong either. We are all the same kind of people. Why would you kill me? Why don't we join forces? You are very smart, and my asylum needs someone like you. The Zephyr tried to persuade Randy to submit to him and abandon any attempt on him. Randy did not respond, she only stared at him coldly. Just as Randy was caught between a rock and a hard place. An alarm from the system rang in her mind. Error, error. Connection to Albin in the real world failed. Connection to Albin in the real world failed. System malfunction, system malfunction. Randy's eyes flickered. Connection failure meant only one possibility. That this person had already died in the real world. Father didn't want Randy to be in a difficult situation. He had made the choice for her. Tears sparkled in Randy's eyes. She must win this round. I am absolutely different from you, Randy said coldly. May, tighten up. With those words, Randy grabbed the sharp knife and plunged it into the Zephyr without hesitation. The blood-human dagger pierced into the Zephyr's abdomen. At the same time, the suspended scalpel fiercely stabbed into Randy's body. Both spat out mouthfuls of blood. Bending over, Randy instinctively clutched her bleeding stomach. She looked at the opposite side coldly, where the scorpion-like Zephyr spat out a large amount of black blood. From the Zephyr's body, countless wisps of black gas were escaping. The Zephyr's figure gradually shrank and became smaller. Finally, under the corrosion of the blood-human dagger, the Zephyr turned into a puddle of sticky black fluid on the ground. The blood-human dagger was also destroyed. Randy watched all this unfold before her, with blood flowing from her abdomen. But a faint smirk appeared at the corner of her lips. She won. She finally won. With a thud, Randy's body fell to the ground, her consciousness becoming increasingly scattered. Mommy, Mommy, how are you? Mommy. May's voice grew increasingly indistinct. Before losing consciousness, Randy saw Dr. Jonathan and May's faces. Randy woke up again. On a cold operating table. Next to her, Dr. Jonathan, dressed in surgical scrubs, was performing surgery on her. Randy smiled weakly. Why save me? Seeing Randy awake, Dr. Jonathan was stunned for a moment. He continued working on her with his hands while speaking, his voice devoid of emotion. Dr. Jonathan said, "Did you forget? The first rule of medical ethics. The first rule of medical ethics states that when encountering an injured patient, one must provide immediate rescue." This was the rule. Randy curled her lips into a smile. Yes, this was a world of rules, everything must follow the rules. You're not a psychiatrist, right? The surgery is so proficient, it looks like you're a surgeon, Randy said confidently. Jonathan Huiron being a surgeon was inevitable. Dr. Jonathan did not deny it, he nodded. Yes, I am a surgeon, and so is Claire. Claire, whom Randy had previously inquired about from Dr. Jonathan. Back then, Dr. Jonathan was unwilling to say much to Randy. Today, however, Dr. Jonathan spoke about Claire voluntarily. Dr. Jonathan continued, Claire is my senior classmate. The Zephyr always brought her along. Randy asked, where is Claire now? Since the Zephyr is dead, you can finally let me see her now. Dr. Jonathan's eyes flickered. After a long silence, all right. After the operation, Dr. Jonathan found a wheelchair for Randy. He pushed Randy to level 0 of the building. Randy was surprised. Level 0 only opened during emergency room transactions, right? Randy deliberately said, so magical, I've never seen level 0 before. Before the entrance to level 0, there was a heavy mist of black gas. Dr. Jonathan spoke calmly. Every time I mourn Senior Luckin, the passage to level 0 opens. Dr. Jonathan pushed Randy inside. Inside this floor, the decoration was very cozy and warm. It resembled a small home, but the air inside was as cold as an ice cellar. Passing by a utility room, Randy saw stacks of joss paper and yellow paper inside. The printer on the table was working frantically, spitting out many small pieces of paper like the ones describing horror stories of the asylum. Furthermore, here, Randy met a familiar person. That Alexa wearing a pink dress and twin braids, who had disappeared for some time. The Alexa was sitting on the floor in the building blocks room, enthusiastically building with blocks. Seeing Dr. Jonathan, she smiled sweetly. Josh Jonathan, you're back. Dr. Jonathan looked at the girl gently and nodded. After greeting, Monte walked to the largest white wooden carved door. He took a moment to prepare mentally, picked up a bouquet of roses outside the room, and then entered with Randy. As soon as Monte stepped inside, the roses in his hand rapidly withered. And in this room, countless withered red roses lay everywhere. Each rose represented how many times Monte had come in. Now, this room was like a sea of flowers. Seeing the red roses scattered all over the floor, Randy had already guessed most of what had happened. Monte's feelings for Senior Luckin seemed rather extraordinary. Monte pushed Randy further into the large room, about 8 or 9 meters. In the center of the room, amidst the sea of flowers, there was an ice coffin. Inside it lay a woman, Claire. Claire herself was the enormous pollution source hidden within level 0. All the black gas in level 0 was emanating from her body. Senior Luckin died 3 years ago. I killed her with my own hands. Monte explained matter-of-factly. His voice sounded as if he were recounting something trivial from the past. 3 years ago, Senior Luckin tried to stop the Zephyr from engaging in organ trafficking but was stabbed by him. Although I managed to save her, her mental state was severely damaged. She went mad, watching her fellow patients die one by one in agony, and she suffered every day. She asked me to end her life, and I agreed. Monte recounted these memories. Randy, however, thought about the S-rank condition for clearing the scenario. Prove that you are a normal person and have Claire take you out. This meant that 3 years ago, achieving an S-rank clearance was possible. because Claire still had a sliver of kindness in her heart. But now, with Claire dead, this condition could no longer be fulfilled. Monter looked at the woman in the ice coffin with a complicated gaze and said to Randy, "Do you know? Today during the emergency surgery for patient number 22, the green surgical gown you wore was left behind by Claire." Randy was momentarily stunned. No wonder the surgical gown fit a female figure so well, it must have belonged to a female Benedict. However, if Monter had already noticed this, why didn't he expose her at the time? Randy looked at Monter with confusion. Chapter 71, Burning Down the Insane Asylum. At this moment, Monter's eyes were slightly moist. He released the wheelchair and slowly walked up to the ice coffin, gently touching Claire's face. His voice was choked with emotion as he spoke to Randy. "Even though I saw that there was one more medical worker in the emergency room that day, I spotted it right away. But I didn't want to expose you. I wanted to pretend that Senior Luckin hasn't died yet." A clear teardrop fell from Monter's eyes. Senior Luckin's personality was stubborn and obstinate. Her father named her Calhoun, hoping she would be tenacious and resilient. But this kind of personality indirectly prevented her from becoming a crooked businessman. Senior Luckin's greatest wish in life was to kill the Zephyr and destroy this insane asylum. "I have never forgotten." Mentioning destroying the insane asylum, Randy recalled the brand new spirit money and yellow paper she saw in the supply room on level 0. Including those familiar little notes spewed out by the printer. Randy had seen these odd items on the hospital stairs before. "The decline of the insane asylum, caused by you, I wasn't wrong, was I?" Randy looked at Monter, her tone firm. To complete this scenario, the truth behind the asylum's decline still needed to be revealed. If Randy's speculation wasn't wrong, some of the bizarre events at the insane asylum were staged, while others genuinely occurred due to strange phenomena. The part that was staged was the reason for the asylum's decline. Hearing Randy's questioning, Monter appeared dazed for a moment. "Is that so?" "It seems, it really is. I played tricks, scattered spirit money, burned yellow paper, and left various scary notes all over the place. I just wanted to spread rumors, attract attention from the outside world, and stop them from sending patients here." Monter seemed to recall some past events. He continued murmuring, "After I started spreading rumors, fewer patients were indeed sent to the insane asylum. The Zephyr's organ bank became insufficient, and business deteriorated, making him spit blood several times." "Ha." Just as Monter finished speaking, Randy heard the system notification in her head again. "Congratulations, Sky Chosen One, for uncovering the truth behind the decline of the insane asylum, achieving 50% completion of SSS level passage. Randy ignored it and continued looking at Monter. As Monter kept talking, his gaze turned cold again. Later on, the Zephyr's business improved gradually because he started selling organs from normal people. The Zephyr colluded with hospitals outside. For anyone who had undergone a full-body checkup and whose organs could match the buyer's, the Zephyr would try every means to bring them in. He made me hint in all sorts of ways that these normal people had mental illnesses and then forced them to take hallucinogenic drugs. These people would die rapidly in fear. In Randy's pocket, she still had the physical examination report from the previous occupant of 1037. She found it behind the frame the Annie had thrown away. Actually, Randy had noticed this at the time. The data on this woman's health was overly detailed. But what was strange was that the mental aspect showed normal person. Monter suppressed his emotions and looked at Randy. "I've hidden several barrels of gasoline on the rooftop. Pour it down the gas pipe and set it on fire, then leave. Burning down the insane asylum was the best way to eliminate these pollution sources." Randy nodded in agreement and asked, "Won't you leave?" "No." Monter shook his head and looked at the deceased Senior Luckin. "If it's convenient when you leave, please take Anna with you. Anna is Claire's daughter, and I want you to send her to an orphanage." Although Anna was eerie, Randy did not refuse. "Okay, I will." This Jonathan Huiron was both righteous and wicked. He was good, yet he was also evil. He stayed by the Zephyr's side under the guise of infiltration. While he always planned meticulously and secretly schemed to overthrow the Zephyr and destroy the asylum for his Senior Luckin, he also did many things to help the Zephyr, aiding in tyranny. Now, Jonathan Huiron's hands were stained with the blood of patients, bearing too much sin, which couldn't be erased. Only by staying here could he cleanse himself of his sins. More importantly, he could be with his Senior Luckin forever. Thus, dying in the insane asylum was his best destination. "You should go. I still need to talk to Senior Luckin, so I won't see you out," Monter said in a deep voice. Randy responded and wheeled herself out. Just as she reached the door, she heard Monter finally losing control of his emotions. His cries were heavy, the tightly stretched string in his heart, which had held for 3 years, finally loosened. "Senior sister, in your eyes, am I also a sinner like the Zephyr? I found the daughter you were killed by the Zephyr. In your heart, I should not be that bad, right? In this life, it's fine if you hate me. Wait for the next life. When the country is peaceful and the people are safe, I will come to you again. Wait for me." Randy didn't finish listening and left level 0. She barely supported her body, stood up, and went to the hospital's rooftop. The sky was completely dark. Darkness had descended. Mist spread everywhere in the air, blocking people's vision. Without the support of the bizarre Zephyr, the order of space and time in this strange world of the had completely fallen into chaos. In the darkness, a faint yellow light shone from the small shop downstairs in the hospital. The dim yellow light was like fireflies, emitting a weak glow. The fifth rule of the night. If you get lost in the dark, look for the lights of the night shop. It will guide you. The shop was located between the hospital building and the gate of the insane asylum. 3 points in a line. Therefore, to escape from the insane asylum in this black mist, one only needed to walk out of the building and run along the weak yellow light of the shop. That side was the exit of the insane asylum. Behind Randy, a massive fire burned the entire insane asylum. Neither Monte nor Claire emerged from the fire. Countless stray cats fled from the building, rushing toward the open gate. In the moment they escaped the insane asylum, the kittens transformed back into human form. In the mist, their long-awaited families appeared, embracing them. The sins of the insane asylum lay not only in its persecution of normal people. Its persecution of the mentally ill was also wrong. Those greedy and venomous Benedicts forgot that the cats being sent to the insane asylum did not mean they were abandoned. The cats were never unwanted strays. They were just sick. And their families were still longing for them to come home. Congratulations, Sky Chosen One, for uncovering the truth behind the decline of the insane asylum and successfully eliminating the pollution source. The plot of Sunshine Orphanage has been triggered. You have obtained admission qualifications. Your completion grade for this passage is SSS level. Perfect completion. Rewards for successful completion are now being issued. Chapter 72, The Air. System failure during this round of bizarre occurrences spared China. Randy, the Chosen One, received sizzle and system malfunction. This time, when the system spoke in such an affected voice, Randy understood immediately. Very good. Now even the system has learned to act. Right when it was time to award her prize, this thing announced system failure. Sabotaging at a critical moment on purpose. That obvious attempt by that thing to renege on giving Randy her prize. In terms of deviousness, that thing was clearly superior. To deceive Randy, this dog of a system made buzzing sounds as if seriously for 2 more times. It kept stalling until there was glossed over, then continued with the rest of the process. For this round of the asylum scenario, Randy's bound family member was Albin. System determined that Albin committed suicide, and therefore cannot be revived. By agreement, should Randy pass the trial, any family member bound to her would be revived no matter their current state. However, the system had become addicted to reneging and simply wanted to go against Randy. But this time, Randy didn't plan on arguing with it. Because Randy knew that her father's death was inevitable. The pollution within him ran deep into his bone marrow. Maggots had hollowed out his flesh. Reviving a broken body, unable to die peacefully, that would truly torture her father. Though trying hard to convince herself otherwise, Randy's expression still showed obvious despondency. Because she had witnessed her mother's passing when she was very young. Her father was her only blood relative left in China. And now, even he was gone. In this vast country, Randy no longer had a home. Randy truly became an orphan. Thinking of this, an inexplicable bitterness welled up in her nose. Randy held back her tears, clenching her fists. At this moment, the red infant on her shoulder suddenly hugged Randy's neck. "Mummy, don't be sad. You still have me." The red infant nuzzled up next to Randy's cheek, cuddling closely. Now, the only one close to Randy turned out to be this eerie red infant. Randy managed a faint smile, rubbing its head. "Thank you, sweetie." She tossed the red infant a heart. Outside the live stream, a group from intelligence rushed towards Albin's ward. Giles stood outside the door, face cold and hard, punching the white wall beside him. Damn it. This damned anomaly promised the bound family could be revived but treats its word like fart. Giles angrily swore a couple of times. Behind him, a shrewd young man adjusted his glasses. "Minister, this time Mr. Jiang's suicide let the anomaly find a loophole. Next, we need to guard against Magdalena and Bonnie committing suicide so as to ensure Randy's safety as much as possible." Giles nodded immediately upon hearing this. "You're right." The young man with glasses took out an envelope, handing it to Giles. He said, "This is Mr. Jiang's will and the estate division agreement." Mr. Jiang wrote in his will that since he became contaminated, Magdalena and her daughter had driven him to the study room, treating him cruelly. He stated he had assigned all his property under his name to his daughter Randy, including a house awaiting demolition. We'd better not tell these things to Magdalena and Bonnie, lest they despair and commit suicide. Just as Giles was discussing this, a noisy female voice came from ahead. "Let me through. Let go of me. My husband died. I need to check what's going on." An agitated woman was struggling with several security guards. The bespectacled young man behind Giles sneered, "It's Magdalena, her. Mr. Jiang saw none of her care while alive, yet now she's eager." Giles's gaze turned icy. This evil woman clearly came for the inheritance. He thought for 2 seconds and put the envelope into his pocket. Then he strode over to Magdalena. Seeing him, Magdalena's eyes were full of hatred. She remembered clearly how Giles sent people to drag her off to suffer in a lab last time. "Mr. Shia, are you in charge? My husband died. Why won't you let me in? I'll tell you, Albin might be dead because of you all. You should compensate us." Magdalena glared fiercely, spitting as she scolded. Yet the Giles in front of her completely changed his previous demeanor. His eyes curved, showing wrinkles at the corners, and he said kindly, "Ms. Dai, please don't worry, we're doing our best to save Mr. Jiang." Before losing consciousness, he said he wanted to assign all his posthumous assets, including the real estate, under your name. Please wait calmly until Mr. Jiang recovers and he can talk to you himself. Giles spoke convincingly. The young man behind him adjusted his glasses and chimed in. Yes, Ms. Dai, Mr. Jiang was really good to you. Hearing this, Magdalena's anger immediately turned into shock. The surprise in her eyes could not be concealed. She covered her mouth in astonishment and asked, "Oh really, he really said that?" Giles and the young man exchanged glances and nodded firmly in unison. Yeah. Giles thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Mr. Jiang is very fortunate. Our top medical team is doing everything possible to save him. We believe he will be fine." At this point, Magdalena was clearly overwhelmed with joy. Earlier, she had accused Giles of being responsible for Albin's death and demanded compensation. But now, hearing that Albin might be saved, her attitude changed on the spot. Well. Magdalena cleared her throat, her expression awkward. My husband is used to being rough, actually, he doesn't need such distinguished benedicts. Oh, you're all important people, there's no need to go to so much trouble for him. Giles saw through her pretense. His face darkened, and he felt an increasing disdain for this woman's hypocrisy. Please leave. Frustrated by her presence, Giles directly gave the order to show her out. Magdalena wasn't angry anymore. Her face beamed with joy, and she felt very pleased. Without lingering further, she turned and left. She didn't even bother to take one last look at Albin. In her mind, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, she needed to hurry back home and find the property deed so she could complete the inheritance process as soon as possible. She hurriedly walked to the corner of the hallway. Unexpectedly, she collided with Kaylee due to her haste. The girl held a thermos cup full of boiling water. Startled by the collision, the girl loosened her grip and was slightly scalded. As a result, the hot water splashed all over Magdalena. Ah! Magdalena screamed in pain. Her abdomen and arms immediately turned red and swollen, with several large blisters forming. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Milena, I really didn't mean to. Edie frowned apologetically, repeatedly apologizing. Chapter 73, Sunshine Orphanage, New. Milena, you're so badly hurt. Let me take you to the hospital for a registration. Edie felt guilty. Magdalena shivered and straightened her clothes, furious beyond measure. However, she was now desperate for money and eager to go back to transfer the demolition house ownership. Her heart was full of the millions in demolition compensation, even disregarding the burn injury compensation. Forget it. Move out of my way. Magdalena rudely brushed off Edie and hurried away. Edie stared blankly at Magdalena's retreating figure, dumbfounded. Giles, who had been watching from a distance, came over and asked solicitously, "Did you get scalded, Zoria? Let Dad take a look." Edie's hands were as fair as usual. She shook her head. "I'm fine, Dad. It's that auntie whose hand was scalded into such a big blister. She didn't care at all. I feel like she's crazy." Thinking of Magdalena's face, Giles sneered. He warned his daughter, that madwoman is Randy's stepmother, with an extremely wicked heart. Be careful in the future. If you see that woman, avoid her as much as possible. Edie's eyes widened in shock. Ah? So she's the stepmother who got Sister Jiang admitted to the psychiatric hospital? Had I known it was her, I would have poured the boiling water onto her face just now. Edie spoke out of anger. Meanwhile, Magdalena, walking far away, was leaning on the railing and hurrying down the stairs. After a few steps, her face suddenly turned pale. Immediately after, a sharp pain surged up from her abdomen. It felt like someone was trampling on her while she was on the ground. A moment later, the burning sensation gradually disappeared. But what followed was a prolonged suffocation. As if a living person was being buried alive in the soil. Magdalena lay back against the stairs in agony and screamed. She clawed at the non-existent mud on her face like a madwoman. At this moment, a passerby walked past on the stairs. The phone in the passerby's hand was displaying Randy's live stream. A system notification sounded from inside it. Albin has been unbound. Current bound family member, Magdalena. Now entering the next replica. Replica name, Sunshine Orphanage. Replica introduction. Sunshine Orphanage is a children's shelter in the outskirts of the city. However, oddly enough, all the orphans here are defective children. In this scenario, you will be taking the role of 6-year-old Mute London. It's rumored that no child here lives past 7 years old. And your 7th birthday is fast approaching. Clearance conditions. 1. SSS grade. Investigate the truth behind the strange events in the orphanage and eliminate the source of pollution. 2. S grade. Secure a suitable adoptive family and escape the orphanage. 3. A grade. Live through the 7th birthday. While the system announced the replica conditions, Randy's consciousness also attached to the body of little Mute London. Before she could discern her surroundings, she felt a kick to her abdomen. In the next second, she fell into a pit as countless pieces of mud rushed towards her. Randy's vision was dark. She confirmed that her eyes were covered by a black ribbon, so she couldn't see who had acted against her. But Randy could feel that her hands were tied behind her back with ropes. Desiring to cry for help, but alas, due to her mute attribute, she couldn't make any sound. If she continued lying in the mud pit, allowing herself to be buried, Randy would certainly die. In a rush of desperation, Randy used all her abdominal strength, performing a sit-up to rise from the mud pit. Just as she rose, all the flying mud stopped mid-air before falling to the ground. Randy tore off the hemp rope on her hands and removed the blindfold. In the wilderness, there was nobody around the mud pit. As if everything just now was merely Randy's illusion. In a daze, the gloomy sky suddenly flashed white twice. Rumble. A bolt of thunder struck down. Then, heavy raindrops began to pour, quickly soaking Randy. A 6-year-old mute girl stood bewildered in the rain, covered in black mud and water. Little Lee. Beside her, the back door of the yard opened. An elderly lady holding an umbrella stepped across the threshold from the yard. Wearing thick flower-patterned clothing, with streaks of grey in her hair. Randy glanced over, but the sky was too dark to see the woman's face clearly. However, judging from the elder's silhouette, her gait was slightly limping, indicating some kind of injury. The elderly lady carried a small cotton jacket in her arms. She hobbled to Randy and draped the cotton jacket over her shoulders. Why did you go outside alone without telling Pepper? Pepper held the umbrella over Randy's head. Then, she took the Alexa's hand and led her inside through a small wooden gate. The wooden gate clanged shut. The sign above it wobbled twice. The dilapidated wooden sign read Sunshine Orphanage in large characters. Raindrops fell on the wooden sign, washing away some of the freshly brushed red paint. The rainwater dripping down the sign was dark red, like fresh blood. It was already late evening, with overcast skies and continuous drizzle. The orphanage's buildings were dilapidated, exuding a strong damp chill. Randy was led by Pepper into the orphanage's backyard. Her gaze landed on a corner of the yard. Another bolt of lightning flashed. Randy saw in that corner, on a piece of land less than 8 square meters, stood a large tombstone and many small tombstones. The inscription on the large tombstone was already blurred, but it had a portrait of the deceased embedded in front. The small tombstones only simply carved names and ages, nothing more. They were all children under 7 years old. Don't worry, little Lee. You're a good child, you'll be fine. Pepper patted Randy's head twice, offering comforting words. Randy faintly withdrew her gaze and nodded as a response. She followed Pepper into the wooden building of the orphanage. The 3rd floor of the wooden building was where the children lived. Pepper led the way, and Randy closely followed. Ding, ding, ding. The hanging clock in the wooden hall struck 6 times. The sound was muffled yet carried an ethereal note. Accompanied by the creaking of the wooden stairs, they arrived at a room at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Good child, hurry back inside to take a bath and change your clothes. Pepper hunched over, shook off the rain from her umbrella, and gave Randy a kind smile. Just then, a flash of lightning lit up outside the window with a crack. The bright light penetrated the wet glass window, illuminating the room. For a brief second, Randy clearly saw Pepper's face. Pepper's face was identical to that of the elderly person on the tombstone in the backyard. Chapter 74 The Disappearing Door. As the lightning vanished, Pepper's face reverted to a shadowy darkness once more. Randy felt goosebumps all over her body. She instinctively took a half-step backward, eyeing Pepper warily. What's wrong, child? You afraid of Grandma? Pepper's voice dropped an octave, tinged with a hint of sorrow. She moved 2 steps closer, cornering Randy against the wall. Grandma won't harm you. Listen to Grandma and come inside, okay? Good children listen to Grandma. Pepper controlled her emotions, coaxing gently. She pushed open the red door at the end of the corridor, gesturing for Randy to go in obediently. Randy glanced inside. The darkness within seemed ready to swallow her whole. Janine, don't believe her. Whatever you do, don't go in there. Come here quickly. A Herman's voice echoed. Randy turned toward the voice. A little boy stood upright, exuding righteousness about 8 to 9 meters behind Pepper. Pepper turned around and saw the little boy as well. At the sight of him, Pepper seemed startled. Her tone abruptly became frantic. Janine, don't go near him. He's a bad boy. Get inside the house now. Hurry. At the same moment, Randy seized the opportunity when Pepper turned her head, dashing out from the corner, escaping Pepper's blockade. She now stood between the two, glancing left and right, hesitant to act rashly. Janine, come here, take my hand, I'll protect you. Keaton sounded concerned, extending his small hand to Randy. Don't go. Good child, come to Grandma. Grandma won't hurt you. Pepper also reached out her wrinkled hand to Randy. After a brief second of thought, Randy moved towards the little boy. Crack. Another bolt of lightning struck. The sudden light made Randy's pupils constrict, pausing her steps mid-stride towards the boy. Wait a minute. There were no footprints behind him. Under the lightning, Randy clearly saw the little boy. He stood in front of the third-to-last door, wearing a raincoat, seemingly just returning from outside. His black cloth shoes were splattered with mud. Rainwater trickled down his shoes, leaving dirty puddles on the floor. Yet, bizarrely, there were no wet footprints behind the boy. Randy recalled what happened after she came upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Randy hadn't heard any creaks from the wooden stairs. That meant nobody had climbed the stairs since she arrived. So, he appeared out of nowhere. Suspicious, Randy stopped approaching the boy, feeling a chill run down her spine. Thunder rumbled and heavy rain pelted outside. The strange weather was cold like winter, yet it brought a summer thunderstorm. Inside, the situation was even more eerie. On the left was the long-dead grandma. On the right was the boy who appeared out of thin air, wearing a raincoat. Who should she trust? Raindrops hammered against the window glass, creating a chaotic pitter-patter sound. Pepper, come here, good child, come to Grandma. Cassian, Janine, she wants to kill you. Come here, I'll protect you. Randy's mind raced chaotically. Both sides had issues. Randy looked up. This dark corridor only had one room door at its end. The rest was solid wooden walls. There was nowhere to hide. Randy's index finger twitched unconsciously. Wait. Randy suddenly looked up. A peculiar detail flashed through her mind. The door. When the lightning struck, the little boy was clearly standing in front of the third door. But now, the door next to the boy was gone. The difference was the lightning. Or rather, the light. Randy frowned deeply. She immediately took out her flashlight from her pocket, turned it on, and shone it at the wall. A hidden old door appeared on the previously featureless wooden wall. The nearest old door to Randy was the second from the left. The old door wasn't locked, there was a small gap. Inside, faint candlelight flickered. The shadows on the ground revealed several children hugging each other, trembling in fear. At that moment, the eerie entities on either side of Randy changed expression. They simultaneously revealed their monstrous features, lunging at Randy. No time to think. Randy shoved open the door and stepped inside. As she entered, she quickly switched off the flashlight and turned to lock the door behind her. The eerie entities tried to get in but couldn't catch up. The moment the flashlight went out, the wooden door reverted back to a wall. The door disappeared. Randy locked the door, still shaken. There was no inevitable death. Since both people outside were eerie, the room in front of her must be safe, because on that narrow corridor, there could not possibly be a fourth choice. Before Randy could recover, she was startled by screams inside the room. A group of children stared at Randy, shouting and shrinking into the corner. The caregiver standing at the front held a dim candle in her hand. The caregiver eyed the intruding 6-year-old girl warily. She shielded the children behind her and looked at Randy. Xiao, Janine, are you human or ghost? From the caregiver's perspective, the 6-year-old girl who burst in had wet hair twisted into many strands, hanging long over her face. And her body was covered in black mud, as if she had just crawled out of the mud. Especially on the girl's shoulders was a small cotton-padded jacket. That style and pattern were precisely the little burial clothes chosen by the caregiver herself. The thin padding inside the burial clothes was sewn in by the caregiver's own hands. Miss Marjorie, I saw with my own eyes on the balcony that Sister London was buried in a pit. A chubby Alexa glared at Randy, hiding behind Miss Marjorie. Water dripped from Randy's hair ends. She raised her finger and brushed aside the hair blocking her eyes. Miss Marjorie swallowed. Considering that London was a mute child, she asked. Janine, nod if you're human, shake your head if you're not. Randy looked at them and nodded. At this moment, Miss Marjorie brought out a half-length mirror and placed it in front. At that angle, it perfectly reflected Randy. So, tell me, how many people are in the mirror? Miss Marjorie asked Randy. Randy looked into the mirror. In the mirror, Randy saw herself as a 6-year-old girl. But behind Randy, where the wooden door should have been, was now empty. Pepper in the floral padded jacket and the little boy in the raincoat stood behind Randy, grinning sinisterly. Randy quickly moved away from the door. She sidestepped one step. This movement allowed Randy to catch sight of the rules on the wall through the mirror's reflection. Chapter 75, Wooden House Rules. Sunshine Orphanage, Wooden House Rules. 1. There is never sunny weather in the orphanage. Clear skies are abnormal. 2. No one can see Pepper unless you are about to die or already dead. 3. Never go outside alone, especially after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. 4. There is no candy house in the orphanage. If someone invites you to the candy house, refuse them. 5. The last room on the 3rd floor is the mortuary. Never mistake it for a dormitory. 6. Among the residents of the dormitory, there is only one non-human. Be cautious and identify. 7. Do not believe any voices heard in the dark. 8. The caregiver always puts children first, unless she is dead. The rules were written on a small blackboard with chalk, and that blackboard only appeared in the mirror. Thus, only Randy could see the rules written upon it. Although the text was mirrored, luckily for Randy, it did not present much of a reading challenge. Milena Marjorie, tell me how many people you can see. Milena Marjorie adjusted the mirror direction toward Randy and the door. Tensely, she asked Randy again. Randy cast a glance. In the mirror, 3 faces were still visible. Ashley London, Pepper, and a little boy. No trace of May. Randy didn't know where May was either. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Randy held up one finger, signaling one. If she guessed correctly, Milena Marjorie's question was definitely a trap. Rule 6 indicated that among the residents in this dormitory, one was not human. Everyone needed to identify this other. According to Rule 2, no one can see Pepper unless you are about to die or already dead. Since Randy could see Pepper, it meant she was either about to die or already dead. If most people could not see Pepper, and Randy admitted she saw her, Randy would be considered the other in the group. Being the other in such scenarios is a major taboo. So, whatever number of figures Randy saw, the answer to this question had to be 1. As expected, seeing Randy's response, Milena Marjorie let out a relieved expression. Oh, scared me half to death, Janine. Milena Marjorie put down the mirror, walked over to Randy, and squatted down. We agreed not to go out alone and definitely not wander around by yourself. With such heavy rain outside, we were all worried sick. Milena Marjorie held Randy's cold little hand, lit another candle, and covered it with a windshield. She led Randy into the bathroom. It has been raining heavily lately, and there's a power outage. Go ahead and take a bath now, Janine. Don't catch a cold. Make sure not to douse the candle while showering. While giving instructions, Milena Marjorie placed the candle on a wall bracket. I'll fetch your clothes. Take a bath first. Milena Marjorie then closed the bathroom door. Alone in the bathroom. Randy's hair and clothes were soaked, indeed requiring a good wash. Inside the dimly lit, damp toilet cubicle, Randy opened the shower head and washed her hair halfway through. Suddenly, another thunderous boom erupted from outside the toilet window. Immediately after, a gust of cold wind howled in. The old wooden window was blown open. The wind blew off the windshield covering the candle on the bathroom holder. Coldness instantly enveloped the room. Without its protective shield, the lit wick flickered and went out. Swiftly, Randy picked up the small padded jacket used as burial attire and draped it over herself. Meanwhile, outside the toilet, amidst the kids' chilling screams, darkness fell. The frightened shrieks rose and fell in the pitch black. "Ah, the lights are out, watch out for ghost." "Look quickly, something just floated past the window." Whoa, Milena Marjorie, I'm scared." Milena Marjorie tried to control the chaos. She clapped twice, urging everyone to quiet down. All right, everyone stay calm, don't make noise. All the candles have been used up. We have to wait until Lucky finishes bathing to get more. Stay patient." The chatter from the children ceased. Milena Marjorie wrapped her clothes tighter and glanced at the balcony's wooden window being blown open by the wind, saying, "Milena Marjorie will close the window on the balcony. Any child wants to come with me?" Several seconds passed. Silence prevailed in the dark room. No child responded. This balcony area was considered semi-outdoor, and the bathroom, where Randy was currently located, was relatively indoors. The balcony was even more exposed than the bathroom. Milena Marjorie muttered to herself, "Closing the window shouldn't be considered going out alone, right?" The third rule of the wooden house. Never go outside alone, especially after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Randy remembered that while climbing the stairs to the third floor, she had heard the hall clock strike 6. So it was already well past 6 in the evening. Now, the room was cold and dark. Milena Marjorie hesitated for a few seconds but still felt her way through the darkness toward the balcony. Randy sensed Milena Marjorie's footsteps stop at the toilet door. Knock knock. The knocking sound came from the toilet. Milena Marjorie called out, "Janine, have you finished your bath? Knock once if you're done, twice if not." Randy wrapped her clothes tighter around her, standing silently without knocking. The 7th rule of the wooden house. Do not believe any voices heard in the dark. "Janine, Milena Marjorie wants to close the window but is a bit scared. Can you come out and accompany me?" Randy remained silent. Janine. After 2 seconds with no response from Randy, there came a banging on the toilet door. Bang, bang. Randy pressed firmly against the door lock, not daring to let go. But the force against the door kept increasing. The screws holding the flimsy wooden door quickly began to loosen. Randy took a deep breath, using her small body to brace against the doorframe with all her might. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck. From the corner of her eye, Randy saw something long-haired crawling in through the broken window. This won't do. She couldn't hold both sides. Just then, Randy suddenly remembered she still had some unused matches from the previous scenario. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly dire, Randy steeled her resolve. She leaned her back against the wooden door, freeing one hand to strike a match. In the damp air, it took 3 attempts before the match finally lit. The candle was over a meter away from Randy. Resolute, she let go of the toilet door and moved to light the candle. Clang. The toilet door was forced open from outside. Out of the darkness, a shadow floated in, its eerie laughter filling the space. Caught between 2 threats, Randy finally managed to light the candle. The flickering flame illuminated the once dark toilet. The long-haired figure that climbed through the window and the fake Milena who barged in vanished instantly. Randy glanced back. The wooden toilet door was intact, and the only issue with the window was that it had been blown open. Was it an illusion? The dark environment could cause illusions. From outside the toilet, on the dark balcony, came the creaking sound of closing the window. Then, a short, chilling scream echoed. The scream didn't even complete half a syllable before it abruptly stopped. "Milena Marjorie, are you all right?" The concerned voice of the chubby girl came from inside the room. Milena Marjorie did not respond. Randy felt puzzled. She walked to the window, stepping onto a stool to look outside. Rumble. The pitch-black sky flashed twice, accompanied by a thunderclap. Randy saw, amidst the dark balcony, a black figure gnawing on Milena Marjorie's limbs. Chapter 76, Asthma Attack. The flickering lightning illuminated Aunt Marjorie's face. Aunt Marjorie's eyes were locked on Randy's direction. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she vigorously shook her head at Randy. Through her mouth movements, Randy could tell that Aunt Marjorie was telling her, "Don't come out." The balcony was considered outdoors. Aunt Marjorie had died because she violated the rule of no going out alone. Randy watched the situation outside through the glass window, feeling a chill in her heart. Aunt Marjorie, who always prioritized the child, was dead. This also meant that the difficulty level of this instance had increased, and it blocked the path for Randy to seek help from Aunt Marjorie. Randy's thoughts were complicated. In the next moment, there was a flash of lightning. A deathly pale human face appeared right before Randy's eyes. This person's complexion was as white as paper. The eye sockets were dark holes, devoid of eyeballs. It was pressed tightly against the glass window, grinning strangely, its face close to Randy's. Randy's heart skipped a beat. She quickly stepped down from the stepping stool. After confirming that the window was locked, Randy pulled the blackout curtain and quickly took a shower. Randy originally thought that after this shower, she would have to go out in dirty clothes. But at this moment, a knock came from beside her. Knock knock. Janine, open the door. I'll pass you some clean clothes. Hearing the familiar voice, Randy felt her scalp tingle. It was Aunt Marjorie's voice. But this person was not Aunt Marjorie. Aunt Marjorie had been replaced by something sinister. The toilet candle was lit now, so this wasn't an illusion of Randy's. Randy hadn't broken any rules yet. Therefore, even if Aunt Marjorie was the entity, it shouldn't be able to harm her. With this thought, Randy opened the door bolt. The door creaked open slightly. A white hand reached through the gap. Randy took the clothes and was about to close the door, but half of Aunt Marjorie's ghost head had already squeezed in. Randy tensed, took a half step back, and with a bang kicked the door shut. There was a scream of agony. Aunt Marjorie clutched her head in pain, her face twisted as she withdrew her neck. Before leaving, Aunt Marjorie gave Randy a vicious glare. If not for the rules, Aunt Marjorie would have wanted to eat Randy on the spot. Seeing Aunt Marjorie leave, Randy quickly locked the door. She quickly put on her clothes, took the candle, and left the bathroom. The dark dormitory was illuminated by candlelight. Randy could feel two malicious gazes watching her among the crowd. Rule 6 of the wooden house. In the dormitory, there is only one non-human. Please note and distinguish. This rule must have changed. When Randy first entered the dormitory, it was true. But now, this once true rule had likely become false. In this dormitory, there were two non-humans. One was Aunt Marjorie. The other, unknown. Randy observed the other three children in the room. One was a little fat girl who had had her right leg amputated. One was a little boy who always wore a black mask. The other was like a playful monkey, a little black-skinned boy who liked to jump around and shout loudly. Except for the physical disability of the chubby girl, which Randy could see at a glance. Randy did not know what defects the other two had. In short, among these three children, one was a ghost. Randy gathered her thoughts and walked into the room. On the left side of this dormitory were individual lockers, and on the right side was a large bunk bed. The large bunk bed had 5 beds, 4 of which were occupied. Only between Aunt Marjorie and the chubby girl was there an empty bed. If she guessed correctly, this should be little girl London's bed. Randy walked over there. She dripped a bit of wax from the candle onto the opposite locker and stood the candle upright. Then she turned around and went straight to the empty bed, slipping into the blanket. All the while, Aunt Marjorie, whose head had been squeezed earlier, stared at Randy without blinking. The hatred in her eyes was undisguised. At this moment, the nearby commotion caught Randy's attention. Hey, you guys come look. I found a hole in this wall. The little black-skinned boy pointed to a small hole in the wall, gesturing for everyone to come look. Keaton wearing the black mask glanced seriously. I've known that. This entire wall has many holes. Upon hearing this, Randy looked at the wall by her own bedhead. Indeed, there were quite a few small holes. Each hole was the size of a coin. The little black-skinned boy continued shouting. But this hole inside is red. How amazing. The little black-skinned boy closed one eye, moved closer to the small hole, and excitedly peered inside. Randy also glanced from a distance. Sure enough, almost all the small holes in the wall were red. What's on the other side of the wall? Randy recalled the 5th rule of the wooden house. The last room on the 3rd floor is the memorial hall. By logical deduction, the next door should be the memorial hall. Aunt Marjorie, you've never told us who lives in the next dormitory. Are they having a party? The black-skinned boy was intently looking into the small hole without lifting his head to ask Aunt Marjorie. Aunt Marjorie smiled and said, there's no one living next door. Next door is just a group of deceased red-eyed patients. After a stunned 2 seconds. Realizing what she meant, the back of the black-skinned boy stiffened. So, these little holes in the wall led directly to the eyes of those red-eyed patients. Suddenly, something happened to the black-skinned boy. He seemed to be scared, his emotions suddenly agitated, unable to catch his breath, he clutched his chest and painfully fell onto the bed. Aunt Marjorie, Ian is having an asthma attack. The chubby girl exclaimed in alarm. Only then did Randy realize. So this black-skinned boy's physical defect was asthma. The 3 children in the room simultaneously turned their heads to look at Aunt Marjorie for help. But Aunt Marjorie pursed her lips and lay down in the blanket as if it had nothing to do with her. Rule 8 of the wooden house. Aviary workers will always prioritize the children first unless she is already dead. The aviary worker of this dormitory had died. The Aunt Marjorie before them was the entity. The entity wished for more people to die. How could it possibly offer any help? Seeing that Aunt Marjorie showed no reaction, the chubby girl and the little boy exchanged glances, both shifting their gaze to Randy. Randy would soon be 7 years old, the oldest child in the dormitory. Lucky, Ian is about to die. Help him quickly. The chubby girl grabbed Randy's hand, her eyes red and nearly crying. Randy looked over. Ian lay in bed, suffering. His limbs were convulsing, emitting a whistling sound from his nose and mouth. Randy frowned. She quickly found a piece of paper and a pen, writing one word, medicine. The chubby girl and the little boy shook their heads at the same time. They also didn't know. The medicine is managed by Aunt Marjorie, said the little boy. At this moment, the silent Aunt Marjorie spoke up. The medicine is in his clothes pocket. Aunt Marjorie sounded calm. Randy hurriedly walked over to Ian and searched his clothing pockets. After emptying 4 pockets, a messy pile came out, but there was no medicine. Realizing she was tricked, Randy looked up at Aunt Marjorie. Meeting Randy's gaze, Aunt Marjorie slapped her forehead as if coming to a realization. Oh, last time when I washed Ian's clothes, I forgot to check the pockets. Ian's medicine should be in the previous set of clothes, which are drying on the balcony. Aunt Marjorie pointed toward the direction of the balcony. Her face wore a sinister smile. Chapter 77, The Connor Being Eaten. Randy gave Milena Marjorie a sideways glance. This fake childcare worker's schemes were almost spilling all over Randy's face. It wanted to trick Randy into going to the balcony. If Randy hadn't seen Milena Marjorie's horrific fate through the bathroom window while showering, she might have fallen for it. But this asthmatic child had to be saved by Randy. If Randy ignored this, one of the only 3 humans in the dormitory would die, leaving only 2. Randy and the other human child. According to the eerie rules, it would certainly come up with a way to kill the remaining child. In the end, only Randy would be left, along with an eerie house full of mysteries. Then it would be easy for Randy to violate the no solo outings rule. So, for safety, Randy must save this child. After a 2-second thought, Randy went over and grabbed the chubby girl and the Herman, intending to take them to the balcony together to collect clothes and find medicine. Unexpectedly, Milena Marjorie suddenly waved her hand and circled the chubby girl's neck. Clara has a disability in her right leg. She can't go to the balcony with you. Milena Marjorie curled her lips, looking proud. Randy knitted her brows. Indeed, this chubby girl had a disability from a right leg amputation. Now, only the Herman could accompany Randy to the balcony. But if the Herman was the second ghost in the dorm, taking him to the balcony would still violate the no solo outings rule. Randy would still die. Currently, the condition of the Jimmy was worsening. Delay any longer, and the Jimmy would certainly die. Regardless. There was no other choice now. Randy strode forward, rolled up her sleeves, and picked up the Jimmy horizontally. Though weak, especially as a 6-year-old girl, Randy hadn't forgotten the 100% strength increase she gained after a perfect run in her second. Carrying the Jimmy turned out much easier than expected. Randy held the Jimmy in front of her and led the Herman beside her. This way, it wasn't considered a solo outing. Even if the Herman fled unexpectedly, at least Randy held a human in her arms. She wouldn't die for breaking the rules. Milena Marjorie didn't expect Randy's actions. Seeing them leave and return safely, Milena Marjorie clenched her teeth. When Randy brought the 2 children back into the room, Milena Marjorie covered her head with a blanket in anger and pretended to sleep. Thank you, London, for saving me. The Jimmy scratched his head, gratefully looking at Randy. Then he walked to his bed and pulled out a small iron box from under his pillow. Opening the box, he took out 2 candies and put them in Randy's hand. These are the sweets I've been saving for a long time, here you go. The Jimmy blushed. Randy shook her head, intending to refuse. But then she caught sight of a card inside the iron box. On a cartoon pattern, Candy House was written in big letters. Randy's pupils constricted. She quickly wrote on a piece of paper, "Have you been to the Candy House? The 4th rule of the wooden house. The orphanage does not have a candy house. If anyone wants to take you there, refuse them. Seeing Randy's confusion, the Jimmy explained innocently. The candy house, hasn't everyone been there? You've been there too, London, don't you remember? Randy of course wouldn't remember such things. As for what this 6-year-old girl named London had done before, Randy knew nothing. Just as Randy planned to ask more, the candle in the dormitory suddenly went out. Okay, kids, be quiet. Lights out, get back to bed. Milena Marjorie took away the candle and blew it out. The dormitory was pitch dark. Upon seeing the extinguished candle, the Jimmy and the Herman immediately jumped into bed and hid under the covers. Randy had a flashlight but didn't think it was appropriate to wake the Jimmy again. She would have to ask another day. Randy returned to bed as well and lay down. The Milena Marjorie next to her was clearly acting on purpose. She was always hindering Randy's actions. As soon as Randy lay down, she could see Milena Marjorie's shiny eyes next to her. Was it planning to stare at her all night? Randy turned over, facing the chubby girl and turning her back to the childcare worker. Closing her eyes, she fell asleep. Outside, the cold wind howled and the rain continued, a perfect environment for sleeping. Randy had barely fallen asleep when she felt Milena Marjorie getting up behind her. She quietly got out of bed, walked to the door, and gently opened it. Next, came 3 sets of footsteps. Randy sensed that something outside had entered. One limped, making a light heavy sound. Another one's footsteps on the wooden floor always sounded wet and slushy. These 2 things stopped in front of Randy's bed first. That intense gaze stared at Randy for dozens of seconds. Randy kept her eyes tightly shut without opening them. After a moment, they moved to the next bed. Soon, the dark room was filled with munching sounds. It sounded like crunching crisp bones, crackling loudly. They seemed to be enjoying their meal very much. Milena Marjorie's voice rang in Randy's ears. Oh dear, what will you do if you don't go save them? Soon you'll be the only one left in here. This was followed by a chuckle of glee. That high-pitched, strange laugh sounded a bit like nails scratching a blackboard, causing discomfort. Randy continued to keep her eyes closed, pretending to sleep without responding. In the pitch-black dormitory, the Jimmy felt pain first. He panicked and scrambled up, screaming in terror as he pushed that ghostly thing away and hurriedly retreated into the corner. Don't come closer, don't eat me, leave me alone. The Jimmy threw his pillow at the dark silhouette. The commotion woke up the chubby girl who was being devoured. She was terrified and screamed while huddling in the corner. Ah, there are ghosts, there are ghosts. Wara, Sister London, wake up, I'm scared. The chubby girl patted Randy's quilt, but Randy remained unmoved. Beside her ear, Milena Marjorie whispered lowly, if you don't get up to help them, they'll all die. There were all kinds of noises in the dormitory. Randy couldn't sleep at all due to the disturbance. She didn't get up, nor did she open her eyes. The two children in the dormitory screamed and struggled for a while until finally they went silent, completely devoured. The strong stench of blood made Randy feel as though she could hardly breathe. This uncomfortable feeling lasted until the middle of the night. Randy was woken up by crying. She frowned and opened her sleepy eyes. In the dark room, a lightning flash revealed two bloody children standing at the foot of her bed. A boy and Kaylee. The chubby girl sobbed convulsively, Sister London, why didn't you save me? I was bitten to death alive, how could you be so heartless? The Jimmy also stood beside her, glaring at Randy with bloodshot eyes. He reached out his hand resentfully, give my candies back. You're not worthy of eating my candies, I hate you. These two children wouldn't leave, crying and fussing at the foot of Randy's bed. Randy felt as if her head was splitting from the noise. She held her forehead in pain and lay down again. Then she took out her flashlight from the space pocket and snapped it on. The dormitory lit up again. In the quiet dormitory, nothing was there. On this big bunk bed, both the Jimmy and the chubby girl were sleeping soundly, even drooling. Indeed, as long as the room was lit, nothing would happen. The seventh rule of the wooden house. Do not believe any voices in the darkness. Illusions can occur in the dark. Randy had realized this while showering in the bathroom. Moreover, neither the Jimmy nor the chubby girl had violated any rules. Even if Milena Marjorie let something eerie in, there was no reason for these creatures to eat these two children. To avoid becoming mentally exhausted from lack of sleep, Randy decided to sleep with the lights on tonight. Chapter 78, Hidden Chosen One. The next morning. The rain outside was lessening but had not stopped completely. Randy and her group, wearing transparent raincoats, followed Jewel to the cafeteria for breakfast. The cafeteria was in the adjacent building. They walked through the drizzle and muddy ground toward the neighboring building. On the way, Randy saw many other children from different dormitories coming out as well. Most were led by caretakers, moving in groups of 4 or 5. On the path to the cafeteria, they passed a small lane. Randy's gaze was drawn to a man standing on a side road. The man wasn't holding an umbrella or wearing a raincoat, he stood motionless in the rain. His eyes were fixed on Randy. Lily, David called out to Randy. Slightly distracted, Randy only returned her gaze after David called twice. Randy looked at David. Can you make it across? Let me pull you. David stepped over a large puddle and turned back to extend his hand to Randy. Randy intended to refuse. But then she thought she could ask this kid about the strange man she just saw, so she reached out her hand. Be careful, don't step into the water. David held Randy's hand, helping her step over. After Randy crossed, she handed a note to David. It read, who is he? Randy pointed in the direction of the man. They both turned their heads to look. Only a series of pockmarked footprints remained. The man was gone. David took the note, read it, and looked troubled. Hey, Lily. David appeared embarrassed. I don't know the last word. David's words made Randy realize. All the children here were under 7 years old. This scenario made Randy mute, able to communicate only in writing, which made getting information from the children difficult. Randy could most easily express herself to a caretaker. Unfortunately, the current caretakers were all dead. Escaping this scenario would be more challenging than Randy had imagined. Lily, I heard a couple wants to adopt Kaylee this afternoon. Do you want to go? David asked worriedly as they walked. He muttered to himself, you're so pretty, if you want to go, they'll definitely choose you. Hearing this, Randy pondered for a second and nodded. The S-rank completion condition. Secure a suitable adoptive family and escape the orphanage. Since this scenario limited Randy everywhere, the upcoming adoption opportunity was the best way to proceed. Staying here any longer would be too dangerous. Seeing Randy nod, David gave a faint "oh," pouted, and quickly ran ahead. The group arrived at the cafeteria for breakfast. During breakfast, Randy finally understood why the Herman always wore a black mask. The boy had cleft lip and palate, commonly known as hair lip. He wore the mask to hide his defect. Despite having big, watery eyes and a fair, delicate face, this hair lip significantly affected his appearance. As a result, the boy had yet to be adopted. After breakfast, Jewel took them to a classroom on the second floor of the wooden house. A teacher who came specifically to volunteer taught in the classroom. The orphanage received little charity, and the children's education relied entirely on volunteer teachers. With David's help, Randy found her seat, in the middle row near the wall. She had barely sat down when a scream erupted from the front row. A rat. Many of the children in the front row scrambled onto their desks in terror. A fat rat squeaked as if intentionally hiding inside one child's clothes. That child burst into tears, trembling violently before managing to shake the rat off. The rat fled wildly, jumping onto the table in Randy's row. Randy sat on the right side against the wall, while the rat appeared on the left. She didn't pay much attention. Suddenly, bang! Alexa in a white dress grabbed a stool and smashed the rat into pieces. The foul-smelling pulp splattered all over the table. It can't run away now, the girl said coldly, with a hint of satisfaction. Her demeanor seemed far beyond that of a child. She could have easily been mistaken for an adult in her 20s or 30s. Noticing her lapse, the girl pulled the corners of her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes. Leo, are you okay? A young male teacher approached her. Seeing the male teacher approaching, tears instantly fell from Leo's eyes. Teacher Casey, I was so scared. I'm really frightened. Leo spoke in a sobbing voice, wiping away her tears. Did I just kill a little animal? I didn't know how it just happened. While speaking, Leo's shoulders were trembling. It's okay, no problem at all. Rats should be dead anyway. What Leo did was right. The male teacher picked up Leo and comforted her with some kind words. Leo looked obedient and sweet, with delicate features like a porcelain doll. Especially when crying, she appeared even more heart-wrenchingly adorable. How about this? Shall teacher give Leo a different seat? The male teacher spoke comforting words as he moved away from the seat. Hearing their conversation, Randy had an ominous feeling in her heart. The male teacher said, there's an empty seat next to London. Would you like to sit beside London? Although it was phrased as a question, both of them were already heading towards Randy's direction. Randy sat in the corner against the wall, silently lowering her head. Okay, thank you, Teacher Casey. Leo stopped crying and forced out a sweet, soft smile. After Leo sat down, the male teacher returned to the podium to prepare for class. A few kids behind Randy were chattering and praising Leo. Wow man, you were so brave and awesome just now. Yeah, Leo, weren't you always afraid of rats? Why were you suddenly so bold today? Hearing their comments, Leo's facial expression turned more pleased. She replied shyly, oh, not really, I was just scared stiff too. Randy observed Leo unobtrusively, noting her every demeanor. Surrounded by compliments, Leo eventually grew somewhat indifferent to the attention. Instead, she seemed very interested in Randy, who remained aloof against the wall. Leo extended her hand to Randy with a smile. Hello, my name is Leo. You must be London, right? I've heard so much about you. Sensing Leo's greeting, Randy kept her expression calm. She gently touched Leo's hand and nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, outside the live stream room, in the intelligence department of Huagua, Giles was in his office, listening to reports from the intelligence department members. Director, one of the death row inmates has been missing all night. The prison system is robust, and there's no possibility of an escape. Giles frowned. Could it have been contaminated or swallowed by an anomaly? The intelligence department member denied it. It's unlikely, Director. That death row inmate disappeared at the execution site, vanishing into thin air in front of everyone. At that moment, urgent knocking sounded outside the meeting room door. Come in, Giles shouted towards the door. The person outside came in, holding a stack of documents. He walked up to Giles and handed over the documents. Director, neighboring countries have reported significant changes in this instance. It said that this time another hidden chosen one was selected for this instance, and the completion conditions for this hidden chosen one have also changed. These are the materials our team compiled from various countries. Please review them. Chapter 79, A Sad Birthday Party. Nathaniel's expression turned unusually solemn after reading the documents. According to intelligence gathered from other countries, the person chosen as the hidden chosen one varies in each case. Moreover, the completion conditions for the hidden chosen one might be adversarial to Randy's objectives. This was evident from a neighboring country where one of its national leaders was selected. That leader publicly announced his identity as the hidden chosen one on live television. His last words before committing suicide were, "For my country, I would rather sacrifice myself than become an enemy of the chosen one." Additionally, even if the hidden chosen one completes their task in this simulation, it won't benefit Huagua at all. Instead of being part of Huagua, this individual could be seen as a minion chosen by the mysterious force. Nathaniel slammed the document on the table, furious. Damn this mystery. They're up to mischief again behind our backs. A member of the intelligence department suggested, Minister, we have 2 communication opportunities left. Should we use one to inform Randy and give her a heads up? Nathaniel pondered for a couple of seconds and shook his head. He frowned and said, not yet. According to the communication rules, if we send a message to Randy, the hidden chosen one will also receive it. If we tell directly, it will certainly alert them. It might even cause the hidden chosen one to take action against Randy prematurely. The intelligence officer wanted to insist, but, you're right, Minister, a clear male voice echoed from the doorway. Everyone turned to look. At the office door stood a young man with glasses holding a thermos of wolfberry tea, striding in confidently. He adjusted his glasses and placed Nathaniel's thermos on the desk. We need to prepare for 2 things. First, identify the hidden chosen one, ensuring solid evidence without mistakes. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Second, find a way to communicate exclusively with Randy without involving the hidden chosen one. We have no key information now. Contacting Randy rashly wouldn't help but likely harm her. An intelligence officer expressed concern, but Randy knows nothing about this. Isn't that very dangerous? Haha, the bespectacled young man laughed lightly. Do you think Randy is naive? How do you think she got this far? The young man raised his eyes and looked at the live broadcast screen. He smiled. Perhaps, she has already discovered the hidden individual before us. On the live broadcast, Randy sat calmly in the classroom. Classes were ongoing. Crystal, her neighbor, kept trying to start conversations with Randy. But Randy acted as though she couldn't see or hear her, deliberately ignoring her. Her instincts told her that Crystal was not simple. It would be better to treat her as a stranger than a friend. Otherwise, more interaction might lead to a difficult situation later on. Crystal, who was naturally proud, felt slighted after Randy ignored her multiple times and glared at her before turning back to the lesson. During the break, Randy stayed alone, unlike her neighbor, who was always surrounded by people, especially boys. They seemed to adore the beautiful and outgoing girl named Crystal. Randy couldn't figure it out. According to common sense, all the children here had physical defects, each with some issues. But Crystal seemed perfect, shining brightly among the rest. When resting, the dark-skinned boy often came over to chat with Randy. The boy talked a lot, so Randy would write brief replies on paper to respond. Classes went on one after another. Finally, morning lessons ended. Just as Randy thought she could go back, the male teacher read out a list of names before dismissal. He asked those on the list to go to their activity room, including both Randy and Crystal. They followed the teacher along with 7 or 8 other children, including the Herman and the dark-skinned boy. As they entered the activity room, confetti cannons went off, showering the children with colorful ribbons. They were then led to the center of the activity room where a 10-inch birthday cake topped with fruits was displayed. "Congratulations to our little birthday stars of the month," a female teacher exclaimed happily. Then, they sang happy birthday. Randy and the other 7 children took turns receiving blessings from the teachers. At the Sunshine Orphanage, tradition dictates that the day a child first enters the orphanage is celebrated as their birthday. As for birth years, they are determined based on the child's own account or physical development assessments, through a comprehensive evaluation. This time, all 8 children were celebrating their birthdays together, with 4 of them about to turn 7. The 2 boys turning 7 were Gerard and Isai. The 2 girls turning 7 were Randy and Crystal. Among them, Randy was the oldest, followed by Crystal, Gerard, and Isai. The other 4 younger children left after eating the birthday cake, escorted by caregivers. Randy and the 3 others were kept behind. However, strangely, the atmosphere no longer felt festive but turned somewhat melancholic. Randy and her 3 companions stood in the middle. Teachers and caregivers around them teared up, gazing at the children sorrowfully. The atmosphere in the activity room became heavy. After a moment of silence, the male teacher stepped forward and gave each of them a cartoon card. "Connor N, write down your birthday wishes." Randy also received a card. She scribbled a few words and hung the card on the decorated tree in the corner. The tree was filled with cards. Each card represented a child's birthday wish. When Randy hung her card, she saw a familiar name on one, Gabrielle. But those characters didn't look like they were written by a person. They resembled symbols drawn according to standard text rather than actual writing. That troublemaker Gabrielle must be up to something again. Randy quietly remembered Gabrielle's birthday wish and then left after hanging her own card. Randy and the other 3 stood in a row. A short-haired woman with glasses approached them and began to speak sternly. She said sharply, "After lunch, clean yourselves up properly. This afternoon, a couple will come to adopt children from the orphanage. I'll try to persuade them to take both a boy and Kaylee if possible. You need to seize this opportunity. If you miss it, there won't be another. Understand?" "Yes," the other 3 children responded in unison. Randy, unable to speak, nodded along. Chapter 80, The Strange Caregiver. After Randy and her 3 companions left their activity room, they all put on transparent raincoats and went to the canteen as a team. The sky outside the log cabin was still overcast with dark clouds. The rain was heavy, continuously pouring down with a whooshing sound, occasionally accompanied by thunder and lightning. On their way to the canteen, they passed by that small fork in the road. Randy instinctively glanced towards the fork. Once again, she saw that man. The man had blood on his clothes and appeared to be around 40 or 50 years old. He still wasn't wearing a raincoat, just standing there in the torrential rain, staring unblinkingly in Randy's direction. Randy felt increasingly puzzled. She wanted to take a closer look but suddenly, Leo came up close, blocking Randy's view. Leo's eyes always gave off an inexplicable sharpness. Facing away from the 2 boys ahead, she deliberately lowered her voice when speaking to Randy. "Hey, London, do you want to be adopted? If you really want it, beg me and I can give you the opportunity." Leo spoke without reserve, exuding an air of superiority. Randy looked at her, lips slightly curling. Then she took out a piece of paper, unfolded it. It read, "Thank you. You are such a good person." Randy's smile was only skin deep, her eyes narrowing slightly. This move thoroughly confused Leo. Leo had assumed that Randy was stubborn and would never accept anything given to her. Her original plan was to provoke Randy into anger while pretending to be bullied, thereby stabbing Randy in the back. But she didn't expect Randy to agree so readily. Leo felt agitated inside. What she said couldn't be taken back now. Yet, she didn't truly want to give Randy this opportunity. So she forced herself to suppress her temper and put on an indifferent act. "Oh well, there are plenty of opportunities like this. I'm not in a hurry." After saying that, Leo turned and walked quickly. She ran a few steps, then joined the conversation with the Herman and the black kid. Randy watched Leo's back, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. Of course, Leo's words about not being in a hurry were fake. Randy knew from her tone that Leo was almost frantic inside. Everyone was aware that in this Sunshine Orphanage, no orphan lived past 7 years old. Though the reason was unknown, turning 7 was indeed a critical point. Before turning 7, one either got adopted or died here. That was why during the birthday celebration earlier, those teachers and caregivers were secretly crying. Because this early birthday party might very well be the last time these children celebrated together. The 4 children reached the entrance of the canteen. Leo's caregiver was waiting for her at the door. So Leo held the caregiver's hand and walked right in. When it was Randy and her companion's turn, the black kid was about to enter the canteen when Randy raised her hand to stop him. The black kid looked at Randy curiously. "What's wrong, London? Aren't you going in to eat?" The black kid had clear eyes, yet he wasn't particularly perceptive. Randy pointed at a notice by the door. It was a new rule. Sunshine Orphanage Activity Guidelines. First rule. Entering the canteen must be done accompanied by a caregiver. Otherwise, your safety cannot be guaranteed. This rule was clearly stated. In most cases, caregivers waited for the children after class and then brought them over. However, Randy's caregiver had already died last night. The current caregivers didn't care about the lives of children like Randy at all. Naturally, they wouldn't wait diligently for Randy and the others to enter the canteen. The three stopped in their tracks. While waiting at the door, they happened to meet Jewel coming out. Jewel was with Inna. Inna greeted them enthusiastically. "Sister London, and Brother Emil, Brother Ian, what are all of you doing here?" Inna asked in surprise. The Brother Ian Inna referred to was the black kid. Brother Emil likely referred to the little boy. This somewhat mysterious little boy's name was something Randy had only just learned. In response to Inna's question, the little boy said earnestly, "We are waiting for Jewel. Jewel, can you take us in to eat?" Jewel, with a lollipop in her mouth, sized up the little boy a few times with her eyes. Then she shook her head firmly. "No way. Why should I sacrifice my rest time to take you guys to eat? If you want to eat, go in yourselves, no one is stopping you." Having said that, Jewel embraced Inna and walked away without looking back. Randy wasn't surprised. It was expected that this fake caregiver would leave them behind. What Randy was really concerned about was the lollipop in Jewel's mouth. Randy had seen similar candies in the Jimmy's small iron box. Randy was sure that they were from the candy house. And Randy noticed that Inna's arm now had a layer of fluffy brown hair. Inna had been contaminated. Was the source of contamination related to the candy house? "Vivian, are we really not going in?" The black kid looked longingly into the canteen. "If we don't go in to eat soon, the canteen will close." Randy thought for a moment and did not respond. At this moment, a caregiver hurried over through the rain. This caregiver appeared to be male based on his physique. He was covered head to toe, wearing a mask, hat, and gloves. The only part exposed was his eyes, which were full of bloodshot redness. From his aura, he gave off an intimidating presence. This stern-looking caregiver arrived at the door and shook off the rainwater from his body. As he passed Randy, he glanced sideways at her. It wasn't clear if it was an illusion, but Randy felt as if she had seen these eyes somewhere before. The stern caregiver strode into the canteen. Without hesitation, Randy followed closely behind. She trailed after this somewhat dangerous caregiver like a shadow. Sunshine Orphanage Activity Guideline. Second rule. You can trust any caregiver in the orphanage. They may not help you, but they will certainly not harm you. This rule was true. That's why Randy dared to be so bold and follow this seemingly untrustworthy caregiver uncle into the canteen. When Randy entered, she extended her hand backward to give the black kid a signal. She indicated that they should also follow. The rules stated, entering the canteen must be done accompanied by a caregiver. It only emphasized the action of entering, not that they needed a caregiver with them the entire time. Therefore, Randy and her friends just needed to comply when entering. The caregiver uncle walked ahead, seeming to notice something. But ultimately, he didn't say anything. Instead, he lowered his hat brim, covering up a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. After Randy and her two companions followed him inside, they quickly distanced themselves and went to get their meals. They sat down with their meals. Coincidentally, that stern caregiver uncle chose a spot near them. He sat at the table next to theirs. During the meal, the black kid asked Ardal curiously, "Ye Adebayo, do you plan to try for adoption this afternoon?" Ardal took a few bites of rice and replied while lowering his head, "I definitely want to, but I'm not sure if they'll choose me." Thinking about his cleft lip, Ardal felt a bit down for a second. Then he asked the black kid, "What about you? Are you going?" Hearing Ardal's question, the black kid glanced at Randy. He recalled Vivian saying earlier that morning that she wanted to go. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the black kid replied awkwardly, I'm not sure, but Vivian wants to. Anyway, if one of us goes, we can keep each other company." Just as the black kid finished speaking, there was a sound of a plate being knocked over from the neighboring table. Chapter 81, The Rat Couple. Clang went a sound. A stainless steel tray had fallen to the ground. Everyone looked over. It turned out that the elderly childcare worker, who had just finished eating, accidentally bumped into a cleaner as he stood up to collect the trays. "Sorry," the childcare worker mumbled, pulling down his cap brim, picking up the tray, and quickly leaving the scene. The elderly cleaner in orange clothes nodded woodenly. "It's okay." The elderly cleaner strained her stiff mouth into something resembling a smile. After speaking, she mechanically twisted her neck, looking toward Randy. This cleaner looked just like a human puppet. She opened her mouth, revealing blood-stained teeth, and smiled kindly at the 3 people, including Randy. Before she could get closer, Randy immediately stood up and walked away with the tray. According to the 3rd rule of the Sunshine Orphanage Activity Rules, there are no cleaners in the orphanage. If you have seen a cleaner, find a childcare worker immediately. They know how to safely leave. Oh no. Almost everyone in the dining hall had already finished eating and left. Randy scanned around the dining hall. Somehow, there were so many cleaners in the dining hall now. All of them were wearing orange work clothes and slowly moving around various parts of the dining hall. Some cleaners turned their backs, gobbling down something. Trailing from their elbows were drops of fresh red juice, falling onto the ground. Randy's heart sank. Connoran's strength was still too weak. Now, there was only one last method left. Randy targeted the stout figure in the corner, hurriedly put down the tray, and ran up. The elderly childcare worker was squatting on the ground, tying shoelaces. By the time he was fidgeting, Randy had already chased up behind him. The black boy and the little man didn't understand what was happening but also followed after Randy. The elderly childcare worker stood up. He took a bottle of black perfume out of his pocket. Then he sprayed it all over himself. After the elderly childcare worker finished spraying the black perfume, he casually placed the bottle on the counter and walked away. Randy quickly picked up the perfume, imitating the uncle, and sprayed it all over herself. Once the three of them had sprayed it on, the cleaners who originally surrounded them seemed to instantly lose direction. They all blankly paused for a few seconds, and then continued to slowly move in other directions. Randy took away the perfume. Her expression was a bit subtle. That elderly childcare worker was wearing completely black low-cylinder rain boots. That kind of rain boot doesn't have laces. So why did the elderly childcare worker pretend to be tying shoelaces? He was buying time, intentionally waiting for them, and left the perfume for Randy and the two boys. He was helping them. But, why would he do this? In the afternoon, Randy and the other three children were brought to the first-floor reception hall of the wooden house. The four kids stood neatly in line opposite the coffee table in the hall. Footsteps were heard from the doorway. Next, the short-haired woman with glasses led a couple into the room through the rain. That couple shook off the rainwater and wagged their tails. Randy focused her eyes. Those were actually rats. Mr. Jiao, Mrs. Jiao, please come in. The short-haired woman warmly invited the rat couple into the room. The short-haired woman said apologetically, "Our orphanage has limited conditions and can't compare to your riverside villa. Please forgive us. Vice Principal, you're too polite." Lucia smiled and chatted, "Both my husband and I came from tough times. We're not that particular." Hearing Lucia's words, the short-haired woman's smile grew wider. She guided the rat couple to sit on the sofa in the hall. Then she pointed at Randy and the others and introduced them. "Mr. Jiao, Mrs. Jiao, these four children perform well in various aspects in our orphanage. You can check their files, each of them is very obedient." The vice principal quickly poured 2 cups of tea for the rat couple. Mac flipped through the documents twice, pausing at Leo's page. He pointed at it with his sharp nails and said, "This child is good." Mac raised his head and looked at the obedient Leo opposite him. "Leo, Josh asks you, if you have 3 pieces of cheese and need to share them among 4 mice, how would you divide them?" Leo thought for a moment, then sweetly smiled. Joshai would cut the cheese into different sizes based on their body sizes and distribute them accordingly. Mac nodded, seemingly satisfied. He turned to his wife and said, "Honey, I think this Leo is pretty good. She's not only simple but also quite smart." Lucia glanced over, pursing her lips unhappily. Her woman's intuition told her that Leo's gaze wasn't simple at all. Lucia skimmed through the files again and stopped at Randy's page. "Vivian." Lucia looked up at Randy. "You are Vivian, right?" Randy smiled and nodded. "What a good child, it's such a pity that she is mute," Lucia muttered to herself. "Now, why don't you write down your answer to the previous question?" Lucia kept her head down, flipping through the documents in her hands without looking at Randy. Randy took out a pen and paper. She hesitated a little. Could she really pass if she was adopted by this couple of rats? Yet, why did she feel that this pair of rat couples was more contaminated than those in the orphanage? Holding the pen in her hand, the tip lingered for a long time without writing down any answers. The black boy stood beside Randy. Thinking Randy couldn't figure out the answer, he whispered a reminder. "Vivian, you can divide the cheese equally by weight into 4 portions." His voice was very low. Since Randy wanted to be adopted, he still wished to help her. Randy was stunned for a few seconds. She recalled the lunch when the childcare worker had knocked over the tray. At that time, their table had been discussing whether they wanted to be adopted in the afternoon. Then the black boy had said, "Vivian wants to go. Anyway, if we both end up there, we can have each other's company." Was it because of this, the childcare worker uncle deliberately overturned the tray? Ask yourself, would a man who is highly alert and carries black perfume with him, in what situation would he voluntarily collide with a dangerous character cleaner? He was so alert, how could he lose focus? There must be something he wanted to deliberately create noise to remind others. But this matter, for some reason, he couldn't say directly. Randy quickly retracted her thoughts. Trembling, she wrote down a line of text. The black boy peeked over, his eyes filled with surprise. Randy's answer was handed to the rat couple. After reading, Mac and Lucia exchanged glances, their faces instantly turned pale. It read, "I will smash a rat to death with a stool, because rats should die anyway." This was originally Leo's inner answer. Chapter 82, Cleaning the Spirit Hall. Ahem. The vice principal coughed, turning his head and gave Randy a covert glare. Randy's response clearly showed she did not want to be adopted by Mr. and Lucia. Randy intentionally trod on what was a forbidden subject for the couple. Seeing the color drain from the couple's faces, the vice principal hurriedly said some soothing words. "Mr. and Mrs. Jiao, children can be thoughtless at times, You two are mature adults, please do not take offense. With such words from the vice principal, the couple could hardly harp on the issue any longer. Lucia clicked her tongue. This child London seems unsuitable indeed. Leo is more docile, so she might be fine. Mac concurred with her. After this minor incident, the vice principal urged the couple to adopt one more boy. These 2 boys in the orphanage were about to turn 7 soon. If even one of them could be sent away, it would save at least one life in the orphanage. The rat couple initially favored Armin. Armin was handsome enough aside from having darker skin. In contrast, the young man had a cleft lip, which greatly marred his looks. After discussing, the rat couple smiled and asked Armin, "Is your name Jongshoung? Do you want to go home with uncle and aunt?" Armin kept his head down, picking at his fingers. Given the situation, London was undoubtedly off the list. He stole a glance at Randy, feeling somewhat indecisive. I don't know. He managed to say a few words. Lucia followed up. Well then, answer the question Josh just asked. Both Mrs. and Mac looked at him gently, encouraging a proper response. But while following Randy's gaze, Armin noticed something on the back of Mac's business card, messy watercolor doodles. Perhaps because the front side remained unspoiled, Mac hadn't noticed it yet. Armin stared at those doodles, suddenly feeling lost. He only remembered seeing that kind of random drawing as a child. It was a common habit among kids, grabbing watercolors and scribbling wherever they pleased. However, didn't this couple claim they had no children? How then did the business card end up being scribbled on? At that moment, Armin understood why Randy had responded so unusually earlier. What's wrong, Jongshoung? Lucia asked when he remained silent, her eyes questioning. Armin pulled his gaze back, raising his eyes toward them. This time, there was determination in his eyes. I hate rats. I won't share any cheese with them. His words plunged the atmosphere into silence once again. The vice principal was nearly beside herself with anger. Neither London nor Jongshoung seemed to appreciate the opportunity. This 2-way selection ended with everyone harboring ulterior motives. In the end, the rat couple took Leo and the young man with them. As Leo left, she deliberately pleaded for Randy in front of the couple. Josh, Melena Tilda, I think London is quite good too, she's just a bit radical. Don't leave her behind, okay? Hearing that, Randy secretly shook her head. Don't plead on my behalf. She didn't want to go at all. Clearly, there was something wrong with this couple. Combined with the hints from the caretaker and the clue from the business card, if these signs couldn't indicate a problem, Randy would be truly foolish. And this Leo too, despite her obvious hatred for rats, pretended to have a compassionate heart. Since she insisted on going, let her go. Not uttering a word as she left. Leo and the young man were taken away. The adoption procedures weren't officially completed yet. They were in the trial adoption phase. If everything went well after a day, the couple would sign and the adoption contract would take effect. Tonight, the rat couple would take the 2 kids home to acclimate to the new environment. Before leaving, Armin whispered to the young man, reminding him to be cautious. There was something off about this couple. After seeing off the rat couple, the vice principal returned. Her face wasn't pretty. Looking at Randy and Armin, she felt a headache coming on. You two. How could you not cherish this hard-won opportunity? Armin hung his head dejectedly. Randy, however, looked indifferent. The vice principal found herself growing angrier over the 2. She called in their caregiver, Jewel. Look after them properly. You two give me headaches with your disobedience. She stormed off with a long face. Jewel, gloating, said, oh, caused trouble, huh? She brought 2 buckets of clean water and 2 cloths from the bathroom. Jewel, with her hands on her hips, said gleefully, you have to be punished for doing wrong. The punishment for you two is to clean the 3rd floor. Especially the last room, the spirit hall, which hasn't been cleaned for a long time. It's all yours now. Randy recalled the 2nd rule of Sunlight Orphanage. You can trust any caregiver in the orphanage. They may not help you, but they will certainly not harm you. This caregiver, Jewel, indeed didn't directly harm them. But she always tried every possible way to indirectly put Randy in danger. Randy glanced at Jewel's shoulder. There was an extra red armband there. Sure enough, it was Jewel's turn to take responsibility for cleaning today. But now Jewel wanted to slack off and used this opportunity to pass the task to Randy and Armin. Alongside, she intended to torment Randy as well. Hearing he had to clean the spirit hall, Armin immediately turned gloomy. Jewel, didn't you say that the spirit hall has dead red-eyed patients inside? I don't want to go. Armin pouted. Seeing Armin beg for mercy, Jewel's eyes lit up and her lips curled into a more excited smile. She exclaimed delightedly, that's great, then you two are perfect for the job. It's settled. Jewel clapped her hands and sat down on the sofa in the hall with a thud. Armin opened his mouth to say something more, but Randy tugged at him and shook her head. Armin didn't know that Jewel had already been replaced. Pleading with this mysterious person would be a waste of effort. Randy remembered the 5th rule of the wooden house. The last room on the 3rd floor is the spirit hall. Please do not treat it as a dormitory. As long as Randy and Armin remembered that the room was a spirit hall, not a dormitory, there should not be too much of a problem. Randy and Armin carried the buckets of water, climbed the creaking wooden stairs from the hall to the 3rd floor. They stopped in front of the last room and set down the buckets. Randy wrote a note for Armin. Recite 3 times, this is the spirit hall, not a dormitory. Armin complied, mumbling it obediently. Then, they both looked up at the red door simultaneously. At that moment, the red door quivered slightly and opened a narrow crack. From the dark crevice, a pale hand extended out. That hand handed them a set of rules. Chapter 83 The Doll Collection Room. Elsewhere, Leo and the little boy were taken away. They sat in a luxurious sedan, which left the orphanage premises. After moving far from the orphanage, the expected thunderstorm did not cease. On the contrary, the rain outside the car windows seemed to intensify. Raindrops pattered like drumbeats, tap tap tap, against the car windows. The hurried sound was like celebration or perhaps a reminder. Before long, the black sedan slowly drove into the riverside villa area and stopped in front of a white villa. Leo, Emil, you two follow Milena Diao inside first. I'll park the car in the garage. Hussein turned to remind them. Okay Tilda, thank you, Josh. Leo replied sweetly, pushed open the door, and got out of the car. Keaton followed suit. Alexandria walked ahead, leading the two children to the main entrance of the villa on the ground floor. She took out a string of keys, opened the outer luxurious carved white door, then proceeded to open the inner security door. Inside the security door was one more layer of iron gate. Seeing the multi-layered doors, Leo's eyes showed slight change. Recently, there have been frequent thefts in the Riverside Villa area. Your Josh Diao specially arranged for a master to install these security doors. Alexandria smiled affectionately and explained to the children. Leo reined in her suspicion, her eyes curved, and she nodded obediently. Sure, Milena, I understand. Alexandria touched Leo's head, intentionally giving her a playful glance with a teasing tone. Still calling me Milena? Leo cooperated more than expected. She spoke in a cloyingly sweet voice, blushing shyly as she called out Mommy. Alexandria welcomed both into the house with a smile. The room was unusually dark, as if all the windows had been blocked. Just as Leo felt it wasn't right, Alexandria snapped her fingers, and the lights came on. Instantly, all the lights of different sizes inside the villa lit up. The whole house became bright. Both kids looked around at the luxurious interior and exclaimed in amazement. The interiors were lavish, uniformly in European style. The chandelier in the hall hung down for more than 2 meters. There was also a large spiral staircase connecting the second and third floors. This environment was completely different from the dilapidated orphanage cabin. These two kids, seeing such opulence for the first time, reacted reasonably. Alexandria invited Leo and Emil to sit and rest in the living room. She then pressed a remote control to turn on the TV for them. Conoren, watch cartoons for a while. Mom will prepare hot milk for you. It's a rainy day, we need to warm our bodies. After instructing them, Alexandria turned into the kitchen smilingly. Leo and Emil sat down to watch TV. Halfway through, the villa suddenly went boom, and the power cut off. It became pitch dark. Mommy, is the power off? Leo shouted toward the kitchen direction, looking at Alexandria. Alexandria's voice sounded worried. Oh dear, the plug contacted water and tripped. Wait a moment, Mommy will fix it. The entire villa was so dark that nothing could be seen. It felt eerie. Leo instinctively moved closer to the little boy, gripping his arm. Her gaze was drawn to a red glow in the darkness. In the completely dark environment, only one room leaked a sliver of red light from its seam. Emil, look over there. What's inside that room? Leo lowered her voice. She tugged on the little boy's sleeve, feeling inexplicably nervous. Keaton glanced over. Don't know, let's check. After a brief exchange in hushed tones, Keaton recalled what the black-skinned boy told him before leaving the orphanage. He said this couple seemed peculiar. Emil, you lead the way. Leo nudged the little boy. In this dark and silent house, the red glow from the doorway was irresistibly alluring. Both kids guessed that place might hold some secrets. Perhaps this couple really was suspicious. But before they saw it with their own eyes, no one dared jump to conclusions. Driven by curiosity, Emil and Leo crept slowly towards the source of the red light. Arriving at the door, Emil took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside, the room was bathed in red light, revealing an eerie scene. Dolls, so many dolls. They were all fake dolls, lifeless and motionless. Each doll had its name and birth date written on it. Closest to the door, 2 dolls had dried up skin. Their skins were spread out on the ground. One appeared male, the other female. These 2 skins didn't have names or birth dates yet. In the center of the room, there were 2 enlarged memorial portraits. The faces in these 2 portraits belonged to Hussein and Alexandria. Leo and Emil held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Emil, let's escape. Leo's voice was extremely low. Despite her efforts to suppress it, the panic could still be heard. Emil looked at the 2 portraits. The glass panels on them reflected 2 tall figures slowly approaching. It's too late. The little boy felt a sinking sensation in his heart. At the Sunshine Orphanage, the black-skinned boy saw the white hand reaching out from the shrine and froze, his mind blank. He dropped the cloth and grabbed Randy, trying to pull her away. But Randy didn't budge. She had her own thoughts. Many things would never be known unless faced directly. Today was a good opportunity to explore the shrine, which she couldn't miss. Randy reached out, took the note, and unfolded it. Sunshine Orphanage Shrine Rules. 1. Before entering the shrine, please knock 3 times on the door and wait for 10 seconds. Remember, entering the room directly can lead to terrifying event. 2. There are no lights in the room. If you need lighting, ask the white mannequin to light the red candles for you. 3. Do not talk to the black mannequin. He likes children who pay attention to him. 4. The food and bed in the room are specially prepared for you. If you feel hungry or tired while in the room, feel free to use them. 5. If you are alive, be sure to leave the room before 6 p.m. If you are dead, feel free to stay. 6. The 2 dolls worshipped in the room, one is red and one is green. If you find both turned red, leave the room immediately by all means. Chapter 84. The Dummy's Disguise. Creak. The object inside the room pulled the red door ajar slightly. Then, from the pitch-black crack between the doors, a greyish-white human face extended out. This face felt very much like that of a real person, but it seemed as if someone had sprayed a layer of white paint over its surface. The entire face was so white it appeared grey, except for the lips which were vividly red in the center. The dummy curved its lips into a smile at Randy. It then stretched out its hand, gesturing inward to invite Randy and company into the room. Randy exchanged glances with Burl. Lily. I really don't want to go in there. Burl genuinely felt this place was spooky. Randy did not force him. She wrote a note to Burl, instructing him to clean the other rooms on the 3rd floor. Burl nodded in agreement. Then be careful. If you have any issues, come out anytime. After his reminder, Burl picked up the bucket, heading enthusiastically to the neighboring room. Randy retracted her gaze, focusing on the red door, ready to enter. At that moment, however, the red door of the hall was pulled open from inside. The door stood wide, revealing a bright interior. Opposite was a large balcony. The layout of this mortuary was surprisingly identical to that of an ordinary dormitory. On the left was a bunk bed, and on the right were storage cabinets. While Randy was momentarily dazed, a figure darted out from behind the door. It was Burl. He was meticulously wiping the door when he looked up and spotted Randy outside. Burl's eyes lit up in surprise. Hey, Lily, are you also not going into the mortuary? Let's come in together and clean the dorm. Burl bent down, scrubbing the cloth twice before enthusiastically inviting Randy in. Randy experienced a brief moment of confusion. If she remembered correctly, she hadn't left the entrance of the mortuary just now, had she? Randy glanced toward the corridor outside. Beside her, there was another red door, and the position where she stood was precisely in front of the second-to-last dorm room. Just as the thought "this is a dormitory" sprang up in her mind, Randy abruptly snapped back to reality. No. She hurriedly repeated twice in her mind, "This is the mortuary, not a dormitory. This is the mortuary, not a dormitory." The 5th rule of the wooden house. The last room on the 3rd floor is the mortuary. Please do not mistake it for a dormitory. Under this mental suggestion, the illusion gradually faded away. The room reverted to the original appearance of the mortuary. The red door was widely open, and the light from outside illuminated a triangular area inside the room. Now it was a mortuary again. Because standing by the doorway was a tall and thin white dummy. The viewers watching the live stream heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Randy wasn't deceived by the illusion. Just as everyone thought they could enter the mortuary now. In the live feed, Randy suddenly grabbed the door handle and slammed the red door shut, isolating herself outside. Randy's expression turned slightly cold. The thing inside the room was indeed quite cunning. It deliberately used crude illusions to make Randy believe this was a dormitory. Had Randy not seen through the illusion, she would likely have met a deadly end. Even if Randy saw through the illusion, it would trick most people into thinking they had narrowly escaped danger, causing them to lower their guard and feel self-satisfied. The red door was still widely open. But as soon as anyone entered, they would trigger another rule. Before entering the mortuary, please knock 3 times on the door and wait on the spot for 10 seconds. Remember, entering directly will lead to terrible consequences. Should one truly enter directly, at best, they'd be contaminated. At worst, death would occur. The fact that such consecutive tricks had been designed indicated that the eerie presence here had very dark intentions. After confirming everything was correct multiple times, Randy finally raised her hand and knocked 3 times on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After the knocks, frantic footsteps were heard inside the room, sounding as if something was trying to urgently hide. 10 seconds later, the chaotic footfalls ceased. Randy, carrying the bucket, pushed open the red door and walked in. To the left of the red door stood a very tall white dummy. Upon seeing someone enter, the white dummy smiled and bowed, making a please come in gesture. At the same time, a black head emerged from behind the red door. Apart from the color, this black dummy was identical to the white dummy. Seeing Randy enter, the black dummy gave an eerie smile and then slammed the red door shut with a bang. There were no windows or balcony in the room, nor any lights. It was so dark she couldn't see anything. Randy put down the bucket, took out a flashlight, and shone it around the room. It was a dilapidated little shrine. Inside were a table, a coffin, 2 chairs, and countless blank photo frames. Not many furnishings, but plenty of dust. Randy dipped the cloth in the bucket twice and started wiping the table. She went through every cabinet under the table. In the first layer, she found a photograph. In the photograph, 2 3-year-old children with identical appearances stood side by side, unfortunately without any faces. The second layer contained an admission application form. However, only one child's information was on the form. The third layer of the cabinet was locked by an old iron lock and could not be opened. A note was also stuck on it, "Do not damage." Randy was just about to search for a key in the room. At this moment, however, the flashlight beam began to weaken. Perhaps due to low battery, the light grew dimmer. Beside the red door, the white dummy saw this and walked toward Randy. The white dummy's clothing was exceptionally long, completely covering its feet. It took tiny steps, looking very much like it was floating over. The white dummy floated beside Randy. It reached out, pointed at the red candle, then at itself, and grinned. It seemed to be reminding Randy that he could help light the red candle for her. There are no electric lights in the room. If you need lighting, please instruct the white dummy to light the red candle for you. But, was this dummy really white? When she was outside the door, Randy clearly remembered that the dummy's skin was ashen white. Ashen white was a unique color. If black skin was painted white artificially, the final result would appear ashen white. Randy glanced at the dimming flashlight. If she didn't light the red candle soon, she wouldn't see anything in the room. And if something appeared in the dark and caused hallucinations, it would be another headache. Yet, this self-recommending white dummy gave off an unsettling vibe. Details. Pay attention to details. Randy closed her eyes. She quickly recalled all the scenes inside and outside the room. Suddenly, she thought of something, furrowed her eyebrows, and her index finger twitched. In the next second, Randy opened her eyes. She swiftly reached out, grabbed the bottom of the white dummy's long robe, and lifted it up. Underneath the white long robe, a pair of black bare feet was exposed. Randy then quickly went to the black dummy and did the same action. Under the black robe, shockingly, were a pair of white feet. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. These two things thought they could hide their feet under the clothes, avoiding the fake paint, without anyone noticing. However, they didn't expect that when the white dummy walked earlier, it exposed itself. The white dummy approached Randy, wanting to offer its help but dared not take large steps. So it had to move with very small steps, trying to keep its feet hidden under the robe. That's why it looked like it was floating while walking. Randy smiled gently. These two guys must have gone through great lengths to deceive her. No wonder one stood motionless, and the other dared only to take small steps. Now she knew the reason behind it. Moreover, that reddish lipstick on the lips of the ashen white dummy likely wasn't lipstick. Perhaps some unlucky adventurer misidentified the dummy's color and ended up being eaten, leaving behind bloodstains. Randy put away her thoughts. She picked up the red candle and handed it to the real white dummy, gesturing for him to light it. Chapter 85, Calamity from Loose Lips. She took the red candle. The white dummy held the wick, twisting it a couple of times. The candle flame lit up. The white dummy handed the red candle to Randy and retreated to guard behind the door. The real black dummy, having failed to tempt Randy, hung its head sheepishly and returned to guard the other side of the door. Around this time, Randy's flashlight finally ran out of power, its light fading away. Fortunately, the candlelight came just in time. Randy felt relieved. She took the red candle, inserted it into the incense burner used for sacrifices, and continued cleaning. Although she was said to be cleaning, Randy was more focused on finding the key. Randy wiped the entire room clean. Apart from the coffin, she searched every possible place. She even went through the two small red and green figurines on the altar that received worship. In the end, she didn't find even a trace of the key. Bending down, Randy washed the cloth in the bucket. For some reason, after doing just a little work, her body felt inexplicably weak. Not only tired but also very hungry. Her stomach kept growling, yet she had eaten enough at noon. Randy looked at the offerings on the altar. The pig's head offered there, which had not been replaced for a long time, was now a human head. The eyes of the human head were tightly shut, emitting a strong aroma. At the same time, a wave of intense drowsiness swept over her. In the open space of the memorial hall, a single bed suddenly appeared. The bed was covered with a yellow sheet, a yellow pillow, and a thick black quilt. At this moment, the bed was extremely appealing to Randy. The white dummy picked up the human head and handed it to Randy. Eat quickly. Once you eat, you won't be hungry anymore. The black dummy guided Randy to the edge of the single bed. Rest when you're tired. Sleep. Have a good rest. Randy shook her head. At this moment, the two dummies supporting her, one black and one white, looked like Yama and his assistant at first glance. The fourth rule of the memorial hall. The food and bed in the room are specially prepared for you. If you feel hungry or tired inside the room, please use them freely. False. This is a fake rule. Randy pushed these two aside, took out a cup of honey water from her inventory, and drank it quickly. The feeling of losing control soon faded away. The human head used for sacrifice turned back into a pig's head. And that so-called single bed transformed back into the shape of a black coffin. Source of contamination. There must be a source of contamination in this room. Randy's gaze fell on the coffin. The source of contamination within the room was most likely hidden inside the coffin. Just as she thought this, the two dummies in the room suddenly put two red lampshades on the two red candles. The light in the room instantly turned completely red. And at this moment, a knock resounded in the quiet room. Knock knock. One after another. Randy raised her head and looked at the red door. No. The sound didn't come from there, but from. Randy looked at the coffin in the room. Inside the coffin, something seemed to be continuously knocking on the wooden boards. Initially, the noise was relatively soft. As time passed, the knocking became increasingly agitated. It could even be said that it was smashing the coffin. Each strike felt like it was about to overturn the coffin lid. On the altar table, the clothes of the green figurine were gradually turning red. Strange noises began to emerge in the room. This sound was exactly the same as what Randy had heard outside the door while waiting for 10 seconds before entering. Those things are about to come out. Randy rushed to the door, pulled it open, and ran out. Outside the red door, Pepper in the flowered padded jacket and the boy in the raincoat were staring at Randy. At this moment, the wall clock in the main hall struck 5 times. Clang, clang, clang. It was exactly 5 p.m. Without violating the rule, do not go out alone after 6 p.m. So Pepper and the boy couldn't hurt her. Randy brushed past the two and walked away. This time, Randy summed up 3 things. First, there is a source of contamination in the memorial hall. Second, the truth behind the orphanage's strange events may be related to the locked cabinet. Third, the 5th rule of the memorial hall. If you are alive, you must leave the room before 6 p.m. If you are dead, do as you wish. The correct time in this false rule should be corrected to 5 p.m. Because right when Randy came out, the clock in the main hall struck 5. Now that the memorial hall was occupied by the eerie, she would have to wait until next time to go in again. Randy came out of the memorial hall. Looking up, she found that David had already been waiting for her in the corridor. The David had cleaned their dormitory and mopped the 3rd floor corridor again when Randy came out. Vivian, why didn't you bring the bucket? The David asked her. Randy wrote a note. I forgot. The David said oh. The two of them went to report to Milena Marjorie. As it turned out, Milena Marjorie was still snoring on the sofa. Randy didn't wake her up but directly put down the bucket with the David and went straight to the cafeteria. It was dinner time now. Randy stood at the entrance of the cafeteria for a while. Soon, caregivers and children swarmed in. At that moment, one caregiver led her group into the cafeteria. Randy calmly held the hand of a child from that group and slipped in. After having dinner, Randy and the David returned to the wooden house. Inside the hall, Milena Marjorie was being scolded with her head hanging low. You're so grown up and you lost a bucket. And go check the 3rd floor corridor, it's all wet. Will you be responsible if the kids slip? The vice director poked Milena Marjorie's forehead and shouted loudly. Passing by the hall, Randy and the David exchanged glances and quickly left. Milena Marjorie lowered her head, looking sullen. Inadvertently, she caught sight of Randy and the David out of the corner of her eye. Hey, you two, don't leave. Milena Marjorie called them back. She turned to report to the vice director. Vice director, I want to report this. They were the ones who lost the bucket. And the floor on the 3rd floor, they were the ones who mopped it. Hearing these words, Randy stared with shock. This woman actually exposed herself. Caregivers always prioritize the children first, unless she is already dead. The underlying logic of this rule meant every caregiver must abide by the code of conduct that puts children first. In the world of strange tales, regardless of what role one played, they had to follow the rules of their role. At least, not openly violate them in front of leadership. And for Milena Marjorie to shift the blame and speak those words was clearly telling the vice director that she had exploited the children and violated the rules. Randy turned her head toward the scene. Sure enough, as soon as Milena Marjorie spoke, the vice director's expression turned odd. Are you sure about what you're saying? The vice director asked. Milena Marjorie nodded hastily. Absolutely true, no doubt about it. It was them who caused the trouble. The next second, Milena Marjorie's vision went dark. She saw the vice director stretch out his neck, open his mouth wide, and swallow her head in one gulp. Chapter 86, The Villa Tragedy. Randy quickly turned her head away, not wanting to see the bloody scene. Clearly, there was an even more powerful mysterious force controlling this orphanage. Was this powerful force related to whatever was in the coffin? Lost in thought, Randy had unknowingly returned to the dormitory with Luciano, the black boy. Not long after, a new caregiver was assigned to them. You can just call me Daryl. I've recently transferred here as a caregiver. The new caregiver took off his transparent raincoat upon entering and introduced himself. Randy froze for a second when she saw him. Wasn't this the uncle who helped them at the canteen entrance? He looked quite fierce. Daryl continued, I reviewed the files. There are 4 children in our dorm: Ian, Clara, London, and Emil. Boys will sleep next to me. Please adjust your bunks accordingly. Daryl then led them to switch beds. Luciano slept next to Daryl, followed by Gerard, Herman, the chubby girl, and Randy. Gerard was in the trial adoption phase and hadn't officially signed the contract yet. After the adoption contract was signed the next day, he would formally leave the dorm. After dealing with many trivial matters, it was time to go to bed again. Randy calculated the dates. The birthday of this London she possessed was in 3 days, turning 7. If nothing went wrong, she aimed to survive these 3 days to achieve a smooth A-level pass. And this newly assigned Daryl seemed like a decent person. He must have known that darkness could create illusions, so to avoid this, he specially got some new candles. Outside the wooden house, there was a storm with thunder and lightning. Inside, 2 white candles were lit, ready to sleep under their warm glow. After washing up, Randy also lay down in her bed. At this moment, she caught sight of the chubby girl's arm out of the corner of her eye. The brown hair on it had disappeared. Randy clearly remembered that, at noon at the canteen entrance, the chubby girl still had traces of contamination. What happened to the chubby girl in the afternoon for the contamination to disappear? Randy was about to write a note to ask the chubby girl. But the loud evening news playing from Daryl's phone caught her attention. According to reports, a severe burglary and murder case occurred in the Binjiang Villa area. The victims were a young couple. According to informants, the murderer's method was extremely brutal. The bodies of the couple were dismembered, with no internal organs left, and their faces were skinned using tools. Suspects have been apprehended. The news mentioned the Binjiang Villa. If Randy wasn't mistaken, the rat couple lived there. Deputy Director mentioned this casually while talking to Lucia earlier in the afternoon. Knock knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the wooden door of the dormitory. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and no one should be outside. Daryl originally didn't plan to answer it. He instinctively felt that that thing was causing trouble. However, the knocking didn't stop. Reluctantly, Daryl got up from the bed, put on his shoes, and asked, "Who is it?" A familiar voice came from outside the door. "It's me, Emile. I live here." It was the Herman. Why did he come back? Daryl brought a half-body mirror over and unlocked the door, pointing it towards the entrance. "Come in," Daryl said. The wooden door opened. The Herman and Leo entered, both drenched and covered in blood, with torn clothes. "Tell me, how many people do you see in the mirror?" Daryl asked. The Herman glanced at the mirror and answered earnestly, "2 people, Leo and me." Leo also nodded, "Yes, 2 people." Upon hearing this, Daryl relaxed. Normally, Leo shouldn't stay here since she wasn't part of this dorm, but sending her out alone would pose a danger. The children's safety was paramount. Therefore, considering Leo's safety, Daryl agreed to let her stay overnight and arranged for her to sleep with Randy and Clara. "Sister Leo, what happened to you and Emile? Why are you covered in blood? What exactly happened?" The chubby girl asked Leo, who had just finished bathing. Leo was wearing Randy's clean clothes and was drying her hair with a towel. Hearing the chubby girl's question, she hesitated. Tears welled up in her eyes. She immediately crouched on the ground, hugging her knees and crying uncontrollably. Her shoulders shook violently. "Aunt and Josh, they were killed by robbers," sob. Leo wiped tears while speaking. But Randy noticed that Leo was pinching her palm with her fingernails. Leo was using pain to stimulate herself, forcing the tears to come out. Gerard, affected by this, also felt his nose tingle and started to cry. Thinking about those terrifying scenes, Gerard's body couldn't stop shivering. His entire body was trembling. "All right, Clara, don't ask your brother and sister anymore. They just got back from the police station after giving statements. Let them rest properly." Daryl diffused the situation and comforted the two for a bit. At night, everyone prepared to rest. And at that moment, a sudden electric ZZZ sound appeared in Randy's ears. Then came strange drip sounds. This is Morse code. The intelligence department was sending her Morse code. Randy was taken aback. Although she didn't understand why, she quickly took out paper and pen and recorded the corresponding information. She scribbled half a page densely. Looking at the content, Randy felt her scalp tingling. This communication conveyed 2 pieces of information. First, in Huagua prison, a serial killer mysteriously disappeared on the day of execution. The killer was female, left-handed. Her habitual method of killing involved skinning and removing hearts. Her modus operandi was extremely proficient, with a decade-long crime spree. She excelled at forging crime scenes and planting evidence. Second, a hidden chosen one had infiltrated the orphanage instance. The hidden chosen one belonged to the enemy camp and was very likely the aforementioned serial killer. To prevent communication from being intercepted, Morse code, which the killer couldn't understand, was used. The intelligence department initially narrowed down the suspect to Emile and Leo, and they reminded Randy in the message to be cautious and prioritize safety. By Randy's bed, Leo, who was under the same blanket as the chubby girl, kept frowning while digging in her ear. "What's wrong, Sister Leo? Is your ear uncomfortable?" The chubby girl tilted her head and asked Leo. Leo scratched again. "Nothing. Maybe water got in my ear when I washed my hair earlier, causing some auditory hallucinations." Randy glanced at her, her eyes flickering. After a moment, she put away the note with the code and got out of bed. Randy walked straight to the candle. She then lit the note, burning it to ashes. Chapter 87, He is not the May. Randy glanced at the half-length mirror as she walked back to the bed after burning the note. The mirror was facing the direction of the door. The wooden door of the dormitory was locked. But in the mirror, Randy couldn't see the wooden door. Where the wooden door should be, there was only an empty door frame. And outside the door frame still stood Pepper in her floral padded jacket and the little boy in his raincoat. Randy had a feeling. These 2 strange beings outside did not follow Leo and the Herman here. Because their gazes were always fixed on Randy. They seemed to have an obsession, wanting very much to take Randy away. At this moment, Randy suddenly remembered the 6th rule of the wooden house. In the dormitory, there is one and only one non-human. Please pay attention and distinguish. This ghost. Who could it be? Night fell. Randy was extremely light sleeper. With a murderer hiding in the room, she didn't dare to fall asleep. Fortunately, perhaps because the murderer had just killed the couple of rats today, he was a bit tired. So that night, the murderer did not make any moves against Randy. Early the next morning, while washing up, Randy kept observing Leo and the Herman. Oddly enough, these 2 children turned out to be left-handed. According to intelligence from China, the hidden chosen one in this scenario was a serial killer who was left-handed. If one of them really was the murderer, wouldn't they try harder to hide this habit? Now, the most straightforward method for Randy would be to kill both Leo and Emile. Surviving in the apocalypse, any mercy would mean death for Randy herself. However, the main concern now was whether the hidden chosen one had any skill boosts. Since the hidden chosen one belonged to the Eerie camp, it meant she had a high probability of obtaining some significant abilities. Otherwise, how could Randy explain these 2 children under 7 years no aging to kill the couple of rats despite being in a disadvantaged position? Therefore, whether Randy could defeat this serial killer became an issue she needed to consider. Are you secretly watching me? Leo turned around while washing up and asked Randy. Indeed, Randy was observing her. She wanted to see if those eyes of Leo, which seemed like a mature woman's in her 20s or 30s, were real. But this Leo appeared more perceptive than an average child. Despite Randy trying to hide her gaze as much as possible, Leo still noticed. Facing Leo's inquiry, Randy did not respond. After washing up with the other kids, Randy left the dormitory with Daryl. After breakfast, citing discomfort, Randy took leave from Daryl and did not go to class. Nannies always put the children first. So Randy's excuse was unlikely to be refused. After getting the leave approved, Randy returned to the 3rd floor, in front of the memorial hall. Currently, the fastest way to complete the level was actually the SSS rank mission: investigate the orphanage's truth, eliminate the source of contamination. The S rank route of being adopted was no longer viable. As for the A rank survive to turn 7, the risks had increased with the addition of the serial killer. Now she had to beware of the eeriness as well as the human murderer. Actually, for Randy, the eerie side wasn't that scary yet. As long as Randy didn't violate the rules, they couldn't harm her. But the human murderer was different. The murderer could launch a personal attack on Randy at any time. Randy might die unexpectedly. Rather than waiting for the A rank completion, it might be better to actively look for clues and attempt the SSS rank. Randy lifted her eyes. Her steps had already stopped at the entrance of the memorial hall. Following tradition, she knocked 3 times on the red door. After waiting 10 seconds, Randy pushed the door open and walked inside. This time, Randy brought white candles from the dormitory. So when a white dummy offered to light the red candle for her, Randy completely ignored it. She went straight to the black coffin. What exactly was inside this coffin? After much thought, Randy took out a cup of honey water from her spatial item storage and drank it all in one go. Then, squatting beside the coffin, she intended to open it. Right then, a childish voice sounded behind her. You'd better not do that. Randy paused in her movements. This was the May's voice. A hint of surprise flashed across Randy's eyes. She turned abruptly and saw a 3-year-old boy sitting on a chair, wearing green clothes. Wasn't this boy the May? Only, the way the May looked at Randy was very unfamiliar. Randy guessed it was because the May hadn't recognized her. Randy wanted to explain but couldn't speak due to her mute attribute. Writing notes to the May wouldn't work since the May couldn't read. Thus, in the memorial hall, Randy and the May stared at each other, unable to communicate. Your name is Vivian, right? The May asked. Randy nodded. After getting the confirmation, the May pondered for 2 seconds. Then he took out a huge burlap sack. This burlap sack was bigger than the May himself. He bent down to rummage through it, tossing things out as he searched. This is Nyo-Nyo's right leg, not mine. This belongs to Emil, but not me either. This is Ian's, also not. Finally, he found what belonged to Vivian. Holding that item, the May handed it over to Randy. Here you go. This is the vocal cords you traded with me last time. I'll return them temporarily. So, what do you want to tell me? The May sat back on the chair, eagerly watching Randy, waiting for her to speak. At this moment, Randy's voice miraculously returned. Randy coughed lightly and looked at the May before speaking. Leo, I'm Randy, the chosen one from Huagua, your mommy. The May was stunned. He kicked his legs and jumped off the chair. Approaching Randy, he then examined her for a few seconds with a strange look. Randy. The May frowned, then shook his head firmly. I don't recognize you. I only know Sister Vivian, but you can't be her. The Sister Vivian in the May's words referred to the 7-year-old girl Randy possessed. Randy couldn't understand why the May said he didn't recognize her. Oh, right. The May looked at Randy. You wanted to open the coffin just now, didn't you? I advise you not to. If it were Sister Vivian herself, she definitely wouldn't do that. The May tried to persuade Randy. Randy glanced at the coffin, then at the May. She curled her lips. But I'm not your Sister Vivian. Unable to stop her, the May stood beside her, watching and muttering. Hey, Randy, if you do this, someone will get angry, the May warned Randy. Randy's eyes flickered. The truth, was she close? Who will get angry? Randy pretended to be casual and asked nonchalantly. She held the coffin lid, making a fake motion as if she were about to open it. It didn't matter whether she opened the coffin right away or not. What mattered was that this might lure the May into revealing the truth. Some truths about the Sunshine Orphanage. The May will get angry, the May in front of her replied. Upon hearing this answer, Randy was taken aback. She looked at him with confusion, her gaze piercing the little boy in green clothes. So, you're not the May? Randy asked him. Though it was a question, Randy had already guessed the answer. The boy in front of her wore green, while the May preferred red. This boy seemed unfamiliar to Randy, yet the May wasn't. No wonder he said he didn't recognize Randy just now. Who are you really? Randy's tone became serious. Seeing Randy's reaction, the little boy shrugged. He said carelessly, I'm Jameson, the May is my brother. I never claimed to be the May. Chapter 88 The Deceased in the Coffin. Hearing this reply, Randy raised her eyebrows slightly. She recalled the photo under the first drawer beneath the cabinet. It was a picture of twin brothers with no faces. Speaking of which, those faceless twins should be Jameson and Mario. Where is your brother Mario? Randy asked Jameson. However, strangely enough, Jameson did not answer directly. He suddenly squinted his eyes, hugged his little belly, and pointed at Randy's back with a small hand, giggling, "Hey, Randy, look behind you, hey." I'm dying of laughter. Jameson, that little body, laughed so hard that he could barely catch his breath. Randy quickly dodged. She turned around to look behind her. Beside the coffin stood Pepper in a big red floral cotton jacket. Pepper bent over and pushed hard on the coffin lid. Dust fell off in showers, and the coffin lid was pushed open with a loud bang. Randy's pupils shrank instantly when she saw what was inside. The corpse inside was actually Randy herself. To be precise, it was 7-year-old London. London was covered in mud, her mouth and nose stuffed with black mud. She had died 2 days ago, buried alive. "Little Lee, Grandma let you play for 2 more days, have you had enough now?" Pepper looked at Randy and smiled kindly, her eyes wrinkled, and her face covered in corpse spots. In the hall, white candles were still burning dimly. These candles were brought by Randy from the dormitory. Since Randy entered the orphanage dormitory, they always lit white candles there. White candles are used to mourn the dead. Pepper supported herself on the coffin and stood up. She looked at Randy. "Good child, come in quickly. Don't run around, it will cause trouble." Pepper walked towards Randy, took her hand, and led her towards the coffin. Randy pondered for a second, then secretly bit her tongue. The taste of blood spread out, but the wound did not heal. Randy's physical injuries did not transfer, indicating only one thing. Magdalena was already dead. When she was buried alive at the start, Magdalena had already died in place of Randy. It was just that during the moment of death, Magdalena took the hit, so Randy always felt she hadn't died. Randy continued living here with the belief that I thought I was still alive. "Little Lee, listen to Grandma and lie down. There will be no pain," Pepper whispered as if casting a spell. "You've been dead for a long time, why suffer like this? Don't think about other things. You're dead, the deceased should rest. Do you remember Daryl who died in the car accident? You liked Daryl the most. After Daryl died, you became an orphan. You barely exchanged your voice for one last meeting with Daryl. Now you are dead, you can go find him yourself, isn't that great? Good child, obey, lie down. Hurry up." As Randy approached the coffin, everyone held their breath. Pepper tried to persuade her, while Jameson suppressed his laughter. The black and white mannequins guarding the door also looked this way and oddly grinned. Randy was brought beside the coffin, listening to the hypnotic voice, her expression gradually turning blank. Just when Pepper thought everything was going smoothly and relaxed her guard, Randy suddenly glared coldly and shoved Pepper into the coffin. With her disabled legs and old age, Pepper had no chance to resist. Her frail bones lay sprawled in the coffin, unable to get up. Outside, Randy quickly closed the coffin lid and sat on it. Regardless of Pepper's knocking inside, Randy brushed off the dust from her hands and finished the job. The corpse in the coffin couldn't possibly be Randy. Randy had 2 lives, even if Magdalena was dead, Randy still had 1 life left. If Randy wasn't dead, it was impossible for another London's corpse to appear out of nowhere. And there was one detail, the dust. When Pepper opened the coffin, dust fell from the coffin lid. It showed that this coffin hadn't been cleaned and had been there for a long time. How could a fresh corpse appear in a coffin that had been there for years? With the corpse spots on Pepper's body and her constant attempts to lure Randy into the hall and near the coffin, there was only one possibility. Pepper was looking for a scapegoat. Once Randy entered the coffin, the game would fail. And Randy would remain here forever, becoming the dead person in the coffin. Pepper was very devious. Last time, she disguised the coffin as a bed, luring a tired Randy to lie down willingly. This time, she brainwashed Randy, making her believe she was already dead, tricking her into lying down in the coffin herself. The source of pollution in the coffin might be the wronged spirits of one substitute victim after another. The more people who enter, the heavier the pollution in the coffin becomes. Seeing Randy's actions, Jameson couldn't help but sigh disappointingly. "Oh, no fun, I thought there would be a good show." Jameson sat back on the chair, crossing his arms and legs. At this moment, Randy noticed that Jameson was wearing a key around his neck. Could that be the key to the 3rd drawer? Randy was about to speak when she felt something coming out of her throat. "Randy, I remember you." Using his eerie power, Jameson retracted that thing and carefully placed it back into the hemp bag. Once again, Randy couldn't make a sound. While bending down to pick up the strange things thrown out of the hemp bag, Jameson continued talking to Randy. Most of those strange items were body parts of children. "Even though you didn't die this time, you will next time. My brother said waiting for death is scarier than facing it directly." Jameson warned Randy with a tone filled with petty pride. Randy thought for a moment, took out a heart from her space pocket, gently tossed it, caught it again, and then waved it at Jameson. Jameson glanced at it, hesitated, and his eyes went wide instantly. "Wow, how did you get such a good thing?" Jameson threw the hemp bag aside, walked to Randy, and looked at her obediently. Randy pointed at her throat, indicating an exchange. Hearing this, Jameson's expression became conflicted and troubled. "But if I give it to you, you'll recover your voice and be adopted. The people outside are bad." Jameson spoke sincerely. It seemed that the various defects of the children in the orphanage were all caused by Jameson. For some reason, Jameson didn't want the children to be adopted away. The best way to prevent them from being taken away was to make everyone defective children. Because of their defects, they generally wouldn't be chosen by adults. Did Jameson's psychology have anything to do with their background? Randy thought for a moment and took out 2 more hearts from her space pocket. 3 hearts held in hand. Randy deliberately waved them around Jameson's nose. Since one heart couldn't resolve it, 3 would be tried. As expected, Jameson was tempted. He swallowed, his eyes gleaming with greed. Well, I'll give you a bit longer. Jameson used his eerie power again to return the vocal cords to Randy's body. Randy recovered her voice once more. Jameson snatched the hearts, eating them one by one with great enjoyment. Why do you like eating hearts? Randy asked Jameson. With juice dripping from his mouth, Jameson mumbled, my brother said eat what needs supplementing. My brother and I were born with heart problems, so our parents left us at the orphanage door. I remember that night. Chapter 89, Ghost Catching in the Dormitory. The truth of the matter was about to be revealed. But before Jameson could finish speaking, Randy immediately turned away with a darkened face and left the room. It had changed. In the memorial hall, the 2 dolls used for worship had changed color. The 6th rule of the memorial hall. The 2 dolls worshipped inside must be one red and one green. If you find that both have turned red, leave the room immediately by any means necessary. This damned eeriness. You thought it was telling you the truth, helping you clear the stage. But in reality, it was constantly tempting you to break the rules, wanting you to die. At the moment the red door closed, a red figure flashed by as well. That small red shadow darted out. Judging by the commotion, it seemed someone had been kicked. Ouch. Brother, why did you hit me? Jameson's aggrieved voice sounded. Jameson huffed as he explained to Mario. Brother, I didn't open that coffin. Pepper opened it herself, and I clearly advised Randy not to open it. Ouch. It seemed Jameson had been kicked again. Mario's irritable voice echoed, Randy, do you call her that? I have to call her mommy, but you call her Randy. Randy couldn't hear the ensuing argument clearly, because the white dummy at the door had slammed the red door shut with a bang. Randy stood at the entrance for a while. A tall black shadow appeared in the corridor. Randy turned her head to look, only to meet the gaze of the grumpy caretaker uncle. Her eyes flickered. This newly arrived grumpy caretaker uncle was surnamed Ars, and he always helped her subtly or openly. Could he be connected to Daryl whom Pepper mentioned? According to Pepper, Daryl was London's only relative. After Daryl died, London was forced to come to the orphanage. Little Lee, why did you go to the memorial hall alone? It's dangerous. The grumpy caretaker walked over and held Randy's hand. How are you feeling, little Lee? Still not feeling well? As they walked, the caretaker asked her solicitously. Randy shook her head slightly in response. She observed the caretaker a few times. The caretaker was covered from head to toe. Mask, hat, gloves, thick clothes, he had everything on. Randy secretly glanced at the back of the caretaker's head. Something strange seemed to be seeping out from under the cap. Was it brain matter? Pepper said Daryl died in a car accident. Because his body was severely damaged, he had to cover himself up tightly to avoid showing any vulnerabilities, right? Friendless little London wished to see Daryl once more, and the corresponding price was to give up her voice. That's why London became mute. And for London, Daryl might have made some sort of pact with the bizarre world, willingly becoming an NPC here, staying forever. Randy looked at the caretaker again. She felt she had uncovered a large part of the truth behind the orphanage's eerie events, but not all of it. Moreover, Randy needed to find a way to destroy the source of contamination in the orphanage. The source of contamination had 2 parts. One was in the coffin in the memorial hall. In addition, there was another place. Candy House. After little Fatty visited the candy house, her contamination worsened. So something must be hidden there. The 4th rule of the wooden house. There is no candy house in the orphanage. If someone invites you to the candy house, refuse. This rule was false. The candy house existed. If this rule didn't want Randy to go to the candy house, it meant something was definitely hidden there that they didn't want Randy to know. Daryl, do you know where the candy house is? Randy tugged at the sleeve of the caretaker. The caretaker wasn't surprised at all by London suddenly speaking. He just frowned and thought for a moment. I just arrived, so I'm not very clear. Randy said oh and didn't press further. The caretaker's lack of surprise at London not being mute confirmed that he already knew her. He was indeed London's uncle who died in the car accident. The caretaker led Randy through the cold rain to the backyard. Many people were gathered there, all wearing transparent raincoats and standing neatly in front of the cemetery. Another batch of new children was about to be buried, with tombstones prepared. No child could be absent during each burial ceremony. Vice Zephyr, all the children from our dormitory are here. The grumpy caretaker led Randy to a line. The Vice Zephyr glanced at Randy and nodded. Let's start then. Your dormitory goes first, the Vice Zephyr instructed. After agreeing, the caretaker took out 4 paper balls. He placed them in his palm, allowing the 4 children from the dormitory to draw lots. Randy also picked one. When she opened it, inside was a picture of a skull. The slip of paper detailed a task for the burial ceremony. Please identify the ghost child in the dormitory and let him rest in peace. Below were a few lines of information. In the dormitory, some children have already died, but they believe they are still alive. Please persuade them to abandon their obsession so that the deceased can rest in peace. Please note, the burial ceremony is held only once a week. Conaren not timely buried will turn into eerie entities, permanently. In Randy's dormitory, the results of the drawing were revealed. Except for Randy, the other 3 children had drawn blank pieces of paper. This time, Randy would be the one to identify. Randy looked at the chubby girl, the little boy, and the dark-skinned boy, deep in thought. Firstly, Randy was certain she wasn't a ghost. Secondly, the little boy had returned with Leo around 10 last night, both unharmed. Based on the rule never go out alone, especially after 6 in the evening, neither the little boy nor Leo could be ghosts. Apart from them, only the chubby girl and the dark-skinned boy remained. The chubby girl had visited the candy house before and had been contaminated. Only living people could be contaminated. Ghost children themselves were the embodiments of eeriness and couldn't be contaminated. Therefore, the chubby girl wasn't a ghost either. Eliminating all impossible options, what remained, no matter how unwilling to believe, was the correct answer. Randy's gaze circled around and finally settled on someone's face. Realizing Randy's reaction, this person gradually came to understand. He looked at Randy with a sorrowful expression, his voice trembling slightly. Really, it's me? Chapter 90 The Candy House at the Fork in the Road. The David's face was pale as he stared fixedly at Randy. Randy nodded gently. The rain outside was pouring heavily, making it impossible to distinguish whether the water on the David's face was tears or rainwater. He stood there motionlessly for a long time before walking into the graveyard. The David was an odd person. When he fell ill, it was only a small effort for Randy to lend him a helping hand. But after that, he had been especially kind to Randy. The cause of the David's death was asthma, and so was his obsession. Due to congenital asthma, he was abandoned by his relatives. During his asthma attack, he received no help from anyone, which led to his untimely death. From the beginning, this rundown orphanage could not afford substantial funds for his asthma treatment. After the David's death, he imagined the orphanage provided him with enough medication. Note, here can be considered as special effect, but usually means effective or potent in medical context, so better translation may be potent medication. He had been waiting for someone who would find his asthma medication during his attacks and give him a hand. That way, he wouldn't have died in vain. Eventually, he waited for such a person, and Randy helped him. His heart was content. Goodbye London, you are the only friend I like. Thank you for helping me that night when my asthma flared up. The David took off the hood of his raincoat, stood in the rain, and waved goodbye to Randy. Randy also waved in response. The David's body gradually turned transparent and vanished in the drizzling rain. In the narrow graveyard at the back, another small tombstone was added. It read, Haroun, died at age 6. The Trinity bowed her head in silence, and the others followed suit. For a long time, the Trinity lifted her face, which was already filled with moisture. She muttered, Haroun has always been stubborn since childhood. This name was one he insisted on changing himself. He once told me that if he could be healthier and stronger, he might have a chance to have a happy family. The burial ceremony continued. By the end of the proceedings, a row of new tombstones had been added to the cemetery. The heavy rain left everyone feeling solemn. Daryl bid farewell to the Trinity and left the scene ahead of schedule. After the ceremony ended, Randy and the other children headed back. As they passed by the small fork in the road, Randy subconsciously glanced over. Previously, there was always a strange man here without an umbrella or a raincoat. But this time, the man was gone. Randy stared in that direction for a while. Amidst the greyish rainy curtain, a shadow appeared from that side. The shadow gradually merged with the memory of the strange man and finally became the clear face of the Matthew. The Matthew's bulky figure looked slightly clumsy in the rain. He hurried over and walked up to Randy. Don't look anymore, little Lee, don't go there, it's very dangerous. Matthew raised his hand and pointed towards the fork in the road behind him. At that moment, the Trinity passed by them. Seeing Matthew pointing towards the fork, she instantly grew stern. But after listening carefully to what the Matthew said, her expression gradually softened. Randy had seen all the movements between the Trinity and Matthew. She bent down to tie her shoelaces deliberately, allowing others to walk ahead. After everyone left, Randy stood up and looked in the direction of the fork. A moment later, she headed toward the fork. In the live stream, comments were flooding in. Experts also got into heated arguments. What is Randy doing? Could it be that she saw something? But clearly, something is off about the fork. The Matthew prioritizes children's safety and would never lie. What's wrong with Randy today? What should we do? Should we use our communication opportunity? Don't rush. Let's see how things unfold. Randy isn't the type to act foolishly. Everyone kept watching the live feed. On the screen, Randy walked along the muddy path deeper in, until she reached the end of the small road where a colorful little house appeared before her. Outside the small house hung a sign that read Candy House. The entire house emitted a dense aura of blackness inside and out. Randy curled her lips into a smile. Indeed, just as she suspected. Some words should never be taken at face value. On the surface, Matthew didn't lie. Going down the forked path was indeed dangerous. He warned Randy explicitly not to go there. However, don't forget, he is the Matthew. One rule of being a childcare provider is to prioritize children's safety above all else. Randy had asked Matthew about the candy house earlier. And this place, the candy house itself, is a source of pollution. Bound by the rules of being a childcare provider, Josh definitely could not directly reveal the location of the pollution source to Randy. Otherwise, he would violate the role's rules, especially with the scene just now and the Trinity still present. Therefore, it was even less likely for Josh Conacher to speak outright. In any case, Josh Conacher's hints were already in place. As for whether Randy could understand them or not, it depended on her own ability. Randy made her way to the end of the road, crouching outside the candy house, using stones to shield herself. She saw a group of people unloading cargo at the entrance to the candy house. Those people were all wearing uniforms of the Little Yellow Jacket Foundation. On the boxes of goods, the words Honey Soft Candy were written in large characters. Previously, Randy had never been clear why Xiao Pangni, who had been contaminated after visiting the candy house, would have the contamination on her arm mysteriously disappear. Now, it seemed the truth had come to light. It was the people from the Little Yellow Jacket Foundation who sponsored a batch of honey soft candy. Anyone entering the candy house would definitely be contaminated. But if they ate the honey soft candy, the contamination could be promptly eliminated. Randy guessed that honey soft candy and hot honey water should have a similar effect. Randy continued to squat outside and keep watch. Only after everyone left did Randy reveal herself. She walked to the door of the candy house. The big door of the candy house was wide open, and a red awning was set up in front of the house. Under the awning, there was a rocking chair. The rocking chair kept swaying back and forth even though no one was pushing it. On the chair, a small tabby cat with tightly closed eyes curled up its body, hugging its tail, sleeping amidst the rain. Randy walked under the awning and glanced at the little tabby cat. Under the kitten's body, a piece of paper was pressed down. Randy carefully pinched the paper, pulled it out. It was a new rule. Sunshine Orphanage, Candy House Rules. 1. The kitten doesn't like eating candy. If you find the kitten starting to eat candy, please leave this place as soon as possible. 2. The old director has poor sleep. If you find him resting here, remember, do not disturb his rest. 3. Choose candies freely inside the candy house. But before leaving, make sure to take at least one honey soft candy with you. Chapter 91. The source of contamination in the candy house. There weren't many rules in the candy house. After noting them down, Randy put aside the note and walked to the door of the candy house. The house was filled with swirling dark air. Randy mentally prepared herself, then stepped into the small house. The moment she entered, she was stunned by the scene before her eyes. For a moment, she was disoriented, wondering if she had finished the strange tale and returned home. This layout, this decoration, it was completely like Randy's old shabby building. But this house gave Randy a feeling more akin to her home from over 10 years ago. Janine, what are you standing there for? Quickly put your school bag down and come sit for dinner. Randy's mother came out of the kitchen, holding 2 steaming hot dishes. The aroma wafted through the air, exactly the same as in her memories. Randy stared at her mother's beaming face, feeling an overwhelming pang of nostalgia. As she was lost in thought, her father also emerged from the kitchen, holding a large bowl of hot soup. Tomato egg soup. My daughter loves it. Ah, it's so hot, move, move. Her father's face was filled with joy. At this time, her father had not yet been contaminated, his body still healthy. Do you know what day it is today? Her father asked cheerfully. Randy glanced at the old almanac on the wall and then noticed the unboxed wedding photo album on the coffee table. A thought flashed through her mind. If I'm not mistaken, today is Mom and Dad's anniversary. Randy smiled warmly. Her parents exchanged a glance, then looked at Randy again. No wonder our daughter is so smart from a young age. Ha ha ha. Vivian, your dad and I have decided that we'll take a nice trip together when you have summer vacation in a few days, her mother explained beside her. Her mother put some shredded meat on Randy's plate. Eat more, our Vivian is still growing. Try this dish, Mommy learned a new recipe today. Her mother looked at Randy expectantly. Randy picked up the meat with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and furrowed her brows slightly. What's wrong, Vivian? Is it too salty? Her mother worried. Randy shook her head. It's not salty, but it's very sweet. Did Mommy put too much sugar? Randy hurriedly took a bite of rice. She lifted her eyes, intending to say something more. In the blink of an eye, the scene before her vanished entirely. All that remained in front of Randy were countless candies. And in her hand was a piece of unwrapped candy paper, with a fruit-hard candy already in her mouth. Candy is sweet, right, Mommy? Callie laughed, looking at Randy in the candy house. Randy was surprised. Callie? Callie calmly approached Randy, grinning. He took the candy paper from her hand. This is a piece of Mommy's dream fragment. We need to collect it. Randy watched as Callie hung the so-called dream fragment on a new red string. Only then did Randy notice that there were numerous small red strings hanging from the ceiling. Each string was unique, belonging to its own owner. From this, she inferred that anyone who had visited the candy house would acquire their own dream fragment. Randy's gaze swept across Crystal's thin thread. Seeing what was on the thread, Randy's eyes flickered. Does entering the candy house always create dream fragments? Randy asked Callie. Callie thought for a moment. Not necessarily. A person only has one chance per year to generate a dream fragment. Other times, no matter how much candy they eat, it won't work. Randy looked at Crystal's thread again, her gaze deepening. The contamination in the candy house was severe. Every piece of candy in this room could be so sweet that it made people forget their pain. But the side effect of eating sweets was contamination. The more they ate, the heavier the contamination. After swallowing the hard candy, Randy already had stiff hair growing on her face and hands. Small bumps began to appear all over her skin. Without hesitation, she quickly approached a pile of candies, dug out a few honey soft candies, and ate them. The contamination subsided somewhat. Randy didn't plan to stay longer in the candy house. The source of contamination had been identified. Now, she needed to leave as soon as possible. Using the spatial skill, she took away several boxes of honey soft candies and left the candy house with Callie. When Randy came out, the little tabby cat under the awning had already woken up. Though small, the cat exuded an inexplicable sense of old age. It greedily licked the candy in front of it, seemingly trying to numb itself with the sweetness. But as it ate more candy, its eyes became increasingly lifeless. Randy remembered the first rule of the candy house. If a cat begins to eat candy, leave immediately. Randy quickened her pace. Upon exiting the candy house, Randy's expression turned unusually grave. The contamination inside the candy house was too severe. Everyone here has their own obsession, and the candy house is the place that absorbs these obsessions. Destroying so many sources of contamination is not an easy task. Especially, it's always stormy weather at the orphanage. Burning everything might not work either. One of the SSS level completion conditions is to eliminate the source of contamination. It proved more difficult than Randy had imagined. Walking out from the small forked path, Randy looked up and saw a familiar pink figure ahead. Recognizing the pink dress and the twin pigtails on her head, Randy identified it as Thelma, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Thelma, who was strange, was the daughter of Claire that Randy brought over from the asylum. Thelma had been adopted by someone. The woman who adopted her was less like a human and more like something strange. An idea suddenly struck Randy. Strange things can adopt children too. But the condition is, this strange entity must not harm Randy. After some thought, Randy suddenly recalled a person. She quickly returned to the dormitory and found the caretaker uncle cleaning. Daryl, Randy called him. The caretaker uncle turned around, replying, "What's wrong, Janine?" Randy came straight to the point. "Can Daryl adopt me? I don't want to stay here." Hearing Randy's request, the caretaker uncle's eyes lit up momentarily. But soon, they dimmed as if he remembered something. He shook his head sadly. "I can't leave. I died a long time ago. You've been seeing me because I accepted the strange contract of the orphanage. Bound by the contract, I must stay here forever." Randy paused for a moment. Glancing at the mobile phone in the caretaker uncle's pocket, she continued, "Can Josh contact someone outside? Does Josh have any friends suitable for adopting children? I want to get out. S-level completion condition. Secure a suitable adoptive family and escape the orphanage." The most appropriate way to complete this task was to be adopted. Initially, Randy's first choice was the strange Daryl, but since he couldn't leave the orphanage due to his role. However, if Daryl could contact someone outside and this friend knows him well, then he definitely wouldn't harm his niece London. This was the safest and fastest method to complete the task. Upon hearing Randy's words, Daryl's face showed a brief flicker of disappointment. "Must you really leave?" he asked Randy. Randy knew that Daryl stayed as an NPC for the young girl London she possessed. Now, Randy intended to leave. For Daryl, who had signed the indenture, this was indeed cruel. However, Randy was very clear that she was Randy now, not the character London in the. Thus, even if it was cruel, Randy had to do it. Randy lifted her gaze and firmly looked at the caretaker uncle. "Daryl, I really want to get out." The caretaker uncle lowered his eyelashes, hiding his melancholy. After a long silence, he finally nodded heavily. "All right. Whatever our London wants to do, Daryl will support you with all my heart." Chapter 92, Water Pollution. The caretaker uncle took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. He said while searching, "Come to think of it, Josh does have a suitable friend. He was my former colleague, working at the Clear Spring Hotel like me. You can call him Josh Aiden. You've met a few times before. The old Aiden family has never been able to have children, so it's appropriate for you to go. I will entrust him with taking care of you in the name of my last wish." The caretaker uncle soon contacted Josh Aiden. In the afternoon, Josh Aiden arrived at the orphanage. He specifically asked for Vivian. Since he provided proof of kinship, Randy could be taken away directly, without needing to go through a trial adoption period. After Josh Aiden negotiated with the deputy director, he gave Randy some time to pack her things. Randy returned to the dormitory and bid farewell to Daryl. Daryl handed her an all-access keycard, which was a room card from the Clear Spring Hotel. He instructed Randy, "Vivian, there's not much else Josh can do for you now, only this card. This card can open any door. When necessary, it can provide you with shelter." Randy accepted the card. As she left the dormitory, the hallway was filled with bizarre entities. All these strange beings emerged, trying to block Randy's path. Randy knew that what these bizarre entities wanted to retain was not Randy but May. May was the master of the candy house. Without May's power, the candy house would find it hard to sustain itself. When the candy house would collapse, Randy couldn't be sure either. Randy pushed through the crowd and reached the hall. "Vivian, are you really leaving? Can you stay, Vivian?" In the center of the hall, two children stood in front of Randy. One was a little boy, and the other was Leo. Both of their left hands were holding knives. Randy's gaze swept over them and finally rested on the little boy's face. Randy's eyes hardened slightly. "What, planning to kill me now, Emil? Or should I call you, murderer?" Keaton raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Randy glanced at a fruit knife on the coffee table in the hall, speaking as she casually moved closer. "I thought the hidden chosen one was Leo. But when I went to the candy house, I found out that Leo had more than 30 dream fragment. Dream fragments can only be generated once a year, indicating that Leo has been here for at least 30 years. Leo hasn't grown up because of a hormonal disorder in her body. Leo looks physically fine, but her condition is actually the most severe. Once adoptive parents discover the truth, they would abandon this strange child named Leo. That's why Leo periodically creates a new age for herself, changes her name, and returns to the orphanage. After analyzing, Randy lifted her eyes and looked at Leo. Am I right? Leo's gaze wavered, she turned her head away, biting her lip and remained silent. The hidden chosen one was the murderer, and the murderer was left-handed. Randy's gaze shifted down, focusing on the small knife held by Leo's left hand. From her grip on the knife, it was evident that Leo was not proficient with her left hand. Randy guessed that Leo witnessed the entire murder process carried out by the little boy in the Riverside villa. Keaton must have deliberately spared Leo to confuse matters. However, the prerequisite was that Leo must pretend to be left-handed. This way, it would mislead Randy and keep him out of danger. I'm sure the couple in apartment 204 was killed by you. Randy's gaze directly confronted the little boy. Hit by Randy's accusation, the little boy stopped pretending. Thinking of everything the couple had done, his adrenaline surged, turning his face red. With flushed cheeks, he shouted, "They deserved to die." A brief moment of silence. Breaking the silence, the little boy frowned and said angrily, "I am indeed a murderer, but I don't kill anyone randomly." Facing Randy, the little boy put away the folding dagger. "Go ahead, I won't kill you." Randy raised her eyebrows in surprise. In this bizarre world, where it was life or death, she didn't dare easily trust any promises. Keaton knew Randy didn't believe him, so he sneered. "You thought I didn't understand your conversation with the intelligence department. If I intended to make a move, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now?" Randy watched him warily, gripping the fruit knife tightly, moving slowly toward the exit. Josh Aiden was waiting outside in his car. She needed to get out quickly. Once out, Randy could pass the level. "Hey, Randy." The murderer suddenly called her back. "If you can survive this mystery, visit the Jinghai City orphanage for me. I think most people wouldn't accept a child of a rapist, and neither could I. But after escaping for 10 years, I can never let go of my child." Randy turned back to look at him in surprise. This time, Randy saw not the face of a Herman, but a gaunt woman in her 30s. This woman knew Morse code and how to hide her left-handedness, which was enough to show that she was smart, wise, and knowledgeable. But the woman's right hand was twisted into an odd posture. She was a murderer, but she wasn't naturally left-handed. It was because she was trafficked to a remote mountain area, where her right hand endured inhumane torture and couldn't be used at all, forcing her to switch to using her left hand. Randy nodded. "I promise you." Randy quickly headed toward the door. However, countless anomalies suddenly gathered at the wooden house's entrance, blocking Randy's way. They couldn't let May leave. Although Randy hadn't broken any rules and the anomalies couldn't harm her, they could collectively obstruct her. Randy's expression turned cold as she held the fruit knife and sliced her palm, staining it with human blood. Facing the blocking anomalies, Randy raised the blood-stained dagger, one slash per anomaly. As she wounded them, the blood-stained dagger became increasingly transparent. The number of anomalies was overwhelmingly large. She killed many, but their numbers remained unchanged. Randy felt stumped. In the next second, the murderer appeared beside Randy. Her killing method was lethal, not inferior to Randy's. The woman fought while shouting at Randy, "Go, I'll cover your retreat. Before I die. I also want to be a good person once." Then, the woman created countless duplicates. The hidden talent given to the murderer by the anomalous world was cloning. The murderer's clones filled up the battlefield. The talent given to the hidden chosen one by the mastermind behind the anomalous world indicated a true intent to kill Randy. Fortunately, the murderer was not against Randy. Randy took May and ran out of the wooden house quickly during this opportunity. Outside, dark clouds covered the sky, winter rain fell continuously, and lightning flashed with thunder. Randy braved through the rain toward the back gate of the orphanage. When she reached the gate, she saw 3 people from the Water Pollution Control Bureau. The deputy director was guarding the gate and received them as they got off the vehicle. The Water Pollution Control Bureau showed their credentials. "We've received reports that the water source at the orphanage contains radioactive materials." Saying that, they presented a stack of diagnosis reports. The deputy director looked shocked. "How is that possible? We use river water, like the surrounding residents." "Do you know the Jiao couple, who were on the news, living in Riverside Villa?" the bureau members asked suddenly. The deputy director hesitated, then nodded. The bureau members continued, "The police found a large amount of radioactive material at the Jiao couple's home. They abducted many children and used the children's blood mixed with radioactive elements to practice a secretive witchcraft. The resulting radioactive sewage was directly discharged into the river. Residents in this area who used the river water have been affected, contracting various diseases and dying within a few years." Chapter 93 Leaving the Orphanage. Randy was suddenly enlightened upon hearing this conversation. No wonder none of the children in the orphanage lived past the age of 7, this was the reason. As for many of the staff members at the orphanage, they had long since died. Most of the staff were strange and grotesque. Otherwise, how could the vice director have managed to swallow Aunt Marjorie's head in one bite? So, is it true that Jameson and Mario's heart disease is also related to water pollution? And what about the lip cleft of the little boy and the congenital asthma of the dark-skinned boy? Following this line of reasoning, Leo's pituitary hormone disorder must also be due to this cause. As for why Leo has been able to live for more than 30 years, it's likely because she was indeed beautiful, frequently being adopted by outsiders, thereby mostly staying away from Binjiang district. Through these back and forth moves, Leo barely managed to survive. While thinking this over, Randy collided with someone face to face. It was Jameson. Jameson was carrying a large burlap sack on his shoulder, looking disheveled and pitiful. Brother, do you really have to go? Jameson pouted unhappily. Mario nodded. I have a mommy now. When mommy leaves, I have to follow her. Jameson asked sadly, will I ever have a mommy too? Mario jumped down and hugged Jameson, saying, you will. Wait a bit longer, you'll definitely have your daddy and mommy too. The two children embraced in the rain, reluctantly bidding farewell to each other. At this moment, Randy caught sight of something inside Jameson's burlap sack. Now outdoors, using the outdoor light, Randy finally saw clearly what was inside. Inside the burlap sack, a small chubby girl's right foot had 6 toes. Besides that, there were scaly palms, tri-lobed ears, and an eye on the sole of the foot. Randy was momentarily stunned. She realized then that she had misunderstood Jameson. Jameson used the bait of helping children fulfill their wishes to make the children pay with parts of their bodies. He wasn't harming everyone but protecting them. He didn't want outsiders to think all the children in the orphanage were freaks. It was better for outsiders to believe the children were disabled rather than freaks. Judging from this, Jameson must have sensed that the river outside had been polluted intentionally. That's why he said, the people outside are very bad and don't want the children to be adopted. Moreover, for Vivian, the young girl who hadn't yet mutated after arriving at the orphanage, when she approached Jameson to exchange, even though she was still fresh, Jameson considered not affecting Vivian's normal life. He only removed her vocal cords, not her limbs. Removing her vocal cords made Vivian appear as a disabled child, so she wouldn't be adopted by bad people. Not cutting off Vivian's hands or feet was because Vivian's mutation was shallow, and Jameson didn't want to affect her normal life. Only now did Randy realize she had always misunderstood Jameson. After Jameson and Mario finished saying goodbye, Randy stepped out through the back door of the orphanage. At the back entrance, Randy saw the little boy often standing beside Pepper, wearing a raincoat. Oh, I almost forgot about you, said Mario, looking at the boy. Confused, Randy asked Mario, who is he? Randy watched as Mario waved a tiny hand, and the boy instantly turned into a pool of black mud. He's a clay figure I mold. There was a mean Pepper at the orphanage who often bullied children. I sent Pepper to the memorial hall and sealed her in a coffin. But I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, Mommy would be taken by Pepper. So I made a clay figure. Every time Pepper appeared, the clay figure would help Mommy. Mario smiled cunningly and explained to Randy. Hearing this, Randy felt warmth in her heart and threw 3 hearts to him. Mario's eyes lit up. Wow. Thank you, Mommy. Mario happily devoured the hearts. Randy carried Mario into Josh Aiden's waiting car outside. In the car, after eating until full, Mario fell asleep. Randy took a small blanket from the car and covered Mario with it. Unintentionally, Randy touched the candy wrapper in Mario's hand. Touching Mario's fragment of dreams, Randy was pulled in by a force. In Mario's dream, Randy stood blankly in an open field. This scene, it was the main entrance of the orphanage. It was very dark and cold. It was a winter night. In this scene, Randy saw Jameson and Mario. These 2 3-year-old twin children were huddled at the orphanage gate, exhaling white breath, rubbing their small hands, shivering from the cold. The rain was heavy, yet their clothes were especially thin. Brother, did Mommy and Daddy abandon us? Jameson curled up his body and asked Mario. Mario patted him on the shoulder for comfort, giving Jameson his favorite candy. Mario put on a brave face. No, they're just temporarily busy. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you, brother. Mario stroked his younger brother's head and took off his own coat to give it to Jameson. Jameson tightened the coat around himself and said obediently, Brother, winter is so cold, I don't like winter. I only like summer. Mario smiled and replied, Sure, remember you like summer, little brother. At 1 a.m., Sunshine Orphanage was already closed. In this suburban area, especially on winter nights, there was hardly anyone passing by. By midnight, snow began to fall in the cold night. Mario fell asleep. Snowflakes landed on Mario's eyelashes. His eyes were tightly shut, his lips frozen pale. Jameson woke up, seeing his brother shivering from the cold. He couldn't bear it and gave his clothes to Mario. That night, Mario survived, but Jameson died. Time flew, and dawn arrived. On this rainy and snowy day, Mario held his brother's icy corpse, crying heartrendingly. The cold winter suddenly had an abnormal climate. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the winter rain drizzled continuously. But the sky would always echo with out-of-place thunderclaps during summer storms. Summer was Jameson's favorite season. Each of Mario's cries brought a response of lightning and thunder. It felt as though his deceased younger brother was responding to his brother. Since then, the orphanage had no sunny days, only eerie winters and storms. Jameson's body was wrapped up by Mario. He secretly brought his brother into the orphanage and hid him in a small room that belonged solely to his brother. The small room was filled with countless candies. All were the ones Jameson loved. In that room, it seemed as if his brother came back to life. But the revived brother was different. Whenever Mario visited his brother, the boy was always overjoyed. Though each time, Mario's contamination grew more severe. Yet, to see his brother, Mario accepted it gladly. Days passed. Mario was completely contaminated, becoming bizarre, just like his brother Jameson. In the orphanage, Mario started his own candy shop, filled with all kinds of sweets Jameson loved. and Jameson ran the business of limb exchanges. This dream went on for a long time. Randy entered Mario's dream fragments, witnessing everything as an observer. Randy detached herself from the dream. She looked at the sleeping Mario beside her. Mario's face was streaked with tear marks from crying in his sleep. Randy hugged the weeping Mario, holding him close. It's okay now, it's okay. Chapter 94. Drawing an SSS class item. The car drove into the mist. As it distanced itself from Binjiang District, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to Chosen One Randy for securing a suitable family for adoption and successfully escaping the orphanage. The Clear Spring Hotel plot has been triggered. Please get ready, Chosen One. This round's completion grade is S. Now drawing your reward for this round. 3 cards with a skull symbol, skull and crossbones hash on the back floated in front of Randy. Beside the cards, a line of luminescent text appeared. This reward includes 1 SSS class item, 1 S class item, and 1 A class item. Please choose carefully, Chosen One. Randy glanced at the floating cards but didn't rush to draw. The system was behaving unpredictably now. Based on its usual quirks, it had denied rewards even after previous SSS class completions. Knowing the system, it would likely play tricks during this reward selection as well. No matter which card Randy chose, if the system declared it an A-class item, that's what it would become. She needed to come up with a strategy. Her index finger unconsciously tapped the seat twice. After a second of thought, she took out the paper and pen she'd carried with her from the orphanage scenario. Covering her left hand over it, she quickly wrote down her choice with her right hand. I've made my choice, Randy told the system. You can reveal the cards now. Randy didn't disclose her answer, but the audience watching the livestream held their breaths for her. Everyone could see that Randy had devised this countermeasure to prevent the system from cheating. However, there was one detail Randy overlooked. She forgot to hide the strokes as she wrote the number. Although her left hand covered the answer, the strokes forming the number 3 were too obvious. Experts watching the live broadcast sighed in unison. The system is so cunning. It definitely noticed Randy's answer and probably switched the third card to A-class already. Well, it's not her fault. Randy did her best. True. Anyone can make mistakes under such intense pressure. It's okay. Even if she only gets an A-class reward, it's better than nothing. Experts consoled each other while excusing Randy's mistake. Only an old senior in a wheelchair slapped the table angrily, glaring at Randy with frustration. She seems smart, but she messed up at a critical moment. This isn't just her fate, it's the fate of the entire nation. Fritz looked at the senior and defended Randy. Hey, Stevie Senior, don't say that. These little details are often overlooked by those involved. If we were in her place, we might not do any better. Right. That's true. Others chimed in, agreeing with Fritz's viewpoint. The senior grunted, clearly displeased. Feeling uncomfortable, everyone turned back to the live stream. Inside the live stream room, the system let out a sinister laugh. It certainly noticed the small detail Randy missed. Randy had chosen 3. On screen, Randy stared intently at the 3 cards before her. The cards revealed from left to right. System announcements began. First card, item class, S. Second card, item class, SSS. At this point, Randy already showed signs of disappointment. Sensing her low spirits, the system suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Its hoarse, triumphant laugh mocked her mercilessly. Then it smugly flipped the third card, declaring the final result. Third card, item class, A. Congratulations, Chosen One Randy. Upon hearing this, Randy lowered her head. For 2 seconds, the scene was silent before Randy raised her eyes again. The moisture in her eyes showed she was truly upset. The system relished her misfortune, cackling wildly. Its eerie laughter echoed through the livestream room. Just as the system gloated, Randy regretfully unfolded her answer. Opening the note, the large number 2 was prominently displayed. Caught off guard, the system's mocking laughter abruptly stopped. What a pity. I was betting on card 3, but it turned out to be A. Randy shook her head, her voice filled with regret. Well, fortunately, I chose 2. So this SSS class item, I'll accept it reluctantly. Randy emphasized the words SSS class. Seeing on Randy's paper, the number 3 halfway written with an extra stroke wasn't actually 3, but 2. The system suddenly realized what had happened. It had been outsmarted by Randy. The system was furious. But Randy was very satisfied. This damned system had tricked her last time and tried to play a cunning game with her again this time. But in the end, it had outwitted itself, slapping its own face. Randy had planned this from the beginning. She deliberately wrote the strokes 4-3. But in fact, after forming the shape of 2, her pen tip had already lifted off the paper. Based on Randy's assessment of the system was so cunning that it would surely observe her writing patterns and deduce that she chose card 3. So at that moment, the system would definitely switch card 3 to A-class. Therefore, the card 2 she wrote down would either draw an S-class item or an SSS class item. If it drew an S-class item, it would just match the reward expected for completing an S-level task. If it drew an SSS class item, it would be pure profit. Either way, Randy wouldn't lose anything. And this time, her luck was good, she drew an SSS class item. Seeing Randy's answer, the system finally cursed and stopped laughing. It said unwillingly, "Congratulations to Chosen One Randy for drawing an SSS class item. The experts watching the livestream all laughed heartily and slapped their thighs when they saw the number 2 on Randy's paper. Ha 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 ha. Just as I expected. Uriel, who had been quite resentful towards Randy, pursed his lips and remained silent. Fritz strutted up to Uriel, raising his eyebrows, and patted the old master's shoulder. Well, how about that, Master Stevie? I told you Randy would make it, didn't I? Uriel couldn't say a word in response. In the livestream room, the system's voice continued. This round's SSS class item is fog-piercing lantern. As soon as it spoke, the relevant functions of the fog-piercing lantern were implanted into Randy's mind. The main function of the fog-piercing lantern is to dispel fog. All areas outside the main range of the scenario are shrouded in fog. With this lantern, Randy could walk through the fog. However, the fog-piercing lantern has a usage limit of 2 hours. If Randy did not return to the center area of the scenario within 2 hours, the fog-piercing lantern would become ineffective. Humans trapped in the fog are vulnerable and easily defeated. Because they can't see anything, there's always the risk of breaking the rules, leading to extremely high mortality rates. Being trapped in the fog is equivalent to death. At this moment, the system continued its reading, still sounding displeased. The family member bound to the previous scenario Magdalena has regained a heartbeat and will temporarily survive. Current binding replaced with Bonnie. Chapter 95, Chinchwan Hotel, new instance. This time, the system didn't deny it. Magdalena, who had already been sent to the morgue and was covered with post-mortem lividity, came back to life. Aviona, is my mother really dead? Bonnie's expression was filled with sorrow. She was led by the Annie into the hospital elevator. The Annie nodded. Ms. Magdalena has indeed passed away. You need to come and identify her body. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. They arrived at the entrance of the morgue on the underground floor. Walking down the corridor of the morgue, there was always an eerie chill that pierced through to the bone. The lighting here was dim, and there was little difference whether the lights were on or off. Just as the Annie was about to take Bonnie inside to find someone, her phone suddenly started vibrating. Answer the call, Mommy, answer the call. A recorded children's ringtone sounded from the phone. In the eerily quiet morgue, Bonnie jumped at the sudden ringing of the phone. The Annie pulled out her phone and, seeing the caller information, immediately stopped in her tracks. She gave Bonnie an apologetic look. Miss Jiang, I'm sorry, it's my boss calling. The signal isn't great in here. I'll go outside to take this. Your mother is in room number 3 of the morgue, the 8th bed from right to left, not yet put into the drawer. Please go ahead and identify her. Before finishing her sentence, the Annie quickly walked away. Hey, wait a moment. Bonnie hurriedly called out to her, but halfway through her words, the Annie turned back. The Annie said, oh, right, Miss Jiang, when we were resuscitating Ms. Dai, she regained consciousness for a few seconds. She mentioned something, about a property deed. Please check if there's any property deed on Ms. Dai. Such an important document shouldn't be cremated with the body. Having said these few sentences, the Annie closed the morgue door with a slam, leaving Bonnie, the lone living person, standing inside the morgue. The cold air made Bonnie shiver involuntarily. It should be fine. Bonnie mustered up her courage. She wanted to leave somewhat. But the Annie said, Magdalena had the property deed. The old neighborhood was being demolished, and the property deed was worth a lot of money. Albin seems to be dead already. That bitch Randy will die sooner or later. Now that Mom is gone too, the demolition money will be mine alone. Bonnie calculated in her mind. With courage, she took a few steps towards room number 3 of the morgue. Standing at the door of room number 3, she stretched her neck to peek inside a few times. But she hesitated to step in. Bonnie stood in the morgue corridor for nearly 10 minutes, and the Annie still hadn't returned. The longer she stood, the more uneasy Bonnie felt. This place was cold and dark. It wasn't somewhere humans should stay. Better to get the property deed and leave directly. No point in staying and getting more anxious. Bonnie decided, once inside, she wouldn't lift the white cloth covering the face but only the pockets of the clothes, then find the deed and leave. It would just take 30 seconds. Looking at room number 3 of the morgue, Bonnie took a deep breath and stepped in. From right to left, the 8th bed, Bonnie muttered to herself. She counted the beds, clenched her fists, and quickly approached the bed. Throughout the process, Bonnie held her breath, enduring the smell of decomposition, and carefully searched through the pockets. After searching for a while, there was no sign of the property deed. Bonnie was puzzled. Moreover, the clothes on this corpse weren't something she had seen her mother wear before. What are you looking for? A familiar voice echoed behind her. A chill ran down Bonnie's spine. Her body stiffened as she turned her head to look behind her. 4 eyes met. Magdalena's face, covered with post-mortem lividity, loomed over Bonnie with a smile. Ah! Terrified, Bonnie screamed and, somehow finding the courage, pushed Magdalena away and ran. Magdalena fell and her thigh bone struck the metal frame behind her, breaking instantly. Bonnie sprinted wildly. She dashed out of room number 3 of the morgue, reached the main door of the corridor, frantically twisting the doorknob and pushing the door repeatedly. But the door seemed locked and wouldn't budge. Magdalena, dragging her injured leg, limped out in pursuit. While chasing, she extended her hand towards Bonnie with a trembling cry, complaining. Julie, wait for Mommy. Julie. Magdalena's voice sounded like it could drag someone to their death. To Bonnie, this was nothing short of a vengeful ghost. Bonnie, terrified, collapsed to the ground and curled into the corner. She kept pounding on the door, making frantic bang 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 sounds. Open the door. Is there anyone? Open the door quickly. Seeing Magdalena getting closer, her icy cold fingertips already resting on her shoulder, Bonnie rolled her eyes back and foamed at the mouth, fainting right there. Julie. My Julie. What's wrong with you? Don't scare Mommy. Magdalena tried shaking Bonnie's body. At this moment, the morgue door was pushed open from outside. The Annie came in and saw a woman performing CPR on Bonnie, which gave her a fright. What happened? Why did she faint? The Annie hurriedly called for a stretcher. Magdalena sniffled and cried, I don't know. She suddenly fainted. The stretcher arrived quickly, taking Bonnie away to the emergency room. Outside the hospital corridor, a hanging TV was broadcasting a live strange talk show. In the live stream, Randy got out of a black sedan. The moment her foot stretched out of the car door, Randy's body transformed from Alexa Vivian into the appearance of an adult wearing a black uniform. Randy stood outside the car, looked up, and gazed at the tall, luxurious building in front of her. The four big words Chingchuan Hotel were suspended high above, exuding an imposing pressure. And in Randy's hand was a Chingchuan Hotel job invitation letter. A new instance is about to begin. Instance name Chingchuan Hotel. Instance overview situated on a hillside. Chingchuan Hotel is a well-known resort hotel renowned for its natural hot springs. Here, you will take on the role of a waiter. In recent years, the hotel has been experiencing frequent paranormal events. It is said that each floor here houses a strange guest. Completion conditions. 1. SSS grade. Escort all hotel guests out and receive unanimous good reviews from them. 2. S grade. Relevant information is corrupted and cannot be identified. 3. A grade. Relevant information is corrupted and cannot be identified. Chapter 96. Room 501 Tenant. This time, it was quite unusual. The system did not inform Randy about the S-class and A-class passage conditions. Randy faintly curled her lips, fully understanding. It was probably because she had just won against the system, and now the system was deliberately retaliating. The system only retained the hardest way to pass, aiming to increase Randy's adventure difficulty. However, this wasn't a bad thing either. The passage condition was very clear. As long as Randy delivered all the guests, she could leave. But these guests, likely none of them would be easy to deal with. Just as she was thinking about this, a yapping little body dog suddenly rushed out from the hotel building. Woof. Woof woof. The little body bared its sharp teeth, its eyes glowing with eerie red light. It didn't run fast, because its right front leg was still wrapped in bloody bandages. The little body lifted its right front leg, running with the other 3 legs, limping as it fled out. It ran towards the direction exactly behind Randy, the mist zone. Randy didn't originally plan to interfere, but she suddenly thought of something. Her face slightly changed. Randy quickly took out the lamb-flavored sachet and dripped a drop of sheep blood onto it. The sheep blood seeped into the sachet, immediately intensifying the lamb flavor inside. Randy looked at the little body, waiting for its reaction. If it were a dog, smelling this scent would surely make it detour. But it didn't. The little body still gazed resolutely, continuously trotting towards Randy. It was determined to enter the mist zone. Seeing the little body's reaction, Randy's eyes darkened. This isn't a dog. If this little body is a guest, then it's terrible. Without any protection, entering the mist zone means certain death for the little body. SSS level passage condition. Escort all the hotel guests away and receive unanimous good reviews from them. If a guest died, then Randy would never get a good review, let alone pass. Thinking of this, Randy couldn't afford to hesitate anymore. She stood astride, blocking the entrance gate of the hotel, stopping the little body's path. The little body's expression was blank, its eyes flashing red. It seemed obsessed, wanting to rush into the mist zone to its death. When Randy caught it, it still stared obstinately at the nearby mist, barking furiously. Randy took out a honey-soft candy, quickly stuffing it into the little body's mouth. After forcing it to swallow, the red glow in the little body's eyes gradually faded. Honey, my little darling. Ah, how did you run outside? A lady in a large fur coat, wearing high heels, hurriedly chased out from the hotel. She looked close to 40 but exuded charm that hadn't diminished. The lady raised her skirt and tapped down the steps, rushing straight towards Randy. That waitress. Thank you, here, give it to me. The lady quickly came over and took the body from Randy. The body, having eaten the honey-soft candy, was now much more docile. It obediently lay in the lady's arms, no longer fussing. Only its round eyes, filled with tears, pleadingly looked at Randy. Confused. The lady suddenly leaned closer to Randy, sniffing. What smell do you have? Why so pungent? The lady waved her hand twice, stepping back a few steps, pinching her nose. Randy smiled slightly, quietly putting away the lamb-flavored sachet. Esther. A voice called from afar. Randy looked up and saw Josh Aiden, who had just parked his car and walked over. Josh Aiden, aged 45, childless, was the lobby manager of Chingchuan Hotel. He looked this way, holding 3 small bags, walking over quickly. Esther, I've bought the dog food you asked me to buy last time. Manager Aiden looked at the woman holding the dog with a full smile. Upon hearing this, Esther's eyes lit up immediately. She tossed the little body aside and snatched the dog food. Thank you, Manager Aiden. This is exactly what I wanted. Thanks a lot. I'll go register a good review for you at the front desk right now. Esther hugged the dog food, smiling at Manager Aiden. Then she stepped in high heels, heading back into the hotel building without looking back. Manager Aiden, with a full smile, hurried after her. Randy watched the two figures, her gaze flickering. It seemed quite easy to get a good review from this Esther. Lost in thought. The discarded little body barked twice beside Randy. Woof. Woof. The little body had recovered its senses and no longer ran towards the mist zone. It wagged its tail at Randy, leading her to a corner by the hotel entrance. The little body retrieved a piece of paper from there and placed it at Randy's feet. It seemed to be thanking Randy for saving it earlier. Randy patted the dog's head twice and opened the paper. Chingchwan Hotel Waitstaff Code of Conduct. Remember, the customer is God. Never upset the customer at any time. Above was the only rule. Randy. Manager Aiden stood behind the reception desk, waving her over. Randy put away the note and walked into the hotel building. The interior of the hotel was decorated in a classical style. A unified warm yellow color scheme dominated, exuding luxury everywhere. Manager Aiden handed Randy a file. This is the list of guests you're responsible for. Randy glanced at it. There were 5 names in total. Manager Aiden continued to brief her. Your job is very simple. You just need to use your words to persuade these guests to leave. Don't worry about anything else. Manager Aiden fetched an elevator card from behind the front desk and handed it to Randy. Use the staff elevator for going up and down. This card can take you directly to the 5th floor. Go on, do your best. Manager Aiden patted Randy's arm and smiled warmly. The young girl at the reception was giggling softly while typing on the keyboard. Randy shot her a glance and silently accepted the elevator card, walking towards the elevator entrance. There were 2 elevators. One was for guests, and the other was the staff elevator. In front of the guest elevator, Esther was holding her dog, waiting for the elevator just like Randy. Randy watched as Esther tore open a bag of dog food, grabbed a handful, and offered it to the little body. The little body turned its face away, looking listless and uninterested. You won't even eat this. If you don't eat, you'll starve, Esther scolded, almost playfully. Then she shoved the dog food into her own mouth, chewing and complaining that the dog didn't know a good thing when it saw it. The little body curled up and lifted its eyelids to look at Randy with a pitiful expression. Ding dong. Esther's elevator arrived. Randy watched her enter the elevator. The guest elevator's numbers went up, finally stopping at the 3rd floor. Not long after, Randy's staff elevator also arrived. Compared to the guest elevator, the staff elevator was much simpler. Randy stepped inside and found another person standing there. It was a young woman with a straight fringe. This woman, like Randy, wore a black staff uniform. Her pale skin was covered with bruises in various places. The nameplate on her chest indicated her position as an Jillian. The woman stood next to the elevator buttons and looked at Randy. Hello, which floor are you going to? Please show me your elevator card. She extended her hand, took Randy's elevator card, and swiped it with a beep. The button for the 5th floor lit up red. The elevator ascended slowly. With a ding, the doors opened at the 5th floor. A piece of paper lay outside the elevator. Randy exited the elevator and picked up the note. Welcome to work at Chingchwan Hotel and enter this floor. Please be aware of the following information during your work. Room 501 houses a peculiar Noah. He is well known as a kind gentleman. But as his vision has deteriorated over the past few years, his temper has become increasingly strange. After becoming completely blind, the Noah spends all his days in the hotel, never seeing daylight. Please persuade him to leave the hotel. Randy held the note and flipped it over, finding new rules written on the back. Chingchwan Hotel, Floor 5 Rules. 1. At the end of the hallway is the hot spring pool. The guest in room 501 goes to the hot spring pool daily between 9:45 a.m. and 10 a.m. Please clean room 501 during this period. The long note had only one rule at the top. It seemed that uncovering the rest of the rules would require some additional triggers. Randy put away the note and walked down the corridor. The digital clock on the wall showed that it was currently 9:40 a.m. There were 5 minutes left before the Noah would leave his room to go to the hot spring pool. Randy observed the room numbers along the corridor. The more she observed, the more uneasy she became. The Noah lived in room 501. But wherever she looked, the entire long corridor was filled with rooms numbered 501. Chapter 97 True and False Tenants. The corridor had a total of 20 rooms from one end to the other. Only one of them was the real room 501. If she couldn't tell the difference, the worst plan would be to clean all the rooms. But this plan was completely impractical. Randy only had less than 15 minutes, and she needed to clean a deluxe suite in Qingshui Hotel. One deluxe suite here measured up to 300 square meters. 15 minutes were barely enough for Randy to clean one room. Therefore, she didn't have time to clean any other rooms. She had to find the true room 501. Randy walked to the door and carefully compared. Every room here had its door tightly closed with a 501 sign on it, looking as if they were copied and pasted. From the exterior, there was absolutely no difference. Randy frowned in deep thought. Just then, it was 9:45. Dozens of doors were opened simultaneously. Next, 12 elderly men who looked exactly alike came out at once. The remaining 8 doors stayed firmly shut. Randy quickly noted the positions of these open doors. So, the real room 501 must be among these 12 open doors. But choosing one out of 12 wasn't easy. Randy stood at the end of the corridor, guarding the entrance to the hot spring pool. Now, the 12 elders were all approaching her. What should she do? If they all entered the hot spring pool, Randy would find it even harder to judge which was the real one. At this moment, the sound of Animal World playing on the electronic screen in the corridor caught Randy's attention. This is a very rare scene on the African grassland. A male lion caught a young antelope born less than 2 hours ago. However, surprisingly, the supposedly cruel male lion actually licked the wounds on the fawn with his tongue. Randy looked up at the electronic screen. Seeing the picture, an idea flashed across Randy's mind. She quickly took out a heart and threw it to Mario, whispering a few words into his ear. Following that, a series of sounds echoed in the corridor. Randy knocked over the cleaning cart, creating a loud noise. Then came the sound of a child screaming. Ouch! Mario twisted his bottom and fell to the ground. He hugged his knee shouting, "My knee is hurt, so painful. Is there any kind person who can help me? Tilda was so painful." Mario squeezed out 2 tears and began sobbing on the ground. Of the 12 elders who were walking by, more than half ignored him, passing by and heading straight into the hot spring pool. Only 3 were left. But, these 3 were exactly what she needed. When Randy first got off the elevator, she found a note clearly stating, "The Noah is famously known as a good gentleman." Based on this sentence alone, the elder couldn't ignore an injured child. Of the 3 elders walking over, 1 didn't use a guide cane and appeared to have normal vision. The other 2 were blind, using guide canes. Randy narrowed her target down to the 2 blind men. One of the blind men seemed amiable. He rasped, "Little kid, Grandpa has medicine in my room. Would you like to come back with me to apply some?" The other blind man's attitude was much worse. He stomped his cane angrily. "Where are your parents? Leaving a child here alone? How badly are you hurt?" Mario quickly responded with a tearful face, "Really bad, bleeding already." "Forget it, you come back with me first. It's too dangerous for children to run around." The somewhat grumpy elder frowned unhappily. Both elders were waiting for Mario's reply. Mario didn't speak but turned to look at Randy. 2 choices remained. Viewers watching the live stream, judging by the Noah is a good person, mostly leaned towards choosing the first elder. After all, the first one definitely looked more like a good person. The second elder wasn't really bad, but just seemed not as good as the first. Comments flooded the screen. Most agreed to choose the first one. Randy fell into deep thought. There couldn't possibly be such a deadlock. If one of them was fake, he would surely reveal some inconsistency. Randy's mind raced rapidly. Suddenly, a detail flashed through her mind. Randy quickly glanced at both men and gave Mario a nod. Mario understood, standing up and taking the second elder's hand. "Grandpa, I'll go with you." Mario chose to go with the slightly grumper-looking elder. In the live broadcast room, sighs filled the air as everyone speculated whether Randy made the wrong decision. But Randy's expression showed no worry at all. Because she was sure the first elder was the fake. Recalling the words spoken by the first elder. "Little kid, Grandpa has medicine in my room. Would you like to come back with me to apply some?" Not to mention how a blind man could identify medicines. Even if he could, as a blind man, he would be unable to apply medicine for others. For him to say such a thing, it was highly likely that he wasn't actually blind. Pretending to be blind was too. His underlying message still regarded himself as a normal person. But if Randy spotted the logical flaw in his words, it would help her break the deadlock. The true tenant of room 501 led Mario to a door in the middle of the corridor. At this point, the room numbers on other doors gradually changed, no longer showing 501. Even those identical old men distorted their faces and turned to ashes after a while. Randy glanced at the room numbers on this floor. All the room numbers were completely shuffled. 501 was located in the middle of the corridor. Randy was glad she hadn't used past experience, naturally assuming that 501 should be at the end of the corridor. After Mario followed the Noah into the room, Randy tidied up the cleaning cart and pushed it to the door of room 501. Knock knock. Randy raised her hand to knock on the door. "Housekeeping." Randy called out. "Come in." Randy placed the small cart at the door and entered with cleaning tools. The rule stated that the room should be cleaned between 9:45 and 10 o'clock, but it didn't specify that guests couldn't remain inside. So Randy was not violating any rules. During the cleaning, the paper in her pocket started to feel warm. Randy took it out and found the second rule had appeared. Thus, the trigger for the appearance of the second rule was entering the correct room 501. Randy lowered her head and quickly read the rule. Qingshui Hotel, 5th floor rules. 2. Do not agree to any requests from the tenant of room 501 unless they leave room 501. "Excuse me, can you help me look under the bed? I think my slippers fell in there." The elderly man's hoarse voice came through. Randy's back stiffened. Her mind quickly recalled the service staff code. Remember, the customer is God, never upset a customer at any time. Refusing the Noah would upset him, which would violate the rules. But agreeing to him would also violate another rule. What should she do? Chapter 98, Endless Corridor. Randy was in a dilemma. Either choice was a pitfall. At this moment, May, sitting opposite the elderly man, silently betrayed Randy with her mouth movements. "Mommy, he just kicked his slippers under the bed on purpose." May pointed towards under the bed with her index finger. Randy's eyes turned cold. So there must be something wrong under the bed. She absolutely couldn't agree to that. "Waiter, help me find the slippers under the bed." "Did you hear me?" the Noah urged impatiently. He He spoke in an irritable tone, tapping the floor with his cane, tap tap. As Randy didn't respond for a long time, the Noah's anger was gradually rising. His expression was becoming increasingly anxious. The Noah was about to get angry. Once he gets angry, it will be too late. Randy's breath tightened, and her mind raced at lightning speed. Seeing the Noah frowning and opening his mouth to vent his anger, Randy quickly interrupted. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go put down some towels. Randy quickly went to the cleaning cart outside the door. She lingered outside for a while. If she remembered correctly, the hotel's cleaning carts would always have some living supplies. For example, mineral water, tissues, clean bed sheets, pillowcases, etc. Of course, they also included uniformly styled slippers. Randy bent down and swiftly checked in the bottom storage compartment. Finally, she found a pair of large-sized slippers. She hurriedly unpacked the slippers and took them into the room. The Noah was blind. Using this characteristic, Randy now had a third choice. Randy circled around the bed pretending to look. Then she quietly placed the slippers beside the Noah, about 1 meter away. Sir, your slippers are found, not under the bed, but right next to your feet. Upon hearing this, the Noah was clearly stunned. He reached out with his cane, and indeed hit the slippers. The Noah looked somewhat incredulous. He stood up and felt it with his hand again. The texture confirmed it. It was indeed his own slippers. How could it be here? The Noah held the slippers suspiciously and felt his way back to the bed. Seeing the Noah's reaction, Randy's heart, which had been pounding anxiously, finally relaxed. This ploy of sleight of hand hadn't been discovered. Crisis averted. The second rule of the 5th floor. Do not agree to any requests made by the guest in room 501. Throughout this whole operation, Randy did not explicitly agree to go under the bed to fetch the shoes. Therefore, no rules were broken. Meanwhile, Randy met the Noah's need for slippers, making it easier to receive a positive review. Most importantly, Randy avoided the potentially dangerous area under the bed. Only now did the crisis pass smoothly. Randy exhaled gently. To avoid further difficulties from the Noah, Randy finished the cleaning work quickly and bid farewell as she left the room. Before leaving, Randy took out a scoring sheet and approached the Noah, asking aloud, Sir, the cleaning is complete, and your slippers have been found. On a scale from 1 to 10, please rate my service. The Noah remained silent for a moment. After a while, he said, 8 points. Hearing this, Randy showed a professional smile. Thank you, sir. Wishing you a pleasant day. Randy turned and gently closed the door. Between 1 and 10 points, 8 or above is considered positive feedback. Randy won the first battle. Next, she needed to escort the Noah out. Persuading him to leave the hotel might require resolving his inner knots. But what were those inner knots? Or rather, was there something in the hotel that bound him, forcing him to stay? Randy recalled the line of bloody words on the mirror while she was cleaning the bathroom. They like to play red light, green light. Winning against them is your only chance to get out. What does this mean? The they in this sentence definitely wasn't the Noah. If not the Noah, then who could it be? In the corridor, Randy gathered her thoughts, taking May along and pushing the cart away. Randy walked through the corridor for a long time. However, this carpeted corridor seemed to have changed somehow. It appeared to have no end. The 2 elevators were clearly visible ahead, but she just couldn't reach them. It felt like a haunted barrier. Randy suppressed her suspicion and changed direction. This time, she headed towards the hot spring pool, in the opposite direction of the elevator entrance. Strangely enough, she could walk towards the hot spring pool, but not towards the elevator entrance. Randy tried once more to head towards the elevator entrance. But the farthest she could go was to the middle of the corridor, stopping at the door of room 501. If she continued walking forward, every door ahead would turn into room 501. And Randy would always be lingering in the middle of the corridor, never reaching the end. So was this the reason why the Noah was trapped here? While Randy was pondering this, the sound of locks clicking open echoed down the corridor. Many doors opened simultaneously, except for room 501. From inside room 501, an urgent alarm clock rang. Ring ring ring, ring ring ring. Was there something special about this time? Why did the Noah set an alarm? Randy glanced at the electronic screen in the corridor. It showed that the current time was 10:10. Randy hadn't figured it out yet. At this moment, the ceiling lights in the corridor started flickering off one by one for no apparent reason. The corridor quickly plunged into darkness. Following that, came a cluster of eerie giggles. Trapped in pitch blackness, Randy heard countless footsteps approaching her. There was no time to think. She quickly took out her flashlight and snapped it on, illuminating the darkness in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw what was in front of her. A faceless entity stood before her, extending its claws toward Randy's face. It looked like a wooden puppet. They had human height and limbs but lacked facial features. The entity froze in place with an odd posture when illuminated by the light. They couldn't move under the light. But behind Randy, in the unlit darkness, still came numerous footsteps. All moving closer to her. Wait a second. The line of bloody words in the mirror flashed through Randy's mind. They like to play red light, green light. Winning against them is your only chance to get out. So, to leave this corridor, she needed to win this game of red light, green light. Randy quickly processed this information. These strange entities stop when they encounter light. But in the darkness, they might attack you. As for the way they attacked, Randy noticed the direction of the entity's attack was aimed at the eyes. If caught, they would claw at your eyes. Randy instantly understood why the Noah's vision deteriorated. Because he repeatedly tried to escape but ended up being clawed at each time. The final result was blindness. And a blind person could never leave this hotel. Because being blind meant never winning this game. This was why the Noah was trapped here, unable to leave. Chapter 99, Hot Spring Crisis. To verify her hypothesis, Randy decided to run out and see. If she could escape the corridor, it would confirm her suspicions. In this scenario, the family member bound to her was Bonnie. Randy curled the corners of her mouth into a smirk. Since she wouldn't get hurt herself, there was no need for her to worry. Randy shone her flashlight towards the elevator entrance. She held her breath and dashed quickly toward the direction of the elevator entrance. Due to the flashlight only illuminating the front, countless wooden figures chased after Randy from behind. As those wooden figures caught up, they grabbed at her legs, slowing down her running pace. Randy had no choice but to redirect the flashlight beam downwards. The wooden figures that were holding onto her feet froze in place, and Randy took the chance to pull her foot free. At the same time, more wooden figures surged forward from the darkness ahead. Randy finally reached the end of the corridor, the elevator entrance. However, the scene changed abruptly, with the corridor now taking a right turn. The elevator entrance had vanished, reappearing at the end of the new corridor. Randy cursed inwardly. She hadn't expected the corridor to extend. At this moment, Randy's hands and feet were being restrained by countless wooden figures. Randy managed to use her flashlight to immobilize the wooden figures grabbing at her limbs, freeing herself to continue her escape. During her escape, Randy noticed that these wooden figures were extremely ruthless. Their nails were as sharp as blades. They didn't aim to kill, they merely wanted to claw at your eyes. Meanwhile, they tried every possible way to hinder your movements. In the dark corridor, Randy kept repeating this process of escaping. After experiencing 10 changes in the corridor direction, Randy finally struggled to reach the final elevator entrance. The entire escape process lasted for a full 20 minutes. Randy found it difficult to run. Every step forward was extraordinarily challenging. During this time, she was indeed caught several times around her eyes. Randy swiftly closed her eyes and turned her head, but she still felt her corneas being scratched. And all these injuries transferred to Bonnie's body, leaving Randy without any pain. After much effort, Randy finally reached the elevator entrance and was about to press the button to open the elevator. Unexpectedly, the lights in the corridor suddenly turned on. All the eerie phenomena vanished. Randy found herself back in the brightly lit middle of the corridor. In front of room 501. Time's up. Game over. A female voice sounded from a black electronic screen in the corridor. The screen then switched from blackout to normal display. From inside room 501 in front of Randy, an alarm clock rang again. Ring, ring, ring. The Noah silenced the ringing bell. Randy snapped back to reality. She glanced at the electronic screen. The current time was 10:30. So, this game had a time limit. Each round only lasted for 20 minutes. Not only did one have to escape, but they also needed to do so within 20 minutes. Even Randy couldn't succeed in one try, let alone a frail 60-year-old Noah. Still, Randy didn't know why the Noah got involved in such a bizarre situation. Putting aside the reason for now, Randy just wanted to get the Noah out as soon as possible. Randy thought for a moment. If she tried a few more times by herself, she might be able to make it. But with a blind Noah, it would be extremely difficult. Randy attempted to turn on the mist step light. But it turned out that the mist step light wouldn't work in a non-mist zone. Click. The door to room 501 opened. The elderly man walked out, leaning on his cane. Don't waste your energy, you can't escape. Seeming to guess the commotion outside, the Noah spoke. He comforted Randy. You can choose any room to stay in. The previous server did the same. What happened to the last server? Where is he? Randy asked the Noah. He's long gone, turned into one of them a wooden figure, the Noah replied directly. Randy didn't respond. Looking at the Noah, he seemed intent on going to the hot spring pool today. For some reason, he appeared particularly determined to take a bath in the hot springs. Randy hurried after him. Can't we use candles? Candles can illuminate the whole corridor. Since they don't have facial features, they won't be able to blow out the candles. The Noah shook his head. There's always a draft in the corridor. It won't let you escape. Randy watched the Noah's back. She carefully recalled what the Noah had just said, a strange feeling rising in her heart. No. There's a loophole. There's something wrong with what the Noah said. If the previous server hid in a room just like the Noah did, then why did the server turn into a wooden figure while the Noah didn't? Thinking of the Noah's daily action of going to soak in the hot spring, Randy had a vague hunch forming in her mind. Randy directly asked, Sir, soaking in the hot spring can prevent turning into a wooden figure, right? The Noah's back stiffened for a moment. He slowly turned around, raising his eyebrows, looking quite surprised. You're very smart, the Noah rarely praised. After saying that, he continued walking towards the direction of the hot spring pool. At the end of the corridor, there were 2 hot spring pools. Turn left and push open the white carved double doors, it leads to the male hot spring pool. Turn right and push open the door, it leads to the female hot spring pool. Randy decided to follow the Noah's example and soak in the hot spring pool for 15 minutes. Randy let the Carter go play in the male pool. She pushed open the door of the female pool by herself and walked in. It must be said, the The hot spring pool of the Clear Spring Hotel was much larger than Randy had imagined. The water inside used natural hot springs. Around the vast hot spring pool, besides the sound of Randy's footsteps, there was only the whooshing sound of water. As soon as Randy entered the room, she felt the piece of paper in her pocket start to heat up. Randy's breath tightened. New rules. She hurriedly took out the piece of paper and opened it. Clear Spring Hotel, Level 5 Rules. 3. The things in the hot spring pool are very dangerous. Don't let it know that you can see. After reading the rule, Randy felt everything in front of her darken. A girl's face, with a blooded and torn eyeball, dripping bloody water from her eye socket, suddenly appeared in front of Randy. Chapter 100. Testing. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Her body flew horizontally through the air, her white dress fluttering as if caught in an invisible wind. Now she faced Randy, her mouth wide open, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth. From the distance, it seemed that the girl's sharp teeth were almost touching Randy's nose. Just as the girl was about to bite down, she met a pair of unfocused eyes. Randy's pupils were dilated, her gaze vacant. At this moment, one of Randy's hands felt its way along the wall. Pretending nothing had happened, Randy casually slipped a note into her pocket. Then, with both hands gripping the blood-stained tiles, she cautiously moved forward, feeling her way with her feet. Randy's actions stirred suspicion in the girl. Scratching her head in puzzlement, she retracted her fangs and descended from mid-air, landing barefoot on the ground. As she landed, the girl's appearance changed. She no longer wore her blood-soaked ghost face. Now she looked like a pitiable Alexa. The only discordant element was the pair of eyeballs in her eye sockets. They didn't look like they belonged to her at all. "Can you see me, sister?" the girl asked in a sweet voice. She was speaking to Randy. Randy turned her head, her gaze unfocused. In her mind, Randy recited Rule 3 of the 5th level. The things in the hot spring pool are dangerous. Do not let it know that you can see it. This rule was genuine. Randy smiled slightly, shaking her head at the girl. "I can't see you." "Really?" The girl seemed unconvinced. After some thought, she went to the corner and dismantled a mop. The girl pulled out the wooden handle of the mop and dragged it to Randy's front. "But how can I not quite believe it?" she said, enunciating each word with malice. With both hands, she lifted the stick and aimed it at Randy's eyes, swinging it viciously. The stick sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. A gentle breeze from the movement swept back Randy's hair by her temples. Randy's clenched fist tightened involuntarily. She couldn't dodge. The rule was clear. In this confrontation, harm would befall the person who could see. As long as Randy convinced this thing that she couldn't see it, nothing would happen to her. The stick stopped just 3 millimeters in front of Randy's eyeball, even brushing against her eyelashes. But Randy stubbornly refused to close her eyes. Closing one's eyes is a basic physiological reaction when something approaches the eyeball. Suppressing this reaction was not easy. To prevent herself from blinking, Randy pressed her nails so hard into her palm that they nearly broke the skin. Seeing Randy's response, the girl's expression changed subtly. She lowered the stick. "You really can't see?" Randy smiled faintly. "What do you think?" "Well then." The girl tossed the stick aside carelessly and clapped her hands. Then she approached Randy affectionately, offering her arm. "Sister, you must be so tired, having to work as a server while being blind." Hearing this, Randy's lips twitched. This kid really knows how to talk. Trying to trick her? But Randy wasn't falling for it. She calmly replied, "Not tired, just unfortunate." Upon hearing this, the girl withdrew her gaze from observing Randy. She led Randy to the staff hot spring area. Stopping before a row of shoe cabinets, the girl crouched down. In a sweet tone, she said, "Sister, take off your shoes, and I'll help you change into slippers." "Thank you," Randy responded, holding onto the cabinet as she removed her shoes. Just as Randy finished taking off her shoes, the girl exclaimed, "Oh no, all the slippers on this side are used up. Sister, come with me, I remember there are some in the cabinets on the other side." Standing up, the girl helped Randy walk barefoot forward. Looking ahead from Randy's perspective, the path was covered with strategically placed thumbtacks. Their sharp points glinted menacingly. If stepped on barefoot, it would be excruciating. Randy suddenly understood why the girl had urged her to remove her shoes. This was the main act. "Sister, let's hurry," the girl urged impatiently beside her, her eyes gleaming with excitement. No one with normal vision could step on those thumbtacks without flinching. She had already tested this. No one had ever passed this challenge. The girl closely observed Randy's facial expression. To her disappointment, Randy showed no reaction at all. In front of the girl, Randy extended her right foot, stepping down unflinchingly. The thumbtacks pierced into her flesh, but Randy felt no pain. Meanwhile, in a hospital in China, the recently revived Bonnie let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the strange world, after stepping on the thumbtacks, Randy pretended to be in pain with a hiss. "It hurts so much. Did I step on something?" Randy frowned slightly. This was the normal reaction of a blind person. Blind people cannot see, but their pain receptors still function normally. "Really? Let me check." The girl beside her deliberately lowered her head to look. "There's nothing on the ground, sister. You're imagining things." Randy forced a stiff smile. The cold thumbtacks were still embedded in the bottom of her foot. All this damage was transferred entirely to Bonnie's body. Randy silently mourned for Bonnie for a second. It wasn't that Randy was deliberately not pulling out the thumbtacks to torture Bonnie. Randy wanted to pull them out herself, but this ghostly thing wouldn't let her, and there was nothing she could do about it. Though walking on these things was quite uncomfortable, she would have to find a way later. Randy walked barefoot on the thumbtacks, making her way down this bloody path. When they reached the shoe cabinet on the other side, the girl fetched a pair of slippers for Randy and gave her a bag of clothes. Sister, these are disposable bathrobes. You can wear them to soak in the hot springs. The changing room is on the right. Go by yourself. Having given instructions, the girl didn't bother serving Randy any longer. She plopped down behind the counter and started playing with a bunch of eyeballs from a drawer. Thank you very much. Randy thanked her and then went to the changing room alone, holding the clothes. On the way, Randy saw many corpses scattered haphazardly. Many were rotting, decaying, even infested with maggots. Body fluids flowed everywhere. And the one common feature among all these corpses was that their eyes had been gouged out. Randy reached the door of the first changing room. Luckily, it was unlocked. Randy gently pushed it. The small door creaked open. Randy took a step inside, but froze as soon as her foot touched the ground. Inside the changing room, she saw a hanging corpse. This dead girl was the same girl from before. The female corpse wore the same black employee uniform as Randy. She had once been one of the servers who came to the 5th floor. Unable to escape and tired of living in blindness, she eventually committed suicide in the changing room. The deceased girl chose to become an NPC in this strange world. She relied on killing other servers and gouging out their eyes to gain a semblance of sight for herself. Chapter 101, The Old Man's Thoughts. Despite having seen the hanging ghost in the room, Randy steeled herself and walked in. The blind cannot see the dead. If she was to pretend to be blind, she must go all the way with it. Fortunately, the changing room was spacious enough. Avoiding the corpse, there was still plenty of space for her to change clothes. After putting on the bathrobe, Randy opened the door. Outside the door, the girl stood not far away, watching with a tray of sliced fruits. She put a piece of watermelon into her mouth and was eating happily. Red watermelon juice trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes never left Randy's figure as she observed her reactions. Because at the height matching Randy's neck on the changing room's doorframe, she had just placed a sharp watermelon knife. If Randy really couldn't see, walking out directly would sever her neck. But if Randy could see, she certainly wouldn't dare to step out. The girl, still unconvinced, was testing Randy. Sister, come out. I've cut some fruits, let's eat together. The girl smiled warmly, inviting Randy. Randy replied with a smile, okay. Then, Randy walked straight out as if she hadn't seen the knife. Randy kept reminding herself. In this game, the blind do not die. Those who would die are the ones who can see. Besides, even if the sky falls, Bonnie will take the brunt. She won't die anyway. Without any hesitation, Randy walked right toward the blade. Seeing this response from Randy, the girl was momentarily hopeful. As Randy moved forward, the watermelon knife got closer and closer to her neck. The sharp blade already grazed Randy's skin. Continuing forward, her throat would surely be slit. Seeing Randy walk blindly into danger, the girl became uneasy. Hey, wait. The girl stepped forward and removed the watermelon knife. You're really blind. The girl finally gave up. She stopped tormenting Randy, discarded the watermelon knife, and guided her to the staff hot spring pool. She helped Randy get into the pool. Sister, be careful. If you need anything, call me. Being blind is tough enough, don't drown in the pool. A trace of sympathy showed in her words. Seeing Randy struggling despite being blind, the girl seemed to recall her own past. Using her eerie powers, she removed the thumbtacks from under Randy's feet and cleaned up the corpse inside the room. The entire hot spring area was spotlessly clean. After soaking for 15 minutes, Randy got up. On her way out, there were no obstacles. The girl did her best to assist Randy. She felt that this Randy, who had endured similar misfortune, was becoming the next version of herself. Sister, if you ever feel like giving up, come find me. Let's stay and work here together. Randy was slightly taken aback but laughed, sure. The girl continued persuading Randy, it's better to stay and work here than to turn into rotten wood. Randy nodded with a smile as a reply. The girl held Randy's arm, escorted her back to change clothes, and then sincerely saw her off. Sister, I have many eyeballs here. If you change your mind and want to keep me company, I'll give you a pair. Randy was flattered, okay, I'll consider it. Opening the white carved door of the women's spa, the girl escorted Randy all the way to the door. Come back tomorrow, sister. With her gaze scattered, Randy curved her lips and said goodbye to the girl. The door of the women's pool closed. Seeing Randy come out unharmed from the eerie encounter, Mario outside was stunned. Mommy. Mario quickly hugged Randy's leg. Now, Randy relaxed her tensed nerves. What's wrong, darling? Randy held Mario. Mario pointed at the digital clock on the corridor screen. Mommy, Grandpa said when it hits 2:10 p.m., those wooden figures will come out again. Randy glanced at the time. It was about 3 hours until 2:10 p.m. The afternoon wooden man game presented an opportunity. If she could devise a plan to escape with the Noah, it would be perfect. However, Randy had something else to do first. Randy took the universal room card and searched every accessible room except 501. One item was crucial. Without it, winning the wooden man game would be meaningless. After an hour-long search, she found nothing. If it wasn't anywhere else, then there was only one place left. Randy's eyes shimmered slightly. By noon, Randy went to fetch some food. She wheeled the meal cart to the door of room 501 and knocked on the door. "Sir, meal service," Randy called out at the door. The door of room 501 was ajar. The Noah's voice came from inside. "Bring it in." Randy had expected this move all along. Clear Spring Hotel, rule number 2 of floor 5. Do not agree to any request from the guest in room 501 unless he leaves room 501. This Noah was famous for being a good gentleman outside. But once he was in the room, his heart turned very dark, always thinking about ways to harm others. Randy thought for a moment, then smiled and spoke. "Sir, I can take you out this afternoon." Since she couldn't anger him nor agree to his requests, the best solution was to divert his attention. Especially, to something he was particularly concerned about, like escaping. Hearing Randy's words, the person inside clearly froze for a few seconds. After a long silence, the Noah thumped his cane against the floor, thud thud thud, and came out of the room on his own. The door of room 501 opened, and the Noah poked his head out. "You're serious?" the Noah asked Randy in disbelief. Randy nodded. "Of course, I am. Why would you help a Noah like me?" The Noah still found it hard to believe. Randy shoved the tray into the Noah's hands. "There's something I think you should know where it is." "What thing?" the Noah asked Randy. Randy said straightforwardly, "The staff elevator card to leave floor 5. Upon hearing this, the Noah slammed the door shut with a bang. Mario asked in confusion, "Mommy, isn't the elevator card in his possession?" Randy smiled. "No. The elevator card can only be in his possession." Randy had observed that in this eerie building, there were no safety exits. To go downstairs, one must take the elevator. And Randy's elevator card could only lead to floor 5. The scenario couldn't block all escape routes. Therefore, based on the design of the scenario, the staff elevator card to leave floor 5 should be placed somewhere Randy could find. But Randy searched everywhere and found nothing. Even when she cleaned the Noah's room in the morning, she didn't find any clue about the elevator card. So, there was only one possibility. The elevator card was on the Noah. This Noah had indirectly or directly caused the death of many waiters. One of the waiters must have found the card. The Noah had actually planned this long ago. If any waiter could escape, then the staff elevator card to leave floor 5 would be the bargaining chip for the Noah. Without that card, the waiter would never be able to leave floor 5. So even if a waiter won the game, they would surely come back to beg him. Click. The door of room 501 opened again. The Noah's voice came, "I'll do it." Chapter 102, Burning Broken Wood. "What do you plan to do?" the Noah asked Randy. Randy thought for a moment and looked at him. "Do you have an extra flashlight?" The Noah nodded, "Yes." After saying this, he turned back into the house. He walked to the bedside table with his cane. He skillfully opened the first drawer and took out the black flashlight inside. "When we go out, each of us will take a flashlight. I'll shine forward, and you'll shine backward," Randy proposed her plan. Arnolding forward would freeze the wooden figures in front, and shining backward would freeze those behind them. As long as they cooperated, they could escape from this predicament. "One of them will malfunction," the Noah said, putting the flashlight back. He held his cane with both hands and shared his experience. "I tried it a few years ago. I used a flashlight in front and a mobile phone light behind, but one direction always failed." This was the conclusion he drew after countless attempts. A few years ago, the Noah had been pleased with this idea for a while. With such hope, he tried again and again. In every game, either something went wrong in front or behind. At first, he really thought it was his own problem. Until his eyes were almost gone, the Noah finally realized. Perhaps the hidden rule of this wooden figure game was just like this. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to escape using 2 lights? It was just a dream, and ultimately, blindness awaited him. Blindness made the hope of escaping even more dim. The Noah's experience was crucial information for Randy. Randy indeed hadn't expected such an outcome. "In that case, I'll come and get you at 2 in the afternoon, Randy said and left room 501. Time quickly reached exactly 2 p.m. The Noah in room 501 had already packed up. He sat waiting inside. Over these years, there had been several service staff who wanted to help him out. He remembered Kaylee around 17 or 18, just like the current Randy, full of fighting spirit, trying all methods. That girl didn't succeed and lost her sight in the end. Later on, she managed to live for some time but eventually suffered a mental breakdown. Then, she disappeared without a trace. She might have turned into a wooden figure. Or maybe she had died. Anyway, the Noah never saw her again. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came from room 501. The Noah stood up, grabbed his cane, and headed for the door. The red carpet that originally lined the corridor was now gone. Randy had already moved it to the storage room. "Can you run? If not, sit on the cart." Randy pushed over a cleaning cart, gesturing for the Noah to sit on it. Without this small vehicle, the blind Noah's speed would only hold them back. The Noah understood his disadvantage. He obediently sat down without refusal. Randy fastened the flashlight to the front of the cart and freed her hands to push it. "Do you have the elevator card?" "Let me see." Randy wasn't quite sure about the Noah's integrity. The Noah hesitated for a second. Then he spoke. "Don't worry, I have it. But I can't give it to you now. What if you take the card and leave me behind?" The Noah's answer was within Randy's expectation. Randy didn't insist. If he didn't give it to her later, she would have ways to deal with him. Randy settled the Noah in place. Time was rapidly approaching 2:10 p.m. Before the corridor plunged into darkness, the alarm clock beside the Noah rang urgently. Ring, ring, ring. Randy lit a matchstick taken from the space. Whether they could escape or not depended on this move. Unaware viewers guessed their thoughts in the live chat. My goodness, what is she going to do? Is Randy planning to keep using matches? What a joke. Everyone stared at the screen, eager to see what Randy would do. In the live stream, the lights in the 5th floor hallway began to flicker and go out one by one. Except for 501, the other 19 doors opened simultaneously. Endless wooden figures rushed out from those rooms. Just as the hallway darkened, Randy quickly lit a match and set fire to something next to her. The wooden figures. Randy remembered what the girl at the hot spring pool had said. Staying here working is better than turning into a pile of broken wood. Indeed, broken wood. In this 123 wooden figure game, broken wood was the key to breaking the deadlock. Because it is broken wood, it burns even more easily. The wooden figure next to her caught fire from the match, and the flames shot up instantly, quickly spreading across its entire body. These wooden figures are extremely flammable. They were meant to be burned by the adventurers. Whether or not the adventurer can discover this flammable material depends on whether they know how to make full use of resources. The moment the wooden figure beside Randy caught fire, all the other wooden figures in the hallway froze in place. Seizing this opportunity, Randy pushed the cart without looking back, sprinting out as fast as she could. At that moment, a cold wind blew through the hotel corridor. Are you lighting candles? They might get blown out, the Noah kindly reminded her. He seemed to sense that something behind him was burning. The Noah thought it was a bunch of candles. Randy smiled. Don't worry, it won't go out. A weak candle flame can indeed be extinguished by the wind. But a large fire cannot. Wood, once set alight, doesn't get extinguished by wind, instead, it receives more oxygen. Fire needs oxygen to burn. The more oxygen supplied, the fiercer the fire will burn. Sure enough. After the wind picked up, the burning wooden figures burned even more fiercely. At the corner of the corridor, Randy lit another wooden figure, passing the torch. Randy pushed the Noah and ran again. Repeating the cycle. This time, the corridor also had 10 turns. Randy pushed the cart along the way, knocking over several wooden figures and burning many others. After great hardship, they finally reached the last section of the corridor. The elevator entrance was right ahead. Give me the elevator card, hurry. Randy was anxious. She glanced at the wooden figures behind her, they were almost burnt out. Randy quickly lit another one to keep it going. The Noah realized they had escaped the corridor. He calmly got off the cart, brushed off his clothes, and held his cane. Elevator card? What elevator card? I don't have any elevator card on me. After saying that, the Noah entered the elevator by memory. Then he turned to face Randy, revealing an eerie smile. Chapter 103 The Vanishing 404. Randy stared at the Noah's sinister face, clenching her fists, feeling a surge of anger that nearly made her punch him on the spot. But then Randy thought carefully. No. Something's not right. The Noah is notoriously known as a good person. That statement isn't false. All his underhanded actions always occur secretly within room 501. Given how much he cares about his reputation, why would he do something to ruin it? Could there be a possibility that he didn't lie to Randy? When he said he brought the card, he might have been telling the truth. And when he said he doesn't have the elevator card on him now, that could also be true. Throughout this whole ordeal, he only came into contact with one thing, the cleaning cart. The elevator card must be on the cleaning cart. Randy immediately crouched beside the cleaning cart and began searching. Sure enough, she found the employee elevator card needed to leave the 5th floor under a flashlight, which the Noah had placed there. Suddenly, it dawned on Randy. The Noah had deliberately spoken those words. Because once those words were out, if Randy got slightly emotional, she surely would have exploded. An exploding Randy, regardless of what action she took, would definitely infuriate the Noah. Thus, Randy would have violated a rule. Remember, the customer is God. Never provoke a customer's anger. He was trying to get her in trouble. If the Noah didn't give Randy the elevator card, it would damage his kind-hearted Noah image, which he certainly didn't want. However, if he was just innocently beaten by a waiter, it wouldn't harm his reputation at all. How wicked this Noah is. Before leaving, he even set a trap for Randy to fall into. She nearly fell for his trick. Randy looked towards the closing passenger elevator door. Sir, you really know how to joke around. I found the elevator card on the cleaning cart. Hearing Randy say this, the Noah put away his annoying smirk. He squinted his eyes, showing an amiable smile full of wrinkles. Maribel, thank you. Let me revise my evaluation and give you a perfect score of 10. As the Noah finished speaking, the passenger elevator doors slowly closed. The lights faded, and the elevator descended. At the same moment, a wooden doll's hand slowly landed on Randy's shoulder. Randy's heart skipped a beat. Not good. She had overlooked what was behind her. Randy took a step forward, grabbed the flashlight, and pointed it back at the wooden doll. The nearby wooden doll froze in place. But in the distant areas not illuminated by the flashlight, countless wooden dolls continued to surge toward Randy. Trapped at the elevator entrance, Randy had nowhere to retreat. Ding dong, the employee elevator arrived. The elevator door opened. Randy took a step back and slipped inside. In the final moment as both the Noah and Randy left the 5th floor, everything collapsed. The wooden dolls disintegrated, the walls crumbled. Everything here was turning to ashes, disappearing. A warning sign appeared outside the elevator. Sealed floor, awaiting renovation. The door of the employee elevator slowly closed, isolating the chaos outside. Inside the employee elevator, Randy glanced around and saw the young woman with straight bangs standing there, the Jillian she had met before. Only this time, the Jillian's gaze seemed much more sorrowful when looking at Randy. And perhaps it was Randy's imagination. She felt like this time, the Jillian had an extra layer of thick dark aura around her. After a moment of silence, the Jillian asked Randy, "Hello, which floor are you going to? Please show your elevator card." Randy handed over the card. The Jillian took the card and swiped it, making a beep. The button for the 4th floor lit up, glowing faintly in a dark red hue. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. Randy stepped out. The corridor on the 4th floor was uniformly lit by dark red lights. In the corners of the corridor, piles of rotten apple cores, decaying food scraps, and various thoroughly gnawed animal bones were scattered everywhere. Stepping on the filthy red carpet, cockroaches scurried away in all directions. Randy's gaze was drawn to a notice posted by the wall. "Welcome to Chinchwan Hotel and the work area of this floor. Please be aware of the following information during your work period. Room 404 on this floor houses a peculiar man. This man has an intense passion for food. He eats obsessively, and his weight has skyrocketed. Since he arrived at the hotel, all self-service meals on the 4th floor have been completely devoured by him. The hotel's business has been severely impacted. Please do everything possible to persuade the man to leave the hotel." Randy tore off the notice and flipped it over. Last time on the 5th floor, the rules were written on the back of the informational sheet. Perhaps it would be the same here. Indeed, new rules were hidden on the back of the paper. Chinchwan Hotel, 4th floor rules. 1. The guest in room 404 loves to eat. Do not refuse him when he asks for food. 2. From 14:30 to 4 p.m. daily, it's the afternoon tea time for the guest in room 404. Please deliver the meal on time. 3. The guest in room 404 does not like to take a shower. Do not force him. 4. Weight is a secret of the guest. It's best not to mention it. Randy stood in the corridor, having just finished reading the rules. Not far ahead, a female attendant dressed in a black uniform emerged from the self-service dining area. In front of her was a small meal delivery cart. On the cart, food was piled high, forming a small mountain. Even though it's self-service, eating this way every meal, delivering meals for a few days would turn me into a bodybuilder. The female attendant grumbled as she came down the corridor. Over the towering pile of food, she saw Randy standing nearby. The female attendant's eyes immediately lit up. "Hey, are you new?" The female attendant pushed the cart to Randy and asked. Randy looked at the food on the cart and was shocked for a moment. Then she nodded at the woman. "Yes. That's great." The female attendant let go of the cart and rubbed her shoulders. "You take over my shift. I'm off now." She shoved the cart at Randy and quickly pressed the call button for the employee elevator before waving goodbye and leaving. Randy looked at the cart full of food and recalled the 4th floor rules. Rule 2 of the 4th floor. From 14:30 to 4 p.m. daily, it's the afternoon tea time for the guest in room 404. Please deliver the meal on time. Randy glanced at the electronic screen in the corridor. It was 14:25 now. With 5 minutes left to deliver the meal, there was still time. Randy pushed the meal cart along the dirty red carpet. She observed the room numbers along the way. This time, the room numbers were in sequential order, starting from room 401 on one side of the corridor to room 420 at the end. But the only strange thing was that there were only 19 doors in the corridor. There was no room 404 on this floor. Randy counted twice, but the result was the same. Room 404 couldn't be found. Only 2 minutes remained until 14:30. The time to deliver the meal was getting closer. But where was room 404? Chapter 104, A Dare Never Lies. Randy stopped in her tracks. Time was running out. She couldn't afford to search aimlessly any longer. Room 404 had indeed been hidden for some reason, but it must exist. Had she missed something? Randy closed her eyes and quickly reviewed everything that had happened since she arrived on the 4th floor. The piled-up garbage in the hallway, the notice by the wall, and the female server delivering meals. The waitress had complained. "A few days of delivering meals, and my muscles are about to be built up." Right. She had delivered meals. Randy's eyes snapped open. In a hallway filled with so much garbage, a meal cart would certainly leave traces on the ground. Randy looked down at the red carpet in the hallway. The red carpet was very dirty, almost covered with food waste. This entire corridor could be called a garbage pool without exaggeration. Amidst all this garbage, however, there was a small path in the middle of the red carpet. It was a barely clean trail worn down by countless trips of the meal cart over time. This path extended from the self-service dining area to the door of room 414. Randy's eyes flickered. 414, only one digit different from 404. Could it be this room? At this moment, a cheerful female voice came from the electronic screen in the hallway. The Big Eater food show at 2:30 p.m. will start in 30 seconds. Let's count down together. That voice, which seemed to be cheering for the Big Eater show, felt more like a countdown to her death to Randy. Only 30 seconds left until 2:30 p.m. Without wasting a moment, Randy pushed the meal cart and sprinted towards the door of room 414. 20, 19, 18. Randy raised her hand, ready to knock on the door. But her gaze fell on a line of small print at the bottom of the room number plate. The small text was red, blending into the reddish-brown background and the red lights in the hallway. It could easily be overlooked. Randy read the text. The man in 414 is very irritable. The man in 404 is very gentle. Kisses. Don't knock on the wrong door when delivering meals. Tilda. Randy paused her motion to knock. Based on the tracks on the red carpet, the destination for meal delivery should indeed be this door, room 414. If this was the right door, then the issue must lie with the room number. Randy examined closely. Among the 3 digits of the room number 414, the middle digit 1 resembled an enlarged version of a suitcase lock dial. On closer inspection, it seemed possible to move this digit up and down. Meanwhile, the female voice continued from the electronic screen in the hallway, still cheerful and high-pitched. 5, 4, 3. 3 seconds left. Randy's breath hitched. She lifted her finger and pressed down the middle digit 1 on the room number, changing it to 0. The room number became 404. 2, 1, 0. Just as the female voice counted down to 0, Randy knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Hello, I'm here to deliver the meal. Randy lowered her hand, gripping her cold fingertips. In her haste, she noticed her fingers were trembling slightly. The door of room 404 opened. A face covered in fat emerged from the small room. I know, leave the meal cart outside the door. The man's thick voice sounded. Randy glanced at him and forced a professional smile. Okay, sir. Enjoy your meal. Randy placed the meal cart and walked away from the door. But she was somewhat shocked internally. This supposed resident of room 404 didn't seem like a normal person to Randy, he seemed more like a monster. The man was at least 3 or 4 times larger than Randy. His body was layered with fat, from his legs to his waist, arms, neck, and face, all wrapped in thick layers. In the cramped space behind door 404, the man couldn't walk out head-on. He sat sideways on the floor, squeezed in the doorway of room 404. Every gap in the foyer was filled with overflowing fat from the man's body. Randy had never seen anyone like him before. Waitress, please wait a moment. Halfway down the hall, the occupant of room 404 called out to her. Randy stopped and turned back. Sir, what can I do for you? Randy smiled and returned to the door. And at that moment, the man in room 404 was using his swollen fingers to pick up the last piece of food from the meal cart and stuffed it into his mouth. One more cart, please. The man sucked his fingers, making some delightful sucking sounds. Randy looked at the nearly empty food on the cart, momentarily stunned. Sure, sir. Please wait a moment. Randy pushed the meal cart away. She felt a momentary daze. Could such a feeding speed actually exist? Randy began to suspect that this guest in room 404 might not be unwilling to leave the hotel. But rather, he simply couldn't fit into the elevator to leave. Randy speculated that there might be a special reason why the man had to eat uncontrollably. But the more he ate, the fatter he became, leading to his inability to move like a normal person. Even to the point of overloading the elevator, thus trapping him here. Randy's thoughts wandered as she unknowingly reached the garbage disposal window on the 4th floor. The garbage at this window had already spilled out. With no other choice, Randy poured the leftovers from the meal cart outside the window. More garbage piled up in the hallway. Waitress, please hurry up, thank you. The man's urging voice continued from behind. Sure, sir. Randy responded absent-mindedly. She quickly pushed the meal cart toward the self-service dining area. She still needed to get a positive review from this man, so she couldn't be too careless. Randy entered the self-service dining area. The food in the dining area was self-selectable, and today's supply had already been reduced by a significant amount. Probably due to the consumption by the guest in room 404 earlier in the day. Randy walked around the dining area, picking up various kinds of food. Newbie, there's a prepared cart here. A chef from the kitchen called out to Randy. Randy turned around to see a hand reaching out from behind the kitchen curtain. That hand was pointing to a meal cart in the corner. Randy glanced over. The meal cart in the corner was loaded with freshly made sea crabs. The crabs were steaming hot, just out of the pot. Waitress, hurry up. Thank you. The man's urging voice echoed through the corridor. The chef chopped vegetables chop 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 while instructing Randy. Just deliver this one. I know he's pushing, so I prepared it especially for you. Randy weighed her options, put down the cart she was holding, and pushed the prepared meal cart out. As she left, she glanced at the most remote corner of the dining area. The marine foods placed there originally remained mostly untouched. Randy looked back at the kitchen. On the kitchen curtain, the rules of the 4th floor kitchen were printed. Spring Water Hotel, 4th floor kitchen rules. 1. You can fully trust the chef. A chef never lies. 2. Please monitor kitchen hygiene. If food safety standards are not met, call the internal complaint hotline, 4949. Randy scanned the rules with her eye of truth. Both rules were true. Clayton, can the guest in room 404 eat seafood? Will he have an allergic reaction? Randy asked. The chef concentrated on cutting vegetables and casually replied, Don't worry, he's not allergic. If I lie, my whole family will perish. Chapter 105, The Stingy Adair. What a poisonous vow. Randy suppressed her doubts and pushed the cart full of large crabs out. She came to the corridor and deliberately paid attention to the garbage on the ground. There were all sorts of food residues. But there was one thing she didn't see. Seafood. Whether it was crab shells, shrimp shells, or fish bones, none were seen. Waiter, is it ready yet? Please hurry up, thank you. The guest in room 404 continued to politely urge. Randy's pace of pushing the cart gradually slowed down. A guess formed in Randy's mind. Sir, do you have any dietary restrictions? Randy shouted loudly towards the direction of room 404. 1 second later, the man's voice came, I don't like seafood, thank you. Randy was startled. Indeed. This prepared seafood cart was a trap. Randy put down the cart in her hand and immediately ran into the self-service area. Adares don't lie. What he said was indeed true. The guest in room 404 is not allergic to seafood. However, being allergic and liking are two completely different things. If Randy had delivered this cart of large crabs, getting a good review would be impossible. It might even upset the guest and violate the waiter's code of conduct. This chef truly had a wicked heart. Randy couldn't care less. She reached for the food as long as it wasn't marine products and put them all back onto the previous meal cart. Before long, the cart was full again. Randy hurriedly pushed the meal cart out. She quickly delivered it to the door of room 404. The door of room 404 remained open. The man sat at the entrance, gnawing his fingers from hunger, eagerly waiting. Sir, your meal. Randy placed the cart at the door. The man from room 404 stretched out his chubby fingers, grabbing the food on the cart and shoving it directly into his mouth. He seemed to swallow without chewing. After eating greedily, he started gnawing his fingers again. One more cart, please. Randy nodded in response. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Randy pushed the emptied cart back to the self-service area. Only, she felt the resentful gaze of the chef when she returned. So what? My words are unbelievable, and you still had to ask that fat guy separately. The chef always sounded somewhat sarcastic when speaking. Randy was busy selecting food and had no time to respond to him. This chef had tried to frame her just now, and Randy hadn't confronted him yet. Instead, he dared to blame Randy. Randy glanced at the chef. She noticed that the chef had stopped chopping vegetables and was staring daggers at her with a knife in hand. Waiter, I'm starving to death. Please hurry up, thank you, the man urged again. Randy had no choice but to. 404. 404. 404. 404. 404. Randy pulled herself together and nodded. Yes, sir. She had no way out. It turned out the chef had been sulking in the kitchen because she questioned him earlier and revealed his plan. Now, he was lying in a small rocking chair in the kitchen, cursing Randy non-stop. TSK TSK TSK, since you don't trust me, then I won't cook anymore. What if he gets sick from bad food? Someone might think it's my fault and report me. I won't cook. Let him eat everything, and we'll see what happens. Randy hadn't expected to offend such a petty chef. While she was thinking about what happened earlier, the man in room 404 had already licked the last plate clean. I still want to eat, I'm so hungry. The man in room 404 looked at Randy with longing eyes. I want to gnaw on some bones. The man stretched out his chubby fingers toward Randy. Rule 1 of level 4. The guest in room 404 loves eating. When he asks for food, do not refuse him. Randy was stunned. The food was herself. Randy recalled the animal bones she saw when she first entered this floor. Randy suddenly understood. Those large bones were clearly human skeletons. The guest in room 404 was insane. If he didn't have enough food, he would resort to gnawing on people out of hunger. Randy clenched her fists. If she agreed, she would be eaten alive. She would die. If she refused, she would violate the rule. She would still die. Is it okay, waiter? Let me gnaw on some bones. The man in room 404 laughed foolishly. His saliva dripped to the floor, forming long threads. Mario whispered into Randy's ear. Mommy, I saw that there are some discarded bones in the corridor's trash pile. We can pick them up and feed them to him. Randy paused for a second, then looked at the man in room 404. Sir, please wait. I will get you some bones right away. By saying this, Randy did not refuse the man who wanted to gnaw on bones. She smiled and spoke without waiting for his reply, turning and pushing the cart away. The man in room 404 seemed somewhat disappointed but still politely urged. Then hurry up, thank you. Randy pushed the cart to the trash pile where the bones lay. All the meat on the bones had been chewed off, leaving only some dark, smelly tendons. They were crawling with bugs. Randy thought for a moment and did not bend down to pick them up. Instead, she turned around and entered the self-service area. In the kitchen of the self-service area, the stingy chef was already snoring in his rocking chair. His snores grew louder one after another. Randy pushed the meal cart to the kitchen entrance. She hoisted the chef onto the meal cart. Millimeter. The chef woke up from sleep, drowsily opening his eyes. Realizing that Randy was moving him, he was startled awake. What are you doing? The chef was furious. Seeing this, Randy immediately changed her expression. Brother, congratulations. Randy's tone became cheerful. Seeing the chef's confusion, Randy explained with a smile. The guest in room 404 said your cooking is especially delicious. He wants to meet you and write a commendation letter. The chef looked disbelieving. Really? You're not lying to me. Randy softened her voice. Brother, it was all my fault earlier. I always felt guilty towards you. So when the guest in room 404 said he wanted to write a commendation letter, I recommended you right away. I told him you are the head chef, and your dishes are so delicious, any praise should go to you. Hearing Randy's sincere words, repeatedly apologizing and complimenting his cooking, the chef's expression softened. TSK, Just some home-style dishes, casually cooked. The chef strutted proudly with folded arms. After taking 2 steps into the hallway and noticing Randy wasn't following, he impatiently turned back and clicked his tongue at her. Newbie, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. Hearing this, Randy's smile widened even more. Sure thing, brother. I'll lead you over right now. Chapter 106, Fatal Demise. Randy walked briskly ahead to lead the way. The chef behind her was tidying his collar, wearing an air of smug satisfaction. Waiter, are the bones ready? Please hurry up, thank you. The man in room 404 suddenly started shouting loudly. Randy's heart, which had been on edge, began pounding. She quickly replied loudly, Sir, please wait a moment. The bones are simmering in the pot and will be prepared for you right away. After speaking, Randy glanced sideways with her peripheral vision. The chef's footsteps seemed normal, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Randy let out a gentle sigh of relief. Just a few more steps later, the chef suddenly said, Wait. Randy's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong, brother? Randy stopped walking and turned around to look at the chef, who had halted. Brother, let's hurry over. We shouldn't keep the guest waiting. Randy feigned calmness and tried to persuade him with all her effort. Faced with Randy's unusual behavior, the chef frowned suspiciously and stared at her oddly. No, something's not right. The chef pinched his chin, eyeing Randy suspiciously. He circled around Randy half a time, his gaze slightly sharp. You have a problem. You're trying to get me into trouble. The chef yelled at Randy in a furious tone. Randy's heart trembled. It seemed this guy had some brains after all and managed to catch on. However, since the chef hadn't directly accused her, Randy could only pretend to be oblivious. She smiled apologetically. Brother, what are you talking about? I even let you take all the credit. Why would I harm you? No. The chef's eyes grew cold. You're definitely up to no good. Randy felt a chill run down her spine. If the chef refused to go, then Randy would have to resort to force. Randy gave the chef a cold stare. Without another word, the chef turned and ran into the kitchen. Behind them, the guest in room 404 complained impatiently. Waiter, are they ready yet? Please hurry, thank you. Randy turned around. They'll be ready soon, sir. Let me get your bones now. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, quickened her pace, and followed the chef into the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, the chef was holding a large iron ladle, scooping a big bone into a bowl and pouring some rich bone broth along with it. Seeing Randy approach, he scoffed coldly. New girl, don't think I can't tell. I clearly heard the guest in room 404 asking for bones just now. Why didn't you tell me earlier? H, you intentionally tried to get me scolded by leading me there unprepared, ruining my chance at a commendation letter. The chef glared at Randy as he lifted the big bone. Turning around, he saw Randy gripping a kitchen knife, standing ominously behind him. The chef's hand trembled, nearly dropping the bowl. What are you doing with my knife? Do you want to kill me? The chef set down the bowl, his eyes flashing angrily. He fixed his glare on Randy, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Randy froze when she saw the bowl of bone soup the chef had prepared. She put the knife back into the knife block beside her. No. I wasn't going to. I just thought you hadn't put the knife away properly and might hurt yourself. Randy chuckled awkwardly at the chef. The chef scrutinized Randy again. Seeing her clear eyes and honest demeanor, he gradually relaxed his guard. Waiter, it's not ready yet. Room 404 started banging on the door, venting their frustration. Hearing this, the chef hurriedly carried the big bone out. Hurry up, don't dawdle. If my commendation letter falls through, see how you'll make it up to me, the chef muttered under his breath. Then, Randy watched the chef rush down the corridor anxiously. Relieved, Randy sighed. She thought the chef had caught on, but it turned out he misunderstood. This was better. The chef took the big bone out. Whatever bone the guest in room 404 chose to gnaw on would be their own decision. Hurry, lead the way, the chef urged Randy. Meanwhile, the banging from room 404 became louder. Randy led the chef quickly to the door of room 404. The door was wide open. Randy looked at the guest in room 404, gestured towards the chef, and said, Sir, here's your bone. Randy then stepped back silently. The chef, meanwhile, was grinning obsequiously. He rushed forward, taking credit. Yes, I've brought the bones especially for you. They're stewed to perfection. And about the commendation letter. Before he finished, the chef's eyes widened in terror. Because as the man in room 404 opened his mouth to bite into the big bone, he also clamped down on half of the chef's arm. The guest was a monster. The chef lowered his head and stared at the remaining half of his bloody arm. His mind buzzed as if he had suddenly gone into shock. A strong smell of urine wafted over. Randy took a closer look and realized this chef had wet himself. Randy took another step back, keeping well away from the door. From room 404 came a man's desperate scream. After a brief struggle, the man went completely still. Throughout this, Randy kept her head down, eyes fixed on the red carpet, avoiding any direct view. From her perspective, only some red liquid dripped onto the red carpet, blending into its dark red hue. Actually, the chef could have lived. If he had just done his job properly, cooked without causing trouble, and satisfied the guest in room 404, everything would have been fine. But he refused to cook. So, he became the dish. After all, Randy couldn't take the blame for the chef's dereliction of duty, nor could she sacrifice her own life for it. Whoever made the mistake must take responsibility. Randy thought for a moment. By now, the man in 404 had almost finished chewing. He spat out some bones with tendons attached outside in the corridor. Burp, the man was clearly full. Randy asked, "Sir, your afternoon tea has been delivered. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate me?" Gustavus considered for a moment. 9 points. This bone had a hint of urine, but the rest was pretty good. Before the man closed the door, Randy cut straight to the chase. "Sir, would you like to leave the hotel?" Hearing this, the man paused in his motion to close the door. His expression suddenly turned sad. "There's no point. My size, the elevator can't even fit me." With that, the man slammed the door shut. Randy had her answer. This man wasn't unwilling to leave, but rather couldn't leave. Perhaps controlling the man's appetite could stop him from growing fatter. Someday, he might slim down enough to leave the hotel. But the problem was, due to some peculiar reason, the man was under a spell, driven to eat endlessly. If Randy suggested he go on a diet or control his weight, it would surely upset him. But what method could rapidly reduce a monster's fat and slim him down to a normal person? Chapter 107, Making a Pass. Randy collected herself. After the man from room 404 closed the door, Randy didn't leave immediately. Instead, she bent down and rummaged through the pile of bones by the door. She had noticed something just now, an elevator card. The downward elevator card was spit out with those bones. Randy endured the foul smell, picked up the card, and washed it at the sink next to the hot spring pool. In front of the mirror above the sink was a note titled Benefits of Hot Springs. The Chinchwan Hotel uses natural mineral water from Tianling Mountain, which offers numerous health benefits. Firstly, it improves circulation and flexibility. It prevents bones from hardening and helps with woodenization of bodily structures. Secondly, it promotes healthy weight loss. It prevents excessive fat buildup, a boon for dieters. When she saw the second point, Randy's pupils dilated suddenly. There couldn't be a dead end here. Therefore, soaking in the hot springs was likely the key to solving this flaw's puzzle. Furthermore, Randy had witnessed that in this eerie world, the effects of the hot springs became apparent almost instantly, unlike in the real world. Randy suppressed her inner excitement. She was about to inform the guest and put the plan into practice. But an uneasy feeling gnawed at her. Could this flaw really be cleared so easily? Suddenly, she remembered Rule 3 of the 4th floor. Do not force Amos to bathe as they dislike it. Why did he dislike bathing? Was it due to laziness? Or perhaps, a fear of water? A chill ran through her. Also, considering that Amos dislikes eating seafood, Randy's unease grew stronger. Amos probably had some trauma related to the sea or water. The crux wasn't just finding the method of soaking in the hot springs. It was convincing someone with aquaphobia to willingly soak in the hot springs. That wouldn't be easy. With heavy thoughts, Randy finished cleaning the elevator card. She then wiped off the water with a tissue and left the sink area. After she left, the reflection of Randy in the mirror remained stationary. The mirror person with Randy's face adjusted its disheveled hair and grinned widely, seemingly very satisfied with its appearance. Shortly after, the mirror person climbed onto the sink inside the mirror on all fours and crawled out stealthily. As Randy finished washing the card and came out of the hot spring pool, she happened to encounter the new chef. The new chef emerged from the men's hot spring pool and only left Randy with a back view. Randy looked at the back curiously, it seemed oddly familiar. Perhaps sensing Randy's gaze, the new chef stopped and slowly turned his neck. The movement was extremely slow, almost unnatural. An involuntary shiver went down Randy's spine as she halted mid-step. "Ah, you staring at me?" the new chef turned and asked Randy. Randy finally saw the new chef's face clearly. Her breath caught in her throat momentarily, because this new chef looked exactly like the deceased cook. Not only did they look alike, but even their eyes and mannerisms were identical. He walked with his hands behind his back. Randy's expression was one of bewilderment. She didn't answer directly but tentatively said, "Big brother, I feel like I've seen you before." The chef paused for 2 seconds after hearing Randy's words. 2 seconds later, the new chef couldn't hold back a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. His shoulders shook from laughter. "That's such an outdated pickup line, little sister. That trick is long past its sell-by date." After laughing, the new chef smoothed his shiny black hair. He then walked away confidently with his hands behind his back. He purposely slowed down, as if expecting Randy to follow. Randy was now sure this person was not the same as the deceased chef, but their personalities were eerily similar. Both equally narcissistic and possibly petty. It would be best not to cross him. Just as she thought this, she saw the chef stop ahead. If not for her quick reaction, she would have bumped into him. "I'm Adebayo, you can call me Brother Adebayo. I don't smoke, enjoy a small drink occasionally, no bad habits, and no genetic diseases. And, still single. How about you?" The chef turned to look at Randy. Randy was taken aback. "Ah." The chef smiled ambiguously at her. "Just getting to know each other, don't worry." Randy felt that if she didn't say something, this chef would definitely hold a grudge against her again. However, whatever she said should ideally get rid of this person without offending him. Randy thought for a second and then said, "My name is Randy, single, no bad habits, no family history of genetic diseases. But. Randy's voice paused for a moment. Then she laughed as if nothing was wrong. "Ah, never mind. Some things are better left unsaid." Seeing Randy hesitate to speak, the chef became even more curious. He asked, "But what? Tell me. I have extensive connections, maybe I can help you out. Hearing this, Randy sighed heavily with a serious look on her face. Ah, you see. Randy pointed at the Carter on her shoulder. I'm divorced, still single, and have a child. My ex-husband was a compulsive gambler, and as his guarantor, I ended up owing 20 million in debt. The chef's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. Seizing the opportunity, Randy grabbed his arm. Brother Adebayo, you have such wide connections, right? Could you do me a favor and help me raise the money for my 20 million debt? I promise I'll. Randy stopped mid-sentence. The chef hastily pulled away from Randy's hand and ran off in a panic. Well, I just remembered. It seems like something's burning in the kitchen. I gotta go, miss. The chef waved goodbye and fled as if he had seen a ghost. After he had run far enough, Randy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mommy, good job. The best way to deal with people like this is to scare them away. The Carter giggled along with Randy. But suddenly, hearing the Carter's words, Randy was struck by an idea. Scare him away. Yes, that's it. Using conventional methods to reject him would definitely upset the chef, and he might continue to bother her. But scaring him away was different. It was the chef who left on his own initiative, applying the same method to Amos. Amos had to soak in the hot spring, but he was extremely afraid of water. Was there any way to force him to enter the hot spring pool on his own to achieve the goal of soaking in it? Randy's eyes flickered, and she had an idea. Chapter 108 Artificial Cooling. At night, Randy wrapped herself in 2 thick quilts and sneaked into the operation room alone. With a few beeps, the central air conditioning on the 4th floor switched to cooling mode. The temperature was also set to the lowest, 16 degrees Celsius. In the Clear Spring Hotel, the air conditioning is generally adjusted by guests themselves. But if necessary, the main control panel can also operate uniformly. While Randy was adjusting the temperature, she paid close attention to the movements outside. At this time, everyone should be asleep. They generally wouldn't notice the change in air conditioning temperature. The adjusted air conditioning units began working non-stop, pumping cold air into each guest room. Randy watched as the thermostat showed that the constant temperature in room 404 had already dropped. But the temperature still wasn't low enough. Let the cooling come more fiercely. Randy tightened her quilt and walked to the corridor's ventilation outlet, opening the window. The cold winter wind rushed in, blowing Randy's face icy cold. Within 5 minutes, the hallway became bone-chillingly cold. Seeing that everything was almost done, Randy cut off the power switch, bundled up tightly in the quilt, and retreated into the staff lounge. In a place like the Clear Spring Hotel, which maintains constant indoor temperature, the hotel provides only thin quilts. Combined with suitable temperatures, everyone usually dresses lightly. So it wouldn't take long for the people on the 4th floor to wake up from the cold. Randy waited in her staff lounge for about 10 minutes. Then, she heard the quiet hallway filled with the sound of a click as a door lock turned. The door of the neighboring staff lounge opened from inside. What happened? Why is it so cold? The new chef's complaint echoed in the hallway. Hearing the noise, Randy pushed open her door and pretended to have just woken up. Cold as hell, I froze awake. Randy, wrapped in the quilt, glanced unconsciously toward the door of room 404. Why hasn't the guest in room 404 woken up yet? It's only a few degrees in winter here. Their clothes and quilts are not very thick, they shouldn't last long. However, the guest in room 404 has thick body fat. Fat retains heat better than a skinny person, making him more resistant to the cold. To force the guest out of room 404 might require some more time. Just as Randy was thinking, the new chef asked her, "Sis, did your room's AC stop too?" Randy nodded. "Yeah, seems like a power outage." The new chef exhaled white vapor, shivering from the cold. Blown by the cold air for nearly half an hour in winter, the chef was now almost frozen solid. His teeth chattered. "I can't take it anymore, I'm going to the hot spring." The Clear Spring Hotel's hot springs use fresh water. Since the outdoor temperature has not reached freezing point, the pools have not frozen over. After saying this, the new chef hurried towards the hot springs. Randy watched the door of room 404, still tightly shut. The man in room 404 hadn't come out yet. "Hey brother Adebayo, why don't you check the circuit breaker? Maybe it tripped," Randy suggested to the chef. Thinking about it, the chef realized that if power could be restored, the rooms would warm up quickly, and there'd be no need to go to the hot springs late at night. "Alright, I'll check." The chef wrapped himself tighter and took a flashlight from the room before heading towards the operation room. Randy watched the chef's back. She wasn't worried about the chef restoring power because she had prepared for that. Not only did she pull down the power switch, but she also made a simple short-circuit device. Even if the chef flipped the switch, it would be useless. Sending the chef to check the switch was just to use his mouth to tell the guest in room 404 that there was only one viable way to warm up. Take a dip in the hot springs. After sending the chef away, Randy threw a heart to May. "Honey, think of a way to break the window of room 404. May took the heart and bit into it. He mumbled, "Mommy, this is too easy." Using strange powers, May stirred up a strong wind. The gust aimed at the window of room 404. A loud crash followed. The window blew open, and glass shattered everywhere. Less than 2 minutes later, the guest in room 404 woke up. He struggled to the door and pushed it open. The man from room 404, frozen and angry. "Waiter, I want to file a complaint. Bad review. What the hell?" Before he finished, Randy slammed the door shut. In the live stream, netizens who stayed up with Randy were all puzzled. Look quickly. Unable to bear the criticism, Randy locked the guest in room 404. Holy cow, what is she doing? She should lure him to the hot spring pool, right? What's she doing? I can't understand. Mr. Stevie, a veteran from Huagua's intelligence department, was kept awake by strange tales at home. He decided to get up and watch Randy's live stream. The moment he turned on his phone screen, he saw Randy slamming the door and locking the guest inside. Thinking back to the previous incident, Mr. Stevie felt a lot of grievances. Finally catching Randy in a mistake this time, he immediately took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Nathaniel. Ayo Tien, big news. Look quickly. This young Randy is so impatient. When someone criticized her, she flew into a rage and locked a person in the room. Mr. Stevie had been offended by Randy last time and was determined to have the upper hand this time. On the live stream screen beside the old veteran. After Randy closed the door of room 404. In the dark, she stretched her hand out to the room number plate. The original 404 had indeed changed to 414. During the day, Randy had seen the prompt. The man in 414 is very irritable, the man in 404 is very gentle. The man who just came out clearly was the irritable one. Randy guessed that maybe the irritable nature of the man in 414 was his true self. But he might have been constrained in some way, forced to be gentle. After the room number was adjusted, the door of 404 opened again. The polite and gentle Roman appeared. He looked blankly at the dark corridor and then at Randy in front of the door. Excuse me, did the power go out? It's so cold inside. Also, my window seems broken. The man from 404 looked distressed. Seeing this scene, Mr. Stevie suddenly understood Randy's intention behind her earlier action of slamming the door. He had just edited a WeChat message and sent it to Nathaniel. On the screen, it still showed the other party as typing. Mr. Stevie's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly long pressed the text and clicked retract. Nathaniel replied with a question mark. Mr. Stevie looked at Randy, then at himself, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Oh, the young generation is truly formidable. My old bones are really getting senile. Oh, the young generation is truly formidable. My old bones are really getting senile. Chapter 109, The Tenant's Shadow. In the eerie world, Randy was calming down the guest from room 404. At this moment, the chef who had gone to switch off the electricity came back with a gloomy look on his face. The power is out, and it seems the circuit has been burned. As the chef spoke, his teeth chattered, and his face had turned pale from the cold. What should we do? The guests are freezing too, Randy asked the chef deliberately. The hot spring issue was after all a minefield. It was better to let the chef suggest it so as not to attract trouble to herself. Upon hearing this question from Randy, the chef immediately thought of the hot spring pool. He hurriedly offered his solution to the guest from room 404. Sir, would you like to follow me to the hot spring pool? Right now, soaking in the hot spring. The moment the chef said soak in the hot spring, the door of room 404 slammed shut. Rule 3 of the 4th floor. Guest number 404 does not like bathing. Please do not force him. For the guest of room 404, who feared water, both bathing and soaking in the hot spring were equally detested. The chef had good intentions but ended up being rebuffed. So he could only reluctantly withdraw his smile. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why put on airs? The chef muttered under his breath. The chef was inherently petty, and getting the door slammed in his face by the guest of room 404 had thoroughly offended him. With his lips pursed, the chef didn't plan on caring about the guest from room 404 anymore. Instead, he shivered and jogged into the men's hot spring pool himself, muttering, "Phew, I'm frozen stiff." The chef left. But Randy couldn't leave. She had to get this guest of room 404 out no matter what today. Randy threw another heart to May. "Honey, make the wind in his room blow even stronger." May knew he owed favors, so obediently used his eerie power to stir up a strong gust of cold wind again. Inside room 404, it was almost as cold as outside. Randy returned to her staff break room. She wrapped herself in another blanket and peered through the peephole to observe the situation outside the corridor. Half an hour had passed, yet the guest of room 404 showed real resistance to the cold. He hadn't made a sound. Clearly, this person was genuinely afraid of water, with a deep psychological shadow over water. Randy pondered for a second and went to the kitchen to fetch a platter. She conjured some boneless chicken claws dipped in red soup from her spatial pocket. These chicken claws were remnants from the train instance. They were a good thing, capable of inducing immediate drowsiness upon consumption. Randy carried the tray of boneless chicken claws and knocked on the door of room 404. "Sir, the kitchen has prepared a night snack as compensation for you. It's placed at your doorstep." After leaving the chicken claws, Randy moved away from the door of room 404. Logically speaking, this fat guest from room 404 wouldn't refuse any food. Sure enough. Even with his fingers stiffened by the cold, the guest from room 404 cracked the door slightly, picked up the plate of chicken claws, and ate them voraciously. Meanwhile, the chef, having soaked in the hot spring, whistled a tune as he emerged from the pool. Seeing him come out, Randy quickly came to the corridor. She took out the master key and opened the door of room 404. And there, the Roman had fainted right by the entrance. Randy was startled. She hurriedly called for the chef passing by. To send the Roman to the men's hot spring pool, she needed the chef's help. Randy spoke urgently. Brother Adebayo, something happened. The guest from room 404 fainted from the cold. The chef stopped walking and glanced toward the door. Then he snapped irritably, he deserves it. But what if the guest freezes to death? Randy pressed him. But thinking about what just happened, the chef retorted angrily, treating my kindness as ingratitude. If he dies, it's his fault. Pooh. From the chef's tone, Randy knew he was still mad. Since going with the flow wasn't working, she'd have to take the opposite approach. Randy thought for a moment and sighed regretfully. I heard this guest from room 404 has a psychological shadow towards hot springs. It might be better not to go. Isn't freezing to death better than enduring such agony? The chef hesitated. You mean it? He's afraid of water? A glint of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Randy nodded promptly. Of course, he gets terrified just seeing water. He doesn't like bathing, let alone soaking in the hot spring. The chef's eyes flickered. He chuckled. Sister, I think you're right. If the guest dies from the cold, it will be hard for us to bear the responsibility. Why don't we take him to the hot spring pool and warm him up? The chef cast a glance toward the direction of the hot spring pool. He motioned for Randy to join him in carrying this Roman. Randy feigned hesitation. Might that not be a good idea? Since he fears water so much, what if it triggers some psychological issues later? Oh come on, what's not good about it? The chef began to grow impatient. Compared to letting this Roman die, he hoped the Roman would suffer more. Adair, hurry up. If we don't send him over now, he'll freeze into an ice block. The chef looked more eager than Randy. He used a great deal of effort to drag the Roman out a little. Randy didn't stay idle either. She helped the chef drag the Roman out. It was quite a struggle to move the Roman outside, and transporting him was another challenge. The chef was determined to throw the Roman into the water. In short, whatever the Roman feared, he would face it. To achieve this goal, the chef rushed to the kitchen storage and pulled out a cart. Randy and the chef worked together to load the unconscious Roman onto the cart. The whole process went relatively smoothly. The guest from room 404 was dragged and thrown into the men's hot spring pool by the chef. Seeing that things were almost settled, Randy took this time to restore the power supply for the 4th floor. The lights in the hallway came back on. Heat was restored everywhere. When Randy came out of the control room, she saw the chef looking like he had seen a ghost. The chef clutched his head and ran madly out of the men's hot spring pool. Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. I must not have woken up. I must not have woken up. With red eyes, the chef crazily ran into his staff break room. After the chef left, a thin, small man with skin full of wrinkled skin emerged from the hot spring pool, drenched. The man walked down the corridor, looking at Randy with lifeless eyes. Randy got goosebumps when their eyes met. She had seen this skin condition before. This was an obese person who suddenly lost all inner fat but whose skin hadn't contracted in time. From head to toe, every inch of wrinkled, sagging skin on this thin man had once been filled with fat. This thin man was the guest from room 404. After emerging from the hot spring pool, the guest from room 404 was on the brink of mental collapse. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he suddenly knelt on the corridor floor, tearing his hair and sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 110, Julie to replace you. From afar, Randy saw that after having a good cry, the man from room 404 plunged headfirst into the pile of garbage in the hallway. He stuffed trash into his mouth as if he were sick, doing it crazily. He kept apologizing through his sobs. Sniff. Sorry. I'll eat. I'll finish all of it. The speed at which the man from room 404 ate was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the man had emptied a small pile of trash. And the man's originally sunken belly gradually inflated again. Seeing this wasn't right, Randy stepped forward cautiously with a professional smile. Sir, there's more food near the elevator. Would you like me to take you there? The man from room 404 had a blank look. After stuffing another handful of garbage into his mouth, he nodded dumbly. Randy walked ahead, keeping a safe distance while leading the man to the elevator entrance. However, the tenant of room 404 did not intend to enter the elevator. He squatted beside the pile of garbage next to the elevator, using both hands to feed himself frenziedly. Do you want to leave the hotel, sir? Randy asked him. The man shook his head repeatedly, his tone somewhat dazed. I won't go, eating, it's delicious. Randy had asked this question before when the man was fat. Back then, the man said, I want to leave, but my body is too large to fit into the elevator. Now, finally slimmed down, he had suddenly changed his mind. The slimmed down man seemed to be very confused. He didn't care what he ate, anything that could fill his stomach was fine. Randy deduced that this tenant of room 404 would have his consciousness controlled when he was thin. When he was thin, he didn't want to leave. There was only one thought in his mind, to eat. However, once the man's weight exceeded the elevator's load capacity, the man's consciousness would recover. At this time, even if he wanted to leave, his size prevented him from escaping. Thus, the tenant of room 404 could only be permanently confined to the 4th floor. Until finally, he completely transformed into a monster. After figuring all this out, Randy went to the kitchen. She picked up a half-meter-long rolling pin and, taking advantage of the man's current state of confusion, knocked him unconscious with one strike. Randy dragged the unconscious man into the passenger elevator. The attendant inside was an Aladi. There was a large purplish birthmark on the woman's forehead. "Hello, please take the guest to the ground floor," Randy said. Just as she finished speaking, the woman's expression twitched uncomfortably for a second. She smiled with curved lips, but the smile turned uncomfortable halfway through. Two different emotions alternated on her face for 2 or 3 seconds, eventually settling into a forced grin. "All right." The woman agreed with a bitter smile. Randy gave her a strange glance, nodded, and left the elevator. As Randy exited the passenger elevator, the door of the staff elevator next to her closed just in time. 2 figures flashed by inside the elevator. 4th floor. A staff member left. Was it the new chef? Randy speculated as she returned to her staff break room. She planned to get some rest. Having received a good review from the 4th floor and already seeing off the guest, it was now deep night. Therefore, going downstairs could wait until tomorrow. While sleeping, Randy heard snoring from the neighboring room. The chef drooling and enjoying a deep sleep. The next day, Randy was woken by her 6 o'clock internal clock. After tidying up briefly, she took the downward access card to ride the staff elevator. Randy entered the staff elevator. The moment she stepped in, a layer of old dust fell from the walls of the 4th floor. The dim red lights in the corridor went out simultaneously. Everything visible in the building rapidly deteriorated and aged, looking as though the floor had been abandoned for decades. At the same time, a seal reappeared. Floor sealed, awaiting renovation and upgrade. Inside the staff elevator, Randy watched the changes outside coldly. The Kira also stared at Randy coldly. Noticing the unfriendly gaze, Randy glanced at the attendant. The attendant raised her sleeve and wiped blood from the corner of her mouth. In the attendant's hand, she seemed to be holding something. It looked like an ear. A very familiar-looking ear. On the ground, there were several drops of dried blood. The elevator attendant bared her teeth, her tone filled with a trace of malicious resentment. "Which floor? Show me your elevator card." Randy didn't speak, she simply handed over the card. The attendant took the card and swiped it with a beep. The button for floor 3 lit up. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. Randy stepped out, walking away. The resentful gaze following her lingered until the elevator doors closed, then slowly vanished. In the middle of the corridor on the 3rd floor, Randy picked up a name badge. She looked at it closely. Under the name section, it clearly read Randy. "Give my name badge back." A familiar female voice sounded. Randy turned around to see an identical face staring back at her. However, Randy's hair, as per the hotel staff requirements, was tied up high, while this strange person had her hair down. The amorous wore a haughty expression and extended its hand toward Randy, demanding the badge. It seemed unafraid of Randy in the slightest. Randy gripped the badge tightly, showing no intention of handing it over. "Or, shall we exchange?" The amorous held up a slip of paper, waving it triumphantly in front of Randy. "Want this?" Seeing the paper, Randy's expression hardened. That thing, it was the rule. It had taken the rule. "What do you really want?" Randy stared at it with dark, piercing eyes. The amorous covered its mouth and chuckled softly. "I want to replace you." Chills ran up Randy's spine at the sight of this strange, inexplicable being that had appeared out of nowhere. It had replicated Randy's appearance and even her 3rd floor elevator card. If kept in a pocket, it would be very difficult for the card to be replicated. Thus, it could only have been copied when she took it out. Randy remembered cleaning her dirty elevator card in the sink beside the women's hot spring pool on the 4th floor. So, this anomaly likely mimicked her during that time. "Giving me the name badge, I'll give you the slip." The amorous crossed its arms, lifted its chin, and looked down on Randy disdainfully. It was certain Randy would back down. To mimic Randy within the hotel, the name badge was indispensable for the amorous. Without it, it would lose its identity. Hearing the demand, Randy only raised an eyebrow lightly. She held the badge and smiled. "You want this?" "It's not impossible." Randy thought for a moment, then walked to the staff elevator. She said leisurely, "I'll count to 3, and we'll put the items on the ground simultaneously, with May as the witness." The amorous nodded. "Fine, I agree." Randy curled her lips and began counting down. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 111, Cat and Mouse. At the last moment when Randy counted to 1, the staff elevator door behind Randy opened, and she immediately threw her ID card inside. The ID card landed on the elevator floor with a plop. "You." The amorous watched Randy's move, suddenly becoming enraged. Randy indeed put the thing on the ground as promised. But the amorous's expression was conflicted. "Hurry up, it's your turn." Randy urged it. Randy remembered the human ear held by the staff Jillian with the straight fringe. No wonder she felt the ear was familiar. Now recalling, wasn't that her own ear? Or rather, the eerie ear impersonating hers. The amorous in front of her, looking just like her, must have let its hair down to cover the fact that its ear had been bitten off. As for why the Jillian bit off its ear, Randy had an inkling. That Jillian with the straight fringe seemed highly hostile towards Randy. But perhaps due to the staff rules, she dared not lay hands on Randy. So even if Randy stepped into the staff elevator, standing right before her, she could only hate secretly. This eeriness masquerading as Randy was different. Although it looked identical to Randy, fundamentally they were different. The eeriness wasn't protected by the staff rules. So that Jillian with the straight fringe vented her hatred for Randy onto this eerie. If not for the eerie fleeing fast to the 3rd floor, it might have lost its life. Randy was certain this eerie wasn't very powerful. At least it feared the Jillian. That's why Randy threw the ID card into the elevator earlier. It would ensure the eerie couldn't get the ID card to replace her identity, while also adhering to the verbal agreement. Facing Randy, the amorous was furious. It stared angrily at the ID card inside the elevator. Then cautiously glanced at the ghostly Jillian with the straight fringe who was glaring at it. Finally, it clenched its fists, gnashing its teeth in secret. It didn't dare go in to pick it up. Losing the ID card was less terrifying than losing its life. Duly to back out, the amorous gritted its teeth and looked at Mario, the witness. Their eyes met. The amorous's gaze retracted. Confirmed through the eye contact, it couldn't win. Desperately, the amorous stuffed the note into its mouth. After chewing a couple of times, it spat the chewed paper onto the ground. See, I've also kept my end of the bargain, putting it on the ground. The amorous wanted to stomp on the note, but then the hallway lights turned into flickering dark red. An electronic screen in the corridor started beeping urgently. Red neon numbers contrasted against a black background began sounding alarms. The countdown started from 99. Upon hearing this sound, the amorous's face changed abruptly. It forgot about the paper on the ground and fled the corridor hastily. A bad feeling arose in Randy's heart. She hurried forward, picking up the chewed note. The first rule was still somewhat legible. Clear Spring Hotel, 3rd floor rules. First rule. When the hallway lights turn dark red, find a place to hide immediately. Remember, hide well before it returns. Whatever you do, don't let it find you. Randy glanced at the countdown. There were 90 seconds left. On this floor, the hot spring pool, staff lounge, and kitchen did not have locks. Other rooms required room cards to enter. Common sense suggested that locked places were safer than unlocked ones. That eerie, mimicking Randy, had run into the kitchen. After some consideration, Randy took out the master key card. Better to choose a room with a lock. And the rule said, hide well before it returns. Since it was returning, it usually meant coming from the elevator direction. If it searched, it would start from room 301, closest to the elevator. Thus, room 320, the farthest one, was relatively safer. Randy ran over there quickly. Using the master key card, she swiped and entered the room. Pushing the door open, she was stunned for a second by the scene inside. The room was messy. Various objects were scattered haphazardly on the ground. Broken glass cups, chairs with broken legs. It seemed this place had gone through a battle. The only tidy area was the bed in the bedroom. The blanket had not a single wrinkle or strand of hair. This indicated that this room was not occupied by the guest on the 3rd floor. The room was in disarray because someone had hidden here before, and it seemed they were found. Randy estimated that the hiding time had passed halfway. She walked around the room, finally finding a wardrobe that had fallen to the ground in the corner. Based on her body size, she chose the smallest compartment at the bottom of the wardrobe and crawled inside. The space was extremely tight. Normally, no one would think anyone could hide in there. After crawling in, Randy closed the cabinet door behind her. She squatted inside, holding her breath. Through the slats of the cabinet doors, Randy could see what was happening outside. Less than 30 seconds later, the alarm in the hallway stopped. Accompanied by this was the sound of high heels clicking. Those stiletto heels tapped against the red carpet in the corridor with a dull tap, tap, tap. Randy suddenly recalled that the 3rd floor was where Esther lived. Esther was the wealthy woman she had encountered when she first arrived at the hotel, buying dog food. That lady's Teddy didn't eat dog food, but she herself ate it with relish. At the time, Randy found it strange, but now it made sense. Esther was the ghost who grabbed people on the 3rd floor, though it mentioned in the rules. The real guest on this floor might not be the lady at all but her small dog, Body. While contemplating this, the sound of high heels approached room 320. To Randy's surprise, Esther did not start searching from the closest room 301. Just as Randy wondered about this, an excited female voice sounded outside. Are you ready, baby? Mommy is coming in, Tilda. Outside the door, Esther played with a silver dagger in her hand. Her tone was filled with barely contained excitement. Hearing the word mommy, Randy furrowed her brow. Such a term was usually used when talking to children or pets. In this floor, Randy had seen a small teddy that looked very human-like. So, if caught by Esther, would she become her pet? At that moment, there was a beep from the lock. The door to room 320 opened from the outside. Are you there, baby? Don't hide, mommy is coming to find you. Simultaneously, the door to room 320 slammed shut, blocking any escape route for whoever was inside. Chapter 112, The Woman with Curly Hair. Esther, wearing red high heels, hummed a tune as she circled the room. As she walked, she kicked aside the chairs that were overturned and blocking her path. Where is my baby? Tilda, mommy sees you. Esther spoke softly, slowly approaching the bed. Seeing a wrinkle in the bedsheet, Esther covered her mouth and giggled softly. She was almost certain that someone was in the room. Ah, you here? Esther suddenly pulled back the bedsheet, her eyes lighting up as she looked under the bed. Finding nothing under the bed, Esther pouted unhappily. She then reluctantly let go of the bedsheet and straightened up. The tight grip on her dagger gradually loosened. Baby, come out now. If you come out on your own, mommy won't blame you, Tilda, but if mommy catches you. A part of the curtain bulged out. Esther's gaze shifted to it, and she strolled nonchalantly toward the window. If mommy catches you, you'll be turned into ketchup, Tilda. A cold glint appeared in Esther's eyes. She extended her hand with an evil smile and whoosh, pulled open the curtain. There was nothing behind the curtain. Only the opened window and the cold wind that blew through. TSK, not under the bed, nor behind the curtain. Where else could you hide? What about the wardrobe? The sound of Esther's footsteps approached the wardrobe. Randy held her breath, covering her mouth and nose, barely daring to breathe. The click sound of Esther's high heels stopped in front of the wardrobe. Holding the dagger tightly, she jabbed its tip against the wardrobe door. Baby, are you hiding inside the cabinet, Tilda? Esther dragged a long knife mark on the outside of the wardrobe door with her dagger. Stopping at the middle of the wardrobe door, she reached out to pull it open. At this moment, however, a noise from the toilet suddenly rang out. Who? Esther sounded surprised. She tightened her grip on the dagger and hurried over to the bathroom in her high heels. Esther pushed open the bathroom door. The sound of water was coming from behind the shower curtain. Through the thin shower curtain, Esther saw the shadow moving inside. Esther placed her hand on the shower curtain. Oh, baby, hiding here again? Then Mommy is coming in. The water did not stop flowing. Behind the shower curtain, the dark figure shook even more noticeably. Mommy gives you one chance. Do you want to come out on your own? The person behind the shower curtain did not respond. Esther didn't get angry. Instead, she curved her lips into an amused smile. In just 2 seconds, her eyes changed from gentle to bloodthirsty. Then, she aimed the dagger at the chest of the black silhouette and stabbed in one quick motion. Esther lunged forward as well. But the expected sound of blade-piercing flesh did not occur. All that happened was the tearing off of the shower curtain and a black raincoat hitting the ground. The raincoat, stained with dried blood, hung below the shower head. Doused by water, the raincoat swayed slightly. Water mixed with red stains flowed down from the edge of the raincoat. Damn, I forgot about the water outage when I washed clothes here last time. Esther missed her target, her hair getting wet in the process. Angrily, she turned off the shower head, wiped the water off her face, and left the bathroom with a sullen expression. Esther returned to the wardrobe. Randy felt her heartbeat pounding loudly. This time, Esther did not open the wardrobe door. Instead, she stabbed her dagger into the louver doors of the wardrobe over and over again, full of probing and hatred. Over and over again. Each stab carried with it both uncertainty and malice. Randy curled up her body and closed her eyes. When Esther's dagger stabbed into the smallest compartment at the bottom of the wardrobe, there was a squish sound of flesh being pierced. Esther was shocked. She pulled out the dagger. Blood stained the tip of the dagger. Esther's eyes gleamed. Baby, you're here, Tilda. Mommy finally found you. Esther stabbed more fiercely into the wardrobe. Muffled groans of pain came from within the wardrobe. Ha 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 ha. This is good. This way the blood won't stain Mommy's raincoat. Ha 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 ha. A few drops of blood splattered onto Esther's pale skin through the louver doors. It made the crazed woman appear especially sinister. After 2 minutes of stabbing, everything inside went still. Bonnie, who was watching the live stream, laughed loudly throughout the ICU. Ha 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 ha. Randy is dead. Randy has finally been killed. I don't hurt. I'm perfectly fine. The function is malfunctioning. Ha 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 ha. The psychiatrist passing by the door couldn't help but stop upon hearing this maniacal laughter. Inside the ward, Bonnie continued to laugh hysterically while watching the live stream. She held her belly, laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. In the live stream, Esther did not stop stabbing until there was no sound coming from inside. Then she threw away the dagger, twisted her wrist, and took a breath. She gracefully twisted her waist and went into the room to get a bottle of unopened mineral water. She unscrewed it and poured the water over her face to wash off the bloodstains. Then, discarding the water bottle, she came to the wardrobe that was dripping with blood, opening the cabinet door. The cabinet door creaked open. A woman covered in dog fur, her curly hair messy, was pulled out by Esther. The Beverleys' eyes were tired, barely alive. Esther snapped her fingers. The dark red light in the corridor disappeared, turning into warm overhead lighting. A player has been successfully captured. A player has been successfully captured. This round of the game is over. This round of the game is over. The electronic screen in the corridor began to announce. Randy heard the announcement outside and pushed open the cabinet door, crawling out from the cabinet. Her current location was room 318. She had originally gone to room 320. But unexpectedly, as she opened the cabinet door, her gaze met the pitiful, trembling Beverly inside who was hugging her knees. Randy instantly realized this room might not be safe. Not for any other reason than the electronic collar around the Beverly's neck, Randy felt something was off. Electronic products, who knew if they contained tracking devices. So Randy immediately left room 320 at that moment. The countdown alarm outside the corridor was getting more urgent. Seeing that the balcony next door was very close, Randy directly climbed over to the neighboring room 318 via the balcony. In room 318, Randy chose a small low cabinet instead of the wardrobe. The cabinet was against the wall of room 320, making it convenient to eavesdrop on the neighboring activity. If Esther could indeed find the hidden Beverly in room 320 through some sort of tracking, that meant there was really something wrong with that dog collar. Randy emerged safely from the cabinet. Since the live stream alternated between Randy and Esther, when Randy was flipping over the balcony, the stream switched to show Esther. Therefore, many viewers mistakenly thought Randy was still in the room and had already been killed. Now seeing Randy unharmed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But in the ward, Bonnie, who had been laughing maniacally, saw Randy emerge safely, and her expression abruptly changed. She slammed the remote control down. The remote flew out and smashed the TV screen in the ward. Ah, why? Little slut, why aren't you dead? Why isn't it you? Bonnie cried and cursed. The psychiatrist standing guard at the door couldn't stand by anymore. The Benedict entered the room with Annie's, restraining Bonnie, who started crying after laughing. The Benedict instructed, the patient is disoriented, her emotions are extremely unstable. Preliminary diagnosis is manic disorder. You're sick. You have a disease. Let me go. Bonnie glared. She was restrained by several Annies, now like a mad dog, biting anything within reach. The psychiatrist nearby was bitten on the shoulder by Bonnie. The bite broke the skin and bled. The psychiatrist flinched in pain and shoved her away. Crazy woman. Take her to the electrotherapy room, the Benedict ordered. The Annie hesitated. Dr. Casey, she hasn't been diagnosed with mental illness yet. Sending her for electrotherapy may not be good. The Benedict looked stern. Forget about the strange tales invading the hospital for the past 6 months. The rules state that anyone who bites others inside the hospital will be treated as mentally ill. Get moving. Yes, Dr. Casey. Chapter 113, mistakenly entered the room. After emerging from the cupboard, Randy was about to head for the door. At this moment, the door of room 318 suddenly made a beep sound, indicating it had been unlocked from outside. Randy's heart skipped a beat. She immediately hid under the nearest bed. The person who entered the room was none other than Mariah from next door. In her arms, she held that little dying body dog. The little body had been bleeding all along their way here. Randy didn't expect that the random room 318 she entered would be where Mariah was staying. Honey, wait here for mommy. I'll get some medicine for you. Mariah bent down and put the blood-soaked little body on the ground. She continued, once we apply the medicine, your wounds will heal quickly. Be a good girl and wait for mommy Tilda. After saying that, Mariah turned and went to the cupboard. She took out a new bag of salt. She casually tore a small hole in it, pouring a handful into her palm. The little body looked listless and had no strength to resist. It glanced toward the direction under the bed, meeting Randy's eyes briefly. Randy gave it a gesture, and the little body lowered its gaze, retracting its eyes. Come, honey, mommy is going to treat your injuries now. Be good. As soon as Mariah finished speaking, she sprinkled the handful of salt onto the little body's wound. The little body's tears streamed endlessly due to the pain. It let out 2 pitiful yelps, unable to move its body at all. After Mariah finished sprinkling the salt, she precisely located the wound and rubbed it vigorously several times. Endure a bit, honey. Your wound will heal soon, ha ha ha. With a sinister laugh, Mariah poured the entire bag of salt onto the little body's wound. The white salt was kneaded into the wound. The little body trembled from the pain. After about 10 minutes, until the little body lay still like it was dead, Mariah finally stopped. Humming a tune, she carried the little body into the bathroom. The shower head was turned on, producing a loud water flow. Taking advantage of this moment, Randy came out from under the bed and quietly approached the door. Just as Randy was about to open the door, she noticed the newly added door stopper at the bottom of the door. If Randy dared to open the door stopper would trigger an alarm immediately. This must have been installed to prevent the little body from running out. Randy shifted her gaze to the balcony. Now, only the balcony offered an escape route. Just as Randy raised her foot to go there, the bathroom water abruptly stopped. Then came the sound of the toilet door being pulled open. There was no time to react. The curtain closest to Randy was her only option. Randy sidestepped and hid behind the curtain. Mariah emerged from the bathroom with the now showered little body. Miraculously, the little body had regained some vitality. Placed on the ground, it stood steadily on all fours and shook off the water. Randy observed through the gap that the little body's wounds seemed to have completely vanished. It looked entirely different from when it was nearly dead earlier. Perhaps in this horror story scenario, salt was indeed the cure for the little body. Randy felt somewhat shocked. The cruelty of this scenario exceeded her imagination. In the game of hide and seek, if the little body were caught by Mariah, it would undoubtedly be tortured almost to death. But to save the little body, one had to sprinkle salt on its wounds. Not only that, after the little body recovered, due to the existence of their electronic tracker, the next round of the hide and seek game would result in the little body being caught by Mariah again. And so on, repeating itself. Every day for the little body was almost like living in a nightmare. It couldn't escape at all. Mariah removed her wet raincoat and tossed it on the ground carelessly. Then she picked up the dog food from the bedside table and started munching it loudly. Where are my slippers? Mariah took off her high heels, barefoot, bending down to look under the bed. Reaching near the edge of the bed, she got hold of her slippers. Mariah put on the shoes and went to lie on a rocking chair closer to Randy. Listening to Mariah's movements, it sounded like she had opened a face mask. Mariah wasn't quite skilled with human face masks. She peeled off the mask and stuck the whole piece on her face, closing her eyes tightly. Beside the rocking chair, there were her dog treats. Mariah lazily lay with her eyes closed, constantly feeding herself the treats. Seeing the opportunity, Randy slowly moved towards the balcony. Just as Randy emerged from the curtain and silently headed for the balcony, Mariah accidentally knocked off her dog treats. There was a click sound. Randy immediately stepped back and hid behind the curtain again. Honey, help mommy pick up the snacks, Tilda. Mariah didn't open her eyes or get up. She issued the command to the little body. A few seconds passed, and the little body remained still. Randy glanced outside. The little body had lain down with its head on the bedpost and had fallen into a tired sleep. Randy felt an ominous sensation arise in her heart. Now, Randy's hiding place was behind a curtain, which was not as advantageous as before. Previously, the curtain had a standing air conditioner in front of it for cover. But now, there was nothing in front of this curtain, and Randy's feet were exposed. If Mariah opened her eyes, Randy would definitely be discovered. Sweetie, come over here quickly and help Mommy pick up the snacks, Tilda. Mariah called out again. It seemed that if the little body did not respond, she would open her eyes and get up. Is my sweetie being naughty? Why isn't Mommy's word effective now? Mariah sat up halfway, and as she spoke, her hand, reaching toward the floor, suddenly held a pack of dog treats. Feeling the response from the little body, Mariah lay back down resentfully. Bitch, you know your place. Randy held her breath, lying on the ground as she handed over the snacks to Mariah, just as she was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Mariah started speaking again. Sweetie, turn on the air conditioner for Mommy. Randy inwardly cursed. Given the uncertainty of who needed to be sent away, whether it was Mariah or the little body, she absolutely could not anger Mariah. Thus, Randy must not let Mariah discover that she had infiltrated her room. Otherwise, the matter of getting positive reviews would definitely be ruined. Randy glanced at the sleeping little body and reluctantly picked up the remote control that had fallen on the ground once more. With a beep, Randy turned on the air conditioner. Then, she swiftly slipped outside to the balcony and climbed over. Chapter 114 Honey Drink. Randy crossed over the balcony from room 318 to the neighboring room 320. Only then did she walk out of room 320 with relief. Now, as she recalled, when she encountered the Beverly in room 320, the door outside room 320 was clearly locked. This indicated that the Beverly must have, like Randy, entered the room by crossing over the balcony. Is this Beverly, the real Esther? As Randy pondered this, she had already arrived in the hallway. The note in her pocket began to warm subtly. Randy realized that a hidden rule had appeared. She immediately took out the note and examined the new rule that had shown up. Clear Spring Hotel, Level 3 Rules, Rule 2. If you haven't been caught by it and do not wish to become an animal, please go to room 3 # within 10 minutes after the game ends and drink the honey drink marked with a little yellow bee symbol in the room. The part of the rule with # was conveniently damaged by the achebod, making it impossible to identify. Randy raised her eyes to look at the electronic screen in the hallway. It displayed a countdown of 10 minutes, which is the time limit for adventurers to obtain the honey drink. There was only 1 minute left on the countdown. The hidden rule only started appearing now with just 1 minute left, telling Randy about drinking the beverage. This clearly put Randy's life at risk. Had the note not been damaged, it would have been fine. If undamaged, and given that Randy had the universal keycard, entering a room to get a bottle of water wouldn't have been an issue. But coincidentally, the room number was damaged. Recalling that damned eerie entity, Randy's eyes grew cold. That eerie entity wasn't powerful, she had to find its weakness. Otherwise, if it impersonated Randy and angered some guests, who knows how many more issues it could cause. Fortunately, the badge did not fall into the hands of the eerie entity. Otherwise, ruining Randy's task and leading to failure would have been a piece of cake. Randy gathered her thoughts and quickly ran around the corridor. There were a total of 20 rooms on level 3. Randy had noticed earlier that the drinking water in rooms 320 and 318 was normal, without the little yellow bee logo or being made from honey. Eliminating these 2 rooms left 18 others. How could she quickly find the most special one among these 18 rooms? Standing in the middle of the corridor, Randy watched as the seconds ticked away, her heart rate accelerating involuntarily. Randy organized her thoughts. In this eerie world, the 2 most common symbols are the death skull and crossbones #. The death skulls are widespread across all scenarios, forming an extensive network organization known as Ghostface. China's intelligence department generally refers to it as the Ghostface organization. Another organization is the Little Yellow Bee Foundation. The Little Yellow Bee Foundation always opposes the Ghostface organization. Since in this scenario, the foundation provided honey drinks under the guise of helping adventurers. It suggests that they will certainly consider how adventurers can easily obtain the drink. Not every adventurer has the universal keycard given by Daryl like Randy. Considering inclusivity, the people from the foundation might have done something. Tampered with the door locks. Once Randy figured this out, time was running out. Only 20 seconds remained. White hair began sprouting on Randy's skin. She quickly ran down the corridor again. Ultimately, with only 10 seconds left, she found that the lock on the door of room 309 was covered with an extra piece of transparent tape. The tape sealed the keyhole, making the door of room 309 easy to push open. Randy pushed the door open and rushed straight to the 2 bottles of honey drinks below the TV. In the final few seconds, Randy quickly unscrewed the cap and drank it down. Finally, at the last second, the last drop of honey drink slid down her throat. The white hair on Randy's body stopped growing. In the next few minutes, Randy felt her skin itching. The white hairs that had emerged on her body slowly retracted. After finishing the honey drink, Randy checked the ingredients list. Besides water and honey, the drink contained some unreadable components. With only 2 bottles of honey drink in the room, Randy drank one and took the other with her when she left, unsure when the foundation would restock. As for the eerie entity that looked exactly like Randy, she wasn't worried. The eerie entity should not mutate, as seen from the Carter. Moreover, this honey drink was never intended for the eerie entities to consume. Coming out of room 309, Randy had just stepped out of the door when she encountered the Ichabod impersonating her right in front of her. The Ichabod was pushing a food cart from the kitchen toward the door of room 318, lifting its hand to knock. It seemed to have an inexplicable obsession with impersonating Randy. In Randy's shocked gaze, the Ichabod had already knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Hello, meal delivery. Worried that the Ichabod would cause trouble, Randy immediately rushed over and kicked it away as the door of room 318 was about to open. Randy took the place of the Ichabod and stood behind the cart. But upon seeing the Do Not Disturb sign on the door of room 318, Randy's mind buzzed for a second. This eerie entity was deliberately trying to get Randy killed. If Randy hadn't come in time, there was no doubt she would have received a negative review. Under the current circumstances, Randy had to think of a way to resolve this deadlock. I told you not to disturb me. Can't you see the big words Do Not Disturb hanging outside the door? Esther, still wearing a facial mask, removed the door stopper and slowly opened the door. Randy's palms instantly clenched tightly. Esther's face was full of displeasure. What's your employee number? I'm going to complain about you. Give you a bad review. The situation was even more severe than imagined. The fact that Randy was caught by Esther was undeniable. Despite the clear Do Not Disturb sign, someone still knocked on the door. Neither the Ichabod nor Randy could resolve this situation. The Ichabod secretly rejoiced and hid to one side. Though it had been kicked by Randy, it felt vindicated now. Seeing Randy being scolded, the Ichabod was almost ready to cheer. Knowing it wouldn't appear alongside Randy in front of guests. It didn't want to expose itself as a replica since it still planned to replace Randy someday. At the door of room 318, Randy's temples glistened with cold sweat, and her hands involuntarily tightened. Now, how could she turn things around? She must not let Esther give her a bad review. Otherwise, she would be stuck in this scenario forever. Esther took out a notebook and began copying down the employee number on Randy's chest. I'm giving you 1 point, and a bad review. Just wait. Chapter 115, pointing to a deer and calling it a horse. Esther was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Just as she scribbled down the worker number crookedly and was about to close the door for the last moment, Randy stopped her. Wait a minute, Esther. Esther didn't give Randy a pleasant look. What? How dare you block the door? Randy immediately explained. Esther, I think there must be some misunderstanding. The sign hanging on your door. Randy stretched out her hand, pointing at the 4 big words Do Not Disturb on the sign, and said in all seriousness. These are need cleaning, not cannot disturb. Randy's move stunned the netizens in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, is she lying? The world has finally gone crazy, ha ha ha. The chosen one is crazy, I'm crazy, and this weird talk is crazy too. Sis, you can't do this even if we have an awesome aura. Don't worry, remember our sis won't die. At worst, we'll just give her one of Bonnie's lives. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room scrolled rapidly. At this time, experts from the intelligence department also fell into heated discussions. What's going on? Did Randy discover something special? Did she find out that Esther is illiterate? Perhaps it's a desperate measure. Think about it, under these circumstances, it's a deadlock anyway. What if betting on Esther's illiteracy works? Everyone looked sideways at the live broadcast big screen in the meeting room. Now Esther's reaction basically decided Randy's fate. Everyone was waiting to see what attitude Esther would take. In the live stream, when Esther heard Randy's words, she was immediately stunned for a second, and her expression turned a bit sour. The uneasy mood of the netizens was further intensified. Just when everyone thought that Esther would explode on the spot, an unexpected scene occurred. Esther took down the sign by the door, approached the text closely, and observed carefully for 2 seconds. Then her face turned red with slight embarrassment. She scratched her head. Is it like this? These 4 words mean need cleaning. Randy nodded firmly. Yes, Esther. Randy pointed at the 4 big words Do Not Disturb and taught her word by word. Need, clean, sweeping. Seeing that Esther believed her, Randy continued to mislead her. If you don't want anyone to disturb you, you should flip it over. The 4 words on the back say Do Not Disturb. Seeing this scene, the netizens almost burst out laughing. Such a clumsy lie, and Esther actually believed it. Unbelievable. Looking at Esther, Randy's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Of course, Esther would believe her. After all, the current Esther was essentially still a dog. Since it's a dog, it will definitely have one characteristic. Illiteracy. Perhaps a slightly smarter dog could mimic humans to right numbers. But the complicated Chinese characters popular in China would certainly have some cognitive obstacles without someone teaching it. As long as Randy used this feature of Esther, today's bad review wouldn't fall on her, as expected. This trick pointing to a deer and calling it a horse was very successful. From Esther's expression, it could be seen that she had already believed it. That's okay. It was me who misunderstood you. Esther blushed and apologized to Randy. After saying that, she flipped the sign and hung the side that read Need Cleaning on the doorknob. Now it says Do Not Disturb, right? Asked Esther. Randy nodded with a smile. Yes, Esther. Esther did not mention the bad review anymore. She moved her gaze to Randy's food cart. I'm really sorry to make you come all the way here just to deliver food. Give me the food. Randy glanced down at the food on the cart, and her heart jumped again. That eerie culprit, who knew where the food came from. Not only did it look ugly, but it smelled terrible too. Randy seriously suspected that the food was scooped out of a garbage can by the eerie entity. Esther, the food is a bit cold. Why don't I get you a hot one? Randy smiled. But looking at Esther, it seemed that she found no problem with the food. Just give it to me, it's fine. Esther took the food. She poured the food into Body's dog bowl. Through the small gap in the open door, Randy saw the situation inside the room. Esther returned to the door holding the empty plate. Randy lowered her eyes indifferently, pretending not to be peeping. Thank you. You may leave now, I won't hold anything against you. Esther nodded lightly to Randy and then closed the door of room 318. The amorous poked out half its head, observing the commotion on Randy's side. It had intended to watch a good show, but unexpectedly its wish was unfulfilled. Randy pushed the meal cart back. You're lucky. The amorous followed out and walked next to Randy, baring its teeth at her. Just as it finished intimidating Randy and wanted to leave, it was halted by her loud command, stop. The sudden shout startled the amorous. What? What do you want? The amorous mirrored a fierce tone, questioning Randy. Randy pushed the meal cart and smiled. Want to go downstairs? Don't cause trouble for me, and I can take you out. Upon hearing this, the amorous's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Of course it's real. The amorous didn't believe it. Would you be that nice? Randy didn't answer directly. She kept pushing the meal cart, walking ahead, and shook her head dramatically. Well, if you don't want to agree, then forget it. Since this person is neither a guest who can use the passenger elevator, nor an employee who can use the staff elevator, this person will be trapped here forever. TSK TSK, truly pitiful. Hearing these words, the amorous's face turned multicolored instantly. Recalling its situation, it realized that Randy hit the nail right on the head, not off at all. Hey, wait. The amorous hurriedly caught up with Randy. Actually, I can agree, but you have to keep your word. The amorous stared into Randy's eyes. Randy nodded calmly, of course I will keep my word. But when I need your help, you have to listen to me. As long as you take me out, it's okay. The amorous whispered. After muttering to itself, it fished something out of its pocket. The amorous handed the item to Randy. Here, I found this accidentally when I hid in the kitchen. Now I give it to you. With this, you can take me downstairs. Randy took a closer look. It turned out to be a downfloor elevator card. Randy was inwardly overjoyed. Thankfully she had bought this eerie entity's cooperation. Otherwise, even if she searched the entire third floor upside down, she probably wouldn't find this card. Randy coughed lightly to cover her excitement, then put on a cold face and reached out to take it. Don't worry, as long as you follow my instructions, I will definitely take you down, Randy promised. Chapter 116, Vanish after reading. The mirror person's lips curled into a bright smile upon receiving Randy's guarantee. So it's settled, no one is allowed to back out. With that said, the mirror person scampered away. Randy watched the retreating figure of the mirror person, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Despite bearing her exact appearance, its demeanor and behavior were vastly different from hers. It was as if this creature was an alternate version of herself, one that had gone mad. Randy took a few steps with the cart, then suddenly remembered something. She quickly called out to the strange being, "Hey you, how can I find you?" The mirror person, who had already run around the corner, suddenly poked its head back out. It grinned toothily, "Find a mirror and call me out. You can call me, 1037. After uttering these words, the mirror person ducked back and vanished. This creature came out of the mirror. Randy noted this characteristic. Moreover, this mirror person liked to leap about restlessly, seemingly filled with curiosity about the world outside the mirror. After the mirror person left, Randy also retracted her gaze and pushed the meal cart into the kitchen. Not long after Randy entered the kitchen, the note in her pocket began to heat up. She immediately took out the note to check the rule. Clear Spring Hotel, Level 3 Rules, 3rd Rule. If unfortunately captured by it and heavily contaminated, the human form can be temporarily restored by drinking a hot honey drink, which will last for 30 minutes. A long section of red text appeared after the rule, all enclosed in parentheses. This part detailed methods to prematurely terminate the human form. However, Randy felt that this method probably wouldn't be used. Only 30 minutes was too short, let alone thinking about terminating it early. But for safety's sake, Randy still glanced through the complicated procedures. Just as she finished reading those lengthy instructions, the red text disappeared. Before her eyes, that large chunk of text gradually faded until it vanished completely. Randy was slightly shocked. This extensive prompt actually vanished after reading. It only lasted for a few seconds. After a moment's thought, Randy swiftly took out a pen and paper from her pocket, uncapped the pen with her teeth, and earnestly jotted down the procedures from memory. Regardless of whether the information would be useful or not, it was definitely right to record it. The method to prematurely end the human form was extremely complex, with numerous detailed requirements. If not written down, who could ensure the details wouldn't be forgotten later? Relying on her astonishing memory, Randy replicated the instructions word for word. Seeing the neatly written rows of text, Randy's furrowed brows finally eased. Staring at these rules and notes, Randy's gaze flickered. She recalled the little teddy dog on this floor. Using the 3rd rule, she might be able to converse with the little teddy dog. If she confirmed that the little teddy was indeed Esther, obtaining a good review would become much smoother. Currently, all she needed was time waiting for an opportunity when Esther was absent, leaving the little teddy alone. The kitchen was conveniently close to the elevator entrance. Under the guise of working in the kitchen, Randy secretly monitored Esther's movements. Most of the time, Esther would bring the little teddy whenever she went out. Randy waited until 6 in the evening. It was roughly the time for an evening stroll after dinner. This time, Esther left alone without the dog, carrying a shoulder bag with 2 empty snack bags inside, presumably going out to buy more snacks for the dog. Randy saw the elevator take Esther from the 3rd floor down to the 1st, and only then did she feel reassured. Meanwhile, using the advantage of being in the kitchen, Randy had already prepared the honey drink in warm water. The rule clearly stated that the little teddy must drink hot honey drink. All preparations were made, just waiting for the right moment. Now that Esther had left, Randy picked up the drink and immediately headed to room 318. With the master keycard in hand, she intended to open the door directly. However, she froze when she noticed a piece of paper tucked in the door gap. Once the door opened, the paper would fall to the ground. Clearly, Esther had strong vigilance, either to prevent someone from entering or to stop the little teddy from sneaking out. While inserting a piece of paper seemed cautious, it was easily countered if noticed. Randy could simply put the paper back in place when she left. Esther was a bit cautious, but not overly so. Randy hesitated for a moment. To avoid unnecessary complications, Randy chose not to disturb this door. She walked to the door of room 320, swiped her card, and entered. Then she climbed over the balcony to enter room 318. When Randy arrived at the balcony, she just happened to see Esther's back as she walked into the mist. Successfully entering room 318, Randy saw that the little teddy was tied by a hemp rope around its neck, fastened to the iron bars of the window. The moment the little teddy saw Randy, its listless face instantly brightened. Randy squatted in front of the dog, took out the hot honey drink, poured it into a dog bowl, and fed it to the little teddy. Faced with the intruder Randy, the little teddy did not show any resistance. It obediently lowered its head, slightly wagging its tail, and lapped up the hot drink from the bowl. Gradually, the little teddy's form restored to that of a Beverly. This state could only last for 30 minutes. Randy glanced at the time in the room and started timing quietly. "Are you Esther?" Randy got straight to the point. The Beverly had tears in the corners of her eyes and nodded. "Give me a good review first." Randy took out a rating form. The Beverly accepted the pen, found the score section, and filled in the number 10. Taking advantage of the time while the Beverly wrote, Randy continued asking, "Why are you here?" The Beverly's voice trembled as tears fell. "In my memory, I seem to have always been here, brought by the owner. Things before that, I can't remember." The Beverly's eyes were bewildered. She tried to recall events from a few years ago, but the more she remembered, the more her head hurt, almost feeling like it was about to explode. Seeing how painful the Beverly was, Randy quickly interrupted her. "All right, if you can't remember, it doesn't matter." Randy asked the Beverly, "Do you want to leave?" "Yes." Randy made an immediate decision. "Then come with me now. Let's check out before that person comes back." Randy's goal was to help the guest leave the hotel. As for what would happen after leaving, whether the Beverly would be found again due to the locator device was beyond Randy's control. Upon hearing Randy's suggestion, the Beverly immediately shook her head. "I've tried. Only this room is a safe zone. Once I leave, the owner will receive an alarm, and I can't escape." Randy stared at the electronic dog collar around the Beverly's neck. "There's a tracker on it. Take it off and throw it in room 318. As long as the tracker stays in this room, she won't receive the alarm." The Beverly covered the dog collar, her face full of distress, and continued shaking her head. She sobbed, "No, it monitors heart rate. If I take it off, the owner will immediately receive an alarm." Randy furrowed her brow. Nothing seemed to work. "If there's no other way, then kill your owner." Chapter 117, Inside and Out. Randy's suggestion was extremely simple and brutal. The Beverly listened without a word. But she got up from the ground, lips pressed together, and led Randy to a place, the cloakroom. Randy followed her, watching her strange actions. The Beverly pushed open the door of the cloakroom. At the same time, a pungent smell of blood hit the nose. Blood-stained clothes that were torn to shreds were displayed in front of Randy at the door. Looking further inside, there were all kinds of limbs, arms, countless heads, and complete corpses. All these belonged to Esther. The imposter who replaced the Beverly could not be killed. Killing one imposter would only result in the appearance of a second, third, fourth. The Beverly brushed aside her long hair, revealing her face. This exquisite face was now tear-streaked, gazing steadily at Randy. Randy finally saw clearly. It turned out that the imposter mimicked the Beverly's face exactly. It had deprived the Beverly of her wealth, money, and everything else. The Beverly was indeed a true guest on the 3rd floor. Randy lowered her eyes, collecting her thoughts. Currently, they had obtained the guest's good review. But how to get the guest out was a challenge. Randy was contemplating a solution. At this moment, a glimpse of movement from the balcony below caught her eye. Esther, carrying a bag full of dog treats, returning from the mist. Randy's pupils contracted sharply. Around this time, the Beverly's electronic dog collar vibrated slightly. Feeling the vibration, the Beverly's face changed slightly. She immediately went back to crouching by the dog bowl and reminded Randy, "You'd better leave quickly, she's back." Randy realized something was amiss. She closed the door of the cloakroom and asked curiously, "Didn't she just leave?" The Beverly explained, "The master never leaves me alone in the room for more than 5 minutes." Randy rose and headed for the balcony, planning to leave. But she felt something was still off. "Since you're still in human form, shouldn't it be fine?" Randy turned and asked the Beverly, But at this moment, the Beverly looked at Randy with pity. Of course, I'll be fine. You're the one who's in trouble. The Beverly's sudden words made Randy's heart tremble. She will kill you. When the Beverly spoke these 5 words, there was no trace of emotion in her voice. As if she had seen such scenes too many times, it was already nothing unusual to her. Randy frowned. The Beverly's words awakened Randy. No wonder the note deliberately provided a method to early terminate the human form. It turned out this scenario had been planned all along. Human form lasted 30 minutes, but the time the Beverly stayed alone was only 5 minutes. If Randy did not finish transforming back, those extra 25 minutes would be fatal. Randy thought for a moment and immediately went to the bathroom. She shouted at the mirror, 1037, come out. There's an emergency. The surface of the mirror rippled like water, opening up 2 circles. The amorous came out from inside. Here's your chance to pretend to be me, Randy said. The amorous's face lit up. All right, go to the entrance, stall Esther as long as possible. Don't let her enter the house, Randy instructed. Got it. The amorous received the order, passed through the door, and went outside into the corridor. Soon, the elevator at the end of the corridor dinged and arrived at the 3rd floor. The elevator doors opened. Esther, holding snacks, walked out of the elevator. Her high heels clicked leisurely. As Esther passed by the amorous, she slipped backward after stepping on something unknown. Esther let out a startled cry and fell to the ground. The dog food in her arms scattered everywhere. Oh, are you okay, Esther? The amorous hurriedly helped Esther up from the ground. Esther, looking disheveled, held her knee in pain, hissing softly. Upon closer inspection, her high heel had broken somewhere. Oh my God, Esther, your knee is bleeding. Don't move, let me take care of it for you. The amorous worked enthusiastically. It had watched many times in the women's spa bathroom mirror how guests treated wounds. Now it was the perfect opportunity to put that knowledge to use. Under Esther's stunned gaze, the amorous carried her horizontally and took her to the kitchen sink. Lifting Esther's knee, it began cleaning the wound. Esther was completely dumbfounded. Being carried like this was a situation she had only encountered when she was a dog. Since becoming human, she had never experienced anything like this. Esther looked blankly at the amorous and mumbled a thank you. Meanwhile, inside room 318, Randy took out the instructions for early termination of human form. She carefully compared the details within and began drawing bizarre patterns around the Beverly. The method to terminate was complicated and intricate. Even while fully concentrated, it would take Randy at least 5 minutes to complete the entire process. In the kitchen, the amorous had finished rinsing Esther's wound and intended to apply medicine next. However, there were no medications prepared in the kitchen. After much deliberation, the amorous, lacking life experience, opened the spice cabinet and grabbed a bottle of cooking wine. Twisting off the cap, it poured the cooking wine onto Esther's wound in that very moment, causing all the livestream viewers to goggle-eyed. Seeing the cooking wine scene made my cerebellum shrink. Family. Brothers, I suspect it is marinating dog meat, and I have evidence. Esther, my body feels a bit uncomfortable, I'll log off first. Fortunately, this imposter Esther also seemed to lack common knowledge about daily life. She did not refuse at all. She even lifted her velvet long dress a little higher. Esther's cheeks turned rosy. Her gaze towards the amorous was like a dog looking at its owner. But the amorous's expression remained serious and earnest. It bent its head, picked up seasonings from the kitchen, sprinkled each one over Esther's wound, mimicking how humans would apply medicine. Esther's leg had become thoroughly transformed into a heavily marinated big dog leg. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly absurd, Esther was the first to notice something was wrong. She hurriedly spoke up. Well, I have some medicine in my room. Why don't I go get it? After saying this, she got off the sink and hobbled toward room 318. The amorous had been intently searching for seasonings and only realized Esther had already fled when it came back to its senses. Its face immediately turned pale, and it rushed out to hold her back. Wait, Esther. The amorous moved forward to pull her back. Your leg is injured, why don't I go instead? Esther looked at the amorous, her face heating up again. You are quite considerate. With Randy's face on, the amorous chuckled. Esther thought for a moment and suggested, how about this? I need to return to rest anyway. You can help me go together. Sure thing. The amorous spoke faster than it thought. Its smile froze when it realized what it had just said. No. Chapter 118, Can't Be Stopped. Seeing the determined attitude of the service person, as if deliberately blocking her from entering the room, a flash of suspicion crossed Mariah's eyes. Before she could question further, the amorous continued. Mariah, you're so seriously injured, it's my duty to take care of you. Don't move around, I'll get the medicine for you. With these words, the amorous picked up Mariah again and carried her all the way back to the kitchen, far from room 318. Mariah's mind stalled for a few seconds. The suspicion that had just surfaced dissipated after witnessing the server's straightforward nature. While being carried, Mariah glanced at the server's eyes. Clear, innocent, and even a bit silly, they seemed incapable of hiding anything. They bore a resemblance to her former innocent and harmless owner. So this server shouldn't be what she suspected. With this thought, Mariah was placed on a stool in front of the food pickup area outside the kitchen. After setting her down, the amorous turned and half inserted themselves into the freezer, searching for ice. Mariah, your ankle is a bit swollen. Let's do some icing first while I go get your medicine from your room. Seeing the server's actions, Mariah seemed to recall some old memories. she said sorrowfully. You remind me of a friend of mine, Nina. The amoress, with ice cubes in hand, asked nonchalantly, oh, really? How is your friend now? Hearing this, Mariah lowered her eyelids, masking the swirling emotions within. She's doing well now, Mariah sniffled and smiled. Placing the ice cubes on Mariah's ankle, the amoress replied casually, to be like Mariah's friend, I feel quite honored. The amoress laughed openly. Witnessing such sincerity from the server, Mariah felt her suspicions were probably unfounded. She selected the keycard for room 318 from her many cards and handed it over. The medicine is in the bottom drawer of the left bedside table. Thanks for the trouble. No problem at all, Mariah, it's my pleasure. The amoress cheerfully took the keycard and headed off to room 318. It swiped the card, entered the room, and saw Randy, who was busily working on something peculiar. At that moment, Randy was frantically following the steps to draw according to the grid point strictly. Not a single detail of the diagram could be wrong. Because this pattern was used to attract the pollutant. This supposed method of prematurely removing human form actually involved using tools to gather the pollutants within the scenario. By placing the beverly in the center of the pattern, it aimed to achieve precise pollution of the beverly. Ultimately, it aimed to rapidly cause bodily mutations in the beverly. Randy had just marked all the points but hadn't connected the lines yet when the amoress entered. Surprised, Randy asked, why did you come over here? Shrugging, the amoress walked brazenly to the bed and started rummaging through the medicine drawer. I came to fetch medicine for Mariah. How much longer will you need? The amoress asked Randy. 3 minutes. Satisfied with the answer, the amoress didn't disturb Randy further. Finding the medicine from the bottom drawer, it strolled away with the items. A little more delay should suffice for 3 minutes. Returning to the kitchen, the amoress found an empty stool. Startled, it hurriedly put down the medicine and checked both inside the kitchen and the corridor outside. Mariah was indeed gone. Not only was Mariah missing, but her broken high heels and the dog snacks she just bought were also gone. Panicking, the amoress pulled out a small mirror to send a message to Randy. Randy, it's bad. Mariah is gone, and I can't find her anywhere. The voice was transmitted through the small mirror to the dressing mirror in room 318, then into Randy's ears. A moment later, Randy responded. It seems that Mariah was prematurely reclaimed due to wound infection. Watch the elevator entrance. A new Mariah should appear. All this information was provided by the TV screen in room 318. The screen showed that at 6:07 p.m., Mariah's external injuries got infected. Unable to stay away from the third floor for too long without treatment, she would die in a month. The strange power of the third floor decided to directly reclaim Mariah and send a new person. Just as the amoress received this hint from Randy, it heard the elevator door chime. The authoritative sound of high heels clacked again. Events unfolded too suddenly for the amoress to prepare this time. Therefore, by the time the amoress intended to cause trouble, Mariah had already walked past it with her snacks in hand. Wait a moment, Mariah, would you like to come into the kitchen and have something to eat? The new Mariah was extremely aloof, merely casting a fleeting glance at the server, no need. Hearing the refusal, the amoress decided to use its old trick again. It extended a foot, trying to trip Mariah as it had done before. Tripping was the right approach. As long as the amoress didn't administer medication recklessly, there shouldn't be any mishaps. As the amoress stretched out its foot. To its surprise, not only did the new Mariah not trip, but she also forcefully stepped on its foot with her high heel. The amoress was momentarily dazed. While it felt little pain itself due to its eerie nature, a deep indentation appeared on its foot, which was indeed true. Sorry, I stepped on you. Mariah's tone remained indifferent as she glanced sideways at the amoress and then walked away without looking back. Watching Mariah's retreating figure, the amoress panicked completely. It hurriedly took out the small mirror and whispered to Randy, Randy, I can't hold her off anymore. You should leave quickly. 2 seconds later, Randy's voice came from the small mirror, I can't leave. Just stall her a bit longer, I need 2 more minutes. The amoress's tone was anxious, I can't hold her off anymore. She's almost at the door. Randy said, if you can hold her, I will definitely get you out. If you fail, I'll die, and you'll be trapped here too. But the amoress looked troubled, wanting to argue. It wasn't that it couldn't help, but it couldn't think of any way to do so. Originally, the amoress was a low-level eerie entity with an underdeveloped brain. Now it had to perform such a mentally demanding task, and all its brain cells were nearly exhausted. Randy directly stated, 1.5 minutes left, just hang in there. Remember, Mariah used to be a dog. Use that point to think of a way. After saying this, Randy in room 318 ended the communication. At this moment, Randy was filling a bowl with plain water and placing it in front of the grid diagram on the floor. She pricked the finger of the Beverly, squeezing out 2 drops of blood. Blood being a body fluid was crucial for identifying who to pollute. A few drops of fresh blood fell into the bowl of water, spreading out. Randy dipped a pair of chopsticks into the water and began connecting the marked points one by one. This required precision. Any wrong line would ruin everything. Concentrating intensely, Randy's forehead broke out in a fine sweat. At this moment, without Randy noticing, a bead of sweat slid down her cheek. The direction of the sweat drop was straight toward the bowl of water on the ground. If the sweat mixed with the water, the pollution source would affect both the Beverly and Randy herself. Randy noticed the sweat drop sliding down her cheek, and her pupils contracted. Oh no. Too fast. There was no time to catch it now. Chapter 119, Exposing Oneself. At the critical moment, little May stretched out her chubby little hand and placed it over the small bowl. And that drop of sweat fell plop onto the back of May's hand. Mommy, you're sweating. Let me get some paper to wipe you. May withdrew her hand and wiped the sweat on her clothes. After saying that, the child ran to the coffee table, taking 2 tissues. Then returned to Randy's side to wipe the sweat off her. Everything happened so quickly that Randy almost didn't react in time. Originally, she had been thinking that if it really got contaminated, she would have to try drinking hot honey water to see if she could change back. However, this crisis was resolved by May. May stood beside Randy, wiping the sweat off her. Randy's expression was gratified. Thank you, baby. I'll reward you when this is over. Yes, Mommy. I want to eat 5 hearts. May held up 5 chubby fingers with a mischievous smile. Okay, wait a moment. Mommy needs 1 more minute. Randy added the final touch to the pattern. The originally transparent lines instantly emitted a blood-red glow once completed. Countless black mists gathered from outside the windows, all entering the body of the Beverly. Hey! The Beverly let out a pained groan. Her entire body began rapidly sprouting dog fur. Next, they just needed to wait. Outside in the corridor, Tad learned from Randy that she still needed another 1.5 minutes to completely finish. Mirrored Man gritted his teeth. He must not let Esther pass in this short span of time. Randy informed Tad that Esther used to be a dog. Tad thought about it for a while. Since she was a dog, there must be an owner. Recalling what the previous Esther had said, an idea suddenly struck Tad. Something seemed to connect. Esther, do you know Nina? Tad called out these words suddenly as he watched Esther's retreating figure. Tad felt somewhat uneasy. Whether or not he could stop Esther depended on this. The previous Esther mentioned having an important friend named Nina. Coupled with the fact that Esther used to be a dog, Tad deduced that this Nina should be Esther's former dog owner. Because for most pet dogs, the person they come into contact with the most is their owner. Sure enough, hearing Nina, Esther paused in her step. The sound of her high heels stopped. Esther turned around, looking at Tad with a peculiar gaze. How do you know Nina? Esther's tone was somewhat aggressive. She seemed angry. Tad roughly guessed her emotions. But no matter what, this move worked. At least Esther stopped. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Tad walked slowly toward her under her sharp gaze. To tell you the truth, Nina was once my best friend. Tad lied fluently. He couldn't help it. Whatever would grab Esther's interest, he would say. Esther sized up Tad, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? If you were her best friend, why have I never seen you? Tad felt a bit flustered, already stuck by Esther's question. While Tad was anxiously at a loss, a voice came from the small mirror. Classmate. Randy gave it a hint. Randy was basically done here, now waiting for the Beverly to be fully corrupted and turn back into a dog. Taking advantage of her free time, Randy listened to what was happening outside. She noticed Tad was stumped, so she offered him an idea. Communication between Randy and Tad was made possible by the strange power of the mirror. Thus, Randy's voice wouldn't reach Esther's ears. Receiving Randy's reminder, Tad felt more confident. He looked up at Esther, who still doubted him, then earnestly said, Of course you haven't seen me. I'm Nina's classmate, and I only interacted with her at school. Tad's statement had no obvious loopholes, because both Tad and Randy knew that Esther might have been Nina's dog before. Usually, students don't bring their dogs to school, so it makes sense that Esther hadn't met the classmate. Hearing Tad's explanation, Esther's suspicion was reduced by half. She continued questioning, Then tell me, what kind of person is Nina? Esther paced around Tad for 2 steps. She still felt that this waiter was inexplicably strange and dared not trust him easily. Mirrored Man was once again stumped. He put on a calm demeanor, but inside, he was nearly frantic. Under Esther's scrutinizing gaze, Mirrored Man used the strange power to transmit sound and sought help from Randy. Randy, I've never met Nina. How should I answer? Please save me. Receiving Mirrored Man's plea for help, Randy lightly furrowed her brows. Nina. Honestly, she had never met her either. In fact, if it weren't for Mirrored Man mentioning her first, Randy wouldn't have even heard this name. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Randy sent a few words, outwardly strong, inwardly gentle. This universal formula basically applies to 99% of people. Mirrored Man received the hint and immediately regained his boldness in front of Esther. Clearing its throat, it said to Esther, Nina is Kaylee, who appears tough on the outside but is gentle at heart. She likes to mask herself with a hard shell. Actually, she does this only to protect herself and avoid getting hurt. The more Mirrored Man fabricated, the less confident it became. With each lie, it worried about being exposed. While carefully observing Esther's reaction, it wept as it messaged Randy. Whoa, Randy, are you done yet? How much longer? Randy glanced at the level of corruption in the Beverly. 20 more seconds. Hearing Randy's response, Mirrored Man decided to hold on a bit longer. As long as Randy survived, there was still hope for its future free life. Esther listened to what Mirrored Man said and stared at it silently for a few seconds. Then, Esther let out a deep breath. I didn't expect you to really be Nina's friend. Seeing Esther relax her guard, the tension in Mirrored Man's heart eased. Esther reminisced, saying, Dora Luoya is very kind-hearted. You willing to be friends with Dora Luoya makes me happy. Mirrored Man's eyes curved into a smile as it went along with Esther's sentiments. Of course, Dora Luoya is a great person, and I like her very much. Just as Mirrored Man finished these playful words, it noticed Esther's expression suddenly change. Esther grabbed Mirrored Man's wrist, eyes narrowing. "You're not Nina's friend at all. Nina doesn't even have the surname Dora. How dare you lie to me?" Mirrored Man was startled by this sudden turn of events. It almost burst into tears. "Speak. What do you intend by falsely claiming to be Nina's friend?" Knowing it couldn't hide anymore, Mirrored Man's face turned grim. Its eyes darted around nervously, glancing toward room 318. Why wasn't Randy coming out? It was already exposed. Mirrored Man's tiny glance did not escape Esther's sharp eyes. "You have someone hidden in my room, right?" Esther fumed. She angrily flung Mirrored Man's wrist away, her face distorted with rage. Esther stomped over to the door of room 318 in fury. In her blazing anger, she kicked open the door with a loud bang. Chapter 120. Leaving the third floor. The moment the door was kicked open, the curtain on the right side of the balcony moved slightly. "Who's there?" Esther immediately rushed out. "Who's there?" The location to the right of the balcony of room 318 was close to room 320. "Stop." Esther fiercely climbed over the balcony and chased into room 320. Randy hid behind the wall corner, observed that Esther went in the opposite direction, withdrew her gaze, and heaved a sigh of relief. She had long guessed that Esther had serious suspicions. So when Randy was getting away, she deliberately pulled the curtain on the right side of room 318 to create an illusion that she ran to room 320. In fact, Randy's position was in room 316, to the left of room 318. Taking advantage of Esther still lingering in room 320 searching for someone, Randy immediately went out, exchanged identities with the amorous in the corridor. The mission of the amorous was successfully completed, and she left happily. "May, hide first." Randy threw 5 hearts to May. May obediently vanished. In room 318, Little Body was licking the water stains on the ground with its head hanging down. Since before fleeing, Randy not only had to clean up the water bowl and chopsticks but also erase the patterns on the floor and dry the water stains. In just a few seconds, it was very urgent, not every spot was cleaned thoroughly. Therefore, while Esther wasn't back, Little Body licked all the tiny watermarks clean, dealing with the remaining details. After finishing this, Little Body turned around intentionally and looked at Randy by the door. It seemed to say, it wanted to go out. "Please take it out." Randy nodded gently and responded with a glance. At this time, Esther also came out from room 320. She slammed the door and ran straight to Randy. "Speak. Where did you hide the person?" Esther stared at Randy, yelling furiously. Her intuition wouldn't be wrong. She was sure that this waitress must have something suspicious since she tried to detain her. Facing Esther's interrogation, Randy merely smiled calmly. "You're too suspicious, Esther. There are only 2 people on this floor. I have been with you all the time. How can there be a third person?" Randy's statement was flawless. On the third floor, apart from them 2, there wasn't even a chef cooking meals. Unlike the 4th floor where there was a guest who ate a lot. On the 3rd floor, basically no one ate much. Esther, as a guest, mainly fed dog food. And Randy's every meal was delivered and picked up by her colleague. In such a situation, besides the 2 living people, Randy and Esther, indeed no third person could be found. Esther held her breath for a long time and couldn't find any words to refute. "Humph, don't let me catch you." Esther narrowed her eyes and said fiercely. After that, she entered the room and slammed the door loudly. Randy turned to leave. There was an indescribable smile on her face. The way out was found. Randy put her hand in her pocket and played with the small remote control inside. Previously, the Beverly said leaving room 318 would trigger an alarm, and so would removing the electronic dog collar. Seemingly flawless. But in fact, there were loopholes here. That alarm sound wouldn't appear under one condition. When both Esther and Little Body leave the room simultaneously. Under this circumstance, although Little Body left room 318, no alarm sounded. This suggested that the alarm sound could be eliminated. The scenario wouldn't completely block the way out. So this alarm elimination was the exit left for Randy by the scenario. When Randy squatted in the kitchen today, she felt regretful. Because Esther always took Little Body with her when going out. Leading to Randy waiting in vain for the puppy to be alone. Now thinking about it, these seemingly useless things actually hinted at the solution to escape. A few minutes ago, while waiting for the Beverly to get infected, Randy didn't idle. She searched many cabinets. Finally, in the wardrobe of room 318, she found this small remote control. Each corpse in the wardrobe had a remote control, indicating this remote control was definitely an important tool for Esther. Many corpses meant many remote controls. Randy taking one wouldn't raise any suspicion from Esther. Randy put her hand in her pocket and pressed the alarm mute button on the remote control. Next, she needed to wait until Esther fell asleep and Little Body slipped out. Randy walked to the middle of the corridor and turned into room 309. As soon as she entered, the 2 bottles of honey drink below the TV caught her eye. The stock had been replenished. Randy casually picked up the 2 bottles of drinks and grabbed a makeup mirror before turning to leave the room. Outside the window, the night grew darker. Randy waited in the kitchen for a long time until Little Body finally came. It wagged its tail at Randy, with bright light shining in its eyes. Randy handed the warmed honey drink to Little Body to drink. After Little Body finished drinking, it transformed back into human form, quickly opened the service elevator door, and left the 3rd floor. On Randy's side, she also called over the amorous. Randy held the makeup mirror and gestured for the amorous to hide inside it. Then, Randy let down her hair so that the person inside and outside the mirror looked identical. The amorous followed Randy's instructions, mimicking her every move inside the mirror. The service elevator dinged and stopped at the 3rd floor. Holding the makeup mirror, Randy walked into the elevator. Just as Randy entered the elevator, chaos began to unfold on the 3rd floor behind her. In the brightly lit corridor, accompanied by a series of explosions, the lights went out one by one. The elaborately carved wooden doors in the building slowly turned old and rotten, crumbling. Thick layers of wall dust fell off the corridor walls, stirring up a cloud of dust. In this abandoned floor, only the real little body dog was lonely sleeping on the cement floor. Little Body seemed to be having some kind of nightmare. It tightly hugged a photo of its owner, refusing to let go or wake up. The seal tape on the 3rd floor reappeared, blocking the way outside the elevator. Floor sealed, awaiting renovation upgrade. Inside the service elevator, the woman with bangs next to Randy stared at her intently as if she wanted to devour her alive. Which floor? Give me the card. The tone of the woman with bangs was hard, but she still fulfilled her duty as Jillian. Randy glanced at her and handed over the card. The elevator card beeped, and the button for the 2nd floor lit up. Randy closely watched the floor display, holding the makeup mirror seemingly casually aimed at herself. The woman with bangs leaned sideways and glanced into the mirror. Inside it was a face identical to Randy's. Seeing no abnormalities, the Jillian shifted her gaze away. After the woman with bangs moved her gaze away, the amorous inside the makeup mirror secretly smiled. The number on the elevator dropped from 3 to 2. Ding. The elevator door opened. Randy, along with the amorous, stepped out of the service elevator. Chapter 121, The Invisible Guest. The amorous darted out of the elevator and then frolicked back and forth at the elevator entrance, exclaiming, "Woo, another floor down." The attendant with bangs behind her was shocked to see 2 Randys suddenly appear. Her pupils dilated. You. The attendant's gaze shifted between the 2 before settling on the vanity mirror. She finally realized that she had been tricked by these 2. The attendant became furious. She clenched the human ear in her hand into a ball and smashed it at the amorous outside the elevator, venting her anger. The amorous dodged sideways. "Hey, can't hit me." The human ear fell to the ground. The amorous glanced down, and it was indeed its right ear which had been bitten off. Its eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, thank you. Such a kind person." The amorous bent down to pick up the ear, blew off the dust, and reattached it. Seeing the despicable grin on the amorous's face, the attendant's expression grew even darker. Not until the elevator doors closed did that hateful stare slowly disappear. The attendant resented the amorous, but in reality, she resented Randy. She just found it easier to target the amorous instead of Randy. Randy watched the attendant's actions, her doubts deepening. What could have made the attendant hate her so much? Randy clearly remembered that when they first met, the attendant was perfectly fine. In their subsequent encounters, there were no significant conflicts either. Did she miss something? Unable to recall any particular detail, Randy decided not to dwell on it. She turned her attention to the amorous beside her. At this moment, the amorous had snatched the vanity mirror from Randy's hands and was admiring its newly restored right ear. "You shouldn't have acted so rashly. By exposing the vanity mirror, how will you ride the elevator next time?" Randy scolded it. The amorous's happy expression faltered slightly. It raised its eyes, meeting Randy's gaze guiltily for half a second before quickly looking away. The amorous pressed its lips together. After a long silence, a voice interrupted them. "Hello, can you help open the elevator?" A girl's voice spoke. Randy turned around. Beside her was a corridor glowing with a cold blue light, completely empty. "Hello, I can't open the elevator." The voice sounded again. Randy still couldn't find anyone. Her gaze gradually lowered and landed on a folded piece of paper on the ground. The note was propped up, but one end seemed weighed down, causing the other end to rise. Randy didn't rush to respond. Instead, she bent down to pick up the note. It took some effort to lift it. "Oops, sorry, I stepped on your thing." The girl who had spoken earlier seemed to take a half step backward. Randy picked up the note and opened it for a quick glance. It detailed the rules of this floor. "Welcome to work on the -2ND floor of Clear Spring Hotel. During your work, please note the following rules. Clear Spring Hotel -2 floor rules. 1. Only one guest is staying on this floor, in room 206. All other rooms are vacant. 2. At any time, if the guest in 206 makes a request, you must respond, even if you cannot see them. 3. Not all invisible things are guests. Be cautious in distinguishing. 4. You must not respond to requests from non-guests. Remember this point." After reading through all the rules, Randy felt somewhat complicated. The challenge of this floor lay in identifying the guest. According to the rules, there were 2 types of entities on this floor, guests and non-guests. Both were invisible to Randy. The difficulty lay in the fact that guests must be responded to, while non-guests must never be acknowledged. Based on the rules, non-guests would likely pretend to be guests and make requests to Randy. If Randy confused them and responded incorrectly, it could lead to contamination or death. "Excuse me, can you help me open the elevator door?" The voice from the air in front of Randy continued to ask for help. This was already the 3rd time it asked her. 3 strikes and you're out. If the girl was really the guest from room 206, ignoring her further might make the guest angry. Not only would it violate Rule 2 of the -2 floor, but it might also breach the server's code of conduct. If Randy were to violate both rules simultaneously, she would not only anger the guest but also fail to receive a positive review, sealing her fate in this round. At an impasse, Randy sensed something moving in front of her. The footsteps headed towards the adjacent passenger elevator entrance. Randy glanced over. The passenger elevator on this floor was different from others. Outside this elevator, there were no up or down buttons, only a pitch-black electronic display screen. Above the screen, a note was pasted. This floor provides a smart access control system. After facial recognition is completed, the passenger elevator door will automatically open for you. The unseen girl seemed to press the electronic screen. The originally dark screen lit up. Please place your face within the frame. Please place your face within the frame. The screen's microphone continuously repeated this message. Randy listened to the footsteps. The unseen girl apparently took a step back, standing at the designated spot. After 10 seconds, the cold voice changed its script. Error, error, no face detected, the screen will automatically shut down. As soon as the words faded, the elevator doors made a clanging sound. The unseen girl appeared to kick the elevator door. Busted machine, what kind of smart access control? It's more like a dumb access control. I'm clearly standing here, why can't it recognize me? Hey, attendant, come try it out, help me open the door, I've been calling you multiple times. The unseen girl confronted Randy. From initially being polite, the girl became increasingly irritable. Randy still couldn't determine whether it was the true guest of this floor. Without being able to distinguish, she could only resort to blind guessing. Whether responding or ignoring, Randy had a 50-50 chance of death. Netizens watching the livestream all held their breath for Randy. This is clearly a death sentence. There's simply no solution. Even if it were visible, you might not be able to tell if it's the guest, let alone now when it's invisible. Damn Ghostface organization, I really want to fight them. If Randy dies at this stage, I can completely understand. Experts from the intelligence department were also indecisive, unable to make accurate judgments. Hey, attendant, did you hear me? Come do facial recognition and open the door for me. The girl grew increasingly domineering. Randy's hand tightened unconsciously around the note. There was too little information to judge whether the girl was the guest. Was it really a dead end? Chapter 122, Not a Guest. Randy lifted her eyelids and glanced at the corridor on the second floor. The first rule of the Chinchwan Hotel's second floor. Only one guest is staying on this floor, in room number 206. All other rooms are unoccupied. Though it was said like that, Randy saw with one glance. Apart from room 206, it seemed as if there were invisible entities residing in the rest of the rooms. Some of them were frantically twisting the door handles, making the handles creak loudly without any sign of stopping. Others were repeatedly swiping their keycards, pushing open the doors with a creak, and slamming them shut with a bang, repeating the process of opening and closing the door. Throughout this time, footsteps could be heard continuously walking back and forth in the hallway. Upon listening closely, whispers could also be heard as people conversed in hushed tones. It felt as though the entire corridor was bustling with activity, yet when looked upon, it appeared completely empty. The scene was indescribably eerie. Randy tightened her grip on the piece of paper, taking in the situation of the hallway. After a moment, she lowered her gaze, pondering for a second. A slight tremble ran through her knuckles, and suddenly remembering something, she abruptly raised her eyes. Hurry up and open the elevator door for me. I'm saying this for the last time. Can you hear me? Open the door, open the door, open. The invisible girl kicked the elevator door panels with a bang bang, her urging voice becoming increasingly anxious. It seemed that the girl's emotions were on the verge of losing control at any moment. Amidst the astonished gazes of the live stream viewers, Randy took a step forward, walking towards the invisible girl. What the heck, is the girl really a guest? Did Randy figure it out so quickly? Are you kidding me? There's no information to make a judgment. I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the chosen one is just guessing. Heavenly spirits above, bless us that our chosen one wins this round. In the live stream, Randy followed the sound and walked to stand in front of the girl. Hello, could you please show me your keycard to confirm that you're a guest on this floor? As Randy spoke, she extended her hand, signaling the girl to hand over the keycard. Seeing this scenario, the livestream audience was momentarily stunned. This time, the chat area truly exploded. Help! I thought the chosen one figured it out, but it turns out she doesn't know either. This is pure gambling, guys QAQ. If the girl isn't the guest of 206, then wouldn't Randy be dead? Guys, is the chosen one dead? I can't bear to look, crying.jpg. Without determining whether the girl was a guest or not, Randy rashly engaged in conversation with her, which could potentially lead to trouble. If the girl was indeed the guest of room 206, all would be well for both Randy and the guest. However, if the girl wasn't the guest of room 206, Randy's actions would undoubtedly be inviting death. Some netizens squinted their eyes, waiting anxiously in front of the livestream for a long time. Yet, the expected death notice for the chosen one did not appear. Could it be that Randy's luck was really that good, and the invisible girl turned out to be the guest of room 206? Otherwise, how else could they explain why nothing had happened to Randy yet? Just as the netizens were full of doubts, everyone saw a keycard being placed in Randy's hand. The camera zoomed in for a close-up of the keycard. The numbers on the keycard clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. It must be room 206, otherwise, this situation wouldn't make sense. But the moment the netizens saw the keycard, everyone paled and sucked in cold breaths. It's over, she's definitely dead now. This isn't room 206, it's 205. Randy miscalculated. But why hasn't she died yet? She doesn't seem to be affected either. To the person above, I don't know either. My brain is running out of capacity, speechless.jpg. In the live stream, Randy saw the number on the keycard and smiled calmly. I'm sorry, this keycard isn't from our hotel. I can't comply. Randy placed the keycard beside the smart machine and turned around to leave. Mario felt puzzled. Mommy, since she isn't the guest of room 206, why didn't you die after talking to her? Although Mario couldn't read, he used strange powers to input the content of the note into his brain in audio form. So he couldn't understand what was going on now. Randy pinched his chubby cheek and smiled. Of course, we won't die, darling. The rules say Mommy can't respond to requests from non-guests. Did Mommy respond just now? Randy asked. The fourth rule of the second floor. You cannot respond to requests from non-guests. Please remember this. Randy's actions indeed constituted a conversation with a non-guest. However, throughout the entire process, not a single word responded to the non-guest's request. The girl's request was, help open the elevator door. The livestream viewers were stunned for 2 seconds. Realizing the peculiarities of the situation, they suddenly felt enlightened. Alright, so it can be played this way? Okay, I admit this woman is a bit smarter than me. The chosen one's mind turned and found a loophole. My mind turned, and I found a hole. Randy left from the elevator entrance. She went straight into the staff lounge, closed the door, lay down, and went to sleep. Outside the window at this time, night had already fallen deep. Although the Midnight Hotel couldn't be said to be very safe, Randy indeed needed to rest and get a good night's sleep. Not long after Randy lay down, the noise outside gradually grew louder. There were children running around and shouting, with parents loudly urging them from behind. There were musicians playing guitars and singing aloud. Some even took out the pots and pans supplied exclusively in the Chinchwan Hotel's deluxe suites, banging on them in the corridor with a clatter, disturbing the peace. More eerily, some people claimed to be Randy's parents, constantly calling daughter outside and incessantly knocking on the door. The parents outside waited for a long time, seeing that Randy didn't respond, became anxious and pounded on the door loudly, seemingly wanting to break in. These strange entities seemed to be using a strategy of exhaustion. They planned to keep Randy awake to drain her energy. In the long run, if Randy acted lethargically and her mind couldn't keep up, she would eventually make mistakes. But those things miscalculated one thing. Once Randy felt tired, her sleep quality was extraordinarily good. Randy stayed on high alert during the day, but by night, she could fall asleep almost immediately upon touching the bed. Accompanied by the noisy sounds outside, Randy soon fell into a deep sleep. After falling asleep, Randy vaguely had a dream. She dreamed of herself aimlessly getting up from bed, opening the door, and walking out. Outside the door, the two people claiming to be Randy's parents were staring blankly at her with tears of fresh red blood streaming down their eyes. And in the corridor, there were many people. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Their only common point was that all their faces were cracked, with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Hearing Randy open the door, these creatures simultaneously turned their heads, their bloody eyes looking at Randy as she stepped out of the room. Chapter 123, The Window Closing Incident. The noisy corridor fell silent all at once. Time seemed to stand still. Randy, under everyone's strange gazes, approached the door of room 206. In her hand, there appeared a checkout slip at some point. She held the slip, raised her hand, and knocked on the door. Hello, checkout service. Randy knocked 3 times in succession. The door of 206 creaked open. A blooded and mangled face peeked out from the door gap. This face looked as if it had been smashed into pieces by a hammer, its features soft and mixed with blood and flesh. Hello, I'm here specially to assist you with the checkout process, Randy said with a professional smile. No, came a cold voice from the deformed mouth inside the room. As the guest in room 206 was about to close the door, Randy, seeing that she was about to be turned away, immediately pushed against the door. Sir, your stay has expired. Please check out. Randy pleaded earnestly. However, the thing inside seemed angered. It extended its blood-stained claws, grabbed Randy's collar, and pulled her into the room. The door of room 206 slammed shut with a loud bang. Randy suddenly opened her eyes, waking up from a nightmare. Her heart raced, and she took several deep breaths. What a strange feeling. Why did she have such a dream? Randy could feel that her clothes were drenched in sweat, and the wind made her shiver uncontrollably. Looking closely, she realized she was standing in front of room 206, about to knock on the door. Was she sleepwalking? Randy quickly withdrew her right hand, which was about to knock. A cold wind blew past her side, and Randy glanced over. At the end of the empty corridor, a glass window with protective bars was open for some reason. Winter's chill howled into the corridor, hitting her sweat-soaked clothes and causing her to shiver. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. Randy looked at the electronic screen hanging in the corridor. It showed the time was exactly 4 a.m. Go close the window, a gentle female voice whispered near her right ear. Randy looked to her right but saw no one. I'm not asking, I'm warning you, the voice continued, now near her left ear. This girl talking to Randy was different from the one she encountered when getting off the elevator. That girl's voice was brash and loud, with a rough tone. This girl's voice, however, was soft and trembling, almost tearful. Don't ask why, just listen to me, or you'll regret it. The more she spoke, the more choked her voice became. Randy hesitated, then quickly walked toward the window. Since this wasn't a request, and whoever this girl was, whether or not she was the guest from room 206, it shouldn't matter. On her way to close the window, Randy kept tripping over strange objects in the empty corridor. You kicked me, said a Roman. Be careful, don't step on my doll, a child also yelled. It seemed that these people were all lying down in the corridor, sleeping. Randy's journey to the window was quite difficult. She navigated through the long corridor, stumbling all the way until she reached the window. The window was facing inward into the corridor. Randy gripped the frame and swiftly pushed it shut. Just as she was about to lock it, a powerful cold wind, carrying a black mist, roared in. The force was so strong that it forced the window open and even threw Randy several meters back. If the injuries hadn't been transferred to Bonnie, Randy would have surely broken several bones. Randy supported herself on the carpet and got up from the floor. At this moment, she noticed that her fingers were slightly transparent. Could something be wrong with this black wind? Transparency meant that facial recognition wouldn't work. Instinctively, she turned her head towards the elevator entrance. The up and down buttons in front of the staff elevator were gone, replaced by a cold facial recognition machine. Now staff members used facial recognition to ride the elevator. If Randy's body became completely transparent like the guest from room 206, it would be a problem not just for sending guests away but for Randy herself to leave. Randy instantly understood. No matter what, the black wind mustn't continue blowing. Glancing around, she realized she had fallen very close to the staff restroom. Her first instinct was to hide inside immediately. Randy ran to the door of the staff restroom and frantically twisted the doorknob. But no matter how Randy struggled, the door wouldn't open. It's no use, after 4 o'clock, none of us can go back, that ethereal female voice whispered in Randy's ear again. Randy looked up at the window in the corridor. Black wind was still gushing in from there without stopping. There was no other way, she had to close the window. Randy steeled her gaze. She tried to walk toward the window against the black wind. But each time she finally reached the window, a stronger gust of black wind would blow her right back to where she started. Meanwhile, the transparency of her palms had already reached nearly 90%. She couldn't afford to delay any longer. Randy needed to quickly come up with a way to get to the window and close it to stop the invasion of the black wind. Currently, Randy was too light, and the wind was too fierce for her to make it through. If this chosen one were fat, he would have an easier time running over to close the window than Randy. But under these circumstances, the chosen one could only be Randy herself. Where would she find a ready-made fat person? Wait a minute. Randy suddenly raised her eyes. A ready-made fat person? Wasn't there one on this corridor? When Randy first tried to close the window, she kicked the Roman. Based on her memory, she roughly went to look for him. She leaned against the wall and kicked the air twice. Sure enough, the Roman spoke. You kicked me again. The Roman's voice sounded a bit foolish, giving off an impression of clumsiness. Considering his clumsy nature, Randy thought for a second and then said seriously, Sir, I apologize for the disturbance. Someone reported that you scribbled I was here on the windowsill in the corridor. Is that true? The Roman froze, his voice turning plaintive. I didn't. Who said that? I never do such things. It seemed the Roman believed her. Randy smiled slightly and took the opportunity to stir things up. Sir, although the name on it is indeed yours, I believe you must not have done it on purpose. Feeling the false accusation, the Roman immediately got angry. It's impossible. That name definitely isn't mine. Someone must be framing me. The Roman's face turned red from anger. Randy feigned distress. Really? I don't believe it. The clumsy Roman got up from the ground, grabbed Randy's arm, and stomped toward the window in a huff. I'll prove to you now that that name is absolutely not mine, the Roman declared. Chapter 124, Creepy Props. Judging from the Roman's tone, he was indeed upset by Randy's words. He was walking with an air of anger. I said that person is not me, so it definitely isn't me. A breath of frustration was pent up in the Roman's heart. He dragged Randy's arm as they walked toward the window against the strong black wind. Randy felt relieved. It was fortunate that this Roman was heavy enough. Against such a violent wind, Randy would have had great difficulty moving on her own. However, under the Roman's lead, Randy managed to walk steadily, getting closer to the window with each step. At this point, the transparency of Randy's body had spread from her palm to her arm. If the window remained open and the black wind continued to erode her, Randy feared that by the next morning, she would become as transparent as everything else on the second floor. The Roman led Randy past those who were resting on the ground, inching closer to the windowsill. When they were about 4 or 5 meters away, a woman's voice rang out. Hey, Etienne, why are you holding that woman's hand? Randy couldn't see the speaker but recognized the familiar voice. It was the irritable girl from room 205 whom she met at the elevator entrance. Upon hearing the girl's question, the Roman holding Randy's arm turned red with embarrassment. He awkwardly released his grip on Randy. Unaware of the Roman's reaction, Randy was caught off guard when she suddenly felt lighter and nearly got blown away by the strong wind. Had she not reflexively grabbed Etienne's collar, she would have been thrown back to her original position. Cough, cough. Etienne nearly choked as his collar was tugged by Randy. Once Randy steadied herself, she immediately grabbed Etienne's arm and reminded him, Sir, you need to go check the names on the windowsill, don't forget. Oh, right, replied Etienne, turning to the girl in front of him. Brenda, please move aside, don't block me from doing what I need to do. Brenda didn't seem willing. She appeared to harbor resentment over Randy not helping her at the elevator. There's a strong wind near the window, can't we discuss this here? Brenda blocked them from leaving. Randy felt a headache coming on. The window was only a few meters away, and just as they were about to close it, someone interfered. The wind messed up Randy's hair. She gave the Roman a slight push to continue walking. Brenda, don't get in the way. The Roman grew impatient. The attendant said there are random scribbles on the window, I need to check if my name is there. Just as he finished speaking, Brenda burst into laughter. You're really stupid, aren't you? You believe anyone who tells you your name is there, she mocked Etienne. Brenda and Randy were from opposing camps. At the elevator earlier, Brenda had tried to trick Randy into breaking the rules intentionally. Clearly, she intended to undermine Randy again and prevent her from accomplishing her task. Hearing Brenda's words, Etienne hesitated. Beck, are you lying? Etienne asked Randy. Randy smiled and shook her head. Of course not, I never lie. Except for sometimes deceiving the specters for mission purposes. So confident. Brenda persisted. After some thought, she continued. Why don't you swear to me that everything you say is true, then I'll let you pass. Swearing to clear one's name wasn't a big deal. However, the danger wasn't in proving oneself. It was in swearing. Randy's eyes narrowed coldly. If she swore in front of everyone, she would violate the rule of not responding to non-guest request. This cunning Brenda was trying to play dirty again. TSK, can't speak now? Brenda crossed her arms provocatively. What do you think, Etienne? Didn't I tell you not to be so gullible? If Randy took the oath, she would fall into Brenda's trap and break the rules, leading to her death. But if she didn't swear, Brenda could use this to sway the Roman, preventing him from taking Randy to the window. Breaking the rules meant death. Leaving the window open and being trapped here due to transparency also equaled death. No matter what Randy did, Brenda's goal of killing Randy could be achieved. Brenda clicked her tongue. A parentless creature, you refused even a simple request like pressing the elevator button. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? She acted as if she were someone important, looking down on everyone else. Brenda spat on the ground, humiliating Randy. Randy's face turned grim, her fists clenching tighter. Ooh, a few words and you start making fists. What, are you thinking of hitting me? Brenda's voice was mocking. Judging from the sound, Brenda was swaggering closer to Randy, strutting back and forth in front of her with satisfaction. Brenda felt triumphant seeing Randy's predicament, her tone growing more arrogant. Some people look human on the outside, but who knows what kind of evil thoughts they harbor. Etienne, don't let yourself be. Before she could finish speaking, there was a sudden slap and her face burned with pain. Randy retracted the hand that slapped Brenda. Are you still mouthing off? Initially, Randy had been worried about not being able to pinpoint Brenda's exact location. Who knew that Brenda's incessant talking helped Randy accurately locate the source of the sound and slap her squarely. You. The force of the slap was considerable. In that invisible air, a tear fell to the ground. Without waiting for Brenda to respond, Randy grabbed the collar of her shirt and forcefully threw her down. Let me go. What are you going to do? Brenda struggled, panic in her voice. Randy sat on her, grabbing her chin and smacked her several times. Slap. Randy, this slap is for your sister's pretentiousness. Smack smack. Randy, these 2 slaps are for her deceitful heart. Smack smack smack. Randy, these 3 slaps are for having no respect for her parents. Got it. The Clear Spring Hotel attendant guidelines. Remember, the customer is always right. Under no circumstances should you upset a guest. Brenda was not a real guest. Since she wasn't a guest, what made her think Randy would not hit back or talk back? Brenda could exploit the rules to take down Randy. Similarly, Randy could also find loopholes in the rules to deal with Brenda. Etienne, what are you standing there for? Come and help me. Brenda screamed, pleading for Etienne's help. But at this moment, Etienne stood motionless, his eyes dazed, and he was laughing foolishly. In Etienne's hand was an unwrapped candy, and in his mouth was a candy given by May. After eating the candy given by May, Etienne had fallen into a dreamlike state, losing all sense of reality. Until May awakened him, Etienne wouldn't snap out of it. Stop hitting me. Brenda continued being beaten while pinned under Randy. Randy couldn't suppress her anger. So what if it was bizarre? As long as Randy didn't break the rules, these ghostly beings couldn't kill her. Even if they retaliated and injured Randy, the injuries would be transferred to Bonnie. The worse the injuries, the better. In Randy's view, this was just a dog biting another dog. After beating Brenda enough, Randy got up and took something from her. What are you doing? That's mine. Brenda shouted. With her foot pressed on Brenda, Randy held a small black object. What did you say earlier? Randy asked condescendingly. You said I, a mere attendant, acted domineering and thought too highly of myself. Feeling humiliated, Randy thought it was time to act. Randy shook her head. You're right. I am domineering. This black gold bead was snatched by a domineering attendant. Got that? Randy then lifted her foot. As soon as she did, Brenda screamed as the strong wind blew her away and she slammed hard onto the ground. Randy examined the black gold bead in her hand, a slight smile playing on her lips. She had suspected something was off when Brenda hadn't been blown away despite standing so close to the window. Randy had guessed that Brenda might have some bizarre item with wind-resistant properties. She hadn't expected her hunch to pay off. Being bizarre, it wouldn't hurt to keep it. Holding the black gold bead, Randy remained unmoved by the strong wind by the window. This was indeed a good find. After a few seconds, once she heard Brenda's screams upon hitting the ground, Randy hurried to the window, struggling against the wind to push it shut and lock it. Closing the window, Randy started walking back. Passing through a corridor, Randy bumped into a transparent figure. "Sorry," Randy murmured, sidestepping to continue walking. She didn't expect to bump into that person as she was leaving. It seemed, that person was deliberately blocking Randy's way. "The window closing I mentioned, I didn't lie to you, did I, Randy?" The girl spoke in a coquettish voice. Chapter 125, Implications. Randy abruptly lifted her head. Although she couldn't see the girl, Randy could feel that the girl was right in front of her, staring intently at her. "Who are you really?" Randy asked her seriously. After waiting for several seconds, the girl in front of her remained silent. Randy knew the girl hadn't left, because the faint breaths from the girl were still present in this very area. Suddenly, Randy felt a chill on her wrist. An icy hand gripped her. "Let's talk somewhere else," the girl said in a sweet voice. She grabbed Randy's wrist and led her to the end of the corridor, in front of the elevator. The girl released Randy and said, "I'll be honest with you, I'm the tenant of room 206. Randy raised an eyebrow. "How do I know?" The girl thought for a moment, then lifted Randy's hand, placing something inside it. It was a room key card. The number on the key card was precisely 206. "I know you're here to take me out," the girl spoke plainly. "But it's futile, I won't go outside." Randy was puzzled. The girl's voice continued, "Even if I leave this place, my condition means I cannot survive in the world outside. People will only think I'm a monster. I don't want to suffer needlessly." The girl's resolve was unwavering, not as if she were joking. However, escorting guests out of the hotel was a task Randy had to complete. With this thought in mind, Randy persuaded her, "Don't you want to go out and see your family?" The girl paused for a moment. "Family? I don't even know if I have any. I have no memories. When I woke up, I was already here. No matter what I did, jumping out of the window, attempting suicide, I've tried many methods. But each time, I wake up on the bed in this hotel. This cycle has been repeating for years. During all these years, no one, not a single family member, has ever come looking for me. So, doesn't this also imply that I might never have had any family?" Hearing the girl's account, Randy crossed her arms, resting her chin on one hand, deep in thought. "Then who are the other residents here besides you?" Randy asked her. The girl's voice trembled slightly. I don't know either. But they all." She hesitated. Suddenly, she grabbed Randy's hand, placing Randy's fingers on her left forearm. There, countless healed scars covered it, each long like centipedes creeping across her arm. "All of these were done by them?" Randy furrowed her brow. The girl softly nodded. "They took advantage of being invisible, harming me freely. Since neither they nor I can be seen, their crimes have all been hidden." Randy couldn't understand. "Then why don't you just leave?" The girl explained, "Those were things from a long time ago. Now, I've reconciled with them. They no longer bully me. Perhaps they can be considered my friends now." The girl said this lightly and repeated emphatically to Randy, "I hate living alone. Rather than going out where nobody sees me, living a solitary life, I'd rather live with them. At least I can talk to someone." After hearing this, Randy was quiet for 2 seconds. "If I kill them so no one talks to you, would you be willing to leave then?" Randy asked. The girl sounded shocked. How can you do that to my friends?" After saying this, the girl seemed angry with Randy. "Forget it, different paths mean different ends. I don't want to talk to you anymore." The sound of the girl's footsteps faded away. Randy looked in the direction the girl had gone, her eyes deep. At this moment, something fell from the air, landing on the carpet in the hallway. Randy found it familiar and quickly approached to pick it up. This was the staff elevator card for going down from the 2nd floor. "Mummy, it seems like you upset the guest in room 206. Mario sat on Randy's shoulder, sucking on a lollipop. Randy smiled. "She's putting on a show. If I really killed those things, she'd be delighted." "Ah, really? So everything this guest said is false?" Mario scratched her head. Randy put the elevator card in her pocket, half true, half false. "If those things aren't bullying her now, guess why she brought me here to talk away from them?" To avoid those things meant the girl was wary of them. Their relationship was probably far from what the girl described as friendly. The girl's indirect way of expressing this matter could only mean one thing. "Mario, help mommy check if there's someone following that sister all along." Mario glanced in that direction and nodded. "Yes, mommy. While we were talking just now, there was a clay standing by the wall corner, eavesdropping. After that big sister left, the clay followed her as well." Randy's eyes flickered. This guest in room 206 looked frail but was actually very quick-witted. When she said she didn't want to leave, it was partly to be heard by the eavesdropper, so as not to alert those things. On the other hand, she was also trying to use this as leverage. She knew Randy's mission was to take guests away. But before leaving, she hoped Randy could help her get revenge. So she mentioned how she disliked loneliness. To make her leave, one had to make her feel lonely. And the only way to make her feel lonely here was to eliminate everything on the 2nd floor. Every word the girl said was guiding Randy towards the idea of killing everyone, then she would leave with Randy. She understood everyone's intentions. and she wanted to use Randy to take revenge on her enemies. This deliberately dropped elevator card was the best proof that she agreed with Randy's solution. Chapter 126, Someone launches a sneak attack. That night, Randy stood in the corridor, not knowing how she lost consciousness. When she woke up the next day, Randy felt an excruciating headache. She had awakened in the staff lounge. The door was locked from the inside. The blanket was neatly covering her. Randy was momentarily stunned. Could it be that what happened yesterday was just a bizarre dream? Randy searched through her pockets. She found 2 extra items indeed. One was the eerie prop, a black gold bead for wind protection that she had taken during her struggle with the oddity. The other was the staff elevator card given to her deliberately by room 206 guest for going downstairs. Since the items were there, this meant that last night's events were not just dreams. After realizing this, Randy got out of bed. She tidied up briefly and then opened the door of the restroom, coming into the corridor. Randy glanced outside and was slightly dazed by the scene. The corridor was as noisy as usual, giving the feeling that many people were bustling around outside. But this time, in Randy's eyes, things were no longer invisible. Now Randy could see the hands and arms parts of those people. Hands and arms. Randy was startled. Last night, after Randy was blown by the black wind, it was precisely these hands and arms that started showing signs of becoming transparent. So, in fact, part of Randy's body had already been assimilated. Once Randy's entire body was completely assimilated, she would be able to see the full appearance of those transparent entities. But this also meant that she would be stuck here like them, never escaping. Glancing at her own arm, Randy confirmed it. Currently, in Randy's view, her arm appeared normal, not transparent. Randy pondered. Perhaps this situation was merely a cognitive bias of Randy. Just like Brenda, who saw her own face in the elevator doorway yesterday, but the machine couldn't recognize her. Only after 4 a.m. could one accurately gauge their mutation extent. But during the day, everyone believed they were whole humans. While contemplating, Randy suddenly noticed a pair of withered old hands hesitatingly hiding beside her. Those withered hands clung to the wall, with wrinkled skin covered in age spots. They seemed furtive and secretive. From the long nails on those withered hands, it seemed likely to be an elderly woman. Randy intuited that this elderly woman was probably lurking there, planning to launch a sneak attack on her when the opportunity arose. Silent for 2 seconds, Randy decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything. She stretched lazily at the door, speaking lethargically. "Oh my, Leo, this corridor is so noisy, but why doesn't anyone seem to be around? How strange." Randy used this smoke screen to convey the information that she couldn't see them. Her peripheral vision caught the same pair of withered hands in the corner once again. Sure enough. After hearing Randy's words, the pair of withered hands relaxed their vigilance somewhat. The elderly woman, crouching there, cautiously held her breath and tiptoed out, hugging the wall. Randy withdrew her gaze and subtly curled her lips. "The little fish is biting the hook. Forget it, anyway I have nothing much today. I'll just go back inside and get some more sleep," Randy said casually. Then she turned and entered the staff lounge. After entering, she intentionally left a crack in the door. Not long after Randy went in, behind her, the pair of eerily floating withered hands slowly groped forward, grabbing onto the doorframe. The door was pushed open slightly from the outside, widening the crack. Randy stood before the sink, facing away from the door, leaning over to wash her face. Hearing the sound of the hinges turning, Randy turned back puzzled. That pair of withered hands froze in place, clearly terrified of being discovered by Randy. Randy scanned the area indifferently, then resumed her actions without showing any disturbance. "TSK, why is the door open? Strange, did the wind blow?" Randy muttered to herself. She picked up the washcloth and wiped off the water droplets on her hands. Mario followed up. "Yes, really strange, didn't see anyone." After finishing, Mario bit down hard on her lip, trying not to laugh. "Leo, go help Mommy close the door," Randy called to Mario. "Okay, Mommy." Mario responded readily. He jumped off Randy's shoulder and trotted quickly to the lounge door. Meanwhile, the pair of withered hands paused at the doorway immediately scurried inside upon hearing Randy mentioning closing the door. Mario closed the door while pushing it shut and then turned the lock to secure it. While sneaking inside, the pair of withered hands quietly approached and came to stand behind Randy. The pair of withered hands slowly lifted behind Randy. They aimed at the position of Randy's neck, about to forcefully strangle her. Clang, the cup fell and shattered. As the withered hands lunged forward, Randy suddenly squatted down. The Peggy who attempted the sneak attack missed her target. Meanwhile, Randy's complaint sounded, "Oh, how did the cup drop? How careless." Randy listened intently to the commotion behind her. The Peggy, who originally intended to pounce on Randy, lost her balance as Randy dodged. The Peggy almost fell over. The withered hands quickly supported themselves on the sink. Her body formed an arch shape, while Randy crouched below, picking up shards of broken glass. The Peggy barely steadied herself, breathing heavily out of fear. "What sound?" "I heard someone panting," Randy suddenly asked. The Peggy immediately held her breath, not daring to exhale even once. Shortness of breath nearly choked the Peggy. But there was no way around it. A sneak attack must never alarm the target prematurely. So, she had to ensure Randy didn't discover her. Randy picked up the shards of broken glass and abruptly stood up. The withered hands couldn't react in time, recoiling backward by grabbing onto the sink. It moved fast enough that Randy didn't touch it. However, Randy saw something in the mirror above the sink. The withered hands flailed in the air for a moment, unable to stabilize. The Peggy ended up landing on her buttocks next to the trash can with a thud. With a thump, the sound indicated a hard fall. Pain caused the Peggy to suck in a sharp breath, hurriedly holding her injured coccyx, feeling as if her lumbar vertebrae had cracked. The sensation of wanting to scream but not daring to make a sound after falling was truly unbearable. One hand supporting her waist, the other on the ground, the Peggy hadn't yet managed to get up. Randy then tossed the pile of broken glass shards toward the trash can behind the Peggy. She threw the shards one by one. Each piece thrown was blocked by something in the air, falling back down. Every shard that fell back stained red with blood. As for where the blood came from, it came from the air. This entity, which tried to harm Randy, naturally didn't receive any mercy from her. Oh dear, am I such a bad shot? The trash can is so close, yet I always miss. Randy shook her head helplessly, trying to suppress the laughter threatening to escape her lips. Chapter 127 Who is the Evil Ghost? The withered hands hurriedly protected the face and scrambled away from the dumpster. Based on the direction of the movement of the withered hands, Randy deduced that the Peggy had probably hidden behind the door. Randy felt a gaze shoot over from behind the door, seemingly harboring deep resentment towards her. Randy pretended not to notice and continued doing her own things. The withered hands gripped the handle of the break room door as if intending to open it and leave. Perhaps because she failed in her attempt and suffered torment, she was now preparing to give up. Out of the corner of her eye, Randy noticed the withered hands hesitating on the doorknob for a long time. The Peggy seemed reluctant. She had originally intended to enter the room and make Randy suffer, but ended up suffering herself instead. After lingering on the doorknob for a while, the withered hands finally let go and crept back furtively. At this moment, Randy was standing by the bed, tidying up the quilt. The withered hands moved behind Randy again. This time, the Peggy had learned her lesson and didn't plan to attack up close. Close attacks were too easy to detect, and she would end up hurting herself. It would be better to pick up a weapon and launch a surprise attack from a distance. The withered hands stealthily moved to the bedside table, quietly taking a glass of water. Then they shifted to behind Randy, aiming at her head and smashed down hard. With a bang, the glass hit the back of Randy's head. But Randy, who was folding the quilt, seemed completely unaware, showing no reaction at all. The withered hands hovered in the air, frozen for a second. Then it sneaked another glass. This time, taking advantage of Randy's inattention, the withered hands raised the glass again and struck forcefully at the back of Randy's head for the second time. Immediately after striking, the withered hands quickly hid in the bathroom. The hands clung to the bathroom doorframe, carefully observing Randy's reaction. But something was strange. Randy, still folding the quilt, only showed a small dent in her head, with no other reaction. The Peggy started feeling puzzled. Just as she was about to step out to sea, a hand slowly fell onto her shoulder. "What are you doing?" Randy's voice rang out. The Peggy jumped, clearly trembling. Turning around, she saw a face identical to that of the maid folding the quilt. "Ah, ghost." Before the Peggy could scream, Randy swiftly found the sound source and stuffed a rag into its mouth. The amorous, who was folding the quilt, heard the commotion behind her. She immediately took out the prepared hemp rope, ran over, and together with Randy, captured the Peggy. The amorous and Randy worked quickly, wrapping ropes around the Peggy's body and tying her to a chair. The Peggy, "Throwing a cup at me once is enough. You even did it twice." The amorous's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Rubbing the indented back of her head, she placed her hands on her hips, seething with indignation. Randy grabbed a plastic bag from nearby, put it over the Peggy's head, and tied it tightly. The Peggy's features became immediately visible in the transparent plastic. To be safe, Randy tore 2 small holes in the plastic bag at the nose and mouth positions. "Now, tell me why you came into my room." Randy removed the rag from the Peggy's mouth. The Peggy didn't answer directly but quivered and said, "Why you two, are humans or ghosts?" Randy smiled and bent down. "We are evil ghosts. If you don't answer my question well, I'll eat you immediately." Seemingly believing it, the Peggy stammered, "No, please don't eat me. My old bones and muscles won't taste good." "Answer my question, what did you come here for?" The amorous tapped her on the head. The Peggy hurriedly replied, I came to seek revenge for my granddaughter Brenda. Yesterday, you made her be blown away by the wind and break both legs." Randy's expression changed. So this Peggy attacking her was actually Brenda's Marlene? Unexpectedly, they were related. "Are all the people on this floor your relatives?" Randy wondered if this was possible. The Peggy shook her head. "Except for the monster living in 206, the rest are our relatives. We came here for a family vacation." Randy wasn't interested in their vacation life but was intrigued by the monster mentioned by the Peggy. "Isn't the guest in room 206 fine? How did she become a monster?" Randy asked the Peggy. The Peggy thought for a moment and said, "Let me tell you this. One night, I mistakenly walked into room 206. Once inside, I saw the woman in 206. She kicked away the stool and hanged herself from the ceiling beam, but the next day, she came back to life. Tell me, isn't she a monster? As long as that monster in room 206 is still alive, our family will eventually be killed by her." The Peggy's statement likely explained the reason they targeted the guest in room 206. Both parties hoped the other would die. They both believed that the other side was the monster threatening their lives. Wait a minute. Randy was suddenly alarmed. Did this mean that both parties considered themselves human? This entire family thought they were normal humans, while seeing the other side as monsters. And the guest in room 206 also considered herself a normal human, with the others being the monsters. Furrowing her brow, Randy pondered. She couldn't determine if the girl in room 206 was human or not. But this entire family. Randy raised an eyebrow and glanced at the Peggy. She thought of the Peggy's granddaughter, Brenda. Yesterday, Brenda clearly had some strange object in her hand. So this family should be the strange ones. However, when Randy beat up Brenda yesterday, she acted as if it hurt terribly. Strange beings wouldn't feel pain. But if the strange beings mistakenly believed they were human, things could be different. If they subconsciously believed they weren't dead yet, then when they experienced attacks, they might unconsciously recall past memories, causing them to feel pain. In psychology, this is called self-suggestion. This further confirmed that these strange beings had unclear self-awareness. With this thought, Randy took a strip of cloth and covered the Peggy's eyes. She took out a pen and used its cold tip to write on the Peggy's arm. "Does it hurt if I cut you with a knife?" Randy asked. The Peggy hissed in pain, tears instantly welling up and wetting the cloth. She nodded frantically, her voice hoarse and weak. "It hurts. It really hurts. Please spare this, Peggy. I've told you everything." The Peggy began to sob. Randy put away the pen and picked up a small knife from the fruit platter. She lifted the Peggy's other arm. "Don't worry, I won't use the knife. I'm just going to write some words on your arm." The Peggy quickly agreed. Randy used the knife to draw a long cut on the Peggy's arm, black thick blood flowing out. "What did I write?" Randy asked. The Peggy replied, "It looks like a 1 dot. Does it hurt?" "My pen tip didn't press hard." Randy laughed. The Peggy shook her head. "No, it doesn't hurt." Randy let down the sleeves on both sides of the Peggy's arms. "You can go now." Randy untied the ropes from the Peggy. "Don't come back to bother me again. I can see you all, understand?" The Peggy nodded continuously. I understand. Under Randy's watchful eye, the Peggy's withered hands unlocked the door and left the room. So far, Randy was certain that this family was indeed already deceased. They were the true monsters on the second floor. This family didn't think they were already dead. Instead, they banded together to bully the guest in room 206, thinking they were doing something good for the people. With this realization, an idea began to form in Randy's mind. Randy remembered that the guest in room 206 wanted to eliminate the group on the second floor. If Randy presented evidence showing that these monsters were actually long dead, would their subsequent departure count as another form of elimination after they learned the truth? Chapter 128. Do not go to the hot spring pool. Knock knock. Randy had just seen off the Peggy not long ago when there was a knock at the door. "Randy, are you there, Tilda?" This delicate voice belonged to the young girl tenant from room 206. Randy replied and walked over to open the door. The door opened. A pair of pus-covered, rotting hands immediately assaulted Randy's visual senses. "Randy, I've been having skin problems these past few days. The hotel's hot spring is quite effective. It detoxifies and improves skin health. I want to soak in it today." The unnaturally deteriorated hands fidgeted together nervously in front of Randy. "Sure." Randy calmly diverted her gaze. "The hot spring pool is at the end of the corridor. Do you need me to show you the way?" The girl from 206 hesitated. After a moment of silence, the girl lowered her voice and bashfully leaned closer to Randy with her request. "There's a stalker who has been following me. I'm kind of scared. Randy, can you do me a favor and accompany me to the hot spring pool? Can you join me? You can use the staff pool, as long as you're there with me." The red hands before her scratched their backs twice, quite forcefully. The places where the nails scratched oozed out smelly pus. The stalker mentioned by the girl was likely the Clay May had mentioned earlier. Their stories matched up, indicating the girl wasn't lying. Thinking this, Randy lowered her eyes and responded, "Of course I can." The girl's tone clearly relaxed. "That's great." The night before, the girl had gotten mad at Randy. Although she knew that anger was fake, just an act to fool some entities, she was still worried that if Randy took it seriously and refused to help her this time, she would be in trouble. She nervously held her chest. After some thought, she pressed down her voice, speaking softly to Randy. "Thank you, Randy. I will remember your kindness. Also, I'm really sorry for losing my temper yesterday." Seeing the guilty look on the girl's face, a smile crept onto Randy's lips. "It's fine. If you really feel bad about it, why don't you?" Randy changed the subject and took out a rating sheet. "Why don't you give me a good review? It would be mutually beneficial, and you won't have any guilt either." Randy respectfully handed over the rating sheet along with a capless pen. Instead of going through false gratitude, Randy preferred practical benefits. The Shuri was momentarily stunned by Randy's direct request. "Oh, of course." From the hesitant tone in her voice, Randy could sense some reluctance. Perhaps initially, the girl didn't plan to give Randy a good review so quickly. She could have used this power to manipulate Randy further. But now, the atmosphere was already set. If the girl refused Randy, wouldn't it prove that her previous expressions of thanks and apologies were all insincere? As she looked at the rating sheet Randy offered, the girl's fingers instinctively curled and tightened. She didn't want to give it. But it was too late to back out. Under Randy's watchful gaze, the girl stiffly took the rating sheet. Gripping the pen tightly, she hovered over the rating section for a long time. The ink seemed to start bleeding. Finally, the girl made up her mind and quickly wrote the number 8. Scores of 8 to 10 all counted as good reviews. Reluctantly, the girl gave the lowest possible score within the range. I've done it. The Shuri stuffed the rating sheet and pen back into Randy's hand. With a good review in hand, Randy received them with a full smile and put them away. Thank you for your review. Shall we head to the hot spring now? The girl muttered a low millimeter, her voice notably cooler than before. The hot spring, yes. Let's go now. I'll stop by room 206 to pick up a few things. Randy stepped out of the door, turned around, and closed the lounge door. By the way, Randy, you can't see me, right? With this question, the girl's tone rose slightly again. Actually, Randy hesitated about whether to explain. But before she could say more, the girl's excited voice interrupted. Fortunately, you can't see me now. Otherwise, seeing my ugly appearance would make me hide for half a month without the courage to meet you. Hearing this, Randy swallowed her words. No one would willingly make things difficult for themselves. Not even Randy. If Randy had told the truth, what if the girl from room 206 really refused to go out under any circumstances? That would only make it even harder to get her out. By the way, Randy, you were about to say something just now. What was it? The girl asked Randy. Randy smoothly continued, smiling. I was going to say that I actually have quite a bit of knowledge about hot springs. Is that so? The girl laughed softly. It seems like I made the right choice in having you accompany me to the hot spring. Randy didn't say anything more. She just let the girl lead her as they arrived at the door of room 206. Please wait for me here. The girl released Randy's hand. I'll get some things and be right back. Okay. Randy smiled in agreement. The girl skillfully swiped her card and opened the door. Randy stood in the hallway waiting, wiping the pus from her wrist. At that moment, she heard an extremely soft male voice. Do not go to the hot spring pool. Randy turned around to look. The source of the voice was the clay. After saying this, the clay quickly retreated 3 meters away. Randy stared at his red hands for a few seconds before looking away. Not long after, the soft murmuring of the man echoed again in her ear. Do not go to the hot spring pool. When Randy turned her head, the red hands had retreated another 3 meters. Who's talking? I hear a man's voice. The door of room 206 suddenly opened from inside. The girl's voice was cold as it reached Randy's ears. Randy's brow furrowed. She quickly looked away. Nothing. My son is whispering to me. The clay was silent. The Carter scratched its head in confusion. The girl from room 206 stared at the Carter for 2 seconds. Her gaze carried a hint of wariness. After a while, the girl finally spoke. All right. The girl stepped out of the room, closed the door, and held Randy's hand again. Let's go to the hot spring then. I've brought 2 sets of bathing supplies. We can shower separately and then soak together. Sure. Randy was led by the girl, following behind her. Her eyes couldn't help but glance at the plastic bag in the girl's hand. It was a transparent plastic bag. Inside were basic toiletries, along with a package of blade-like objects. An entire pack of blades. What did the tenant of room 206 plan to do? At this moment, the clay seemed to have moved closer. Randy walked behind the girl. The clay stayed about a meter behind Randy, always trailing behind her. Several times, the clay strangely reached out to try to pull on Randy's clothes. Do not go to the hot spring pool. The words of the clay kept swirling in Randy's mind. Was the clay a friend or an enemy? Why would he say such a thing? Since the clay and the girl from room 206 were enemies, was the man trying to confuse her or did he have another reason? Randy suppressed her inner panic. Taking advantage of the fact that the girl from room 206 was leading the way and not paying attention to her, she quickly pulled out the rules sheet from her pocket and glanced over it again. Seeing a certain character on it, Randy's heart sank. Chapter 129 The Girl's Secret. We're here. The girl extended her hand and pushed open the door to the women's hot spring pool. Randy quickly tucked away the rule slip and wiped the strange expression off her face. Randy, it's better if the little boy on your shoulder doesn't come in with us. What do you think? The girl suggested sweetly to Randy. Randy did not rush to respond. At this moment, Randy's gaze passed over the girl's translucent body and landed on the full-length mirror behind her. At the entrance of the hot spring pool, the large full-length mirror clearly reflected the entire figure of the girl. Every inch of the Shuri's skin was torn and broken. In many places, the skin had been scratched by the girl herself, continuously oozing pus. Right now, even the scalp of this Shuri was decayed. With her scalp damaged, only a few strands of hair remained, revealing bloody flesh underneath, which was extremely ghastly. No wonder the girl said that if Randy could see her, she would hide inside for half a month without coming out. What's wrong, Randy? Why aren't you saying anything? The girl's voice still carried the coquettish tone of a young girl. This tone bore no relation at all to the ugly image in the mirror. Randy choked for a moment. She remembered Rule 2 on the 2nd floor. No matter when, you must respond if a guest from room 206 makes a request. It says respond, not agree. If she agreed to the request of the guest from room 206 and rashly entered the hot spring pool, there might indeed be danger. Randy, you promised me earlier that you would soak in the hot spring with me. You wouldn't be messing with me, would you? The Shuri's cloyingly sweet voice had a hint of seduction. She turned her head, stretched her neck, and sniffed Randy's cheek. Meanwhile, a sticky drop of saliva dripped down onto Randy's shoulder. If Randy deceived her, then Randy would have violated the server rules. Remember, the customer is God, never make the customer angry at any time. Breaking the rules meant the girl could kill her on the spot. But if Randy really went into the hot spring pool with the girl, no one knew whether her situation would turn out well or badly. Earlier, the clay had warned Randy. Now, the clay was trying to pull Randy back. These hints made Randy decide against entering the hot spring pool. Staying outside ensured her safety. If she went in, Randy wouldn't be able to take May, further compromising her safety. So, are you really tricking me, Randy? The Sherry's voice gradually grew more shrill. What should she do? Now, Randy needed to come up with a reasonable explanation. She couldn't make the girl feel deceived, but she also couldn't enter the hot spring pool alone with her. Randy's heart raced, and her fingers unconsciously clenched together. The more unusual the girl's behavior became, the more firmly Randy believed she shouldn't go in. At this moment, 2 more sticky drops of saliva dripped from the Sherry's mouth. She opened her fangs and grazed Randy's neck with sharp teeth. With just a little force, she could bite through Randy's neck anytime. Randy's mind raced. As long as it wasn't too late, she still had a chance to turn the situation around. An explanation. She needed a plausible explanation. Behind her, the stalker was still tightly tugging at Randy's clothes. And before her, the girl's sharp teeth had already grazed Randy's neck, breaking the skin. That's it. Randy suddenly raised her eyes. The stalker. Just as the girl's fangs started to press harder, about to break Randy's skin. Randy's urgent voice interrupted. It's the stalker. The girl paused in her biting. Randy continued, the stalker grabbed my clothes. He's pulling me back, so I can't go in. Upon hearing this, the sharp teeth of the Sherry slowly retracted. The girl tilted her head and glanced at Randy's back. Behind Randy, the clay indeed had his right hand firmly grabbing her clothes. However, the man's hand looked particularly bizarre. Randy could sense 2 furious gazes converging on her shoulders. The Sherry glared darkly at the clay. Her eyes warned him, let go, and the clay fiercely stared back at the Sherry. His eyes responded, not gonna happen. Both gritted their teeth and were locked in a silent struggle. The girl's usually gentle face subtly transformed into something more menacing. Through the full-length mirror at the entrance of the hot spring pool, Randy saw the girl's state verging on, losing control. The veins in her neck stood out, and the black blood inside pulsed violently. The girl's nails also extended at a visible speed. The girl from room 206 was not human at all. Randy should have anticipated this scene long ago. A detail had appeared much earlier, hinting that the girl was not human. Afraid she might have remembered it wrong, Randy reviewed the rule slip on her way over to confirm it again. At Chingchuan Hotel, the second rule on the second floor. No matter when, if the guest from room 206 makes a request, you must respond, even if you can't see it. In this rule, the pronoun used was it. From the moment Randy entered the second floor, the rules had subtly reminded her that the guest in room 206 was not human. It could only be said that the voice of the girl from room 206 was too deceptive. It used an appearance of frailty to conceal the fact that it was a malevolent ghost. The girl from room 206 and that family were archenemies. Randy began to form a hypothesis. That family might have originally been killed by the malevolent ghost girl. The deceased family lost some memories, forgetting the horrific experience of being killed as a self-protection mechanism. However, their animosity towards the girl lingered subconsciously. Thus, after becoming anomalies, that family constantly clashed with the girl. With little strength, the girl was worn out by the family's harassment. Therefore, the girl wanted to use Randy to eliminate that family of anomalies. The reason why the girl from room 206 couldn't wait to take action against Randy today. It very likely had something to do with her current skin condition. Randy glanced at the full-length mirror. In the mirror, the girl's skin was in a state of total decay. Her skin was about to fall apart. Randy shifted slightly to the side while looking into the mirror. After shifting, she could see the clay behind her through the mirror. The moment she saw his face clearly, Randy's scalp instantly tingled. The clay wasn't wearing red clothes. Instead, he was covered in blood and flesh. From head to toe, not a single piece of skin remained on his body. His skin seemed to have been stripped off alive, making his appearance truly horrific. The man was nothing but a blood man. At first glance, one might think he was wearing red clothes. But in reality, every strand of red was fresh blood gushing out from his muscles. Chapter 130, Chaos. So the girl from room 206 couldn't wait to lure Randy to the hot spring pool. Because she intended to peel off Randy's skin in the hot spring pool. To replace her already ruined, rotten skin with Randy's. Thinking of this possibility, a chill ran up from Randy's feet straight to her heart. No wonder the Sherry had taken bathing supplies and specifically prepared a whole pack of razor blades. Those razor blades were meant for peeling off Randy's skin. Randy hadn't broken any rules, so Randy wouldn't die. But Randy's skin would be peeled off alive. Just like the current Fitzroy. The heavily resentful Fitzroy always followed the Sherry with his lingering grudge. He watched the girl wearing his skin, hiding in dark places like a stinky rat. He also monitored the girl, preventing her from continuing to harm other innocents. As for how this seemingly straightforward man was lured into the hot spring by the Sherry, the reason remained unknown to Randy. Perhaps only the man himself knew that the girl's desperate cries pretending to drown were his final farewell song. Randy. The girl's shout interrupted Randy's thoughts. Randy collected her thoughts and looked in the direction of the girl. At that moment, the Sherry was grabbing Randy's right arm, trying to drag Randy inside. Come with me. Randy's feet didn't move an inch. Because the Fitzroy was holding Randy's left arm, pulling Randy outwards. Don't believe her, come with me, The Fitzroy held on tightly. Blood seeped from his hand, which lacked skin, growing thicker. The two of them pulled Randy from opposite sides. Randy, you tell us. Do you want to go with him or me? Seeing no other way, the Sheri returned the question to Randy. The Sheri thought quickly. Because she knew if this question was left for Randy to answer, Randy could only choose to go with her. Randy dared not upset the guest. This was the rule. But going inside would mean being cruelly skinned, while not going inside would upset the guest. Randy was at a loss. If all else fails, just go with her. After all, Randy can't die. You're saying it easily, but it's not your skin being peeled. Even though Randy can recover, no one wants to endure the pain of being skinned. If it were me, I'd rather die than have my skin peeled off, crying.jpg. Faced with such a dilemma, no matter whom Randy chose to follow, the damage would be significant. The two people on either side continued their intense argument. The girl hugged Randy's right arm, persuading Randy to go with her. The man grabbed Randy's left arm, stubbornly insisting on going with him. This was not a non-guest's request within the rules, as he didn't need Randy to do anything for him. He simply wanted to give Randy the greatest warning possible from a victim's perspective. Observing the scene before her, after some deliberation, Randy decided to adopt the Playboy strategy. Randy secretly moved her left hand behind her back and gave the man a OK sign. Looking at the man's expression in the mirror, the man had received Randy's message. So Randy continued, since I've promised you, I must be thinking of going with you. But she's holding me now, and I really have no way out. These words, Randy said facing the girl. Randy had previously promised the girl to accompany her to the hot spring pool. Therefore, upon hearing Randy's response, the girl's first reaction was that Randy is siding with her. But earlier, Randy had also gestured an OK to the man, promising him as well. So when the man heard these words, he thought Randy was siding with him. This ambiguous dialogue led both of them to believe that Randy was on their side. Thus, they each tightened their grip on Randy. Girl, let her go. Did you hear me? Man, it's you who should let go. The girl and the man faced off, the conflict escalating. Eventually, they ignored Randy completely and began wrestling each other. Taking advantage of the moment, Randy took a step back and hid beside the full-length mirror, breathing a sigh of relief. The immediate crisis was resolved. But it was far from enough. The mysterious power of the Sheri was much stronger than that of the Fitzroy. The Fitzroy was faithfully doing the eerie. But the Sheri had been constantly harming others, so her corresponding power had grown continuously. After a second's thought, Randy looked at the full-length mirror beside her. 1037, it's me, I need help. The Randy in the mirror suddenly rippled with water waves. Then, the person in the mirror rubbed her eyes and said to Randy, "What's up, Randy? I'm still catching up on sleep." Randy made a gesture for silence, indicating that it should keep quiet. Seeing that the Sheri hadn't noticed her, Randy then instructed the amorous. "Do you remember the Peggy we kidnapped today? Go find her and tell her, her relative has been beaten by a monster, ask her to gather her relatives and friends and come over to help quickly." After the amorous agreed, it slipped away quickly. The amorous was indeed efficient. Within 30 seconds, the Peggy emerged from the house wielding a cleaver, enraged. The Peggy called out, and her various younger relatives swiftly gathered. Everyone armed themselves and rushed angrily toward the hot spring pool. The Fitzroy was pinned to the ground, while the Sheri was frenziedly slapping him. Blood splattered everywhere. Etienne grabbed a stool and smashed it on the girl's head. The Peggy, wielding a cleaver, swung wildly at the girl, as if possessed. And a child holding a doll drew silver needles from the doll, turning the Sheri into a porcupine. The scene. Randy felt chills run down her spine. Fortunately, when Randy beat Brenda, this family was mostly asleep and dazed. Otherwise, if they had all attacked together, Randy might not have been able to handle it. The Sheri, surrounded in the middle, begged Randy for help. "Ah, Randy, come help me. Ah, it hurts so much." Randy retracted her spectator's demeanor and immediately put on a worried expression. Randy shouted anxiously into the air, but I can't see you. What should I do?" Randy waved around in the air, as if really unable to find her. "I'm on your left." The girl managed a few words before receiving another blow to the neck. Randy went to the entrance of the hot spring pool, grabbing mops, brooms, and even an iron bucket. Anything that could be used as a weapon, Randy carried over. The family beating the girl was concerned about their weapons getting damaged. So they all swarmed over, snatching everything away. This wave of supplying weapons by Randy made the girl suffer even more. Watching the chaotic scenes in the mirror, Randy hugged her arms and couldn't help shaking her head. The family's attack power was no joke. No wonder the Sheri deliberately played the victim in front of her and hinted that she hoped Randy would get rid of this eerie family. In the mirror, Randy saw an iron bucket placed over the girl's head. Randy's lips curled upward. "Wait for me, I'll help you." With a loud shout, Randy squeezed into the melee and kicked the girl fiercely several times. Chapter 131, Take Me Away. As the fight progressed, Manager Aiden arrived via elevator and hastily tried to mediate. Manager Aiden held a golden bell in his hand. He kept ringing it gently as he walked over. The clear ding-dong sounds from the bell caused the fighting family to stop their actions. They stood aside with blank expressions, making way for him. Seeing this, Manager Aiden hurried forward and helped the girl up. "Karen, are you alright?" Manager Aiden adjusted his reflective glasses and removed the metal bucket from the girl's head. The girl from room 206 had a knife embedded in her scalp, and needles stuck all over her body. The only patch of skin that was previously unharmed had been torn apart by the family. She was injured all over. I need healing. I need healing. The girl from room 206 sobbed uncontrollably. She didn't care about gender differences and grabbed Manager Aiden's hand directly. You, come with me to the hot spring pool. Tear marks and bloodstains crisscrossed on the face of the girl from room 206, making her look both ugly and pitiful. Manager Aiden couldn't violate his professional code either. After some hesitation, Manager Aiden nodded. All right, Karen. Please wait a moment. Manager Aiden left the girl and went to the staff elevator. A minute later, he came back. But this time, Manager Aiden seemed different. His contamination seemed worse. His eyes became vertical pupils, and his tongue thinner. Manager Aiden energetically flicked his snake-like tongue as he quickly ran toward the girl down the corridor. The girl from room 206 was lying on the ground, barely holding on to life. Let's go, Karen. I'll carry you inside. Manager Aiden lifted the girl horizontally and carried her into the hot spring pool. Randy witnessed everything from the side. From within the hot spring pool, there came the sound of Manager Aiden accidentally falling into the water. Then came Manager Aiden's painful groans. At the entrance to the hot spring pool, that strange family gradually regained consciousness. The red-skinned man woke up first. He propped himself up on his elbows and dragged his bleeding feet toward Randy. The man grabbed Randy's sleeve and led Randy to the door of room 206. The whole family nodded in thanks to Randy. After expressing their gratitude, they dragged the man away. Unfortunately, Randy could not see them at the moment. Randy thought for a while. To persuade the girl from room 206 to leave the second floor might lead to finding some clues in her room. With this in mind, Randy took out her keycard and swiped it, opening the door with a beep. When the door to room 206 opened, Randy was momentarily shocked by the sight inside. The room was filled with hanging meat. On closer inspection, one could detect the faint stench of decaying flesh. To mask this smell, the girl had cured the remains of the family into smoked meats after dismembering them. Those strips of cured meats and sausages were hanging outside the balcony, being smoked. The thick black smoke polluted the air outside. The freakish wind carried the black smoke around everywhere. The so-called black wind breaking through the windows after 4 o'clock at night originated like this. Randy opened the wardrobe, which was full of bloody clothes. These clothes belonged to adults, children, fat people, and thin people, everyone in that family. Between the clothes, Randy met the gaze of a pair of dead, unblinking eyes. Looking into those lifeless eyes, Randy reached out and pulled aside the blood-soaked clothing. Underneath the bloody garments, a blood-covered man was hidden. The man's skin had been peeled off alive, and his body wrapped in plastic wrap, yet to be disposed of. This was the corpse of the red-skinned man. In his hand, the man clutched a family photo. Judging from the appearance of the man, he had likely intended to show the photo to someone but was cruelly killed by the girl before he could open his mouth. Randy tore a small opening in the plastic wrap. She pried open the man's fingers and retrieved the blood-stained family photo. Randy unfolded the photo and glanced at it. There was nothing special about it. But when she turned to the back of the photo, Randy felt a tremor in her heart. Leaving room 206, the girl was also emerging from the hot spring pool. After soaking in the hot spring, the girl was no longer in a transparent state. Randy could now see the entire body of the girl. Coming out with the girl was also Manager Aiden. Manager Aiden's skin had been peeled off in patches. Yet he seemed uninjured. On the contrary, the skin on Manager Aiden's face looked even younger, as he flicked his snake-like tongue. Karen, I must take my leave. Manager Aiden said goodbye and left the second floor. Now, only the girl from room 206 and Randy faced each other in the corridor. They were all killed by you, Randy said, looking straight at the girl. Hearing this, the girl's face changed slightly. You went into my room? Randy did not deny it. She took out the crumpled photo and held it between her fingers. Miss Jaslyn, please don't be angry yet. Just take a look at this first. Randy handed the photo over. The name Jaslyn was found by Randy on the back of the photo under the list of people in the picture. The client information only included surnames, not given names. Based on the surname Wang, Randy found the matching full name on the back of the photo. How could you possibly know what I'm called when I can't even remember myself? The girl retorted sharply. She couldn't understand what Randy was talking about. Look at the photo, and you'll understand. Randy reminded her. The girl held the photo. This is just the family that bullied me. What's there to see? On the family portrait, the faces were ones she had grown tired of seeing. Some of them had their skins peeled off by the girl. Others came to seek revenge on the girl but ended up being poisoned by her. This entire family hated the girl, and similarly, the girl hated them too. Turn the photo 45 degrees, and you'll see something different, Randy said. Half believing, half doubting, the girl tilted the photo at an angle. With the change in perspective, the family portrait shifted. In this happy family photo, right at the center front, a human face appeared where there had been a blank space before. That smiling girl was flanked by her father on the left and mother on the right. Behind her stood grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, younger brother, cousin, sister. The family was having a joyful time, smiling genuinely. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into the girl's mind. So much content made her feel like her head would explode. She remembered. Everything, she remembered. A few years ago, her family organized a vacation trip. At that time, they booked Chingchuan Hotel. But after arriving here, everything changed overnight. For some reason, she forgot everything. Her family members also seemed to have lost their memories of her. Every night before bed, the girl's parents would vaguely remember and knock on every door in the hotel. They called out for daughter in the hallway, searching for someone who became increasingly blurry in their memory. This explained why the couple claiming to be mom and dad knocked on Randy's door that night when she first came to the second floor. The building harbored an even more powerful eerie force than the girls. It controlled her every move, watching her and her family turn against each other, and it never got tired of it. It felt like a primitive and brutal form of revenge. "Did you see clearly?" Randy asked her. Tears welled up uncontrollably in the girl's eyes. She covered her mouth and fell to the ground, crying silently. Randy looked at the girl and spoke solemnly. "Do you want to stay here, with them hating you every day, becoming your enemies every day, hoping you die soon, or—" "No." The girl shouted emotionally. "No, no, not like this. I'm sorry, really sorry." The girl clutched the family photo, tears streaming down, sobbing her heart out. Those strange family members behind Randy, hearing the girl's cries, opened their doors and rushed out to see what was happening. Seeing the miserable state of the Shuri, they all rejoiced. These people didn't remember the girl. All they knew was that the girl was the enemy, frightening, a monster who would harm them. Listening to the mocking voices of her family, the Shuri crawled to Randy's feet, clinging to her legs. "Randy, please, take me away. I don't want to stay here. Please take me away, I really beg you, as soon as possible." Chapter 132 Leaving Level 2. Previously, the girl in room 206 couldn't leave because her transparent body failed the facial recognition at the elevator entrance. Later on, she chose to stay to use the hotel's hot spring for skin regeneration. Today's decision means that when her skin condition flares up again in the future, she will have no way of curing it. Randy helped the girl in room 206 to her feet. "Don't worry, I'll help you get out." As soon as Randy said this, a strong gust of black wind shattered the glass window in the corridor on level 2. With a crash, glass shards scattered everywhere. The window was blown apart. It seemed that the eerie force on level 2 did not wish for the girl in room 206 to leave. The black wind surged fiercely. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, everyone was contaminated. The transparency of Randy's body rapidly increased. Trouble. Randy hurriedly shielded the girl in room 206. After soaking in the hot spring, the girl's body was no longer transparent. But if she were to be contaminated by the black wind again, she still wouldn't pass the facial recognition at the elevator entrance. She still couldn't leave. "Quick, go." Randy took off her coat and covered the girl's head with it. Protecting her face was enough. As long as her face wasn't contaminated, she could pass the facial recognition. Randy ran fast, escorting the girl towards the elevator. The electronic screen opened. "Please place your face within the frame. Please place your face within the frame." The prompt tone sounded. The girl adjusted herself and placed her face within the frame. She held her breath, waiting for verification. This had happened many times before whenever she tried to escape. Would it be the same this time? Both Randy and the girl anxiously watched the screen. A moment later, the prompt tone sounded again. "Error, error, face not recognized, the screen will close automatically." Hearing this familiar mechanical voice, despair filled the heart of the girl in room 206. "I can't get out. I can never get out, it's always like this." The girl murmured softly, tears welling up in her eyes. Her mentality collapsed. In contrast, Randy remained relatively calm. "Don't panic, wait a minute." Randy turned around and walked toward the broken window in the corridor. The black wind blew fiercely. Randy, holding the black gold bead, managed steady steps despite her hair being disheveled by the wind. Braving the black wind, Randy walked to the end of the corridor. Her target was not the glass window, but rather, the hot spring pool. The hot spring pool was right next to the glass window. Randy picked up an iron bucket from the ground and walked into the women's hot spring pool. She scooped a bucket of water from the pool and carried it to the elevator entrance. "Wash your face." Randy patted the girl in room 206 on the shoulder. The girl was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees and crying. Hearing Randy's instruction, she stood up and followed the order obediently. After washing her face, the girl's facial appearance temporarily recovered. Randy reopened the electronic screen. "Please place your face within the frame. Please place your face within the frame." Next, the girl successfully passed the facial recognition and left via the elevator. "Randy, thank you." Inside the elevator, the girl wiped her tears. "I'm sorry about earlier. If possible, I'd like to change my rating and give you 10 points. The girl bid farewell to Randy. Viewers watching the live stream saw only the girl's face floating in mid-air. The scene looked extremely bizarre. The black wind continued to blow. The girl's floating face gradually disappeared from view due to the intrusion of the black wind. Standing in the elevator, the girl became completely invisible once more. After leaving this floor, no one would ever see her again. Eternal loneliness would accompany her for the rest of her life. After seeing the girl off, the black wind on level 2 also gradually weakened. The wind outside continued to howl. That wind sounded more like a cry. Ignoring these sounds, Randy took out her makeup mirror and called forth the amorous. "I'm currently invisible. I'll enter the elevator with you. When the time comes, you pretend to be me and hand over the elevator card to the operator." After explaining to the amorous, Randy pinned her ID badge onto the amorous. The amorous used to have an ID badge too, but the content on the badge was mirrored. So the Jillian with the bangs knew at a glance that the amorous was fake. Now, Randy temporarily pinned her own ID badge onto the amorous. This way, the Jillian with the bangs wouldn't recognize her so easily. Randy, aren't you afraid I might run away with your ID badge? The amorous smiled cunningly. I told you I wanted to replace you. Randy also smiled. All right then. From now on, you will be me, and you will take over my job, enduring hunger and lack of sleep. While I only need to pretend to be you and travel around, the future is looking bright. Upon hearing this, the amorous's face instantly turned deathly pale. No way. No way, no way, no way. How can you live such a hard life? I don't want to. The amorous waved its hands continuously and immediately gave up the idea of replacing Randy. Every time the black wind came, the amorous could hide inside the mirror, so it wasn't affected in any special way. Following Randy's instructions, the amorous went to the facial recognition machine for verification. Ding dong. The employee elevator door opened. Randy and the amorous stepped inside. The Jillian with the bangs could only see the amorous and not the invisible Randy, so there was no suspicion. After Randy entered the elevator, the seal on the second floor slowly appeared. Everything on the second floor instantly became ruins. Which floor? Give me the elevator card, the Jillian asked the amorous. Black energy surrounded the Jillian with the bangs, who looked quite listless and had a purplish complexion. Beneath the bangs, those eyes were filled with melancholy. The amorous handed over the elevator card. Here. The Jillian swiped the card. This time, the first floor button didn't light up. Instead, the -1 floor button lit up. The -1 floor housed the last guest in the building. The amorous held the makeup mirror, admiring its own features in the elevator. Unexpectedly, the Jillian smashed the makeup mirror. This time, unlike the previous one, this makeup mirror contained nothing. The Jillian stomped on the broken mirror a few times, full of anger. Randy couldn't use the same trick twice. Perhaps the Jillian thought that the makeup mirror was hiding the same monster that looked like Randy from before. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, and they arrived at the -1 floor. The entire -1 floor was pitch dark, like a completely black basement. Randy and the amorous walked out of the elevator. After retrieving the ID badge from the amorous happily went off to play again. Ouch. As the amorous was about to run, it felt as if it had bumped into something. Rubbing its forehead, the amorous adjusted itself. The fluorescent lights in the corridor of the -1 floor flickered a few times and then turned on. Under the dim green light, Randy saw an Reese with wrinkled white skin pushing a cleaning cart standing in front of the amorous. Chapter 133, The Mysterious Old Woman. The Peggy was wearing the same uniform as Randy. The only difference was that the Peggy seemed to be very wet. It was as if there was an outlet on top of her head from which dirty water continuously overflowed. The dirty water soaked her hair, face, and clothes, leaving a trail of dirty water wherever she stood. The amorous exchanged glances with the Peggy. Sorry, Grandma, I bumped into you. The Peggy didn't speak but reached out and grabbed the amorous's wrist. She must have mistaken the amorous for Randy. Invisible to the naked eye, Randy followed behind the Peggy and the amorous. Randy inspected the cleaning cart belonging to the Peggy. It appeared that the cloth inside was stained with red blood. Additionally, Randy noticed several strands of black hair floating in the bucket of the cleaning cart. Grandma, where are you taking me? Asked the amorous. The Peggy shook her head without a word. She dragged her soggy footsteps towards the depths of the corridor. At the entrance of the hot spring pool, the Peggy opened a drawer on the cleaning cart and took out a large bunch of keys. She shook them, selected one, and unlocked the newly added chain lock outside the hot spring pool. Inside the hot spring room, it was pitch black, with no lights on. The Peggy motioned for the amorous to go in. The amorous craned her neck for a look inside. Grandma, it's too dark in there, I don't want to go in. Upon hearing the refusal, the Peggy's expression turned manic. She grabbed the amorous by the waist and forcefully dragged her towards the dark room. The amorous screamed twice, then turned around and hid inside the broken mirror. Feeling nothing in her arms, the Peggy suddenly flipped the light switch on in the hot spring room. When the lights came on, Randy saw that the entire pool was filled with a reddish, bloody water. Sitting in the pool was a long-haired woman. Leaning against the edge of the pool, only her head visible, it was unclear whether she was dead or alive. Scattered around the pool were some uniforms belonging to waiters. In one of the uniform's pockets, something resembling a piece of paper was poking out. Randy quietly approached and retrieved the paper. Before leaving, Randy gave one last glance at the woman in the pool. Was this woman a guest of this floor? Randy left the hot spring room and quickly walked down the corridor. She opened the note and read it. Welcome to work at Chinchwan Hotel and enter this floor. Please take note of the following information during your employment. Room B101 on this floor has a peculiar guest. This guest, surnamed Jiang, is a young, beautiful woman. Since checking into the hotel, Eunice's appearance has rapidly aged. Without her beauty, Eunice hides within the hotel, living in constant fear. Please persuade Eunice to leave the hotel. On the back of the note were the rules for this floor. Chinchwan Hotel, basement, level 1 rules. 1. For your safety, when addressing the guest, call her Eunice. Remember, do not refer to her as grandma, elderly lady, or similar terms. 2. Do not allow the guest to see any mirrors. If you find a complete mirror, break it immediately. 3. Every hour, the guest needs to change into dry clothes. Make sure to prepare the clothes in advance and place them at the door. Otherwise, terrible things will happen. 4. If the water in the hot spring turns red, do not enter under any circumstances. If the water turns blue, it's fine to enter. 5. Don't trust what you see, trust what you hear. Just as Randy finished reading the rules, the ceiling of the corridor started spraying water. The water was warm spring water. The note got wet, and so did Randy's entire body. Initially planning to use her invisibility advantage to gather more clues, Randy's form was fully revealed upon contact with the warm spring water. A melodious sound rang through the corridor, as if celebrating this damp revelry. Level -1 was the damp level. Are you not the same girl I just saw? A young woman's voice interrupted Randy's thoughts. Randy looked up. In this wet corridor, only the Peggy stood before her. Her skin was pale and wrinkled from soaking, but her voice sounded like that of a woman in her early 30s. According to rule number 5 of Chingchuan Hotel's basement level 1, don't trust what you see, trust what you hear. Though the Peggy looked elderly, her voice was distinctly youthful. Combining this with the note's mention that since checking into the hotel, Eunice's appearance has rapidly aged, Randy almost concluded that the Peggy was not really an Peggy. Her true identity should be Eunice. The reason why Eunice's appearance aged so quickly was because she was constantly submerged in water while being in the damp level. If one's hands get wrinkly and white after being soaked in water for a long time, imagine how much more severe it would be for someone who was entirely immersed in water. The dirty water continuously overflowing from Eunice's hair was the root cause of her aging appearance. Yes, Eunice, that person had no ID badge earlier. It wasn't me, Randy replied. The Peggy's wrinkled face smiled. I said it, your eyes are different from hers. Randy nodded politely and smiled at the Peggy. Seeing Randy's beautiful smile, the Peggy's expression changed slightly. She lowered her gaze unhappily and muttered, I used to look like that too. By saying this, the Peggy effectively admitted that she was indeed Eunice. After speaking, the Peggy pushed the cleaning cart into the storage room. All my clothes are soaking wet. Find a set of dry clothes for me, regardless of whose they are, just as long as they are dry. The Peggy wearing the waiter's uniform instructed Randy. The uniform worn by the Peggy did not fit properly, and there were specks of blood on it. Randy recalled the third rule of Chingchuan Hotel, basement level 1. Every hour, the guest needs to change into dry clothes. Make sure to prepare the clothes in advance and place them at the door. Otherwise, terrible things will happen. Perhaps the so-called terrible things referred to being killed by the Peggy and having one's uniform taken away. Randy glanced at the digital clock on the corridor wall. It was 10 minutes before the next hour. Randy nodded in agreement. All right, Eunice. I'll deliver them to your room door shortly. Chapter 134, The Locked Room. The Peggy's gaze fell on Randy's soaking wet uniform. A meaningful smile appeared on her weathered face. Hurry up, don't dawdle, Eunice said impatiently. She smoothed her hair to cover her wrinkled face. Then, she leaned against the wall and laboriously entered room B101. She truly looked like an elderly woman. Randy retracted her gaze and headed straight for the utility room. There should be spare staff uniforms in the utility room. Since Eunice was willing to wear a staff uniform, Randy would provide one for her. As long as the clothes were dry, it would meet the requirements of the rule. Randy entered the utility room and searched through all the cabinets. Everything inside that had anything to do with fabric, whether it was bedding or staff uniforms, had been soaked in water without exception. It was as if someone was deliberately making things difficult for Randy. Mommy, the water on these clothes is so dirty, just like the water on that Reese's head earlier. She must have done it on purpose. May pouted angrily. Randy glanced at the white shirt of the staff uniform. On the white shirt were some dirty and smelly mop strips. Indeed, it was similar to the debris in the dirty water that had come from the top of Eunice's head. Eunice was deliberately making things hard for her. Randy checked the supply schedule in the utility room. The last time the hotel, logistics personnel, delivered supplies to the utility room was 20 minutes ago. They had delivered 30 bathrobes and 10 staff uniforms. The number of clothes is wrong. Randy frowned. In this storage cabinet, there were no more than 5 bathrobes and staff uniforms combined. But according to the supply list, there should have been 40 sets of clothing. A total of 35 sets of clothes were missing. Mommy, could it be that the Reese hid the clothes? May thought that, given the Reese's character, she might very well have done such a thing. Randy's eyes hardened. Besides her, there's no one else in this floor who wants me dead. She must have hidden them. Randy agreed with May's opinion. Eunice needed to change into dry clothes on time, so she naturally wouldn't soak all the clothes. She hid part of them for her own convenience. At the same time, this would make it impossible for Randy to provide dry clothes, thereby violating the rule and causing Randy's death. This Eunice was far from a good person. Randy quickly left the utility room. She stood at one end of the corridor and looked ahead. There were 20 guest rooms along the entire corridor, plus 2 hot spring pools, 2 staff lounges, 1 kitchen, and a self-service dining area, totaling 25 rooms. Finding a set of dry clothes among so many rooms within 10 minutes was incredibly challenging. Seeing Randy standing motionless in the hallway, the intelligence department experts gathered in the conference room, engaged in anxious discussions. What if the guest hides the clothes in their own room? Would Randy never be able to find them? Nathaniel proposed his insight. On Nathaniel's shoulder sat a woman wearing a traditional red wedding dress, her eye sockets grotesquely bloody and mangled. Nathaniel had inadvertently wandered into a wedding car rules mystery on his way to work at the intelligence department. To avoid breaking the rules of the mystery, he brought the bride along to work. I think it's possible, one subordinate confirmed Nathaniel's idea. If Eunice is determined to harm someone, hiding clothes in her own room would be the safest choice. Other subordinates also offered their speculations. In the meeting room, only the young man with glasses remained silent. The young man crossed his arms and watched the live stream. He recalled a fleeting detail from earlier, which sparked a vague guess in his mind. But he couldn't confirm if this guess was true. The young man stared intently at the large live stream screen. If it were Randy, she would certainly have noticed that detail. Could that detail be the key to breaking the situation? In the live stream, Randy stood in the corridor for a full 30 seconds. After 30 seconds of analysis and thinking, Randy picked up something from the cleaning cart, passed by room B101, and quickly ran towards the women's hot spring pool. Nathaniel was shocked. Judging by the direction Randy went, did she go to the hot spring pool? The other experts also looked puzzled. Based on our speculation, Randy should secretly sneak into room B101 and steal a set of dry clothes without being detected by Eunice. Seeing Randy's actions, the young man with glasses smiled slightly. It seemed Randy had noticed too. The clothes can't be hidden in room B101, the young man said calmly. He calmly stated his deduction. Not every server has a master key. If the dry clothes are hidden in those 20 guest rooms, then this would be a dead end for the chosen one. Randy could enter those 20 guest rooms. But that doesn't mean other adventurers can enter those 20 guest rooms. The instance would consider the feasibility of completion and limit Eunice from hiding the clothes inside the rooms. The young man with glasses continued his analysis. Excluding those 20 guest rooms, there remain 2 hot spring pools, 2 staff lounges, and 1 kitchen connected to the self-service dining area. Among these remaining 5 places, only one is truly special. Everyone looked at the live stream. In the live stream, Randy took out the string of keys she had gotten from the cleaning cart, picked one, and inserted it into the lock on the iron chain lock on the door. The iron lock. Nathaniel's pupils widened in shock as he slammed the conference table. Among these 5 places, only the women's hot spring pool has an iron lock. Nathaniel suddenly realized. To specifically add a lock to this place suggested only one possibility. This place hid something important. This iron chain lock was both the protective lock Eunice used to prevent Randy from finding dry clothes and a hint to Randy. She left the key to the iron lock on the cleaning cart because she couldn't block the path of the chosen one entirely. Eunice also had her own rules to follow. Randy stood at the entrance of the hot spring pool, holding the string of keys, trying them one by one. These keys were identical in appearance except for their different teeth patterns. If Randy had obtained this string of keys belatedly and rushed over in haste to unlock the door, time definitely wouldn't have been enough. While Randy was jingling and selecting keys, the door of room B101 was pulled open from inside. That weathered old face peeked out from the crack in the door. Grandma looked at Randy trying the keys, her gaze revealing a hint of annoyance. She glared at Randy for a while. Only when Randy found the correct key and entered the hot spring house did Grandma withdraw her displeased gaze. Humph, it's no use even if you go in. I don't believe you can find it. After muttering at Randy, Grandma slowly withdrew her old face and slammed the door shut. Chapter 135, Invitation to Join. Seeing Eunice's reaction, the experts had to admit that the young man with glasses was indeed right. Artie, as expected of the young, your mind works faster than ours. Nathaniel gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Young Andres reached out his right hand to adjust his glasses and smiled modestly. You flatter me. Elder Stevie, sitting in a wheelchair, couldn't help but tease. Artie, if you were to compete against Randy, who do you think would win? Hearing this, Artie waved his hands hastily. No, how can I compare myself to Randy who has sacrificed so much for our country? Elder Stevie chuckled and lowered his head, glancing at his phone. On the screen was an email marked read. The sender's avatar was a skull. It was an invitation letter from the Ghostface organization. The email content invited Elder Stevie into the eerie world under favorable conditions. With this invitation letter, Elder Stevie could enter the eerie world. However, he would be on the opposite side of Randy. Elder Stevie almost wore out the reject button on that invitation. He would never betray the country for personal gain. Not everyone gets the chance to receive such emails. The email stated that invitees were either those who had once passed 3 consecutive trials, like Elder Stevie, or some outstanding young talents among the youth. Speaking of smart young people, Elder Stevie raised his eyes and looked at Artie. Isn't there someone right here? Artie, I heard that not long ago, your wife and child were killed by rumors. If the Ghostface organization offers to revive them, what would you say? Elder Stevie deliberately teased, testing Artie's reaction. Artie grew up as an orphan, and it wasn't easy for him to get where he was today. After marrying and having children, he finally had a family, only to have his loved ones fall victim to eerie forces. Now Artie was back to being alone. Reviving Artie's wife and children should be the most tempting condition for him. Perhaps not expecting Elder Stevie to bring this up, Artie's face turned slightly awkward. Seeing Artie remain silent with his head down, the meeting room fell into a brief awkward silence. Old Stevie, you really know how to joke around. Look, you scared poor Artie speechless. Nathaniel broke the silence first. He comfortingly patted Artie, who was seated to his left, to ease the tension. Artie, perhaps hit by his elder's words, kept his lips tightly pressed together without a word. Well, forget it. Artie, don't be upset. My old trickster might have gone too far with my joke, Please accept my apology. Elder Stevie quickly apologized to smooth things over. Artie didn't want to offend the elder and controlled his expression. After a while, Artie took out his phone, found an email, and handed it to Nathaniel with both hands. Minister, actually Elder Stevie isn't wrong. I did receive such an email. Upon hearing this, the experts present all froze. Nathaniel looked at Artie uneasily, then reached out to take the phone. Seeing the entire panel look doubtful, Artie felt hurt. He defended himself. I immediately clicked reject upon receiving the email. I would never do something despicable. Nathaniel examined the phone closely. The reject button was indeed pressed. I can vouch for Artie. He is telling the truth. He rejected the invitation. Nathaniel held the phone up, showing it around. Suspicions lessened somewhat, and the tension hanging in the air eased with a thud. Following Nathaniel's gesture, Artie reclaimed his phone. Everyone returned their attention to the live feed. At this moment, another email popped up in Artie's inbox. Sender, empty. Email content. Comrade, it's shocking they don't trust you. If they don't believe in you, why should you struggle so hard for them? Why not join us? We can fulfill your wishes. You should consider the conditions we proposed last time carefully. As a sign of sincerity, we also offer you inexhaustible wealth. We sincerely invite you to enter the realm of ghost stories. Please choose, agree, or reject. Attached to the email was a video of Artie's smiling wife and children. It was a synthesized video. His wife, smiling through tears, said, her mouth moving unnaturally, Artie, are you okay? I'm not doing well. I miss living, I miss hugging you. Artie's son, who had been smiling, began to pout and cry, Dad, will you please agree? Don't you love me the most? It's just a game. If Sister Randy loses, there will be other chosen ones to replace her. It's fine. Alora and Child continued their nagging, but Artie directly took off his wireless earphone from his right ear, turned off the screen, and refused to look any further. Seeing Artie's action almost like he was throwing away his phone, old Stevie looked at him with deep, unreadable eyes for a second. Then, old Stevie pretended to be nonchalant, picked up his thermos cup filled with wolfberry tea, took a sip, hiding the emotions in his eyes as he lowered his head. On the large live stream screen, after Randy entered the hot spring house, she ignored the long-haired woman in the bloody hot spring pool and thoroughly searched the entire spa room. She originally thought the dry clothes hidden here were gone without a trace. The amorous emerged from the broken mirror and was confined within the hot spring house. But the amorous didn't seem bored at all. It was comfortably sitting in the staff pool, eating fruit and enjoying the hot spring. Randy, what are you looking for? You've been searching for so long, the amorous asked Randy, sticking its head out of the pool. Randy found a new lady's mechanical watch left by the previous attendant in the cabinet and put it on herself. I'm looking for dry clothes. Did you see any dry clothes in here? Randy glanced at the time on her wristwatch. There were still 2 minutes left. Only 2 minutes remained. Yet there was no clue at all about finding clothes. Was Randy really going to stay here today? The amorous seemed a bit regretful in the hot spring. Oh, if you had told me earlier, I could have given you my uniform. Unfortunately, you came too late. The amorous stood up and showed her wet clothes soaked from the hot spring. Randy's face became more anxious. If she had known it would be this difficult, she should have asked the amorous for help earlier. This miscalculation. Still 1.5 minutes left. Hurry up and get out of the water. Let's search together, Randy called to the amorous. The amorous agreed quickly. Okay, just wait for me to get out. Standing in the hot spring pool, the amorous walked towards Randy. Randy didn't sit idle. She continued searching some corners. It was truly unsolvable. Every possible place to store dry clothes had already been searched. Clothes need to stay dry yet be hidden. Where else could they be hidden? Ouch. The amorous tripped just as it reached the corner of the pool, intending to climb out. What happened? Randy asked. The amorous complained, one of the tiles in the pool is uneven. Really, it almost killed me. Chapter 136, A Box of Bricks. At the Ichabod's words, Randy's mind suddenly buzzed. Dry clothes, a fully filled hot spring pool. How could she have forgotten about that place which could not possibly hide any clothes? At the same moment the Ichabod finished speaking, on the broken mirror in the hot spring pool, a line of red text appeared due to the steam. The most impossible place is the safest. That line of text had only a very faint outline. It seemed like it was deliberately left behind by there as a clue for the chosen ones, so that the situation would not become a stalemate. However, Lily was very cunning. She had wiped off that hint. Recalling when they first went downstairs, on the cleaning cart pushed by the Lily, there was indeed a bloody cloth. That bloody cloth might just be the tool used by the Lily to wipe away the blood message. Without time to think more, Randy hurriedly made her way into the employee pool. What are you going to do, Randy? I just got out. Why are you going back in? The Ichabod climbed out of the hot spring pool and gazed at Randy blankly. Randy lifted the hem of her pants and stepped into the pool, heading toward the position of the floor tile. She glanced at her wristwatch. There were still 70 seconds left. 10:37, try to lift that floor tile up and see, said Randy seriously. The Ichabod responded with an "oh," and obediently did as told. Underneath the lifted tile was a sealed large iron box. With great effort, the Ichabod managed to pull out the heavy iron box. After pulling it out, he noticed a small lock attached to the outside of the box. Randy, this needs a key to open. The Ichabod scratched his head worryingly. Randy took a distant look at the small lock. The keyhole was tiny. Outside the small lock, a letter B was written. Randy suddenly remembered the set of keys she had just obtained. There were exactly 2 small keys, one marked with the letter B. Randy pulled out the set of keys and threw them to the engsub. You unlock it. Choose the one marked with B. The engsub caught the keys with both hands. He picked the key marked with B, inserted it into the lock, and turned it lightly. The small lock clicked open. Randy's eyes lit up with surprise. She walked over quickly and immediately opened the iron box. But at the moment she saw what was inside, Randy's pupils constricted sharply. Bricks. A full box of bricks. Suddenly, a layer of cold sweat crept up Randy's spine. Now, only less than 50 seconds remained for Randy. Good night everyone, the situation is clear now. The traps in the eerie world are really unavoidable. Lost, sigh, all should disperse. The engsub placed his hand on Randy's shoulder and sighed deeply. Randy, don't lose heart. If we can't find dry clothes, then we can wear wet ones. Look at me. As the engsub spoke, he turned around in front of Randy, displaying his wet clothes. I'm wearing wet clothes and doing just fine, he said, only to see Randy running off right in front of him. Randy scanned the employee pool without hesitation and headed straight for the red hot spring pool. There were 2 pools in the hot spring house. One was the VIP pool for guests. Inside it sat a deceased long-haired woman, with the water red. The other was the employee pool that Randy had visited earlier, with blue water. Randy reached the shore of the VIP pool. She took a pair of ultra-long rubber gloves from the nearby metal bucket and put them on quickly. Then, she grabbed the corpse of the long-haired woman and dragged it aside. Bending down at the edge, she extended her gloved hand into the pool. After some probing, Randy lifted something. Next, she pulled out an identical large iron box from the pool. The engsub watched in stunned silence beside her. Without any pause, Randy immediately retrieved the keys, selected one, inserted, turned, unlocked. Upon opening the box lid, what met her eyes was a box full of clothes. Each piece of clothing was encased in a waterproof bag. Clearly, someone had done this intentionally. Seeing these dry clothes, Randy's tense nerves finally eased slightly. What the heck, she actually found it. I don't get it, how did she know the clothes were in that spot? Carson predicts that Randy has been secretly cheating on us. Randy glanced at her wristwatch. There were only 30 seconds left until the next hour. She hastily grabbed a set of dry clothes and ran toward the door. In the intelligence department, Artemio tentatively asked Bjorn, if it were you hiding the clothes, where would you hide them? Nathaniel also showed interest. Yes, tell us your thoughts, Bjorn. We old-timers also want to hear young people's opinions. Bjorn lifted his eyes and glanced at Artemio. Of course, he saw through the subtleties. The moment he saw the bricks in the box, he quickly guessed that the dry clothes were in the other pool. But, should he really say it outright? Artemio's seemingly casual question actually carried a profound intent. If Bjorn could pinpoint exactly where the clothes were hidden, under the dead woman in the VIP pool, this would reveal his quick thinking and make him stand out as a potential rival to Randy. This would only confirm that he might be an opponent for Randy, and everyone would become more wary of him. But if Bjorn deliberately avoided the correct answer to reduce suspicion, it would seem like he was trying too hard to hide his abilities. Because his earlier performances had already been outstanding, now appearing confused would clearly indicate that he was just pretending to be dumb to cover up his true capabilities. This confrontation was a psychological battle between Artemio and him. After thinking for 2 seconds, Bjorn raised his eyes and looked at the seniors in the meeting room. Let me take a shot at analyzing this. Bjorn stood up and walked to the small blackboard nearby. He picked up a marker and drew simplified diagrams of the 2 pools. If I put myself in Randy's shoes, I would definitely realize the clothes are hidden under the corpse in the VIP pool. Bjorn circled the top left corner of the employee pool diagram. There's a hidden compartment in the top left corner of the employee pool. The iron box inside can be opened with the B-type key. Since Randy has the B-type key, it implies the existence of an A-type key as well. This also means there must be another large iron box somewhere in the hot spring house. Bjorn drew the broken mirror on the blackboard. Combining the clues from the mirror, it can be determined that the dry clothes are definitely in one of the hot spring pools. Before going to the VIP pool, Randy scanned the employee pool but found no similar floor tiles. This indicates that the clothes were not stored in the employee pool. Taking a few steps in front of the blackboard, Bjorn analyzed carefully. There are only 2 hot spring pools. Since the clothes aren't in the employee pool, they must be in the VIP pool. Then he held the pen and drew some grid lines inside the VIP pool square. The VIP pool is vast, with at least 400 or 500 floor tiles. If the iron box was placed in a random spot without any marking, it would be impossible to pass this challenge. So, the location of the iron box must have a special mark. Bjorn circled the top left corner of the VIP pool where the female corpse was located. And the only place in this pool with a special mark is where the corpse lies. Bjorn smiled, adjusting his glasses. Because the corpse itself is the mark. Chapter 137, The Life-Reaping Woman Ghost. Wait, the rules state that we cannot enter the red pools, right? So why isn't it considered a violation when someone just reaches their hand into it? An expert asked. Bjorn smiled gently. You're asking the right questions. Next to the VIP pool, Bjorn drew a pair of waterproof gloves. He put down his pen and leaned on the table, saying, Since it's not an inevitable death scenario and the iron box is definitely placed inside the red pool, we can reasonably deduce that the red water in the pool isn't completely untouchable, but rather it must not come into direct contact with skin. Therefore, using this rubber glove to retrieve something from the water won't be a problem. The experts sighed in amazement. To make so many inferences within such a short time indeed isn't easy. Whether it's Randy's abilities or Bjorn's analysis, these two young people are truly pushing the limits. So, if I were Randy, I would certainly move the female corpse to find another large iron box. After finishing his analysis, Bjorn put down his pen, nodded slightly, and sat back down. In fact, prior to this, Artemio had asked him, if Bjorn were to hide the clothes, where would he hide them? This question implied placing Bjorn and Randy in opposition to each other. However, throughout his response, Bjorn analyzed everything from the perspective of if I were Randy. Clearly, these were two different perspectives. But no matter which perspective it was, what all the seniors wanted to hear was why the clothes were hidden under the female corpse. Bjorn's answer not only provided the information everyone wanted but also avoided putting himself in opposition to Randy. In this match against Artemio, he won. Suppressing the curve at the corner of his mouth, Bjorn lowered his eyelashes slightly. He picked up the large teacup on the table and took a shallow sip. Ha ha ha, great job, Bjorn's analysis makes perfect sense. Giles agreed, laughing heartily. Artemio looked at Bjorn deeply. This young man seems even more challenging than he imagined. At the live streaming room, Randy held the clothes and ran frantically down the corridor. Although she was running for her life, in reality, Randy's speed wasn't really picking up. The wet red carpet, after being soaked in hot spring water and left for about 10 minutes, might have triggered some substances. Now, the carpet was extremely sticky. Every step felt like stepping on strong glue. A corridor that was originally only 60 meters long could normally be covered by a person in 12 to 13 seconds, the basic standard for student physical tests in school. But now, Randy found it almost impossible to move forward. With 20 seconds left, Randy was still 40 meters away from room B101. Randy continued struggling forward in the hallway. With 10 seconds left, she was still 25 meters away from room B101. The more she moved forward, the more viscous substance accumulated on the bottom of her feet, making it harder to walk. As the second hand on her wristwatch ticked closer to 12, Randy was still nearly 10 meters away from room B101. Biting her teeth, Randy made a final lunge. At the same time, she threw the plastic-wrapped dry clothes out of her hands with all her strength. The second hand clicked, pointing at 10. 2 seconds left. The clothes drew a curved line in the air. At this moment, the door of B101 opened. The clothes, thrown with too much force, were almost about to fly past the entrance of B101. Unexpectedly, Agneta stretched out her head at that moment. The clothes slapped Granny's face with a paw. Then, the clothes landed stably at the entrance of room B101, and Agneta received a hard slap from the clothes. The second hand clicked again, pointing at 12. Time's up. According to the third rule of Qingquan Hotel's basement level, guests must change into a set of dry clothes every hour. Please prepare your clothes in advance and place them at the door. Randy did indeed place the dry clothes at the room door before the hour. Granny's wrinkled face trembled for a couple of seconds after being slapped by the clothes. Looking grim-faced after getting hit by the clothes, Agneta picked up the clothes from the ground and turned to go back inside. The countless strands of viscous substances between the plastic bag of clothes and the carpet got squeezed into the door seam. The task was successfully completed. Randy breathed a sigh of relief. She got up from the carpet and struggled to the end of the corridor. In the storage compartment of the cleaning cart, she found a pair of disposable slippers. After changing out of her shoes, Randy started rolling up the sticky carpet from the end of the corridor. Starting from room B101, she rolled the carpet all the way to the other end of the corridor, where the hot spring pool was. The corridor floor no longer stuck to her feet, and Randy's walking speed returned to normal. At this moment, Agneta also came out of the room. Randy noticed that Agneta had changed into a pair of spiked shoes to match the carpet. The soles of these shoes were covered in sharp, nail-like protrusions. With such a small contact area, even if she stepped on the sticky carpet, the resistance wouldn't be too significant. Agneta proudly walked in her spiked shoes, carrying dry clothes and toiletries, out of room B101. She probably planned to take a shower, soak in the hot spring, and then change into clean clothes. But what Agneta didn't expect was that Randy had already removed the carpet. The formerly sticky red carpet had been replaced by smooth tiles. The wet tiles made the ground extra slippery. Combined with her spiked shoes, every step caused her to stumble. Almost falling several times, Agneta ended up crawling back to her room, crying and yelling, to change her shoes. After finally changing her shoes and entering the hot spring room, Agneta started screaming again. Agneta hurriedly ran out of the hot spring room. As soon as she reached the doorway, she was dragged back inside by a long-haired woman with blood streaming from her 7 orifices. Waiter, help me. My hair. Randy had just picked up a set of dry clothes, planning to go back to her room to change out of her wet clothes. Halfway there, she heard Granny's cries for help. Did you throw it into the water? It drank blood and came alive. My ears, stop biting. Agneta rambled a few sentences. Then there was a splash, as if she was thrown into the pool. The blood-drinking revived entity Agneta mentioned made Randy immediately think of the long-haired female corpse. Randy remembered that when she retrieved the clothes from the red-hot spring pool, she had pushed the female corpse, causing its head to submerge underwater. At that time, she noticed some bubbles emerging where the corpse had sunk. But with the urgency of the situation, Randy hadn't paid much attention. Help me, fast. Granny's voice was intermittent, barely 2 words before being pressed underwater again. She seemed to be drowning. Randy felt an ominous sense. If a guest really died, Randy would never complete the get good review task. Forgetting about changing clothes, she turned and ran towards the hot spring pool. Arriving at the hot spring pool, breathing heavily, Randy saw the laughing long-haired woman using both hands and feet to lock Granny's neck and waist, dragging her forcefully into the pool. Agneta flailed desperately in the middle of the VIP pool, splashing the red water. According to the 4th rule of Qingquan Hotel's basement level, if you see the water in the hot spring pool is red, please do not enter the pool. Chapter 138 Floor. Save, cough, save me. The Reese was dragged into the water and choked on several gulps of it. Now the long-haired female ghost had complete control over her, leaving her utterly defenseless. As the number of times she sank and surfaced increased, the cries for help from the Reese grew weaker. On the shore, Randy was more than 10 meters away from the Reese in the center of the pool. Randy would have to enter the water to save her, but if Randy were to touch the red water in the pool, she would immediately violate the rules. Ha 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 ha. You old hag, you've met your match today? See if you can make her come down, ha ha ha. She doesn't dare to save you at all. You deserve to die. Ha 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 ha. The long-haired female ghost noticed Randy's hesitation and laughed wildly with her head thrown back. The chaotic black hair slid down her cheeks. Exposed before Randy was the shocking scar on the female ghost's face. It seemed that Eunice not only caused the death of the long-haired woman but also ruined her appearance. Cough, save me. Eunice's face was pale, almost on the verge of giving out. If she couldn't be saved within 2 minutes, she would certainly die. Randy frowned, staring at the bright red blood water in the pool, rapidly thinking of a strategy. The red pool water was extremely murky. As the long-haired woman and Eunice struggled about, the putrid and dirty substances at the bottom of the pool floated to the surface. Randy closed her eyes, quickly pondering a way to break the deadlock. In an instant, a massive amount of information flashed through Randy's mind. Wetness, dirty water, blood pool, disfigurement, long-haired female ghost. Randy was highly focused, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. 2 seconds later, a flaw emerged from the multitude of information, magnified before Randy's eyes. Randy abruptly opened her eyes. Eunice, Randy shouted to the Reese, I can save you, but you must give me a perfect score now. Hearing Randy's voice, the Reese struggled forcefully, barely lifting her head above water. Yes, Eunice gasped for fresh air. I'll give you a perfect score now. Hurry and come save. Before the Reese could finish her sentence, she screamed again as she was pushed back under the water. Hurry, get down here. The Reese urged Randy. Watching the Reese struggle desperately for a few seconds, Randy's gaze turned cold. She retracted her gaze and put on waterproof rubber gloves beside her. Don't worry, Eunice, I guarantee you won't die. Randy walked calmly to the drainage outlet of the VIP pool. She bent down, knelt by the edge of the pool, and reached her hand into the water. The drain was clogged by lots of hair. Randy pulled out large strands of hair and threw them on the shore, then continued clearing the drainage outlet. The livestream viewers were almost jumping out of frustration. Are you kidding? Sister, go save her already. Stop draining the water, brother. By the time you're done, it'll be too late. I'm stomping my feet in frustration. Randy remained unruffled. No matter how loudly the Reese called out in the pool, Randy acted as if she hadn't heard anything. After 30 seconds, the water in the blood pool started to flow. Eunice, I have saved you. I will take my leave now. Randy removed the gloves, washed her hands in the sink, and dried them. For a moment, Eunice in the pool didn't react. Just before leaving, Randy smiled and said, Eunice, once the water is drained, you will be saved, just hold on a little longer. With that, Randy took a set of clean uniform and left the scene without looking back. Her clothes were still wet, so she needed to change. Mummy, aren't you going to save the old auntie? She seems to be struggling to hold on. In the corridor, Gabrielle's tone sounded slightly worried. Randy laughed. Sweetheart, she won't die. If she were that easy to kill, how could she possibly place the female ghost in such a dangerous position? According to what Eunice had said, the long-haired female ghost would revive after drinking blood. Knowing that the revived female ghost would surely seek revenge on her. If she were a normal person, she would definitely throw the body far away instead of placing it in the blood pool. The reason why Eunice dared to place the female ghost in the pool was that her combat strength was definitely superior to the female ghost's. This so-called crisis was nothing more than a staged act, tricking naive service staff into taking risks. Randy returned to the staff lounge with a set of clean clothes to change into. Just as she was about to leave, she unexpectedly found that there was an extra window on the wall of the lounge. The blue curtains were drawn, seemingly blocking a lot of glaring light. Randy was currently in the basement of the Qingquan Hotel. How could there possibly be outdoor light in the basement? And through the curtains, she could hear some strange noises from outside the window. It sounded like a group of children playing on a playground. Only the sounds were very distant. Randy swiftly pulled the curtains open. Behind the curtains, there was only a wall. The light and the sounds vanished instantly. What's wrong, Mommy? Gabrielle asked her. Randy was dazed for 2 seconds. No, nothing. With suspicion in her mind, Randy closed the curtains and turned to leave the room. The moment Randy closed the door, the glaring light shot back through where the curtains were. The breeze gently swayed the curtains. Through the gaps in the curtains, the scenery and laughter outside the window appeared for 2 seconds before disappearing once again. Randy left the lounge and returned to the hot spring house. The blood water in the pool had been drained. At the bottom of the pool, the bodies of the female staff members were exposed. These bodies, from their appearance, were nothing but large puddles of dark red mucus, indistinguishable as human forms. Only by the 2 eyeballs stuck on the mucus could they be vaguely identified as Randy's colleagues. It was clear how many people Eunice had deceived with their sympathy, tricking them into saving someone and causing their deaths. The red mucus formed from these corpses was just like the sticky substance on the red carpet in the corridor before, extremely sticky to the feet. If Randy had carelessly stepped into the water just now, she would most likely have been stuck by this mucus, even tripped over. Randy would most probably have died in the pool. Now, watching the pool bottom filled with corpses, the sentiment in the livestream changed. Those who had been cursing loudly were now silent. Instead, those who hadn't dared to speak up earlier started to flood the screen with comments. Who told our sister to go save someone? Come out and get beaten. Luckily I didn't comment just now. I knew things weren't that simple. Why aren't the cursers cursing anymore? Is it because they don't like it? Chapter 139 Unmanned Store. Randy scanned the pool. Finally, on a patch of slime, she spotted something familiar. Randy cautiously entered the pool, trying to avoid the patches of slime as she picked up the item. It was the staff elevator card for returning to level 1. With the positive review and the elevator card, Randy had accomplished 2 of the 3 tasks. The only thing left was to escort Eunice out. However, Eunice, who was particularly vain, would never leave if her appearance couldn't be restored. But how could she quickly restore Eunice's youth? In the hot spring room's shower, the sound of shower water stopped. Eunice finished her bath and stepped out with her aged face. Seeing Randy, Eunice's expression grew even more venomous. She had put in so much effort into her act, only to realize that Randy saw through it and treated her like a fool, even tricking her into giving a positive review. Eunice shot a glance at Randy, clearly displeased. But Randy didn't care about any of that. Eunice, I have a way to help you restore your appearance, Randy said. Eunice hesitated for a moment. After some thought, she sneered, you just toyed with me earlier. Now you want to play again? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Randy smiled, let's not talk like that. You chose to act, I didn't force you. Eunice hummed, still unconvinced. Her walk was unsteady, indistinguishable from an elderly person's. Eunice, your arthritis should be getting worse, right? Randy's voice came from behind. If you don't leave soon, not only will your appearance worsen, but your body will also slowly age. Randy used a definitive tone. From Eunice's walking posture, it was clear that she was increasingly resembling an elderly person. No one could accept looking like an old person while being only in their 30s, especially not Eunice. This was a sore spot for her. She had been thinking of ways to stay young since she arrived here. If not for necessity, why would she have stayed trapped underground without seeing daylight? I told you, I can restore your appearance and get you out of here. Randy spoke confidently. Walking ahead, hunched over, Eunice hesitated. After a while, she turned around and said softly, what method? In the afternoon. Outside Eunice's room, Randy prepared several sets of dry clothes. Then, with the elevator card in hand and carrying the carter, she left level -1. Stepping out of the Clear Spring Hotel, she arrived outside the Iron Gate. In front of Randy lay the fog zone. She stopped by the Iron Gate, took out the mist walking lamp, and lit it. The mist walking lamp could operate for only 2 hours at a time. 2 hours should be plenty for Randy. Recalling Mariah from level 3 who kept dogs. Each time Mariah went shopping alone, she left the small body in the room for no more than 5 minutes. This implied there was a place to shop outside the Clear Spring Hotel, and it wasn't far. The lantern Randy held dispelled the fog around her. In the fog zone, a circle with a radius of about 10 meters formed around the mist walking lamp. Randy looked around with the lantern in hand. Less than 20 meters from the Clear Spring Hotel stood a bus stop. Many familiar faces were there waiting. The blind Noah from level 5, the once Roman from level 4, the Beverly who had turned back into a small body on level 3, and Karen from level 2 who could turn invisible. They were all waiting for the bus. Tear trails from Karen on level 2 fell from mid-air, wetting the ground. After glancing at them, Randy walked past and headed to the convenience store next door. On top of the convenience store hung a white sign with red letters, Unmanned Store. Among them, the character 4 person was dripping blood. Several drops of crimson, blood-like viscous liquid dripped down the edges of the sign, splattering on the ground. Randy reached the entrance, glanced at the rules posted there, braced herself, and pushed open the door. Welcome to the Unmanned Convenience Store, please select items as you wish. A mechanical voice welcomed her. The wind chime at the door tinkled. Randy wandered inside the convenience store. She walked to the exchange area, searching for snake skin. Since manager Aiden's attribute was a snake, he must shed his skin frequently. Getting the snake skin might allow her to replicate the skin-swapping procedure Karen on level 2 used to help restore Eunice's appearance. There were many items in the exchange area. As Randy was picking through them, the glass door of the convenience store opened again. Welcome to the Unmanned Convenience Store, please select items as you wish. Randy turned her head to take a look. A charming woman with a beauty mark near her eye came in. Randy felt this woman looked somewhat familiar. She thought for a second. Suddenly, Randy lifted her eyes. She remembered. She had seen this woman in a group photo. The photo of Yosef from the coffin shop and his wife. Hadn't Yosef's wife been contaminated and died? So who was this woman? While Randy was puzzled, the Termol woman had already walked up beside her. What's wrong? The Termol woman looked at Randy, touching her face awkwardly. Is there something on my face? Randy withdrew her gaze and shook her head. The Termol woman wanted to say more. At that moment, her phone rang. The Termol woman answered it. Hello, honey, I'm outside. Not knowing what was said on the other end, the Termol woman glanced oddly at Randy before hurriedly leaving the convenience store. Randy didn't find any snake skin on the shelves but found a piece of human skin. Do you need an introduction? A chilling voice sounded behind her. Through the nearby makeup mirror for sale, Randy saw a woman standing behind her without any skin on her face. She was the owner of this human skin. Do you need an introduction? The woman spoke again. Randy ignored her and took the human skin directly to the self-checkout counter to pay. The first rule of the unmanned convenience store was, when purchasing products, do not speak to the product's owner, especially if they are deceased. Remember this. Randy scanned the tag of the human skin. For payment, Randy chose eyeballs. The price of the human skin was 4 eyeballs. Without hesitation, Randy pulled out 4 eyeballs from her pocket and paid. These 4 eyeballs belonged to the female attendants she had taken from the drained hot spring pool. Randy had prepared quite a few just in case. After paying, Randy was about to leave when the preview news on a small TV by the entrance caught her attention. Our station reports that on January 15th, at 10 p.m., there was a mass murder on bus number 8 on the Mountain Road. According to police investigation, 5 victims were involved in this heinous event. Randy glanced at the source of the sound. Underneath the TV screen, preview news flashed prominently. Randy stared at the time mentioned in the news for a few seconds. January 15th, 10 p.m. The current time was 3 p.m. on January 15th. An event that hadn't happened yet could be announced in advance. Randy collected her thoughts, pushed the door open, and left the store. As she exited, the wind chime tinkled again. Inside the store, the faceless woman held the 4 eyeballs, curled up in a corner, and started munching loudly. At the store entrance, Randy had barely walked 2 steps when someone grabbed her arm. Before she could see who it was, she was dragged into the nearby shrubs. Turning around, she saw Yosef. Yosef's wife, the Termol woman, seemed to have eaten something and fallen asleep, lying to one side. Don't tell the organization that my wife has returned, okay? Yosef looked at Randy pleadingly. Chapter 140, A Rift in Spacetime. The organization has strict rules against the private use of the spacetime converter. I had no choice this time, I needed to bring my wife back. Cristobal looked pitiful, affectionately stroking his sleeping wife. After a moment's silence, Cristobal turned to look at Randy. If anyone from the organization asks you, please help me and don't tell them you've seen my wife. Cristobal took out a contract and gestured for Randy to agree and sign it. Randy took it and glanced over it. The spacetime of this instance was somewhat chaotic. Just like before, when Randy was on the first underground level, she heard the sound of the school playground through the window of the staff lounge. These errors in time and space were all consequences of Cristobal's unauthorized use of the spacetime converter. This instance has developed rifts in its spacetime, and people from above will soon come down to investigate. Please help me. Cristobal rarely showed helplessness in front of Randy. Randy looked at the contract. It stated that if she helped Cristobal keep this matter hidden, she could use the spacetime converter for free. Why would I need your converter? Randy felt confused. She was about to clear this instance, so why would she need the spacetime converter? This deal offered no benefits to Randy. Cristobal straightened up. You won't be able to complete this instance without it. Cristobal's tone was firm. To be honest, the spacetime converter was authorized specifically for the Chingchuan Hotel instance by the organization to ensure completion. Seeing Cristobal's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying to her. What had she missed? What oversight required the use of the spacetime converter? After some thought, Randy agreed to Cristobal's request and signed the contract. The contract was now effective. Thank you, young lady. If you need me, find the little wooden house opposite the bus stop. Once inside, sit on a wooden chair, and I'll know. Cristobal hurried off with his wife down a small path after saying these words. Randy wanted to ask more questions, because she had seen that wooden house before. It was basically just a hollow shell, abandoned for at least 20 years. How could anyone live there? Before Randy could call out to Cristobal, the bushes were pushed aside from outside. Routine investigation. 2 people in black jackets stepped through the bushes and approached Randy. 1 man and 1 woman, both wearing skull-patterned cone masks. Have you seen this person? The man showed her a photo. The woman in the photo was the Termol woman Randy had just seen. This woman disappeared inexplicably from a parallel universe. We suspect someone used the spacetime converter for personal gain. Please cooperate with our investigation. Thinking for a second, Randy was about to answer. But then the woman in the black jacket took out something that looked like a gun and pressed it against Randy's forehead. The lie detector is ready. You'd better not lie, the woman warned in an icy voice. Randy swallowed. She had thought a casual I haven't seen her would suffice. She hadn't expected the Ghostface organization to have a lie detector. Don't be nervous. It's just a simple investigation. The man held a pen and paper, watching Randy as he waited for her response. Randy looked at the 2 in front of her, remained silent for 2 seconds, and nodded. Yes, I've seen her, said Randy. Upon hearing this, the man and woman exchanged glances, their expressions tensing up. The lie detector clicked 3 times and displayed a green light. Where did you see her? The woman asked sternly. Randy stared into the woman's eyes and answered seriously. At the night store downstairs from the asylum, I saw a photo of this woman with the shop owner. True lies weren't fabricated nonsense. They involved shifting time and space, using montage techniques to create a false truth. Seeing the woman was true, and seeing the photo in the asylum was also true. But together, they became another story. After Randy spoke, the lie detector beeped 3 times again. The indicator light stayed green, indicating Randy had not lied. Randy's words left the Ghostface operatives disappointed for 2 seconds. And what happened afterward? Have you seen her since? Here in this instance, the woman continued pressing. The cold lie detector remained pressed against Randy's forehead. Randy's fingers unconsciously tightened. Clearly, Randy's answer did not satisfy them. Randy had her own strategies, and they had their countermeasures. The people from the Ghostface organization weren't easily fooled. Why aren't you speaking? We're asking if you've seen a living person, not a photo. Seeing that Randy wasn't responding, the man echoed his colleague, pressing further. 4 eyes stared at Randy simultaneously, awaiting an answer. After thinking for a moment, Randy clenched her fists and shook her head. I haven't seen her. Surprisingly, the lie detector light remained green. Seeing that Randy hadn't lied, the man and woman sighed, recorded the information, and left the scene. Once the people from the Ghostface organization were far enough, the red infant on her shoulder asked, Mommy, what's going on? Was their lie detector broken? Randy emerged from the bushes and glanced toward the convenience store. No, baby, their lie detector isn't broken. Unmanned convenience store rules rule 2. You may encounter some deceased people in the store, don't panic. They are just customers like you. The location where Randy encountered the Termol woman was very special in the unmanned convenience store. According to the store rules, one might meet either living or dead people inside. Anyone can be in the convenience store, baby. Can you prove whether the auntie was alive? Randy asked the red infant with a smile. The red infant shook its head. Whether she is dead or alive, who knows? Randy smiled. This loophole in the rules allowed no one, neither the lie detector nor even Randy, to definitively judge whether someone was dead or alive. After all, no one could provide concrete evidence. So when the Ghostface organization asked Randy if she had seen a living Termol woman, her answer of I haven't seen her didn't trigger the lie detector. No one could prove that Randy saw a living person. Likewise, no one could prove that Randy saw a dead person. This was a realm where the lie detector couldn't make a judgment. Thus, using this rule of the unmanned convenience store, Randy could smoothly turn danger into safety. Right, Mommy, didn't you see the auntie in the bushes earlier? She was lying behind Cristobal. The red infant scratched its head, unable to hold back its question. Randy smiled. You're right. She was lying there, who knows if she was sleeping or dead. The red infant was surprised. That makes sense. Holding the fog lantern, Randy walked towards the Chinchwan Hotel. About 100 meters away, as she passed by the bus stop, Randy saw that the man and woman were questioning several passengers waiting for the bus. Randy withdrew her gaze, quickened her pace, and returned to the direction of the Chinchwan Hotel. Before entering the large iron gate of the hotel, Randy noticed that the building inside seemed to have changed into a school building. The sign for Chinchwan Hotel was gone. Inside the iron gate, many students in school uniforms could be seen. Beside the teaching building was the green sports field where students played, which explained the noise Randy heard on the underground level. It seemed like a closed boarding middle school located halfway up the mountain. Near the iron gate, a plump girl with blue school uniform and straight bangs squatted in a corner, sobbing. Randy entered the iron gate and met the girl's gaze. Such familiar eyes. Randy remembered having seen this girl somewhere before. Recalling Cristobal saying that the space-time converter was necessary to clear this instance, Randy wondered if this familiar girl had something to do with it. Full of questions, Randy intended to ask her a couple of things. Unexpectedly, just as she approached, the girl suddenly stopped crying and ran into the teaching building. Randy quickly chased after her. But in the blink of an eye, the tall teaching building instantly transformed back into the Chinchwan Hotel. Randy accidentally bumped into someone who appeared out of nowhere due to the space-time conversion. It was the Jillian with straight bangs. Chapter 141, Mission Not Accomplished. Sorry. Randy bumped into the elevator attendant with bangs, apologized with a lowered head, and took half a step back. Caught off guard by Randy's collision, the neatly styled bangs of the elevator attendant were slightly displaced. The elevator attendant hurriedly turned away and anxiously fixed her bangs. Though her movements were swift, Randy still noticed. Underneath the elevator attendant's bangs was a blackish mark. It resembled a birthmark. So this elevator attendant deliberately kept bangs to cover up the birthmark? Feeling Randy's scrutinizing gaze on the birthmark, the elevator attendant blushed and quickly walked away with her head down. Looking at the elevator attendant's darkened silhouette, Randy felt even more puzzled. The darkness emanating from the elevator attendant seemed to have worsened. Randy took out a cup of honey water and drank it to cleanse the pollution from her body. She then retrieved the human skin from her pocket and returned to the basement level. At Eunice's room door, Randy raised her hand and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. The room door opened from inside. Randy handed over the human skin. Eunice, there's no time to waste. You should quickly change your skin in the hot spring pool. Eunice looked at the piece of skin hesitantly. I've never done this before, will it really work? Eunice was somewhat worried. According to Randy's instructions, she had to tear off her own skin in the hot spring pool and replace it with a new one. Such a practice was unheard of. Eunice always feared that Randy might harm her. Eunice, I've served many guests, and I've seen them successfully change their skin. I wouldn't lie to you. Eunice took the human skin with a mournful expression. Will it be very painful? Randy nodded. Beauty comes at a price. Randy's words acted like a comforting pill, giving Eunice immense confidence. Beauty. Eunice had been pursuing beauty for so many years. How could she give up now when it was about to become reality? Her eyes lifted again, now determined. All right, I'll try. Eunice gripped the human skin tightly and went inside to fetch a dagger and some sewing tools. Then, she headed straight to the hot spring pool. Randy stood guard outside the hot spring house. Not long after, from within the hot spring house came Eunice's heart-wrenching screams. The cries of pain lasted for about several minutes. After the screaming stopped, Eunice lingered inside for a while before finally opening the door and coming out. She covered her face with a towel, afraid Randy would see. Service staff, can you check if I've recovered? Afraid to look in the mirror, Eunice sought Randy's help. Randy helped her remove the towel. As soon as the blood-stained towel was opened, Randy was startled. This piece of human skin did not fit Eunice's face at all. Eunice's skin-changing technique was clearly unskilled, and this attempt was almost a failure. The carter on Randy's shoulder was appalled by Eunice's appearance. The little creature quickly sighed inwardly and turned its gaze away. Randy's breathing tightened slightly. The failed skin change meant Randy needed to find another skin. But there were no more human skins available in the convenience store she had just left. How is it? Service staff, am I beautiful now? Eunice asked Randy anxiously. Something flashed in Randy's mind. She smiled at Eunice. You look beautiful, Eunice. This skin suits you perfectly. Ah, really? Eunice's voice trembled with excitement. Her wrinkled fingers touched the delicate skin on her face, filled with indescribable emotions. Randy stared at the stitched skin on Eunice's face for a few seconds. This human face was eerily strange, looking like it was poorly sewn on, with facial features that didn't fit properly. I want to look in the mirror, I want to see. Eunice supported her cheeks and left Randy to go toward the broken mirror by the hot spring pool. Randy pulled her back sharply. No, Eunice. Hearing Randy's stop, Eunice's face changed. Why not? Eunice revealed a doubtful look. Could it be, you lied to me? Randy immediately retorted. No, Eunice. Have you forgotten? The rule on this floor is not to trust what you see. Things in the mirror will deceive you. Clear Spring Hotel Basement Level Rule, 5th article. Do not believe what you see, believe what you hear. Recalling the strange occurrences in the hotel, Eunice half believed Randy. But what do we do? But I really want to look in the mirror. Eunice's attitude remained firm. Randy remembered the Clear Spring Hotel Basement Level Rule, 2nd article. Do not let any guest see any mirror. If an intact mirror is found, break it. Eunice, there are no intact mirrors on this floor. If you want to look in a mirror, it's best to leave here. Randy was trying to persuade Eunice. Also, the humidity on this floor is too high. If you stay here any longer, your newly recovered face will revert to its original state before long. Upon hearing these words from Randy, Eunice visibly panicked. Under Randy's coaxing and persuasion, Eunice quickly packed up her things at room B101 and headed towards the guest elevator. Water continued to drip from the top of Eunice's head, all of it dirty. Before leaving, she took a broken small mirror with her. After leaving this floor, she intended to check her reflection in the mirror immediately. If things were different from what she expected, she would return right away. The small broken mirror in Eunice's hand rippled like water ripples, expanding in 2 circles. The amorous inside the small broken mirror waved to Randy and mouthed goodbye. Randy gave a shushing gesture and saw them off. Even after leaving the basement level, Eunice wouldn't notice anything wrong with her face. What the mirror people were best at was imitation. They would make Eunice believe that her appearance had already been restored. Even if she realized a few days later that her looks were terrifying, she would no longer have the chance to return to the hotel. After seeing off both of them, Randy left the basement level with the red infant. As she entered the staff elevator, blood water flowed out from the hot spring house in the basement level. The dark and damp underground floor experienced power outages, flooding, and seals appeared. The entire process of abandonment was seamless. Inside the staff elevator, the attendant with bangs was not present. After swiping her card, Randy rode the staff elevator back to the first floor. The elevator doors opened. In front of her eyes lay the dusty, spiderweb-covered lobby of Clear Spring Hotel on the first floor. The hotel employees had long since vanished. Crouched in a corner cabinet was a hibernating spectacled cobra. Mommy, did we come to the wrong place? I remember this place being nicely decorated, remarked the red infant, finding the place unfamiliar. Randy observed the strange scene throughout the hotel as she walked out. Clear Spring Hotel SSS level completion requirements. Escort all hotel guests out and receive unanimous good reviews from them. Randy had already met the completion requirements. However, the system announcement of mission accomplished didn't ring in her mind. Randy took out the list of guests she was responsible for and verified it again. There was 1 guest per floor, no mistakes. There were 5 people in total on the list, and she hadn't missed anyone. What exactly went wrong? Randy walked to the reception desk. The computer monitor was still functioning. She casually clicked through a few screens. This computer contained 6 short videos labeled like floor numbers: 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, -1st, and staff elevator. Holding the mouse, Randy clicked on the video from the -1st floor and enlarged it to watch. The video was only 10 seconds long and kept looping. After watching the -1st floor video, Randy felt an ominous premonition rising within her. She exited the interface, frowned, and clicked open the video of the 2nd floor. After watching the content inside, unease spread in her heart, and her expression grew increasingly solemn. Next were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. After watching the looped video segments from each floor, Randy's heart tightened painfully. All the strange phenomena inside the Clear Spring Hotel suddenly made sense. But things had already gone very bad. Chapter 142, The Sixth Guest. In the midst of anxiety, above Randy's head, a red light flashing countdown timer for the instance appeared. Time remaining until Clear Spring Hotel collapses, 6 hours and 56 minutes. The interior decoration of Clear Spring Hotel was deteriorating at a visible speed. A Western-style oil painting on the wall of the hotel's lobby floor fell with a clatter, startling Mario. "Mommy, the hotel seems like it's about to collapse." Mario looked somewhat troubled. Randy did not respond immediately. She had been hunched over, rummaging through the drawers at the reception desk. If her speculation was correct, that item should still be here. Recalling the day Randy first arrived at Clear Spring Hotel, manager Aiden handed her a list and said, "These are all the guests you need to take care of." In fact, from that moment, manager Aiden had already set a trap for Randy. Manager Aiden was not wrong. Randy needed to be responsible for those 5 guests on the list. But the SSS level pass condition for this instance was to send away all guests in the hotel. The guests Randy needs to take care of and the hotel's actual guests were never the same thing from the beginning. Manager Aiden intentionally misled Randy. If Randy didn't realize this point in time, she would be trapped in this situation forever. Randy searched for about 4 or 5 minutes. Finally, she found the true guest list of Clear Spring Hotel in the bottom drawer of the wine cabinet behind the reception desk. Found it. Randy slightly relaxed holding the list. She quickly left the nearly collapsing hotel, coming to an open area in the courtyard. Randy carefully compared the differences between the 2 guest lists. It was obvious, there was one more name on the latest guest list, Simona. The reason why she couldn't pass yet was because the 6th guest, Simona, hadn't left the hotel. Randy's gaze fell on Simona's information section. Simona's customer information included an additional ID photo compared to other guests. Seeing that face, Randy's pupils contracted momentarily. Banged in bangs, triangular eyes, a face full of gloom. A chilling aura enveloped her. The data showed that Simona had worked at Clear Spring Hotel before, leaving behind a photo. Her position was Jillian. Connecting the videos Randy saw earlier and recalling the Jillian's hostility towards her. The place in Randy's heart that she couldn't figure out, made sense now. No wonder the Jillian hated Randy so much, everything was explained. Simona was the guest Randy should focus on sending away most. This instance derived from Simona's mental world. From level -1 to the 5th floor of Clear Spring Hotel. Rather than saying it trapped 5 guests, it might as well say it trapped 5 sinners. Each floor was a meticulously designed hell on earth by Simona for those 5 sinners. The insidiousness of this instance wasn't about how difficult it was to send away the guests. It lay in the fact that once Randy sent away the 5 sinners, she would also offend Simona. Now Randy had already broken these 5 layers of hell under the instance's guidance, freeing the sinners. Simona had already grown to hate Randy. As the last guest, Simona wouldn't cooperate with Randy, making it very hard for Randy to send her away. "Mommy, this aunt looks familiar, should we look for her?" Mario asked. Randy remained silent for a second, shaking her head. "We can't find her." The Clear Spring Hotel instance was created by Simona. As long as Simona didn't want to appear voluntarily, Randy and Mario would never be able to find her. Simona has already hidden herself. What should they do? Based on the final countdown of the instance collapse, Randy inferred that Simona planned to perish along with the instance. Once Simona abandoned the instance after midnight tonight, then those 5 sinners within, including Randy, Mario, and Simona herself. Everything inside the instance would cease to exist. There were only 6 hours left until the collapse of the Clear Spring Hotel instance. Too many questions lingered, and the mysteries of the Clear Spring Hotel instance were not entirely unraveled. Randy must find someone to gather clues about Simona. The only person who knew everything about Clear Spring Hotel and was willing to talk to Randy was Yosef. Recalling what Yosef had said, without a time-space converter, Randy will never be able to clear it. Randy became even more convinced that Yosef knew some secrets. Yosef had mentioned he could be found in the small wooden house outside Clear Spring Hotel. Randy walked through the mist zone, carrying the mist lamp, arriving outside the iron gate of Clear Spring Hotel. Passing by the bus stop, Randy saw those guests again. Now, there was one more passenger waiting for the bus, Eunice from level -1. Randy recalled the 5 videos she had watched earlier and now felt nothing but disgust toward these 5 pitiful guests. None of them were good people. Sinners always have short memories. They forgot their sins and became innocent guests in Clear Spring Hotel. On the 2nd floor, Karen, who could turn invisible, reflected in the glass panel of the bulletin board. She and the curly-haired puppy both saw Randy. The 2 of them smiled at her, trying to greet Randy. Randy averted her gaze, pretending not to see them, walking straight across the street without looking back. Saving these 5 people made Randy feel as if she had swallowed a fly. No wonder the system deliberately erased the conditions for S and A levels, leaving only the SSS level. Thinking back, these moves weren't just to increase the difficulty for Randy but also to upset her. Passing by the bus stop, Randy glanced at the complaint hotline number beside it, silently memorizing it. Then she carried the mist lamp and went to the small wooden house opposite the bus stop. The wooden house was so dilapidated that only its frame remained. Randy pushed open the door frame and walked inside. She found a chair barely fit for sitting and sat down on it. Yusef had said, "Find a chair and sit down in the small wooden house if you want to see him. As long as you do this, he would know Randy came to find him." Not long after Randy sat down, she heard the kitchen door connected to the back of the hut creak open. "Oh, young lady, you came so quickly." Randy looked up. The kitchen doorway had only a broken frame a moment ago. But in the next second, the frame repaired itself rapidly. The wooden house, which had been leaking light through its roof, transformed into a proper living space within seconds. Outside the window of the wooden house, a shelf protruded, selling some snacks. It seemed Yusef hadn't forgotten his old business. Yusef came out of the kitchen, smiling and carrying a plate of hot dishes. He placed the dishes on the table in front of Randy. "Have you eaten? Have some with me." Across the table, Yusef's wife was asleep, her head resting on the table. Yusef moved the half-knitted sweater from his wife's hands and set it aside. Randy stood up. "No, thank you, Yusef. I came here on business." Yusef glanced at the red light countdown timer above Randy's head, understanding immediately. "It's about the time-space converter, right?" Smiling, Yusef went into the bedroom and fetched something. Chapter 143, The Past of the Hotel. Randy nodded. "Yes, but not entirely. I also wanted to ask you about the Chinchwan Hotel." Cristobal placed a remote control-like device on the dining table. It seemed he had guessed Randy's intentions. He walked to the window and opened the small wooden window on the side of the cabin. He then beckoned for Randy to come over. Randy hesitantly approached the window and looked outside. Outside the wooden cabin, the fog had dissipated. Through the window, Randy saw that where the Chinchwan Hotel used to stand, there was now ongoing construction demolition. A large signboard, removed from the building, lay discarded on the cement ground. Covered in dust, it read Shungda Middle School. Across from it, the bus stop, though dilapidated, still appeared to be relatively new. Was this place once a middle school? Randy asked Cristobal, who had an enigmatic look on his face. Cristobal smiled and nodded. It was a closed boarding school located halfway up the mountain. Later, due to poor management, the school went bankrupt and was converted into a hot spring resort hotel. Was Simona a student here before? Randy inquired. In her mind, Randy pictured Kaylee with a straight-across fringe, wearing a school uniform, crouching in a corner and crying. At that time, she felt that the girl looked familiar. Now, thinking back, wasn't that exactly what Simona looked like during her middle school days? Back then, Simona was rather overweight, completely different from how she appeared at the Chinchwan Hotel. Cristobal was taken aback. "You guessed quite accurately." Cristobal closed the window and went to pour tea for Randy nearby. "Simona became famous after her death," Cristobal said as he slowly picked up the teacup and politely offered it to Randy. "Simona jumped to her death from the rooftop of the school building. The bankruptcy of Shungda Middle School was closely related to Simona's suicide." Randy sipped the tea and listened intently as Cristobal recounted the story. "Why did Simona jump? Have you seen the videos?" Cristobal looked at Randy. The videos he referred to were those played repeatedly on the computer screen at the hotel reception. The videos showed Simona confronting the sinners on each floor, documenting the moments when they harmed her. Randy withdrew her thoughts and nodded. "I've seen the videos. Simona was bullied by them for a long time. But those people who hurt Simona seemed to have no memory of their past misdeeds." While serving the guests, Randy noticed this point. They couldn't remember the past, only recalling their lives after being trapped in the hotel. These sinners, after forcing Simona to her death, lived quite comfortably. Years later, they returned to the hot spring hotel for a vacation. Everyone seemed to be doing well, except for the transformed Simona, who was still trapped here, living in pain every day. Originally, that experience had become a thing of the past. After transforming, Simona lost weight and worked hard, hoping to become a regular employee. But when, those carefree sinners came back at different stages of their lives to reminisce about their middle school days. 4 years, the bad guys enjoyed life while Simona remained trapped here. Sealed hatred resurfaced. Seeing their happy lives, while she suffered after her tragic death, forgotten by everyone, the resentment in Simona's heart finally erupted. She resigned from her job as Angelian and carefully crafted a trap within the Chinchwan Hotel. Still posing as Angelian, she lingered in the hotel. Every day, she traveled between floors, watching the sinners fall deeper into despair day by day. This revenge plan could have continued indefinitely. Simona was willing to sacrifice her freedom and remain imprisoned here forever. But everything was disrupted by the Ghost Mask organization. The mission they assigned to Randy through the hotel scenario was to release all the sinners in the hotel. Randy found herself opposing Simona. Perhaps the ultimate goal of the Ghost Mask organization was to provoke Simona, making her take Randy down with her in her wrath. The heavier the grudge, the stronger the eerie power. The entire plot orchestrated by the eerie world was aimed at intensifying Simona's hatred toward this world. And unknowingly, Randy fell into this conspiracy. The only solution was to find Simona, redeem her, help her open up, and leave the hotel. Perhaps only then could the collapse of the Chinchwan Hotel be avoided, and Randy could break free. Can we find Simona if time is reversed? Randy asked Cristobal. Cristobal shook his head. Time cannot be reversed. Seeing Randy's puzzled expression, Cristobal said profoundly, the time-space converter can only send you to a parallel universe. The harm that Simona suffered in this universe has already occurred and cannot be undone. Randy felt a bit regretful. Now, the only hope was to find Simona in a parallel universe and prevent the tragedy from happening there. She wondered if doing this could help eliminate Simona's resentment. The simulation wouldn't block all possible ways out, so this remaining method should be able to resolve the situation. The usage of the time-space converter is very simple. Cristobal placed the converter in Randy's hand. Once you find the critical door, press the red button on the converter as you open it. Behind that door lies the world you wish to go to. Just as Cristobal finished speaking, his wife slowly woke up. Maribel, you should leave first. Remember to return the converter before 10 p.m. tonight. I need to record its usage and submit it to the organization. As soon as Cristobal finished speaking, the small wooden cabin reverted to its appearance as a broken wooden frame within a few seconds. In an instant, Cristobal and everything inside the cabin vanished before Randy's eyes. Randy stood there, holding the converter. Only the mist-penetrating lamp at her side remained lit, dispersing the fog creeping from all directions. Randy had returned to the original universe. With the mist-penetrating lamp in hand, she returned to the simulation center of the Chinchwan Hotel. Next, she needed to find the door. A door with crucial significance. Randy tried pressing the red button on the converter as she approached the large iron gate leading into the Chinchwan Hotel. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Inside the iron gate, the Chinchwan Hotel still looked the same. This indicated that the main gate of the hotel compound wasn't the key. But where would the crucial door be? As Randy pondered, the winter-dormant cobra in the Chinchwan Hotel somehow woke up. The cobra hissed twice and crawled out of the hotel building. Randy bent down to pick up a stone and watched the cobra warily. The cobra circled around Randy twice, raised its head, and opened and closed its mouth, as if trying to say something to her. Randy stared intently at the flickering tongue, not daring to relax. Don't be afraid, Mommy. The little snake says it wants to take you somewhere. The red infant translated while clinging to Randy's shoulder. As soon as the child spoke, the cobra nodded as if agreeing with what the red infant said. Then, the cobra turned and began to crawl slowly along the ground. The snake guided Randy to the back of the Chinchwan Hotel's main building. After breaking through an old wall, the long-missing safety staircase finally appeared. Chapter 144 Happy Water Splashing Festival. Randy stepped over with her right leg, crossing the. Inside the earthen wall, a winding staircase was hidden. Before entering the staircase, Randy glanced at the yellowed, curled-up piece of paper pasted on the earthen wall. Safety stairwell, passage rules. 1. Crying sounds often come from the stairwell. If you hear crying, do not ask, do not pay attention, and do not look back. 2. If you see Peggy looking for her daughter in the stairwell, please be sure to tell her to go to the rooftop of the building at all costs. 3. Each flight of stairs has 12 steps. Remember not to step into empty space. 4. At the doorway of each floor, there are often some unused items placed in bamboo baskets. When necessary, please choose reasonable items to take with you. You can use them with confidence. Randy kept the rules in mind, held her breath, and solemnly entered the stairwell. Randy's current direction was towards the basement level. As Randy walked downwards, she counted the 12 steps. After turning twice and walking through 3 flights of stairs, a red door appeared in the stairwell. Above the red door, the floor indicator showed B1 level. Would this red door be the key door for time-space transition? Randy looked at the bamboo basket by the door. Inside was a fully charged mobile phone, an extra-wide and thick transparent umbrella, a glass bottle filled with black smoke, 2 syringes loaded with medicine, and special bait. Randy recalled the video she had watched of level -1. In the video, Melinda, wearing school uniform and looking only in her teens, was teaming up with a few lackeys to pour a bucket of stinky dirty water from above the toilet cubicle. The dirty water in the bucket was specially used to clean mops. Mops used to clean toilets inevitably got contaminated with some dirty excrement. Standing on a chair, Melinda happily poured out the dirty water in the bucket, ready to splash it onto Simona, who was locked inside the toilet cubicle. Ugly beast, so ugly and fat, your birthmark is so ugly. Dirty water suits you perfectly, ha ha ha. Melinda laughed out loud. Simona cried and pounded on the toilet door. Unfortunately, Simona's show of weakness made Melinda even more excited. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, Happy Water Splashing Festival. Ha 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 ha. Mocking laughter echoed throughout the toilet cubicle. Simona curled up her body as dirty water soaked her from head to toe. Her tears welled up in her eyes, mingling with the dirty water as they fell. In that short 10-second video, everyone was laughing except for Simona, who was crying. Randy remembered Eunice, trapped in the basement. The reason why guest Eunice, on the basement level, had an endless stream of foul-smelling dirty water containing ragged mop strands pouring down on her head was because this was a punishment. This was the bizarre transformation of Simona, inflicting punishment upon Melinda. Thinking of what happened to Simona, Randy felt a wave of compassion. Looking at the items in the bamboo basket by the door, she ultimately chose the transparent umbrella. Preparing to push open the red door of level -1, Randy gripped the time-space converter, mentally prepared herself, and pushed the door open. At the moment of entering the red door, Randy quickly pressed the red button on the converter. Time, space, shifted. Randy arrived at the toilet cubicle where Simona was. Almost as soon as she entered the parallel space, Randy immediately opened the transparent umbrella and held it over both their heads. Outside the toilet cubicle, Melinda's cheers continued. The dirty water that was supposed to drench Simona was swiftly blocked by Randy's umbrella. Startled, Simona squeezed her eyes shut tightly, instinctively tensing her shoulders. The expected icy dirty water did not fall on her head. Simona tentatively opened her eyes, seeing Randy standing like a descending deity. Stunned, Simona looked at Randy and then glanced up at the transparent umbrella overhead. The tears in her eyes filled up instantly, streaming down. Perhaps in other parallel worlds, the bullied Simona had always longed for a savior. Other worlds Simona never waited. But in this world, Simona finally waited for Randy. After the dirty water fell, the water bucket and the small ladle inside also crashed down. Fortunately, Randy blocked them with the umbrella, preventing injury. The dirty water bucket hit the ground, making noises as it collided with the door panel and floor tiles. Randy confirmed that no more dirty water was being poured down before handing the umbrella to Simona. "Don't be afraid." Randy extended her hand, intending to pat Simona's head. Simona instinctively raised her arm to shield her face. She looked as if she had been beaten many times before. Randy's eyes flickered, and in the end, she only lightly placed her hand on Simona's shoulder. A second later, Randy picked up the nearby bucket of dirty water and the small ladle, scooping water from the toilet bowl. Inside the toilet cubicle, Simona's crying did not start. Hearing no cries, Jiang student outside the door became anxious. Jiang student got down from the chair, kicking the toilet door twice with loud bangs, spitting out words. "Cry. Why aren't you crying? Dead inside." As Jiang student kicked and scolded, each word that came out of her mouth became uglier than the last. Mei looked at Simona with pity and used eerie powers to temporarily block Simona's hearing. Randy scooped about half a bucket of water stained with feces and urine from the toilet bowl. Then, she dropped the ladle and kicked open the toilet cubicle door. At the same moment the door opened, Randy lifted the bucket of dirty water and splashed it forcefully. The foul-smelling toilet water was completely drenched onto Jiang student, who was 1 meter away. "Ah!" Jiang student screamed as some of the filthy water entered her mouth. She was immediately stunned, losing her composure. Jiang student sniffed twice at the stench on her body and gagged several times. Who are you? How dare you splash me?" Jiang student, soaked to the skin, stared at Randy in a disheveled state. Randy turned back and placed the bucket on Jiang student's head, clapped her hands. "I did it. Wishing you a happy water splashing festival." What happened next was too violent, and the live stream immediately blacked out the screen. The small minions behind Jiang student were already scared stiff. All the little minions hid to one side, afraid of getting burned by the fire. Randy spoke little and acted ruthlessly. Finally, Jiang student yelped and fell to the ground, while Randy stomped on her chest. Randy squatted down and said, "Listen carefully, I'm protecting Simona. Show her some respect from now on." After leaving this message, Randy kicked her hard a few more times before pulling Simona, who was staring in shock, and walked away. As Randy led the Simona in school uniform away, from the neighboring toilet cubicle, a slender girl in an Jillian's uniform peeked out with her bangs parted, revealing 2 eyes. The Jillian watched Randy's retreating back, her scarlet eyes unable to hold back the tears. In front of the toilet area, Jiang student was helped up by others. These students cursed loudly, talking about how they would report to the teacher and vowing to get back at the wretch Simona for daring to find help. Hearing these hurtful words, the Jillian's tearful eyes gradually turned blood red. 2 seconds later, the Jillian pushed open the cubicle door and rushed out of the toilet. Her face was covered in blood, brain matter oozing from her scalp. Her limbs were twisted grotesquely, and she emitted eerie woof-woof sounds from her mouth. She crawled on the ground, darkly moving toward Jiang student and her group. The Jillian had died from jumping off the building. This was her bizarre posture when she died. At the first sight of the monster, Jiang student's pupils dilated instantly. "Ah, ghost, there's a ghost. Don't come near." The Jillian pounced on Jiang student, tearing her apart piece by piece with each claw, splattering blood all over the walls. Chapter 145, Forbidden Interaction. On the other side, after Randy took Simona away, the moment they stepped out of the toilet, the space-time changed again. The light in front of Randy suddenly dimmed, and she found herself back in the hallway of the Qingshuan Hotel. Randy turned around. The originally abandoned level -1 had somehow reverted to its lavish appearance. There were quite a few people on the basement level, all guests enjoying their holidays at Qingshuan Hotel. The corridor was noisy and bustling, with none of the eerie phenomena that once haunted it. The red door to the basement slowly closed, blocking Randy's view. She retracted her gaze and glanced at the safety staircase. Next, she headed to the 2nd floor. Randy climbed the stairs step by step until she reached the red door leading to the 2nd floor. Randy recalled the second video clip that appeared on the hotel reception's computer screen. The video showed Simona peeping inside the classroom from the doorway. Inside the classroom, Jaslyn, along with 3 or 4 friends, took advantage of the teacher's absence. One foot was planted on the teacher's stool while the other was placed on the teacher's desk. In Jaslyn's hand was a teaching rod, tapping bang 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 on the blackboard behind her. On the blackboard, the words Simona were written in the center. Around them were all kinds of filthy remarks. Stinky fatso, slut for sale, disgusting, green tea bitch, promiscuous. Everyone in the class, remember this well. Jaslyn bellowed, and the rest of the students sat obediently, not daring to utter a word. Jaslyn came from both the Wang family and the Ran family. These two families were so influential that even the principal feared them, not just anyone could provoke them. Listen up, if any of you dare to associate with that fatso Simona, I'll treat you the same way I deal with her, understood? Jaslyn's several friends also stood on the platform, arrogantly crossing their arms, looking down at the class. Why are you all silent like mutes? One of Jaslyn's lackeys shouted loudly. The lackey threw half a piece of chalk left over towards Kaylee with a low ponytail who occasionally interacted with Simona. The girl winced in pain as it hit her forehead. From now on, when you see that bitch Simona, don't talk to her, don't associate with her, understood? Jaslyn picked up a box of broken chalk sticks, about 20 of them, and hurled each stick at the head of the low ponytail girl one by one. The low ponytail girl felt indignant, covering her head, whispering in resistance, if you keep doing this, I will tell the teacher. Upon hearing this, Jaslyn suddenly stopped throwing the chalk and laughed mockingly. Ha 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 ha, what did she say? Did I hear wrong? Jaslyn turned to ask her lackey, her face full of mockery. The lackey repeated it, and Jaslyn laughed so hard tears streamed down her face. Up on the platform, Jaslyn mimicked the low ponytail girl's words in a mocking tone. If you continue treating me like this, I will report to the teacher tilde ha 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 ha. You heard her. She said, if you continue treating me like this, I will report to the teacher. Oh my, it hurts to laugh so much. The lackey followed up sarcastically, what a big girl, still reporting to the teacher. You're so brave, we're so scared. After laughing enough, Jaslyn walked down the platform with a grin. She approached the low ponytail girl and slapped her across the face. A reward for you. Jaslyn grabbed the low ponytail girl's hair and pushed her roughly. If I catch you talking to that fatso again, you'll be treated the same way she is. Got it? Jaslyn's anger wasn't yet extinguished, and she raised her hand to slap the low ponytail girl a few more times. Jaslyn twisted her wrist triumphantly. Meanwhile, the low ponytail girl's face swelled from the blows. Duly to retaliate, but surrounded by Jaslyn's companions, they took turns beating her, kicking her thighs and pulling her hair. After struggling for a long time, the low ponytail girl finally pushed everyone away and ran out of the classroom crying. At the classroom door, the low ponytail girl collided with Simona. Simona wanted to comfort her, but the girl pushed Simona aside, shouting, it's all your fault. I hate you. You bring bad luck. Simona's eyes were filled with hurt, and the comforting words stuck in her throat. Seeing this scene at the door, Jaslyn clapped her hands mockingly and laughed with satisfaction. See that? That's what happens to those who don't follow the rules. Anybody else want to be best friends with Simona? Step forward. Jaslyn asked again. The other classmates all hung their heads silently. The school bell was about to ring. Simona wiped away her tears, lowered her head, and walked into the classroom. Hey, look who's back, the bad omen. Jaslyn mocked. Simona kept her head down, sniffed, and began erasing the blackboard. She stood at the lectern, trying to make her voice as steady as possible. Cody assigned homework yesterday. Please hand it in to the first row, I'll collect it now. No one paid attention to Simona's words. Not a single classmate responded to her. It wasn't that they didn't want to respond, but they were too afraid to. Without a word from Student Wang, no one dared to cooperate. After all, Student Wang had said no one was allowed to acknowledge Simona. Everyone had to treat Simona like she was invisible. The looped video on the second floor lasted longer than the one on the -1st floor. After watching the video, Randy felt a suffocating sensation in her chest. It was unimaginable how Simona had endured those days, isolated and without any means of seeking help in this closed-off middle school located on a mountainside. Jaslyn, after growing up, came to Qingshuan Hotel with her family for a relaxing holiday. Yet Jaslyn suddenly encountered strange occurrences, losing her memory in one night. Jaslyn became an invisible person, then went on a rampage, killing all her family members. These bizarre events weren't baseless. This was Simona's revenge on Jaslyn. The second floor of Qingshuan Hotel was Jaslyn's personal solitary hell. Randy reined in her thoughts and glanced at the bamboo basket next to the red door. Among the many items, Randy chose a glass bottle filled with black smoke. According to the survival rules of the second floor, inhaling the black smoke would render a person invisible. Next to the glass bottle, there was a small spray bottle filled with hot spring water. Randy took the glass bottle and the spray bottle. As she pushed open the red door, she pressed the converter button, entering the second floor. Randy entered a classroom. Blinding light forced Randy to raise her hand to shield her eyes. Outside the classroom windows, the orange-red sunset bathed the windowsills in its glow. Though it was a beautiful scene, it felt unusually harsh at that moment. Jaslyn, come out here. Randy stood at the classroom door and beckoned the person at the lectern. Jaslyn, who had been about to shout, paused momentarily upon seeing the unexpected visitor Randy. What do you need? Sister tilde Jaslyn, in her school uniform, immediately sounded obedient. Jaslyn gave her lackey a nod, who promptly erased the vulgar remarks on the blackboard. Randy smiled faintly. Brenda is waiting for you at the school gate. Come out. Jaslyn looked puzzled. My cousin. Why is she here? Jaslyn followed Randy out. As they passed the clutter room near the staircase, Randy kicked Jaslyn inside. Chapter 146, The Shredded Whistleblowing Letter. Immediately after, the sound of a glass bottle smashing came from the janitorial closet. Inside, it was noisy with crashes and bangs. While smashing things and shattering jars, Jaslyn's piercing screams could be heard. Stop. Don't hit my face. Who the hell are you? In the teaching building, several faculty members who were about to start their classes happened to pass by the janitorial closet and felt puzzled. The staff gathered around and opened the door to the janitorial closet. Unexpectedly, the closet was completely empty. There was only a glass bottle that had been smashed on the ground with a few wisps of black smoke billowing out. No one's here. It must have been an auditory hallucination. Everyone disperse and get ready for class. Jamie, the grade counselor, vaguely felt there was something amiss in the room. But with colleagues and students present, he didn't elaborate much. Just as Jamie was about to leave, something seemed to crawl toward him from the floor, grabbing his pant leg. Startled, Jamie quickly kicked at the air in front of him. After kicking the ghostly thing away into the room, Jamie immediately locked the door. From inside the janitorial closet came frantic banging on the door and some strange sobbing sounds, like someone whose tongue had been cut out and couldn't speak clearly. Jamie patted his sleeves, muttered a few curses about bad luck, and hurried to the classroom to start his lesson. At this moment, Randy had already run out when Director Liu opened the door, after beating up the person inside. Trapped inside were the ghastly-faced Jillian and the nearly beaten-to-death Jaslyn. The Jillian pressed the transparent and blooded Jaslyn against the corner of the wall. Jaslyn's mouth and hair were smeared with thick blood. She tried to cry out for help but was unable to make any clear sounds as her tongue had been ripped out by the Jillian. Shaking uncontrollably, she shrank backward, continuously shaking her head, pleading with her eyes for the ghostly Jillian to spare her. Toward the end, she even started bowing repeatedly. Ironically, when she once brutally beat Simona, Simona also knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy endlessly. Every time Simona pleaded, Jaslyn would only become more excited, delivering even more violent punches and kicks. She never spared Simona back then. The Jillian's painful memories resurfaced. This same Jaslyn, who once bullied her into the dust, now lay before her like a dog. The Jillian took a knife from the janitorial closet and stabbed it into Jaslyn's neck, chest, ribs. Each act of bullying Jaslyn inflicted upon Simona transformed into sharp blades that ruthlessly pierced through her own flesh and blood. On the janitorial closet surveillance camera, the empty air spewed out blood. Bloody handprints scratched the walls and stained the glass windows. But no matter how desperately Jaslyn cried for help, no one would save her anymore. Because now, she had become a true invisible person. Outside the window, Randy, also invisible, watched everything happening inside intently. Jaslyn's abdomen gaped open with a bloody tear, her internal organs and intestines flowing out. Leo, want to try some warm heart? Randy asked May with a smile. May glanced inside and waved her tiny hand disdainfully. No thanks, rotten heart, not even dogs eat it. After dealing with the second floor, Randy found a half-open door and walked out. Meanwhile, the light in front of her dimmed. She returned to the original timeline. Behind her, the second floor of Clear Spring Hotel, which had been abandoned, restored its vitality. As if the visit of that invisible Karen was merely a dream. Randy sprayed herself with a small spray bottle filled with warm spring water, restoring her physical form from transparency. Back in the janitorial closet, filled with black smoke, there had been 3 people. Randy, Jaslyn, and the Jillian. Randy intentionally left half a bottle of warm spring water on the steps. If the Jillian needed it, it could still be used. Beside Randy, the red door creaked slightly, as though pushed a bit wider by something transparent just before closing. Randy watched as the narrow gap grew wider, knowing that the Jillian had emerged from the door. The Jillian had been following her all along. Randy had guessed that the Jillian's frequent appearances in each parallel timeline were no coincidence. It was because the Jillian had been tailing her. Continuing up the stairs, Randy moved forward. Behind her, the Jillian silently followed closely, spraying the remaining half bottle of warm spring water to restore her form. As Randy climbed the stairs, the Jillian kept right behind her without a word. Halfway through, at the corridor's turning corner, Randy saw Kaylee in school uniform hugging her knees and sobbing bitterly. The girl in school uniform, Simona, might have sneaked out while the door of spacetime was open for an instant. Simona's crying echoed through the dimly lit hallway. Seeing Randy walking toward her, Simona lifted her tear-streaked eyes and pleaded for help. Sister, I seem to be lost. Where is this place? Can you take me out? Randy ignored her, keeping her eyes forward as she walked up the stairs. Simona in school uniform continued to follow closely behind. Faint sounds of iron chains clanking could be heard. Sister, please help me, okay? I'm really lost, I don't know where this is. Sister. The further back, the more agitated Simona's voice became. Suddenly, Simona let out a sorrowful roar. Why are you treating me like this too? Why are you no different from those who bullied me? Simona sobbed loudly. She knelt down on the stairs, desperately grabbing Randy's ankle. Though it was harder for Randy to walk, she never looked back. The first rule of safe corridor passage code. Crying sounds often come from the corridor. If you hear crying, do not ask, do not acknowledge, and do not look back. Seeing Randy slowly moving away, the Simona in school uniform behind her gradually tore apart, revealing a face full of blood under the peeling skin. Underneath, it transformed into a ghastly spirit with a chain around its neck, locked inside the hallway. Chains encircled its hands and feet, preventing it from leaving this eerie corridor. A pile of leftover bones lay by its feet. The owners of these bones were all passers-by who had forgotten the rules and meddled unnecessarily. After passing the spirit, Randy continued upwards. She walked to the 3rd floor of Clear Spring Hotel. The 3rd floor belonged to curly-haired Esther. In Randy's mind, she recalled the video scene from the 3rd floor. It showed the scene outside the school in a small wooden house. A curly-haired girl with a high ponytail, Dora, was sucking on a lollipop, leading several others toward a corner of the wooden house. Each of them held a long wooden stick with nails. They tapped the sticks against their palms, each wearing a mocking expression. In the corner, Simona hugged herself, crouching against the wall. Her whole body trembled violently. TSK, quite a feat, sending this whistleblowing letter. Who do you plan to send it to? Do you have relatives at the Education Bureau? Chapter 147, Close the door and release the dog. The curly-haired girl squatted in front of Simona, waving the unsent letter in her hand. In front of Simona, the curly-haired girl tore the whistleblower letter into pieces, half by half. You want to mess with us? Do you have any idea what you're capable of? The curly-haired girl spat out her lollipop and stretched out her long fingers, slapping Simona's cheek slap. The force of the slaps was neither too light nor too heavy. It seemed more like a provocation than a real slap. Friends, are your phones ready? The curly-haired girl stood up and exchanged glances with the boys and girls behind her. Everyone got the hint, turned on their camera flashlights, aimed at Simona, and cheered excitedly. Luoya, since you wish for so much attention, why don't we help you get some? The curly-haired girl smiled smugly, her lips curling upwards. She casually threw away the stick and took out her phone from her school uniform pocket, turned on the recording function, and aimed it at Simona. Take off your clothes. I'll only say this once. Simona's face turned pale as she desperately tried to shield herself with her school uniform and shook her head at the curly-haired girl. No, please. Seeing that Simona didn't move, the curly-haired girl waited impatiently. 2 seconds later, the curly-haired girl clicked her tongue and tossed the phone to a nearby girl. She bent down, picked up the nail-studded wooden stick, and struck Simona snap. Ah! Tears streamed down Simona's face. The nails on the stick pierced into her flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, and Simona nearly fainted from the pain. The curly-haired girl's voice was soft, but her words were vicious. Filthy bitch, undress yourself or shall I find a man to do it for you? Choose one. Holding the bloody stick, the curly-haired girl stepped on Simona's shoulder with her right foot, looking down at her from above. Simona lifted her eyes and saw numerous cell phones inside the wooden hut aiming at her, fear engulfing her entire body. Tears and snot streaming down her face, Simona clung to the curly-haired girl's leg, sobbing for mercy. Please, don't. I was wrong, I will never write another whistleblowing letter. In the video, Simona's clothes were forcibly removed. The boys and girls in front held up their phones, taking frenzied pictures of Simona, who was barely clothed. Fatso, your flab is really disgusting. Just looking at it makes me want to vomit. Let everyone see your birthmark. Let's see how revolting it is. Disgusted, the curly-haired girl pulled back Simona's bangs. She snapped several close-up shots of the birthmark on Simona's forehead, one after another. Naked, Simona curled up in the corner, trying to push away the surrounding people frantically. Beside the door of the wooden hut, a small body, having followed the smell of its owner, barked anxiously outside. Whose dog is that outside? We have a rare half-day holiday today, that damn dog shouldn't bring strangers in. A male classmate inside grabbed the little body by the door, seems like it belongs to Simona. The dog's leash was lifted. The rope choked its neck, leaving the small dog hanging in the air. Its black eyes filled with tears as it stared at its naked owner, Simona. Bark, bark, bark. The small body snarled, glaring at the curly-haired girl, barking furiously. Well, Luoya, I didn't expect your dog to be so loyal. The curly-haired girl raised the nail-studded stick and struck Simona hard again. Each strike splattered blood, accompanied by cries of agony. For every bark from your dog, I'll give you another hit, understand? After a few strikes, realizing what was happening, the small body stopped barking. Simona's body was covered in bloodstains, lying lifelessly on the ground. Good little dog, you're pretty smart. The curly-haired girl stuffed 2 coins into the dog's mouth. She patted the dog's head. Go, buy your owner a bag of salt to treat her injuries. Laughter erupted in the wooden hut. Ha ha ha. You're really evil. Aren't you afraid of killing her? Does this little dog even understand what you're saying? The chatter echoed through the wooden hut. The small body gazed tearfully at the curly-haired girl. It looked at its bleeding owner, then at the laughing group of boys and girls. At that moment, the puppy seemed to understand something. Level 3's video was 1 full minute long. Every frame told Randy the main reason why the Beverly in Level 3 was trapped in the building and swapped bodies with the small body. The encounter where the Beverly was trapped in Level 3 was both a form of revenge from Simona and an act of justice from the small body for its owner. Randy picked up the 2 syringes filled with medicine from the bamboo basket at the entrance and pushed the door open. Randy arrived outside the wooden hut. Upon entering this time space, the first thing Randy did was to find the little dog outside. Randy held the small body and took out a syringe, injecting it into the small body. On the outside of the syringe was a label that read physical enhancement. After being injected with the drug, the small body's eyes turned bloodshot, and its body muscles swelled several times over. If the previous body could be called adorable, the current body, in terms of size and aggression, could now be described as a ferocious dog. Good doggy, let's go find your owner. Randy lifted the ferocious dog by the neck, approached the wooden hut, and kicked open the door. The next step was, close the door and release the dog. The room door slammed shut with a bang. Everyone inside was suddenly startled and turned their heads at the same time. When everyone saw the large dog that had burst in, both boys and girls exchanged bewildered glances, not daring to make a move. Who brought the dog in? The curly-haired girl shouted, her voice trembling slightly. The ferocious dog glanced at its cowering owner, then refocused on the curly-haired girl. It bared its long fangs viciously, drool dripping from its mouth corners. A menacing growl rumbled deep in its throat. After a few seconds of standoff, the ferocious dog suddenly lunged straight at the curly-haired girl. It tackled her to the ground, stood on her body, and tore at her limbs fiercely with its sharp teeth. Ah! Save me! Quickly save me! The others in the room were terrified. Taking advantage of the dog attacking the girl, they rushed to the wooden door, trying anxiously to escape. The fastest boy shook the wooden door several times but couldn't get it open. Randy had already locked the bolt on the outside. Randy held a piece of grass between her lips, folded her arms, and leaned against the door, preparing to watch the spectacle. None of the troublemakers in the room could escape. Randy listened to the heart-wrenching screams inside the wooden hut, her eyes narrowing involuntarily. In this time-space, she didn't even need to act personally. It seemed that choosing the right tools could indeed save a lot of effort. Only when the screaming inside completely stopped did Randy push the door open. Doggy, come here. Sister is going to give you another injection. The ferocious dog understood what Randy meant. It retracted its blood-stained fangs and gradually calmed down. Its massive body obediently lay down beside Randy. Randy took out another syringe and injected it into the ferocious dog. This syringe was for restoration, labeled with repair solution. After returning to normal, the small body wagged its tail and leaped into Simona's arms. Woof. Woof Tilda. Simona held the small body in surprise. Her eyes brimmed with tears, trying to catch one last glimpse of Randy from earlier. Unfortunately, with the door wide open, all that remained was a room full of mutilated limbs and no sign of Randy. Back in the original time-space, Randy looked back at the Jillian behind her. The black aura surrounding the Jillian had diminished slightly. Randy's lips curled upward slightly. This proved that the method of passing this level must be feasible. Randy continued climbing the stairs and arrived at the second-to-last red door. This time, it was Chingchuan Hotel's 4th floor. Chapter 148, Police Visit. While things were progressing smoothly for Randy, Magdalena in Huagua faced a crisis. Magdalena was hiding at home, craning her neck to peer out the window. Down in the old residential complex, 2 uniformed police officers were conducting door-to-door checks. Earlier when Magdalena entered the community, she overheard 2 aunties at the entrance talking. Apparently, Magdalena's neighbor's child Eldon had been in a coma for over a month after falling down the stairs. Originally, Eldon had been diagnosed as being in a vegetative state. However, in recent days, Eldon occasionally regained consciousness for a few minutes, and his condition gradually improved. The better Eldon got, the more worried Magdalena became. After all, it was indisputable that Eldon fell from the stairs because she kicked him. Magdalena thought that with Albin finally dead, good days would come. But now it seemed she might still face imprisonment. Pacing anxiously in the living room, Magdalena realized that since the police hadn't knocked on her door yet, it meant Eldon hadn't reported her yet. Besides, given that Eldon suffered brain damage, it was uncertain whether his testimony would be valid. So, Magdalena couldn't panic. She decided to get the property deed first. Once the transfer procedures were completed, she would return to her hometown to lie low. Thinking quickly, Magdalena immediately started looking for the property deed in the house. However, she searched many places but found no trace of it. What the hell? Even dead, you still hide the property deed. Magdalena looked at the disarrayed room, so angry that her shoulders trembled. She grabbed a withered plant next to the TV and threw it on the ground in frustration. With a bang, the flower pot shattered. A small key fell out from under the broken pot. Magdalena noticed the muddy key, her eyes instantly lighting up with surprise. Key. Magdalena picked up the golden key. What does this key open? Looking at the small key, an idea flashed through her mind. She went to Albin's study, where he lived long-term, and found the locked safe in his private storage cabinet. Magdalena had seen this stainless steel safe many times before. Before Albin changed, she asked about it multiple times, but he always dodged the question. Once, when she wanted to open it, Albin flew into a rage. Come to think of it, the property deed might very well be inside the safe. Holding the heavy safe, Magdalena brought it to the bright living room. She placed it on the coffee table, inserted the golden key into the lock, and turned it. Unexpectedly, the safe's lock clicked open. Outside the door, she heard the sound of the police climbing to the 4th floor. They were now checking the neighboring apartments. Magdalena suppressed her anxiety and told herself to stay calm. She quickly opened the safe and searched for the property deed. But after searching everything inside, her expression grew increasingly grim. There was no property deed in this safe. Instead, it was full of keepsakes from Albin's ex-wife. A peachwood comb belonging to Albin's ex-wife, wedding photos of Albin and his ex-wife, and letters written by Albin to his deceased ex-wife on every birthday. At the bottom of the box, there was a backup copy of the inheritance agreement. Seeing the words inheritance agreement, Magdalena's previously dim eyes suddenly lit up. Although she didn't find the property deed, discovering the inheritance agreement was still beneficial. It would save her the trouble of missing these documents when transferring the house. Quickly scanning through the agreement, Magdalena froze upon seeing its contents. Suddenly, she let out a wail and began smashing everything in sight. The room echoed with clatters and crashes as she destroyed everything breakable. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "Wah, Albin, you bastard. How could you do this to me? Why?" The living room was utterly ruined. Magdalena's mental state completely collapsed. She stomped repeatedly on the old photos of Albin and his ex-wife, cursing bitch, bitch, bitch crazily. She had put a lot of effort into marrying Albin with her daughter Julie. Back then, Albin and his ex-wife celebrated their wedding anniversary with young Randy on a family trip. Who knew that when the family of 3 was crossing the road, they would encounter a drunk driver racing on the road. Randy's mother was hit by the car and killed instantly on the street. She died right in front of Albin and Randy. In the following years, Albin fell into deep depression and melancholy. During that time, after divorcing her husband, Magdalena came to Jinghai City with her daughter Julie to rent an apartment in this old residential complex. It was then that Magdalena met Albin through an introduction. She found him to be honest and upright. At that time, in order to solve the household registration problem for her daughter's schooling, Magdalena was determined to marry a local man. She pursued Albin relentlessly for 2 years, and finally married into the Jiang family under the pretext of being able to take care of little Randy. Even her own biological daughter Julie changed her surname to Jiang. Although Albin treated her coldly even after marriage, Magdalena endured it all. No matter how dissatisfied she felt, having a household registration and a home in Jinghai City gave her a sense of belonging. Now, finally, she had been waiting for Albin to pass away, which meant getting considerable compensation from the house demolition. But she never expected to find out that this dog of a man, Albin, had still held onto his feelings for his ex-wife all these years. Worse yet, in the division of the inheritance, Magdalena and Bonnie got nothing. Magdalena was both furious and desperate. She felt as if her lungs were about to explode with anger. With tears streaming down her face, she slumped to the floor, hugging the armrest of the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably. "Albin, I've taken care of you and your daughter for so many years. I've put in so much effort. How could you treat me like this?" Wailing. "If you can be heartless, then don't blame me for not being loyal." Wailing. Magdalena wiped her nose with a tissue. She then took out her phone and pulled up a chat conversation from a few months ago. The person with the skull icon on the other side was the one who had told Magdalena over a month ago that he could help her contact the Ghostface organization for a high price. As Magdalena reviewed the chat history, she hesitated when she saw the price mentioned inside. Was it really worth paying such a high price just to get rid of Randy? Looking at the inheritance agreement, a sinister gleam passed through Magdalena's eyes. After all, she was Randy's legal mother now. If Randy died, she would be the first in line to inherit everything. Since Albin left her nothing, Magdalena had no choice but to use other means to secure the inheritance for herself. After much deliberation, Magdalena sent a message to the skull icon man. Just seconds after sending the message, someone knocked on the door of Magdalena's room. Knock knock. 4 to 3, is anyone home? Police. A female voice sounded outside the door. Chapter 149, Flaws Galore. Hearing that the police had arrived, Magdalena wiped away her tears and got up from the floor. "They're here." Magdalena placed her phone on the coffee table and hurriedly went to open the door. The door opened to reveal 2 policemen standing at the entrance. The female officer in front showed her badge to Magdalena. "Sorry to bother you, We're from the Jinghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. We have some questions for you. May we come in?" As she spoke, the policewoman put away her badge and glanced inside the room. Magdalena hesitated for a second, looking at the mess inside the room. Finally, she stepped aside to let the police officers in. "Has your place been broken into?" the policewoman asked, stepping cautiously inside, struggling to find a place to stand. The room was too messy for anyone to find a foothold. Magdalena laughed awkwardly. "My documents went missing. I was just looking for something." Magdalena poured 2 glasses of water for the 2 policemen and placed them on the coffee table. "Thank you." The policewoman received it politely. When the policewoman took the cup, she glanced sideways at the lit screen of the mobile phone on the coffee table. "You are Mr. Albin's wife, Mrs. Dye, the homeowner of 4 to 3, correct?" The policewoman stared straight at Magdalena. The male policeman next to her held pen and paper, taking notes. Magdalena nodded obediently. "Yes, I am." The policewoman smiled slightly with a hint of jest in her tone. "Seems like you're eager to contact the strange world. Is there an urgent matter?" The policewoman referred to the chat record visible on Magdalena's phone interface on the coffee table. Realizing this, Magdalena quickly grabbed her phone and turned off the screen. Magdalena mumbled awkwardly, making up an excuse on the spot. "Well, because I'm worried about my daughter. My daughter Randy is in the strange world." The policewoman's eyebrow arched slightly. She said in surprise, "You seem very concerned about your stepdaughter. It's rare for a stepmother to be willing to give up half her life just to contact the ghost-faced organization to help her daughter." Magdalena felt uneasy under the policewoman's gaze. Her throat dry, she picked up her thermos cup from the coffee table and nervously sipped. After a moment, rubbing the edge of the cup, she replied with a fake smile. "I watched Randy grow up. It's natural to treat her like my own daughter." The policewoman noticed Magdalena's anxiety. After scrutinizing for a few seconds, the policewoman's expression turned serious. "Let's talk business. On December 6th between 11 p.m. and midnight, where were you and what did you do?" the policewoman asked directly. Magdalena's breath caught for a moment. It was bound to happen. She pursed her lips and thought for a bit. That night, I had severe eye pain and took a taxi to the Jinghai City People's Hospital. The male policeman sitting beside noted it down faithfully. Then the policewoman placed a photo of a little boy on the coffee table and continued questioning. The boy in the photo, Yanabin, nicknamed Little Treasure, lives upstairs from you. Did you see him that night? Seeing the photo of Little Treasure, Magdalena swallowed uncomfortably, picking at her fingers guiltily. No, I didn't see him. The policewoman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Really? But Little Treasure identified you in his statement, saying he saw you that night. Magdalena's heart raced. Perhaps it was dark and he didn't see clearly. Connoren often make mistakes. Magdalena's mind was now completely chaotic, a jumble of confusion. The policewoman continued. Were you alone when you went out that night? Did anyone accompany you? Magdalena shook her head. No one came with me. I went to the hospital by myself. Did you hear any sounds of a child falling in the stairwell as you left? The policewoman probed further. Magdalena insisted firmly. No, I didn't hear anything. The two police officers questioned her further. Magdalena managed to answer all their questions evasively. After sending the two police officers off, Magdalena closed the door and patted her chest, finally breathing a sigh of relief. As they climbed the stairs, the male officer commented to the policewoman. This Magdalena seems particularly nervous. She's the fourth resident in this complex who trembled while talking to us. The policewoman's eyes flashed, glancing at the male officer. Do you think there's something wrong with her? The two police officers exchanged looks and fell silent for a few seconds. Something feels off, but I can't quite pinpoint it. The male officer scratched his head. The policewoman chuckled lightly. Her memory is quite good. Recalling the scene earlier, the male officer suddenly realized something and excitedly snapped his fingers, pointing. Right, that's it. The policewoman didn't say any more, she just smiled and nodded gently. They had visited so many residents and asked the same questions many times. They had seen plenty of residents who got nervous when they saw the police. But this time, Magdalena, who was particularly nervous, revealed a huge flaw. Time. When the policewoman asked about what happened between 11 p.m. and midnight on December 6th, Magdalena answered too smoothly. December 6th was more than a month ago. Normally, people might not remember clearly something specific that happened 3 days ago at a particular time, let alone over a month ago. But Magdalena gave her answer within a few seconds. There was only one possibility. During that time, Magdalena must have experienced something special. That incident left an extremely deep impression on Magdalena. She may have rehearsed in her mind how to respond if someone asked about that day's events, knowing what to avoid. This was why the policewoman had asked earlier whether anyone accompanied Magdalena. If she had been with family members, they might have argued or done something memorable, becoming an anchor point for Magdalena's memory. But Magdalena's response was I went alone. Going alone implied that whatever impressed her deeply came from outside. And on that night, neighbor Finley fell down the stairs, leaving blood everywhere. Could the event that anchored Magdalena's memory be Finley's fall? The male officer said, I was still thinking that Finley couldn't speak during his few conscious minutes and never mentioned seeing Magdalena. When you suddenly said he identified her, I even doubted if I remembered incorrectly. Now I see it was your intention to catch her off guard. The male officer shook his head, sighing. When did you start suspecting her? The male officer asked. The policewoman smiled calmly. From when she said to save my daughter Randy, I'm willing to pay a high price, even give up half my lifespan. Everyone knows Magdalena isn't kind to Randy. A woman like her, full of lies to maintain her facade, has very low credibility with me. Let's keep a close eye on Magdalena's movements, the male officer suggested. The policewoman nodded, agreed. After the police left, Magdalena's phone popped up with 3 messages, all from the skull-headed man. Skullhead, have you thought it through? Skullhead, if you agree, we can meet privately and sign the contract. Skullhead, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., Wangjing Road, Yuorentime Coffee Shop. I'll carry a bouquet of black roses, see you there. Magdalena looked at the will and thought about her poverty. Then she glanced towards the direction the police had departed, hesitating. Her future self might face imprisonment. Even if Magdalena lived a long life, she might spend it all in prison. Rather than live in poverty, it might be better to take a gamble for a prosperous half-life. After much deliberation, Magdalena finally made her decision. She opened the chat window and replied, okay. Chapter 150, Deep Maternal Love. After sending the message, Magdalena switched the app on her phone and moved to the live streaming interface. She stared at Randy inside the screen, her smile gradually widening. Magdalena's facial muscles twitched, her expression growing increasingly bizarre. She seemed to be trying hard to suppress the laughter bubbling in her throat, but an inexplicable manic joy overwhelmed her. Ha ha, ha ha ha, Magdalena's shoulders shook wildly. She's about to die, everything will be mine, all mine. Magdalena's laugh grew more deranged, her entire body trembling like a sieve. At this moment, behind Magdalena's neck, a pale and slender woman's hand slowly climbed onto her shoulder. A wealthy ghost woman dressed in luxurious fur slowly emerged, revealing her head. The ghost's eyes were hollow, emitting faint wisps of black smoke. Her face, as exquisite as that of a snake spirit, was devoid of any color. The ghost gently curved its lips, brushing against Magdalena's hair as it slowly approached. You've done very well, Tilda. The ghost pressed its face against Magdalena's ear, exhaling a puff of dark gas. It whispered softly, just kill her, and all the money will be yours, Tilda. With money, life from now on will only get better tilde tilde. The dark gas escaping from the ghost's mouth, like nimble snakes, wormed into Magdalena's ears and nostrils. Magdalena's laughter grew increasingly eerie as she inhaled the dark gas. Hee hee ha ha ha, kill her, it'll get better. Magdalena's only normal right eye gradually filled with swirling dark gas. The right eye socket began to emit faint black smoke, just like the ghost behind her. The ghost's seductive voice continued to guide Magdalena. To catch a wolf, you have to sacrifice your cub. For money, you can give up everything. Unlimited wealth is about to come your way. Magdalena numbly echoed, get rich, give up everything, wealth is coming. After saying this, Magdalena mechanically twisted her neck, shifting her gaze. She fixed her dazed eyes on Randy in the live stream on her phone screen. Magdalena's lips curled upward, revealing intense murderous intent in her eyes. Then, a chilling laugh echoed through the room. In the live stream, Randy had already entered the 4th floor of the Chinchwan Hotel. This time, the item Randy chose from the bamboo basket was special food lore. In the live stream footage, a slim male student stood on the thick wall edge of a garbage pit, swinging his arms back and forth, preparing to jump. The next second, he leaped with all his might into the garbage pit, diving in with surprise. Randy sat casually on the edge of the wall, extending her fingers to shake the food lore lightly. The food lore sprinkled over the garbage, making the foul-smelling refuse emit an enticing aroma. After scattering the food lore, Randy tossed the bottle and cap into the pile of trash. Then, supporting herself on the wall, she flipped over and jumped down from the wall. Randy dusted off the ash from her hands. Let's go, baby. Behind her, little May leaned on the wall, watching the male student in the garbage pit with rapt attention. The male student grabbed stinky, dirty objects from the trash and stuffed them into his mouth, tears streaming down his face. His mind was clear, but his body moved uncontrollably. Wow, mommy, little May exclaimed, turning to look at Randy in shock. Is the stinky stuff in here so delicious? The big brother is crying because it's so tasty. He's so cool. Little May was carried down from the wall by Randy. Randy smiled, responding in a childlike tone. Of course, Big Brother says stinky things are good, perfect for breakfast. Little May asked in amazement, so Big Brother is quite nice. He even forced these nutritious breakfasts into Sasha's mouth in the video before. Sasha couldn't eat anymore, but Big Brother made her eat more to grow bigger. Randy led Little May towards the teaching building. Simona, wearing a school uniform and having a plump figure, glanced at Randy from afar. Behind Randy, the slightly lean Jillian also gazed deeply at Simona from her student days. Simona, who was a chubby student, looked at Randy with gratitude, while the Jillian gazed at young Simona with a look of heartache. Randy paid them no mind. She intended to find a door to return to the original timeline. At this moment, the chubby girl Simona, seemingly recalling something, hurriedly ran towards Randy. Sis. Simona called out timidly. Randy turned her head to look at her. Simona jogged forward, grabbing Randy's hand and glanced warily around her. Seeing that no classmates were paying attention, Simona pulled Randy to the corner behind the teaching building. Sis. Simona opened her backpack and pulled out a brand new umbrella. The umbrella you left with me last time. Sorry, it was borrowed by a classmate. I saved up and bought a new one, always keeping it with me, hoping to return it to you when we meet again. Simona looked sincerely at Randy. Each parallel world Randy entered was different. Clearly, this Simona was the same person she had saved with a transparent umbrella during her first encounter. Randy glanced at the faded, washed-out school bag on Simona's shoulder, then at the brightly colored new umbrella, feeling an odd sensation. Randy took the umbrella. Thanks, I really like the umbrella. Simona beamed with a shy expression, blushing slightly. Well, I should go, sis. There's a parent-teacher meeting today, and my mom is waiting for me. Simona extended her hand, blushing as she said bye to Randy before running off. Halfway through her run, Simona suddenly turned back and told Randy, I hope we can meet again next time. Throughout her conversation with Randy, Simona didn't once look at the Jillian or May. It seemed that Hanluya, with her innocent nature, could only see Randy, the human who had intruded into her world, but couldn't perceive the eerie beings. Simona, still carrying her school bag, turned and jogged away. By the school gate, a Joanna was standing outside the guardhouse waiting for her. Randy glanced at the Joanna, her expression briefly stunned. This Joanna. Randy had seen her before. She was the Jillian in the guest elevator of the Chinchwan Hotel. When Randy had escorted the 4th floor guests out, she had met her once. In the distance, Simona called out Mom joyfully, rushing into the woman's embrace. The Joanna greeted Simona affectionately, gently stroking the back of her head. However, what caught Randy's attention wasn't their deep maternal bond. Instead, it was the dark, larger birthmark on the woman's forehead, bigger and deeper than Simona's. Chapter 151, Dropout Application. Back to the original time-space. Randy, carrying May, continued up the safety staircase. Next was the 5th floor of Chinchwan Hotel, blind old man's floor. Outside the red door on the 5th floor, in the bamboo basket, only one item remained. A fully charged mobile phone. Randy picked up the phone and glanced at it. The wallpaper was a photo taken when Simona was 4 or 5 years old, standing with her mother. Jody and daughter had placed petals on their foreheads, conveniently covering the dark birthmarks. On the wallpaper, they both wore curved eyebrows and bright smiles, completely unlike the gloomy appearance of Chinchwan Hotel. Randy took the phone and arrived at the last time space. Randy appeared on the school playground of Shungda Middle School. In front of the playground on the podium, the principal was presenting the Outstanding Teacher Award to teachers. Students gathered below, arranged in lines, all looking up at the scene on the stage. The middle school principal, wearing glasses, held a script in one hand and a microphone in the other. Standing in the center of the platform, he cleared his throat, preparing to announce the final outstanding teacher. Well, we just awarded the sitter-level Outstanding People's Teacher Award. And the next award to be given is both today's last and also the most prestigious award. The microphone gave out a sharp screech. Then, under the urging of his colleagues, a male teacher with a 70-30 hairstyle was pushed to the edge of the podium stairs. The principal continued, "Our Provincial Outstanding Teacher Award goes to our Grade 3 Class 25 homeroom teacher, Cody Deffer. Cody possesses great virtue and talent, has rich teaching experience, treats others kindly, and disciplines himself strictly. He is acknowledged as an excellent teacher here at Shungda Middle School. Please welcome Cody to the stage to receive his award." Cody smiled humbly, wearing leather shoes, and climbed the side stairs to the platform. Cody, with an amiable smile, bowed in gratitude after accepting the red certificate and moved to the front to make a speech. Randy looked up at the platform. Those familiar facial features. The present Cody resembled the slightly younger version of the Noah from the 5th floor. Randy suddenly recalled the description about the guest from the 5th floor. The Noah is a famous good teacher. His fame actually started during his tenure at Shungda Middle School. Below the platform, among the student ranks of Grade 3 Class 25, Simona tightly gripped the dropout application in her pocket. She lifted her head, with timid eyes showing a hint of determination. Soon, the award ceremony concluded. Surrounded by colleagues' praise and congratulations, Cody returned to the 5th floor teacher's office. Students headed back to their classrooms. Only Simona from Class 25 clutched the application in her pocket and walked toward the teacher's office. Simona mustered her courage, quietly giving herself encouragement. As she was about to enter the office, someone grabbed her from behind. Simona turned around and saw Randy, whom she had met several months ago. For Randy, she had seen Simona 10 minutes ago. But for Simona, 3 months had passed since she last saw Randy. "Take this with you." Randy handed Simona's phone to her. Shungda Middle School prohibited mobile phones. Seeing classmates watching, Simona quickly hid the phone in her pocket. "Sis, why did you come?" Shungda Middle School was strictly controlled and rarely allowed outsiders inside. Yet, this sister always seemed to appear and disappear unpredictably, moving freely between the campus and outside. Randy noticed the bruise near Simona's ear that hadn't healed yet, realizing she still wasn't doing well. Randy reached out, tenderly ruffled Simona's hair. Leaning closer, she whispered in her ear, "I support your decision to drop out, but you must protect yourself first. I've given you the phone. Use it." After hearing Randy's words, Simona was stunned, then a look of realization flashed across her face. "I understand, thank you, sis." Simona nodded, tears filling her eyes. She didn't know why this sister was doing this for her. But she knew this sister was a beam of light in her dark world. Simona wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Facing away from the crowd, she opened the phone and scrolled a few times. Then put it back in her pocket securely. Randy patted her comfortingly, gesturing towards the office. "Go ahead." Simona replied with a nod, exhaled deeply. Turning around, she knocked on the office door. "Come in." A teacher's voice called from inside. Simona gently opened the door, taking a deep breath before entering. The atmosphere in the office was peaceful and festive. Many teachers had received the sitter-level Outstanding Teacher Award, and her homeroom teacher, Cody, had even won a provincial award. Simona cautiously approached Cody, interrupting the jovial conversation between him and several other teachers. "Cody," Simona called softly. A colleague next to Cody nudged him. "Oh, here comes our top student of the grade. A sure bet for Tsinghua or Peking University, treat her well." Hearing his colleague's words, Cody's face lit up with pride. Though Simona came from a humble background, she always topped exams, bringing much honor to Cody over the years. Simona studied diligently and was acknowledged by teachers as an excellent student who could aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. On the day Simona would be admitted to one of the two prestigious universities. As her homeroom teacher, Cody would not only gain more fame but also receive an additional 100,000 yuan performance bonus. "Nina, what brings you to see me? Are you having any difficulties with your studies? Go ahead and tell me." Cody adjusted his clothes and put on a serious expression. "Cody." Simona felt somewhat embarrassed under everyone's gaze. She took a deep breath, and after 2 seconds, finally voiced her request. "Cody, I want to drop out." Simona pulled out the prepared dropout application and respectfully handed it to Cody. Cody's smile froze. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office plummeted from celebratory to icy cold. The room suddenly became quiet, with more and more curious eyes focusing on the teacher-student duo. Cody looked flustered, coughing into his fist. A second later, he feigned reprimand. "TSK, Nina, you child, is it still about your classmates not cooperating with homework collection? I've already scolded them, don't be so petty." "No." Simona's face turned beet red as she quickly raised her voice in denial. "It's not because of that. It's due to school bullying. I'm sorry, Cody, it's your niece leading this." Before Simona could finish, Cody abruptly raised his hand and slapped her, cutting off her words. Chapter 152, Live Streaming Scene. After Cody slapped someone, all the colleagues around him were stunned. Was the man before them still the elegant and excellent teacher everyone saw? Cody had always paid attention to his image. But this time, after being exposed by Simona face to face, Cody failed to control his emotions for a moment. Realizing the gazes of people around him, Cody's face turned slightly embarrassed. Silent for a while, Cody put on an air of deep disappointment and slammed the desk in anger with a bang. Simona, look at us teachers who have nurtured you painstakingly for so many years. You simply leave with an excuse. How can you live up to our effort? Cody's face was ashen, and he was breathing heavily, unable to catch his breath. Teachers in the office exchanged glances and hurriedly found a way to diffuse the situation for Cody. A female teacher stepped forward, hugged the slapped Simona, and patted her shoulder comfortingly. The woman advised, Luoya, it's your fault in this matter. Among so many students, your head teacher Cody cares about your studies the most. Is there any problem that cannot be solved, forcing you to quit school? Besides, what you said about Cody's niece is also too much. Xiaoran, that child, we teachers watched her grow up. Xiaoran usually blushes if she even looks at teachers more often. How could she be involved in bullying? Inside the office, each teacher remained tight-lipped, keeping everything inside without exposing it. Everyone knew all along about the murky water behind Shungda Middle School. But getting involved rashly would cost jobs and possibly result in being blacklisted from the teaching industry. It was better to turn a blind eye than to get into trouble. After all, Simona was already in senior high, and those troublemakers were about to graduate soon. Once this period passed, no one would mention these dirty deeds again. Seeing everyone siding with him, Cody felt his confidence boost inexplicably. Thinking of maintaining his good teacher image outwardly, Cody decided to avoid discussing such ugly matters in front of colleagues. With a stern face, Cody said, "Come with me to the rooftop, Simona, we need to talk properly. Don't stand here and disturb other teachers preparing their lessons." Cody grunted unhappily, took the lead, and walked out of the office. Simona followed him up the stairs from the 5th floor, and the two arrived at the rooftop. The wind on the rooftop was strong, piercingly cold. Cody stood ahead, facing away from Simona, looking still furious. Simona stood behind Cody. Taking advantage of Cody's distraction, she took out the phone from her pocket that was live streaming, placed it in an inconspicuous corner upright. The phone camera was aimed straight at Cody and herself. Having done that, Simona quietly returned behind Cody. "Luya, come over here," Cody said without turning around, gazing outside melancholically. Simona took a step forward and stood next to Cody. Cody pointed down at the scene below. Looking down, the school playground was filled with students playing sports and playing basketball. Cody asked, "Do you know what background that male student playing basketball and dyeing his hair has?" Simona glanced over and shook her head. Cody replied, "That student's surname is Ran. His mother is the deputy director of the education bureau, and his father does real estate business for half of the city." Simona lowered her eyes and looked at the boy on the playground again. The boy's laughter was boisterous. Although it was class time now, the boy's unrestrained laughter and the rhythmic sound of dribbling did not stop. Cody continued, "In recent years, he dyed his hair, skipped classes, and got into fights. Who has managed him for doing all these things? There are many truths that teachers cannot explicitly say, but you are old enough to understand on your own." Gradually, a crowd of viewers flowed into the live stream corner where the phone was. Simona glanced in the direction of the phone. If it were before, when Cody spoke like this, she would definitely soften her attitude. But once she abandoned the idea of quitting school, awaiting her would be increasingly painful beatings. This time, Simona stood firm, showing no weakness. She clenched her teeth, took off her school uniform and jacket, revealing the short sleeves underneath. Beneath the short sleeves were new and old scars, shocking to see. "Cody, I don't care about anything related to the Wangs or the Rans. All I know is, I've told you many times about my bullying issues. Your niece, Jaslyn, together with..." Before Simona finished speaking, Cody's eyes widened, raised his arm, and slapped Simona across the face. Blood came from Simona's nose. She wiped it away with her hand and lifted her eyes to continue. "Your niece, Jaslyn, with your backing, has been bullying me at school in collusion with other student." With a slap, Simona was hit again. Simona did not stop speaking. She wiped the blood from under her nose, clenched her fists, and resolved to finish saying everything she had on her mind. "They locked me in the bathroom, doused me with dirty water, and ordered all the classmates to isolate me. They even..." Simona's hair was grabbed by Cody. Cody, feeling as if his backbone had been struck, angrily shoved and pushed Simona, throwing her to the ground and kicking her repeatedly. Simona refused to submit. Her tears fell in large drops as she sniffed and continued shouting through her sobs. "They took naked photos of me. They stripped me of my clothes, recorded videos, and posted them online. They forced me to eat garbage, forced me to drink dirty water. All this bullying is because of your indulgence." Cody, enraged by Simona's defiance, was trembling with anger. He directly pulled out the leather belt from his waist, gritted his teeth, and whipped Simona with one strike after another. The whip came down, tearing the flesh of the already thinly clad Simona. Simona cried out loud, "Cody, you turned a blind eye to the bullying. You fail as a teacher. You are unfit to be a teacher." Cody, who appeared a good person on the surface but harbored evil intentions behind closed doors. He would never show his wicked side in public. Just like the old blind man on the 5th floor, he only did harmful things hidden inside the house. And Cody's blind eye behavior led to him becoming a truly blind person years later, forever trapped on the 5th floor. Simona was still being beaten. She hunched over, protecting her head, curled up on the ground. Meanwhile, the live stream from Simona's phone skyrocketed in popularity within seconds. In the corner of the live interface, netizens were flooding the chat. What the heck happened? Is this teacher assaulting a student? I recognize this. This is Cody from class 25, grade 3 at Shungda Middle School. This is brutal violence. Hurry up and record the screen, or the live stream will be shut down soon. Randy stood outside the wooden door to the rooftop, not going in. Mommy, aren't you going to save Sister Xiaohan? She's about to be beaten to death, Mei said sadly. Randy leaned against the door, shaking her head, no. Chapter 153, Jodie's self-reproach. Randy could save Simona once, twice, thrice during her critical times. But it was impossible for Randy to save Simona forever. Rescuing a victim of bullying indeed requires some external forces to help her escape from the torment. More importantly, the victims of bullying need to learn how to arm themselves, stand up, resist, and protect themselves. The cell phone that was strictly prohibited by the school had already been delivered into Simona's hands. Simona had many ways to save herself. However, she chose this method after considering multiple factors. Perhaps only by jumping into the situation and exposing the ugly truth to the audience can the last layer of decency be ripped off from the Wang family and the Ran family. Moreover, Randy glanced through the door crack at the figure on the rooftop. The elevator attendant stood right behind Cal. If Simona was truly in mortal danger, the elevator attendant would intervene. The elevator attendant was Simona herself. It understood her intention and did not stop her. When the live stream gained massive popularity and the public opinion started fermenting, the elevator attendant no longer waited. With its grotesque and bloody face twisted, it leaned close to Cal's eyes. The inherently kind-hearted Simona couldn't see the terrifying face of the elevator attendant. But the malicious Cal could. In Simona's livestream footage, Cal suddenly let out an eerie scream, staring blankly at the air in front of him, and fell backward onto the ground. Cal seemed terrified. He shrunk backward, shouting don't come closer, don't come closer. During this time, he also attempted to swing his whip around aimlessly. Eventually, under the watchful eyes of the netizens in the livestream, Cal made a startling move. He found a small piece of rusty rebar on the ground. While screaming uncontrollably, he held the rebar and jabbed it towards his own eyes. His eyes turned into blooded messes, creating an extremely disturbing scene. The furious elevator attendant grabbed Cal's hand, forcing him to poke out his own eyes. Opening its mouth filled with blood, the elevator attendant moved close to Cal, crying out in blood-streaked tears. I told you. Why did you never help me? They harmed me so terribly. How could you turn a blind eye? Since you love pretending to be blind, then just go ahead and blind yourself. To the audience, it looked like Cal had injured himself. But only the elevator attendant knew that it was her who pierced Cal's eyeballs. Blinded, Cal went completely insane. He panicked, trying desperately to escape from the ghostly woman in front of him. Don't come closer, get away. The elevator attendant pursued him relentlessly, eventually cornering the now blind Cal against a rusty iron railing. Ultimately, witnessed by numerous netizens, the disgraced Cal accidentally triggered the loose railing and fell off the rooftop. The live stream ended abruptly due to someone reporting it. At the bottom of the teaching building, Cal lay smashed into a pulp, brain matter scattered, blood pooling all around. He died instantly. The place where that loose railing was located was exactly where the elevator attendant had been pushed down by those people. At the time, the excellent student's fall case caused quite a stir. Although everyone speculated about the truth behind the scenes, the incident was still ruled as an accident. However, the school was criticized by parents for having bad feng shui because of this bloody event. Later on, due to poor management, the school met its end in closure. After everything concluded, Randy pushed open the wooden door, pressed the switch, and exited this timeline. Just as Randy pulled the door open, he encountered an elderly woman in the safety corridor. The Peggy had disheveled hair and appeared mentally unstable. No one knew from which timeline the elderly woman had sneaked out from, trapped inside the safety corridor. Seeing Randy, the Peggy approached excitedly, grabbing Randy's arm. Luoya. Have you seen my Luoya? My Luoya is gone. What should I do? She is my only daughter. The white streaks in the Peggy's temples suggested she had searched for Simona for decades in her timeline. There were many parallel timelines, and thus, there were many Simonas with similar fates. Even though one Simona was saved from this timeline, countless other Simonas remained mired in struggles. Randy looked at the Peggy. Milena, go to the rooftop. Your daughter might be on the rooftop. Safe corridor, passage rule, Article 2. If you encounter an elderly woman searching for her daughter in the stairway, you must inform her to head to the rooftop of the building at all costs. The Peggy, after hearing Randy's words, thanked him profusely. She then hurriedly made her way up the stairs to the rooftop. Randy's gaze fell on the Peggy's back. Only the front of the Peggy appeared normal. Her back had already been gnawed by malevolent spirits, leaving nothing but white bones. The Peggy was strange. As she went to the rooftop, she would inevitably encounter the malevolent spirit disguised as Simona at the stairwell corner. Despite having been deceived many times, the Peggy was still drawn to the fake Simona. At this point, the Peggy would again be embraced by fake Simona, who would tear a piece of flesh from her back. Every time this happened, the Peggy would suddenly regain her senses and quickly flee. It wasn't that the Peggy couldn't recognize the malevolent spirit. She chose to embrace the fake daughter at the cost of her own flesh because of her longing for her daughter and her overwhelming guilt and self-blame. She blamed herself for passing down the birthmark to her daughter. The Peggy always believed that without the ugly birthmark inherited from her, her daughter could have lived a peaceful life. Behind her, the elevator attendant emerged from the red door. After the last wisp of black mist dissipated, it finally vanished completely from the elevator attendant. Now, if Randy received a good review from the elevator attendant and sent it off, he could achieve an SSS rating. Randy walked alongside the elevator attendant going downward. But just as Randy was about to take a step, he realized something was wrong. Looking at the stairs in front of him, everything in his vision became dizzyingly distorted. The descending steps were in a chaotic, unordered state. The steps beneath his feet were not flat and straight. All the steps appeared in a highly twisted manner, winding before Randy's eyes. The stairs looked squashed and deformed, and so did his legs when he looked down. His vision was chaotic, as if a distortion effect had been activated. Randy recalled the third rule of the safe corridor. Each floor has 12 steps, remember not to miss your footing. So this was the intent behind that rule. In this disordered visual state, it was easy to trip and fall. Seeing the changes in the descending steps, the elevator attendant paused for a moment. Then, Randy witnessed a shocking scene. He saw the elevator attendant break off its already broken legs and throw them downstairs. With empty pant legs, it could now float down. Just as Randy prepared to slowly descend using the railing, the elevator attendant suddenly crouched before her. "Get on, I'll carry you down." The elevator attendant faced away from Randy. Chapter 154, Sowing Discord. Randy hesitated for a moment. Perhaps sensing Randy's distrust, the elevator attendant took out a dagger from his pocket and handed it to her. "If I meant you harm, you could kill me anytime with this blood-stained dagger." Along with the dagger, he also handed her an evaluation form. The form was for evaluating Randy's service, scoring up to 10 points. Randy did not refuse any longer. She put away the evaluation form and the dagger, then leaned on the elevator attendant's shoulder. The elevator attendant carried Randy, floating down the hallway floor by floor. Exiting the building, the elevator attendant squatted down and let Randy down. Then, without looking back, the elevator attendant floated directly to a spot several meters away. Under Randy's gaze, the elevator attendant curled up on the ground like an infant. At this moment, above the hotel building, a faint blue, translucent ghost-like figure dropped from upstairs with a thud. The falling figure merged with the position of the prone elevator attendant upon landing. 3 seconds later, the elevator attendant's body turned into ashes, scattered by the wind. Congratulations to the chosen one Randy for successfully sending away all the strange guests at the Clear Spring Hotel and receiving high praise. Exploration of the Clear Spring Hotel scenario has reached 100%. The completion grade is SSS level, achieving a perfect clearance. Rewards are being issued to you now. 3 skull cards hovered before Randy. Adjacent glowing text flashed, indicating that all 3 cards were in the SSS category. Randy glanced at the cards for a few seconds, then retrieved a heart from her spatial pocket and casually handed it to the May on her shoulder. "Honey, help mommy choose one." May held the heart, his eyes gleaming as he licked his lips. Without lifting his head, he directly took the middle card that was hovering and handed it to Randy. "For mommy. She's too tired, she should rest well." Hearing May's words, Randy's brow twitched slightly as she held the card. She flipped open the card and glanced at it. There were 2 rewards listed. Within China, the pollution resistance of the group specified by the chosen one increases by 50%. For the chosen one personally, a 3-day rest opportunity. Within these 3 days, the chosen one can return to the country and move freely. Seeing the rewards on the card, there was jubilation in the live stream chat of China. Thank heavens. Finally, Randy can rest. It's really not easy for her. Clapping.jpg. That red kid sure has good luck. What? What red kid? Is the poster upstairs talking sense? That's clearly my baby Bowsy. Stareyed.jpg. Having watched the live stream for so long, I'm the only one who feels Randy is quite a troll in the live stream. Push the troll out. Far out. Mute him. While the netizens were bickering, there was new activity from Randy. Now, Randy needed to specify a group of people to whom she would grant increased pollution resistance. The system was waiting for Randy to make her choice. Before Randy were 3 images, each representing a different group of people. They were supporters, neutrals, and defamers. These 3 groups required Randy to designate which group would receive the reward of resistance to pollution. This was a privilege earned by Randy after 9 lives on the line in the strange world. However, as she looked at the options before her, Randy gradually furrowed her brows. "Mommy, why aren't you choosing?" May munched on the heart, glancing at Randy with confusion. Randy tightly pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a few seconds. "Is this really a privilege?" Randy's eyes flickered. This selection, appearing as a privilege granted to Randy, seemed to have ulterior motives in reality. All 3 groups were large in number. If Randy were to designate a specific group to receive resistance ability, she would likely choose her supporters first. But this choice wasn't about winning hearts for Randy. Instead, it was about sowing discord among the people. In China, those who originally belonged to the neutral faction would fail to receive the reward because of Randy's choice, planting seeds of resentment towards her. Neutrals would turn into defamers. The crowd of people hating Randy would increase dramatically. Coincidentally, this time Randy's reward was returning to China for a 3-day rest. Imagine if this was truly 3 days of rest rather than 3 days of pursuit. Back in China, Randy was no longer bound by the scenario or national interests. If Randy were to die outside the scenario, it would cause no harm to the nation or its people. Instead, they could rally behind a new chosen one. Dark currents surged within China. Countless restless eyes were fixed intently on Randy in the live stream. Although they all knew that, as neutrals and defamers, it was highly unlikely that Randy would choose them for the pollution resistance reward, they still wanted an accurate answer. That answer would also be a legitimate reason to form a group and hate Randy. At this moment, group identity reached its peak. And the experts from the intelligence department were clearly aware of the implications inside. The experts had grave expressions and remained silent, each lost in thought about strategies. After a few seconds of silence, Nathaniel tapped the table twice with his pen. He proposed first, if Randy truly makes enemies on all sides, then our intelligence department must build a safe house for her and ensure Randy's safety. Other experts chimed in. Right, we should arrange some guards, surrounding the house layer upon layer. I don't believe those people would dare to rush in. Someone raised a doubt, but how do we determine that there are no resentful neutrals or defamers among those guards? After all, human hearts are hard to fathom. Actually, without turning the crowd of neutral citizens against us, Randy wouldn't face much threat. After all, the defamers are still in the minority. Yes, but the problem is that the strange world wants to create opposition. They want to stir up hatred among the neutral citizens and use their large numbers against Randy. Silence fell again in the meeting room. There was nothing they could do. This operation, designed to divide hearts and minds, was perfectly played by the strange world. No matter how Randy chose, problems would arise. With panic in the meeting room, only Bjorn in the front row showed no sign of worry. Seeing Bjorn so calm, Artemio couldn't help but speak up. So, Bjorn, you, the biggest black fan leader, aren't worried at all about not getting the reward? Artemio looked at him half-jokingly. Bjorn smiled. Senior really knows how to tease. As an advocate, I will definitely receive the reward, it's certain. What worries me most now is Randy's safety. I wonder what choice Randy will make. Bjorn subtly masked his true intentions, refraining from proposing solutions to avoid standing out too much. Artemio stared at him for a moment, then pouted. You don't look like you're worried about Randy. Bjorn smiled but didn't respond. Artemio wasn't wrong. He indeed wasn't overly worried about Randy. Bjorn looked at Randy on the live stream. He was confident that Randy would think the same way he did. If Randy noticed the problem, she wouldn't fall into this trap. So there was nothing to worry about. On the live stream, Randy loosened her clenched fist, extended her right hand, and made her choice. Chapter 155, Bus Number 8. Randy tapped twice with her index finger, lighting up two images in front of her. Supporters and neutral parties. I've made my choice. Randy submitted her answer. In the live stream's chat section, a row of question marks floated by unanimously. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be choosing one group? How can this be multiple selection? Before everyone could figure out the situation, most of the citizens of Huagua received a surge of clarity in their minds. The pollution that had once affected these people was instantly alleviated by a large extent. And those who had not been polluted gained a significant boost in resistance against pollution. The restlessness in Huagua did not disintegrate during this crisis. On the contrary, due to Randy's actions, many neutrals became fans. Mommy, how did you know it could be multiple selections? Said May after gnawing on a heart and sucking her fingers. Between Randy's fingers, she held up the second card and flipped it to its front. The answer is here, said Randy. The camera zoomed in on the live stream, showcasing the text on the card to the viewers. As the text on the card magnified, it read, within Huagua, the designated crowd by the chosen one will have their pollution resistance ability increased by 50%. It mentioned a term, designated crowd. But there was no limitation on the number of designated crowds. 1 group, 2 groups, even 3 groups. As long as they were designated by Randy, they all met the condition for designated crowd, allowing everyone to receive the anti-pollution reward. The issue stemmed from Randy always claiming rewards through a 3-to-1 method within the system. Thus, upon seeing these 3 subsequent options without an explicit multiple selection prompt, human instinct led them to assume it was another 3-to-1 question. This resulted in the chosen one unknowingly submitting their answer after selecting one option. Consequently, creating their own dilemma. However, careful examination would reveal that the solution lies within the question. Earlier when Randy hesitated, she pondered whether everyone within Huagua should receive enhanced pollution resistance. But then she glanced at the image of the slanderers. In that image, the representative character was a big man sitting in a dim room filled with instant noodle bowls, furiously typing away while watching the livestream, venting his anger at will. Stickers of foreign countries' flags lined the frame of his computer. The words he posted online about Randy were filled with malice, nothing but insults and slanderous comments. Randy couldn't muster enough compassion to give rewards to such a crowd. After the system finished distributing rewards and the panel closed, a slender portal of void appeared next to Randy. She tried extending her hand, and the gap widened gradually, large enough for her whole body to enter. This must be the entrance back to Huagua. Randy retracted her hand and didn't rush into it. Before returning to Huagua, Randy still had one thing to do. She carried the fog lamp out of the yard of Chingchuan Hotel straight towards the small wooden house across the road. She needed to return the time-space converter to Yesef before 10 p.m. tonight. Who knew if forgetting this might trigger some side quest? Now, it was just past 8 o'clock, leaving plenty of time. When Randy went to return the converter, she also borrowed Yosef's landline phone. Recalling the number she memorized near the bus stop earlier, she dialed the number using the handset. Once she hung up after the conversation, Randy bid farewell and left the wooden house. She looked at the dilapidated bus stop opposite, holding the fog lamp. In this timeline, the 5 guests from the hotel were still waiting stubbornly for the bus at the broken-down bus stop which ceased functioning ages ago. These 5 wouldn't get their bus, but it was fine, Randy would take care of it. Randy remembered the advance news from the unmanned convenience store. At 10 p.m. tonight, an indiscriminate killing incident would occur on bus number 8 on the mountain road. With 5 victims. That call Randy just made aimed to prevent this. In the call, Randy insisted on calling bus number 8 to pick people up outside Chingchuan Hotel on this mountain road. So, soon enough, the 5 guests would get their ride off this secluded hill. However, what Randy didn't know was that bus number 8 had stopped operating because of previous malfunction. Bus number 8 once overturned on the mountain road. The electronic number 8 on the bus's front panel was damaged in that rollover accident, turning into a horizontal 8. After the bus was righted, the electronic number infinity at the front of the bus could not be adjusted back no matter what. It was precisely because of this number that the strange bus hidden conditions were triggered, causing this bus to undergo changes. The symbol infinity, looks very much like a snake devouring its own tail. After that incident, this bus could no longer leave the mountain road. This mountain road seemed to have no end. The mountain road extended endlessly, and the passengers on the bus entered an infinite loop. Everything that had happened repeated over and over again on the strange bus. Thus, the looping bus began. That year, it took great effort for the passengers on the bus to escape from the loop. And bus number 8 never ran again. The looping bus incident has been over for many years. With the passage of time, the memories of all those involved have become blurred until they were completely erased. Now, under Randy's request, bus number 8 has restarted, and the looping bus has reappeared. So tonight's bus murder case is not a simple random killing. It will become a looping case inside the strange bus. The passengers on the bus will be killed every day with their memories intact. These 5 sinners boarding the bus will also enter a new hell of their own. Under normal circumstances, bus number 8 would not come back to the mountain road. But coincidentally, after seeing the preview news, Randy called for bus number 8 out of a desire to make amends after releasing the sinners. Seeing the malicious news came first, and Randy calling for the bus came afterward. But precisely because Randy called for bus number 8 now, the subsequent murder case and the malicious news occurred. The entire situation is complicated. As to what is cause and what is effect, they are intertwined and cannot be distinguished. Randy did not stay any longer in the strange world. She placed her hand on the void portal beside her. When the void portal slowly widened, Randy lifted her right foot and walked in. Randy returned to the same location she entered the strange world from last time. The hallway of an old residential complex. At that moment, Randy had blinked into the lunatic asylum instance from this exact spot. Randy stood in the hallway, looking at several police officers crouched by the stairs. The police brought some forensic experts. They cordoned off a small area in front of them, conducting blood tests. The experts were very meticulous. They were engrossed in their discussion, not even noticing Randy who suddenly appeared behind them. A female officer said, "This case is too old. The original scene has long been compromised. And Finley's condition has worsened. Without clues or evidence, we have nowhere to start." Chapter 156, Disguise. At this moment, 2 elderly women who were old friends happened to be coming down the stairs from the upper floor. The 2 women saw the police investigating in the staircase and curiously stretched their necks to take a few more glances. The curly-haired auntie grabbed her old friend's arm and cautiously leaned close to her ear, loudly whispering, "I heard that Eldon Shu was pushed down the stairs a few days ago and turned into a vegetative state." Her old friend revealed a shocked expression. "Heavens, is that true?" The curly-haired auntie patted her old friend's arm, quickly glanced at the police, and signaled for her friend to lower her voice. Unable to resist her friend's curiosity, the curly-haired auntie continued to cover her mouth and spoke loudly in a hushed tone. "You don't live in our community, so you wouldn't know. The day that child was found, there was blood all over the stairs. It was terrifying. Oh my, who could be so heartless to do such a thing to such a young child?" After a brief discussion, the 2 elderly women passed by Randy. Randy subconsciously glanced toward the police a few times. In the area surrounded by barriers, a fluorescent substance appeared on the ground after blood testing. Without getting overly involved, Randy turned around and walked up the stairs. When Randy climbed several floors of stairs and arrived at her own front door, her pupils instantly widened. Tension gripped her heart as she quickly approached the old iron door. Following Randy's gaze, it became apparent that an entirely new lock had been embedded into the old iron door. Loretta. She changed the lock. Randy took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to bang on the door. She found a locksmith advertisement on the wall, took out her phone, and planned to have someone come and change the lock. Just then, Randy received an unknown call on her mobile phone. Randy glanced at the caller interface. An anonymous avatar with a grey icon flashed. The ringing sound ding dong was slightly grating in the empty corridor. Randy remembered she had blocked harassment calls. Then who could this call be from? Someone from the intelligence department or the Ghostface organization? A vague sense of foreboding crept into Randy's heart. Hesitating for a moment, Randy answered the call. On the other end of the line, a familiar voice came through. Sister Jiang, are you back? This is Junwo. Edie's surprised voice rang out. Upon hearing Edie's voice, Randy felt slightly relieved. She smiled and replied, yes, I'm back. At the front door. Sister Jiang, don't go back home. Come downstairs quickly. Our car will arrive at the entrance in 3 minutes. I'll pick you up to stay in a big villa. There's security, it's safer. Edie's voice rose in excitement. Randy looked at the new lock on her front door and thought about the arrangement Edie had made for her. After a 2-second contemplation, Randy nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you. Randy once again passed by the police and went down the stairs. She overheard a young auxiliary police officer venting. In my opinion, Dai-chun, sorry, that person should be arrested. Interrogate her thoroughly. I don't believe she won't slip up. The policewoman responded, we've already requested a summons from the higher-ups, but the approval hasn't come through yet. We'll have to wait a bit longer. A male policeman chimed in, right, cases have skyrocketed recently due to those strange incidents, so the process will be slower. Randy listened to their conversation silently. It seemed like Loretta had gotten into trouble. Randy arrived at the community entrance. It was already dark outside. As Randy reached the building's base, a black sedan slowly braked and stopped in front of her. The sedan stabilized, and Edie opened the back door and got out. Randy checked the time. The car had arrived 2 minutes early. Edie, emerging from the car, warmly hugged Randy. Sister Jiang, long time no see. Hurry up, get in the car. Edie excitedly pushed Randy into the vehicle. Just as the driver in the front was about to start the car, a helmeted man riding a red motorcycle suddenly crashed into the front of the car. The sedan's bumper was immediately damaged. Beside Randy, Edie, who was unlocking her tablet to send a message, paused. What happened? Edie's expression tightened. Up ahead, the tall man on the motorcycle dismounted. He walked forward, removed his gloves, and knocked on the driver's window. Get out of the car. The motorcyclist's tone was cold. The driver looked uneasily at Edie in the back seat. Miss, what should we do? Edie's face tensed. Deal with it quickly, no need to ask for compensation. The driver nodded, pushed open the door, and got out. Edie raised her wrist, glanced at her watch, frowned, and stared intently outside the car. She looked worried. Randy glanced at Edie and, out of the corner of her eye, noticed the tablet. Edie's tablet had a large screen that was brightly placed on her lap, forgotten to operate. After unlocking, the screen stayed on a chat interface with a woman. Seeing 2 familiar profile pictures, Randy was momentarily stunned. Oh, how could it be? Junwo, did you contact my stepmother? Randy directly asked her doubt. Hearing Randy's words, Edie was first taken aback. Then she scratched her head, embarrassedly saying, yes, haha, you figured it out. I saw online that your stepmother wanted to find the Ghostface organization. I didn't know what trick she was playing, so I disguised myself as a Ghostface contact to chat with her and even set up a meeting. Hey. Edie laughed innocently. Randy looked at her steadily and temporarily dismissed her doubts. The 2 familiar profile pictures Randy just saw. One was the death skull of the Ghostface organization, and the other was a close-up selfie of Joanna Loretta. This explanation matched Edie's logic perfectly. At this moment, the argument outside the car grew louder. It seemed like the driver was saying that the motorcyclist didn't need to pay. But the motorcyclist turned around and tried to extort some money, holding the driver back, refusing to let him go unless the motorcycle damage was paid for. Edie appeared impatient, wanting to handle things quickly so the driver could return. Randy casually asked, have you been the one contacting Loretta all along? It's me, sis. What's up? Edie replied distractedly, watching the 2 people arguing outside. Suddenly, she unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. Sis Jiang, let the driver stay here to handle this. Let's go back first, don't keep Dad waiting. I'll drive. Randy smiled and nodded in agreement. As Edie closed the door and prepared to walk around to the front to sit in the driver's seat, Randy suddenly pulled open the door and sprinted away. Chapter 157, Wait and See. Randy sprinted wildly toward the residential community. Something was off with that Edie. She claimed to have impersonated a member of the Ghostface organization, arranged a meeting with Magdalena. But the earliest date in the chat history between Magdalena and Edie was December 7th. At that time, Edie was still on the Phantom train and hadn't returned at all. Moreover, back then, Edie didn't even know who Randy was, so how could she possibly contact her stepmother? The Edie just now wasn't just pretending to be from the Ghostface organization. She really was part of the Ghostface organization. In the distance, Edie tore off the layer of human skin mask on her face and, enraged, slapped the hesitant driver. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap rang loudly. Then, the driver began to take the scolding with his head bowed. If it weren't for the fact that the biker man had been holding the driver back, preventing him from driving away, Randy probably wouldn't have sensed anything was wrong and would have stayed in the car. While running, Randy opened her phone and checked the call log and current time. 3 minutes, almost there. As Edie had said on the phone, 3 minutes to the entrance of the residential area. They should be arriving soon. Randy, who had just returned to Huagua, didn't expect her call to be monitored. When the people of the Ghostface organization learned that intelligence department personnel were supposed to pick up Randy in 3 minutes, they came to the entrance of the residential area ahead of schedule to intercept her. Perhaps realizing Randy wasn't easy to handle, constantly tangling with them in the strange world and causing them heavy losses every time, The Ghostface organization decided to make their move in Huagua. On the street outside the residential entrance, 4 or 5 black sedans with headlights on lined up in a row, approaching simultaneously. From the front sedan, Davis and Edie got out. Many men in suits also started emerging from the other cars one by one. Randy. Davis waved his hand, looking in Randy's direction. Edie excitedly shouted Sister Jiang. Randy glanced at them, walked over, and nodded with a smile. Let's go, Randy. You've been exhausted these past few days. We'll take you somewhere safe for a good rest for 3 whole days. Ha ha. Davis laughed heartily, ushering Randy into the sedan. Davis sat in the passenger seat. And Randy sat in the back seat with Edie. Outside the window, Randy saw the slightly damaged red heavy motorcycle being moved aside by a group of men in black. The man in the red motorcycle outfit was also striding towards the sedan. The biker man removed his helmet, held it around his waist, and pulled open the door next to Randy. Crowd in a bit, please. The man looked at Randy politely. Randy gave him some space and sat straight in the middle. The man bent down, slid into the car, and closed the door with a bang. Haha. Bjorn, well done. Davis praised heartily. He continued, Bjorn's suspicion was right. The Ghostface organization was indeed monitoring us all along. If it weren't for Bjorn riding here earlier, we might have lost our Randy today. Good job, Bjorn. Ha ha ha. Davis sounded rather proud. Bjorn took off his gloves and disagreed modestly. Not really. If I were the only one, if Randy didn't want to get out of the car herself, things would have been difficult. Bjorn glanced at Randy, recalling her fleeing scene, and added. Besides, our Randy has hands and feet. If she realized something was wrong, she would have run away herself. Davis laughed. Right. The two of you, working together, each bringing something unique. Edie whispered beside Randy, Sis, my dad said he's worried you might not adapt without familiar people around, so he specially asked me to stay with you for a few days. It's my first time living in a huge villa, I'm super excited. They say the security is top-notch, not even a fly can get in. Everyone maintained a lively atmosphere as they arrived at the villa in the outskirts of the city. Each car and everyone went through multiple inspections before finally entering the villa grounds. Night had fallen. Originally, a few other experts from the intelligence department wanted to find opportunities to talk to Randy. But upon Bjorn's subtle signal, no one spoke up. Edie's bedroom was arranged next to Randy's. After washing up, Randy flopped onto the bed, pulling the covers over herself. Within a minute, she fell into a deep sleep. After settling Randy in, Bjorn and several experts gathered in an empty room for a temporary meeting. Randy is here for 3 days of rest, not to strategize. Let us handle the matter, Bjorn said. In the meeting room, a technician pulled up the decrypted records on the screen. This is all the chat information between Magdalena and the Ghostface organization that we have decrypted so far. They agreed to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Yoyan Time Cafe on Wangjing Road. An expert asked, Randy has already returned to Huagua. Do you think Magdalena will still show up for the meeting? Bjorn thought for a moment, then nodded, she will. The experts turned to look at him. Bjorn explained. Even if Randy returns to Huagua, with just Magdalena's power, she can't do anything to Randy. Moreover, murder in Huagua means capital punishment. Magdalena neither has the smarts nor the guts. She wouldn't dare make a move against Randy within Huagua. Magdalena can only hope that Randy meets an unfortunate end in the strange world for her to get the inheritance from the demolition. An expert sighed, how could she end up with such a stepmother? Bjorn chuckled lightly, you can't say that. Free tanking in the instance, many people would beg for it. The experts reviewed Magdalena's chat records. They brainstormed various strategies. It's best not to let Magdalena contact the Ghostface organization. Once they connect, Randy will be in danger. Can we trace the location of the person from the Ghostface organization in the chat records? We strike first and control them. The technician shook his head, we've tried. Their encryption shielding is complex, it will take more time to decrypt. Encryption and shielding of crucial information are now standard procedures. Even this temporary meeting room used by the intelligence department had been equipped with various technologies and devices for shielding. The intelligence department was wary of them, and they were equally wary of the intelligence department. Alas, the only lead on their location is broken again. What a pity. Bjorn remained silent for a second, raised his eyebrows, and smiled, not really. He said, when I staged the motorcycle accident today, I attached a tracking device to their car. Bjorn clicked a few times on the mouse, switching the computer screen. A red line appeared on the map of Jinghai City. This red line moved eastward continuously. Halfway through, the tracker started jumping erratically, eventually stopping in a remote mountain area. Did they put the tracker on a bird? It seems they discovered the tracker halfway. But we can conclude that their hideout should be in the eastern part of the city. After the experts discussed it, they all agreed. It would be wise to allocate some manpower to search along the tracking line overnight. The members of the Ghostface organization primarily operate in the strange world. Within Huagua, they cannot gather in large numbers or cause significant trouble. Listening to the experts' suggestions, Bjorn fell silent for a long time. He carefully examined Magdalena's chat records, and the frown on his forehead gradually relaxed. No need, Bjorn suddenly said. Facing the puzzled looks of the experts, Bjorn only faintly curled his lips. We don't need to do anything. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, nothing will happen. Chapter 158, Meeting. The next morning, in an old residential area in North City, Magdalena tidied herself up and came out of the neighborhood. She hailed a yellow taxi, opened the door, and got inside. Not far away, a silver minivan parked at the intersection secretly followed her. The members of Team 1 had already gone to the nearby cafe. To ensure everything went perfectly, Team 2 stayed outside the neighborhood, waiting for Magdalena to leave. Although the intelligence department decided not to take large-scale action after last night's discussion, they wouldn't let go of today's opportunity to get close to the Ghostface organization. Following Magdalena's taxi, they noticed she seemed quite cautious. That yellow taxi circled around the outskirts of the city several times. Finally, it slowly stopped in front of Iran Time Cafe on Wangjing Road. Across from the cafe, people from the intelligence department and the police were stationed in different places, keeping watch. They saw that this woman, Magdalena, was wearing sunglasses and a mask, with a thick scarf wrapped around her head. She was all bundled up tightly, giving off a sneaky impression. Seriously, is she crazy? She wears broken sunglasses to drink coffee, as if she wants everyone to notice her. A young auxiliary police officer couldn't understand Magdalena's logic, stared for a while, and couldn't help but complain. She lost sight in her left eye. If she doesn't wear sunglasses, anyone who knows her will recognize her right away, the female police officer explained. Just as she was speaking, Magdalena pushed open the glass door and entered the cafe. The police and the intelligence department moved simultaneously. The police were mainly investigating Magdalena to obtain clues related to Finley's case. As for the intelligence department, they were trying to further approach the Ghostface organization, so they were eavesdropping nearby. After entering the cafe, Magdalena glanced around and finally focused her gaze on a woman sitting in a corner. The woman was short and plump, with a mushroom hairstyle and thick-framed glasses. Her face was covered in brown freckles. Next to her white napkin on the table was a bunch of black roses. Magdalena checked the gender of her chat partner on her phone. It read male. She cautiously scrutinized the freckled woman sitting in the corner a few more times. After some hesitation, Magdalena walked over. "Is it you?" Magdalena asked without sitting down immediately when she reached the mushroom-haired woman. The mushroom-head adjusted her thick glasses on the bridge of her nose and nodded, yes. Taking advantage of the moment Magdalena sat down, the mushroom-head picked up the black roses from the table and handed them over. "Bought especially for you, Ms. Dai," said the mushroom-head. Magdalena took the black roses, glancing at them with slight disdain. The rose had a white silk ribbon tied into a bow at the stem. The flowers looked like those used for mourning. Magdalena pinched the rose between her fingers and quickly shoved it into her handbag. "Ms. Dai, why did you contact the organization? Tell me," the mushroom-head asked. Magdalena slightly lifted her sunglasses and looked around. Just. Magdalena stretched her neck and mouthed the name Randy, then made a gesture of cutting her throat. "I see." The mushroom-head understood. She took out a contract and watched Magdalena sign it. After putting away the contract, the mushroom-head smiled contentedly. Magdalena's soul was sufficiently evil, making her lifespan invaluable to the organization. The mushroom-head opened a laptop and tapped a few keys, seemingly communicating with someone from the organization. "The organization says your request can be met. However, the organization asks what you plan to exchange." The mushroom-head looked up at Magdalena. Magdalena was taken aback. Haven't I already exchanged half my lifespan?" The mushroom-head adjusted her glasses again. A sharp gleam reflected off her lenses. "Ms. Dai, I think, maybe you misunderstood something." The mushroom-head smiled. "Why don't you review our previous chat records?" The mushroom-head kindly reminded her. Seeing her attitude, Magdalena felt full of questions. She gave a puzzled look at the opposite person, opened her phone, and started scrolling through the records. "December 7th, your first plea for help. Start from there," the mushroom-head instructed. Following her instructions, Magdalena found that message. "What's wrong with it?" Magdalena muttered under her breath. She repeated the dozen or so characters silently. The plea stated that if someone could help her contact the mysterious organization behind the strange tales, she would offer half of her compensation money as a reward. And soon after this message, she received a private message from an account. That person originally said, "Madam, I can help you, but the cost is to claim half of your lifespan." After reviewing the record, Magdalena confirmed she was on the right side and became somewhat angry. She held up her phone in front of Rachel. "Check it out yourself. You clearly agreed back then, and the record here is crystal clear. I just signed the contract with you. Are you trying to renege now?" Magdalena felt anger rising within her. Rachel gave her a strange look. "Ms. Dai, are your eyesight or brain not functioning properly? I've fulfilled my promise. I hope you can keep your emotions under control." Hearing this from Rachel, something suddenly flashed through Magdalena's mind. 2 seconds later, a chill ran up her legs, and her head buzzed as if it were about to explode. Magdalena clutched her phone and reread the message over and over again. The more she read those words, the colder her heart grew. "Oh no." Magdalena's face turned deathly pale, and she sucked in a sharp breath. Her original plea had stated that she was willing to pay a price for someone to help her contact the organization behind the strange tales. But wasn't the woman in front of her, using the laptop, already helping her contact the Ghostface organization? So the half of her lifespan that Magdalena had already paid wasn't the price for eliminating Randy, but rather the price for contacting the organization. To kill Randy, she would have to pay an even higher price. Magdalena felt an intense chill. This is fraud, outright fraud. You're tricking me. Magdalena angrily slammed the table and stood up, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Rachel sneered coldly. What exactly did I lie to you about? The proposal came from you, and I didn't arbitrarily change anything. Realizing she couldn't win the argument, Magdalena became even angrier. She grabbed a cup of hot coffee from a passing waiter and splashed it right into Rachel's face. Rachel wiped her face, slammed the laptop shut, and stood up, nearly getting into a fight with Magdalena. Hearing the commotion next door, the intelligence department expert sitting nearby gave Bjorn a thumbs up. Sure enough, today's events unfolded exactly as Bjorn had predicted last night. The Ghostface organization was never any good. Magdalena had foolishly teamed up with them. These people just take advantage of Magdalena's naivety. The expert pursed his lips, leaned over to Bjorn, and whispered with a shake of his head. Chapter 159 Morning Parents. At the coffee shop, both parties eventually parted on bad terms. The team from intelligence followed the mushroom-head individual, while the police accompanied Magdalena. Magdalena, wearing sunglasses, walked and wept at the same time. Thinking about how she was going to lose 2 or 3 decades of her life without having accomplished anything, she couldn't stop crying. She had been looking forward to enjoying a peaceful life with that huge sum of money after Randy's death. But now, before Randy died, she might die first. Magdalena secretly shed tears behind her sunglasses. In this matter, the police were also powerless. Having lost a tooth, there was nothing left but to swallow it whole. When she stood at a crossroad waiting for the red light to turn, she overheard gossip from neighbors in the same community who were also waiting for the light. The curly-haired auntie loudly told her old friend, "Remember the vegetative state child I mentioned last time? Do you know what happened?" Her old friend curiously replied, "What happened? Did they catch the criminal?" Hearing this, Magdalena's ears perked up. She strained to hear, carefully stepping closer, listening intently to their conversation. What did they find out? They never caught the murderer, the curly-haired auntie said indignantly. The sadder part is, Finley, that kid died. Ah. Both the curly-haired auntie and the old friend sighed at the same time, shaking their heads in regret. Magdalena felt a rush of joy. The sadness that enveloped her moments ago dissipated in an instant. With Finley dead, the things she did would have no witnesses. She would be free from this prison sentence. Magdalena pulled herself together, cleared her throat, trying hard to suppress the joy bubbling up inside her. The two people beside her continued to chat. Do you think in this chaotic world, will the wronged spirit of that child come back to take revenge on the murderer? Well, that's hard to say. I think so. The words they exchanged sent shivers down Magdalena's spine. Currently within Huagua territory, spooky tales hadn't completely vanished. Strange events still occurred occasionally. Finley might have turned into one such eerie entity to seek vengeance on her. Magdalena got goosebumps. She quickly dispelled these thoughts. No. How could this be possible? It must just be scare tactics. Dead is dead. How can there be any talk of revenge? As Magdalena thought this, she seemed to hear a faint childish voice calling her. Milena die Tilda. Magdalena lifted her head sharply. Looking around, she saw no one. Milena die Tilda. This time, Magdalena looked across the road. On the other side of the pedestrian crossing, a little boy was standing there, staring at her intently with his head tilted. Keaton's eye sockets were filled with black. When he smiled, threads of blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. That was Finley. Magdalena's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She removed her sunglasses, intending to take a closer look. Just then, a speeding bus passed by, temporarily blocking Magdalena's view. When Magdalena looked again, the little boy was gone. The green light came on. The elderly couple held hands and hurriedly left, leaving Magdalena alone on the spot, still shaken. Did that child really come for her? As Magdalena was distracted, something tugged at the hem of her coat from behind. Milena die, were you looking for Xiaobao just now? Finley grinned at Magdalena. Meanwhile, in the Ghostface organization, the intelligence team had dispatched a group to follow the mushroom-head individual. However, this contact person of the Ghostface organization was very cunning. After passing through several busy areas, the mushroom-head evaded surveillance and altered her appearance. In the end, the intelligence team only found the woman's discarded clothes and the silicone padding used to disguise her obesity in a trash can. The intelligence team returned unsuccessful. Today's tracking mission ended in failure. Things would have to be reconsidered. In the afternoon, a group from intelligence escorted Randy to her father's grave to mourn the deceased. Randy's father's death was categorized as falling in service for the country. Therefore, Randy's father's remains were arranged by state officials to be buried next to Randy's mother's grave. Randy stood before the 2 stone tombstones. Her father's grave marker was brand new, while her mother's was aged. However, her mother's tombstone appeared to have been recently renovated. Brightly colored mourning flowers were placed in front of the graves of both deceased. These flowers were spontaneously brought by Huagua citizens to express gratitude and condolences to Randy and her father. It was winter. Snowflakes started falling today. Snow landed on Randy's shoulders and gradually melted into water. Without a word, Bjorn walked to the black car and fetched a black umbrella. Bjorn held the umbrella over Randy's head, his tall and slender figure standing beside her. Don't catch a cold, Bjorn said. Randy's eyes were red. She glanced at Bjorn. Thank you. Randy's throat was choked with tears. After a long moment of stifling sobs, she managed to speak in a normal voice. Hearing the abnormal tone in Randy's voice, Bjorn shook his head slightly and remained silent. Beside them, Nathaniel and Uriel both looked at Bjorn, their mouths twisted into disdainful expressions. Nathaniel thought to himself, this kid is acting suspiciously, trying to get closer. Uriel, he wants to gain Randy's trust and then enter the eerie world to wipe her out. How terrifying. His intentions are despicable. Realizing they were suspicious of him, Bjorn clenched his fists and coughed lightly. He spoke to the air as if justifying himself. Randy is the chosen one of Huagua and will soon return to the eerie world. If she catches a cold or fever there, many things might go out of control. Bjorn's reasoning made sense. But Nathaniel and Uriel still gave him sidelong glances, their faces filled with disapproval. After a moment, Bjorn handed the umbrella directly to Randy. Here, you hold the umbrella yourself. I have some work to do. Excuse me. Bjorn nodded slightly, took 2 polite steps back, and turned to leave the cemetery. The other experts, seeing Bjorn leave, exchanged glances and quietly departed as well. They left the space for Randy. Having stood here for so long, how could they not notice that Randy was deliberately being strong? With so many experts watching, Randy had been holding back her tears while guarding her parents' graves. After the experts walked far enough away, they all hid behind the nearby bamboo grove, stretching their necks to watch Randy. They saw the black umbrella discarded on the ground, Randy kneeling in the wind and snow, her head buried deeply. Her shoulders trembled violently. The sound of Kaylee's painful crying broke through the winter snow, swallowed by the cold wind. Edie couldn't come in the afternoon due to other matters and thus no one was with Randy now. A group of men felt compelled to sigh as they watched the lonely Alexa. At her age, just graduated from university, her parents never got to enjoy a day of peace. Sigh. Nathaniel sighed regretfully. Bjorn also spoke up, I've investigated Randy's family relations. There are no direct relatives in Huagua, and even her distant relatives don't contact her anymore. Sitting in his wheelchair, Uriel listened to their conversation, his gaze filled with compassion. Uriel gazed at Randy and sighed, our Stevie family isn't short of money, power, or status, it's only our descendants we lack. After some thought, he added indignantly, since the Stevie family has no successor, and I quite like Randy. If this child can return safely from the eerie world, I'll adopt her as my granddaughter. I don't believe in a country as vast as Huagua she would remain unaided. Uriel's sense of justice overflowed. Nathaniel chimed in, right, you should also give her that villa you recently contributed. Chapter 160, Night Turmoil. Although Davis and Artemio said so, everyone knew that the chances of this matter succeeding were slim. When Artemio went through the trials in the strange world, his legs were almost crippled after passing 3 levels. But luckily, in the rewards for passing the trials, he managed to draw a rare switch card, which allowed him to leave the strange world. However, such random events don't happen to everyone. Most adventurers who entered the strange world never came out, dying inside without any way out. Everyone looked in Randy's direction, not saying anything further. On the way back, Bjorn, as before, rode in the same car with Randy. Artemio's gaze towards Bjorn was filled with hatred, nearly burning through him. After everyone got into their cars, Artemio was lifted into the last car with more space along with his wheelchair, and they returned to the villa. That night, it was deeply dark. Residing on the 3rd floor of the villa, Artemio examined a stack of documents delivered by 2 assistants, looking serious. Artemio, as per your instructions, we have discovered a suspicious anonymous seller on a domestic trading website. One assistant reported while another flipped through the webpage, showing it to Artemio. Artemio's face remained tense as he scrutinized the information about the seller. Unknown gender, unknown age, and IP unknown. The only bit of substantial content was the account avatar showing half a red motorcycle wheel. According to our investigation, the 2 properties and 3 vehicles listed for sale belong to someone surnamed Wu. But whether it's, well, if it's Senior Wu still needs further confirmation after meeting them. Artemio nodded, send someone unfamiliar to meet the owner. If it is confirmed to be him, inform me immediately. Yes, Artemio. Artemio's eyes grew deep. He once thought Randy was that impatient young man. But now it seemed that the impatient one might be someone else. So, did Bjorn really agree to them? Holding Bjorn's file, looking at such an outstanding young man, Artemio's expression turned slightly sorrowful. In the post-apocalyptic world, how many people would give up tangible personal benefits for the abstract future of their country? If so many couldn't do it, he could not demand it from Bjorn either. Though people have the right to choose, if you dare to harm Randy, I will never let you off easily. Artemio roared. Elsewhere, the night was just as restless. Magdalena originally planned to visit her daughter Bonnie in the psychiatric ward at the hospital. However, today's occurrences were too eerie, with odd phenomena happening one after another. Firstly, on her way home, Magdalena encountered a boy on the street who looked very much like Finley, but there was something uncanny about him. Then, upon returning home, Magdalena found a pair of unfamiliar children's shoes covered in blood neatly placed on the upper shelf of the shoe rack. It felt as if a very obedient child had specially come to visit. Startled, Magdalena fell to the ground, cold sweat running down her back. She nervously glanced around the house for any anomalies. After confirming everything was normal, she grabbed a black plastic bag, put the shoes inside, and threw them away. When Magdalena returned home and opened the door, the pair of children's shoes she had thrown away was again neatly placed where it was before. Magdalena felt her mental state crumbling. She clutched her head and screamed loudly, mentally distressed. Trying to calm down, Magdalena thought about packing some valuables and staying at the hospital with Bonnie for 10 days or half a month. Ideally, she wouldn't return home for the next few days. However, when she tried to leave with her packed belongings, the doorknob broke off in her hand. Magdalena looked at the broken doorknob in her hand, sweating profusely. Don't panic. Normal phenomenon, she reassured herself. When she bought the door lock, Magdalena chose a cheaper one. This type of lock had the keyhole outside, so if the indoor handle broke, one would be locked inside. Magdalena thought for a long time, then found the number of a locksmith she had saved earlier and dialed it without hesitation. After a few seconds, someone picked up the call. Hello, sir, I'm from North City Community. Di Milena, right? A boy's voice came through the phone. Terrified, Magdalena dropped the phone. The phone on the ground continued to remain connected. Milena Di tilde, don't you welcome Xiaobao? Why are you in such a hurry to go out? The boy's sad accusation came from the phone. Magdalena's legs turned weak, and she collapsed on the ground. The child on the phone kept talking. Magdalena's scalp tingled as she quickly crawled over and ended the call. Just as Magdalena felt relieved, the bathroom door behind her creaked open halfway. Magdalena's pupils instantly dilated. Her neck stiffened as she twisted her head to look. From the crack of the bathroom door, Finley's bloodstained face peeked out, eerily smiling at her. Finley waved his phone. Milena Di, long time no see. Magdalena looked at the child, rolled her eyes back, and fainted on the spot. When Magdalena woke up, it was already pitch dark outside. Her hands and feet were tied, and a piece of tape covered her mouth. She lay in the hallway of the old residential building. The eerie red light in the hallway flickered incessantly. Magdalena's body lay on the upper level of the stairs. Following her line of sight downward, at the bottom of those dozen steps was where Finley had fallen to his death. Behind her, the bloody Finley obediently squatted in front of Magdalena. Milena Di, why don't we play a game together, Tilda? Just like that night, however you pushed me down, I'll push you down the same way. Finley leaned close to Magdalena's ear and whispered. If you don't die, I'll keep pushing you. When you're about to die, I'll cut off your head and use it as my ball. Doesn't that sound good, Milena Di Tilda? Tears welled up in Magdalena's eyes as she shook her head vigorously at Finley. Finley reached out with his small hand and tore off the tape covering Magdalena's mouth. As soon as Magdalena opened her mouth, she screamed for help crazily. Help! Is anyone here? Help! Despite her loud voice, no one dared to open their door in response in the dead of night. Finley became angry. He bent his small body, flipping Magdalena, trying to push her down the stairs. Realizing screaming was useless, Magdalena kept pleading with Finley. Don't, Xiaobao, Milena Di was wrong. Milena Di is sorry. Finley's voice was filled with anger. Where did you go wrong? Are you trying to lie again? You don't even know what you did wrong. Magdalena also began to roar, her voice thick with tears. It was Milena Di who hurt you. That night, Milena Di had a bad temper and shouldn't have kicked you down the stairs. It's all Milena Di's fault. Milena Di killed you. Wail wail. Finley paused in his attempt to push Magdalena. His nose suddenly stung as he stared disbelievingly at Milena Di, tears rolling down his eyes in big drops. Bang! A huge white spotlight lit up in the hallway. The dim hallway immediately became bright. Countless faces appeared above the hallway. Several police officers and auxiliary police, a curly-haired auntie and old friends, Finley's parents, relatives who came to help, even neighbors from the residential building. Chapter 161, Bjorn resigns. The child playing Finley came running and fell into his mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. That child was crying with extra sorrow, almost fainting at one point. The Serena whom Xiaobao respected so much turned out to be the real culprit who harmed Xiaobao. The assistant police officer obtained all the audio and video recordings. This time, Magdalena couldn't escape. The curly-haired aunt cried sadly. Where, poor little Xiaobao, where, how could he encounter such a wicked person? The assistant police officer comforted her by patting her shoulder. Don't worry, auntie. Xiaobao has already awakened and is recovering well. After Finley regained consciousness, he identified Magdalena in front of the police. However, the testimony of a 3- or 4-year-old child, whose brain had also been injured, could not be used as key evidence to convict Magdalena. Instead, it might even backfire and make the only eyewitness testimony legally ineffective. To capture Magdalena quickly, the assistant police officer suggested some extreme methods. They found a Shu family kid who looked similar, put on heavy makeup to impersonate Xiaobao. Combined with lighting and strobe effects, they avoided any close-up exposure between the two. The boys' fleeting appearances on the street relied on quick coordination between people and vehicles for swift relocation. What worried them most was that Magdalena might recognize the subtle differences in Xiaobao's voice. But fortunately, Magdalena was too guilty to think clearly. Upon seeing the vengeful child, she immediately believed it was Finley. Male police officers handcuffed Magdalena and escorted her back to the station. The assistant police officer said to the female police officer, "Sis, see how big a contribution I've made. Can I turn permanent now?" The female police officer seemed hesitant. "Your methods were rather unconventional. Strictly speaking, you should be detained for a few days yourself." Hearing this evaluation, the assistant police officer's expression instantly deflated. "But," the female police officer changed her tone, "it's the end times now, who cares about that?" Hearing this, the assistant police officer's face lit up. He immediately stepped forward, hugged the female police officer, and kissed her forehead fiercely. The female police officer's eyes widened in shock. Before she could explode in anger, the assistant police officer spread his arms wide, shouted loudly, and ran off like crazy. Realizing what happened, the female police officer blushed furiously. She immediately got enraged, bent down to take off her shoe, and threw it hard at the assistant police officer. The overexcited assistant police officer felt a pain in the back of his head. He cleverly pretended to be knocked out and lay on the ground. Randy's last day of rest. Artemio and Giles had a private conversation in the temporary meeting room inside the villa. Artemio took out a thick pile of documents. These were proof of Bjorn selling his properties and donating his assets over the past 3 days. They also included high-definition photos taken during Bjorn's meetings with house buyers. Outjen, we really need to watch out for Bjorn. He's been acting oddly lately. Artemio laid all the documents in front of Giles. He continued, Bjorn has sold all his assets, indicating he may be preparing for an all-out battle. Giles quickly flipped through the documents, frowning. Artemio's tone became angry. Bjorn has been deliberately getting closer to Randy these past few days, probably collecting information on her weaknesses for some secret agenda. Giles finished reading the documents and put them away. Artemio, aren't you overthinking this? Bjorn betraying us. How is that possible? Giles still found it hard to believe. Standing on Bjorn's side, seeing Artemio always making things difficult for Bjorn, Giles couldn't help but defend him. Bjorn has followed me for many years, and I know his character. At worst, he just likes hanging around with young people because they look good. No, absolutely not, Artemio waved his hand to deny. He explained. As you said, Bjorn has been in intelligence for many years, and we all know he isn't frivolous with feelings. So how could he approach Randy just because she looks pretty? There must be something wrong with Bjorn. His intentions toward Randy are definitely malicious. Believe me, Outjen, Bjorn might have already agreed to join the strange world. Artemio grew angrier as he spoke. But Giles still didn't want to believe it. Giles patted Artemio on the shoulder to comfort him. Oh, Artemio, I understand Bjorn. He's not the kind of person who would betray the country for personal gain. He truly isn't that kind of person. Artemio angrily roared. He is. Selling his house, car, donations, aren't these pieces of evidence enough? There must be something wrong with Bjorn, and I'll stand by every word I say. Just as they were arguing intensely, the door to the temporary meeting room suddenly opened. Bjorn unexpectedly pushed the door open and, perhaps he had overheard their conversation, Bjorn's expression was somewhat complicated. His eyes flickered as he stepped forward and handed Giles a resignation letter. Minister, I might not be able to come for a very long time. Bjorn kept his head lowered, his tone cautious. Artemio grunted, giving Bjorn no face at all, and directly pointed at Bjorn's nose to scold him. I said this kid has problems. You didn't believe me. He must have resigned to join the eerie world. Artemio was interrupted by Bjorn halfway through. I'm sorry, Minister, Senior. Bjorn bowed to them. He took off the wig on his head, revealing the smooth bald scalp underneath. Artemio and Giles were simultaneously stunned, their eyes wide open. In fact, my Benedict has been giving me radiation therapy, but the condition is still not optimistic. Bjorn put back on the wig, looking sad. In these final days of my life, I think it's time for me to lay down these burdens. Bjorn handed his medical examination report to the two seniors and bowed deeply again. Giles stared at the report, momentarily too shocked to react. He gazed into the distance, suddenly feeling a wave of sorrow. So, all this time, you've been selling off all your assets because, Giles held back tears, his voice choked with emotion. It's because I can no longer enjoy them. I only hope that those savings can help people in need, said Bjorn. After speaking, Bjorn cast a meaningful glance at Artemio and explained. Also, these past few days, I took care of Randy simply because I wish for her to carry the hopes of the nation and represent our country with glory after I'm gone. Bjorn's words were clearly directed at Artemio. Artemio's accusations against him, Bjorn had heard everything. Hearing Bjorn's sincere clarification, Giles gave Artemio a slightly reproachful look. Bjorn, we believe you. After all these years working for the country, others may not know, but we certainly do. Giles patted Bjorn's shoulders twice. Feeling embarrassed under Giles and Bjorn's actions, Artemio's face turned slightly awkward. For the next 10 minutes, Giles and Bjorn continued talking closely. Artemio sat sullenly in his wheelchair, staring melancholically at the scenery, left unattended. After bidding farewell to Giles, Bjorn straightened his appearance and walked out of the villa. He stepped out, and the sadness on his face eased slightly. The bodyguards nodded at Bjorn, who responded with a faint smile. Bjorn went alone to the garage in the backyard. In his mind, a strange horse system voice sounded. Congratulations, host, you shaved your head once and tricked everyone. Ha 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 ha. Bjorn just lifted his lips, not responding much to the system. He held up a foreign bank card with his slender fingers and handed it over to the system. Send the money here. Bjorn said coldly. The email mentioned that if he agreed to enter the eerie world, they would not only resurrect his wife and child but provide inexhaustible wealth. Selling properties and donating savings were merely misleading tactics. Whether Bjorn lived or died in the future, his family would never worry about money again. Card number received. Once the host enters the eerie world, 9999999999999 plus immense wealth will take effect immediately. When will I enter the instance? Bjorn asked. The system replied, the timing isn't right yet. Please go home and grow your hair, wait patiently. This action successfully completed the pre-task contact Randa submit resignation. Now announcing task rewards. Once the host enters the eerie world, a free eerie sun will be provided. In a blink, a deck of skeleton poker cards appeared in Bjorn's hand. Without shuffling, he drew the top card and submitted it to the system. On the card, a cute little boy in green clothes tried to bat his eyes at him. The system issued a happy notification. The eerie sun drawn by the host comes from the Sunshine Orphanage Memorial Room. Jameson. Chapter 162, Hell Amusement Park, New Instance. That night, after Randy fell asleep, both her consciousness and body arrived in a chaotic area. In the chaotic zone, there was only one deep, dark and long silent corridor in front of Randy. Accompanied by 5 creaking door opening sounds, the 5 iron doors behind Randy slowly opened. Behind those 5 iron doors were the 5 instances Randy had completed. And now, Randy stood in front of the 6th tightly closed iron door. Taking a deep breath, Randy stretched out her hand, preparing to push the door open. At this moment, a voice called out to her. "Mommy, wait for me." A childish voice came from the darkness at the end of the corridor. Gabrielle flashed over in 2 or 3 steps and clung to Randy's shoulder. Gabrielle's voice carried excitement. "Mommy, my brother says he found Daddy. Good news, congratulations." Randy smiled. Gabrielle told me his dad is a bald man riding a motorcycle. Gabrielle tried hard to recall what Jeffrey had told him. Randy showed a slight look of surprise. She then continued stretching out her right hand and pushed open the iron door. As the iron door opened, the eerie red light outside made Randy squint slightly. This time, Randy found herself in an open-air square. It was noisy and bustling with human voices everywhere. Looking up, a blood-red sun hung low on the horizon. The entire sky seemed as if it had been dyed in blood. Randy looked around. 100 meters directly ahead, a Ferris wheel was slowly rotating. To her left front, screams of terror came from the drop tower where groups of men and women were screaming. To her right front, a long queue formed in front of the carousel as visitors took turns sitting down. The place Randy arrived this time was the outdoor square of an amusement park. Just as Randy was observing, a little boy tourist hopped 4 or 5 meters in front of Randy, picking up a new, unopened 3D glasses. "Daddy, look how cool I am." Keaton put on the glasses and turned back to show off to his parents walking behind. But no one knew what the little boy saw. Suddenly, he sat on the ground, his small body starting to tremble uncontrollably. Then, he burst into tears. New instance. Instance name Hell Amusement Park. Instance description Hell Amusement Park is a large amusement complex invested and built by the Ghostface organization. Here, you can experience thrilling drop towers, sinister haunted houses, romantic carousels, and other entertainment activities. However, according to records, none of the tourists sent here have ever come out alive. Clearance conditions. 1. SSS level, successfully complete 4 projects and leave alive. 2. S level, go to the beverage area, get a colorful ice cream, and die painlessly in sweetness. 3. A level, find the red-nosed clown in the amusement park, let him take you to the personnel department, and apply to become a staff member of the amusement park. Your bound family member for this instance, Magdalena. Wish you, enjoy the game. After hearing the system's announcement of the instance rules, Randy frowned slightly. Among these 3 clearance conditions, except for the SSS level which is difficult, the other 2 are easy to achieve. The S level mainly aims Tolai to trade her own death for a successful clearance of the Hell Amusement Park instance. If Randy voluntarily kills herself, China can be spared from this strange tale. This method of using the hat of national righteousness to force Randy to kill herself allows them to remove Randy effortlessly. And the A level guides Randy to betray the country. If Randy chooses the A-level clearance method, not only can she survive, but she will also be recognized as having successfully cleared the instance, avoiding this strange tale for China. Whether it is the S level or the A level, it is extremely advantageous for the Ghostface organization. Either killing Randy or turning Randy. If Randy wants to resist, she can only choose the most difficult SSS level clearance method. However, Randy looked up at the various amusement facilities in the amusement park. Everyone playing here was smiling, screaming, cheering, and jumping with joy. These amusement projects, would they really be that much fun? Perhaps for Randy, every project hides potential danger. Just as she was thinking, 50 meters diagonally in front of Randy, a staff member dressed in a bee costume, holding a stack of flyers, walked straight towards Randy. The staff member in the bee costume took the top flyer from the stack and handed it to Randy. "Hello, do you want a map?" Randy reached out to take it. "Thank you." She flipped open the colorful flyer in her hand. The front side of the flyer featured a map illustrating the routes through the amusement park. The entire amusement park was laid out in an S-shaped route, featuring a total of 20 entertainment stations. Among these 20 stations, Randy could choose any 4 facilities to participate in. The text next to the map indicated that once she had participated in a game, she could ask the facility staff to stamp the map with a steel stamp. Collecting 4 stamps would serve as proof for her to leave the park. After browsing the map, Randy flipped the flyer to the backside. There, it recorded the relevant rules of the amusement park. Hell Amusement Park Visitor Code of Conduct. 1. Red-nosed clowns will always keep a smile. Remember, there are no clowns with frowning faces in the park. If you unfortunately encounter one with a frowning face, stay away from them immediately. 2. All patrol personnel wear long white uniforms and there are no patrol personnel in other colors. 3. There are no staff members dressed as yellow bees in the park. If you see such people wandering around, report them immediately to the nearest patrol personnel who know how to handle it. 4. If salespeople offer you a colorful ice cream from the beverage area, do not refuse. 5. If you hear cries for help amidst the laughter, do not be concerned, it may just be your hallucination. 6. For your safety, avoid being caught in the red rain that occurs at random times. 7. The water park has recently been renovated into the ice park. With fewer visitors and no wait times, you can visit with peace of mind. 8. It is not recommended to buy 3D glasses from elderly vendors as their products are usually of poor quality and intended for one-time use only. Randy scanned the rules with her true eye. The first, third, fifth, and seventh rules were incorrect. Thus, Randy could easily deduce the following 4 points. 1. Clowns with frowning faces do exist in the park, and if encountered, there's no need to stay away from them. 2. There's no need to report staff members dressed as yellow bees. 3. Amidst the laughter, one might hear cries for help, which are not mere hallucinations. 4. An ice park with few visitors is not safe. Just as Randy finished analyzing the rules, the red sky over the park suddenly turned abnormal. Under the dim red sky, 2 bolts of white lightning appeared. Seconds later, accompanied by 2 dull thunderclaps, a downpour of red rain with a bloody smell began. Chapter 163, Class A Clearance. Hellish Paradise Visitor Guidelines Article 6. For your safety, please do not get caught in the red rain that falls unpredictably around the amusement park. It is indeed true that one must avoid being caught in the red rain. Randy retrieved an umbrella from her storage space, quickly opened it, and held it above her head. This umbrella was a gift from Simona last time. If she didn't have an umbrella, Randy could also seek shelter in the nearest beverage area. However, the salesperson at the entrance of the beverage area would incessantly promote colorful ice creams to tourists seeking shelter from the rain. Under the blood rain, many visitors were running frantically. The areas where they were hit by the blood rain emitted wisps of black smoke. Their skin gradually began to erode and transform. Beneath their yellow skin, a grayish-white color appeared. This blood rain seems to be related to the contamination source. After observing for a while, Randy held her umbrella and walked to a slightly distant awning for shelter. The awning belonged to a snack shop. There were tables and seats under the awning, but they were mostly occupied. Only next to the family of 3 she had encountered earlier was there an empty seat with a boy's backpack on it. Randy went straight over. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" The mother of the little boy glanced at Randy and silently moved the backpack away. In her arms, she held her son with tightly closed eyes. Keaton, after a bout of intense crying, had either fainted or fallen into a deep sleep. But the 3D glasses he had found were now placed on the table in front of Randy. Hellish Paradise Visitor Guidelines Article 8. It is not recommended to buy the 3D glasses sold by the elderly gentleman, as his products are of poor quality and typically only serve for one-time use. This rule is true. The 3D glasses the little boy had found were most likely from the knower within the park. Recalling the boy's odd behavior just now, Randy grew more curious about the world inside the 3D glasses. Would the amusement park viewed through the 3D glasses differ greatly from what one sees with the naked eye? Considering the theme of Hellish Paradise, could the world seen through the glasses be the true Hellish Paradise? As Randy pondered this, the father of the little boy suddenly picked up the glasses with a serious expression and put them on. Curious, the father looked around through the glasses both near and far. Randy cautiously observed the changes in the father's expression. If there was something wrong with the world inside the 3D glasses, then the father should have some kind of extreme reaction. To Randy's surprise, after putting them on, the father calmly took off the glasses again. He complained to his wife, "Kai is usually not such a restless child. I don't know why he cried and threw a tantrum today." The mother hurriedly made a gesture for silence. "Sure, don't wake Kai up. It was hard enough getting him to sleep after all that crying." In his sleep, the boy named Kai clenched his small hands into fists and twitched occasionally, as if he were experiencing something terrifying. Randy shifted her gaze. She could confirm that there was a high probability that the 3D glasses had a problem, but why could Kai see the world inside while his father couldn't? Could this difference be due to their age? Just as Randy was wondering, a cheerful Alexa emerged from the nearby snack shop, laughing and waving a hot dog in her hand. She was being led by her Marlene, wearing the same style of 3D glasses as a decorative item. The girl looked about the same age as Kai, but she only acted coolly without any dramatic reactions like Kai. So, seeing the world inside the glasses isn't determined by age. Randy's eyes flickered slightly. If she could uncover the secret of the 3D glasses before the rain stopped, she might gain an advantage in passing through the games in the park safely. Outside, the red rain continued pouring down heavily. While Randy was contemplating, a flaming prop appeared before her. "Miss, could you please blow on this?" Looking up, Randy saw a red-nosed clown grinning widely. Randy lightly blew on the burning object. The small flame flickered and extinguished. At the moment the fire died out, the red-nosed clown slid his hand upward. A mesmerizing red rose bloomed before Randy. "Here, for you." The clown bent over, one hand behind his back and the other extending the fiery red rose with gentlemanly manners. "Is this how flowers are presented these days?" "Ha ha ha, I guessed right. Performing magic to give roses, huh? I just did the same for my teacher a couple of days ago." As the online stream viewers were buzzing with discussion, the red-nosed clown gave a meaningful glance toward Randy. Only Randy could see that it was not an ordinary bouquet of red roses. At the edges of the red rose petals, there was a line of extremely faint gold text. This was not a rose but a letter folded into the shape of a rose, concerning Class A clearance, an employee hiring invitation. Chapter 164, The Strange Case of Jinlin. Seeing that Randy did not take it for a long time, the red-nosed clown kept smiling and was not annoyed at all. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the red rose instantly transferred from his fingertip to be inserted into Randy's hair. Miss, the red rose suits you better. I hope that when the game ends, I will see a miss wearing a red rose instead of a white one. Farewell. After saying this, the red-nosed clown turned around politely and left. The clown walked to the edge of the canopy and took out a huge piece of red cloth to cover his body. With a shake of the red cloth, the figure of the clown disappeared with a bang. Only countless white balloons in memory of the deceased were flying towards the sky through the bloody rain. In the curtain of rain, thunderous thunders crack, crack echoed successively. One after another, the rolling thunder seemed to be weeping and warning visitors to escape as soon as possible. Well, friends, don't you feel curious? What do those free travel groups who picked us up this morning rely on for profit? At the next table, 4 young people were discussing enthusiastically while eating snacks. I'm also curious. Free pickup and drop-off services, exempting car fees, and park tickets, it seems they're losing money just to attract customers. It might be advertising. This park has only been built for less than half a year, possibly to attract tourists. There were some codes in what one person said. Randy glanced at the boy who spoke. He looked gentle and polite, taking advantage of the rain to modify codes on a laptop. He should be a student majoring in IT. What the Jude said about this something had been censored. Based on the context, he should be talking about this amusement park. Randy knew that the full name of this park is Hell Amusement Park. So there is a problem with this name. To other non-chosen ones, this place is not Hell Amusement Park, but has another name which they don't want the chosen ones to guess. Is the true name related to the truth here? The rain gets lighter, seemingly going to stop. A girl in light pink down jacket shouted excitedly at the next table. Let's go to the amusement ride later. I want to ride the roller coaster. The girl suggested to the other 3 excitedly. Among the other 3, a couple shook their heads in refusal. Forget it, my boyfriend and I always vomit on it. And that polite Jude refused to ride the roller coaster for fear of heights. That's fine, then I'll go alone, the girl said slightly gloomy. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up, ready to queue for the roller coaster in the drizzle. Before leaving, the girl at the couple reminded her. Leah, wait till the rain stops, don't get caught in the rain. Today the rain smells like fishy, bad smell. Leah, the girl in pink, didn't listen, it's okay. I'm going to take a bath tonight anyway. There are fewer queues now, I'll go first. Randy watched the girl enter the rain. Those boys and girls at the next table picked up the amusement park map in their hands and started browsing. Randy saw that the maps in their hands were different from hers. On the back of their maps, there were words, but they were regular safety instructions, not rules. None of the people inside the park realized that they were in trouble. They all thought it was an ordinary recreational game. Within the territory of China, numerous police stations in Jinlin City received tens of thousands of resident reports within a short period of half an hour in the morning. In the last 24 hours, a large number of residents in Jinlin City went missing. The report of missing persons must be reported after 24 hours. Therefore, early in the morning, telephone lines of various police stations were flooded, ringing non-stop. All Jinlin City police stations were busily working on this, and the internal system once fell into paralysis. The incident was quickly reported level by level and finally reached the intelligence department. How could this happen? Nathaniel, holding the documents, looked unusually solemn. He looked at the information of these missing persons. So many people just went missing. 10,000 people. Where could they go? Minister, a normal amusement park can accommodate thousands or even 10,000 people a day. Our Hu City Disneyland can receive 40,000 to 50,000 visitors on weekends. An investigator mentioned the known data. Hearing this, Nathaniel turned his head, looked at the tourists in the live stream, and gradually clenched the document. Have the photos of these missing residents been verified? Can they be matched with the tourists in the eerie world? Nathaniel asked the investigator. The team is conducting facial recognition now. Results should be out in an hour, the investigator replied. Then, he took out over 100 printed surveillance snapshots and handed them to Nathaniel with both hands. Minister, these are the last known locations of those missing residents. They all got into different buses, taxis, school buses, etc., at various times yesterday. Nathaniel pondered, so, the destinations of those vehicles are very likely to be the eerie world. He glanced at the live feed again. This amusement park had more than 1,000 visitors, but not up to 10,000. Therefore, it was possible that the 10,000 missing residents were sent in batches. If participating in the game meant death, then during the day, the eerie world could keep replenishing dead visitors every half hour, maintaining a consistently crowded state. But this was only Nathaniel's current personal speculation. Continue with the personnel verification. Report immediately once you have accurate results. Yes, Minister. On Randy's side. She stopped the cheerful Alexa wearing 3D glasses. Little sister, can you tell big sister where you bought your glasses? Randy needed to know the exact location of the Noah selling 3D glasses. If possible, she wanted to find a way to get a pair of 3D glasses and study it thoroughly. The Alexa took off her 3D glasses, thought for a moment, and said, "These glasses aren't bought. A younger sister gave them to me." Then, Do you remember where that younger sister is? I saw her in the children's playground. The Alexa pointed towards a distant area with large colorful murals and showed it to Randy. Randy looked in that direction. It was a place where parents bring their children to play. There were too many kids. It was impossible to identify the Alexa who received the 3D glasses. Big sister, the flower on your table is so beautiful. Can you give it to me? The Alexa pointed at the red roses. Randy held the red rose and smiled as she handed it to her, of course. The Alexa took the red rose and skipped away happily. After leaving Randy, the bouquet inexplicably ignited with a blue flame. As the blue flame burned out, the crimson color of the rose gradually faded, transforming into a white rose. Chapter 165, Stirring Public Indignation. After Randy returned to her seat, the father of the family trio offered her the pair of 3D glasses. Ashley, do you want this pair of glasses? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Mr. Kai must have picked up on Randy's intention to buy the 3D glasses. Seeing her husband about to give away their son's item, the mother's expression soured, but with Randy present as a guest, she merely looked displeased without causing a scene. Randy took the glasses with a smile. Thank you. Since someone was willing to give them away, Randy accepted it gladly. After all, these 3D glasses might conceal some secrets. At this point, the blood rain outside had mostly ceased. The sky gradually cleared up. Wearing the 3D glasses, Randy turned and walked into the square. Behind her, Mrs. Kai complained to her husband. That belongs to our son. How could you give it away without Kai's consent? I don't know what you're thinking. Didn't you ask the child? What's the big deal? Ely defended himself. I saw that Kai suddenly started crying uncontrollably because of those glasses. Why keep something so eerie? Should we let it continue harming our son? As Randy walked further away, she no longer heard the couple's conversation. She now wore the 3D glasses. But apart from looking cool, these glasses, with their red left lens and blue right lens, seemed unremarkable. With the glasses on, Randy saw nothing different in the amusement park compared to what her naked eyes perceived. Still wearing the glasses, she prepared to find the first ride. Passing by the Tower of Terror, she heard people screaming and shouting in delight. Amongst the joyous sounds, there was a burly man's voice pleading for mercy. But within a second, his cries of pain turned into excited shouts of cheer. Wow. Rule 5 of Hell Amusement Park Visitor Guidelines. If you hear some cries for help amidst laughter, don't worry, it might just be your imagination. Based on this misleading rule, the cries for help from the burly man were real, not an illusion. Could he be experiencing something terrifying? Randy pulled herself back to reality. If there was any mystery surrounding the Tower of Terror, anyone on it wouldn't be able to move. Randy should choose a ride that doesn't use safety belts to immobilize passengers. Considering Rule 6, where red rain falls at unpredictable intervals. To avoid getting drenched, Randy decided on an indoor attraction. After some selection, Randy, still wearing the 3D glasses, arrived at a 150-meter high Ferris wheel. A long queue had already formed before the Ferris wheel, and Randy joined the line at the end. While queuing, a female college student came over with her friend, talking, and accidentally stepped on Randy's heel. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The female student quickly pulled out a tissue from her handkerchief and handed it to Randy. Use this to wipe off the dirt. I'm really sorry. No problem, Randy wiped casually with the tissue, not too bothered. Hey, sister, you. The female student stared at Randy's face in surprise. You look so much like our country's chosen one. Wow, that's too similar. The female student widened her eyes in amazement. She nudged her friend and said, Hey Poppy, does she look like chosen one Randy to you? I watch Randy's live streams often, she looks exactly the same. Her more introverted friend also appeared surprised upon seeing Randy clearly. Randy should be resting after 3 days and isn't supposed to be in Huagua, right? Speculated the friend. The female student took out her phone to check if Randy was streaming. That's odd, why is there no signal on my phone? Poppy, can your phone connect to the internet? I don't have a signal either. Hearing the discussion behind her, Randy felt a hint of doubt. These tourists, are they from Huagua? Are they not NPCs from the bizarre world? Randy's heart suddenly jolted. Her pupils contracted sharply as she scanned the area. So, the 1,000 or so tourists in this amusement park are all living citizens of Huagua. Just then, through the perspective of the 3D glasses, lines of text floated in front of her vision. Damn, isn't that my sister? Isn't she in Jinlin? How did she appear in the live stream? Please help the citizens of Jinlin City. We've lost tens of thousands of people. I can't reach my relatives in Jinlin either. What's going on? Is there a separate strange tale descending upon Jinlin City? The chat messages that should have appeared in the livestream now floated before Randy through the 3D glasses. Just as Randy was puzzled, a system-embedded voice sounded in Randy's mind and in the Huagua livestream. If Chosen One Randy completes this mission successfully, all hostages in Jinlin City will be safely returned. If Chosen One Randy completes this mission successfully, all hostages in Jinlin City will be safely returned. After speaking, the system produced a series of rapid beeps. This urgent warning disrupted Randy's thoughts and more so, the minds of Huagua citizens. Many people, whose interests were directly affected, were already in an uproar. Especially the families of the hostages residing in Jinghai City. Upon getting the news, they immediately organized themselves and all went to the intelligence department, kneeling outside and refusing to rise. Minister Shia, please, wailing. Please communicate with Randy and ask her to choose an easier way to clear the mission. Wailing, we only have this one son. If Randy chooses the hardest mode and fails, what will happen to our son? Wailing, yes. It's so dangerous in the amusement park, every second inside risks death. By the time Randy finishes the 4 tasks, our families might already be dead. Outside the intelligence department, Artemio sat in his wheelchair behind the glass door, watching the increasing number of agitated civilians outside with mixed feelings. Artemio had his assistant push him to the entrance. The bodyguards outside spread their arms, blocking the noisy residents trying to rush in. Do you hear yourselves? Artemio's emotions surged. He rebuked angrily, you asking Randy to complete it at level A is forcing her to betray the country. Is this what a citizen of Huagua should say? Speaking emotionally caused Artemio to spit and his face turned red. With such a roar from Artemio, the agitated residents fell silent for a moment. As Artemio was angry, an unknown voice broke the silence. Then let's go for an S-level completion. Let Randy eat the colored ice cream, she can die painlessly, and we can retrieve our families. Isn't that right, everyone? Hearing this idea, the crowd responded with loud agreement. Yes, let Randy achieve an S-level completion. That's easy too. Let Randy eat the colored ice cream. Anyway, both of Randy's parents are dead. Even if she dies, it shouldn't matter much. Previously seen in Randy's options, the representative slanderer, the big man picking feet in the small dark room, seeing the public anger he provoked, quickly lowered the brim of his cap. Satisfied, he squeezed out of the noisy crowd. Chapter 166, Talent. After the man in the baseball cap slipped away from the crowd, he headed towards a hidden side path. Nathaniel, who was upstairs on the 2nd floor of the intelligence department, watched the back view of the man in the baseball cap with slightly narrowed eyes. He gave a signal to the investigator next to him. Go and investigate where that troublemaker comes from. Yes, Minister. Just as the investigator accepted the task and withdrew, a communicator outside the door knocked on it anxiously. Knock, knock. Minister, there's an emergency. Come in. The communicator entered the room, presenting a sealed envelope into Nathaniel's hands with both hands. Minister, the Jinghai Municipal Public Security Bureau has sent over surveillance videos. They say the situation is urgent and ask for you to check it personally. While Nathaniel took the envelope, tore the seal, and retrieved the USB drive, he walked quickly to the computer desk, plugged in the USB file, and swiftly opened it. The surveillance video started playing. It was related to Loretta. In recent days, Loretta, confined in the detention center, seemed to have gone mad. She appeared bewitched, frantically pulling at something non-existent around her neck with both hands. From the surveillance footage, it looked like Loretta's neck was being tightly strangled by something. Loretta's breaths were intermittent. The veins on her neck and forehead bulged, and she screamed hoarsely. No, don't, I will give you money. Begging you. Don't kill me. In the surveillance video, Loretta tried to pull at the invisible weapon to avoid suffocating to death. Her face had turned the color of liver. However, besides Loretta herself, there was no killer in that room. Police officers came one after another. Is there something wrong with the prisoner's mental state? Is it mental illness? Should we send her to the hospital? Just as the police officer pulled out the key to open the iron gate and enter to inspect, an invisible hand also grabbed the police officer's neck. The officer's neck was gripped, feet off the ground, suspended in the air. Seeing this, his colleagues rushed to the adjacent storage room. A colleague fetched a meat cleaver, which was just confiscated from a rioter in the market, and slashed it into the gap between the iron gate and the officer's neck. With one swift motion, the strangled officer was saved. A woman's hand wearing an expensive watch, now covered in blood, fell to the ground, revealing its shape. It's a ghost story. Loretta has been possessed by a ghost story. Don't get close to her. Loretta must have done something to violate some rules, so she's being killed. Everyone be careful and do not let the ghost story get to you. Many policemen retreated. Under everyone's watch, Loretta was dragged to the corner, grabbing her own neck and kicking her legs non-stop. Soon, Loretta's consciousness became blurry, her brain hypoxic, and her strength waned. Within 3 minutes, Loretta kicked her legs twice and died. Nathaniel shut down the video with a serious expression, his brows tightly furrowed. Loretta is dead. Sighing, Nathaniel rubbed his forehead, concluding what he least wanted to see. Loretta didn't die early or late, she died right when Randy entered the amusement park scenario, bound to Loretta. With Loretta's death, Randy lost her backup shield. This meant every step Randy took couldn't go wrong. Go and bring Loretta's body back to the morgue, but do not bury it yet. Yes, Minister. The communicator agreed and turned to leave the room. Nathaniel looked at Randy in the live stream on the big screen beside him. She should have received a message from the system. Now, whether it was the civilians of Jinlin City or the loss of her damaged transfer talent, everything was pushing Randy to make choices more beneficial and easier for her own survival. Any mentally stable person would not continue to resist under such high risk and public pressure against the mask organization. I wonder what choice Randy will make. In the live stream, Randy, standing in the queue, indeed received a prompt message saying connection to the real-world Loretta failed a few minutes ago. Randy was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Loretta is dead? Given her nature, Loretta didn't seem like someone who would do something reckless. Was her death caused deliberately by the mask organization? To cut off all Randy's self-preservation methods and force her to stop resisting them. Just as Randy was deep in thought, she reached the front of the queue. Miss, this round is full. Please wait patiently for the next batch. A staff member in a long white uniform extended her hand to block Randy's path and casually shut the waist-high gate. The Ferris wheel at this amusement park did not operate by continuously rotating, allowing people to get on and off at any time. Instead, it would start uniformly once a batch of tourists was seated. Randy nodded, okay. Standing outside the small gate, Randy observed the visitors inside the park. Before entering the Ferris wheel cabin, all these visitors had to step onto an electronic device that displayed numbers, as if they were undergoing a health check. The staff member responsible for the area diligently recorded something in a notebook. And visitors exiting the cabin had to go through another check before leaving. The Ferris wheel staff would record the information of these departing visitors again. Randy shifted her gaze to the notice board beside the small gate. It displayed the riding rules for the Ferris wheel. Hell Amusement Park Ferris wheel rules. 1. A complete rotation of the Ferris wheel takes 15 minutes. Please wait patiently and do not cut in line. 2. Flammable or explosive items are prohibited in the cabins. Before entering the cabin, please follow the staff's instructions for item inspection. 3. Ensure 3 to 4 people per cabin. 4. For your safety, do not open the cabin door. 5. After the game ends, a life value above 50 means you have passed the game. Upon finishing reading the last rule, it seemed a mechanism was triggered. Almost instantly, a red number appeared above every visitor's head. Randy scanned around, puzzled. She noticed that the most common numbers above visitors' heads within the amusement park were 0 and 100. There were also a few visitors with numbers between 0 and 100, like 20, 30. Above Randy's own head was a number, 100. Could these suddenly appearing numbers be life values? At that moment, the thunderous cheers from the main road drew Randy's attention. She looked over. A group of visitors followed a red-nosed clown who was performing in the center of the park's main avenue. They cheered loudly and clapped their hands. The clown held a torch. He drank a mouthful of odorless kerosene and then sprayed it into the air, performing a fire-breathing stunt among the crowd. The flames danced around. The scene was spectacular and lively. In the distance on the main road, a giant inflatable yellow hornet balloon was slowly ascending. Chapter 167, Energy Bracelet. Randy retracted her gaze and shifted her eyes towards the Ferris wheel project. Several visitors in front of Randy, after being inspected by the staff, smoothly entered the last passenger cabin. Randy noticed the data left on the electronic device after the final visitor left. There were no words, only a string of numbers, 150. Apart from this, there was not a bit of extra information. What could this string of numbers on the device mean? After the last visitor entered the carriage, the staff member beside started the power, initiating a new round of rotation for the Ferris wheel. Randy watched as the Ferris wheel cabin at the very bottom slowly ascended counterclockwise due to mechanical motion. With the ascending rotation of the Ferris wheel, the life values above those tourists' heads gradually decreased from 100 little by little. Just as Randy intended to observe closely, she felt an unusual sensation on her right wrist. Lowering her eyes, she saw a semi-transparent bracelet with a green halo was shrinking from large to small, fitting perfectly on her right wrist. Energy bracelet is in place. The game is about to begin. The energy range of the bracelet is 0 to 9999, initial value is 5000, please be informed. A floating fluorescent number 5000 appeared above Randy's bracelet. Just as Randy was puzzled by this, a glaring line of text popped up inside her 3D glasses. Randy, stop struggling, please go to your death. After this line floated by, Randy felt a slight sting on her right wrist. The floating value of the energy bracelet dropped from 5000 to 4980. Randy was slightly shocked. Under the influence of that sentence, more glaring texts appeared in the perspective of Randy's 3D glasses. Please consider the bigger picture, Randy. Choose the easier way to pass through. Please sacrifice your own life, Randy, to save the lives of tens of thousands of hostages in Jinlin City. Please make a sacrifice for the country. How selfish Randy really is. Why should over 10,000 people play games with her? What qualifications does she have to decide everyone's life or death? If Randy fails, everyone will die with her. Begging you. Why can't you learn smartly? I've never hated anyone so much. Praying for Randy's death, thank you. It's no wonder the entire Jiang family died out, raising such a selfish daughter. The malicious bullet comments continued one after another. The burning sensation on Randy's wrist worsened. The floating value on the bracelet rapidly fell from 4980 to 4020. Different content in the bullet comments led to different rates of value decline, but it kept falling. When the value broke 4000, Randy's knees gave way, and she fell to the ground without any strength. Oh, sister. The college girl behind her quickly supported Randy. How are you? Are you feeling hypoglycemic because you didn't eat breakfast? The college girl and her companion helped Randy up. Randy's lips turned pale, unable to describe her current feeling. It was as if all her strength had been suddenly drained away. She found it extremely strenuous even to stand up. The college girl hastily opened her bag, took out a fruit candy, tore open the packaging, and fed the candy into Randy's mouth. Her friend also took out a new bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and offered the water to Randy's lips. Looking at Randy's condition in the live stream, Brent, who was having a meeting in the conference room, seemed to sense something. Before Brent could instruct, all the experts in the meeting room simultaneously took out their phones, opened the live stream, and sent dozens of supportive bullet comments for Randy. The group of around 20 men in the expert panel, naturally understood the secret behind the life value and the energy bracelet after years of experience. Life value, tied to the life of the tourist, decided whether they would live or die. A life value of 0 meant the tourist's death. These tourists would probably be led to a certain place within the park by the staff, then destroyed uniformly. The number on the energy bracelet was bound to public sentiment and public opinion in China. Judging from the abnormal phenomenon earlier, it seemed that the more support Randy received within China, the higher her energy value would be. However, if derogatory voices against Randy prevailed, then what happened earlier would occur. Randy's energy value plummeted sharply, and it might even affect her energy levels and physical conditions like vitality. Even if Randy's life value was 100, if her energy value was too low, she would only be a walking corpse, let alone have the strength to pass through the game. At this moment, the experts who saw the clues were all furious at the malicious bullet comments in the live stream. The men in their 40s and 50s were now full of vigor, engaging in arguments with the young adults in their 20s in the comment section. Brent quickly used the administrator privileges to kick out all the senders of those malicious bullet comments from the Huagua live stream room. Within just 2 minutes, he expelled 70 to 80 Water Army accounts. But it was still far from enough. Brent immediately enabled full mute, then unbanned the expert accounts to send friendly comments and clear the screen in the comment section. 5 minutes passed. The number on Randy's energy bracelet increased again from less than 3,000 points to over 5,000. Under Brent's tense operation, his finger muscles began to twitch and spasm. He slammed the table angrily and stood up. Someone must be deliberately causing trouble. How could this be such a coincidence? Randy just put on the bracelet, and even we haven't figured out the principle of the bracelet yet, but the wind direction in the comment section suddenly got out of control. Brent clenched his fists. Technicians, immediately investigate the detailed IP addresses of the accounts spreading negativity. Others temporarily control the screen. In the live stream room, after the value of Randy's energy bracelet rose, her body gradually recovered its strength. She nodded lightly at the 2 girls who helped her, smiling politely. Thank you, I'm feeling much better now. Randy took off her 3D glasses which had been swarming with bullet comments. Although she chose not to see the bullet comments, Randy could still feel that the text of those bullet comments was affecting the value on the energy bracelet and her physical state. Seeing that Randy's condition stabilized, the female college student felt relieved and sighed in relief. A sense of joy from helping others surged within her, and she volunteered. Right, sister, the Ferris wheel in this amusement park requires 3 to 4 people per cabin. Why don't we go together? It's perfect with 3 of us, we can fill 1 cabin. Chapter 168 The Secret of the Ferris Wheel. The female college student didn't glance at Randy's shoulder at all while speaking. Randy deduced that they couldn't see the Carter. After some thought, Randy nodded in agreement. Sure, let's go together. Why don't we become friends then? We can get to know each other a bit. The female college student said excitedly. My name is Alice, most people call me Momo. My friend's nickname is Jolene, and her full name is Connie. After introducing herself, the female college student patted her sister's shoulder and introduced her little sister to Randy. The little sister named Connie seemed a bit shy. After helping Randy up, she immediately returned and half hid behind Alice. This Connie must be someone with social anxiety. Randy looked at these 2 and replied with a smile, I'm Randy, like the river Jiang and the Li. Upon hearing Randy, Alice's pupils dilated for a moment. Her slender eyebrows rose high, and she froze with shock for 2 seconds. You wouldn't be that. Yes. Alice covered her mouth and sucked in another cold breath. She and Connie exchanged glances without prior agreement. They looked at Randy, then at themselves, suddenly seeming to have realized something. No wonder my phone kept losing connection today. It seems we've ended up in a strange world, Jolene. Alice exclaimed again. Should we run, Momo? Connie pushed Alice. I feel like continuing on the Ferris wheel could easily lead to death. Connie gave Randy a fearful glance. It seemed that wherever Randy was, danger lurked. Alice thought for a moment and turned to ask Randy, well, Randy, if Jolene and I try to escape now, will it still be in time? Randy curled her lips into a smile. Escaping directly would definitely be too late. You can choose to collect a map of the park, complete 4 projects, stamp the steel seal, and leave here. Or you can choose to stay properly inside the park until I finish and get them to let you leave. So, are there rule slips in the park? Alice asked Randy. Randy took out the map, flipped to the back, and showed them. These. So many, who can remember all that? Alice scratched her head. Jolene, how about we just follow Randy? It feels like we'd be more likely to die if we wander around freely. After some discussion, the 2 decided to temporarily follow Randy. The 3 continued chatting idly for a few more sentences. It wasn't until the previous batch of visitors had finished the game and exited the Ferris wheel cabin that Randy and the others were allowed to enter. However, Randy noted the vitality points of those leaving the Ferris wheel. All of these people's vitality points had dropped from the initial 100 to 0. Randy observed that after this group passed the electronic device inspection, a staff member led them all to the west gate of the amusement park. As the last visitor left, Randy quietly noted the number on their physical checkup, 33. This visitor's value was 150 before entering the Ferris wheel cabin. Now, after the Ferris wheel game ended, their detection value dropped from 150 to 33. Why would the measurement value drop so much after participating in the Ferris wheel project? What did this detection value represent? Did the change in value have any special meaning? This Ferris wheel presented countless mysteries to Randy. Miss, Please come over for an examination. The staff member's words interrupted Randy's thoughts. The staff member gestured and invited Randy to step onto the electronic equipment. After completing the body check and dangerous goods check, Randy smoothly entered the first cabin. Randy sat down on one side. Alice and Connie followed closely behind and sat opposite Randy. Two staff members within the park approached and closed the cabin door together. Then they took out a key and locked the door. Just as the cabin door was locked, the space around the three people, Randy, Alice, and Connie, suddenly changed. The surroundings turned into silver iron sheets. Randy, Alice, and Connie found themselves enclosed in an iron cubicle. They had entered the preparation state of the Ferris wheel game. In a corner of the iron cubicle's ceiling, there was something like a camera, staring intently at them. But in this iron space, the Carter on Randy's shoulder didn't follow. Randy initially guessed that this iron space might only affect living people. What's going on? In the next second after the space transformed, Alice jumped up from her seat. Alice stretched out her hand, pounding forcefully on the iron cabin door, trying to shout for help. Is anyone there? Is there a malfunction? Is there anyone to open the door? It's no use. They won't let us out, Randy said. The amusement park's attractions were fraught with danger. But even if visitors discovered this, choosing not to participate in any project would not allow them to escape alive from here. The Ghostface organization wouldn't let anyone who came here leave. The Ferris wheel game will last 15 minutes, Randy glanced at her watch. It hasn't started yet, but it should be soon. During the waiting period, the new cabins of the Ferris wheel filled up one by one. Then, the brake valve of the Ferris wheel was pulled down. Inside the iron cabin, the broadcast voice of a staff member echoed. Blazing Star Ferris wheel is about to start, wishing you a pleasant game. As soon as the words were spoken, outside the iron cabin, it seemed like some switch had been manually opened. The massive rumbling sound was very much like spraying fire. Within 30 seconds, the temperature inside the iron cabin had already risen. Under the heat conduction of the iron sheet, the entire small iron house space turned into a giant oven. This, what are they doing? It's getting hotter and hotter. There was a faint tremor in Alice's voice. She looked up at the iron walls all around, and the burning sound outside, guessing something. Connie also looked at Alice and Randy with concern. As the temperature in the iron cabin rose, their skin began to burn, their lips dried, and their vitality points dropped from 100. Randy glanced up. She and Alice, as well as Connie, now had their vitality points drop from 100 to 99. To pass the Ferris wheel challenge, their vitality points must remain above 50 before the game ends. So Randy had to escape this iron cabin scorching with intense heat before her vitality points fell below 50. At this moment, an announcement sounded inside the iron cabin. Attention all players, attention all players. Heat-insulating protective suits are provided under the cabin seats. Please retrieve and wear them promptly. Chapter 169 Heat-insulating protective suit. The prompt tone played 3 times consecutively. Randy and the others immediately got up from their seats to check the seat boxes underneath them, searching for the heat-insulating protective suits inside. Inside the metal cabin, there were a total of 4 fixed seats. But only 3 of these seats had cabinets. And at the openings of these 3 cabinets, they were all welded shut with iron material. With bare hands, it was impossible to open them. Damn, this is just deliberately teasing us. Alice kicked the cabinet twice, extremely frustrated. The temperature inside the metal cabin was kept constant at this moment. However, the dryness and scorching heat within the compartment still made the 3 people feel uncomfortable. Attention all players, attention all players. Among Box 01, Box 02, and Box 03, only one box contains the heat-insulating protective suit. You have one chance to choose and one chance to switch. Ultimately, you can only select one cabinet door. Please make your first choice now. Alice and Connie simultaneously cast their gazes toward Randy. Although they hadn't personally experienced it, they had occasionally come across several instances of Randy breaking through the situation during live streams. They both felt that Randy should be able to spot which box was abnormal right now. Randy didn't know whether it was due to being roasted by the high temperature or feeling embarrassed, but her skin was flushed red. When she tapped on the 3 boxes, the sounds were completely indistinguishable. They might have tampered with the sound. Don't always look at me, Randy smiled slightly, looking at the 2 of them with a hint of helplessness. These 3 boxes have no differences whatsoever, not even the most basic markings are present. We can only rely on guessing. Randy's was Box 01, Alice's was Box 02, and Connie's was Box 03. The 3 of them looked at each other, currently without any clues on how to solve the puzzle. Randy stood up, lowering her eyes in deep thought. She frowned and paced back and forth inside the metal cabin. Choose 1 out of 3. But there were no clues at all. Could it really only be a guess? Randy hugged her elbows, lightly tapping her index finger a couple of times. 1 second later, she suddenly lifted her eyes, a flash of brightness appearing in them. Do either of you have paper and a pen? Randy looked at Alice and Connie with bright eyes. Alice and Connie looked at Randy, confused, and nodded. They opened their backpacks simultaneously and rummaged through them. Once they gathered the paper and pen, they handed them over to Randy. Randy took the white paper and pen and divided the paper into 3 parts. On the first part, she wrote, Heat-insulating protective suit in Box 01. On the second part, she wrote, Heat-insulating protective suit in Box 02. On the third part, she wrote, Heat-insulating protective suit in Box 03. After finishing writing on the 3 slips of paper, Randy placed down the paper strips and activated the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth could verify the authenticity of words or rules. Since there were no words present now, she created the words herself. As long as it pertained to an issue of truth or falsehood, Randy could easily identify it. The protective suit is in box 02. Randy put away the slips of paper and made her judgment calmly. At the same time, Alice immediately shouted into the metal cabin speaker. We choose to open box 02. After Alice made her choice, the door of box 01 clicked and opened automatically. A wrong option has been eliminated for you. Box 01 is empty. Would you like to change your choice? Alice's gaze was resolute. Just as she was about to respond no, Randy suddenly called out to her from beside. Hold on. Randy stared seriously at the 3 slips of paper in front of her. It changed. The relevant text for boxes 01, 02, and 03 all turned into false status. All 3 boxes were empty. The Ghostface organization couldn't restrict Randy's special ability, the Eye of Truth. So they did some work inside the boxes. They probably used bizarre powers to temporarily clear out these 3 boxes to counter Randy's Eye of Truth. As for where the Ghostface organization would eventually place the protective suit, it was currently unguessable. Would you like to change your selection to box 02? The metal cabin continued to broadcast its urging question. Randy's face darkened. Switch, or not switch? Randy, regardless of whether we switch or not, the probability of success remains 1/3. Can we only take a gamble? Alice asked her. Randy rested her chin in her hand, pondering for a few seconds, without responding. That doesn't seem right, Connie contradicted. The probability should be 1/2. Now it's either box 02 or box 03 that has the protective suit. Isn't the probability 1/2? Alice felt parched and was on the verge of tears. How did this situation arise? Didn't they say there wouldn't be any dead ends? This probability problem, isn't it just a matter of luck? Alice complained anxiously. Randy listened to their conversation, and the light in her eyes suddenly flickered. Switch. We switch. Randy's tone was very certain. Chapter 170, The 3-Door Problem. Box number 01 has already been opened and cannot be selected. Therefore, Randy's change this time automatically adjusted the chosen box number 02 to box number 03. Randy, isn't this too risky? What if box number 03 is empty? We'll regret it. Alice looked at Randy with a troubled expression. Connie was also very uneasy. Randy gave them a determined look. Don't worry, I won't be wrong. Above the metal box, the announcement sound came through the speakers. Your final choice is box number 03. Now opening box number 03. As soon as the broadcast finished, box number 03 made a click sound and opened before everyone. Seeing a black zipped package inside, Alice was startled. There really is something amazing. Isn't this just luck? Alice exclaimed. Randy smiled without saying a word. Actually, this wasn't entirely about luck. This question fundamentally belongs to logical reasoning, so Randy's skill Eye of Truth had to be blocked by the Ghost Mask organization. In this choose 1 out of 3 problem, everyone's solution method is the same. Players must use logical deduction to make a wise high probability choice. 2 empty boxes, 1 filled box. Each group has 1 opportunity to choose and 1 opportunity to switch. However, the Ghost Mask organization will always open an empty box among the remaining 2 after the player makes their first choice and ask if they want to switch their initial choice. From the player's perspective, the probability of selecting any one of the 3 boxes empty box 1, empty box 2, or filled box is 1/3. 1. If the player first selects empty box 1, the Ghost Mask organization points out another empty box. By switching, the game is won for sure. 2. If the player first selects empty box 2, the Ghost Mask organization points out another empty box. By switching, the game is won for sure. 3. If the player first selects the filled box, the Ghost Mask organization points out an empty box. By switching, the game is lost. From the above 3 scenarios, if the player switches, the winning probability is 2/3, which is a high probability event. For most players without the Eye of Truth, as long as they can make the aforementioned logical deduction, they would naturally choose the higher probability switch. Perhaps in the real world, a high probability event doesn't mean it will definitely happen. But in the eerie world, high probability events must occur, otherwise it's a dead end. If the game is set up for low probability events to happen, then this question loses all meaning. Randy realized the truth about the changing nature of the notes not only because the Ghost Mask organization wanted to block her talent but more importantly, to ensure high probability events absolutely occur. The probability of selecting the filled box on the first try is indeed 1/3. But under subsequent conditions, there is a difference in probability between switching and not switching. This theory, which seems counterintuitive to most people, Randy has encountered something similar before. The famous 3-door problem proposed by the United States. The existence of the 3-door problem once sparked significant controversy. US PhDs ultimately used computer models to conduct Monte Carlo simulations, which concluded, switching the initial choice increases the player's winning chances. And with a sufficiently large number of experiments, the probability of winning by switching stabilizes toward 2/3. Because of this logic and experimental data, Randy firmly believed that switching was the right choice. In this question from the Ghost Mask organization, whether the first choice hits the target is no longer of practical significance. Because the internal state of the boxes is constantly changing. The Ghost Mask organization sets up this question to give most players a chance to survive by thinking, rather than relying on luck or cheats. Box number 03 door opened. Randy, Alice, and Connie quickly squatted beside Connie's seat, retrieving the package from under it. The zipper on the black bag was pulled open. Inside were 3 sets of pure white heat-resistant protective suits, clearly visible to the trio. Randy, Alice, and Connie each took a suit and put it on quickly. Just as they finished putting on the protective suits, the broadcast continued. Congratulations to the players in passenger cabins 01, 08, 13, and 29 for successfully obtaining heat-resistant protective suit. The constant temperature of the iron cabin will rise to the 2nd level within 2 minutes. Outside the iron cabin, the roar of the flamethrowers intensified. And the originally stable room temperature inside the iron cabin also sharply increased, gradually rising to the 2nd level. While the 1st level temperature made people sweat all over, lose body water, and feel a dry mouth and tongue, the current 2nd level room temperature made everyone inside feel like they were in an oven. Everyone was like fresh food enduring high temperature baking inside the oven. Randy could vaguely hear the cries of players from other cabins outside the iron cabin. There were even sounds of bang, bang, as someone kicked the iron plates. By now, Randy had basically understood the meaning of the Ferris wheel rule prohibiting flammable and explosive personal items. In a high-temperature environment, the Ghost Mask organization did not want players to die from explosions. What the Ghost Mask organization wanted to see was the painful process of players suffering in high temperatures without being able to survive. Randy glanced up at the surveillance camera. That thing on the other side was truly cruel. It showed no mercy towards hostages, or humans at all. At this point, Randy and the other two's health values had stabilized around 85. Although the numbers were still dropping, the rate of decline had slowed down significantly due to the protective suits. Randy rolled up her sleeve and glanced at her wristwatch. 11 minutes left. Endure for 11 more minutes, and we can pass this stage smoothly. Alice chimed in. Great, I hope everything goes well. For the next few minutes, the iron cabin remained at the 2nd level high temperature state, roasting everyone inside. The screams continued one after another, with groans of pain constantly echoing from surrounding iron cabins. Perhaps for tourists who did not participate in the game, most of these screams were inaudible. These cries only became an ethereal sound, drifting into the ears of a few tourists and becoming a hallucination-like existence. Just when Randy and the others thought the high-temperature crisis had temporarily passed, in the tightly enclosed iron cabin, a more serious problem emerged. Chapter 171, Oxygen for Only One Person. Inside the iron box roasted by high temperature, Randy and her 2 companions were experiencing varying degrees of cerebral hypoxia. The iron box had no ventilation ducts, it was simply a metal cube. Without any oxygen input, Randy and her 2 friends found breathing increasingly difficult. Alice collapsed on Connie's shoulder, looking unwell. Her mind became hazy, and she was taking large breaths through her mouth and nose in the low oxygen air. Their health points began to drop at an accelerating rate. Jiang, Randy, what should we do? Alice was now both thirsty and dizzy. She opened the bottle of mineral water and drank half of it in one gulp. Connie wasn't faring much better. She leaned her head against the metal wall, looking like she was about to faint. While Randy's mind was fuzzy, she looked towards the door of the iron box. Her mind was filled with images of 2 burly men in work uniforms exerting all their strength to close the cabin door. The cabin door seemed quite heavy. One person probably couldn't move it alone. And there was also that false rule number 4 of the Ferris wheel regulations. For your safety, please do not open the cabin door. The cabin door must be opened somehow. Could it be because the cabin door is so heavy that the organization came up with the rule 3 to 4 passengers must ride in one cabin? Just as Randy's thoughts were spinning, a new announcement came over the speakers. Attention all players, attention all players. Oxygen masks are being distributed to you now, please use them promptly. After the announcement ended, 3 oxygen masks appeared before them. Alice could hardly hold back. She grabbed the mask, slipped it through the opening in her heat insulation suit, placed it over her nose and mouth, and took deep breaths. Randy and Connie quickly followed suit. Just as they started to feel a little relief, another ominous message came from the Ghost Mask organization via the broadcast. The oxygen supply is only enough for one person to last throughout. Please allocate it reasonably. Less than a second after the broadcast ended, accompanied by a crisp clinking sound, 3 silver daggers fell to the ground. Upon hearing the sound, all 3 turned their heads to look at the daggers. The meaning behind these daggers was obvious. The Ghost Mask organization wanted to see them fight each other over the oxygen supply. If Randy had been randomly paired with strangers rather than with Alice and Connie, the current crisis would likely have been very difficult to handle. Alice asked anxiously, what should we do? There's not enough oxygen for all 3 of us. Connie echoed, does someone have to die? Randy, recalling the incorrect rules she had been pondering earlier, paused before sharing her hypothesis. Only enough oxygen for one person. The premise is based on this iron cabin being sealed with no new oxygen coming in. Do you remember the safety rules posted for the Ferris wheel project? The one about not opening the cabin door, it's wrong. As long as we can find a way to open the cabin door correctly, we won't have to worry about the lack of oxygen problem anymore. So, let's share the oxygen until we can find a way to open the door together. While Randy was making her analysis, screams filled the cabins next to theirs. When the broadcast announced which cabins received the heat insulation suits, neither of the cabins next to Randy's did. They didn't get the heat insulation suits in the first stage and had to endure the intense heat. Coupled with the current oxygen shortage, emotions easily spiraled out of control. From the sounds around, it seemed problems were brewing in those neighboring cabins. They were being manipulated by the Ghost Mask Organization. The conspiracy of the Ghost Mask Organization was working. It was likely that they were hiding behind monitors, enjoying this survival of the fittest spectacle. Listen to me, Randy said earnestly, looking at Alice and Connie. We can't afford for any of us to get hurt. I suspect that it takes more than one person to move the cabin door. According to rule number 3, 3 to 4 people must ride in one cabin. It's possible that this is because at least 3 people are needed to operate the cabin door opening mechanism. If we turn on each other, we will cut off our only hope of opening the door. But Connie timidly spoke up. We're on a Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters above the ground. Opening the door could be dangerous. You silly girl. We just need to open it a little bit. It doesn't mean we have to open it completely. Alice poked her head. Connie blushed and quietly closed her mouth. At the same time, a notebook fell out of the bag on Connie's knees with a clatter. What's this? Alice quickly picked up the notebook. Before Alice could see clearly, Connie snatched it back in a panic. And nothing, just regular class notes. Connie's face grew even redder. All right, we shouldn't delay. Let's find if there's any switch on the cabin door, Randy instructed the 2. Just as the 3, wearing oxygen masks, gathered around the place on the metal box that looked like a crack, to study it carefully. Several sparks penetrated from the top of the iron box and fell to the ground. Be careful. Randy was about to tap on the cabin door when she heard Alice's warning. Alice swiftly reached out and shielded Randy's shoulder. A few red-hot sparks fell, landing on Alice's hand. Alice hissed in pain. The part of her heat insulation suit where the sparks landed had actually been burned through. Alerted by Alice, the 3 moved back simultaneously and looked up at the ceiling. Now, they all noticed the strange behavior of the metal roof. It seemed as though drops of water were continuously falling from the metal roof, but they were actually balls of flame. After these flaming balls hit the ground, they gradually merged into one larger mass. Finally, the fiery ball grew to the size of a full backpack before it began rolling around on the metal floor. Randy and the others cautiously climbed onto the seats, warily watching the direction in which the flaming ball rolled. The flaming ball rolled for about half a minute. Perhaps because it couldn't hit anyone and lost interest, the flaming ball rolled back to the center of the floor with a sulky air. Under the gaze of the 3, the outer flames of the ball gradually dissipated and faded away. Then, on the metal floor, Alexa curled up slowly, stretched her limbs and yawned lazily in front of them. Tilda, so comfortable. Finally, I can come out to play again, Tilda. Chapter 172, Mascot Esmeralda. As the Alexa stretched her arms, a yellowed scroll with sparking edges also unfurled before the 3 of them. Character unlocked, Amusement Park Mascot Esmeralda. Mascot Esmeralda Rules of Interaction. 1. Esmeralda has a slightly short temper. If she asks you for water, do everything in your power to satisfy her. 2. Esmeralda will not harm visitors intentionally unless they fail to meet her demands or provoke her anger. 3. Esmeralda's body is corrosive to heat-insulating protective suits. Try to avoid direct contact. 4. Bullying, chasing away, or ignoring Esmeralda will result in severe punishment. The information finished displaying. The yellowed scroll immediately ignited in midair and disappeared from everyone's sight. But at this moment, Randy noticed another serious problem. The temperature inside the metal compartment was clearly rising. The mascot Esmeralda had a fire attribute. Her presence caused the indoor temperature to rise. As a result, the relatively stable health points of Randy and the other 2 were now dropping faster. What are you going to do? Alice watched the Alexa warily. The Alexa was sitting on the ground, picking up the 3 daggers from the floor. She had melted the 3 daggers into metal spheres, which she was tossing between her 2 hands as if performing juggling tricks. The Alexa was thoroughly enjoying herself when she suddenly heard Alice calling her. Her movements froze for a moment. The metal spheres rolled onto the floor and scattered. The Alexa turned her head and looked at Alice pleadingly. Big sister, do you have any water? I'm thirsty now. I want to drink water. The Alexa put the 3 people in a difficult position right from the start. Uncertain whether the Alexa was good or bad, Alice and Connie exchanged glances. Then, they opened their backpacks and dug out 1 bottle of beverage and 2 bottles of mineral water. One of the bottles of mineral water had been given to Randy before. Connie carried it in her backpack for her. These 3 bottles didn't contain much water left. In such a dry and hot environment, water sources were extremely important for the human body. Randy, we only have this much water, Alice was uncertain in her heart. She hinted to Randy, asking if they should give all the water to Esmeralda. In this big oven, the loss of body water was quite severe. Wearing heat-insulating protective suits meant heat insulation was achieved, but the issue of dryness still persisted. The 3 inside the room had originally wanted to drink up the water long ago. But considering the Ferris wheel ride lasted 15 minutes, they decided to be frugal and leave at least a sip of water until they were extremely thirsty. Now they met Esmeralda, would all the water be plundered? Randy recalled the first rule of interacting with Esmeralda. Esmeralda has a slightly short temper. If she asks you for water, do everything in your power to satisfy her. Give her the water. We can endure being thirsty, the game will end soon. Randy nodded to Alice and Connie. Randy wasn't overly worried about the water supply. Esmeralda would likely not stay here for long. Once Esmeralda left, Randy could take out the honey water she had stockpiled in her space to temporarily quench their thirst. The Ferris wheel's operating time wasn't long. The honey water she had stockpiled would be more than enough to relieve the immediate need. Even though drinking honey water like regular water seemed somewhat extravagant, Randy recalled the days when she returned to China. She had tried many times to use her space to store some useful supplies. However, the storage capacity of the paper house seemed to work only within the mysterious world. Thus, she gave up on the idea of stockpiling. While Randy was thinking, Alice and Connie already placed the 3 bottles of water on the ground. Esmeralda crawled over and hugged the 3 bottles. She opened each cap one by one and poured the water from the bottles into her mouth. The mineral water and beverages evaporated instantly with a hissing sound upon touching Esmeralda's mouth. Not enough, there isn't enough water. Esmeralda shook the last 2 drops of water from the bottle into her mouth. Do you have any more water, sister? Esmeralda stared with her red eyes and crawled to Randy on all 4s. Alice and Connie no longer had extra water sources, so they could only shake their heads at Randy. Randy noticed that after Esmeralda drank the water, their health points stabilized for a moment. But without water, the indoor temperature must have risen again, causing the health points to drop again. It seemed that as long as Esmeralda's desire for water was satisfied, the temperature inside the metal compartment wouldn't continue to rise, and the player's health points would decrease more slowly. Randy guessed that Esmeralda's presence might cause the temperature in the metal compartment to rise from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Seeing Randy not responding to her for a long time, Esmeralda started to roll on the ground. Drink water. I want to drink water. I want to drink water. I want to drink water. Esmeralda lay on the metal floor, kicking her legs and rolling all over. They couldn't ignore Esmeralda or drive her away. And they must meet Esmeralda's demand for water. But now the water supply was exhausted. What should they do? Chapter 173 The Key to Rescue. Would just quenching your thirst do? Randy asked the crying Juliet. Hearing that Randy was addressing her, the Alexa sat up and stared at Randy, nodding emphatically. Millimeter. With the Alexa's confirmation, Randy rolled up her sleeve and extended her arm. Sister doesn't have water, only human blood. Though Sister Guang will die because of this, but, as long as it can help Juliet quench her thirst, does it matter whether Sister dies or not? Randy said these 2 sentences with tears streaming down her face. She also sniffled as if she were prepared to fulfill Juliet's wish at the cost of her own life. The second rule of interaction with mascot Juliet. Juliet subjectively does not harm visitors unless they fail to meet her demands or provoke her. Randy's actions aimed to satisfy Juliet's thirst, preventing herself from breaking the rules. Yet, it was simultaneously forcing Juliet into harming a visitor. Randy emphasized, I will die. Even if Juliet didn't understand before, now she surely comprehended the severe consequences. Alice and Connie obviously saw through Randy's intentions. They immediately played along. Connie whispered to Randy in an attempt to dissuade her, Randy, you will die if you do this. What will we do without you? Sniff. Alice also rolled up her sleeve, ready for sacrifice. Juliet, don't drink her blood. Come over here, drink mine instead. Each one of them started rolling up their sleeves, offering their arms for Juliet to drink. Ah! Juliet supported herself on the ground, sitting there in confusion. She gazed at the 3 exposed white arms before her, completely different from her previous mischievous demeanor. That's okay. I'll ask the sisters next door Tilda. As soon as Juliet finished speaking, the 3 inside quickly pulled back their arms in unison. Their expressions turned cold as they withdrew their hands without hesitation. Juliet transformed into a small flame ball once more, passing through the iron wall to enter the neighboring cabin 02. Only a large man remained in cabin 02 after a brawl. This burly man had monopolized all the oxygen and was barely surviving. Randy overheard the conversation. Josh, do you have any water? I'm thirsty, I want to drink water. Juliet's childish voice carried over. The large man remained silent for a while before he hesitantly replied. I have urine. If you're really thirsty, I can find a bottle. Before he could finish, it sounded like an explosion occurred in the adjacent cabin. Randy almost got caught in the blast. In such a critical moment, suggesting urine as an option was a normal survival strategy, especially in a situation lacking water. However, for mascot Juliet, it might come across as disrespectful. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Alice's oxygen mask malfunctioned. Alice took several deep breaths against the mask. Her oxygen supply seemed to be cut off, leaving nothing but choking smoke. Noticing Alice's distress, Connie quickly removed her own oxygen mask and temporarily lent it to Alice. Randy returned to the door of the iron cabin, searching for a way to open it. There was a slight gap near the door. Other than that, the shiny iron walls were bare. There must be some detail Randy hadn't noticed. The iron cabin wasn't large, nor did it contain many items. But where was the overlooked place? Randy closed her eyes and meticulously recalled everything from entering the cabin to finding protective suits, experiencing oxygen shortage, and Juliet's appearance. Wait a moment. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck her. Randy opened her eyes sharply, a gleam appearing in them. That place. Following her gaze, it was the 4th seat in the iron cabin which had never been used. 3 of the 4 seats were cabinets. Only the 4th seat was completely empty, but in this sparse iron cabin, it couldn't be useless. Randy immediately went to the 4th seat. The other 3 seats were firmly fixed. But the 4th seat showed signs of slight movement. Randy moved the fourth seat out. Sure enough, she found 3 round holes behind the seat in the wall. These pre-drilled holes must be for placing something. And, likely spherical objects. At that moment, an item flashed in Randy's mind. Metal spheres. The first thing Juliet did upon entering the cabin was to pick up the dagger on the ground and melt it into a small metal sphere. So those seemingly useless daggers were actually important props. If these daggers hadn't become weapons of murder, they would have been the key to rescue. Randy's heart raced with excitement. At this moment, Alice and Connie were sharing an oxygen mask. Both were suffering from oxygen deprivation and physical exhaustion. Randy couldn't afford to waste any more time. They needed the two of them to work together to open the cabin door. You two hold on a little longer, it'll be done soon. Randy quickly picked up the 3 metal spheres from the ground and pressed each one into the small round holes. After a 5-second wait, a small crack appeared right in the center of the iron cabin's ceiling. Then, with a thud, a square ventilation hatch appeared before everyone. At the same time, 2 chubby little hands grabbed onto the edge of the ventilation hatch, and Juliet's head hung upside down as she poked it through. Why did you call me back, sister? Chapter 174 Obtaining the Magnetic Card. Randy was stunned for 2 seconds. It's nothing, I just missed you. Randy came up with an excuse on the spot. So, this mechanism can't actually open the cabin door? However, thankfully, the appearance of this ventilation duct has given everyone a breath of relief. So far, the crisis of oxygen has been overcome. After hearing Randy's response, Esmeralda covered her little mouth and giggled softly. She rolled down from the roof, hopped in front of Randy, and mimicked a little gentleman by bending her knees and giving a respectful bow. Thank you, sister, for thinking of me. Sister, you're the first one to find the mechanism. As a reward, let me take you somewhere. Esmeralda turned around and made a hole in the metal compartment. She kicked the metal door once, and it fell outwards into the cabin. The iron plate extended outward, forming a small iron path. Come out, sister, we'll continue the Ferris wheel game later. Time froze at that moment, and the health points of Randy and the others stopped decreasing. The Alexa Esmeralda walked out with her hands behind her back, looking quite mature. Outside the metal cabin, it wasn't 100 meters high but another world controlled by the Ghostface organization. Outside was like hell, shrouded in endless darkness. It's okay, sister, come here. Seeing that the others didn't move, Esmeralda turned around, wanting to hold Randy's hand. Randy immediately pulled up the sleeve of her heat-insulating suit upon seeing this. Esmeralda's body is corrosive to heat-insulating protective suits. Please try to avoid direct contact. Randy, you'll get burned. Alice tried to warn her. She had been scalded by the sparks when she shielded Randy earlier. Based on her experience, if Randy touched her directly, her skin would surely be scorched. But it was too late now. Esmeralda had already grabbed Randy's fingertips. A cool touch. Esmeralda had reigned in the flames around her. Randy gave Alice a reassuring look, comforting her. Before Alice could react, Esmeralda took Alice's hand with her other hand. Esmeralda subjectively will not harm visitors. Sister, I'm sorry for burning you before. Esmeralda used her cold little hands to rub the burned area on Alice's skin. No, it's fine, haha. Alice laughed somewhat ruefully. Recalling the rules, she also felt more at ease with Esmeralda. Esmeralda is the mascot of the amusement park. Although Esmeralda seems to have intricate ties with the Ghostface organization, it appears that Esmeralda won't harm them. The 3 were led by Esmeralda into the darkness outside. This place seemed to be the underground prison of the Ghostface organization. Because the sides of the road they were stepping on were lined with countless dried, blackened hands reaching up towards their ankles. These people didn't have much strength. Randy could easily shake them off. Looking back in the direction they came from, each metal compartment looked like a glass house, transparent. The people inside the metal compartments looked exactly like the predecessors of the prisoners in this jail. Perhaps those tourists whose health points dropped to 0 in the Ferris wheel game ended up here. Water, drink water. I'm so thirsty, really so thirsty. Please, let me out, it's so hot. So dry, I want water. Listening carefully, countless hoarse murmurs came from the sides of the metal road. All of them were victims who perished in the Ferris wheel game. I am the mascot of the amusement park and also their guardian spirit. When I ask you for water, it's really for them. During Esmeralda's speech, a new batch of prisoners was sent in. Randy recognized these prisoners. They were participants from the previous round of the Ferris wheel game. These prisoners had varying sizes of sparks on their bodies. Those sparks flew straight towards Esmeralda as soon as they entered this area. Esmeralda's power became even stronger. Randy felt heavy-hearted. These hostages not only face inhumane treatment while alive under the control of the Ghostface organization. Even after death, they are forever trapped here. What about you, Esmeralda? What is your relationship with the Ghostface organization? Randy asked, voicing her confusion. Based on her observations over the past few months, different characters playing strange roles each have their own set of rules to follow. The Ghostface organization seemed to be the ones who set all the rules in the ghostly world. And the spirits differ. Some seem to have been captured by the Ghostface organization and must do things for it. But some spirits appear to have more freedom, existing only for their inner obsessions. Esmeralda thought for a long time, not responding. Perhaps the Alexa didn't know her relationship with the Ghostface organization herself. She was the culmination of all the prisoners' obsessions here. Born here, she is called a mascot, but also represents the eerie itself, bound to follow the rules. The three walked silently through this dark path. At the end of this road, it was that metal cabin scorched by fierce flames again. The end of the road marked a new beginning. Sister, Esmeralda called them from behind. I really like you. I hope you won't be sent in here. After speaking, Esmeralda took out a key magnetic card and stuffed it into Randy's hand. Use this to open the metal cabin's door, and you can escape from the fiery illusion, Esmeralda said. Chapter 175, The Little Wasp Balloon. Randy took the magnetic card and thanked Esmeralda. Esmeralda smiled brightly at Randy. No problem. I still have to find others to play with, so I can't accompany you sisters anymore, Tilda. Watching Esmeralda's seemingly carefree figure as she walked towards other cabins, Randy vaguely guessed the conflicts and pain in Esmeralda's heart. Esmeralda represented the deceased players who longed for a water source. She sought out players in-game to obtain it on behalf of the dead. However, this search also meant potentially causing new player deaths, creating new deceased. The number of the deceased was endless. So Esmeralda's mission would never come to an end. Since her existence, she had been bound by the rules here. In this world, even anomalies were just slaves of the Ghost Mask organization. If they could find a way to break the connection between the Ghost Mask organization and the anomalies, perhaps the elaborate anomalous world created by the organization would crumble into nothingness. This struggle between the Chosen Ones and the Ghost Mask organization might come to a perfect end. Randy put away her thoughts and returned to the cabin. The iron wall that Esmeralda kicked open earlier closed back up in seconds, blocking access to the internal prison of the Ghost Mask organization. Randy placed the magnetic card against the metal door crack and swiped it lightly. The illusion of the iron cabin appeared as soon as the door locked and vanished instantly upon unlocking. Randy and her companions were suddenly back in the regular gondola of the Ferris wheel, May included. At this point, the Ferris wheel's number 01 cabin had gradually ascended to its highest point, over 100 meters high. But before anyone could enjoy the scenery, an ugly and messy abnormal smile appeared on the window, nearly giving everyone a heart attack. What the hell is that ugly thing? You scared me half to death. Alice immediately stood up, moving away from the window, patting his chest and retreating backwards. Outside was a man dressed in staff uniform. His hair was disheveled, now clinging to the outside like a spider. White threads similar to spider silk came out of his mouth, aiding him as he crawled around on the high Ferris wheel. Judging from his mental state, this person seemed quite deranged, possibly obsessed with work. I caught you all. Just wait. He seemed to be a game supervisor. He muttered incoherently and crawled along the edge of the window, planning to circle around to the entrance to pry the door open from outside. Randy's group had narrowly escaped danger time and time again, raising suspicion among the staff. While other players were still experiencing third or fourth deadly threats, Randy's group had already exited these scenarios prematurely. But the staff would not let them go easily. Just as the spider-like man reached for the cabin door, Alice, having practiced taekwondo, stepped back half a step and delivered a roundhouse kick directly towards the man's dark fingers. Instinctively avoiding the kick, the spider-like man pulled his hand back, glaring fiercely at Alice. Randy and the others quickly rushed forward to press down on the cabin door. Just wait, you'll see. I'll get more people. The spider-like man cursed while he clung to the cabin wall, crawling downwards, apparently looking for colleagues to help. Randy glanced down. Below were several Ferris wheel cabins and those weird men spitting silk and crawling around. Spiders. The attribute of the Ghost Mask organization's internal members was spider. And the natural enemy of spiders was bees. Randy recalled various scenes within the amusement park featuring little wasps. The costumed wasp handing out flyers and, on the main road, that huge slowly ascending little wasp balloon. Randy immediately went to the window and looked outside where the little wasp balloon was approaching. The giant balloon floated past the drop tower, roller coasters, and swinging ride, heading straight for the Ferris wheel. On top of the balloon were two long banners, specifically designed to give tips to tourists at high-altitude attractions. The first banner read, Little Wasp Safety Balloon, brought to you by the Little Wasp Foundation. The second banner said, if you feel unwell at high altitudes, please rest assured that we are here to assist you. This oversized little wasp balloon was not smooth but featured a sunken rectangular area on its back filled with foam balls to cushion falls. And unlike ordinary balloons, this one wouldn't burst when poked. It was specially designed for rescue purposes. The material visibly appeared tougher, akin to the texture of an airbag. This was a survival opportunity specially released by the Little Wasp Foundation for tourists on high-altitude attractions. Once the safety balloon gets closer, we will immediately jump into it, Randy told Alice and the others. Chapter 176, The Mastermind Behind Controlling Comments. The carter on Randy's shoulder had been in poor spirits ever since they arrived at the Ghostface organization-controlled amusement park area. Several times, the carter was so exhausted that it couldn't keep its eyes open and dozed off while on Randy's shoulder, nearly falling asleep. It seemed that the Ghostface organization's control over the bizarre far exceeded Randy's imagination. There was no time to ponder the strength behind the Ghostface organization. The small yellow bee balloon was already drifting closer. Randy could clearly see that their 3 life values were currently maintained around 70. As long as they could escape this crisis, Randy could achieve a successful passage through the Ferris wheel project. The 3 of them grabbed the handrails, everyone putting in effort together, managing to open the door of the Ferris wheel cabin. Alice saw the outside height and felt her legs turn soft, experiencing dizziness. At this moment, their carriage numbered 01 had already ascended to the apex of the Ferris wheel. At a height of 150 meters, equivalent to a 50-story building. Moo! Must we jump? Alice's voice trembled under the cold wind. Randy nodded. Take advantage of the safety balloon getting close. We must jump. Wah, Mommy, I love you. Alice gauged the direction of the balloon below, then pushed off with her feet. In the next second, she recoiled back again, demoralized. Sis, I can't do it. This is too scary. Alice fell onto the ground out of fright. I really suffer from acrophobia. Wah. Below the carriage, about 70 to 80 meters down, was where the small yellow bee balloon floated. This leap would be over 20 stories high. Moreover, the small yellow bee couldn't get too close to avoid colliding with Ferris wheel equipment. Thus, there was a gap of 3 to 4 meters between the balloon and the Ferris wheel. Randy's jump process needed forward force. Otherwise, she might fall directly into the gap and die instantly. Plus, looking down from this height, a normal person would have shaky legs and palpitations. None dared to jump fearlessly. Randy stuck her head out slightly to observe the staff below for a few seconds. 5 or 6 men were gathered, pointing at Randy's carriage, negotiating. If Randy and her companions waited any longer, the balloon would fly away, leaving them no chance. Okay, I'll go first, follow me closely. As soon as Randy finished speaking, she moved to the door. She held the doorframe, took a deep breath, preparing to jump. But just then, the spot where Randy wore the energy bracelet began to experience intense stabbing pain. At the intelligence department of Huaguo, China, technicians were furiously typing code, urgently repairing the live broadcast system. Nathaniel was almost ready to lend a hand himself. Ao Tien, I know you're very anxious. But given the current situation, being anxious won't help. Give the technicians some more time. An expert behind him watched Nathaniel pace back and forth and gently consoled him. Nathaniel pointed at the barrage system on the live broadcast screen which had been hacked. Look yourself. We just captured a batch of shills, but now another bunch of bots appeared. Silencing has been breached, experts' accounts in the live room are hacked, now everything is bot spam. Look at these comments. Cursing Randy to death, deliberately stirring up trouble, slandering Randy with rumors. Can they not act without any boundaries? Randy's energy bracelet value plummeted drastically within mere seconds. Randy insisted on choosing an SSS-level passage to confront the Ghostface organization head-on. So the Ghostface organization was thoroughly prepared to kill Randy at all costs. Had it not been for Alice and Connie stopping Randy just now, who knows if Randy wouldn't have fallen and died. Minister, we've located all robot account consoles, a technician shouted. Several experts crowded forward to inspect the screen. The technician said, according to the map, all robot accounts come from the same address, East District New World Community Building 7. The signal originates from the 11th floor. Tech department continues to fix the comment system. Other personnel, follow me to arrest them. Nathaniel ordered sternly. He pulled up his sleeve, put on his coat, and stormed out with authority. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in North District, Artie was leisurely sitting on a recliner, swiveling it around, overlooking the street scene below through the floor-to-ceiling window. Next to Artie, the computer robots sent malicious spam non-stop. Additionally, a long string of code he specially adjusted, changing location addresses, was running madly on another computer. Host, they absolutely wouldn't think it was you trying to kill the Huaguo chosen one tilde. The system sycophantically spoke in Artie's ear. Artie lifted the wine glass sent by the Ghostface organization, swirled it, and drank. These fine wines are all of the best vintage, extracted from the most yin and venomous, essence. Wishing the host a pleasant tasting. The system gently reminded. Many thanks indeed. Bjorn smiled faintly, picked up the handkerchief on the table, and wiped his mouth. Then he casually threw the handkerchief into the trash can. Putting down the wine glass, Bjorn picked up his phone and calmly continued browsing the short videos he hadn't finished earlier. Holding the phone, he compared it repeatedly with the large screen showing the eerie live broadcast on the TV. It's her. Let's give it a try. Bjorn nodded, placed his phone on the small round table, and turned his head to continue admiring the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. On the bright screen of the phone on the small round table, the eloquent girl looked somewhat familiar at first glance. Chapter 177, Seeking an Alternative Path. Giles and his team urgently drove to the New World residential area. With the assistance of traffic police, the vehicles from the intelligence department moved without any obstruction. Arriving at the precisely located spot, the group came to the corridor of the building and hid after positioning themselves. The property management uncle was the one who knocked on the door of Unit 1102 in Building 7. Knock knock. Cody Jiyoung, are you home? Property maintenance. The person inside shuffled around for a long time without answering. Knock knock. Cody Jiyoung, are you home? Property maintenance. After waiting for over 10 seconds, the voice from inside finally mumbled slowly. Coming, stop knocking, it's so annoying. The door of Unit 1102 opened with a click. All security personnel immediately rushed forward, subduing the man with just a few punches and kicks. Dennis's flip-flops were still on his feet when he was brought down by the guards from the intelligence department. Let me go. Who are you all? Dennis shouted angrily, his neck flushed red. Meanwhile, Giles led a few people into the small black room that smelled terrible and was piled high with instant noodle boxes. In the live stream room, Randy's energy bracelet showed a significant drop in value. Controlled by the bracelet, her physical functions rapidly deteriorated. Sis, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Alice supported Randy, looking anxious. Viewers watching the livestream also noticed Randy seemed suddenly ill, bombarding the screen with comments. What's going on here? She was doing great before. Now she looks weak. I'm speechless, sister. Are you being too delicate? Oh, this challenge is almost over. What's up with her? Is she sick or faking it? Despite a few viewers suggesting that Randy might be afraid of heights, most viewers dismissed this idea. However, as more negative comments flooded in, Randy's mental and physical strength plummeted even faster. Her initial energy of 5,000 had dropped below 3,000 and was now approaching 2,000. The situation became an unsolvable deadlock. The more negative the public opinion, the weaker Randy became. The weaker Randy became, the more severe the criticism grew. The intelligence department's mute command for the livestream had failed. A dedicated communications officer tried explaining the energy bracelet mechanism to netizens, but each message was filtered out by Hackerset filters. Everything happened within seconds. The intelligence department's communicator didn't have time to prepare. In the livestream, below the Ferris wheel, 4 or 5 staff members were climbing toward Randy's cabin number 01. Alice burst into tears, unable to hold back her anxiety. Sis, what can we do? Alice wiped away her tears. If you don't jump out, those people will catch us. Sis, if you die, both Jolene and I are done for. You must stay strong, we need you. Suddenly, Randy felt warmth in her wrist. Her energy bracelet fluctuated, increasing by 500 points in the next second. Hold on, Randy interrupted Alice softly. Repeat what you just said. Alice paused, thinking Randy hadn't heard clearly, and repeated herself. I said, sis, you must stay strong. Both Jolene and I need you. Randy felt another wave of warmth. This time, the energy increased by only 200 points, less than before. But it still exceeded the impact caused by the livestream viewers. For a moment, Randy's eyes brightened. The method to remove the energy bracelet seems to be found. The opinions of Chinese people towards Randy influenced her energy to varying degrees. But the hostages inside the amusement park, Alice and Jolene, were also Chinese, and they were closer to Randy. Their words had a greater impact on her energy. Randy quickly said, "Can you encourage someone? Come on, encourage me. Jolene, join in too." Alice and Connie exchanged puzzled glances. Though they didn't understand Randy's intentions, they followed her instructions. Alice struggled for a moment. Seeing the Spider-Men climb to 20 meters below, her anxiety grew, making it harder to find encouraging words. Come on, Leader Jiang, you're the best. You're our village's hope. You have to get better soon. Connie added, Leader Jiang, I'm giving you a thumbs up. I've been watching your streams for a long time. You're really impressive. Randy couldn't help but twitch her lips a couple of times at their awkward compliments. These two sisters were pretty good. Except for being a bit tongue-tied, their hearts were genuinely not bad. Fortunately, through the efforts of Alice and Connie, the energy value on the bracelet had stopped decreasing. Thank you. Randy glanced sideways at the small yellow bee safety balloon below, then looked at the Spider-Men who had climbed to 40 meters. She analyzed, I probably won't make it in time. I can't get enough force in my legs. Jumping down will surely land me in the gap and kill me. However, you two can be a bit bolder and escape through the safety balloon first. Most likely, I'll be captured back into the illusion and have to pass through it again. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The balloon is about to drift away, you two go first. Following Alice and Connie's encouragement method, it was enough to maintain the energy level from dropping further. But restoring it to 5,000 within a short period was indeed challenging. Jiang, what exactly is going on? If there's anything Moo and I can help with, just tell us. Connie looked earnestly at Randy. Randy put it succinctly, affected by some bizarre force, I need some positive affirmations. Connie bit her lip. Would those kinds of praises from short videos work? They should, any positive ones would likely do, Randy replied. Connie clenched her fist and struggled mentally for 3 seconds. I can actually help you. But, you two mustn't laugh at me. Alice, huh? Randy, eh? Then, under Alice and Randy's astonished gazes, Connie threw caution to the wind. Her face flushed red as she pulled out a notebook from her backpack. Immediately after, she played a rhythm-heavy background music that she had downloaded on her phone. Jiang, so, listen carefully. Chapter 178, The True Face of Poppy. Connie cleared her throat and flipped to the first page of her notebook. No, Poppy, you. Alice stared at the densely written notes, too shocked to speak. Connie puffed out her blushing cheeks, closed her eyes, and exhaled gently. When she opened her eyes again, Connie's usual timid gaze had transformed into one of firmness. Her formerly dull face instantly brightened with smiling eyes. Following the pa beats and rhythm, she began her non-live performance. Pa. The sun rises over the fragrant stove, smoke rises in purple hues. Welcome our dear genie to the live stream. Our dear genie is powerful, both scholarly and martial, creating brilliance as she travels far and wide. She can speak and argue well. Our dear genie earns lots of money. Wishing our dear genie endless riches, spending however she wishes. Banks will open branches in her hometown. Mountains beyond mountains, towers beyond towers. Our dear genie is truly beautiful and gentle. Wishing our dear genie peace and success. Always having more RMB than she can spend. Dear genie, with beauty, kindness, and hard work, she'll surely drive a Land Rover in the future. Beautiful and diligent, she'll eventually drive a Ferrari. Born with talents destined for use, I wish all things under her control. At Randy's right wrist, an endless stream of warmth surged in. In just a dozen seconds, the energy value not only stopped dropping but rebounded sharply, soaring upward. On sight, Randy no longer had a headache or sore legs, feeling energized. Alice was dumbfounded, his jaw dropped to the ground. In the Chinese livestream, bystander netizens stopped their chatter about Randy. Almost all viewers were stunned by this gentle and demure good girl beside Randy. The focus of online discussions shifted entirely to Connie. Creepy livestream, maybe, it's time I should sleep. Did I enter the wrong livestream room? Family? My Benedict said I had some mental issues, I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Interrupting, have I seen this woman before? She mentioned her sick mom or something, forgot. Push me up. In the live stream. Alice's gaze toward Poppy was as if he were seeing a stranger. Poppy, after knowing you for so many years, I never realized you're this kind of Poppy. Alice felt betrayed by Connie, who hid behind a facade of social anxiety and innocence on the internet while being so outgoing online. Connie's face was nearly burning red. Not like that, Momo, let's talk about this later. We need to escape quickly. The 5 Spider-Men below had already climbed over 400 feet high. Randy and her companion's cabin 01, after reaching its peak, began slowly descending, soon to intersect with the Spider-Men. Do you want to jump first? Randy asked the two for their opinions. Both Alice and Connie shook their heads simultaneously, unwilling to be the first to leap. Seeing only the tail end of the large yellow bee balloon as a safe landing zone within reach, Randy dared not delay further. Taking a deep breath, she lunged forward and jumped down. The wind roared past her ears. For a moment, Randy's mind flashed with scenes from her life as she experienced weightlessness. Fortunately, in the next second, Randy plunged into the safety foam zone of the yellow bee balloon. The first thing Randy did after standing up was to look at the approaching Spider-Men. Come down quickly, Randy shouted at the two above, moving away slightly. The Spider-Men were about to reach the cabin. Time was running out. Inside the cabin, Alice, looking at the balloon below, steeled himself. Poppy, follow quickly. After saying that, Alice leaped into the safety balloon. Randy immediately helped Alice up from the foam. But just as Randy raised her head to look for Connie, she saw the Spider-Men climb into the cabin. The 5 men grabbed Connie's arms, trying to inject drugs into her. Connie struggled fiercely but couldn't match 4 hands. Helpless, she watched the drugs being injected into her body. Amid the struggle, she swiftly kicked down her notebook filled with notes along with her backpack. The notebook and backpack slid past the tail end of the small yellow bee balloon and fell to the ground. Momo, I don't know if I can come back. Keep the notebook, and when you need it, remember to recite it for Sister Jiang. The cabin door was slammed shut by the men. Connie, after being injected with the drug, felt drowsy and was locked inside the cabin alone. Liang Mo's nose tingled, and his vision blurred. Jolene, you will be fine. Randy and I will wait for you below. After Connie fainted, she once again entered the blazing illusion. Randy looked at the previously noted heat-insulated protective suit cabins, 08, 13, and 29. The life values of tourists in these cabins were rapidly dropping. This indicated that the 3rd and 4th layers of the blazing illusion would be even more unbearable. There might be ways to survive, but they wouldn't be easy. Those who were still awake were losing life values rapidly. How much worse would it be for Connie who had fainted? It was likely that Connie's chances of survival were slim. Originally, the 3 could have avoided this together, but events happened unexpectedly, leaving them unable to foresee the situation. Randy gently patted Alice on the shoulder, unsure what to say as comfort. At this moment, a staff member from the small yellow bee who had been waiting inside the foam ball also emerged. The staff member approached Randy and Alice. Would you two like to go down? We've prepared a safety slide to help you reach the ground safely. Alice, thinking about Jolene's backpack and notebook, nodded hastily. Yes, please take us down as soon as possible. The staff member guided Randy and Alice to the rear position of the small yellow bee balloon. At the tail end of the small yellow bee balloon was a pointed spike, which led to a safety slide to the ground. The staff member opened the slide entrance and gently instructed. Please pay attention to your safety. After the Ferris wheel project ends, please visit the organizers for clearance certification stamps. Randy and Alice nodded in agreement. After expressing their thanks, they successively entered the safety slide and returned to the ground. Alice was in front, emerging first from the slide. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she immediately searched for Connie's thrown-out backpack and notebook. Randy followed closely behind. How could they be gone? Alice looked at the empty ground beneath the Ferris wheel, her tears blurring her vision again. The backpack and notebook were the only things left by Jolene. Alice wiped away her tears and continued searching. At this moment, Randy tapped Alice on the shoulder, indicating her to look to the side. There, Kaylee in a light pink down jacket picked up a wet notebook from the ground and was flipping through its pages. Chapter 179, Appeal to Emotion. Alice quickly ran over to ask the girl for her notebook back. Randy, however, kept staring at the face of this light pink down jacket girl, her gaze becoming somewhat peculiar. Randy had seen this girl before. When they were taking shelter from the rain, this girl was sitting at the table next to the 4 young adults. Back then, this girl suggested riding the roller coaster but none of her friends accompanied her, so she went alone. Randy remembered that this girl's name seemed to be Erilyn. Randy instinctively glanced at the top of Erilyn's head. At this moment, Erilyn's health points showed 0. She was already dead. Excuse me, sorry, this notebook belongs to my friend. Could you please return it to me? Alice asked Erilyn, who had picked up the notebook. Erilyn looked up, her eyes lifeless and unfocused. Sure. Erilyn placed the notebook in Alice's hand and turned away with a blank expression. Over there. She went over there. In the distance, several staff members of the roller coaster attraction pointed in Erilyn's direction and hurriedly ran over. Don't run around like that next time. The staff grabbed Erilyn. After the ride ends, we still need to register and can receive gifts, okay Tilda. Erilyn's expression remained stiff, her eyes still lifeless. But she tugged at the corner of her mouth slightly, sounding troubled. But I need to find my friends. Without further ado, 2 staff members gripped Erilyn's arms and led her towards the west entrance of the park. It's fine, we can go see your friends after collecting the gifts, very soon. The figures gradually moved further away. Randy stood there stunned, unable to snap out of it. Because Randy saw a thin blood mark on Erilyn's neck. Riding the roller coaster was a game of cutting throats. All the Chinese hostages here were being tortured and harmed by the face mask organization. So, was it really worth it for Randy to achieve an SSS level clearance, putting tens of thousands of people's lives at stake? What if she failed? Everyone would die along with her. The face mask organization was too vast. They had 10,000 opportunities to kill Randy, but Randy's escape routes were both few and difficult. This was the second time Randy felt things were spiraling out of control. The first time was when she was in the insane asylum, suspecting she was truly insane. The second time was now. Randy fell silent as she put on her 3D glasses again. Although there were still many negative voices in the comment section this time, under the control of the intelligence department, overall public opinion had become relatively balanced. However, this time there were many more humble pleas. Randy, we all like you very much. But we also hope you won't act rashly. Please consider the families of these tens of thousands of hostages. No one is infallible. Randy, please think carefully and abandon your obsession with achieving SSS level clearance. The entire nation will be grateful. Randy, if you fail, everyone will die with you. They won't come back. It's not too late to change the way to clear the level. I am willing to kneel for the people of Jinlin to beg Randy to choose an easier way to clear the level. I'm kneeling to you, Randy. The comments were varied and complex. Originally the abusive comments in the comment section have now uniformly shifted towards trying to appeal emotionally and reason with Randy. After reading through them once, Randy removed her 3D glasses and held them in her hand. She turned around and together with Alice, went into the bushes to pick up the backpack that Connie had thrown down. There was a plastic pendant hanging on the backpack. Alice had given this pendant to Connie, which had cartoon images of the 2 sisters on it. Alice hugged the backpack with red-rimmed eyes. Sis, let's wait for Poppy inside the Ferris wheel area. She will definitely come out in a bit. Seeing Alice hastily wanting to enter the Ferris wheel area, Randy pulled her back by her clothes. Let's not rush. Randy explained, wait 5 more minutes until this round ends. Entering the Ferris wheel area now would only result in being taken back by the staff. Alice's nose was stuffy. She heard Randy's reminder, lowered her head, and softly hummed in response. When the game ended, Alice and Randy were the first to enter the Ferris wheel area to meet Poppy from cabin number 01. Poppy. Alice flew into a delighted hug when she saw that Poppy wasn't hurt. But at this moment, the eyes of the embraced Connie had completely lost their luster. The way Poppy looked at Alice was mechanical, like a puppet without a soul. Even though Poppy was clearly smiling at Alice. Alice felt that this smile became increasingly eerie. Randy grabbed Alice's arm from behind, pulling her back. Momo, Poppy, she's already gone. Randy shook her head at Alice. Tears splashed onto the ground from Alice's eyes. How could that be? You're lying, Poppy is fine. Alice wiped away her tears, looking at the identical Poppy with a forced smile. But this Poppy just didn't feel right. She seemed truly different from before. She's not Poppy anymore, Momo. Randy said frankly. The moment Randy saw Poppy's health points were 0, she knew Poppy's fate. Even saying these words now, Randy still felt a deep pain in her heart. Randy and Alice watched helplessly as Poppy was led by staff through the electronic device check at the bottom of the Ferris wheel and then towards the park's west gate. Alice hugged both their backpacks, crouching on the ground, crying uncontrollably. If I had known it would be so dangerous, I wouldn't have let Poppy come with me. How could a good trip turn out like this? Sob, sob. After recalling Poppy's instructions, Alice wiped her tears, stood up, and forced herself to stay strong. Alice, Randy's expression was unusually serious. She asked, if all the people in the country told you to die, and your death would revive everyone who has died, would you do it? Alice composed herself and replied seriously. Why should I die? Saving humanity is God's job. Why should it fall on Kaylee like me? This isn't saving everyone. This is clearly moral coercion from the entire country. Behind them, several boys and girls voiced their opinions. Yeah, Randy, did they brainwash you? You're the chosen one, you decide how to clear this game. A girl wearing 3D glasses chimed in. A boy next to her directly approached Randy, snatched the 3D glasses from her hand, and threw them into the nearby trash bin. The boy declared, from now on, no more moral coercion. Focus on clearing the game, that's what you should do. Another bespectacled IT guy joined in. Randy, ignore them. We, these many hostages, are willing to bet our lives on you winning. Should we be afraid of them? Chapter 180 Hidden Time Rule. Randy glanced at the three people who had appeared behind her. She remembered these three individuals. They had come with Kaylee named Erilyn. Originally, there were four of them, a couple, an IT guy coding, and Erilyn. Now that Erilyn was gone, only these three remained. Hey, Randy, I remember from your live streams that you had a little one. Why don't we see it? The girl in the couple walked forward and poked at the air next to Randy's left shoulder. Her finger landed precisely on where Gavriel's small belly was. Gavriel, half asleep and drowsy, grabbed the girl's finger, opened her mouth wide, and nearly arrow bit her. Fortunately, the girl sensed something wrong and dodged quickly enough. Randy, the IT guy with glasses, stepped forward. Through the chat messages in our 3D glasses, we've learned about everyone's current situation. You don't need to worry, we've already done some reconnaissance for you. It seems that the Conorans amusement park has a higher pass rate. Conoren coming out from there seemed to have more normal eyes. The girl in the couple said, why don't we accompany you to the Conorans amusement park? We'll do our best to help. Randy asked, is there an age limit for the Conorans amusement park? The girl laughed, haha, aren't we all babies at heart? Don't worry, we've checked. Moreover, our friend Erilyn encountered some issues too. Unfortunately, we didn't realize it in time. By the time we noticed, it was too late to prevent the tragedy. If we can help you pass smoothly, we might save Erilyn and others, making today worthwhile. That's right, let's go together. At least we won't harm you, the boy in the couple added. Randy understood their intention and nodded in agreement, thank you. In some projects, how well random teammates perform relies entirely on luck. But if friends filled those unknown teammate slots, Randy's chances would increase significantly. Randy looked at Alice beside her. Momo, we're heading to the next project, the Conorans amusement park. Do you want to rest first? Tears still shimmered in Alice's eyes. She shook her head at Randy, her gaze determined, showing no sign of retreating. Sis, I won't rest. Lucy entrusted me to assist you with this notebook at all times. I can't let her down. Then the five of us will go together, the girl in the couple suggested. The five exchanged names. Randy, Alice, Krista and Anthony, the young couple, and IT guy Eric. After Randy stamped the approval, the five headed towards the Conorans amusement park. At that moment, under the blood-red sky, cold red rain began to fall again. The wind wailed through the rain, as if mourning the recently departed batch of tourists. Randy held an umbrella and led the way. The girl, Krista, opened her umbrella and walked beside Alice, shielding her. The two girls walked in the middle. Eric, the IT guy with glasses, and Anthony, the boy in the couple, shared an umbrella and walked at the back. The five walked steadily towards the Conorans amusement park. Randy's goal was to clear all obstacles and pass smoothly. Alice's goal was to rescue Lucy. The other three aimed to win, protect themselves, and save Erilyn. The five lined up outside the Conorans amusement park. A statement from the IT guy Eric caught Randy's attention. There aren't many people queuing here, we should be in within an hour, without breaking any rules. Randy raised her eyes sharply, I don't think that rule is mentioned in the guidelines. Krista looked startled. She immediately pulled out the map brochure, flipped to the front, and pointed it out to Randy. There is, Randy, look at this. Krista handed the flyer to Randy. Where Krista's index finger pointed, Randy saw nothing but blank space. Cold sweat broke out on Randy's forehead. What she saw differed greatly from what ordinary tourists saw. This rule regarding time seemed hidden from her view. There must be a catch in the queue duration. No wonder Randy felt uneasy when she read the 7th rule of visitor guidelines. Rule 7 stated, Water World has recently been renovated into Snowland Adventure. Fewer visitors come here, so you won't have to wait in line, feel free to proceed. What made Randy uneasy was why this rule emphasized fewer visitors, no waiting. Now it made sense. Exceeding 1 hour in the queue would violate the rule. Randy looked towards other attractions with exceptionally long queues. Those who were standing in the middle of the long queues, looking like they had been waiting for a long time, had their life values slowly decreasing. This indicated that if Randy hadn't discovered the hidden rule, she wouldn't die. But she would lose life value. Randy handed her flyer to the few people. The back has more detailed rules. Do you want to take a look? The few people passed it around and glanced at it. Krista said, we all know these, Randy. There are enthusiastic netizens who like to summarize the rules. The three of us have already repeatedly recited and memorized them through the 3D glasses. Krista and her two companions shared one pair of 3D glasses. This pair of 3D glasses was obtained by the three after thinking of many ways from a snack stall near where they had taken shelter from the rain, from that lively and outgoing Alexa who had chatted with Randy. As they were speaking, a little princess dressed in a pink tutu dress, pulling her cute pumpkin cart, came to the front of the queue. Brothers and sisters, do you want colored ice cream? I've stocked up a lot, and I can give them to you, Tilda. The little princess held a cone in each small hand, struggling to tiptoe to hand over the ice cream to the tall brothers and sisters. Randy and the other four successively lowered their heads to look at the little princess below. They saw the little princess blinking her big watery eyes, pursing her pink lips, and eagerly awaiting a response from everyone. Chapter 181, Eating the Colorful Ice Cream. The five of them exchanged glances. Just now, they had all read the flyer Randy passed around and were aware of one particular rule. Amusement Park Visitor Guidelines, Rule 4. If a salesperson offers you a colorful ice cream from the beverage area, do not refuse. Alice leaned close to Krista's ear and whispered in a low voice, "Is this little baby a salesperson?" Krista frowned slightly, shook her head gently, and whispered back to Alice, "Doesn't seem like it. This amusement park wouldn't hire child labor, right? She's such a young kid, we should be able to refuse." Ahead. Randy squatted down, smiling, and gently patted the little princess on the head. "Sure, give it to me." Randy took a colorful ice cream. The little princess then turned her gaze towards the remaining 4 people. The other 4 followed Randy's lead and each took one. The little princess clapped her hands contentedly. "Thank you for not refusing, Tilda. The princess has decided that all 5 big brothers and sisters will receive reward." The little princess pulled out 5 doodle cards from the pumpkin carriage. Each card had a cartoon character. Randy's was Neil. "You can summon them whenever you're in danger, Tilda. I must go now. Bye-bye, big brothers and sisters." The Alexa with the crown and poofy dress elegantly pushed the pumpkin carriage away. "Randy, this can't be eaten, right? It could kill someone if eaten," Anthony kindly reminded. Krista also said, "That little baby is probably a visitor, not a salesperson. Actually refusing shouldn't have mattered much." Randy nodded at them. "Indeed, she isn't a salesperson. But she isn't a visitor either. A visitor would be contaminated by rainwater. But the Alexa just now wasn't afraid of the red rain." Randy directed her gaze toward the children's playground. The magical fairytale layout of the park and the elaborately dressed little princess were indeed more fitting together. That girl belonged to the children's playground. "Not only that Alexa is very special," Randy explained. She raised an eyebrow, gesturing everyone to look inside the children's playground. "Look at the regular staff in the children's playground. No matter how elaborately dressed they are, they cannot leave their posts or exit the park. But the Alexa earlier was different. She belongs to the children's playground yet can come and go freely. So I speculate that she's not only an important character in the children's playground but also an important character in the amusement park. For example, the mascot of the amusement park. What do you think, Momo?" Randy turned to look at Alice. Alice was one of the few people who had seen the mascot in the amusement park. Hearing Randy's reminder, Alice suddenly realized. "Yeah, I did feel there was something off about that Alexa. She had no parent accompanying her and wasn't an employee either." After some thought, Alice also agreed with Randy. "But why doesn't she have a character introduction? And why did she slip out to give everyone ice cream?" Alice asked curiously. Randy pondered. The absence of a character introduction likely means the girl proactively concealed it. If the mascot strolled around outside, showing every visitor the character introduction, she might exhaust herself. As for giving out colorful ice creams, Randy's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be possible that the mascot was protecting visitors? Perhaps the seemingly enchanting children's playground had quite cruel ways to kill visitors. Making visitors eat ice cream to die sweetly was better than enduring physical and psychological torture inside. But this was just Randy's speculation. Randy glanced in the direction of the little princess. In the queue, a few little boys had also accepted the colorful ice creams. After finishing the ice creams, the boys followed the little princess, giggling foolishly, towards the west gate of the amusement park. "Oh, the ice cream melted on my hand," Krista exclaimed in surprise, quickly taking out tissues to wipe her hand. Ice creams needed to be dealt with quickly. Randy thought for a moment and handed the colorful ice cream to May. "Baby, this ice cream is poisonous. Can you eat it?" May, who was drowsy, was woken up by Randy. He leaned closer, stuck out his little nose, and sniffed the poisonous colorful ice cream. "Whoa, this smells so good." May instantly perked up. His eyes lit up, and his voice brightened. "Mommy, I can eat it. I'm not afraid of poison, I'm more toxic than it." May devoured the ice cream in a few quick bites. In May's memory, since he and his brother were born, they had never tasted such delicacies. Seeing this, the 4 people beside Randy also crowded around her left shoulder, tempting May to eat the colorful ice cream by speaking into that air. May finished 5 ice creams in one breath, patting his little belly and belching contentedly. To Randy and the others, it was poison. But to May, it was an elixir. The 5 of them exchanged a few light-hearted words in line. Before long, they reached the entrance gate of the children's playground. "Visitors, please stop." A staff member dressed as a knight stretched out his hand, blocking Krista, who was at the front of the line. "Our Kanoran's playground only allows children to enter. Parents are not permitted to enter." Chapter 182, Kanoran must not tell lies. The staff member's tone was harsh. He glared at Krista, his gaze filled with intense disdain towards someone so old like her. Krista had anticipated this reaction from the staff. She stepped directly onto the Kanoran's age measurement machine beside her. Beep. "A baby of 237 months, please proceed inside." The mechanical voice from the measurement device rang out. The staff member was dumbfounded, his eyes practically falling out of their sockets. This was a first for him. Logically, the Kanoran's age measurement machine was designed for children, meant to gather age statistics and monitor physical data. Previously, all he needed to do was stop the parents and inform them that there were specialists inside to take care of the children, and those parents would naturally step back without crowding around the machine. But today, he encountered a tough one. After Krista's measurement, the others also lined up one by one. Beep. "A baby of 216 months, please proceed inside." Beep. "A baby of 245 months, please proceed inside." Beep. Each of Randy's group members had their turn on the device. All the information was recorded into the Knorren's Park visitor system. The staff member standing nearby stood agape in shock, frozen on the spot. Krista laughed from the side. Now that we've all been registered, if we don't have our entry records, the numbers won't match up, and you'll be in trouble too, right? The staff member, dressed in a childlike night costume, composed himself and coughed, stepping aside to let them through. Connor, please enter. Hope you have fun. The second half of his sentence used a playful tone often employed when talking to kids. He had to treat these 5 over 200-month-old babies as actual children. Krista hurriedly led the group into the children's park. Heaven. That was scary. Alice grabbed Krista's arm. You have so much guts, Ching-jun. Aren't you afraid they might give you a shot if you upset them? Alice had witnessed firsthand how intimidating the amusement park staff could be. If they claimed they could swallow a visitor whole, Alice would have believed it. Krista patted Alice's hand, laughing. Relax. Shu Laro, Eric, and I have observed. The staff here isn't mean. They only prevent parents from entering. But we're not parents, we are the children. As long as we don't care about dignity, they can't stop us. Krista said this with enthusiasm, leaving Alice stunned. After entering the children's park, they were led by a guide to a luxuriously decorated waiting room. Inside, there were already 20 or 30 children, each holding various toy weapons, playing joyfully. Except for Randy's group, none of the other children were older than 10. Hello, little friends, come over here. A soft, sweet female voice called out to them. Looking up, they saw a maid-dressed staff member smiling warmly and beckoning them over. The maid seemed very professional. She didn't discriminate against Randy's group despite their mature appearance. Exchanging looks, they all walked over to the maid, keeping a cautious demeanor. The maid stood behind an antique brown round counter. From a cabinet behind her, she took out 5 chocolate balls, giving each of the 5 a smile and a treat. Please wait for a moment, the next game will start soon. None of them ate the chocolates. Instead, they put them in their pockets and found several brightly colored plastic chairs, sitting down in a row among the playing children in a rather incongruous manner. Zihon! Krista suddenly shouted toward a direction. Terry. Randy followed her gaze. That Alexa's face seemed familiar yet different from what he remembered. It was the lively young girl wearing 3D glasses he met during the rainstorm. Her face had changed drastically now. Perhaps drenched by the red rain, her skin was mottled, revealing grayish-white fine fur. Was she a rat? Randy couldn't decide for the moment. Is Terry alone here? Krista thought for a moment and called over a staff member. Can she be escorted out? The staff member nodded, agreeing. Yes, the parents can come pick up their child. The staff member knew Krista and her friends were impersonating children. Getting them expelled would be a great chance to earn some merit. The staff member's eyes showed surprise. Are you the child's parent? The staff member's words left Krista momentarily speechless. Krista generally understood the staff's rules, to drive away parents of children. The staff member was trying to trick her. Krista remained silent for 2 seconds before shaking her head. No. Then I'm sorry, I can't let her out, the staff member replied, momentarily disappointed, before resuming his post. In the waiting hall, from the 4 corners came the repetitive broadcast of park rules over a female voice filled with static noise. The next game will start at 10 a.m. Please note, all children must eat the chocolate candy before entering the game, otherwise, the game will be delayed. Please choose your favorite character prop before the game starts. This will determine your character role. If you do not choose a prop or select multiple character props, the system will randomly assign a role for you. Before the game begins, please remember the following universal rules. Fairy Tale World Survival Guidelines. 1. Connoren must remain innocent. All children entering the fairy tale world absolutely cannot tell lies. Chapter 183, Predicting the Future. 2 tears in the fairy tale world will bring misfortune. Remember not to be a child who cries. 3. The murderer is the rabbit with red eyes, but you must not kill the rabbit. 4. This game lasts for 2 hours. Survive until the end, and you pass the game. Please note that death in the fairy tale world means your actual death as well. Wish all the little darlings a pleasant game. After listening to the announcement, Randy was the first to get up to choose props. In front of the waiting hall, each prop was neatly placed on low shelves. Randy noticed that the props chosen by players were not only related to the characters in fairy tales but also connected to the maps in fairy tales. One prop represents one character. However, these props were placed on both sides. Players choosing props on the left side mainly operate in the first fairy tale world, the log cabin and the misty forest. Players choosing props on the right side mainly operate in the second fairy tale world, the medieval ancient castle. Randy observed carefully. The majority of the props clearly belonged to either the first or second fairy tale world. There was only one prop placed between the 2 worlds. This prop was a translucent lavender crystal ball. The crystal ball might represent a witch or sorceress. Since this crystal ball appeared in both fairy tale worlds, could it be an important prop? While Randy was thinking about whether to choose this, the 4 people behind her also came forward to pick out their desired props. Krista was attracted by Little Red Riding Hood's scarlet cloak. She shook the cloak and covered her shoulders. Krista's body instantly turned invisible. Alice chose Cinderella's glass slipper. With the pretty high heels on, Alice instantly changed into a gorgeous blue puffy evening dress. Ellis chose a knight's sword, which significantly increased his physical strength and combat power. Eric chose the king's scepter, gaining the ability to make others unconditionally obey him. The 5 props chosen by Randy and the other 4 corresponded to 5 characters. Some came from the first fairy tale world Misty Forest, while others came from the second fairy tale world Medieval Ancient Castle. As everyone was trying out their props, Randy also started to try out the crystal ball. Holding the crystal ball, Randy glanced at the usage instructions on its tag. Sorceress Crystal Ball Instructions. 1. Close your eyes, meditate on a player's appearance, and silently recite their name to predict their future. 2. Once predicted, the future cannot be reversed or altered. Next to her, Krista was playing with the scarlet cloak, becoming invisible and visible alternately, laughing happily. Randy glanced at her, then held the crystal ball, closed her eyes, silently recited Krista's full name, and recalled Krista's face. In the next second, a twisted, undulating image appeared in Randy's mind. In the dark misty forest, the pale moonlight shone through the woods. Amidst a patch of disordered shrubs, Krista lay motionless with her eyes wide open. Krista's chest rose slightly, indicating faint breathing. Her cape from Little Red Riding Hood, stained with blood, was discarded like trash nearby. The perspective moved forward. A white-gloved right hand, holding a bloody dagger, approached Krista. The dagger stretched out and neatly slit open Krista's chest. The murderer searched Krista's chest cavity for a long time. After obtaining the pulsating fresh heart, the murderer's lips curved, reflected on the gleaming dagger. Then, the murderer put away the dagger and left satisfied. At the end of the scene, those rain boots stained with mud left a series of footprints, disappearing into the dark forest. Only the gutted Little Red Riding Hood Krista remained, intestines spilling everywhere, dead with her eyes open. The prophecy ended. Randy suddenly opened her eyes, awakening from the vision. This invisible cloak is absolutely amazing. Old shoe, do I look good in this? Krista's cheerful voice sounded. Ellis laughed loudly beside her. Fut ha ha ha, you're invisible, how can I see you? I've always said your brain isn't working properly, ha ha ha. Krista and Ellis, this young couple, enjoyed themselves joking around. But when Randy thought of Krista's tragic ending, a chill ran down her spine. Randy looked at her watch, it was still early. Enough time to predict more people's futures. Randy scanned Ellis next to Krista and once again closed her eyes to predict Ellis's outcome. It was the same misty forest, the same bright moonlight. The only difference was that Ellis, dressed in knight's attire, walked crazily toward the deep pond. Ellis's eyes were bloodshot, his state frenzied. He raised his sword high and swung it forcefully at the center of the pond. Curses of sorrow and anger burst from Ellis's mouth. The reflection of the full moon in the pond was shattered by Ellis, then rejoined, only to be shattered again, and once more joined. Ellis's rage boiled over as he tirelessly slashed at something unseen. Beneath the dark waters of the deep pond, faint shadows crept closer to Ellis. Next, Ellis's body began to sink. He struggled, being pulled down into the depths by something below. When Ellis surfaced again, his belly had been slit open. His intestines spilled out, heart missing. Scarlet blood gushed from within Ellis. The red blood mingled with the dark waters of the pond under the moonlight. Ellis's corpse floated alone in the pond. His eyes stared at the white crescent moon in the sky. The prophecy ended. Randy's breath hitched, her eyes flying open in shock. She held her chest, taking several deep breaths. Though it was just a foreseen image, the suffocating feeling was palpable, as if she were there herself. Behind her, Alice, dressed in glass slippers and an evening gown, noticed Randy's unusual state. She stopped lifting her dress and came to Randy's side. "What's wrong, sister?" Alice supported Randy. "Are you not feeling well?" Randy shook her head, looking deeply at Alice. "Give me your hand, let's try." Randy grabbed Alice's fingers, placing Alice's palm on the crystal ball. "Close your eyes, silently recite your name, and recall your appearance," Randy instructed. Alice followed without question, Randy doing the same. 2 seconds later, Alice's future appeared in both their minds. In the dim and desolate castle ballroom, tables, chairs, musical instruments, and wine glasses were scattered across the floor. In the middle of the dance floor, a noble woman with her limbs severed lay alone in a pool of blood. Her eyes had been gouged out. A bloody hole remained where her heart should be, the organ nowhere to be found. The scene zoomed in. The perspective squatted in front of the woman. Near the woman's head, a blood-stained glass slipper fell to the ground, its surface glowing faintly. At that moment, the ballroom doors creaked open. In the empty ancient castle ballroom, tap, 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 footsteps echoed gracefully and slowly on the hardwood floor. A slender figure approached the woman. Chapter 184, The Future Cannot Be Changed. Behind the tall figure, the ballroom's large door opened. Bright moonlight streamed through the half-open door, illuminating the dead woman's face. And that blood-stained face, it was Alice's. "Ah!" Alice let out a scream, withdrawing her hand from the crystal ball in terror. She immediately slipped off her crystal shoes and placed them back on the prop stand. Alice was startled by the scene, her eyelashes instantly misting over with moisture. "Sis, do we really have to play this game?" Alice's voice quivered, tears shining in her eyes. This was the instinctive fear humans had toward death. Alice knew she might die, but she hadn't expected it to be so horrific. "You can still quit now if you want." Randy offered a comforting word to Alice. "Sis, I'm sorry, really sorry." Alice couldn't care about anything else at that moment. She immediately returned to her seat, grabbed her and Poppy's backpacks, and ran out of the waiting room without looking back. Of the 4 teammates, 3 had died tragically. What about the 4th one? Randy glanced at Eric, who was playing with the king's scepter beside her. She closed her eyes once more, using the crystal ball. This time, to foresee Eric's future. A second later, the image unfolded. Before her eyes was the towering side profile of Eric wearing a crown and draped in a golden robe. He stood atop an ancient medieval castle tower. Eric's right hand rested on the scepter, his neck held high, standing perfectly straight. It seemed as though Eric was admiring the view. The only strange thing was that the direction Eric was staring at intently was not the scenery below the viewing platform, but the opposite direction, towards the black door at the top of the castle tower. Randy felt a mix of apprehension and pleasant surprise. Eric wasn't dead. A dead person's head cannot stand upright on their neck. Dead people also cannot stand perfectly straight. Randy tried to control the vision. To her delight, after several attempts, Randy could indeed move within the scene. With mixed emotions, she walked towards Eric. She had a lot of questions she wanted to ask him. What exactly happened in this fairy tale world? Why were friends being killed one after another? Just as Randy was about to see Eric's front face clearly, a low, raspy laugh echoed behind her. Randy's heart clenched, and she immediately turned to look behind her. In the empty, dimly lit castle, apart from the faint moonlight seeping in through the slightly open black door, everything else was pitch black. That figure flashed by just now. Randy immediately chased after the figure. The third rule of survival in the fairy tale world. The murderer is a red-eyed rabbit. Perhaps that figure was the rabbit who had killed the four of them. However, since Randy was foretelling Eric's future, she couldn't leave him too far behind, which limited her movements. Letting go of the murderer, a hint of regret welled up in Randy's heart. If she could get more details about the murderer, Randy might be able to plan ahead and prevent the tragedy. Randy gave up on chasing and turned around, only to find a lifeless face lunging at her rigidly. Eric's body crashed into Randy directly. Fortunately, Randy's role was that of an observer. She could only observe and not influence the scene. Eric's corpse passed through Randy and fell straight to the ground. At this moment, Randy finally saw Eric's face clearly. It was pale, pupils wide open, filled with fear. Eric's mouth was wide open, tongue and teeth removed entirely. Randy knew that the ability of Eric's royal scepter was to make others obey unconditionally. Without a tongue and teeth, Eric could never make any sound or give orders. Squatting down beside Eric's body, Randy observed that something seemed to be piercing straight through his body. That straight object ran from head to toe. It was supporting Eric's neck and keeping his body upright. The moonlight revealed what was inside Eric's body. A bloody stick was protruding from Eric's open abdomen. The bloody stick had pierced through Eric's body. Randy's shoulder was tapped. She shuddered and snapped out of the vision. Don't daydream. Look at the screen. We're assigning props, Eric's voice sounded beside her. Following Eric's indication, Randy looked at the big screen. So far, almost every prop had its owner's name labeled on it. Players chose props, and props chose players. The 5 of them had handled these props before they arrived here, meaning other children in this round had touched them as well. However, without exception, those children always had to put them down for various reasons, such as the props being too hot to handle or too heavy. Because those children were not the owners of the props in this round of the game. On the large screen in the waiting hall, the props paired with Randy and her 4 companions were exactly what appeared in Randy's prophecy. Krista's crimson robe, Alice's knight sword, Alice's crystal shoes, and Eric's royal scepter. At the entrance of the waiting hall, Alice, who was planning to escape, was caught by the staff with a bleak expression. Alice looked at Randy and shook her head. The crystal shoes had already chosen their owner, Alice. Once a prop was successfully paired, the player would also lose the right to leave the game. Randy comforted Alice with a glance, then held the crystal ball again and closed her eyes once more. She still had the most curious future to explore, which she hadn't yet discovered. Randy visualized her own face in her mind and silently repeated her name. Then, the image unfolded. Before Randy's eyes lay an endless void. The foretelling ability seemed to have failed. Randy opened her eyes and tried again. But the second time, not only was the picture darker, but it also seemed like something was violently impacting Randy's brain nerves. Randy hurriedly opened her eyes and detached herself from the image. She saw her health points drop from 70 to 69. She stopped the idea of forcibly viewing her own future. There must be a hidden rule with the crystal ball. Cannot foresee the future of the prop owner. Big sister, I don't want to become the way the prophecy predicts. Alice walked up to Randy, tears rolling down her cheeks one by one. When a person knows they will die, and especially die by having limbs chopped off, eyes gouged out, and heart scooped out, they absolutely cannot remain indifferent. Only at this moment did Randy understand the significance of the mascot of the children's amusement park, Little Princess, giving them colorful ice cream. Dying painlessly after eating the ice cream could be considered less of a punishment and more of a blessing. Just then, a blurry figure in a pink dress, seemingly pushing a pumpkin carriage, flashed past behind Alice. Little Princess moved through the children and teleported into a wooden door. Mascot. Randy's expression tightened. She immediately grabbed Alice's hand and chased after the mascot with Alice. Chapter 185 Overturning the Inevitable Doom. Wait. Randy quickly blocked the door lock and pushed the door open. Inside the room, the mascot dressed like a little princess seemed to have anticipated this. She sat in her special small chair, spun around, and turned to look at Randy. What's wrong, sister? The little princess's voice was soft and delicate. She flashed a smile at Randy, revealing shallow dimples on her face. Do you have any colorful ice creams? Randy glanced at Alice, then returned her gaze to the mascot. I want to get one for my friend. Randy had specifically brought Alice along for this very reason. Since Alice's death was already fated, being tortured to death. The only way now to alleviate this outcome was to try and see if the colorful ice cream could change Alice's painful end. At the same time, Randy wanted to probe another even more important matter. Is there any possibility to alter the future that has already been predicted? Using the colorful ice cream as a means of change is also a form of change. During Randy's confrontation with the mascot, Krista and the others caught up. They rushed into the room hastily. What's wrong, Randy? Did something happen? Krista and Anthony looked anxiously at Randy, asking questions one after another. Randy did not answer directly. Instead, after glancing back at the 4 people at the door, she paused slightly and changed her wording to the mascot, 4 of them. Inside the room, the mascot giggled sweetly. She got up from her chair and went to the pumpkin carriage to retrieve an ice cream. Then she walked over to Randy and handed her the colorful ice cream. I only have this last one, sister. I want to give it to you to eat. And, as long as sister eats it, sister's 4 friends won't die. The mascot's words were laced with a seductive undertone. Her statement made Krista and the others understand most of it. She said Randy's 4 friends will die. These 4 friends, aren't they exactly them? Seeing the scene before her, Alice felt tormented inside. She covered her mouth and ran out of the room in tears. Neither of the 2 possible choices Randy might make were what Alice wanted to see. In the first scenario, if Randy refused the ice cream, Alice and the 3 others would enter the game and accept their fate of being brutally killed. Perhaps Randy could barely clear the amusement park. Note, this word seems out of context and isn't translated well here, so I'll assume it's a mistake, and after clearing it, Alice and the 3 others might be resurrected. But there was also the possibility that Alice and the 3 others would remain dead forever in the fairy tale world, never getting a proper ending. The second scenario was Alice watching her friend Randy eat the colorful ice cream and die right in front of her. And the deceased Randy would have no chance of resurrection. From that point onward, China would no longer have Randy. Krista quickly caught up with Alice. She had also guessed the general course of events. Patting Alice's shoulders, she consoled her. Don't worry, it's just death, everyone dies eventually. No matter what happens, we'll still be here for you. Alice lifted her teary eyes to glance at Krista, choking back sobs. Unable to speak, she merely waved her hand to indicate Krista not to worry. If Krista had witnessed her own grim fate, she probably wouldn't talk about it so casually. Just like Alice. Thinking about the limbless, eyeless bloody corpse in the ballroom, Alice felt a strong sense of nausea. Anthony and Eric also joined the 2 girls. Randy locked the door. We don't know what they are discussing inside, Eric explained. The 4 exchanged a few words. A minute later, Randy opened the door and came out. In Randy's hand was a partially eaten ice cream. Ice cream residue had accidentally stuck to her face. Krista and Alice, seeing Randy eating the colorful ice cream for their sake, couldn't control their emotions and burst into tears. Sis. Sniff sniff. Alice threw herself at Randy, sobbing uncontrollably. Why did you do such a foolish thing? Randy hadn't died because of the Chinese barrage but instead sacrificed herself for her 4 friends. This thought made Krista's heart ache, and she started to tear up too. Krista stepped forward and hugged both Alice and Randy, her eyes brimming with tears. Anthony and Eric were also heavy-hearted. They sorrowfully approached and placed their hands on the shoulders of the girls, preparing for the final farewell. Soon enough, the 4 people in front of Randy were all crying. Randy stared blankly at the suddenly sorrowful 4, momentarily forgetting the red infant waiting with its mouth wide open for food. Don't cry. I've thought of a way to save you. Randy tried to comfort them. Alice nodded through her tears, hugging Randy tighter. I know, sister. You're going to sacrifice yourself for us. We all know it. Krista sobbed, her face streaked with tears. Randy, you are really kind-hearted. Anthony wiped away his tears and chimed in. Randy, rest assured, we will visit your grave for you. Eric choked out. May you rest in peace. Randy stared blankly at the 4, unsure if she should tell them the truth. If she hadn't died, would that disappoint these 4 teammates? The red infant finished eating the ice cream from Randy's hand in a few bites. Remembering how Mama had gone to such lengths to get this last ice cream from the mascot for him, he felt touched. Unable to contain his emotions for the second time, the little guy leaned forward and planted another kiss on Randy's cheek. Now, there was an additional smear of melted ice cream on Randy's face. I think you might have misunderstood. Randy wiped off the ice cream and explained to the 4. I didn't eat the ice cream. The red infant did. And you guys don't need to die. Let's put our worries aside. Alice looked up, shocked. Sister, the future can be changed, right? Everyone could see the crystal ball's rules displayed on the big screen. Thus, the 4 found it hard to believe when Randy said they could save themselves. Facing their puzzled looks, Randy nodded seriously. Yes, the future cannot be changed. Since it can't be changed, then, let's make it happen. Randy spoke mysteriously. She led Alice and the others to the crystal ball, checking each prediction one by one. Then, 5 heads huddled together as they whispered among themselves. What an incredible plan. Will this work? Alice looked up, astonished by Randy's idea. Randy smiled and nodded. As long as none of you mess up, this plan will work. Have you memorized all the details of the future? The 4 shook their heads in unison as they watched Randy. So, everyone went through the predicted scenes again one by one. Alice and the others tried their best to remember every detail and scene. They planned to act everything out according to Randy's instructions. What if there are things we can't act out? Krista asked. Randy hinted, you still have the cards given by the mascot, right? Or check if there are any children's props on site that could be useful, maybe even befriend one of the kids. Each of them had been given a small card by the mascot. Using everything efficiently, they could indeed survive in the fairy tale world without changing the future. After completing the performance, they needed to destroy some important and unique props on site. This way, the scene would become irreversible, altering their fated brutal deaths. After performing, they needed to be more cautious about the murderer, aiming to survive the game. The discussion ended. Just then, a unified announcement sounded in the waiting hall. Dear little friends, the game starts in 10 minutes tilde. Please take your props, eat the chocolate candy, and line up in the entrance hall. Taking advantage of the repeated announcement, Randy and the others picked up their props. On the way, Krista decided to kidnap a child. Zihan, follow your sister. Krista lifted Terry and carried her to the entrance hall. The other three followed behind Terry, being attentive and warm. Terry held a mask of the Wicked Queen. She wanted to play the role of Kimora's vain stepmother. Chapter 186, The Castle's Invitation. Randy, can we eat this chocolate? Krista asked Randy with her head tilted to the side while holding Terry. The other children in this entrance hall had already consumed their chocolate candies, including Terry. Only Randy and the 4 others hadn't touched theirs yet. Randy was silent for 2 seconds. At this moment, a staff member came forward to urge them. Hello, please eat your chocolate candy promptly, otherwise, the game will start late tilde. The staff member held a counter in hand. It now showed that 45 candies had been eaten, leaving only 5 in the entire hall. What if I'm allergic to chocolate? Krista posed the question, hoping to avoid eating the candy. The staff member responded, we can replace it with hard candy without chocolate for you. Forget it then, Krista waved her hand. Whatever the gal-faced organization's staff provided, whether it was chocolate or hard candy, probably wasn't good. Randy stared intently at the staff member, her confusion and bewilderment deepening. Why did the gal-faced organization go to such lengths to create this amusement park and expend so much manpower and resources? Was it really just to harm people? But wouldn't using sinister methods to kill be easier? Why go through all this trouble and spend huge sums of money to build such a large amusement park? What did the gal-faced organization intend to do, and what was their purpose? Randy's eyes darkened. To uncover the secrets of the gal-faced organization, she needed to delve deeper into the game. Perhaps the answers were hidden within it. We will eat it, Randy assured the staff member. Isn't it 2 minutes before 10 o'clock? When 2 minutes are up, the game will start on time. Randy's demeanor was gentle. Seeing that she agreed to eat the candy, the staff member stopped pestering them. Instead, they retreated to their position, holding the counter and waiting for the numbers to change. As soon as the staff left, Randy raised her hand and fed the chocolate candy to the red infant on her shoulder. The other 4 followed suit, feeding their candies to the red infant. The red infant found the candy somewhat unpalatable, vomiting as it ate. Fortunately, Randy gave it a heart. Tempted by the heart, the red infant obediently finished the candies. All 50 candies were consumed by the children, and the number on the counter disappeared. Shortly after, the clock struck 10 o'clock. All the little kids entered a hidden door together, entering the dark fairy tale world. When Randy opened her eyes, she found herself inside a cave at the edge of a forest. Randy held a crystal ball, playing the role of a witch. It was nighttime in this fairy tale world. Outside the cave where Randy was located, a group of cawing crows flew past. One crow with human-like eyes flew into the cave. In its mouth, it carried an envelope with a gold border. The crow placed the envelope at Randy's feet and then opened its beak, awaiting food. Randy scanned the cave, which contained nothing but some witchcraft items and a boiling pot. Randy stirred the pot with a ladle, scooped out a finger, and handed it to the crow. The crow clutched the finger, turned around, and flew away happily, flapping its wings. After the crow left, Randy picked up the golden-edged letter beside her feet. This letter came from an ancient castle. The handwriting was crooked, annotated with pinion. Dear Witch, greetings. We are delighted that you have personally opened this letter. Tonight at midnight, we will hold a coronation banquet for the king at Brand Castle. You are cordially invited to attend this banquet. You may choose to attend, or participate enthusiastically. Your evening gown has already been dispatched by our soldiers and will arrive shortly by horseback. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, and we hope it illuminates your path forward. Just as Randy finished reading the message, the sound of hooves echoed outside the cave. Ho! A boy's voice appeared. That little boy wore soldier attire and dismounted from his horse. He quickly approached Randy, bowed respectfully, and presented a purple dress with both hands. Please change into this dress and follow me to Brand Castle. Keaton's voice was soft and adorable. Behind him, an immature white foal kicked its hooves, greeting the flying crows. A flying crow dropped a piece of red meat, which the foal eagerly ate as it lowered its head. Randy glanced at the young soldier. The Everett's health points displayed above his head were at 100. This child was also a player. Thank you, Everett. Wait for me outside. Randy took the purple dress and changed behind a curtain. Then, following the Everett, she walked out of the cave. Randy stood at the edge of the misty forest. This place was the intersection between the misty forest and the ancient castle world. Randy speculated that players who chose the first world, Misty Forest, would most likely die on their way to the ancient castle. Players who chose the second world, Medieval Castle, would probably encounter dangers in various parts of the castle during the banquet. Outside the cave, the Everett invited Randy to ride with him. The young foal had already knelt down, waiting for the Everett and Randy to get on. Randy glanced at the young horse. I'm afraid I might kill it by sitting on it. I'll walk there. The Everett didn't insist. Outside, the moonlight flickered intermittently. Behind Randy, the mist floating above the dark forest would vanish when the moon was bright and gather into clumps when it was hidden. Especially after the mist appeared, people in the forest would have blurred vision, leaving them unable to counterattack even when attacked. This was one of the dangerous factors of the misty forest. Randy followed the horseback-riding Everett away from the forest towards Brand Castle. After walking for about 10 minutes, Randy finally crossed the wilderness at the edge of the forest and arrived at a town area. After passing through this town and crossing a moat, Randy and the Everett could successfully reach Brand Castle. The time was now 11:30 p.m. Despite the late hour, this town was still brightly lit. The streets were festooned with lanterns, bustling with crowds, lively and prosperous. The Everett brought Randy to the center of the town, but the horse suddenly became restless. The Everett quickly dismounted. I'm very sorry, the foal might have eaten something bad. Let me take it to handle this. Please wait here for a moment, Miss Witch. The Everett bowed and hurriedly led the foal away from the center of the street. Randy stood beside the fountain, waiting for the Everett to return. And right then, a series of bell sounds came from somewhere unknown. Judging from the sound, the bells seemed to be tied around the ankles, ringing tinkle-tinkle with every step. Almost within 5 seconds of the bell sound starting, people on the main street of the town center began running like mad. Windows were shut, shops closed, doors locked. In less than 10 seconds, what was once a bustling street turned completely empty, lonely, and desolate. Many citizens didn't even bother to collect their carts and stalls. A cool breeze blew. Facing Randy, apart from scattered confetti blown by the wind, not a soul remained. No new rules appeared. But that crisp bell sound was still getting closer. Chapter 187 The Owner of the Bell. At the distant street corner, a vague and shuffling figure was approaching the alley. Randy's heart pounded. She glanced around. All the taverns and restaurants nearby had closed their doors long ago. The entire street was desolate, offering no shelter for Randy. On the contrary, there were an abnormal number of candid horse vendors on the streets of this town. Randy casually chose one candid horse stall, crouched low, used the fountain statue as cover, and ran swiftly to hide behind the stall. This candid horse stall was at the back of the street, about 20 meters away from the fountain. These stalls were built with coarse cement. Using these low cement walls provided concealment. Moreover, there was a small round hole specifically set into the cement wall. Randy held her breath, squatting behind the stall. Through the small round hole in the cement wall, she looked towards the center of the street. The sound of bells came from the head of the street, slowly approaching the fountain. However, while Randy was observing, that jingle-jingle sound mysteriously vanished. Randy checked again through the round hole. She found that the dark silhouette originally at the street corner had also disappeared without a trace. What are you looking for? A mouthful of rotten teeth grinned from behind Randy's neck. The jingle-jingle sound reappeared behind Randy. Her body stiffened. She slowly twisted her neck and met the face of a Noah wearing a red cap. He was dressed as Don. Although he looked like Don in attire, his clothes were torn and dirty. Don put down the wet red sack he was carrying on his shoulder and gave Randy a simple smile. He squatted behind the stall along with Randy. And with an excited rising tone, he asked again. Who are you hiding from? Can I join? So tense. The Don tightly huddled next to Randy, squatting beside her. He mimicked Randy's posture, peeping cautiously through the round hole at the street scenery. His black rain boots leaned right against Randy's lower leg. Randy instinctively swallowed. Rain boots. The elder was wearing filthy rain boots. In the prophecy, the murderer who slit Krista's throat with a dagger wore rain boots. At the end of that prophetic scene, a series of footprints left by mud-caked rain boots led out of the forest. Randy was squeezed into a corner by the elder and couldn't move. She cautiously glanced downward. For now, there was no mud on these shoes. If Don was the murderer, it meant Krista hadn't been harmed yet. The murderer hadn't gone after Krista. But what did this Don have to do with the red-eyed rabbit? Randy remembered the rules saying the murderer was a red-eyed rabbit. Why don't you talk? I asked you why you're hiding here. Who are you hiding from? Who? Why do I feel you're not respecting me? There's no one outside. You're lying to me. You lied to me. Ignoring him, the Don lost control emotionally and started shouting. He hurriedly searched through his belongings, perhaps looking for a knife. Randy wanted to run but was blocked in the corner by the Noah. Randy tried to call out to the carter on her shoulder. But somehow, the carter had fallen asleep and wouldn't wake up despite repeated calls. Randy distinctly remembered that the carter had eaten a colorful ice cream. Usually, after eating ice cream, one shouldn't be so sleepy. How did the carter end up like this? Without much thought, the Don was becoming increasingly frenzied. The Don grabbed Randy's shoulders, angrily pressing her against the low cement wall. Something inside his red hat seemed to be growing outward. At a critical moment, Randy touched something sticky on the ground. A familiar sweet smell entered Randy's nostrils. Sweetness. The sweetness of honey. Randy immediately picked up the object and stuffed it into Don's mouth. Upon tasting the candied haws, the Noah blushed and instantly quieted down. His manic emotions seemed to be pacified. The thing growing inside his red hat gradually receded. Randy quickly fled from the stall and sprinted further away. All the candied haws sold on this street contained honey. Based on the current situation, honey appeared to have good resistance against pollution. This might explain why there were so many candied haws vendors on this street. These candied haws were possibly the only chance for passers-by to survive. As Randy passed by those stalls, she took a batch of candied haws. The Don Bell continued to pursue relentlessly. Continuing forward was the moat that separated the town and the castle. There was no bridge over the moat, which was deep and had fast-moving water. Randy could not cross it. To reach the castle, she might need the help of the Everett. While hesitating, Don had already finished eating the candied haws and appeared behind Randy. You wait a moment. Don panted from running. Why are you walking so fast? I haven't given you your gift yet. Don put down the large burlap sack dripping with red liquid on his shoulder and half dove into it, searching for something. Just as Randy planned to grab another string of candied haws to buy some time, the door of the small house with colored lights on its right creaked open. A kind Reese wearing a cap and apron peeked out from the door. Good child, come in quickly, the Reese beckoned Randy. It was unsafe outside. But inside could also be dangerous. As Randy was about to refuse, the Everett's head popped out from below the door crack. Get in quickly, it's dangerous outside, come inside to hide. Don was still rummaging through the blood-stained burlap sack. He seemed to be caught by something inside and was struggling fiercely. Randy initially intended to choose neither and run toward the other end of the town street. But she unexpectedly noticed a mist creeping in from the previously clear night sky. The mist came from the direction of the forest and was now spreading from the street corner at the end of town. She must not enter the mist. Even her fog-penetrating lamp would be useless. Its existence would only reveal her exact location to Don. Caught between a rock and a hard place, what should she do? The mist continued to spread. The struggle between Don and the thing in the sack was almost over, and Don clearly had the upper hand. Randy looked up toward the direction of the Reese in the small house. This was the only choice. Randy moved towards the small house. If entering the Reese's house meant death, it could only mean this scenario was a certain death trap. But there were no certain death traps, so the Reese's house must be safe. Randy quickened her pace towards the small house. But just 1 or 2 meters away from the door, the clock inside the small house's glass window caught Randy's attention. Her eyes glanced strangely at the clock, and her steps toward the small house paused. Chapter 188, Safe Cottage. Randy glanced at the cottage in front of her, then turned her head to look at the one opposite. After clearly observing the layout of the opposite cottage, Randy's expression suddenly changed. She immediately turned around and sprinted in the opposite direction. Mirror image. Everything inside the right side cottage was a mirror image of everything in the left side cottage. The clock within had been moving counterclockwise earlier. The numbers on the clock were also mirrored. A simple mirror image alone wouldn't have alerted Randy to danger. But the problem was that every detail in the right side cottage could find its original in the left side cottage, including the door half opened, waiting for Randy to enter. The cottage was indeed a safe place. But a mirrored house absolutely wasn't. A mirrored house was an intentional imitation. As for who was deliberately imitating the safe cottage, the answer was self-evident. The eeriness within the mirrored house was well disguised. It went to such lengths to lure Randy into the house. It certainly wasn't to ensure her safety. And what the mirrored house was truly imitating was the real safe cottage that the eerie wanted to conceal, the house on the left with the open door. Randy didn't dare waste a second and quickly ran towards the left cottage. The Don on the street had already finished fighting with whatever was in the burlap sack and lifted his head. Seeing Randy running back and forth, the Noah looked confused. Randy swiftly opened the door of the safe cottage which had opened for her and slammed it shut. However, things did not go as wished. A pair of blood-stained hands quickly reached inside from outside, blocking the door Randy was about to close. Don struggled with Randy. Randy tried to close the door, while Don tried to open it. Don grinned, revealing his mouth full of decayed teeth. His face, covered in bloody marks, looked kindly through the door crack at Randy. Heh. The gift hasn't been given yet. Don muttered something as he pulled out a red stocking from behind his back. The thick red stocking was stuffed so full it bulged. The top of the red stocking was still loose, as if it had just been taken off someone's foot. Here's your gift, Heh. Don thrust the stocking into Randy's arms and even helped her slam the door shut. Outside the glass window, Don used exaggerated gestures to cry mournfully. RV been locked out. So cruel. Please, children, let Grandpa in. Grandpa has gifts to give you. If you don't open the door for me, then I'll have to climb down the chimney. Hee. Outside the glass window, Don bent down, shouldering the blood-stained burlap sack and ringing the bell on his ankle as he walked into the spreading fog on the street. Randy watched the disappearing silhouette of the Noah, lifting the red stocking she held in her hand for another look, unsure how to handle it. Just then, a noise came from the bathroom inside the cottage. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like a head banging against the door. Randy glanced around the room but didn't see the owner of the cottage. If there was no owner, who had opened the door for Randy? And who was making the noises from the bathroom? Help me. Is anyone there to help this old grandma? I know someone is outside. Good child, please help Grandma. Bang, bang. This elderly voice was exactly the same as the Reeses in the mirror image cottage across the way. The person trapped in the bathroom should be the owner of the safe cottage. I see you. A pair of blood-red, vicious eyes appeared under the gap at the bottom of the bathroom door. Quick, listen to Grandma Tilda open the door for me, good child. Randy didn't dare move recklessly. She examined the family portraits hanging on the walls, as well as the framed photo, and instantly understood. Randy immediately shouted in the cottage, Krista, Krista, this is Randy, are you home? Upon hearing Randy's voice, the lock on the bedroom door upstairs clicked open. When the bedroom door opened, there was nothing inside. Wearing an invisibility robe, Krista cautiously peeked downstairs. To confirm if it was really Randy, the invisible Krista asked, So tell me, what does this Morse code mean? Then Krista knocked more than 10 times on the door. If Krista asked other questions, such as what had happened before, the eerie might have prepared for it. But Morse code was different. The knowledge in Randy's mind couldn't be stolen by the eerie. Randy looked at the empty bedroom door upstairs and smiled. It means nothing, you were knocking randomly. Randy's response was unhesitant. Hearing Randy state the answer so confidently, Krista immediately dismissed her doubts. Krista took off her invisibility cloak, revealing her figure. She wrapped the cloak in her arms and clattered down from the second floor. Randy, it really is you. Thank goodness, I've been scared out of my wits. Krista ran to Randy's side and immediately began complaining. The rules required me to open the door when the mist appeared. It was terrifying. I thought something horrible would come in. This safe house was Krista's Marlene's home. The two people in the family portrait on the wall were exactly Red Riding Hood Krista and her Marlene. After entering the fairy tale world, Krista had come directly to her Marlene's house. However, as soon as she arrived here, Krista realized that this kind Reese wasn't her Marlene. Red Riding Hood's Marlene had already died, and the photo of her Marlene on the wall served as evidence. Thus, Krista had a hard time getting the fake Marlene into the bathroom. And due to the limitations of the rule, the fake Marlene couldn't leave the bathroom. From under the door crack, the fake Marlene peeked out. Upon seeing Krista and Randy knew each other, and realizing that Randy wouldn't let her out, she became despondent and continued knocking her head against the door with bang, bang, bang. Haven't you gone to recreate the scene in the prophecy yet? Randy asked Krista. Krista led Randy to sit on the sofa and shook her head. No, I need to go to the castle first and get Terry for my human skin mask before I can recreate the scene. Randy raised an eyebrow. You're going to Brand Castle too? Then we can go together. Krista immediately agreed. But after 1 second, her expression turned troubled again. But, the moat outside is troublesome. I asked the neighbors in town, and without someone leading the way, it's impossible to get to the other side. Speaking of a guide, Randy instantly recalled Josu riding a horse. Oh no. Randy stood up abruptly. All her focus had been on escaping, completely forgetting about Josu and his little horse. If anything happened to Josu, then neither Randy nor Krista could cross the moat, let alone reach the castle on the other side. According to the invitation, Randy had to be at the castle by midnight tonight for the banquet. What's wrong, Randy? Don't scare me. Krista stood up alongside Randy. Randy's brow furrowed, and a scene flashed through her mind. When the mirrored house lured Randy inside, Josu had appeared. Everything in the mirrored house was copied from Krista's house. Randy looked seriously at Krista. Did you capture a child? A Herman with a small horse, dressed as a soldier. You didn't kill him, did you? Krista drew in a cold breath. You mean the kid who defecated in my backyard with his little horse? Chapter 189, Tears of Misfortune. Randy nodded. Yes. The child's little horse had an upset stomach, and he said he needed to take care of it. What Randy hadn't anticipated was that the child's way of dealing with it was to sneak into Krista's yard and have the horse defecate there. The thought still made Krista cringe. Randy, let me take you over there. The kid is sleeping in one of the rooms. Krista led Randy upstairs. He seemed half asleep when I saw him, obediently squatting beside his little horse, barely able to keep his eyes open. Reaching the bedroom at the far end of the second floor, formerly her Marlene's room, Krista took out a set of keys and started searching for the right one to unlock the door. Unfamiliar with the correct key, she tried them one by one. Randy, where did this child come from? Is he important? Krista asked while trying the keys. He's a soldier of the castle, just like us, a player. His identity could get us into the castle, Randy replied frankly. While they were talking outside the door, a smell of disinfectant wafted into Randy's nostrils. Did you use any disinfectant? Randy asked Krista. This smell reminded her of hospitals or medical laboratories. Most homes wouldn't have such a strong disinfectant scent. Looking puzzled, Krista continued trying keys. No, why would I do that? Sniffing carefully, she frowned. There does seem to be a disinfectant smell. At that moment, a window inside the room opened. Startled, Randy didn't wait for Krista to find the right key. She kicked the wooden door open. Who's there? Randy rushed to the windowsill and looked down. A shadow disappeared into the mist. Realizing something was wrong, Krista immediately became alert and began searching behind the door, curtains, under the bed, and inside the wardrobe. The intruder had fled, and both women turned their attention to Josu lying on the bed. His clothes were partly off, and his abdomen had been coated with a layer of medicine, as if preparing for an abdominal incision. The sleeping boy seemed to be having a sweet dream, smiling contentedly. Something's wrong with the chocolate, Randy speculated. She locked the window and went to the bedside. Mario ate chocolate and became drowsy too, like the Everett. Was it arranged by the Ghostface organization? Krista asked, why would they do this? Randy recalled the prophecy where all 4 teammates died with missing hearts. Lulling the children to sleep might make it easier to extract hearts from living bodies. If they had arrived any later, the Everett might have been dissected alive. Randy analyzed, this game may be related to live hearts. The murderer is also from the Ghostface organization. They could easily take hearts after killing the victims, but giving children chocolate candy clearly indicates they want the children to fall asleep, making it easier for the murderer to extract hearts from live bodies. Eating chocolate, falling asleep, and being alone are all prerequisites for the killer to strike. Shocked, Krista's eyes widened. So cruel. What does the Ghostface organization want? Randy shook her head, I don't know yet. With limited participation in the amusement park projects and no direct evidence, Randy couldn't speculate on the intentions of the Ghostface organization. But she was certain this entire amusement park hid huge secrets from the organization. Together, Krista and Randy dressed the Everett. After several calls, thankfully, since he hadn't eaten much chocolate, they managed to wake him up. The Everett opened his sleepy eyes and, upon seeing Randy and Krista, pouted and burst into tears. Wah. I want to leave, I don't want to stay here. He trembled from head to toe. Puzzled, Randy and Krista wondered why. He had smiled in his sleep earlier, not like someone who had a nightmare. What happened? Don't cry. Randy consoled him. Rule number 2 of survival in the fairy tale world. Tears in the fairy tale world invite misfortune. Never be a child who cries. Keaton wouldn't listen. To stop his crying, Randy pinched his mouth shut. If you stop crying, I'll let you go. Listen to me. Randy's gaze was sincere. Sniffling, he looked at Randy through tear-filled eyes and reluctantly nodded. Why were you crying? Randy asked, letting him go. The Everett held back sobs. I saw many children hanging on the wall, their stomachs covered in blood. They told me to run away as fast as I could, to escape this place. Randy's first reaction was that the place with many hanging children was another layer of hell set up by the Ghostface organization. Just like in the Ferris wheel game, where deceased players would all go to that place. Did someone take you there? Or did you go by yourself? Randy asked. The Everett replied, a princess sister in a pink dress took me there. She said she wanted me to get ready and hang me on the wall soon. Randy and Krista exchanged glances. Both realized that the princess sister who guided the Everett was likely the mascot princess they had encountered several times before. At this moment, outside the window on the 2nd floor, the sound of jingling bells rang out. They turned their heads and saw Yonaton's blood-stained face pressed against the glass, staring intently at the Everett. Yonaton was drawn by the Everett's crying. Good child, don't cry, Grandpa will give you a present. Yonaton held a dripping knife in his hand. The tip of the knife scratched against the glass, emitting a sharp, grating sound. Wait for Grandpa, he'll bring you the gift, After saying that, Yonaton climbed up the wooden ladder toward the roof. The chimney. Randy's expression grew anxious. Krista, is your chimney blocked? Randy remembered that Yonaton had said he would climb in through the chimney if no one opened the door for him. Krista also panicked. I don't know, I'm not very familiar with this house either. Randy immediately led the Everett out of the bedroom. There should be a kitchen or woodshed on the 2nd floor, hurry and find it. Yonaton was here to kill the Everett. But the Everett couldn't die. They still needed his help to enter the castle opposite. In their hurried search, they finally found the woodshed with a chimney at the other end of the 2nd floor. When they arrived, they saw Yonaton's red trouser-clad legs already emerging from the chimney. Chapter 190 The Emerald Necklace. Don was about to come down. Krista quickly stepped forward, holding Don's legs to prevent him from touching the ground. The position of the chimney was very narrow. Once controlled by Krista, Don couldn't go up or down. Meanwhile, Randy immediately took out the burning torch from the fireplace, removed Don's shoes and socks, and placed the fire under his feet. Hiss, hiss. The flames scorched Don's soles, causing him to continually retract his feet upward in pain. Finally, the Noah swore at the people inside the room. While cursing, he pulled his feet back into the chimney. Smoke from the firewood rushed into the chimney. Choked by the smoke, Don kicked Krista away and climbed out of the chimney hastily. Taking this opportunity, Krista and Randy quickly used a boiler to block the chimney. Randy, this house isn't safe. We need to find a way to escape quickly, suggested Krista. Krista's suggestion was quite reasonable. If they didn't find an opportunity to leave here, it was only a matter of time before Don broke in. Randy nodded, all right, but we have one more thing to do before that. Outside the small house, Don stood barefoot on the snow and ice, walking to the kitchen window on the 1st floor. Grabbing stones outside, Don crackled a few times and smashed the kitchen glass window. He grabbed the windowsill, inserted his hand through the broken glass, and unlocked the iron latch from the inside. With the kitchen window open, Don hummed a tune as he climbed inside from outside. After entering the room, he fetched an axe from next to the stove in the kitchen. Then, jingling the bells on his ankles, he walked further into the room. Good children, don't cry, Grandpa is here to comfort you. Conaren who cry get candy, Grandpa will bring you some. Don't hide, come out quickly. Grandpa has a good thing for you, Don turned around the room but saw no one. Only one place was continuously making noise. Bang, bang, bang. Fake Grandma continued to bash the bathroom door with her head. Outside the bathroom, there was a key intentionally left for Don by Randy. Attracted by the banging sound, the frown on Don's face turned into surprise when he discovered this commotion. Gripping the axe tightly, he bent over and slowly approached the bathroom, his smile becoming increasingly perverted. Good child, don't be afraid. Grandpa is coming in soon. Hee. When Don reached the bathroom door, without considering using the key, he raised the axe high and fiercely chopped at the bathroom door with a fierce expression. 1 chop, 2 chops. Fake grandma screamed like a pig being slaughtered from behind the door. Struck in the thigh, fake grandma's pants tore open, revealing her wolf fur. Seeing this scene, both wolf grandma and Don froze simultaneously. Enraged, wolf grandma immediately unmasked herself, revealing her sharp teeth and claws, and engaged in a scuffle with Don in the bathroom. At this moment, Randy and Krista were already sneaking to the backyard with the Everett, leading away the little horse tied to the wooden post. The three, along with the horse, quickly came to the edge of the moat. According to the rules, the Everett took out his special whistle from around his neck and put it in his mouth. The whistle lasted for 2 seconds, and the soldiers on the opposite bank responded with another whistle. Not long after, something entered the water. Soldiers from the other side of the castle sent a raft, rowing it over to pick up the Everett. Once the soldiers on the raft arrived, they invited the Everett and the others onto the boat. 4 people and a horse successfully crossed the river and arrived at Brant Castle's area. This side of Brant Castle wasn't covered by fog. The surrounding landscaping was excellent, with evergreen plants covering a large outer area. The only thing that made Randy feel uneasy was the apparent pairs of red eyes lurking within these green plants. Many crows populated this area. Mostly all had red eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Perched on branches, their red-eyed gaze followed Randy and company closely. Krista also noticed this and felt her scalp tingle. She draped herself in an invisibility cloak, shrinking into herself to minimize her presence. Walking for over 10 minutes, Randy and the others finally reached the castle's main gate. The guards at the entrance needed to check their invitations. Invited as a sorceress, Randy was allowed entry. Without an invitation, Krista simply tightened her invisibility cloak and sneaked in following Randy. Krista did not have a must-attend this banquet mission in this fairy tale world. Randy was led by a dedicated attendant to rest in the castle's main hall. Meanwhile, Krista took advantage of her invisibility cloak to search for Terry's location within the castle. Once she obtained the human skin mask made by Terry, Krista could recreate the scene predicted by the prophecy. Before entering the fairy tale world, Krista specifically instructed Terry. She asked Terry to stick chocolate wrappers on her room's door as a recognition mark after entering. Now Krista hoped that Terry had not fallen asleep or been harmed yet. With the invisibility cloak providing cover, Krista easily arrived at a room with chocolate wrappers stuck on it. The door was slightly ajar, and the sound of Terry talking to the magic mirror could be heard inside. Delighted, Krista pushed the door open and entered. In the hall, Randy sat on a chair resting. Several other guests were also seated in their chairs, waiting for the banquet to begin. Around the walls of the hall were 50 dim wall lamps arranged in a circle. Their brightness was low, serving more as decoration rather than for lighting. While Randy waited on the chair, a few maids from the castle used tools and ladders to extinguish 2 more of the wall lamps. Of the 50 wall lamps, only 13 remained lit. Randy silently observed all these changes. Suddenly, someone covered her eyes from behind. "Sister, guess who I am?" Randy smiled. "Alice." Alice released her hands and eagerly sat next to Randy. Finally seeing a familiar face, Alice's nervousness eased somewhat. Alice's role was Cinderella, also invited to this banquet. As Randy and Alice chatted, a witch dressed in black approached them. The witch appeared to be 80 to 90 years old. She wore a pointed black hat, with a long, narrow chin, sagging skin, and clear wrinkles. A black cat perched on the witch's shoulder, its meows sounding like a child crying. The witch held a bottle of magical potion. She glanced at Alice, shook the potion, and smiled kindly. "Good child, it hasn't been easy getting to this point." As she spoke, the witch's right hand grabbed something from the air. Upon closer inspection, it was an emerald necklace. "Your outfit today is very pretty. But, it would be even prettier with this necklace." With a wave of the witch's dried hand, the emerald necklace instantly hung around Alice's neck. "Good children shouldn't lie," the witch pointed at Randy's nose, looking meaningfully at her. Before Randy and Alice could react, the witch turned around and transformed into several crows, disappearing on the spot. Half a minute later, a maid rushed out from a room on the 3rd floor. The maid shouted loudly into the hall, "The Queen's emerald necklace is missing. Who has it? Step forward." Chapter 191 The Eccentric King. The few children standing next to Randy exchanged glances, fear clearly etched on their faces. At the Queen's gesture, the castle maid descended the staircase and began inspecting each guest in the hall one by one. More than 10 guests stood up, visibly uneasy. Keaton at the front, around 5 years old, said, "It wasn't me. I was picking my fingernails just now." The Alexa beside him glanced nervously at the maid, waving her hands in denial, "No, not me. I was watching my brother pick his fingernails just now." The third child, a plump boy with fair skin, timidly raised his eyes, looking at the maid, fearing a misunderstanding. "I didn't take the necklace, I swear. If I'm lying, I'll turn into a puppy." The maid questioned each of them in turn. Every player adhered to the rule, none dared to lie. One child even held up 3 fingers, ready to make an oath before the maid to prove his innocence. Alice watched as the maid drew closer to her, almost panicking. Alice tugged at Randy's sleeve. "What should we do, sister? We're dead for sure. If only I knew the old witch would be so mean, I'd have stayed far away." Initially, Alice had thought about fabricating a story about finding the necklace, maybe even getting credit for it. However, the first rule of survival in this fairy tale world was, Kenoran must remain innocent, no child entering this world can ever tell a lie. If Alice directly accused the witch, it would be illogical since the witch had already fled from the scene. Chances were high that Alice would still be branded as the thief. Sister, will I be dragged out and beheaded? Could you put it away in your space? Alice looked pleadingly at Randy for help. Transferring the necklace using the space ability would merely shift the blame from Alice took the necklace to Randy took the necklace. In essence, nothing had changed. Randy glanced at Alice and, before the maid approached, quietly removed the necklace from Alice's neck. She then casually tossed it under a nearby table and kicked it towards a corner. Randy offered Alice some reassurance, don't worry, everything will be fine. Soon enough, the maid walked up to Alice. Is it you who stole the Queen's emerald necklace? The maid asked, flaring her nostrils and glaring at Alice. Alice immediately denied it, I didn't steal it. The haughty maid stared coldly at Alice and asked, have you seen or touched the emerald necklace? Unable to lie, Alice lowered her head and reluctantly replied, why yes, I've seen it. And touched it. Did you wear it? The maid pressed. Yes, Alice's voice barely above a whisper. But, she quickly added, lifting her head in defense, but I didn't take it. The witch forced it on me. The witch. The Queen followed the maid from behind. Holding her chin high, the Queen signaled the maid to retrieve the necklace from under the table. Turning around, she looked arrogantly at Alice and sneered sarcastically, well, where is this witch you speak of? In the castle. Point her out for us to see. Alice whispered, the witch ran away. The Queen looked down on Alice with disdain and laughed aloud, so, the necklace was stolen by a witch who isn't even in the castle. Try harder next time to come up with a better excuse. The maid chimed in, embellishing the situation, Your Majesty, I believe she's the thief. Untrustworthy hands, should be hanged by law. This struck a chord with the Queen. Immediately turning, she ordered the guards, pointing at Alice, seize this thief, hang her. The guards moved forward and seized Alice. Given the current situation, Alice's truthful words seemed like lies. Because the witch mentioned in the truth wasn't present at the scene. Conversely, if Alice fabricated a lie claiming she found the necklace or came up with another plausible excuse, it would seem more believable and fit the logic of the event. Truth sounded false, while falsehoods appeared true. To escape this predicament, Alice needed to tell a lie. Yet, the rules strictly prohibited players participating as children from lying. Refusing to lie meant certain death by hanging under the Queen's order. But lying violated the rule and would also lead to death. No matter what Alice did, she was trapped. The purpose of this fairy tale game was to kill all the players. As Alice was escorted away by towering guards, she turned to look at Randy, hoping for help. Randy gave Alice a slight shake of her head, mouthing reassurances. In one of Alice's possible futures, after the ball ended, Alice died tragically in the ballroom. Since the crystal ball's prophecy was true, once a future is determined, it cannot be changed. This indicated that Alice would not truly be hanged by the Queen in this crisis. There was still hope for a turn of events. The development of this crisis could take many paths. Regardless of whether Randy helped her or not, Alice would not be harmed. Randy also wanted to see how things would unfold. Sure enough, before the soldiers escorting Alice had even left the hall, footsteps approached from the entrance. It was Eric. Eric was playing the role of the king. He held the royal scepter, which granted him the ability to make others obey him unconditionally. Eric walked into the hall, glanced at the Queen, then focused on Alice who was being held by the soldiers. He uttered 2 words, immunity. The soldiers obeyed the king's command and immediately released Alice. Alice hurriedly returned to her original spot, joining Randy. Seeing this scene, the Queen became enraged and started shouting in the hall, berating Eric. Eric remained silent, not uttering a single word. The Queen stomped her feet in anger and finally stormed upstairs, returning to her room on the 3rd floor. The maid handed the emerald necklace to the Queen, but the Queen angrily threw it on the stairs, shattering it into pieces. The emerald necklace wasn't important, it was just a pretext to cause harm. After watching the Queen in this fairy tale world, played by an eerie figure, leave, Eric walked straight toward Randy and Alice. He sat down beside Alice in a nearby chair. Thank you, Eric, Alice said gratefully. Eric nodded silently. Eric, did everything go smoothly? Has the future depicted in the prophecy unfolded? Randy asked him. Eric glanced at Randy and shook his head without a word. Alice and Randy exchanged a few more words with Eric. However, Eric maintained his cold and aloof demeanor, refusing to speak. Alice felt confused. Although Eric was a teammate, she didn't know him well. Alice found Eric's behavior strange and thought he seemed hard to approach. Just as Alice felt gloomy, Eric silently passed her a note. The note was placed in front of Alice, bearing Eric's rule. Chapter 192, Krista Goes Missing. Alice and Randy opened the note for a brief look. The first rule of the King's Code. The king shall not speak more than 50 words at a time, or else the Mad Queen will pluck out your tongue. Alice and Randy immediately understood what had happened when they saw this rule. Eric could not afford to talk too much. Although in this game, as the king, Eric possessed the privilege to make others unconditionally obey him. However, the number of words he could say was strictly limited. Oh my god, you've got it so bad, Eric. Alice exclaimed, how many words do you have left? Eric looked at Alice and used his fingers to show 4 and 8, indicating he still had 48 words left to say. After Eric arrived in this fairy tale world, upon seeing the first rule, his immediate reaction was to issue an order to execute the queen who intended to pull out his tongue. Then the second rule restricted him. Eric was not allowed to order the death of any non-player character in the fairy tale story, so he couldn't kill the queen. To abide by the rules, Eric kept silent no matter what situation he encountered. At one point, Eric was caught by an old witch. The old witch bound Eric, took off his shoes and socks, and used crow feathers to constantly tickle his soles. The old witch tried to get Eric to use up all his words with her laughter. Unfortunately for her, Eric clenched his teeth and gripped his fists, enduring for a long time without wasting a single word. Eventually, the old witch left in frustration, leaving Eric tied up inside the room. Eric was then tasked with attending a banquet. If Eric called for soldiers to save him, he could easily have freed himself from the ropes. But Eric was very tenacious and didn't utter a single word. In the end, he managed to free himself from the bindings by rubbing his wrists raw and made it to the banquet hall. Just as Eric stepped into the banquet hall, he heard Alice arguing with the queen. Eric guessed that the old witch tormenting him and Alice must be the same person. Therefore, Eric broke his vow of silence and used 2 words to save his companion, Alice. Randy and Alice, holding Eric's rule sheet, recalled the previous scene and suddenly understood the queen's tantrum. Earlier, the queen had been speaking endlessly before Eric and throwing a fit. It wasn't just because of Alice stealing the jade necklace. Actually, she hoped to exhaust Eric's allotted words by provoking him. No matter whether Eric wanted to comfort her or argue with her, 50 words would definitely not be enough. The queen was setting a trap for Alice but also tripping up Eric, achieving 2 goals at once. If Eric had slipped up and forgotten about the word count or lost his temper, he would have surely lost his tongue. These 50 words are simply not enough. Alice worried for Eric. You're such a loyal friend. I swear, I won't cause you any more trouble. Eric smiled at Alice and nodded approvingly. TSK, what a clever move. The Phantom Mask organization could directly cut off Eric's tongue, but instead, they set up this rule. A loud male voice sounded from behind them. The 3 turned to look. Ellis, dressed as a knight in armor with a sword on his waist, stood there. He leaned against a large pillar, shaking his head with admiration. Ellis looked at the 3 and walked over playfully, pulling a chair casually and sitting down. If a chattering kid were king, wouldn't he just give up right away? Yeah, Alice agreed. The Phantom Mask is just bullying kids. While Alice and Ellis discussed, Randy scanned the hall and noticed something strange. The guests had gradually arrived, but only 6 children showed life values above their heads. The rest of the children looked familiar, with unchanged appearances matching those of Randy's fellow players. But these children appeared expressionless, without any life value numbers above their heads. This meant most of the players had already been killed, replaced by these eerie substitutes. Randy stared at the remaining 6 children. These 6 children had eaten chocolate candies but did not show signs of drowsiness. This implied that causing the players' sleepiness required both the chocolate candies and some other conditions. Could it be moonlight? Since these 6 children had been inside the castle upon arrival in the fairy tale world, they had not been exposed to moonlight and therefore did not experience sleepiness. Randy was deep in thought. Hey, have you seen Qingjun? Ellis suddenly asked about his girlfriend, Krista. The banquet was about to start, but Krista had not shown up yet. Randy explained, Krista went to find Terry. She said they agreed to meet and get the human skin masks. The room with chocolate wrappers on the door is the sign Terry left for her. When did Qingjun go? Ellis asked. A while ago, about 7 or 8 minutes, Randy answered. Why hasn't she come back? Ellis wondered, it shouldn't take that long to get a mask, right? Randy and the others did not have invisibility cloaks or the privilege of moving freely. Therefore, Alice suggested that Eric take everyone around the castle to look for that room. Eric nodded in agreement. So before the banquet started, Eric led everyone through the castle to search. Finally, they stopped in front of a room on the 3rd floor. There was only one room with chocolate wrappers on the door. Eric, something doesn't seem right. I remember the Queen entered this room just now. Alice voiced his doubt first. Randy also sensed the strangeness. Alice was right. Not only did Alice see the Queen enter this room, but Randy had seen it too. This was indeed the Queen's room. Eric hesitated for a moment, then led everyone to knock on the Queen's door. A maid opened the door. At that moment, the Queen inside was sitting in front of the dressing mirror, having her hair styled by 2 or 3 maids. Seeing Eric and the group barge in, the Queen cast them a faint glance but didn't speak to Eric. Eric looked around the room, and Ellis followed closely behind him, but they did not find Krista. Release her, Eric said solemnly, giving an order to the Queen. Hearing Eric use 2 more words for his friend, the Queen's face lit up with joy. She pretended not to understand. What person? Male or female? What's their name? You don't make it clear. How can I release anyone? The Queen's smile had a sly look, deliberately finding loopholes in Eric's limited speech. Before Eric could respond, Randy jumped in from the side. A girl, Little Red Riding Hood, she came to this room. Randy mentioned only Krista, unsure if Terry was in the room at the time. Seeing Eric had someone to speak for him, the Queen was visibly unhappy. She rolled her eyes at Randy and went to the windowsill, picking up a black crow feather. The Queen placed the feather in Eric's hand. The person you're talking about isn't here. I can't release someone who isn't here. This feather looks like it belongs to a witch. Your Little Red Riding Hood might have been taken to the Mist Forest by the witch. You can go look for her yourselves. Chapter 193, Pulling Out the Tongue. As the Queen spoke these words, Randy and Alice's eyes met, and they both understood the connection behind it. From Eric's experience, the witch had Eric into speaking. The witch wanted to exhaust Eric's capacity for speech so that the Queen could pull out his tongue. From Alice's experience, the witch stole the jade necklace and framed Alice, almost leading to her being strangled by the Queen. From Krista's experience, although she walked into the Queen's room, she was abducted by the witch. The dangers each of the three encountered were all related to the two women, the witch and the Queen. It wasn't hard to deduce that there was some collusion between the witch and the Queen. Seeing the Queen's smug face, Anthony angrily stepped forward and grabbed the Queen's clothes. Don't you dare think I can't see through you. Even though Krista isn't in your hands, you're still deeply involved. If anything happens to Qingjun, I swear I'll kill you with my own hands. Anthony's eyes were red with anger as he clenched his teeth in rage. Upon hearing this, a flash of brightness crossed the Queen's pupils. She didn't get angry but instead laughed, her voice rising high as she jeered at Anthony. You want to kill me? Then do it. Don't you have a sword? Let me tell you secretly, as long as the sword is stained with human blood, you can easily kill me. Ha 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 ha. The Queen gave Anthony advice while stretching her neck in front of him, inviting death. The Queen's purpose was simple, she wanted to provoke Anthony into breaking the rules. As a knight, although Anthony's combat power had greatly increased, he was also bound by the rule that he cannot kill those above him. Fearing Anthony might act rashly, Eric hurried forward, pressed his shoulder, and shook his head in warning. Anthony fumed as he held the Queen. Bizarre, right? You think you can play tricks on us? Don't you dare think I won't dare to kill you. If I can't kill you, can't I at least beat you up? Anthony, grabbing the collar of the Queen's dress, seemed about to lay hands on her when Alice called him back. Hold it. Alice pulled Anthony aside. Don't do it. Let me handle it. Anthony paused. Alice narrowed her eyes. Since she harms others without remorse, I happen to know a few things about fighting. I want to hit her. Alice cracked her knuckles, taking over the Queen from Anthony. Inside the room, Randy, Alice, Anthony, and Eric split into two groups. Randy and Anthony, together with King Eric's command, left the Brand Castle early to search for Krista in the fog forest. Meanwhile, Alice and Eric stayed behind to handle necessary matters and predict future scenarios. In a third-floor room, the Queen was knocked down by Alice. Alice practiced taekwondo. She approached directly, grabbed the Queen, and executed one shoulder throw after another. Bang, 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 bang. The Queen, like a rag doll, was tossed around by Alice without any chance to resist. In the end, the Queen spat out an old mouthful of blood, her body nearly falling apart. The peculiarities of this fairy tale world were designed for children, so most of their attacks couldn't match those outside. Though the Queen herself didn't feel pain, her beaten appearance was truly pitiful. Previously, the Queen had colluded with the witch to frame Alice, leaving Alice quite upset. Now with the Queen in her grasp, Alice would not let her off easily. After thoroughly punishing the Queen, Alice dusted off her hands and retreated behind Eric. The Queen struggled to rise from the ground, wiped the blood from her mouth, and loudly summoned the castle soldiers. Judging from the Queen's actions, she intended to accuse Alice of assaulting the royal family and sentence her to death. Seeing the situation was not good, Eric quickly grabbed a piece of silk from the dressing table and stuffed it into the Queen's mouth to prevent her from issuing orders. While gagging the Queen, Eric ordered the arriving soldiers, pull out the Queen's tongue. Yes. Since the Queen always wanted to kill the players and wielded significant power, Eric decided to act first, removing the Queen's tongue to prevent future trouble. After Randy and Anthony went downstairs. At the entrance of the hall, they encountered Alexa. It was Terry. Terry, escorted by soldiers, arrived just in time for the castle banquet. Randy noticed Terry's eyelids fluttering uncontrollably, as if she was about to fall asleep any time. Just as Terry swayed precariously and was about to fall, Anthony quickly steadied her. Zihon. Anthony shook Terry a couple of times. Did you see your sister Qingjun, Zihon? Terry managed to regain some consciousness. She struggled to open her eyes wide, looking at Anthony and yawned. Brother, what for? So sleepy. Terry's eyelids drooped, and even while standing, she couldn't stop nodding off. Where did you come from, Terry? Did you see your sister Qingjun? The one with the red cloak, Anthony asked. Terry, listless, shook her head. No, I didn't see Sister Qingjun. I came from a big house. Anthony straightened up and glanced at Randy, anxious. It looks like only Qingjun was taken away. Brother. Terry struggled to stay awake, tugging on Anthony's pants. Sister Qingjun said she wanted me to make masks. I made them, here. Terry took out a stack of human skin masks and handed them to Anthony. There were 5 human skin masks in total, including one for Randy. Terry had made one for everyone. Randy, wait just half a minute. I'll give Eric and Alice their masks and come back immediately. Anthony picked out the 2 masks for Eric and Alice and hurriedly ran upstairs. In the hall, several maids were using wooden ladders to extinguish a wall lamp. Randy looked at the decreasing number of lamps, her gaze distant. Sister. Terry held Randy's hand, twitched her little nose, and sniffed at Randy's fingers. You have a tanghulu smell on your hands. Did you get some tanghulu? Can I have some too? Terry spoke in a cajoling tone, swinging Randy's arm. The first time Randy met Terry, the child was eating a grilled sausage. Terry not only had a sweet tooth but was also very outgoing and bold. Whenever she wanted something or craved something, she would ask people directly. Randy glanced at the top of Terry's head, smiled, and patted her head. Sure, sister will give you some. Randy magically produced a skewer of tang hulu from her space and handed it to Terry. Here you go. Randy gave all the tang hulu to Terry. With so many tang hulu, you can share with your friends. Terry beamed with delight, nodding vigorously. She took a bite from one tang hulu she had picked and then skipped to the hall entrance to give another to a sleeping soldier. Randy noticed that after Josu ate a piece of tang hulu, the signs of fatigue on his face noticeably decreased. After eating the tang hulu, Terry was now fully energetic. Watching Terry run towards other players, Randy called out loudly, "Thank you, mascot. It turns out tang hulu has such an effect. Thanks for the reminder." Randy saw that the originally lively Terry paused her steps for a moment. 2 seconds later, Terry turned around, smiling at Randy. "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. But the tang hulu is so sweet, thank you, sister." Chapter 194, The Tavern in the Woods. Terry had clear eyes, but there was no HP bar above her head. This bizarre phenomenon caused Randy to detect something amiss at first sight of Terry. Randy speculated that perhaps Terry had encountered misfortune on her way, and the mascot took over Zahon's identity, donning the human skin mask prepared by Zahon in advance and acting as the intermediary for the teleportation device. The task Terry could never complete was done by the mascot instead. Randy cast a deep look at the mascot without further exposing her disguise. Well then, it was sister who made a mistake. "Sorry, Zahon Tilda." Terry shook her head and gave Randy a radiant smile. Their eyes met. Terry did not open her mouth, but Alexa's voice reached Randy's ears. That voice told Randy that she must escape. For the sake of Randy, and for more innocent children. "Come on, Randy." Anthony's shout interrupted Randy's thoughts. Anthony hurried down the stairs. In his hand was King Eric's second handwritten order. While running, Anthony shouted at Randy, "I got 2 soldiers from Eric. I can't ride a horse, so the soldiers will take us there." Anthony ran outside with utmost urgency. The two left the castle, each mounted a horse, and the soldier spurred them on, heading towards the misty forest. The trot 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 sound of hooves went through the green woods outside the castle, startling a flock of crows wailing in sorrow. The crows flew into the night sky from the shrubs. In their mouths were children's clothes, different patterns and styles. On top of the Brand Castle Tower, a man dressed in a long white uniform was leaning against the railing, expressionless, watching Randy and Anthony ride off. The night wind parted the clouds, allowing the moonlight to spill onto the man atop the tower. The skull pattern on the man's mask became clearly visible. "Doctor, we've collected another live heart." A rabbit person with white fur all over its face appeared. He brought a new sealed container to the man in white clothes. Inside the container, a freshly removed heart floated in the liquid. The fresh heart thumped rhythmically, seemingly retaining memories of muscular quivers. "Doctor, what should we do with the adults disguised as children?" "We don't need adults. Leave them be. I have my own plans." "Yes, doctor." On the back of the horse, Randy's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. She clung tightly to the soldier's clothing, frowned, and looked back toward the direction of the castle. Seemed like the voices of 2 men talking were clearly transmitted into her ears. Was it an illusion? But why did it feel so real? The ability to transmit sounds across distances, Randy had only experienced this before the mascot. Did the mascot let her hear these voices? Randy retracted her gaze. They were led by the soldier to the riverbank and crossed the river smoothly. This time, Randy and Anthony didn't pass through any towns but took a remote path. Because it was due to the crow's guidance. The crow feather left by the witch had been soaked in the witch's magic potion. Under the potion's effect, the feather grew flesh and muscle, flapping its wings and flying into the sky, becoming a guide crow. Krista entered the boundless misty forest. Without the crow's guidance, Randy and Anthony would never find the exact location. Therefore, the crow became the only clue for Randy and Anthony to find Krista. After entering the misty forest, the crow circled a few times at one spot and stopped in front of a tavern. This tavern was located deep within the forest. Above the beam of the small tavern hung a sign reading Woodland Tavern. The tavern owner seemed quite familiar with the crow. She placed a spoonful of minced meat in the opened birdcage feeder. The crow flew in, drinking water and eating. Seeing the crow stop, both Randy and Anthony simultaneously gazed at the surrounding bushes and woods. Is this where Krista ended up? Both harbored suspicions. It seemed they had to enter the tavern today. As Randy dismounted, the tavern owner twisted her waist and warmly welcomed them. "What would you like to drink? Come on, come inside. For worries or sorrows, our tavern has everything you need, Tilda." The owner smiled eagerly. There was a beauty mark under her eye, and her appearance was 9/10 similar to Arnold Boss's wife. The owner glanced at Randy, then at Anthony. Without another word, she boldly pulled Anthony forward, leading them into the tavern. At the wooden door of the tavern, there was a notice posted detailing the rules to follow upon entering this tavern. Survival rules of the Woodland Tavern. 1. The tavern operates from midnight to 1 o'clock. During other times, it only purchases ingredients and does not receive guests. 2. 4 people per table in the tavern. If your group has fewer than 4 people, make sure to move extra wooden chairs away from the table or rotate them so they face outward. 3. The tavern often has drunkards around. Do not accept drinks offered by them. 4. The tavern offers free snacks, including but not limited to peanuts, braised duck tongues, pig head meat, spicy rabbit heads, etc. Snacks are self-served and limited. 5. All alcoholic beverages in the tavern are colorless. If your drink turns red, immediately stand up, place your glass in front of an empty chair, close your eyes, wait for 10 seconds, then leave after the glass is empty. 6. Be wary of guests wearing black rain boots. Always be friendly with such guests, especially if they request to share a table. 7. After staying in the tavern for 10 minutes, you and your companions may ask the proprietress one question, which she will answer truthfully. At the entrance of the tavern, Anthony read through the rules, glanced inside, and immediately pushed the proprietress aside before turning to come out. Randy, we can't go in. The time is wrong, Anthony said. Randy stood outside, looking up at the top of the wooden door. Above the door, an old circular clock ticked steadily, showing 1:20 a.m. Inside the tavern, a chef in a dirty apron stood at the kitchen doorway, holding a cleaver, glaring darkly at the entrance. The aroma of braising spices wafted out, as if waiting for something to be thrown into the pot. The first rule of the Woodland Tavern's survival guidelines. The tavern operates from midnight to 1 o'clock. During other times, it only purchases ingredients and does not receive guests. It was now the time for ingredient procurement. Randy looked at the crow in the birdcage at the entrance, certain that they had to enter this tavern. Krista must be connected to this tavern. After some thought, Randy borrowed a knight's sword from Anthony. In front of the proprietress, Randy raised the sword high and adjusted the hands of the circular clock above the wooden door. She turned back the shortest hand counterclockwise by 30 degrees. The time changed from 1:20 to 0:20. Randy glanced inside again. The white-capped chef standing at the kitchen door put down his cleaver and retreated into the small black room. Chapter 195, No Drinking While Horseback Riding. The innkeeper leaned half her body against the doorframe, lazily cracking sunflower seeds and quietly watching Randy operate. Only after Randy returned the sword to Ellis did the innkeeper speak with a fake smile. Thank you, young girl. Our clock here is always breaking, and it's troublesome for you to fix it. Young people are indeed capable. The innkeeper smiled insincerely and spat another seed shell on the ground in front of Randy. Randy's gaze swept lightly over the ground. The shells spit out by the innkeeper turned into several bloody slender fingernails upon landing. Come in, I'll get 2 drink menus for you. The innkeeper pushed aside the sparse beaded curtain at the entrance and stepped inside. Randy paused for a second, then called out from behind. Innkeeper, we are 2 separate groups. Please give us 2 drink menus. Randy wanted to distance herself from Ellis. Ellis didn't understand Randy's intention but did not argue under her implied glance. The innkeeper, who was already inside the counter area, looked up in surprise at the door. Outside the tavern, 2 soldiers were holding horses and had no intention of entering. Clearly, Randy and Ellis were companions. All right, got it. The innkeeper complied without trouble. Reassured by her response, Randy parted the beaded curtain and stepped into the tavern. Ellis lingered outside, glancing at the rules posted at the entrance. Before entering, Randy tapped the last rule written on the note. Survival Rule of Forest Tavern, Rule 7. After staying in the tavern for 10 minutes, you and your companion can ask the innkeeper one question, and she will answer truthfully. Randy and Ellis needed to enter the tavern to gather clues about Krista. If they entered as companions, they could only ask one question. But if they entered as 2 separate groups, they would have an extra opportunity to ask. They entered one after the other. Randy glanced around. All the tables inside were long and narrow, seating 4 people with 2 chairs on each side. The tavern was empty of guests. However, a few unoccupied wooden chairs rocked back and forth facing away from the tables. Randy approached a windowside table. Only this set looked relatively normal. She sat down steadily, followed by Ellis. Ellis loudly asked, "Can we share this table? The view from here is nice." Randy lowered her eyes. "Do as you please." "Thank you." Ellis sat diagonally across from Randy. After sitting, they both rotated the adjacent wooden chairs so that the unoccupied ones faced away from the table. Survival Rule of Forest Tavern, Rule 2. Each table seats 4 people. If there are fewer than 4 people in your group, please move or rotate any extra chairs so they face away from the table. The innkeeper watched their actions and walked over with the drink menus, her lips curling downward. "See what you want to drink. From what I recall, those who enter without ordering don't usually leave row." She chuckled, covering her mouth, and placed the menus on the table with a serious expression. A sense of unease crept into both Randy and Ellis's hearts. They took their respective menus and started browsing. Every drink on the menu had a different price. Randy winced at the prices listed. Without careful attention, it seemed like a place for large-scale barter transactions. Randy flipped through a few pages. Her top choice, boiled water traded with hair, was crossed out and marked sold out. Considering the cost and avoiding Rule 5's troubles, she chose honey lemon tea from the light drink section. It was the cheapest option, worth 10 fingernails. Choosing this avoided Rule 5's complications. Survival Rule of Forest Tavern, Rule 5. All drinks in the tavern are colorless. If your drink turns red, immediately stand up, place the glass in front of an unoccupied chair, close your eyes, wait 10 seconds until the glass is empty, then thank and leave. By not ordering alcohol, they could avoid this. Ellis wasn't very enthusiastic about choosing from the menu. However, the innkeeper's hint was clear: no order, no exit. He looked at his fingernails. After much deliberation, he reluctantly ordered honey pomelo tea, also worth 10 fingernails. "Just drinking this little bit." The innkeeper pointed at the order sheet, aggressively promoting their signature cocktails. The price for the signature cocktail was a segment of neck. The innkeeper persuaded them. Mr. Duck and Ms. Giraffe often order this cocktail, it's very tasty. Recently, to celebrate our tavern's anniversary, I can give you an 80% discount. How about that? Randy smiled and politely declined. No thanks, innkeeper. We rode horses today. No drinking while horseback riding. Randy gestured for the innkeeper to look outside the window. Outside the window, in the grass shed of the tavern's front yard, Randy's horse was still waiting there. Didn't you have soldiers? They could ride you around, couldn't they? Besides, I saw you come here with soldiers riding, didn't I? The innkeeper seized on the loophole and raised her doubts. Randy thought for a moment and shook her head. The soldiers have been riding for quite some time, from yesterday to today. We can't ride the horse until it's exhausted. In the fairy tale world, Randy couldn't lie. And what she said was entirely true. The soldiers had ridden through the night past midnight, indeed from yesterday to today. The innkeeper was speechless. So what about you? The innkeeper turned reluctantly to Ellis. Ellis replied, I'm the same. The innkeeper took back the drink menu, muttering complaints under her breath. Because the drinks ordered by Randy and Ellis were the cheapest in the tavern, offering no profit. The innkeeper went to the counter and fetched a nail remover, then clunked it onto the table. Are you going to pay later or now? The innkeeper's attitude had deteriorated. Bloodstains from the previous customer still remained on the nail remover. The scene fell into a stalemate. Randy and Ellis stared at the pliers for several seconds without saying a word. According to the innkeeper, customers who entered the store without spending were surely dead. But even the cheapest purchase felt like a stab in the heart. Pay later. Randy replied dismissively. The innkeeper gave them a sidelong glance for a few seconds before turning and leaving. Don't even think about having a free meal. As soon as the innkeeper left, Ellis couldn't help but complain to Randy. So humiliating. A black shop. Entering must involve consumption. Who made up such rules? Isn't this just ripping off customers? Ellis's temper flared. If the innkeeper had explicitly stated something like entry requires consumption in the rules, Ellis wouldn't feel so cheated. Don't worry, I have a plan. Randy got up and walked towards the tavern entrance. She came to the pile of sunflower shells outside the tavern, squatted down, and carefully picked them up. Chapter 196, Krista's Clues. Randy picked up some relatively intact nail plates, ignoring the fragmented ones. During the process, some half-bitten small meat grains fell out from the inner side of the nail plates. These small meat grains were made by kneading minced meat, mixed with blood and flavoring. The crimson meat grains were processed into nail plates, then cooked and stir-fried to make small snacks. This type of meat-scented sunflower seeds gave Randy an eerie feeling that they would be very addictive just by smelling them. Randy bent her head, picking among the black mud in front of the tavern entrance for a short while. She counted the pieces. She now had 19 on her palm, still one short. Randy searched carefully again. At the threshold where the black mud was compact, there was a seemingly intact nail deeply embedded in the mud. Randy pulled twice, but the nail was deeply embedded and the mud was hard, making it difficult to extract. After several failed attempts, Randy fetched a nail remover from the table. Using the nail remover, she clamped the nail plate and pulled upwards with force, easily pulling it out. Apart from having a lot of bloodstains, this last nail had no other flaws. With all 20 nails collected, Randy felt quite delighted. She hurriedly stood up and walked back to her seat. Behind her, at the tavern's threshold, a pale hand, from which the nails had been forcibly pulled off, emerged from the mud, shocked and confused. The 5 fingers dug out of the mud, searching left and right for a long time without finding its missing nails. Finally, it reluctantly withdrew back into the ground. At that moment, a thoroughly drunk man, holding an empty wine pot, wobbled towards the tavern. The drunkard wore black rain boots and clean white gloves. As he stumbled over, he inadvertently stepped on the white hand that hadn't retracted in time. The middle finger of the white hand was flattened, and the bone cracked as it shattered. The drunkard leaned on the doorframe, burping. Just as he was about to step inside, the flattened white hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his ankle in retaliation. The drunkard was yanked and stumbled forward. His face hit the corner of a chair ahead with a bang. There was a crack. One of the drunkard's front teeth was knocked out, stained red by blood. Feeling something flowing from his nose, the drunkard wiped randomly with his hand, smearing blood onto his white gloves. After falling, he flipped over and lay flat on his back. He gazed blankly at the ceiling, blinked a couple of times, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Inside the tavern, Randy placed the collected nails on the table. She pushed 10 nails toward Anthony. Use these to settle the bill, Randy said. Anthony looked at the stack of nail plates in front of him. A second ago, he was excited. But in the next second, his expression froze. He stared at a woman's pink nail, his eyes revealing a hint of terror. Where did you find these, Randy? Anthony picked up the pink nail. This manicured nail? I found it outside the door, Randy responded immediately after swallowing a sip of honey lemon tea. Anthony's Adam's apple bobbed. Take me there. Anthony got up first and headed toward the door. Randy quickly followed. She turned her and Anthony's chairs outward to ensure no one else would sit in their places. After arranging the chairs, Randy hurriedly followed Anthony to the tavern entrance. By then, Anthony had already lifted the drunken man near the door and gently placed him aside. Where exactly? Anthony raised his eyes to look at Randy, with a faint tear shimmering in his eyes. Randy squatted down and pointed to the mud near the threshold. Right here. Anthony also crouched down. He drew his sword and pressed the hilt, instantly shortening it into a small dagger. Anthony used the dagger to dig through the soil. He wanted to see if anything else could be found in the mud. After a few scoops, a dead white hand appeared in the black mud. This once dormant white hand was awakened again. Anthony picked up the white hand and examined it closely for a few seconds. The middle finger's nail was missing, and the other nails were still attached but not manicured. Is there a problem? Randy asked nervously. Anthony paused, put the white hand down expressionlessly, and quickly covered the hole with mud again. No problem. The white hand was buried once more. Anthony searched the surrounding area for a while longer. He didn't find any more pink nails or useful items. Randy and Anthony returned to their seats. Anthony took the initiative to explain, "This pink nail. I can confirm it belongs to Qing-jun." Anthony's face turned pale. He picked up the pink nail and slowly placed it in front of Randy. Then, he took out his phone and found the chat records between him and Krista from a few days ago. In the chat, Krista was showing Anthony the new manicure she did for herself at home. The manicure design was quite unique. Not only did it have the letters Z and X, but also a white heart drawn on it, small on the left side and big on the right. Indeed, it's Qingjuan's, Randy confirmed after comparing the nail she found with the one in the photo. They were identical. Anthony softly hummed in agreement. Both of them were very clear that Qingjun had been here, and her nails might have been forcefully pulled off. As for whether Krista was dead or alive, no one knew. Getting this clue about Krista, Anthony became emotionally agitated. He lowered his eyelashes and reached for the cup of honey pomelo tea on the table, trembling as he brought it to his mouth. The cold drink with ice slid down his throat, stimulating his teeth and stomach. Anthony felt himself gradually becoming icy cold. Qingjun might just be injured, or she might have been murdered. Anthony raised his eyes, his voice heavy and choked. Randy thought for a moment and tried to comfort him. Wait a few more minutes, then we can ask the proprietress about Krista. Anthony remained silent for a few seconds before making a request to Randy. Randy, can I see the vision in Qingjuan's prophecy? I want to know what characteristics the murderer has. Randy didn't immediately agree. She remembered that in Anthony's prophecy, there was a scene where he was holding a knight's sword, frantically hacking at something in a pond. Now thinking about it, it was likely revenge. Randy was somewhat worried. Showing Anthony this might cause more trouble, or even lead him toward the death depicted in his prophecy. Just as Randy was pondering how to respond, beside their table, a man's head slowly appeared. Caught by the corner of their eyes, Randy and Anthony both jumped up in fright when they saw an extra head appear at the edge of the table. The strong smell of alcohol indicated a drunkard. But neither Randy nor Anthony had seen the drunkard approach. It seemed like the drunkard had popped up out of nowhere. Placing his drunken head on the edge of the table, the drunkard started laughing foolishly. With his teeth exposing gaps and blood-stained mouth, the drunkard looked at Anthony and asked stupidly, "Can I sit with you? Burp, beauty, you hugged me just now, you smell so good. I want to sit with you." The drunkard's face was red with intoxication as he stared dazedly at Anthony, who had a fair complexion. Still immersed in his sorrow over Krista possibly being dead, Anthony felt his eyes moisten as tears welled up. "Sir, what are you talking about? I'm not a beauty, I'm a man." "Of course not." Randy glanced at the drunkard's black rain boots. "Of course you can." Anthony's words "of course not" were drowned out by Randy. Randy frowned at Anthony, glanced downward, and shook her head slightly. The sixth rule of survival at the Linjian Tavern. Beware of guests wearing black rain boots, always get along well with them, especially when they request to share a table. Anthony suddenly remembered something. He quickly glanced at the drunkard's shoes, his heart skipping a beat. Anthony immediately agreed with Randy, awkwardly smiling. "Oh, of course you can, ha ha ha. Great eye, sir." Chapter 197, The Guest in Black Rain Boots. The drunkard climbed to the seat beside Anthony, turned the chair around from the back, drooling as he sat down with a foolish look. "Whose wine pot fell on the ground? Do you still want it? If not, I'll throw it away," the barmaid called out with an unpleasant tone. She was holding the empty wine pot she picked up from the tavern's entrance and reluctantly walked toward Randy's table. "Is this your wine pot?" the barmaid sternly asked the drunkard. She didn't even take the order slip and had no intention of serving the drunkard at all. Hearing the barmaid's question, the drunkard lifted his eyelids to glance at her but ignored her completely. The barmaid grimaced, placed the wine pot on the table, then turned away disdainfully. At that moment, the drunkard was draping his legs over Anthony's thighs. With both hands clinging to Anthony's neck, the drunkard gazed at him with a dazed expression, as if admiring a delicious meal before him. So fragrant. The drunkard leaned close, inhaling Anthony's scent twice, intoxicated by it. Holding the drunkard, Anthony looked helplessly towards Randy, a powerless expression on his face. Bound by the rules, Anthony had to get along well with the guest in black rain boots. However, Anthony hadn't expected this person to be a raving drunkard. "Barmaid, please take this brother away. Isn't it your job to properly serve customers?" Anthony called out to the barmaid who was about to leave. The barmaid responded with a scoff and turned to Anthony with no friendly expression. "This Solomon's business, whoever wants to do it can do it, I certainly won't. That guy owes a mountain of debts outside, who dares sell alcohol to such a person? I run a business, not a charity." Judging from the barmaid's attitude, it seemed she knew the drunkard but wasn't fond of him. Suddenly, Anthony recalled something the barmaid said when he ordered. He asked with a puzzled look, "Didn't you say that those who don't spend money inside won't be let out? Are you planning to let him go now?" Anthony stared intensely at the barmaid. The barmaid became flustered but spoke confidently. No, every time he gets plastered, he crawls out. Upon hearing this, Anthony realized he had been tricked. He slapped the table and stood up abruptly, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Seeing this, the barmaid quickly shouted for the chef and rushed into the kitchen in panic. Beside the dining table, the drunkard pulled Anthony back into the chair. Using his arms and legs, the drunkard hugged Anthony tightly, looking at him up close. His eyes were intoxicated and increasingly smitten with Anthony. In the next moment, the drunkard approached Anthony's neck, attaching his mouth like a suction cup. Simultaneously, the drunkard's skin began to change, becoming brownish-black and slippery like a leech. On the dining table, there seemed to be a dripping sound coming from the empty wine pot that belonged to the drunkard, as if it were filling up with some liquid. Drip, drip, drip. The water kept dripping into the wine pot. The drunkard, Solomon. And leeches, suck blood. The drunkard's wine was human blood. This is why the survival rule number 3 of the tavern in the woods stipulates, never drink the wine offered by the drunkard. Stop, let go. There was intense pain in Anthony's neck. He tried to push the drunkard away, but the drunkard's mouth clung tightly. The more Anthony pulled, the deeper the drunkard's mouth sank into his flesh. Randy hurriedly stood up, her eyes wide with fear, because she saw Anthony's health points drop several notches within just a couple of seconds. Rule number 6 of the survival guide for the tavern in the woods required getting along well with the guest in black rain boots. The drunkard was that guest, so neither Anthony nor Randy could lay a hand on him. But if they did nothing, once Anthony was drained of blood, it would be too late. Stop. Let go now. Anthony cried out in agony, struggling desperately to pull the drunkard's mouth away. But the drunkard's suction cup mouth was too powerful to pry off. Anthony could have used his sword to kill the drunkard, but that clearly went against the tavern's rule of getting along well. Breaking the rule would make Anthony die faster. What should we do? Randy's breath quickened, her fingers clenched tightly, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. Anthony stood up and struggled fiercely. The intense pain nearly caused him to overturn all the tables and chairs in the tavern. Yet the drunkard showed no sign of letting go. When he saw Anthony stand up, he wrapped his legs around Anthony and hung his hands around his neck. Still, his mouth stayed firmly suctioned onto Anthony's neck, continuing to suck the fresh warm blood inside. Beside Randy's table, the guests who had been rocking their wooden chairs stopped their movements. Although Randy couldn't see them, she could feel that these guests were now staring in her direction. Taking advantage of the chaos, Randy grabbed the dagger that Anthony had left on the table and looked at the drunkard and Anthony. At this moment, she also noticed that the spectators seemed to have drawn something as well. Judging by the sound, it was something like knives. What were they doing? Were they trying to prevent Randy from making a move? Or were they trying to stop her from attacking the drunkard? The survival guide said, must get along with the guest in black rain boots, must get along with the guest in black rain boots. Randy glanced back at the black rain boots worn by the drunkard hanging on Anthony, the phrase echoing repeatedly in her mind. A second later, Randy moved forward. She swiftly and accurately removed the black rain boots from the drunkard's feet. Then, she slashed the drunkard's mouth with one swift stroke. The rules stated not to harm the guest wearing black rain boots. It didn't say anything about not harming the drunkard. The drunkard could be the guest in black rain boots, but he could also not be. As long as the drunkard wasn't wearing black rain boots, Randy wouldn't be violating rule number 6. Must get along with the guest in black rain boots. Seeing that nothing happened after Randy attacked the drunkard, Anthony hesitated no longer and flung off the drunkard who clung to him. The drunkard fell to the ground, mouthless, covered in blood, his drunkenness fading somewhat. Anthony shuddered, feeling disgusted as he touched his neck, pulling out the drunkard's mouth embedded in his flesh and throwing it to the ground in disgust. The drunkard, lying on the ground now partially sobered up, gradually revealed a fierce and vicious look in his eyes. He quickly got up, pushing away the barmaid who was watching the spectacle, rushing straight to the kitchen to grab a cleaver from the chef. Put it on. Randy threw the right black rain boot to Anthony, keeping the left one for herself. They each put on one boot quickly. Now both Randy and Anthony became guests in black rain boots. The drunkard, having snatched the cleaver from the kitchen, came out red-eyed, roaring with rage, ready to strike them with the knife. Anthony picked up his knight's sword, pressing down on the hilt to turn the dagger into a long sword. Holding the sword with both hands, he stood firm, eyes cold, ready to confront the charging drunkard. Just as the drunkard was within 1 or 2 meters of them, he unexpectedly tripped over thin air. The drunkard let out a cry and tumbled forward. The cleaver flew out of his hand, heading straight toward Randy's foot. As Randy stepped back to dodge, the cleaver suspended midair before her. An invisible hand caught the cleaver. Are you okay? Be careful, a man's voice sounded from the air. The man was speaking to Randy. This man seemed to be one of the guests who liked rocking chairs in the tavern. The shoes are beautiful, don't damage them, the man added. After speaking, the man walked over to the fallen drunkard with the cleaver in hand. The drunkard lay face down on the ground, cursing and struggling to get up. But something seemed to be pressing him down, preventing him from rising. Randy guessed that it was probably this invisible man's companions holding the drunkard down. There were 3 or 4 of them, all invisible. We can help you kill him, but you have to give us the rain boots. That's the condition. The man's voice echoed, addressing Anthony and Randy. His group had been lurking around the tavern for several days, always focusing on the shoes, not the person. Anthony and Randy nodded, readily agreeing. Next, Randy watched as the drunkard lying on the ground gradually shriveled up. The drunkard wailed and begged for mercy. Solomon, his body completely drained of moisture, died instantly, because the rule clearly stated, must get along with the guest in black rain boots. And the drunkard had broken the rule. Chapter 198, The Nona. The drunkard's body was dragged away by the madam, all the way into the kitchen. Less than a minute later, the sound of the cook chopping meat bang bang came from the kitchen. The meat is too tough, not as good as yesterday's. Yesterday's was kimura delivered by the dwarf. How can it be the same? Today's isn't easy to marinate well, let's just pickle it for now. The conversation between the cook and the madam could be heard outside bit by bit. While paying attention to the kitchen's activities, Randy and Anthony took off their black rain boots and placed them on the ground. We've kept our promise, here are your boots, Anthony said. As soon as he finished speaking, the black rain boots in front of them were put on by an invisible man. As the man wore the rain boots, his figure gradually became visible, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Randy and Anthony clearly saw the man's appearance. He was a hairy, bearded western cowboy. Turning around, the cowboy took off his hat, held it against his chest, and bowed slightly, giving a hat-off salute to the few still invisible companions behind him. Thank you all. I'll take today's rain boots first, I'll be waiting for you at $. Then, the cowboy nodded at Randy and Anthony again, put on his hat, and politely bid farewell. Randy watched the cowboy striding out of the tavern, stepping confidently with his black rain boots. When he reached the door, the cowboy seemed to bump into something coming from outside. Sorry. No problem, safe travels. Smiling, the cowboy moved aside, avoiding what seemed like thin air. Then he raised his hand to adjust his hat and left the tavern gracefully. Randy and Anthony stared at the peculiar cowboy for a few seconds before returning to their seats one after another. Inside the tavern, those wooden chairs that had been swaying continued to rock again, their numbers unchanged, making creak sounds once more. After sitting down, Randy noticed the time slightly. The circular wall clock inside the tavern was synchronized with the one by the entrance. According to the clocks, it was currently 0:28 a.m. Randy and Anthony entered the tavern at 0:20. Therefore, in 2 more minutes, they could each ask the madam a question. Anthony sat restlessly, wiping his neck with a tissue. There was a deep flesh pit on his neck. Just now, Anthony had pulled the drunkard's mouth out of this bloody pit. But inside the flesh pit, half of a broken tooth from the drunkard still remained. Anthony endured the pain, grimaced, and used his finger to dig out that half-tooth, then discarded it on the ground in disgust. After doing so, Anthony continued wiping his hands and neck, feeling so nauseated that he had no mood to speak. At the next table, the new guest who was rocking the chair went to the side buffet area and fetched a few complimentary appetizers. Braised duck tongue, pork head meat, peanuts, spicy rabbit head, grabbing one of each, and even asked the madam for a glass of brandy. Randy glanced at the dishes on the neighboring table for a few seconds, then looked away indifferently, gazing aimlessly out the window. Time ticked by, inching closer to 0:30 a.m. Just a little longer, and they would know the answer regarding Krista. Staring out the window, Randy fell into a daze. Meanwhile, the full moon outside seemed to have undergone some strange changes. Its bright moonlight carried a powerful allure, compelling one to look up involuntarily. Randy just cast a glance but couldn't tear her eyes away. The moon, chocolate, red-eyed rabbits. Elements from the fairy tale world surfaced in Randy's mind unbidden. Crack. The sound of breaking glass startled Randy, breaking her gaze from the moon. She snapped back to reality. The shattered wine glass belonged to the brandy the madam was about to serve a guest. Just as she turned while carrying the drink, she accidentally bumped into the newly arrived Nona, causing the glass to fall and spill some of the alcohol onto the Nona. Randy observed carefully. The newly arrived Nona was fully covered up, wearing dark glasses over her nose. When dealing with the madam, the Nona removed her sunglasses, revealing black pupils. Rule number 3 of survival in the fairy tale world. The killer is the rabbit with red eyes. But this Nona had black eyes. Inside the tavern, Randy saw the madam hastily taking out a handkerchief to wipe the spilled liquid off the Nona's blouse. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Let me clean it for you. I really feel terrible for getting your clothes dirty. The madam reproached herself. How about this, she suggested, eyeing the wet clothes of the Nona. We've got a fire burning in the kitchen. Let me take you there to warm up a bit. Without waiting for the Nona's consent, the madam took her hand and led her towards the kitchen. From afar, Randy recalled the first rule of survival in the tavern in the woods. The tavern operates from midnight to 1 o'clock. The rest of the time is used for purchasing ingredients, not serving guests. The rule specified that outside the 0 to 1 o'clock window, only ingredient purchases were made. But it didn't say that only guests were served between 0 and 1 o'clock. This implied that during business hours, food preparation was also a normal activity for the tavern. Randy watched the Nona, wondering if she would follow the madam into the kitchen. Regardless of whether this new Nona was the killer or not, in Randy's eyes, rabbits all potentially posed a danger. Randy thought that once the Nona was sent into the kitchen, she and Anthony might be a little safer. At that point, they could always ask the madam their questions. Randy withdrew her gaze, reached out, and picked up the honey lemon tea on the table, taking a sip. At the entrance to the kitchen, the Nona politely declined. No, I don't want to go to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Randy and Anthony stiffened simultaneously, shocked as they turned their eyes toward the kitchen door. The voice of the Nona was identical to Krista's. Anthony stood up abruptly, his gaze fixated on the Nona. He was confirming. Over at the kitchen, the madam firmly pulled on the Nona's arm, trying to lead her to dry off by the fire. "Oh, don't be so polite, come dry off. It's uncomfortable wearing wet clothes," the madam urged. The Nona waved her hands again, refusing once more. "I really won't go. It's fine, wet clothes are no big deal." The familiar tone left Anthony in no doubt. Striding forward, he drew the sword at his waist and placed it against the madam's neck. "Let her go." Anthony grabbed the Nona's wrist and pulled her behind him. Seeing Anthony come to the Nona's defense, and feeling the cold blade against her neck, the madam raised her hands sheepishly. All right, I've let her go. You can put the sword away. I was just concerned about her wet clothes. I only wanted to help, don't be upset." At this moment, Randy also came over from behind. Chapter 199 Rabbit Hunter. Randy bent down once while walking halfway. Taking advantage of the three people's attention being elsewhere, she stealthily picked up the white glove on the ground and hid it in her hand. This pair of white gloves belonged to the drunkard. After the drunkard was sucked dry into a mummy, the white gloves became loose and eventually fell to the ground. As for why Randy picked up the white gloves, Randy glanced at Alisha's hand. These gloves were identical to the ones on Alisha's hand. They might come in handy. When Randy walked over to the trio, the innkeeper immediately pointed in her direction and shouted loudly, "Ah, another drunkard." Upon hearing the word drunkard, Anthony's scalp instantly tingled with fear as he immediately turned around cautiously. The image of the drunkard was a psychological shadow cast upon Anthony. The innkeeper took advantage of this. Using the moment when Anthony was distracted, the innkeeper quickly retreated into the kitchen and slammed the wooden door shut, isolating everyone outside. By the time Anthony realized that the person behind him was Randy, the innkeeper had already hidden in the kitchen, narrowly escaping danger. Anthony originally thought that keeping the innkeeper might still be useful and hadn't intended to kill her. Now, his mind was solely preoccupied with figuring out whether the Nona in front of him was Krista. Anthony swiftly sheathed his sword and turned to face the Nona. "Ching Jun." Anthony's eyes flickered slightly as he suppressed his excitement, gently supporting the Nona's shoulders with as much tenderness as possible. "You're Ching Jun, aren't you? Why have you become like this? What exactly happened?" The Nona was wrapped very tightly. Anthony reached out and removed the red scarf wrapped around the Nona's head, revealing two long, white rabbit ears. "I'm not," the Nona said earnestly as she looked directly at Anthony, firmly denying it. "No, you are." Anthony's eyes reddened. He raised his fingertips and affectionately stroked the Nona's fluffy right ear. "Qingjuan's right ear was injured, and yours is too. You are Krista." Anthony stared at the Nona, his tone unwavering. Anthony clearly remembered that a few weeks ago, Krista put on the gold earrings they prepared for their engagement and went shopping with her sisters. An accident occurred. Krista's earrings were snatched away by a street gang on motorcycles. At that time, Krista's right earlobe was torn, bleeding all over the floor, and there was a similar tear on the Nona's right ear, originating from the earlobe. Anthony forcibly embraced the Nona, who struggled fiercely against him. Inside the tavern, the guests who had been swaying their chairs stopped moving once again. They watched this emotionally charged couple dumbfoundedly, quietly spectating. "I am not the person you say. Let me go. I don't know what you're talking about." The Nona broke free from Anthony's grip and slapped him. Anthony's head turned to the side, his expression hurt and bewildered after the slap. In the fairy tale world, players representing children cannot lie. Randy observed the Nona for a while. The Nona's denial of being Krista did not violate any rules. Could this mean that the Nona was telling the truth, and she really wasn't Krista? Randy pondered for a couple of seconds. She moved closer to the Nona and quietly dropped the white glove on the ground. "Hey, Krista, you dropped something." Randy called out, pointing at the white glove on the ground. The Nona immediately lowered her head to pick it up. She almost reflexively said, "Thank." The Nona seemed to realize something and paused mid-sentence. She immediately looked up and corrected herself. "No, I'm not Krista, and this glove isn't mine either." The Nona pushed Randy and Anthony away nervously and hurried towards the tavern's kitchen. She knocked on the kitchen door and shouted inside. "Boss, are you there? I want to buy chocolate. Boss, are you in?" Anthony watched the Nona's abnormal behavior, his face cold, ready to confront her. Randy grabbed his clothes, pulling him back. Randy shook her head, signaling Anthony not to approach. Randy had already confirmed that the Nona was Krista. The moment Randy called out Krista, the Nona instinctively felt it was addressing her. It was a conditioned response accumulated over more than 20 years. However, it was clear that due to certain rule restrictions, Krista couldn't acknowledge them. Since she couldn't acknowledge them, they shouldn't force her. On the round clock hanging in the tavern, the second hand ticked tick-tock, tick-tock. The Nona turned her head to look at the time on the tavern clock, her worried mood becoming increasingly heavy. She anxiously pounded on the wooden door. "Is the boss there? I need to see the boss. I want to buy chocolate." The Nona knocked for quite a while before the kitchen door creaked open. A man wearing a chef's hat peered through the crack in the door, giving a glance outside. Seeing that Anthony had sheathed his sword and was now being led back to his seat by Randy, looking dejected, he slowly opened the kitchen door. "I'm the boss. We don't sell chocolate here." The man with the chef's hat responded coldly. The Nona turned her head again to check the time. On the wall clock, it read 0:32 a.m. The Nona's expression grew more anxious as she continued arguing with the man in the chef's hat. "Then can you tell me how I can buy chocolate? There's only your shop within 10 miles. The Nona begged. The man wiped his knife and replied calmly, "Stay in the tavern for at least 10 minutes, and ask the innkeeper. She will tell you." The Nona was almost in tears. "I don't have 10 minutes. Please tell me, I don't have time." While they were arguing, in the fairy tale world, all players heard a game announcement simultaneously in their minds. This round of rabbit hunting starts in 8 minutes. Please get ready. 8 minutes later, all rabbits in the fairy tale world will attack you. However, the game detected that 23 minutes ago, a player voluntarily gave up their player status and became a rabbit hunter. Therefore, this round's hunting method will change from all rabbits active to rabbit hunter alone. When Anthony heard this, he slammed the table and stood up immediately. A player had become a rabbit hunter, and it was clear that this player was none other than his girlfriend, Krista. That was why Little Red Riding Hood Krista had turned into a rabbit. Anthony looked towards the Nona in the kitchen direction and stepped over to find her. But the game announcement in the fairy tale world continued. Please note, the rabbit hunter does not need to follow the player rules and cannot reveal their true identity. If the system detects that the rabbit hunter has admitted their true identity, the rabbit hunter will be eliminated by the system. Anthony paused in his steps towards the Nona. He immediately turned around and returned to his seat obediently. Anthony said nothing, exchanged a heavy look with Randy, tightened his fists, and continued listening to the game rules. In this round of the game, if the rabbit hunter successfully hunts all players, the rabbit hunter survives and leaves the fairy tale world. If the rabbit hunter fails to hunt the players, the rabbit hunter dies, and the remaining players survive and leave the fairy tale world. Note, players cannot kill the rabbits. This stage is specially designed by Phantom Doctor number 002. Enjoy the game. Randy's expression turned grim. She remembered the conversation between the two men she overheard when leaving the castle. This adventure in the fairy tale world was originally designed by the Phantom Organization for Children. The Phantom Organization wanted children's live hearts. Randy and the other adults disrupted the game order by joining. Therefore, Dr. Phantom number 002 added a new game stage specifically for them. This stage was aimed at them, intending to incite internal conflict and watch Randy and the others turn on each other. Chapter 200, The First Question. Not long ago, Krista was captured by the old witch and taken into the misty forest. Back then, she was directly delivered to the rabbit warren by the old witch. Inside the rabbit warren, Krista met Dr. number 002 with a ghostly mask, who was administering drugs to the rabbits. Dr. Ghostface offered Krista two choices. The first was to stay among the rabbits and be torn apart by drug-injected muscle rabbits. The second choice was for Krista to voluntarily abandon her Little Red Riding Hood player identity, switch sides, and become one of the rabbit hunters. If Krista became a rabbit hunter, she could avoid being killed by the red-eyed rabbits after 12:40 a.m. At that moment, Krista had no other options. Red-eyed rabbits surrounded her from all directions, their eyes filled with malice, each drooling in anticipation. Krista had to choose the second option to temporarily save herself and give other players a chance to escape. Therefore, in front of Dr. Ghostface, she willingly relinquished her player status and became a rabbit hunter. At that time, Dr. Ghostface injected Krista with medication. To ensure that Krista had absolute power to kill all players, the dosage he administered was 5 times that of an ordinary rabbit. As a human, Krista's fingernails fell off and her hair regrew. She transformed into a real rabbit. Rabbits could kill players, but players couldn't kill rabbits. This game, where players could only endure attacks without retaliating, would last for 20 minutes. From 12:40 a.m. to 1 a.m., this period belonged to Krista's hunting time. During this period, all players would be teleported individually into specific scenes to ensure they were isolated, preventing them from clustering and rebelling. As a rabbit hunter, Krista would sequentially enter these scenes and hunt the players one by one. Originally, Krista thought she could choose whom to kill or not. However, when Krista received the rules of the hunter, she realized it wasn't so simple. 12:40 a.m. was a crucial time point. The rules told Krista that before 12:40 a.m., the rabbit hunter was deeply influenced by the moon. In the fairy tale world, everyone would involuntarily be drawn to the moon. But only the rabbit hunter would have their pupils turn bloody red after seeing the moon, becoming uncontrollably violent and aggressive. This was why Krista wore sunglasses when she entered the tavern. When Krista went out, she needed to shield herself with sunglasses to prevent being attracted by the moonlight and avoid looking directly at the moon, thus preventing drastic changes in her demeanor. After 12:40 a.m., the rabbit hunter would no longer be affected by the moon. Once entering the hunting state, whether Krista looked up at the moon or not, her pupils would turn bloodthirsty, and her heart would crave slaughter intensely. Thus, once the clock struck 12:40 a.m., Krista would enter a berserk state, uncontrollably killing all her companions. At the kitchen door, Krista was still arguing with the boss. Krista needed to get the chocolate as soon as possible. The chocolate contained soporific ingredients, something Randy had told her in the fairy tale town. Therefore, if Krista found the chocolate and ate it, it would make her fall into a deep sleep, preventing her from losing control and killing others. Krista knew very well that this was a dilemma for her. Because Randy's role was significant, Randy was the chosen one. If she didn't kill the chosen one Randy, she wouldn't complete the hunting task and would die. And if she killed Randy, seemingly completing the task, she could leave the fairy tale world alive, but she hadn't forgotten that the outside world wasn't China but a theme park instant. Randy's death meant the failure of the instance, and the people of the Ghostface organization would still kill all hostages in Jinlin City, including Krista. Whether dead or alive, Krista decided to choose to die through failure of the hunting task. As long as she ensured that Randy survived and escaped the fairy tale world, successfully clearing the theme park instance, Krista would have a chance to be resurrected. This was the optimal solution Krista had come up with for the current situation. Boss, Krista untied her thick coat and pulled out a dead rabbit from inside. This rabbit was killed by Krista right before she left. It had tried to trade human items for food, but Krista caught it in the act. Coincidentally, Krista had not worn her sunglasses when she went out and accidentally saw the moon, turning her eyes red. So, driven by a sudden urge to kill, she mistakenly slaughtered the rabbit. Dr. Ghostface watched the entire process with wide eyes and immediately set a rule that rabbit hunters couldn't kill rabbits. He also gave Krista a pair of sunglasses to prevent her from inadvertently harming her kind before the hunting time arrived. Dr. Ghostface allowed Krista to handle the dead rabbit as she saw fit, so she kept the rabbit's body with her until now. Krista held the long-dead unfortunate rabbit and shoved it into the boss's hands. I don't have any unreasonable requests. I just need you to tell me where I can find chocolate, Krista said earnestly. Seeing that her pleading wasn't working, she thought about bribing the tavern owner. The boss looked at the rabbit forced into his hands, visibly moved but still a bit reluctant. He said in a hearty voice, "It's not that I, Ari, am unwilling to tell you. It's just that chocolate is managed by the organization, and we can't disclose this information easily." "Isn't that right, honey?" The boss turned to ask his wife. "Honey, do you remember your brother-in-law, the one surnamed Arnold? He was wanted just for saving your sister by using the organization's converter without permission." Hiding inside the kitchen, the boss's wife thought of her ill-fated twin sister and felt a knot form in her stomach. Though she secretly supported her brother-in-law's actions, she couldn't say much openly. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question." The boss's wife came out of the kitchen. She grabbed the dead rabbit, threw it onto the kitchen floor, and put it away. "Look at those two." The boss's wife lifted her chin and gestured toward Randy and Ellis. "Do you know either of them?" The boss's wife recalled how Ellis had interacted with the Nona. The boss's wife wanted to follow the rules. However, the rule of the Forest Tavern was, if you stay in the tavern for 10 minutes, you and your companion can ask the boss's wife one question, and she will truthfully answer. As long as Krista could get Ellis or Randy to admit that she was one of their companions, Krista would have the opportunity to ask a question. Looking at Ellis's back, Krista felt very conflicted inside. She couldn't reveal that she was Krista, so how could she gain Ellis's trust? And she had just impulsively slapped Ellis. Randy silently sipped her drink. Ellis, sitting diagonally across from Randy, immediately stood up and strode over to Krista. "Let's be friends. My name is Ellis, and I fell in love with you at first sight." Ellis directly took Krista's soft rabbit paw. The few invisible guests inside the tavern suddenly laughed and cheered. "Oh, can we have the answer now?" Ellis tightened his grip on Krista's hand and stared straight at the boss's wife. Chapter 201, Everyone Survives. The innkeeper looked at the two people holding hands, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something but held back. There was something she wasn't sure whether she should say or not. She remained silent for 2 seconds. Then the innkeeper cautiously spoke up. "Are you really sure you want to ask such a simple question?" Randy, who was drinking her beverage, heard this from afar and froze in place. Was there something they had overlooked? Randy gently put down the glass, her expression turning somewhat serious. She recalled that before entering the game, all chocolates were required to be eaten by children for the game to start. Therefore, the chocolate the innkeeper was hinting at now was clearly not brought from outside but must have appeared in the fairy tale world. But did chocolate appear in this fairy tale world? Randy fell into deep thought. She lifted her head and glanced at the innkeeper standing by the kitchen door. The innkeeper was watching Krista, slowly cracking sunflower seeds one by one. "Have you decided? If you want to ask where to get chocolate, confirm and come sign with me." The innkeeper stepped behind the counter. Ellis and Krista exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. If they said we're asking about this, would it make them look foolish? Haven't figured it out yet? How about you two try some of these sunflower seeds? They're enhanced with black technology that can boost brain power. The innkeeper gave each of them 2 or 3 sunflower seeds. "Oh, and don't throw the shells around. I usually collect them at the tavern's entrance," the innkeeper said after cracking another seed. Hearing this, Ellis paused momentarily. At the tavern's entrance. As Ellis turned his head toward the entrance, a figure swiftly flashed by and squatted there. Randy squatted by the entrance, pinching up a small clump of black mud and sniffed it lightly. The black mud was faintly sweet, emitting a delicate fragrance not like ordinary soil. Randy rubbed it between her fingertips. It felt fine and soft, distinctly different from coarse dirt. A guess formed in her mind. She took a bit of clean black mud from the bottom layer, placed it on her tongue, and tasted it. It was slightly sweet and bitter, chocolate powder. The soil here wasn't soil but edible chocolate powder, which perfectly matched a child's imaginative fairy tale world. Randy's eyes lit up. She almost forgot that this game was designed for children, so many things were crafted according to their whims. Speaking of which, the wooden materials of the cabin tavern might not be wood either but cookies that could be eaten. Randy thought that if Mario hadn't fallen asleep, he might have gnawed on this wooden house. She wiped the chocolate powder off her tongue, stood up, and nodded subtly to Ellis and Krista at the counter. They immediately understood. Ellis quickly changed his words to the innkeeper. "No, not this question. We need more time to think." Meanwhile, Krista hurriedly came to the tavern's entrance and grabbed what looked like black mud, intending to eat it. "Wait." Randy stopped her. "Don't eat yet. Krista's wrist was caught by Randy. The issue with the chocolate was resolved. However, Randy had an uneasy feeling that the course of events shouldn't have developed this way. Krista shouldn't consume the chocolate powder. Because the prophesied scene was Krista being killed in the bush, not Krista, as a rabbit, eating the chocolate and falling into a sleep. Randy frowned deeply. The current development didn't align with the future scenario. Could it be that Krista's strategy of retreating to advance, sacrificing herself, and waiting for resurrection wasn't the best solution, thus wasn't chosen? Originally, everyone was supposed to die except Krista. But Krista found a way to save everyone while she temporarily sacrificed herself. If sacrificing one person still wasn't the best solution, then Randy could only speculate that there should exist a way where no one had to die. How should they proceed so that no one has to die? Randy thought for a few seconds, then stood up and looked at the innkeeper. I want to use my questioning opportunity, Randy declared firmly. The innkeeper nodded. Sure, come over here and sign when you've formulated your question. The innkeeper flipped open her notebook and turned it to face Randy. What's your name? Randy. Upon hearing Randy's response, the innkeeper's expression changed. You're the chosen one? Yes. Suddenly, the innkeeper snatched the notebook from Randy's hand and quickly flipped to the last page of rules. First, the chosen one has priority in asking questions. Second, the chosen one can only ask yes or no questions, otherwise, the question is invalid. The innkeeper stretched out her hand, pointing to the small print on the last page of the questioning notebook, reading aloud word by word. Randy froze for a moment, swallowing back the question she was about to ask. Her question must be a yes or no question. This meant the innkeeper's answer could only be yes or no, correct or incorrect, there is or there isn't, and so on. There were more restrictions for the chosen one than for regular players. Randy gripped the pen and pondered for 3 seconds. Then, she quickly signed her name on a blank page of the notebook and asked the innkeeper, if I replace my companion as the rabbit hunter, would it be possible to ensure everyone survives? Randy put down the pen and lifted her eyes, fixing her gaze on the innkeeper. By posing this question, she could obtain 2 layers of information. The first layer was, whether there existed a way for Randy and Krista to switch roles, allowing Krista to return to normal while Randy took over as the murderous rabbit. She asked this because, in the prophesied scene, everyone except Randy appeared as humans, including Krista. Randy reasonably suspected that the one not appearing might be the true murderer in each scene. Secondly, Randy wanted to know the second layer of information. Did there exist a method for everyone to survive? This layer of information was crucial for determining if Krista needed to eat the chocolate. It also related to whether Krista's sacrifice was necessary or if she had a chance to survive. Randy guessed that there should be some item usable only by her. So, if Randy became the murderer, she could potentially achieve killing no one and saving herself. In response to Randy's question, the innkeeper cracked a couple more sunflower seeds, boosting her brain power. She then said, yes. Receiving an affirmative answer, Randy felt relieved. Her analysis was correct. Randy glanced at the time on the clock and quickly walked to the door, taking the Nona's hand. Randy led the Nona to stand in front of Ellis. One human and one rabbit nodded slightly at Ellis, signaling him to ask the next question. Ellis's heart pounded, feeling somewhat nervous. He had to follow Randy's lead and ask a useful question. He couldn't hold everyone back. Ellis exhaled and signed his name in the notebook. He raised his eyes to look at the innkeeper. The detailed and specific method to make everyone survive is... Hold it, hold it. The innkeeper interrupted him. You can't play like that, you naughty boy. With such a question, you're making me defect from the organization. What's up with you today, wanting to send me away? Change it. If you don't change, I'll declare your question invalid. The innkeeper gave Ellis a second chance. After careful deliberation, Ellis switched his question. What is the method to have the chosen one replace her companion and become the rabbit? The innkeeper slapped the table, excitedly saying, you asked the right person. The innkeeper immediately took out a hidden black telephone and dialed an internal number. Hello, DR, hello Tilda, yes, it's... The innkeeper glanced at Randy and lowered her voice. So, I managed to persuade the chosen one to defect. Yes, she said she wants to kill, join us, and take over as the rabbit hunter. Right, right. It took some effort to convince her. When can you send someone over to handle this? Good, got it. Doctor, consider this a great contribution. How about the chain expansion? Okay. The innkeeper hung up the phone and gave Ellis a thumbs-up gesture. It's done. Chapter 202, Turning the Chosen One. Inside the misty forest. Moonlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled shadows in the forest. A white figure darted swiftly along the muddy path. The white shadow appeared at the door of an inn within the woods and knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Randy turned her head to look. There stood a rabbit person with white fur all over its body and wearing sunglasses, holding a medical kit, standing expressionlessly at the door. The rabbit person wore a long white robe. The smell of disinfectant from him made Randy frown involuntarily. This scent was very familiar. She had smelled it in the fairy tale town. Back then in the fairy tale town, when Everett Krista from Little Red Riding Hood's house fell into a coma, it attracted the murderer to sneak in quietly. When the murderer attempted to dissect the Everett, the room was filled with this same disinfectant smell. So, this furry rabbit man was the one who performed vivisections on countless children? Randy's eyes darkened slightly. Boss lady, the rabbit person spoke indifferently. Doctor asked me to tell you that if you encounter a rabbit hunter, you are to inject the antidote into her. The rabbit person took out a syringe from the medical kit and silently placed it on the ground. The boss lady put on a smile and hurriedly agreed, sure. Leave it to me. The chosen one, follow me. The rabbit person then glanced at Randy, coldly tossing these words before turning away. Randy glanced at the boss lady, who nodded in response. Go ahead. There are rules in the organization. He wouldn't dare act rashly, the boss lady whispered. With a nervous heart, Randy retrieved a dagger from her inventory. This dagger was given to her by Jillian Simona in the last scenario as she carried Randy down the stairs. Concerned about Randy not trusting her, she handed it over specifically for protection. If the rabbit person did anything improper, Randy could use this dagger to defend herself. An ordinary dagger is useless against anomalies, it cannot harm them. To kill an anomaly, it must be coated with human blood. I bet she's going to cut her finger now, turning the ordinary dagger into a blood-coated dagger, ward.JPG. Didn't Magdalena die? Without her tank, wouldn't cutting her finger hurt? Of course it hurts. But what choice does she have? Her life is more important. Feeling sorry for Lee, crying.gif. The masked organization is really sinister. In the live stream, Randy held the dagger and placed it against her fingertip. Just as everyone thought she was about to cut her finger, Randy suddenly moved the dagger away. Look, she's scared. But isn't it dangerous without a blood-coated dagger? Unoldering, I just have a bad feeling, pray.emoji. Under the watchful eyes of her viewers, Randy suddenly pressed the flat side of the blade against Eliam's neck wound. The bite mark left by the drunkard cooled instantly. Before Eliam could react, Randy had already retracted her dagger. Thanks for the blood. Randy stowed the dagger and quickly ran toward where the rabbit person was waiting outside. The ordinary dagger in Randy's hand flashed a red light upon contact with Eliam's blood, transforming into a blood-coated dagger. As Randy ran out, she also grabbed a handful of black mud dug up at the door and stored the chocolate powder in her inventory. Regardless of whether the chocolate powder would work or not, having it was better than nothing. Behind Randy, the boss lady picked up the medical package left by the rabbit person and injected the antidote into Krista. Krista watched worriedly in Randy's direction, silently praying that nothing would happen to her. Randy followed the rabbit person to the nearest empty wooden hut. The rabbit person checked his wristwatch. Time was running out. It was nearly hunting time, 12:40 a.m. He pressed a button on his wristwatch, pausing time. People in the fairy tale world continued their normal activities, but time in the fairy tale world temporarily stopped flowing. Randy sat on a small log while the rabbit person squatted in front of her. He opened the medical kit, quickly uncapped a vial of medicine, inserted a needle, and drew the drug. Then he took a cotton swab and applied iodine tincture to Randy's arm. Next, the sharp needle pierced Randy's flesh, and the liquid slowly entered her body. Randy was rapidly contaminated by the drug. The accelerated contamination process was excruciatingly painful. Randy clenched her teeth tightly, enduring the pain silently in front of the rabbit person. After the injection, the rabbit person put away the syringe. This dose contains 10 times the concentration of regular medication, ensuring you have sufficient offensive power. Having finished the injection, the rabbit person finally lowered his guard, treating Randy as a member of the masked organization. He picked up a fireworks tube, went to the window of the wooden hut, and launched a firework into the sky. The firework signaled the Benedict that the mission was complete. It was also a celebration of the masked organization gaining a powerful new member. What's your job? Dissecting sleeping children? Randy covered the needle hole on her arm, asking casually. The rabbit person turned to look at Randy and smiled, snapping his fingers. Correct, all the children here are under my knife. Why? Why specifically live human children? Teach me. Randy maintained her smile, trying to appear eager to learn. The rabbit person stood by the window, hands behind his back, gazing outside. Of course, they have to be alive. Our masked organization excels in medicine. Dead hearts were thoroughly studied long ago. Now, for us, living hearts are more meaningful. The rabbit person looked back at Randy. Do you remember how before joining the game, we measured the age of the children? Randy nodded. Yes, I do. At the entrance of the amusement park, Randy and her companions found out they were all over 200 months old. Thinking about this, the rabbit person smirked confidently. Different ages mean different stages of physical development, especially heart conditions. We focus on adolescent development. Doctor asked me to take you in, you'll understand as you go along. Here, our medical science in the masked organization is advanced. All these achievements come from our hard work. Randy asked, why dissect live children from Huagua instead of masked organization children? Hearing this, the rabbit person was momentarily shocked. What? Are you standing up for them? Are you still identifying with Huagua or with the masked organization? Randy felt her mood heavy like lead. Sorry, Randy forced a smile. I'll adapt to my new identity soon. Randy's body continued to mutate rapidly. She was still between human form and rabbit hunter form. The rabbit person stared at Randy intently. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Randy. You're Randy. I heard we couldn't kill you, but now you've become my apprentice. The rabbit person was smugly proud. He stepped forward, patting Randy on the shoulder. Good job. Don't think about letting those troublemakers escape. I can clearly tell you, if you eat the chocolate and don't harm other players while they're unconscious, it won't work. Our people monitor them in real time. If they aren't killed, we have countless hunters ready to act. Moreover, if you let them go and fail the hunting mission, you're guaranteed to die. Or if you ever turn against me, the organization will not spare you either. You know better than anyone what the right choice tonight is. You're smart. The rabbit person withdrew his hand from Randy's shoulder, giving her a deep, meaningful look. Randy remained calm, smiling warmly. Of course, I value my life. The rabbit person gave Randy a thumbs up, then picked up the medical kit and said goodbye. I won't bring you along to kill tonight. Practice on your own first. This is part of your initiation exam. With that, he calmly turned and left. Feeling self-satisfied, the rabbit person believed having Randy as an apprentice promised a bright future. But just as he gloated, a knife plunged into his abdomen from behind. Chapter 203, Complete Alienation. The rabbit man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and stared down in disbelief. He sensed the dagger embedded in him sink another inch deeper. Though unable to feel pain, the human blood dagger could momentarily restore human sensation when it pierced an aberration. It was the only weapon that could make an aberration experience pain. The rabbit man spat out a mouthful of blood, which gushed forth uncontrollably. A second later, he fell to the ground with a thud. With great difficulty, the rabbit man reached out to grab another flare. He wanted to inform the doctor that the situation had changed. However, Randy, standing above him, stomped on his hand repeatedly with great force. Master, how's my killing technique tonight? Did I pass the entry test? Smiling, Randy squatted down and removed the time pause device from the rabbitman's wrist. Lying on the ground, the rabbit man warned Randy with his eyes as he continued to spit blood. You, don't forget, if you kill me, you will die too. If you have the guts, stay paused forever. Otherwise, you won't escape. The rabbit man grinned, showing his bloody teeth, satisfied with himself. Although time was frozen, allowing everyone to move freely, the crucial state of events wouldn't change. Before the pause, the rabbit man was alive. So within the frozen time, the rabbit man would remain alive. Similarly, before pausing time, Randy hadn't violated any rules. Therefore, until time resumed, Randy wouldn't be judged for killing the rabbit man and violating the rules, thus avoiding the death penalty. But once time resumed, the events would progress forward. The rabbit man would inevitably die, and Randy would undoubtedly share the same fate. Looking at Randy with bright pupils, the rabbit man laughed eerily, ha ha ha. Hearing the mocking laughter, Randy's eyes turned cold, and she pulled out the knife with a swift motion. She flipped the rabbit man over, tore open his clothes, and slashed deeply into his abdomen with the tip of the blade. Aya! The rabbitman's pupils dilated as he screamed in horror. As the knife sliced through, fat layers parted, and blood and intestines spilled out. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face turned pale, void of any color. After being wounded by the human blood dagger, the rabbit man lost most of his ability to resist. Thus, he could only let Randy do as she pleased. Unable to fight back, he could only stare in terror as Randy cut open his belly. Randy asked while continuing her brutal actions, "Is this how you treat our Chinese children? How does it feel? Tell me what you're experiencing now. Those children trusted you so much." He even smiled in his sleep, thinking it was just a game, "But you vivisected him alive. Do you have any conscience?" Randy didn't stop her actions as she coldly remarked, "Want me dead? I tell you, even if I die, I will never work for you. Think I'll commit atrocities for you, vivisecting my own country's children? You don't deserve it. You disgust me." Randy minced the rabbitman's internal organs into pieces. The rabbit man endured the agony in silence, neither able to die nor live peacefully. At the brink of collapse, he finally started to cry softly. He tried to beg for forgiveness, but his tear ducts failed due to damaged eyes, and his mouth was filled with his own intestines. Desperate to plead for mercy, he couldn't make a sound, barely hanging on to the last thread of life. Blood soaked the ground. However, none of this was visible to the livestream viewers. After pausing time, everyone in China, including the livestream audience, was frozen except for those in the aberrant world. Only Bjorn, who had activated the system, could observe everything in the livestream. Bjorn sat in a recliner with his legs crossed, watching the large screen in front of him. Recalling something, he gripped his wine glass tighter. But the next moment, Bjorn abruptly relaxed, placing the glass down gently. "This is interesting." Bjorn's expression was ambiguous. Warning, warning. Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the host. Hatred value has sharply increased. Current character status shows abnormalities. Please submit relevant explanations promptly, or the system will classify the host's allegiance as unknown. Bjorn looked at the pop-up interface panel, pondering for a second. He then reached out and, below hatred value has sharply increased, filled in the reason. "Randy brutally killed one of our own, the ugly man. I intensely hate Randy and wish to slay her with my own hands." Bjorn clicked the submit button, uploading the information to the organization for review. He closed the panel and continued watching the live stream. In the live stream, Randy had stopped tormenting the rabbit man. The injected potion had spread throughout Randy's body and begun taking effect. All human features on Randy's body were stripped away. Her black hair fell out, replaced by white fur. Her human nails dropped to the ground as sharp, animal-like claws grew from her fingertips. Her ears gradually lengthened, softened, and became furry. But these rabbit transformations were merely the first layer of alteration caused by the injection. The second layer was amnesia. Dr. Ghostface 002 not only added large amounts of contaminants to the injection but also included an accelerated amnesia potion. He wanted Randy to completely forget her past, becoming a slave to the Ghostface organization both physically and mentally. Randy's brain throbbed in intense pain, and many memories began to blur. She squatted in the corner of the wooden cabin, her ears drooping as she hugged her body tightly. She forced herself to think, desperately seeking a way out. Then, using the rabbitman's blood, she quickly scrawled important messages on the floor. These bloody words served as reminders to her. Her name is Randy. To survive this game, there were things she must do. First, find a loophole. She must not die. She needed to find a way to ensure that even if she killed the rabbits and failed the hunting task, she wouldn't be executed. Second, eat the chocolate powder, bask in the moonlight, ensuring she remained unconscious and didn't go on a killing spree. Third, press the wristwatch button to restore time. Randy's thoughts were chaotic. These points were crucial remnants of her fading memories. Her memories grew increasingly hazy. In this frozen spacetime, Randy had two paths to choose from. The first path was never to press the button to restart time. This method would ensure she wouldn't die temporarily. However, the Ghostface organization might soon detect the anomaly, track her down, and discover that Randy killed one of their own. At that point, all members of the Ghostface organization might attack Randy, and her chances of escape would be minimal. This path was unfeasible. The second path before Randy was to restore time. After restoring time, Randy would violate two rules. As a rabbit, she killed her own kind, certain death. As a rabbit hunter, failing to complete the hunting task meant certain death as well. This was an almost certainly fatal situation. The blood-written messages on the floor seemed to follow the logic of the second path. Sheltered in the corner of the wooden cabin, Randy clutched her throbbing head, trembling and shaking. Amidst her immense pain, a familiar jingle came from outside the cabin. Such a familiar sound, yet Randy couldn't recall where she had heard it. Her breathing tightened. She raised her head, looking toward the small window high on the cabin wall. There, a Don dressed in a red suit, grinning foolishly, peered through the window. Hee, little rabbit, on Christmas Eve, do you have any Christmas wishes? Santa stared warmly at Randy, with deep claw marks from the big bad wolf still visible on his face. Chapter 204, Redemption of the Peace Apple. Randy's head was pounding, and her remaining memories were becoming increasingly vague. She heard Don's question and glanced down at the bloodstained message on the floor. First rule, find a way to stay alive. Randy immediately stood up. Yes, I want to live well. Randy's mind was blank. She had forgotten who she was, why she was here, and what she was supposed to do. Don responded with a faint "oh." With a swift kick, he jumped out the window, clapped his hands, shouldered his sack, and walked away. A question mark appeared above Randy's head. She rushed to the window, climbed onto a wooden post, and watched Don's retreating figure through the small opening. Hey, Don, aren't you going to help me fulfill my wish? Randy called out loudly. Don waved his hand without turning back. No, I was just asking, ha 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 Tilda. Don gave a mischievous laugh. Then, humming jingle bells, he disappeared into the foggy forest. Randy stared at where Don had been, dumbfounded for a long time. This Noah, she seemed to have seen him before. Is this Noah important? Randy clasped her head in thought, feeling it about to explode. She held her head and strained to recall, trying to grasp fragments of her memory. In one scene, Don squatted beside Randy, playing hide-and-seek together. Yes, Randy had seen him. They were squatting together. Where was it? It seemed like, in a town. The pain in Randy's head intensified. She continued to try recalling. On a desolate street, the Randy in her memory was running frantically. Behind her, there were hurried jingling sounds. Don seemed to be chasing her. But why was he chasing her? It was probably because of a gift. Wait, the gift hasn't been given yet. In the fragmented memory, Don panted as he shouted. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A blood-soaked hand holding a red stocking reached into the door crack. Randy's eyes snapped open. Yes, the gift, the red stocking. That was the Christmas gift Don had given her in advance. Whether the gift had been opened or what was inside, Randy could no longer remember. Without hesitation, she summoned the space and retrieved the red stocking. Shaking the plump red stocking, something heavy fell out. Randy quickly picked up the bundle of newspapers and unfolded it. Inside was a bright red apple and a handwritten card from Don. The card read, Medium White Star Hash Peace Apple, eat it to ensure your safety in this game. Medium White Star Hash. At the bottom of the card, there was a long text note. Uncomfortable reminder from Don. This fruit only works for the adorable child who gave me candied hawthorn. Others who eat it will die from poisoning. No snatching my child's peace apple. TSK TSK TSK. Whoever steals from my child deserves a bad end. Mwahaha. The card ended with an animated face of Don sticking out his tongue. After reading the card, Randy eagerly bit into the apple. The apple was devoured in just a few bites. Randy discarded the core and looked at the bloodstained message on the floor again. Second rule, eat chocolate powder and take a moonlight bath. Randy didn't dare to rest. She immediately took out the chocolate powder and quickly swallowed it. Then she went outside the cabin to bask in the moonlight. Under the stillness of time, the moonlight shone on Randy, and she soon felt drowsy. Eating chocolate and being exposed to moonlight would induce deep sleep, as verified by the Everett and May Before the sleepiness overtook her, Randy hurried back to the corner of the cabin and pressed the time button on her wristwatch to complete the third mandatory task, restoring time. As time resumed, the rabbit man officially stopped breathing, announcing his death. At the same moment, countless muscle-bound rabbits flooded into the cabin, their eyes red as they searched for Randy, who violated the rules and killed her own kind. Just then, the apple core on the ground emitted a silver glow, and the sound of jingle bells played. The peace apple began to take effect. In the eyes of the muscle-bound rabbits, both Randy and the deceased rabbit man vanished from the cabin. All the muscle-bound rabbits had a new implanted scene in their minds. You all are here. The rabbit man, whom Randy had killed, stood in the corner of the cabin, slowly turning around with a smile. The rabbit man radiated golden light all over. However, the voice came from Don's special dubbing. I didn't die. She also didn't violate the rules. Let's all go back. All the muscle-bound rabbits held their knives, looking at each other in confusion. The lead muscle-bound rabbit asked in a loud, hoarse voice, a string of gibberish, gak, gak 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 gak, gak 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 gak. The fake rabbit man created by Don's special equipment continued to smile and responded in gibberish, gak 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 gak, gak gak gak, gak gak. After the conversation, the lead muscle-bound rabbit waved his hand and led the others away. All the rabbits turned and left. They muttered that it was a system error. They had thought someone violated the rules, signaling an operation, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Behind the necks of these rabbits, there trailed semi-transparent chains. These chains controlled them. They were also puppets enslaved by the Ghostface organization. The crisis was over. The silver glow from the apple core faded. The small wooden cabin returned to its original dim state. Randy, who had become a rabbit hunter, felt her eyelids heavy as she crouched in the corner. The rabbit man inside still met a tragic end. Randy's eyelids grew heavier until they wouldn't lift, fatigue sweeping over her entire body. Her head spun as she fell to the ground, sinking into a deep sleep. The second hand continued to move, pointing to the hunting time, 0:40 a.m. As a rabbit hunter, Randy, due to being in a deep sleep state, prevented the hunting mode from activating. Randy should have been teleported to a player's side in a berserk mode. But now, the one being teleported was the sleeping Randy. Randy was teleported into 7 layers of sealed environments. In each sealed environment, there would be a player and a killer. This was a killing game where the rabbit hunter held an absolute advantage. Among the 4 layers were Randy's 4 companions. The other 3 layers featured the 3 children protected by mascots. These 3 children were very lucky. They appeared inside a castle right from the start, avoiding the moonlight and thus not being dissected alive during their sleep. This luck gave the mascots the chance to protect them. The final 20 minutes of the hunting game officially began. Ghostface Doctor number 002 switched channels to enjoy this game where Randy turned traitor. First was the first sealed environment, Krista trapped in the foggy forest. No matter which way Krista went, she always returned to the bush where she met her end. The bush was exactly as predicted. And the Randy sent to kill her was teleported beside her. Chapter 205, The Prophecy Reenacted. Beside the shrubs. Little Red Riding Hood Krista held Randy's arm, dragging her behind the shrubs and laying her down. Seeing that Randy was sleeping deeply, Krista took off her own bright red invisibility cloak and covered the sleeping Randy with it. With the cloak covering her, Randy's figure disappeared from view. After taking care of these arrangements, Krista began to prepare for the reenactment of the prophecy. In the prophecy, there appeared a killer and a victim named Krista herself. Krista couldn't accomplish this alone. After pondering for a while, she remembered that before entering the amusement park, she had received a character card. This card was a reward given after Randy accepted the colorful ice cream from the mascot. Randy's card depicted Neil, whereas Krista's card was that of her Osiris. The Osiris had just stabbed a ferocious wolf that attacked him with a sharp weapon. Now summoned, he approached Krista wearing waterproof boots, white gloves on his hands, and holding a blood-dripping dagger. After discussing with Krista, the butcher went home via the card and returned with a barely alive wolf, which was actually a werewolf. The Osiris is a free role, tending towards neutrality, while the werewolf family fully believes in the Ghost Mask organization. Unable to persuade the butcher to join them, the werewolves have long harassed the butcher's family, often launching surprise attacks. The butcher has never shown mercy when dealing with these beasts. Having brought over a half-dead werewolf, the Osiris handed it over to Krista. She put a human skin mask on the werewolf, disguising it as herself. Then she tore a red carpet into pieces and threw it under the shrubs, pretending it was the damaged red cloak. After setting up the scene, Krista hid nearby, leaving everything else to the butcher. As the butcher killed the werewolf, a crow with human eyes flew in from the depths of the misty forest, cawing loudly. The human-eyed crow landed on the shoulder of the Osiris, witnessing the entire slaughter through the butcher's perspective. The scene was blood-red and oppressive, filled with a heavy stench. Through the eyes of the crow, the live feed of the fake Krista being murdered was transmitted to Doctor number 002's channel within the Ghost Mask organization. The 2 round human eyes of the crow were specially embedded by Doctor number 002, enabling it to survey everything happening in the fairy tale world on his behalf. Detecting that Krista had been killed, Randy was teleported to the next location, Moonlight Pond, the deepest and most magical part of the forest. Moonlight Pond is serene and mysterious. If ordinary people wander into it, they would struggle to find an exit and ultimately starve to death. Many commoners who entered the mountains to chop would ended up here due to various luring sounds. Around Moonlight Pond lie countless white bones. This very pond is where Knight Vaughn meets his end in the prophecy. Randy, still asleep and covered by the Little Red Riding Hood's invisibility cloak, was also teleported to this location. At this time, Knight Vaughn had summoned his character from the card Alaric. The Alaric, completely decayed from head to toe, held a needle and thread to sew up the wound on his belly as he was summoned. Vaughn, mustering his courage, greeted the tailor and discussed the reenactment details. The Alaric nodded slightly but nervously in agreement. Ever since the tailor was killed during practice by members of the Ghost Mask organization, he has maintained this semi-human, semi-ghost appearance. His hideous looks have led to few people willingly talking to him. Knight Vaughn is the first one in years not to show disdain or hostility towards the tailor. During their discussion, the Alaric silently nodded and shook his head, as his mouth was long rotted away, unable to speak. After finalizing the plan, Vaughn led the Alaric to the center of Moonlight Pond. The water was pitch black, with a full moon reflected upon its surface. Moonlight Pond gets its name from this ever-present reflection of a huge, unmoving full moon in its center, regardless of whether the actual night sky shows a full or crescent moon. Viewed from above in the misty forest, the pond resembles a large open eye, its outline akin to a human eye, with the bright moon reflecting in its center serving as the pupil. This eye was wide open, unwavering, observing everything that happened in the misty forest, silent and eerie. After Anthony and the Alaric finalized their plan, they entered the pond to begin the reenactment. The Alaric put on Anthony's human skin mask and dived into the depths of the pond. Meanwhile, Anthony brandished his knightly sword, hacking madly at the reflection of the full moon as per the prophecy scene. It was as if he had been driven to this spot, unable to escape, venting his frustration on the black water in the pond, trying to lure out hidden adversaries for a final showdown. The shadow of the full moon shattered, only to come together again. As Anthony grew increasingly deranged, the Alaric swam beneath him, pulling the flailing Anthony underwater. Anthony struggled twice before sinking to the bottom. Wearing the human skin mask, the Alaric took the opportunity to surface from the bottom of the pond. The commotion stirred up the long-settled red substance at the bottom of Moonlight Pond, churning it into a blood-like turbid liquid rising upwards. The disguised Alaric floated above the pond, his stomach split open, with no innards left. Wearing Anthony's mask, eyes wide open, staring straight at the moon, a faint smile hung on his lips. After years of solitude, he gave his best effort to this unique performance, savoring the joy of this game. The human-eyed crow flew by in the sky, transmitting the news of Anthony's death back to headquarters. Dr. Number 002 praised Randy's method of killing, repeatedly commending its brilliance. Meanwhile, oblivious to all this, Randy was once again teleported in her sleeping state to the third location, the disheveled ballroom of Brand Castle. This ballroom was where Cinderella Alice met her fate in the prophecy. When Randy was teleported here, Alice had already wreaked havoc in the ballroom. Cinderella Alice's character card summoned a red-haired girl whose limbs and eyeballs could be detached, perfectly substituting for Alice to play the role of the victim in the prophecy. The reason for this condition was that when she was killed, the red-haired girl had her limbs chopped off by an iron axe and her eyes gouged out. Her beautiful red hair had caught the king's attention. However, on her way to the palace to meet the king, she was brutally murdered by her stepmother and sister. Her prized red hair was cut off to make a dress for her foolish stepsister. This stepsister was none other than King Eric's wicked queen, one of the staunch supporters of the Ghost Mask organization. The unfortunate red-haired girl, mutilated, was abandoned in the forest. The mascot Lynette stumbled upon the girl's body among fallen leaves while passing by. Using mysterious powers, Lynette revived the red-haired girl. Lynette told the red-haired girl to stay away from the Ghost Mask organization and pursue her own happiness and freedom. Chapter 206, The Mummy's Wish. The red-haired girl was rescued by Evie. To repay her savior, she now obeyed Evie's commands. Whenever Evie needed her, the red-haired girl would answer her call at any time. Evie entrusted the red-haired girl's character card to Alice for the time being. Thus, a plea from Alice equated to a plea from Evie. Therefore, in this ballroom, the red-haired girl fully complied with Alice's requests. She obediently put on Alice's human skin mask, then removed her hair and limbs, and dug out her eyeballs and heart. Recalling her past death experiences, the girl lay quietly on the cold floor. 2 seconds later, the girl's form transformed into what it had been when she had died brutally and was discarded in the forest. Alice took off her crystal shoes and placed them on the girl's severed legs. Once again, the crystal shoes proved effective. Just as Alice once changed into elegant attire by wearing the crystal shoes, the red-haired girl instantly donned Alice's outfit. Even her bald head sprouted hair anew, though it wasn't red. Instead, it turned into golden locks suitable for Cinderella's role. The girl's appearance became identical to Alice's. At that moment, outside the ballroom window, a flock of crows flew by. The crows' chaotic cawing sounded messy and discordant. Magpies foretell joy, while crows signify mourning. They seemed like a funeral procession loudly proclaiming Alice's death. In the prophecy, after Alice dies, someone will push open the ballroom door. Having prepared inside the hall, Alice planned to go out herself to simulate the person entering the room. As she walked toward the door, she heard a series of thud, 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 thud footsteps approaching. Startled, Alice quickly turned and hid behind a nearby curtain. The double doors of the dark ballroom creaked open under moonlight. Moonlight slanted in. Under the moon shadow, the tall figure slowly approached the limbless Alice. Each step the man took made Alice, hiding behind the curtain, tremble with fear. Through the sparse gaps in the curtain fabric, Alice saw the man walk into the hall, bend his knees, and squat beside the red-haired girl. The man wore a white long robe and a black mask adorned with a skull pattern. Alice held her breath, trying to lower the sound of her breathing. "You did a pretty thorough job," the man commented. He extended his hand and placed it on the dead woman's nose. Feeling that the Alice lying on the ground indeed had no breath, the man chuckled softly. H didn't expect Randy to be so reliable. After saying this, the man stood up, suppressed his joyful mood, and left the ballroom with light steps. As he reached the door, a rabbit person with a new face timidly reported, "Doctor, Master has been out for over 10 minutes and hasn't returned yet." The masked Benedict glanced at him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know your master's capabilities? Let him rest a bit. He'll be busy enough in the next round of games." Alice peeked with one eye from behind the curtain, observing secretly. At the entrance, the moonlight fell on the ghost-faced Benedict. A glowing pendant hanging from his waist quickly caught Alice's attention. It was a luminous pipe. At one end of the pipe, blue ghost fire flickered. The shape of the pipe resembled a child's leg bone. Alice noticed a string of red numbers, 002, carved onto the pipe. "Do we need to go to the next place, Doctor?" the new rabbit man asked the ghost-faced Benedict. The ghost-faced Benedict gently shook his head. "No need. Let Bjorn check it out. I won't go personally." Having seen 3 murder scenes, the ghost-faced Benedict had almost complete trust in Randy. "Anyway, I feel very assured leaving it to Randy." The ghost-faced Benedict crossed his hands behind his back and stood straight. At this moment, he exuded terrifying confidence. A moment later, he put a finger in his mouth and whistled into the night sky. Whoosh! Upon hearing the whistle, the humanoid crows immediately spread their wings and flew toward the ghost-faced Benedict. The humanoid crows perched on the ghost-faced Benedict's shoulder. The ghost-faced Benedict opened a portal in mid-air and stepped into it, leaving the area along with his subordinates. At the same time, Randy, cloaked in an invisibility cloak and asleep, entered the 4th location. The top of an ancient medieval castle tower. This enclosed space was where King Eric was killed. Eric, playing the role of the king, could not speak more than 50 words. When Randy was teleported over, Eric was still fretting over setting up the crime scene. The character card Eric received was the Chatterbox mummy. The tall and thin mummy, sealed in a coffin from ancient Egypt. For centuries, the mummy lay within the coffin. Throughout these centuries, the mummy adhered to one principle. Ordinarily, he did not speak. When he did, it was extraordinary. Once the Chatterbox mummy was summoned, his mouth would chatter incessantly, blah blah blah, never stopping. It had been over a century since anyone sought him out. Therefore, for the mummy, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to speak. He intended to vent all the frustration of being unable to speak for hundreds of years at this moment. "Hey friend. Did you call me? Oh, thank you so much, little brother. Seeing you today, how can I put it, my mood is quite good. Honestly, calling you little brother might not be quite right. I'm older than you by decades. Centuries. I should be considered, your ancestor without blood ties. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, my name is Kermit. My nickname repeats the last character twice, you know, just like everyone's nicknames do. So what's your name, kid? We could become friends, meet each other." The mummy placed one hand on his hip and draped the other over Eric's shoulder. With a sly smile, he playfully bumped Eric's buttock, easily befriending him. The Chatterbox mummy exuded a roguelike charm. Eric, with the mummy's hand on his shoulder, merely gave him a silent glance and silently unfolded a piece of white paper. On the paper, it depicted the state in which Eric would die as per the prophecy. The diagram included many detailed annotations. Eric pointed to the dead person in the picture, then at the mummy. The mummy excitedly took the paper. "Well drawn, kid. But are you mute? That must be really hard for you." "The pain of being mute, I understand it well. I used to be no different from a mute. Hey kid, have you heard an Egyptian children's song about the poor mute? Cough, wait a sec, let me prepare and sing it for you." Eric dared not continue chatting with the mummy. He feared delaying the task and quickly wrote, "I am not mute. My speaking capacity is limited." Eric explained on the paper. The Chatterbox mummy widened his eyes, read through the note word by word, and casually responded with an O. But the mummy continued as he pleased, ignoring Eric's attempt to stop him. In high spirits, he started singing The Little Mute Boy. Eric wrote again, trying to prevent him. "I am the king. Help me finish this act. Any reward you want, I can give it to you." Eric wrote a long string of text on the paper. The mummy scrutinized the note for a while, feeling elated. "Really? Don't trick me, kid." Eric, holding the scepter, nodded seriously. The mummy became calmer, no longer chattering away aimlessly. "You know, little mute boy," the mummy suddenly began to pour out his sorrows. "I have slept for an immeasurable time. To this day, I haven't seen a living soul for several centuries. I can't find anyone to talk to or a true friend to entrust my heart to. And you, my only friend in hundreds of years. I hope you will passionately call out my name, let me feel that I am truly alive again." The mummy sobbed dramatically, finishing his wish with hands covering his face, crying sorrowfully. "Whoa whoa whoa, this is my only wish. My friend, you'll help me fulfill it, right?" Eric looked at the mummy and softly spoke 2 words, "Kermit." The mummy shook his head, still covering his face. No, that's not heartfelt at all. I want you to call my nickname, okay, my only friend." The mummy peeked through his fingers, pretending to cry while observing Eric's expression. King Eric gripped the scepter tightly, falling into deep thought for a moment. Chapter 207, A Fork in the Road. Eric's expression was somewhat conflicted. The king's scepter granted him the power of unconditional obedience from others. This rule naturally took effect within the king's domain. Subjects of a country would obey their own country's king. However, the problem was that the mummy Guillermo came from ancient Egypt. Citizens of ancient Egypt had the right to disobey commands from foreign kings. This was also the limitation of the king's scepter. The mummy looked at Eric with earnest eyes, waiting for a long time. But he never received that warm greeting. The excitement in the mummy's eyes gradually faded. He dejectedly squatted in the corner, picked up a dry twig from the ground, and began peeling off the wall skin unhappily. So you don't consider me a friend after all? Forget it, I'm not worthy. I might as well go back into my coffin. Staying here isn't much fun anyway. The mummy's tone was filled with disappointment. Suddenly, he stood up, threw away the twig, and took out his character card. In front of Eric, the mummy lifted his right leg high and stepped into the card. Panicking, Eric immediately hugged the mummy from behind. "Ba." Eric blushed and turned away. A gleam of light flashed in the mummy's eyes. His despondent expression changed instantly. He retracted his right foot, closed his eyes, and smiled as he hugged Eric back. The two embraced contentedly. Eric felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Struggling, he pushed the mummy away. Then he took out a blueprint, stuffed it into the mummy's arms, and gestured for him to follow the instructions. The mummy nodded happily in agreement. Sure thing. Playing dead is simple enough. After making this bold declaration, the mummy began removing the bandages from his body. Layer by layer, the bandages came off, revealing a face identical to Eric's. "Hey brat, take a look. How similar do we look? What do you think? Is Ba cool or not?" Eric replied with a polite smile. The mummy's ability allowed him to secretly hide inside the bandages and casually mimic anyone he saw. The bandages were his modest covering. Whoever he liked, he would privately transform into them without needing any human masks. Over the next few moments, the mummy meticulously mimicked every detail on the blueprint, even pulling out his teeth and tongue. Losing his tongue, the talkative mummy couldn't speak and was forced into silence. Above the tower, a flock of crows cawed as they flew past. Feeling uneasy, Eric subconsciously stepped back and hid behind a half-open door. As soon as Eric reached the door, he kicked an invisible object on the ground. It seemed someone was sleeping on the ground. Unfortunately, Eric couldn't see this person. Planning to find another place to hide, Eric heard a low female laugh echoing through the dark room. The eerie laughter was unusually clear in the silent darkness. Eric bit his lips tightly and breathed cautiously. Gripping the scepter, he looked toward the source of the sound. From behind the other half of the door, half of a blood-stained woman's face slowly appeared. Her figure flashed, then lunged toward Eric. This strangely laughing woman was the queen, who had been ordered by Eric to have her tongue pulled out, driven mad by Terry, and hanged herself shortly after. As the queen floated towards Eric, the mummy outside noticed this. Immediately, the mummy became anxious. Fearing harm might come to his friend Eric, he tried to run over to help. But in his haste, he forgot he was still in his undead state and fell rigidly to the ground with a thud. The crow with human eyes, circling above the tower, transmitted the death photo of the fallen Eric back to the organization. The crow circled twice before flying higher. It perched on the hand of a mascot higher up in the castle. The mascot, with curved round eyes, giggled lightly. She petted the crow's head without speaking, using eerie powers to communicate approvingly. "Good job, little crow. Don't send any inappropriate images." The mascot rubbed the crow's head, erasing some nearly exposed images stored in its mind. Then she spread her palm to feed the crow. On her palm was the queen's tongue removed by the soldier. The crow happily grabbed the tongue, stretched its neck, and swallowed it whole. The mascot brought the crow with human eyes to 3 more locations. Each location was a fatal scene of a child. Using these false scenes, she deceived everyone and saved the last 3 young players. In this round of the game, not including Randy, a total of 7 players were about to survive. Meanwhile, Randy, who had been injected with the drug, entered a chaotic space after eating the chocolate candy. Randy found herself in a chaotic space. She did not know what was happening in the outside world. She only knew that she was walking on a dark path, followed by an ugly and fierce ghost. The apple of peace Randy ate earlier began to warm slightly inside her stomach, neutralizing the drug injected into her body. As Randy returned to human form, she also regained her memory. The road behind her collapsed with a rumbling sound. Randy had no way back and could only hurry along the dark path. The ferocious ghost followed Randy step by step. If she slowed down, it would place its hand on her shoulder. Randy quickened her pace. This long, dark path seemed endless. Around the path was an abyss, as if it could swallow anyone at any moment. On the path, Randy saw a bouquet of white roses. Randy immediately recognized this bouquet of white roses, which she had given to Terry. When Randy handed the red rose over, it was a folding employment invitation with gold embossed letters printed on it. After placing it in Terry's hands, the red rose spontaneously combusted, producing a cluster of blue flames. When the flames disappeared, the rose's red color gradually faded into white. Randy bent down to pick up the white rose. This bouquet belonged to Terry, now abandoned on this path. This meant that Terry had once been here too. A conjecture formed in Randy's heart. Perhaps it wasn't just Terry who had come here. Maybe every child who ate the chocolate candy and fell into a deep sleep had once come here. This was the path every sleeping child had to pass through. After putting away the white rose, Randy continued forward. Ahead on the road, she heard a familiar voice. Lily. Randy paused slightly, her spine stiffening. How familiar this voice was, it sounded exactly like the one she had heard countless times on the videotape. Lily, come over here, Tilda. It was her mother's voice. Tears welled up in Randy's eyes. Behind her, the collapsing road roared as it crumbled further. Suppressing her emotions, Randy lifted her feet and continued forward. She grew closer to the light ahead, the anticipation of seeing her mother becoming stronger. Lily, Mommy misses you so much. Randy arrived at a fork in the road. The road behind her stopped collapsing. The ferocious ghost caught up to Randy and laid its hand on her shoulder. Ignoring the ghost's hand, Randy closely examined the paths before her. Straight ahead lay a picturesque and straight road. Alongside the road were flowers and grasses, vibrant colors under bright sunshine. Looking towards the end of this colorful road, Randy saw her mother, whom she had missed for over a decade, sitting on a swing covered with wildflowers, hugging the black cat that died tragically. Her mother smiled gently, waving to Randy from afar. Where have you run off to, Lily? I've been looking for you for so long. Come over quickly, Tilda. Randy looked at her mother at the end of the path but did not respond directly. Instead, she glanced at the other path branching off from the fork. The other path was winding and muddy, bubbling with fresh human flesh it had just consumed. If the picturesque straight path represented brightness and splendor, then this twisted and winding path could be described as darkness and confusion. While lost in thought, the black cat meowed softly and jumped out of her mother's arms. With its tail held high, the cat elegantly approached Randy. The cat bit Randy's trouser leg, trying to pull her toward her mother. Randy looked down affectionately at the cat. This black cat, which she raised from kittenhood, had been brutally killed by Magdalena. Even at death, the cat didn't retain its full body. Both the cat and her mother were regrets that lingered deeply in Randy's heart. It's been so many years since we've seen you, Lily has grown so much. Her mother's voice was soft and gentle, giving Randy a sense of warmth and gentleness. Don't let Mommy miss you again after missing you for so long, alright? Randy couldn't help but be drawn in by her mother's gaze. Her mother's eyes were clear, filled with tears and brimming with too many emotions. Compassion, love, reluctance, hope. Afraid of getting lost in those eyes, Randy pinched her palm hard, forcing herself to look away. In this moment, Randy suddenly understood why the sleeping Everett in the fairy tale town had a smile on his lips. The smile was because the Everett also met someone he had longed for day and night. It was a smile of genuine happiness from within. Because the Everett chose the colorful road, he experienced fleeting happiness. After contemplating for 2 seconds, Randy did not hesitate and stepped onto the side branch, the twisting and muddy path. As Randy walked towards the muddy path, the flowers and grasses along the colorful road began to rapidly lose their color, withering and dying. Together with the black cat and her mother, they instantly dissipated into smoke. A warning sign rose up at the intersection of the colorful road. A large sign read, "This road is blocked." The fierce ghost holding Randy's shoulder was stopped by an iron gate at the entrance of the muddy path. Looking back, Randy noticed that the fierce ghost held a piece of paper in its hand. The fierce ghost unfolded the paper in its hand. It pressed the pronunciation icon on the paper. From the chaotic space, came the reading of the rules from the paper. The path may be winding, but the future is bright. This was the rule for choosing the fork in the road. Only now did Randy fully understand the reason why the children were harmed. Eating the chocolate, being illuminated by the moon, and falling into a deep sleep were not all the conditions for the children's demise. The most critical condition for a child's death was breaking the rule. They chose the wrong fork in the road. Because under the pursuit of the fierce ghost and the call of their mothers, hardly any child would choose the winding muddy path. Most children would opt for the colorful broad avenue. This led to the situation where after falling asleep, they would inevitably die. There were only 2 ways to break this pattern. Either keep the children completely awake and prevent them from falling asleep, or make the children abandon the colorful road. Following the twisting and muddy path, Randy arrived at the end of the small road. The time for this round of the game was about to end. And at the end of the road was the exit of the game. Randy walked into the light at the end of the path, and her body disengaged from the fairy tale world. Chapter 208, Eric Goes Missing. Clang, clang, clang. The clock struck 12. Randy stood in the exit hall, as the white light before her eyes gradually faded away. The 4th rule of survival in the fairy tale world. This game session lasts for 2 hours. Survive until the end, and you will be considered to have cleared the game. This game, which started at 10 o'clock in the morning, officially came to an end at noon. Randy. Krista, upon seeing Randy return, excitedly moved forward and grabbed her hand. She carefully observed Randy's eyes for 2 seconds. Once she confirmed that there was still life in Randy's eyes, Krista placed a hand on her chest and sighed with relief. You scared me to death. Thank goodness you're all right, Randy. If you had died in my place, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. Thinking about the fairy tale world still made Krista shudder with lingering fear. Originally, after turning into the rabbit hunter, she had prepared herself for death and did not expect Randy to take her place. Touched by this thought, tears welled up in Krista's eyes. And Ellis, Krista's boyfriend, quickly handed her a tissue from behind. Is everyone back? Alice stepped forward and asked, why haven't we seen Eric? Ellis looked around but indeed didn't see Eric anywhere. That's odd. As the king, Eric has so much power, nothing should have happened to him, right? Ellis asked in surprise. Randy glanced around the exit hall. In the entire hall, there were only the 4 tall people present. Eric was nowhere to be found. It seemed like Eric had gone missing. Randy divided the hall into sections and quickly counted the number of people. 50. There were 50 players when they entered the game, and now there were still 50 as they exited. A sense of foreboding stirred in Randy's heart. At this moment, the door of the exit hall opened. A maid in uniform stood at the door, calling everyone to leave in a sweet voice. Connoren, the game is over. You can queue up and leave now, and go find your parents, Tilda. Hearing this, Randy quickly ran to the exit and stood at the front of the line. She took out the amusement park map and got it stamped by the maid to prove that she had completed the project. Then, Randy stood solemnly by the exit, observing each player as they left one by one. Until finally, a bespectacled little boy with full health emerged from the hall hesitantly. After the little boy came out, no parent came to meet him. Instead, he carried a large backpack and headed towards a less crowded area. Randy stared at the little boy for a few seconds before grabbing him directly. Eric, stop right there. Randy lifted the little boy up. The boy's clothes were very loose. Though the sleeves and pant legs were intentionally rolled up, anyone could tell that this child was wearing adult clothing. It's you, isn't it, Eric? Still carrying the computer you used for coding in your backpack, Randy tapped the hard object inside the boy's backpack and stated confidently. Randy tried to make eye contact with the little boy, but he kept dodging her gaze. Unable to resist any longer, the little boy finally lowered his head and mumbled softly, "Yes." Eric's chubby cheeks puffed up. His face displayed utmost distress. Eric felt extremely embarrassed. When he came out of the fairy tale world, he saw everyone, but he didn't dare approach them. Everyone else was fine, yet he, a grown man, had encountered a mishap. He initially wanted to say hello before leaving but then decided that whether or not he was here didn't seem to make much difference. So, he planned to slip away quietly without drawing attention. Unfortunately, his attempt failed as the sharp-eyed Randy caught him right away. Ha ha ha. Ellis laughed loudly first. He ran up and said, "No way. This little tyke is Brother Jiang." Ellis affectionately picked up the little boy and pinched Eric's chubby cheeks with his fingers. Eric glared at him fiercely. "Stop pinching my face." Eric yelled angrily, but his soft voice lacked any menace. Ellis laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha ha. How did you manage to become so tiny, Brother Jiang?" Eric coughed and calmly explained, "Well, something unexpected happened, better not to mention it." Eric's tone turned somber. He would never admit that it was because he had called the mummy daddy 3 times, inadvertently triggering a hidden mechanism. At that time, the accursed Ghost Queen had seized his royal scepter, preventing Eric from issuing commands. And due to her deep-seated hatred, the Ghost Queen aimed to bring Eric to his death. In sheer desperation, Eric recalled that he could seek help from the mummy. The mummy, somewhat reasonable, agreed to help. He promised that if Eric called him by his nickname 2 more times, he would definitely chase away the Ghost Queen for Eric in no time. Although Eric felt that calling him Barber somewhat took advantage of him, to save his life, he still did as told. However, after Eric spoke out, things developed in an unexpected direction. After Eric called out 3 times Barber, his body shrank rapidly. It turned out that the mummy's wish wasn't to make a close friend who would call him by name and feel the warmth of friendship. The mummy was tricking him. Eric later found out that the mummy had died too early, with no wife or children. Therefore, the mummy's only wish was to have a child of his own, to be someone's dad. After driving away the Ghost Queen, Eric, in the form of a child, was hugged tightly by the mummy and kissed fiercely. And he was forced to listen to the mummy's long monologue about my good son over and over again. For survival, Eric endured all the humiliation, bearing the grievance. He barely made it through the game time, hoping to return to his original self. But unexpectedly, his body still remained as a child. At this point, he had to accept that he had become a child. Maybe only after leaving this eerie amusement park could Eric return to normal. But whatever happened, this entire incident had become Eric's black history. He'd better hide it from everyone and quietly wait for Randy to clear the game and himself to recover. This was the best way. Otherwise, if it were broadcast nationwide, Eric would likely become a laughingstock. Eric, after being bullied by the mummy and now having his face rubbed and head patted by Ellis and others, clenched his tiny fists in anger. Randy quickly smoothed things over. "Alright, everyone stop teasing the kid. It's already noon." Everyone quieted down. Randy bent down and looked at Eric, coaxing him with a smile. "Little brother, don't be angry. Let Brother Shu carry you, let's go eat together." The other 3 laughed even harder. Thus, in the group, Ellis carried little Eric happily, Alice volunteered to carry Eric's big backpack, Randy walked ahead leading the way, and Krista followed behind watching the scene. It was just past noon. Randy led them to the restaurant in the amusement park, where each person bought a lunch. While they were eating, a group of men dressed in uniform with protective masks marched towards the restaurant. Randy glanced over and noticed they were all wearing grey robes. According to the second rule of Hell amusement park visitors, all patrol personnel in the park wear white long robes, there are no patrol personnel in other colors. These people weren't the park's patrol team. They might be staff from a particular attraction. Staff also need to eat. They went to the area inside the counter, in front of the electronic screen. A leading man looked at the screen and was about to order food. He beckoned to his brothers behind him. "Choose what you want to eat. Eat your fill to work efficiently." His followers echoed him. "Sure, Roger, leave me a fatty one." Listening to their conversation, Randy silently lowered her head and continued eating her rice. Suddenly, a seemingly insignificant detail from the earlier scene flashed across her mind. Randy stood up abruptly. She put down her chopsticks with a clink, tapped the table twice, gathered everyone, and turned to leave. Chapter 209, Randy's Lie. The group quickly left the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, the man in the grey robe hurriedly pointed at the electronic screen, exclaiming repeatedly, "What's going on? How can people eat like this? They all ran away. Where's the boss? Isn't the boss going to manage this? Boss, boss." The leading man pounded on the table arrogantly, shouting loudly for the restaurant owner. After Randy walked out of the restaurant, her heart pounded uncontrollably thinking about what just happened. There was something wrong with the device that the group of men in grey used to order their meals. Randy had observed while ordering. All the order-taking machines in the restaurant faced outward, towards the diners. However, the machine used by those men faced inward. Randy had caught a glimpse of it earlier. It was a surveillance display screen. What was shown on it were not order details but live surveillance feeds. So, the meal that those people were looking at on the screen could possibly be the dining customers. At the thought of this possibility, Randy felt a chill down her spine. Most of the tourists who dined at this restaurant were pregnant women who had been lured here. These pregnant women were all delivered to this strange world during their journey within Huasha country under confusing circumstances. Unable to participate in thrilling projects, they accidentally retained their life values and survived up to now. Coincidentally, this restaurant specialized in nutritious meals. The food here was bland yet well-balanced nutritionally, featuring beef, eggs, and millet porridge as staples, attracting many pregnant women. The reason Randy chose to have lunch here was because she noticed that these pregnant women appeared normal when leaving the restaurant after eating. But unexpectedly, danger lay within the dining process. After fleeing with the 4 people at the same table, Randy glanced back. Seeing that a certain person in the restaurant was still staring at her, Randy frowned and remained silent. Only after turning a corner and escaping from that person's sight did Randy turn to Alice to ask, "Momo, did you see 2 women in white clothes while eating?" Randy recalled that when they were engrossed in eating, 2 women in white with bleeding legs quietly stood in the corners of the restaurant. One woman stood in the left corner, the other in the right. They had blank expressions, holding up a piece of white paper with blood-written rules. On the left side, "Remain silent when I am watching you." On the right side, "If you and your friends choose to leave, do not disturb others dining." Unfortunately, throughout the meal, the woman in the left corner stared at Randy without blinking. This caused Alice and others to be unable to converse with Randy multiple times as they wanted, leaving her only able to respond with a polite smile. For the same reason, when Randy told everyone to leave, she lightly tapped the table instead of speaking aloud. Hearing Randy's question, Alice looked puzzled. No. Guessing that Randy might have seen something eerie, Alice covered her mouth in fear. "Sister Jiang, did you see something? Don't scare me." Seeing Alice's confused look, Randy roughly guessed the problem. Those 2 women in white might only be visible to Randy. Except for Randy, other Huasha citizens seemed unaware of their existence. Thinking for 2 seconds, Randy shook her head gently at Alice. "Forget it, it's not important." Since everyone had left the restaurant, there was no need to dwell on it. Just as Randy thought it was just a minor incident, her wrist suddenly throbbed in pain. Then, the energy level displayed on her energy bracelet dropped drastically. Randy felt dizzy and weak, falling to the ground. Alice was startled and quickly helped Randy up. "What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Is it like last time?" "Wait a minute, let me find Poppy's notebook." Alice handed Randy over to Krista and anxiously opened Poppy's backpack, searching for the notebook. Randy's face gradually turned pale, as if lacking vital energy. Krista, who was nearby, also sensed something was off. The head of the intelligence department had once posted a reminder comment in the chat area. It mentioned that Randy's energy value was linked to public opinion fluctuations, affecting her physical abilities. Although that reminder comment was soon buried by other messages, Krista, Anthony, and Eric saw it. Before encountering Randy and Alice, the trio had discussed this matter together. It was obvious that the situation with Randy was due to a change in her energy value, indicating an issue with public opinion. Krista quickly took out the 3D glasses from her bag, put them on, and started checking. After seeing the floating comments, Krista's brows furrowed, feeling overwhelmed. No way. The chosen one realized something was wrong and ran away by herself. She didn't even think to warn others. There were so many pregnant women in the restaurant. Oh my god. I saw my aunt who is 8 months pregnant eating there. This time she really got killed because of Randy. Impressive. How miraculous of her. Wasn't it hard for her to call everyone to run out? Wow, I used to defend her when others scolded her for being selfish, but look at what happened today. What are you doing, sis? Now I understand, she doesn't care about the lives of thousands in Jinlin City at all, only herself. Vomit.gif. The insults piled up like a snowball rolling down a hill, growing bigger and bigger. Krista handed the 3D glasses to Anthony, Eric, and Alice. After they reviewed the comments, they all exchanged glances, unsure of how to speak. Seeing their serious expressions, pale faces, and tense demeanors, Randy stretched out her hand, indicating for Alice, who was holding the 3D glasses last, to give them to her. The one who tied the bell must unfasten it. Randy needed to know about this matter. Upon receiving the 3D glasses, Randy immediately put them on and browsed through the comment section. After a few seconds, Randy hurriedly explained. It wasn't that I didn't save the pregnant women. The restaurant has its own rules. I couldn't speak or disturb other guests while they were eating. Randy continued. There were 2 women in white clothes inside the restaurant, holding up signs with rules written on them. Alice nodded quickly after hearing this. Sis Jiang is right. She asked me if I could see those women in white. I couldn't, but Sis Jiang could. However, the explanations from Randy and Alice did not convince the netizens. She can't speak. I don't even know what to say anymore. Let's let everyone judge. Stop making excuses. Everyone else could talk. Didn't Alice chat with others for so long? Sure, you can't speak. Everyone else can accept you. How special you are, Tilda. This is ridiculous. If the chosen one didn't want to save the pregnant women in Jinlin, just say so. Don't make up lies like this. Will anyone believe it? She says she couldn't disturb other guests. I can't get it. Didn't she call Krista to escape too? Why wasn't that disturbing the guests? Exactly, why can she only take Krista 4 people, not all the pregnant women? Stop trying to wash your hands of this. You're selfish. You just thought about running away yourself and wouldn't even shout to alert Jinlin City. Is it so hard for you to admit you're selfish? I'm done. Netizens continuously questioned Randy, causing her energy value to drop further. Even though Alice was already reading compliments from Poppy's notebook in front of Randy, the number of critics was overwhelming, leading to Randy's energy value still decreasing. Randy repeated the 2 rules she saw word for word again. Rule 1, when I am watching you, remain silent. Randy had been stared at by the woman in white all along. Even after leaving the restaurant, she was still being watched, so she couldn't speak. Rule 2, if you and your friends choose to leave, do not disturb other diners. So, Randy could bring friends away but couldn't take other guests from the restaurant. But these rules seen only by Randy weren't accepted by the public. But how do we know you're not lying? Saying only you can see it, what if you made it up? It feels like she's desperately trying to clear her name, trying to clean her slate. Isn't it absurd? Only she knows the rules while no one else does. On whose authority? Her mouth alone. Notice that the 2 rules she made up benefit her. Krista and the others believed Randy's explanation. If Randy was as selfish as the netizens accused her of, she wouldn't have risked switching places with Krista in the fairy tale world, putting herself in such danger to save her. At that moment, Randy could have ignored Krista and waited for the game to pass. Under the insults of netizens, Randy's condition worsened. Seeing this, Krista and the others also spoke up for Randy, complaining with unfriendly tones. It was precisely the defense and complaints of Krista and the others that thoroughly enraged the netizens who were bursting with a sense of justice and fighting for the rights of the pregnant women. Now, the netizens not only attacked Randy but also Krista and her group of 4. Birds of a feather flock together. It turns out selfish people gather together. Haha. This group of people are truly like-minded in their unpleasantness. You believe whatever Randy says, don't you have brains? They are beneficiaries. Of course, they will help Randy. How pitiful those pregnant women are. It makes me sick. Why do I hate this group of people so much? They would be better off dead. Even dying painlessly by eating colorful ice cream is too lenient for Randy. At this moment, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the camera, which should have remained focused on Randy, shifted. The live stream switched to showing the scene inside the restaurant from earlier. Inside the restaurant, due to Randy's non-warning, many pregnant women were still unaware and continued dining. Several pregnant women, chosen as meals by the staff of the Ghostface organization, were soon led into the kitchen in a trance-like state by the restaurant owner. Outside the kitchen door, pools of blood flowed out. Netizens' emotions became even more agitated. At this moment, Randy finally understood the whole situation. This was a carefully laid trap by the Ghostface organization. Randy and her 4 companions were all set up. Chapter 210 Crisis Averted. Randy put on her 3D glasses and started browsing through the comments left by netizens. The curses flooded in like a tidal wave. In an era where traffic reigns supreme, as the focal point of attention, any subtle word or deed of Randy could be magnified infinitely and become a moral flaw subject to public condemnation. In this storm of public opinion, both Randy and the netizens believed they were on the side of justice. However, the ultimate beneficiary of this controversy was neither Randy nor the netizens, but the Phantom Mask organization. Just like the proverb, while the clam and the bird are quarreling, the fisherman catches the prophet. The members of the Phantom Mask organization seized the opportunity to blend in among the netizens, fanning the flames and steering the situation. Seeing her energy value almost hit rock bottom, Randy couldn't help but furrow her brow. The events were being manipulated by the Phantom Mask organization. They had learned their lesson. Instead of persisting with ineffective bot spamming, they turned to exploiting human weaknesses. One such weakness is emotion. This conclusion was derived from extensive simulation models by the Phantom Mask organization. Humans controlled by emotions have a higher probability of abandoning rational thought and becoming slaves to their feelings. Especially when humans witness selfish and mindless actions that even caused the deaths of many innocent people, their latent agitation can easily be stirred up. These individuals would step forward, standing on a high moral ground, attacking and punishing the revilers. Their enthusiasm stemmed from believing they were doing something just. The Phantom Mask organization exploited this to incite attacks on Randy. Randy knew about the Phantom Mask organization's scheme, but the netizens did not. Lacking information and deliberately provoked by the Phantom Mask organization, the netizens were now in a out-of-control state, struggling to think rationally. In such chaos, it was hard to remain sensible. However, while one may be unaware, there are always others watching behind. If Randy engaged in arguments with the netizens, it would fall right into the trap set by the Phantom Mask organization. But what should she do to restore her energy value and foil the Phantom Mask organization's plot? In the live stream room, Alice and the three others were fiercely arguing on Randy's behalf, their faces flushed with effort. After some contemplation, Randy stopped them. Enough. Her lips pale, she weakly looked at the four of them, shaking her head earnestly. I've already explained everything. If they don't believe me, then saying more won't help. Alice was reluctant. But what about your health? With such low energy values, it's seriously affecting your normal activities. Randy paused, her eyes lowered, speaking softly. It's okay, perhaps this is for the best. A second later, Randy lifted her eyelids. She stared at the four people, offering a relieved smile. Things have come to this point, my physical strength is so weak. There's no need for me to struggle fruitlessly. Under the shocked gazes of Alice and the others, Randy made a serious decision. Randy, give up on completing the dungeon. Her voice echoed through the live stream room. Having said that, she leaned against a dry spot on the ground and sat down, leaning back until she lay motionless. Spreading out her limbs, she lay in the shape of a big, as if accepting her fate. Alice and the others looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Jiang, are you serious? Alice asked cautiously. Randy smiled bitterly, absolutely serious. I'm done. My physical strength has been affected by public opinion. I'm practically useless now, struggling to stand up. How can I have the stamina to complete the dungeon? Randy's actions silenced the originally abusive live stream room within 10 seconds. If Randy's behavior slapped the aggressive netizens back to brief clarity, then what Alice and the other three did next completely unsettled the netizens. Fine. Let the haunted amusement park descend upon us. If Jiang doesn't care, then neither will I. Alice lay down beside Randy. You're right, we're all in this together. Let's just give up. Krista lay down on the other side of Randy. Anthony followed his girlfriend Krista and lay down as well. Let's die together. We can't save them after they curse us. Eric, transformed into a Herman, also lay down formally. He muttered in his childish voice, energy value too low, Randy can't stand up, let's wait for death together. In the comment section of the livestream, except for the Phantom Mask organization continuing to sow discord, most netizens fell into deep thought. Seizing the opportunity of the quiet atmosphere, Intelligence Department staff promptly posted multiple explanations on the principle of energy values. Seeing the message from the Intelligence Department, all netizens realized their situation. Every person in Huagua would affect Randy's energy fluctuations. And the strength of Randy's energy was related to the life and death of every person in Huagua. If everyone still let their emotions control them and attacked Randy en masse at this moment, then they really didn't want to live anymore. After the comment section was gloomy for a long time, the Intelligence Department first posted several comments. Randy, keep it up. Support Randy. In the following few minutes, under the leadership of experts from the Intelligence Department, public opinion gradually turned around. Those who were drowned out by curses and dared not speak up for Randy now had the confidence to express their views. Randy has done very well. She has saved our country from so many strange tales. It's not right to cyberbully her. The chosen one might have just forgotten to call those pregnant women. In an emergency, Randy was trying to save her own life. Not everything can be considered thoroughly. Don't you think what just happened was abnormal? It seems like someone is leading the charge. The Phantom Mask organization stopped spamming because stirring up trouble was too obvious and could easily get caught. And the netizens who insulted Randy and her friends stopped talking because everyone put aside their explosive emotions in the face of life and death choices. Some netizens apologized to Randy, saying criticize the act, not the person, and hoped that Randy would cheer up and unite against external threats. Some netizens were still angry, some of whom were relatives of the pregnant women, and thus they still resented Randy's inaction in a short time. More than 10 minutes later, the situation in the comment section was completely reversed. Randy saw her energy value rise from below 1,000 to 5,000. She gently curled her lips. She won. This riot incited by the Phantom Mask organization was met with a retreat and counterattack by Randy, turning defeat into victory. If the Phantom Mask organization could exploit human irritable emotions, then Randy could also exploit human fear of death. Not only the Phantom Mask organization knew how to control people's hearts. As for Randy's explanation of the 2 rules in the restaurant, she did not care whether the netizens believed her or not. Randy didn't need everyone's understanding, she just clarified what needed to be clarified. After recovering her stamina to a reasonable level, Randy got up from the ground. She dusted off the dirt on her body and looked ahead at the location of the artificial haunted house. After a few seconds of contemplation, Randy led her friends, who had risen one after another, towards the direction of the haunted house. Chapter 211, The Most Feared Thing. Randy's declaration of giving up on passing the level was fake, but her forcing with death was real. With her effortlessly lying down on the ground, the Ghostface organization's conspiracy was instantly foiled. The public opinion leader of the Ghostface organization smashed all the simulation equipment in the lab in anger. Worthless, the leader scolded at several subordinates in the lab. Is this what you reported as an excellent idea? You said it was foolproof. Is this it? A pile of garbage. Spit. The leader spat on a subordinate's face. Each of you should go and get a polluted boxed meal. Given your IQs, turning into animals would be your good luck. The subordinates felt extremely wronged. According to the experimental model, Randy should have been infuriated by such harsh insults, losing her mind and lashing out at everyone. As a result, she would lose popular support, and her relationship with the people of China would deteriorate. Amidst their bitter conflict, the Ghostface organization planned to send personnel to show friendliness to Randy and extend an olive branch. The simulator predicted that at that point, Randy would feel resentful towards Chinese netizens who insulted her. Randy would feel that all her efforts were not respected or acknowledged. In a moment of impulsiveness, she might turn to the Ghostface organization for the pleasure of revenge. Because the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. The Ghostface organization had already prepared to let the red-nosed clown appear, smilingly enticing Randy to betray. They would offer Randy the best conditions, promising to help her take revenge on those who insulted her in the next scenario. However, Randy did not follow the script. Not only did she control her temper, but she also made the plummeting energy value rebound. This was simply anti-human. The public opinion leader of the Ghostface organization nearly exploded with anger. "Teacher," a subordinate confessed humbly. "It's our mistake. We shouldn't have calculated the chosen one as an ordinary human. There was a bias in the basic model design of the experiment. According to my analysis, the chosen one does not belong to humans." The subordinate came to an absurd conclusion, resulting in another round of scolding from the leader. After venting his anger, the leader thought it best not to see these useless people and waved them away. Only the leader remained in the laboratory. The leader went into the clean office inside to handle daily emails. He received an error report from Ken, which read, "Randy cruelly killed one of our ugly men. I detest Randy immensely and want to slay her with my own hands." Pondering for a moment, the leader replied to Ken with a message. "Great job. You have high ideological awareness, young man. I will arrange a meeting between you two as soon as possible." The leader's serious face while typing reflected on the nearby black glass window. Yet, the reflection on the black glass showed that the entire head of the leader was only bones, without any flesh. The leader's skull approached the computer screen, diligently replying to work emails. Outside the black glass window was a crowded scene of the amusement park. The bloody red sun in the sky cast the entire amusement park under a shadow. A crimson rain seemed to be brewing within the park. Randy walked ahead of the four others, leading the way. She opened an umbrella, holding it over her head. The four friends also opened their umbrellas, preparing to withstand the blood rain. Within half a minute, the rain carrying a strong pungent smell arrived as scheduled. The red rain rustled against the umbrella surface, creating crackling sounds, as if pleading to the people under the umbrella. Randy and her companions walked to the haunted house area, lining up at the end of the tourist queue. "If you're tired, you don't have to follow me," Randy said, looking at the four people behind her. Krista felt some wavering when she heard this. She feared that she might not be helpful and would instead hold Randy back by insisting on following her. "Randy, we're actually not tired. But I'm worried I might become a burden." Krista's expression was conflicted. She rubbed her fingers, still ashamed of her failure in the previous instance. Randy patted Krista's arm. "Don't worry, friends don't say such things. Whether or not to enter with me is up to you." Alice and Eric showed no fear. Both decided to continue following Randy. Alice reasoned that if Randy were in danger, she wanted to protect Randy. That would add a glimmer of hope for passing the level, and it would also increase the chance of reviving her deceased good friend Lucy. Eric, turned into a little boy, also expressed his desire to contribute his share. He thought that instead of idling away his time in the amusement park, it would be better to offer a helping hand wherever he could assist the chosen one. Only Krista and her boyfriend Anthony exchanged opinions and decided to temporarily withdraw from the group. Krista did not want to add trouble for Randy, and as her boyfriend, Anthony wanted to stay with Krista, to keep an eye on each other. "Randy, old shoe, and I will wait for you outside. We'll find the next safe project for you." Krista left the queue with her boyfriend and waved goodbye to Randy. After bidding farewell to the two teammates, the remaining three continued to inch forward a few steps in the long queue. The haunted house in this amusement park let in batches of visitors every 20 minutes. When it was Randy's turn, she happened to catch the third batch. Visitors entered one by one for the third batch. However, each visitor had to make a separate trip to the consultation room. The consultation room was set up at the entrance of the haunted house, acting as a barrier between the haunted house and the visitors. From the outside, it looked like a completely sealed iron shack. Not long after the visitor in front of Randy was taken inside, she was also invited in by the staff. "Please follow me." A staff member made up as a female ghost looked at Randy and nodded slightly. She led Randy a few meters to the consultation room at the entrance of the haunted house. The iron door of the consultation room opened. Randy exhaled slightly. Inside the consultation room, two staff members were hunched over at their desks, drowsily trying to sleep. Looking at the appearances of these two staff members, one had a bull's head, and the other had a horse's head. Randy felt they resembled the Nyo Chu Ma Mion, bull head horse face. "Sit down." The bull-headed person, struggling to keep his eyes open for his nap, pointed at the chair prepared for Randy. Following the instructions, Randy sat on the chair. She was separated from the bull-head and horse-face by a table. The bull-headed person brought up Randy's information on the computer. The horse-headed person picked up the lie detector from the desk and aimed it at Randy's forehead. "Tell us, what do you fear most?" The horse-headed person asked lazily without even looking at Randy. He just lowered his head, glanced at the questionnaire on the table, and conscientiously cleaned out his nostrils with his index finger. Considering the question from the horse-headed person, Randy couldn't help but feel nervous inside. What does this man-made haunted house really want? Speak up. Don't just stand there. The horse-headed person lifted his eyes and stared at Randy, smacking the table with a bang. He repeated the question. What do you fear most deep down? Hurry up and answer. No lying. Chapter 212, Special Player. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Randy's mind. Snakes, spiders, tigers, worms. Or darkness, deep sea, giants, claustrophobia. But none of them could be described as her deepest fear. They were all wrong answers. After excluding all options, Randy's brain finally lingered on a certain memory, unable to pull away. Randy's eyes darkened slightly, and she hesitated, clenching her fists. The cold lie detector was now pressed against Randy's forehead like a stiff gun. In the small iron house, the originally negligible stench suddenly became strong, filling Randy's nostrils. Randy saw that the clean floor and walls had instantly changed their appearance. Fresh brain tissue and blood were exposed within seconds. Viscous liquid splattered everywhere. Randy knew these sudden changes were reminding her. This was the consequence of lying. This questioning session targeting Randy herself was unavoidable. Lying meant death. Not lying gave her a slim chance of survival. After 2 seconds of silence, Randy took a deep breath, lifted her eyes resolutely, and said the answer in her heart. After leaving the consultation room, Randy was sent straight to the haunted house entrance. At the entrance, only one tourist stood there. This tourist, like Randy, held a glowing bead and a white paper with his signature. Ashley. Seeing Randy come in, the tourist ran up to her as if he had found a savior. Ashley, do you know how to get out early? I see this entrance is a one-way road, no one can leave from here. Derek scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. Randy glanced at him, her eyes becoming somewhat strange. She gently waved at the stubbled man and replied, Sorry, brother, I don't know either. The stubbled man sighed in disappointment. He complained bitterly, I don't want to enter the haunted house. I have high blood pressure and can't take such strain. But somehow, once I got here, I couldn't help but queue up to enter. Randy smiled faintly, nodded politely, and turned away subtly, keeping a half-step distance from the man. Well, I came to Jinlin for work. Today, I fell asleep on the bus, and when I woke up, I was dumped on the curb, my phone and luggage gone. What a mess. The burly, kind-hearted man looked distressed as he stuffed both hands into the sleeves of his cotton-padded jacket, complaining further to Randy. Randy remained aloof throughout, showing no interest in chatting more with him. The burly man chatted a bit more, then seeing Randy unresponsive, squatted down by the door in frustration. Aware that the burly man had moved away, Randy instinctively let out a sigh of relief. She recalled the scene she just saw. She saw an extra pair of strange hands on the burly man's head. Those greyish-white hands reached out from behind, embracing the front of the burly man's face. 10 long fingers roamed over his face, sending shivers down Randy's spine. But the burly man seemed to feel nothing. It seemed the burly man didn't even notice the presence of those hands. After not long, Alice finished answering questions from the iron house and was released in. Alice enthusiastically waved at Randy, Sis. Randy smiled in response. Fortunately, Alice beamed, showing no signs of abnormality. Eric also entered without any unusual behavior. Randy glanced back at the burly man squatting at the door. The hands were gone. The burly man looked like just an honest and unlucky worker. His hands were still huddled in the sleeves, warming them using the heat from his arms. Seeing Randy look back at him, the burly man squeezed out a friendly smile and bowed foolishly at her. Randy retracted her gaze. Was it an illusion? Randy doubted if it was just an eye trick. After a few minutes, all tourists gathered. There were a total of 25 tourists participating in this haunted house game. From a 70-year-old elder to a 3- or 4-year-old child, everyone was included. Everyone has arrived. A staff member dressed as a female ghost walked over and stood in front of everyone. Each person was given a red string. We all have a glowing glass bead. Now, please thread this red string through your bead and hang it around your neck. The tourists followed the instructions. Randy also threaded her glowing bead and wore it around her neck. 25 tourists gradually put on 25 glowing beads. The staff member dressed as a female ghost continued. Now please take out the white paper you have collected and check the rules on it. Do not peek at others' rules, nor show your rules to others. If you are illiterate or cannot see clearly, please inform me immediately, and I will provide a separate audio version for you. A 70-year-old with grey hair and a sage went to find the staff one after another. The stubbled man hesitated for a few seconds, then queued up behind the Alexa and sought help from the staff. Randy glanced at them, feeling her signed white paper slightly warming up in her hand. She withdrew her gaze and opened it to read. On the blank paper, several lines of text appeared. Player 2, Randy. To ensure your safety, please remember the following rules. Nightmare Haunted House Survival Guidelines. 1. The glowing bead contains everyone's secret. It cannot be lost or exchanged. 2. At any time, please display your glowing bead to everyone. Remember, never trust a player without a glowing bead. 3. When the color of your glowing bead darkens, enter the nearest dark room. Confirm that there is a hand beckoning you into the room, otherwise, look for the next one. 4. In each round of the game, there exists a special player. The special player can see different things, including what everyone fears most deeply. 5. The special player must not reveal their identity. Remember this. 6. Carry your own glowing bead and find the haunted house exit to pass the game. 7. Correctly identifying the special player allows you to enter the fast lane and complete the game early. However, incorrect identification will result in punishment. When she saw the 4th rule, Randy felt a slight shock. In each round of the game, there exists a special player who can see different things. Randy raised her head to glance at everyone, paying particular attention to the stubbled man by the door. After confirming she didn't see anything strange again, Randy felt relieved. She wasn't the special player. Perhaps what she saw earlier was just a brief glitch before the game started. At the haunted house entrance, the staff member raised his wrist and silently checked his watch. A few seconds later, an urgent ringing bell sounded over the loudspeaker at the entrance of the haunted house. Ding. The bell rang for 5 seconds before stopping. The staff member reminded everyone, the game has started. You may now enter the haunted house and move freely. The staff member bowed slightly, left this message, and turned to leave. Just as he had taken a few steps, a woman beside Randy screamed loudly and fell to the ground. Ah, ghosts, so many ghosts, don't come near me, don't look at me, all of you stay away from me. The woman looked at the other 20 players around her in terror and fell to the ground. She cried and scrambled to her feet, running frantically towards the exit. But in the next second, something grabbed her limbs, causing her to trip and fall to the ground. The woman lay face down, screaming in pain. Her legs seemed to be lifted by someone, pulling her backward until she was dragged into the dark depths of the haunted house. Bloodstains marked the ground where her fingers had scratched furiously. Angela violated Rule 5 by revealing the special player identity. Eliminated, announced the loudspeaker at the entrance of the haunted house. Please note, a new special player will be selected for this round. Please prepare yourselves. Then, a machine similar to a lottery ball tumbler was activated. The balls inside rattled for a few seconds before one was selected. Congratulations. A new special player has been chosen. Continue with the game tilde. Along with some static noise, the broadcast ended. Simultaneously, Randy began to notice some eerie things appearing in her vision. Chapter 213, First Entry into the Nightmare Haunted House. Randy tried to keep herself calm. She glanced casually in the direction of the bearded man, just to confirm. Sure enough, a pair of women's hands were now hugging the bearded man's head, feeling his face up and down. If you looked closely, you could see multiple fractures and bruises on the woman's fingers. The cheap wedding ring on the woman's ring finger matched perfectly with the one on the bearded man's hand. Sis, Alice patted Randy's shoulder and asked, leaning closer to her, what are you looking at? Alice followed Randy's gaze and saw that the bearded man was timidly following the group, walking among the crowd towards the haunted house. As these players entered the haunted house, their health points vanished temporarily from above their heads, replaced by player numbers for this round of the game. Everyone could see each other's numbers. Bearded man was number 1, Randy was number 2, Alice number 3, Eric number 4. These numbers served as important identifiers among strangers. Randy couldn't reveal her identity as a special player to Alice, so she simply watched the bearded man's back and explained offhandedly. Oh, nothing. Just remembered player 1 saying he didn't seem to come here voluntarily. His body wasn't under control when he was queuing up. Upon hearing Randy's words, Alice looked surprised. He exclaimed, really? How strange. I don't know how to describe it, but Jiangsis, you know what? I actually felt the same thing while waiting in line. When you asked us if we'd follow you in, I was really tired and hungry, wanting a rest. But I ended up saying, for Poppy, for Jiangsis, I'm in for sure. I thought I was possessed or something. Now thinking about it, maybe I was like player 1, unable to walk away. Little Eric pushed his glasses up, speaking calmly, it's very normal. He extended his short fingers and pointed upward to the blood-stained 3-dimensional letters above the haunted house. He analyzed, the entrance and the rules both mention this place is called the Nightmare Haunted House. I speculate that players who came here might have experienced nightmares. The cow and horse duo in the consultation room asking about the innermost fears, the correct answer should all be whatever appeared in the player's nightmares. It's possible that the Nightmare Haunted House started selecting players while they were queuing up outside. Tourists who didn't meet the criteria would find various legitimate reasons to leave. Those who met the criteria, even if unwilling, would be involuntarily brought in. Alice was stunned by this explanation. Ever since Eric had turned into a child, he always gave Alice a sense of being old beyond his years. That makes sense, pretty plausible, Alice nodded dumbly. He continued, excitedly watching little Eric. Hey Eric, since you're so smart, can you tell who the special player is? Quickly use your little brain, find the special player, and let Jiangsis report them early to pass. Eric's eyes flickered. He glanced at Randy, hesitated, and shook his head, not sure. In fact, even if we can't advance quickly, it probably isn't a big deal, right? Can't we just find the exit of the haunted house and complete the normal passage, said little Eric. Yeah, that's true. Alice agreed. Finding the haunted house exit and completing the normal passage seemed the safest way forward. After all, many players participated in the game. If one found the exit, everyone could follow out. Accusing a special player was risky. Correct accusations led to a quick passage. But incorrect ones were a fast route to death. While Alice was chatting with Eric, Randy shouted ahead. You two, stop talking and catch up. Randy ran quickly to the end of the queue. There were a total of 24 players in this round. Now, apart from Randy and the two others, everyone else had already entered the haunted house one after another. Randy ran behind an elderly man, following the group forward. Alice and Eric immediately responded and jogged up, following Randy. Little Eric took the initiative to walk at the rear of the group, guarding his teammates. As she walked, Randy recalled what she had just seen with Alice and Eric. On Alice's back, there was a smelly, wet little boy. The boy's eyebrows resembled Alice's. He continuously spewed fecal water and whispered tearfully in Alice's ear. Why didn't you save me? You could have saved me, sister." The most distinct difference between the little boy and Alice was their attire and accessories. On Alice's wrist, there was a simple bracelet made of tiny silver beads. Keaton, however, had many more things on him. He wore a golden Buddha pendant around his neck and a gold pie charm bracelet on his wrist. Keaton's clothes were all brand new, as if he had just put them on, with price tags still attached. "Stinky sister, you're so ugly, an ugly big wild boar. Even if I die, they won't like you. Never, never, gag gag gag." Keaton's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with fury. He straddled Alice's neck like riding a horse, steering Alice around. To vent his anger, the little boy angrily pulled Alice's hair, baring his sharp teeth and viciously biting at Alice's ear and cheeks. Blood dripped from Alice's right ear. Randy guessed that what Alice feared most in her nightmare was her brother. As for little Eric, Randy saw that behind little Eric, a half-naked boy with wet hair always followed. The boy looked to be about 10 years old, a few years older than the shrunken Eric. His pupils were murky white, as if soaked in water. His wet skin still had traces of unwashed soap bubbles, and his wet hair constantly dripped water. He kept a certain distance from little Eric, looking gloomy and silent. What Eric feared most was he. Randy pondered. After seeing others' nightmares, Randy felt conflicted and complicated emotions. She touched the glowing bead hanging from her neck. So, in this game, was the person in her nightmare following her all along? Should Randy feel fear, regret, or even relief? The nightmare that had plagued Randy for so many years, should she face it now? Randy was lost in thought. Behind her, Alice and little Eric walked side by side, discussing their feelings about entering the haunted house. Alice glanced at the surroundings and commented, "This haunted house isn't particularly scary, right, Eric? These props aren't as realistic as those in TV shows. The only truly terrifying thing is the constantly flashing lights inside the haunted house, making our eyes hurt. And the frame-dropping effect caused by the lighting is pretty scary too. It feels like something horrifying will suddenly pop out in front of you any second." Little Eric nodded in agreement with Alice. He added, "Actually, the truly terrifying things are never ghosts or monsters, but human hearts. Also, according to the rules, this haunted house probably has some elements of a maze. Finding the exit won't be easy. Some people might end up trapped here forever, never getting out." Hearing little Eric's analysis, Alice hugged her arms and shivered, scary indeed, but it makes sense. A group of over 20 players followed the preset route for a few minutes until they reached a fork in the road. From there, one main path split into 4 smaller paths. Each smaller path was narrower, with walls pressing in so closely that only a single person could pass through. "Look, Jiang sis, 4 roads ahead. This haunted house is like a maze. We need to think carefully which path to take to find the exit," Alice said. Chapter 214, The Choice of Passage. As Alice finished speaking, the stone door of the first passage came crashing down. With a deafening boom, a player standing at the entrance was instantly crushed by the stone door, blood splattering everywhere. Several players in front screamed in shock. Players at the back craned their necks, discussing the situation in a flurry. "What's happening? What happened? Someone was crushed to death. How can someone die here? Isn't this just a haunted house?" On the stone door that had fallen, a human face appeared before everyone's eyes. The human face was embedded in the stone door, with its features seamlessly integrated into the stone material. As everyone was stunned, the eyes on the door suddenly opened. Those eyeballs rolled around twice and then stared coldly at the crowd at the entrance. "You've taken the wrong path. Be careful in your next life." The lips of the face on the door moved up and down as it spoke in a faint voice. It yawned widely, looking exhausted. In the next second, the stone door rumbled again, rising upward. The gate of the first passage opened once more. However, Gary's mangled corpse, still smeared with blood, lay where it had been left. Randy squeezed her way to the front of the crowd to examine Gary's condition. Gary was cut in half by the stone door, with one corner of his driving license poking out of his pocket. Gary was a male, 45 years old, holding a B2 driver's license, and worked as a heavy truck driver. And what Gary feared most seemed to be a rural woman who had been run over. The rural woman's body was thin like paper. Seeing Gary die a violent death, she shed 2 tears, seemingly recalling some sad memory. Then, she picked up the glowing bead dropped by Gary, her figure becoming slender and distorted as she was sucked into the bead by a force. After absorbing the rural woman, the glowing bead gradually darkened. Before long, the light it emitted completely disappeared. The glowing bead turned into a grayish glass ball. Gary violated the rules, eliminated. The skeleton figure standing next to the stone door suddenly spoke, startling the tourist beside it. Upon hearing the skeleton mention rules, Randy paid special attention to the surrounding environment. Below the stone wall outside the passage, there was a slanted bluestone tablet leaning against it. The bluestone tablet was covered in moss. Under the moss, something seemed to be concealed. After scanning the area, Randy found a small spade next to Gary's corpse. She stepped through the blood puddle, bent down to pick up the spade, and returned to the bluestone tablet, beginning to scrape off the moss. After clearing the moss, the carved text on the bluestone tablet was revealed to everyone. Nightmare Haunted House, Passage Rules. 1. Each path has an exit. This game has a total of 25 exits. 2 exits for different players are not the same. Do not follow the crowd. 3. Choose the correct path according to your own circumstances. 4. When blood is spilled on the stone door, a safety hint will be obtained. At the sight of Rule 4, many players let out exclamations. Because at this moment, due to a player's wrong choice, blood was spilled, and the passage safety hint appeared. Strange images appeared at the entrances of all 4 passages. Outside the first passage, a teddy bear doll with its left eye sewn shut suddenly appeared. The teddy bear sat on the ground, leaning its back against the door frame. It looked at everyone, its neck twisting, and the spring inside abruptly snapped. With a bang, the teddy bear's head exploded instantly, skin fragments falling to the ground. Outside the second passage stood a ghost bride and groom. Both were dressed in traditional Chinese wedding attire, standing guard at the entrance, one on the left and one on the right. The ghost bride wore a red wedding dress with a red veil covering her face, giving a bitter smile. The ghost groom also had a melancholy expression, staring at everyone gloomily. Behind them, the entire passage was bathed in red light, exuding a festive atmosphere. Outside the third passage, a faceless person appeared. The entire face of this person, though with slight contours, was nearly flat. The faceless person couldn't express emotions, but as people looked at it, they could faintly feel a sinister smile hidden beneath the skin. Outside the fourth passage, several cats and dogs were gathered. Some of these animals were missing limbs, others were emaciated skeletons. They were buried in gnawing on human limbs, emitting mournful cries of meow meow. After reviewing the meanings of the 4 passages, Randy stepped into the first passage. Subsequently, the other players made their choices and entered the passage that best suited their situations. Randy recalled the significance of the 4 passages. The first passage, represented by the teddy bear doll, symbolized childhood. Players who chose this path indicated that their nightmares stemmed from childhood. Randy, Alice, Xiao Eric, and another Ahmed chose this path. The second passage, with the ghost bride and groom, symbolized marriage. Players who chose the second path indicated that their nightmares mainly came from their marriages. What these players feared most was their own husband or wife. Perhaps it was because they had hurt their partners, or perhaps they were hurt by them. A group of players led by Carmelo entered this passage. The third passage, with the faceless person at the entrance, represented strangers. The lack of facial features signified an inability to remember faces. These players didn't even know who they were afraid of, because the most terrifying thing in their nightmares likely only had a fleeting encounter with them. Many players, led by a 70-year-old, walked into this passage. The 70-year-old's clothes were held onto by countless translucent children. These children carried their missing persons notices, which read reward for finding child. The fourth passage, with the man-eating cats and dogs, represented mistreated animals. Players suitable for this passage might have intentionally or unintentionally harmed living creatures before. Their nightmares often featured scenes of animals eating people. The ones eating were the mistreated animals, and those being eaten became themselves. These vengeful animals tormented them, causing lasting psychological shadows. A sage was the first to enter this passage. After more than 20 players made their choices, the stone doors slammed down, closing the passages. If no one had died just now, wouldn't it be easy to choose wrong? This rule means someone must die. Ahmed complained. Randy replied, no. The stone door can see blood, you can bite your finger and smear it on. Oh. Ahmed fell silent. Randy and the others followed the narrow passage, heading deeper into the road. Chapter 215, Players Without Luminescent Beads. The further they went, the darker it became. On the ceiling of this single-file corridor, there hung upside down many peculiar children. When they encountered some children with long hair, their dry strands would gently brush against the players' cheeks. Randy walked at the front, reaching out to push aside the dangling hair, continuing forward. After walking another 10 meters, pitch darkness enveloped them. One couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Randy stopped, pondering for a few seconds. She took out her flashlight from her spatial storage, turned it on, and illuminated the narrow passage ahead. The darkness at the end of the tunnel seemed boundless, as if it had the power to consume everything. Holding the flashlight higher, the deeper Randy ventured into the corridor, the weaker the beam became. Before long, whether the flashlight was on or off made no difference. Is your flashlight out of batteries, sis? Asked Alice from behind. Randy glanced at the battery indicator on the flashlight. There were 4 green squares, but now only 2 remained lit. Half charged. Logically, it shouldn't have been like this. It's okay, sis Jiang. I have my phone. Let me get it. Alice fumbled in his pocket and found his phone. In the dark, he pressed the power button several times by touch. But the screen didn't light up at all, and the flashlight function couldn't be used. Little Eric and Ahmed also tried. Their electronic devices appeared to have crashed, with no response whatsoever. There's no need to try anymore. It seems lighting isn't allowed here, concluded Randy. The thing lurking deep within the dark corridor was devouring any light used for illumination. In the pitch-black tunnel, only the luminescent beads around their necks emitted a faint glow. This dim light was better than nothing, illuminating an area about the size of a clenched fist around them. The path is very dark, everyone be careful, Randy said, putting away the flashlight. In the dark, Alice, hold on to me and then grab Eric. Make sure we don't get lost. Yes, Sis Jiang. Alice readily agreed, immediately grabbing Randy's right hand. Little Eric stretched out his hand and blindly grabbed the corner of Alice's clothing. Anyone there, can I join you? Can I hold on to this kid? Ahmed hesitated before asking. Ahmed was a young man, newly adult. His family had been merchants for generations, making him rather wealthy. A second-generation rich kid who had just finished high school abroad and graduated this month. He returned home today, landing at Jinlin International Airport. If not for being involved in this eerie incident while taking the airport shuttle, he could have been lounging at home this morning, munching snacks and watching live streams. Little Eric extended his hand, feeling in the dark to grasp the rich kid's hand. Stay close. The four players continued moving forward through the dark corridor, which was entirely made of rock. They felt along the walls, slowly advancing. Besides the dead hair hanging from the ceiling, occasionally they sensed some mysterious liquid dripping onto them. Those wearing hats had already put them on. The others tried to keep their heads low to avoid getting dripped on their faces. Alice, don't grip me so tight. You're choking my neck, cough. Randy tugged at her collar to loosen it. Her voice echoed through the narrow, dark corridor, producing a fleeting, ethereal aftertone. Hearing Randy's request, Alice replied in a trembling voice. Sis, you don't scare me, okay? I didn't pull your collar, I'm holding your right hand, right? As Alice spoke, Randy felt a cold breath against the back of her neck. A chilling voice, as if speaking with ice in the mouth, whispered softly near Randy's nape. It's me. The speaker was an unfamiliar woman, whose trembling voice sounded oddly familiar, as though heard somewhere before. The stranger's hand moved from Randy's collar to her shoulder. It seemed she had no intention of letting go. Randy's heart pounded thump-thump. After 2 seconds of calm, Randy held the luminescent bead, turning her head to shine light on her shoulder. The unfamiliar woman's hand was firmly gripping Randy's shoulder. Her nails were embedded with dirt, and accompanied by a faint smell of blood, Randy's shoulder was soaked in a dark red liquid. Blood was seeping from the stranger's fingertips. I'm a bit scared. It's my first time in a haunted house. Sorry if I hurt you. The stranger's apologetic tone softened her grip slightly, combining the familiar tone of the woman and the mud and blood on her fingers. Randy recalled the long bloody handprint left on the ground when the previous special player was dragged into the haunted house. This unfamiliar woman was also a player. She was the deceased Angela. The second rule of survival in Nightmare Haunted House. At any time, please display your luminescent bead. Remember, never trust players without a luminescent bead. Randy glanced back. The unfamiliar woman behind her did not have a luminescent bead around her neck. She couldn't be trusted. Sis, who is it? Alice asked cautiously as she silently pulled her hand back. Randy thought for a moment and responded in a grave voice. It's Angela, her luminescent bead is missing. Randy tried to convey crucial information to the others. After hearing this, Alice swallowed hard. After a brief silence, Angela urged them anxiously. Let's go quickly through this part. I'm really afraid of the dark, please. Angela's voice quivered as she walked between Randy and Alice, and her fear seemed genuine. Hearing Angela's words, Randy's fingers instinctively clenched. The rule said not to trust players without luminescent beads. But Angela urged them to hurry through this section. Could this be the key? Randy couldn't be sure. After hesitating for a second, Randy spoke up. Everyone stay put for now and remain quiet. The group followed Randy's lead and stopped walking. If there was something wrong with what Angela said, there must be some clue nearby that would reveal itself. In the dark and silent corridor, Randy thought she could hear a faint sound of bones being chewed from a few meters ahead. The sound wasn't very clear, coming and going intermittently. After thinking for 2 seconds, Randy reached up and grabbed one of the peculiar children hanging from the ceiling. Raising the peculiar child, Randy threw it forward. There was a loud thud. The peculiar child yelped as it hit something. Following this was its frantic crying and the suddenly clearer sound of chewing ahead. Chapter 216, Advance or Retreat. Sister, what should we do? Alice asked fearfully. Should we go back? From the current situation, there was indeed a monster lurking in the darkness ahead. That monster was squatting in the narrow passage, waiting for players to come closer, offering themselves to die. Now, aside from retreating, there was no other way out. Randy pondered for a moment. She turned to ask the deceased woman number 25, what do you think? Should we retreat? Woman number 25 had been in a state of stress ever since she heard chewing sounds. She looked at Randy in terror and nodded repeatedly, retreat, retreat. Randy's eyes deepened. Could she not trust what player number 25 said, making retreat actually the wrong answer? Just as Randy was thinking this, the rich kid number 17, who was at the end of the line, suddenly let out a scream. Ah, what the hell is that? It bit my ass. Player number 17 was furious. He hurriedly covered his buttocks and kicked fiercely at whatever was lunging at him from behind. After being kicked away, the thing slowly crawled back toward them again. SSSHH, SSSHH. The sound was like something rubbing against the ground, struggling forward. That thing seemed to have no legs. Player number 17 couldn't see anything clearly, so he could only face it defensively, panic pushing the group forward. There's something behind me. What should I do? It's crawling towards me again. Player number 17 panicked. And the thing crawling in the darkness once again reached the rich kid's feet. It grabbed onto the rich kid's pants leg, trying to climb up using its strength. Leg. I need to find my leg. A man with only the upper half of his body was clinging to the rich kid's legs. No matter how hard the rich kid kicked and stomped, he couldn't shake it off. The man with only the upper half of his body held on tightly to the rich kid's thighs, refusing to let go. This half-man opened his mouth and began gnawing at the rich kid's waist and buttocks. It was as if he intended to bite the rich kid into 2 pieces and attach the legs to his own body. The rich kid struggled and screamed. At this moment, Randy recalled when she first entered the passage, she had stepped over the remains of a player, the top half of a body. That was Kyler, a truck driver, who had been cut in half by a stone door. The truck driver hadn't chosen the passage recklessly. He tripped over a skeleton wrapped in black tattered cloth while checking the situation near the stone door. At that time, the skeleton standing next to the stone door had pretended to be a fake prop, then randomly tripped a player when they were off guard. If lucky, it would just be a simple fall. If unlucky, it would be like what happened to Kyler, the truck driver, whose upper body fell inside the door, instantly sliced in 2 by the falling stone door. After the passage selection ended, the stone door dropped and closed off the entrance, leaving the lower half of the truck driver's body outside. Leg. I want my leg, give it to me, it's my leg. The truck driver savagely gnawed at the rich kid's waist. The rich kid used his backpack to shield his waist, pacing frantically. Meanwhile, the monster in front of Randy also started moving toward them. The monster blended seamlessly into the darkness. Finding that the creature it ate wasn't human and tasted dry and rotten, it spat it out entirely. The chains of the monster clattered. It moved clumsily, inching closer to Randy and the others. Inside the passage, only the luminous beads provided any light. These luminous beads represented living beings, and the monster only targeted living beings. Randy guessed the monster might be following the glow of the luminous beads. Survival rule of the nightmare-haunted house, rule number 1. The luminous bead hides each person's deepest secret. Never lose it, never exchange it. Randy quickly tucked her luminous bead into her shirt collar, hiding the remaining light. Everyone, put away your luminous bead. They expose our position, Randy shouted loudly. Soon, everyone put their luminous beads away, leaving the passage pitch black. The entire space plunged into darkness. Randy clearly felt the monster approaching her halt its chain and footsteps. The monster stared silently at the dark passage, seemingly thinking. Perhaps it thought there were no living beings in the passage, or perhaps it found the meat unpalatable. After a few seconds, it dragged its clumsy body back to its original position. The monster sighed dejectedly and resumed its watch. Is no one going to help me? Help. The rich kid number 17 continued struggling with the half-bodied man. I have money. Who can get rid of this thing, and I'll pay them. The rich kid was on the verge of tears. The half-bodied man continued to cling to the rich kid's leg, tearing at his waist and buttocks in a frenzied manner. This half-bodied man was like an adhesive plaster. Once grabbed, he couldn't be shaken off or pulled away. The rich kid's backpack used to shield his waist was about to meet its end. Listening to the rich kid's cries, Devin came up with an idea for him. You can stuff something into his mouth. If you block his mouth, he won't be able to bite you anymore, Devin's babyish voice suggested. The rich kid instantly reacted. He quickly followed the advice, stuffing the torn book bag into the half-bodied man's mouth. Once the half-bodied man lost his ability to attack, the rich kid and Devin worked together to tie the 2 arms of the half-bodied man behind his back. For this, the rich kid sacrificed a Hermes belt. The rich kid clapped his hands, pulled up his pants, and finally felt relieved. Give me the money. Devin held out his hand. The rich kid paused for a moment. He chuckled twice, fished out his wallet from his pocket, took out a card, and handed it over to Devin in the dark. So what do we do next? Should we all go back? The rich kid asked as he put away his wallet. Devin responded, I don't think we should go back. The stone door has been closed for a long time, there's no way out going back. So that means, killing the monster ahead. We step over its body. Alice proposed his guess. Randy denied, no. When I threw things earlier, I heard a sound of hitting a wall. There's no path beyond the monster, just a wall. What do we do then? Is this a dead-end alley? The rich kid seemed somewhat troubled. Whether moving forward or backward, there was no way out. Would everyone be trapped here forever? After a moment of silence, Randy suggested, let's search the walls, maybe we'll find some mechanism or clue. Everyone agreed and began feeling along both sides of the walls. Holy shit, really? The rich kid exclaimed excitedly, there's really a mechanism. The rich kid squatted before a part of the wall, hesitating whether to press it. He was somewhat hesitant. Is this a trap? Will pressing it cause us to die? Here's what we can do. You guys cover me while I use the luminous bead to check if there are any rules beside it, the rich kid suggested. Randy and the others had no objections. They all tried to block the passage as much as possible so the light from the rich kid's luminous bead wouldn't attract the monster. Insert the luminous bead into the groove and pull down the switch to open the hidden door. The rich kid read aloud the rule beside the mechanism. So, I'm going to open the door. The rich kid approached the groove and placed the luminous bead around his neck inside. Then, he pulled the switch. Click. The stone door within the wall slowly opened a narrow gap. Light from outside seeped through. The monster at the end of the passage, which liked chewing bones, saw the blinding light and hurriedly covered its eyes, cowering fearfully in the corner, its whole body trembling. Player number 17, the rich kid, squeezed through the crack first. Almost immediately after he got out, the rich kid pressed against the stone door panel without hesitation, shutting it with a bang. Before anyone else could react, the light shining into the passage disappeared. The passage turned dark again. Chapter 217, Closing the Door of Survival. Nightmare House Secret Door Rules. 1. Place the glowing bead into the indentation and pull down the switch to open the secret door. 2. Please note, each secret door can only be opened once. Once closed, it cannot be reopened. The second rule was not read out by Terry. This was his only chance to clear the haunted house. He could not give up. Terry leaned against the secret door, his fingertips trembling slightly as he took out his own copy of the rules. As he looked at the conditions for passage, tears welled up in his eyes, overwhelming sadness filling him. I'm sorry. It's not my fault, I'm sorry. Terry slid to the ground in guilt, his face contorted with pain and despair. Such a familiar action. Deep within his memory, the nightmarish scenes that had haunted him for years seemed eerily similar to the choice he was now making. Rich second generation squatted on the ground, tearing at his hair in anguish. The knocking behind him began to overlap with the knocks from his childhood. Open the door quickly. Open up, Price. The Herman outside pounded frantically on the door. The small boy, nearly in tears, shouted, Let me in, Price. Outside the door, an aggressive dog barked furiously. Price, who was only 6 years old at the time, still bleeding from his injured buttocks, cowered behind the door, holding back his tears and stifling any sound. He knew he had done wrong. He shouldn't have secretly kept a pit bull without his family's knowledge. His father had long warned him that pit bulls were banned because of their fierce temperaments and wouldn't let go until they killed their target when attacking. Earlier, Price and his friend Edsel had played with the dog in the yard while the adults were away. Price did not know how he had angered the pit bull, but suddenly, it went mad. The crazed dog jumped and bit into his buttocks. Edsel struggled desperately to pull the dog off, giving Price a chance to escape. Once free, Price ran like a madman. He found a room, quickly hid inside, and slammed the door shut. Behind him, Edsel wrestled with the enraged dog, which chased after him with bloodshot eyes and vicious bites. Edsel cried out heart-wrenchingly, Please, Price, open the door, let me in, ah. The intense pounding on the door came from outside. It's your dog, Price. Please, save me. The menacing growl of the dog was right outside the door, just a single door separating it from Price. Price didn't dare open the door. Bloody and sitting on the floor, he felt helpless. It'll be fine, that crazy dog wanted to bite me, Edsel should be okay. While listening to Edsel's cries for help, Price tried to convince himself that nothing terrible would happen. He prayed the dog would stop soon. Otherwise, not only would the secret of keeping the dog be exposed and he be punished, but Edsel's parents might also blame him. But, wishes don't always come true. Price still heard Edsel being torn apart. Edsel's screams were frantic as Price watched through the door, the dog ripping at his thighs and biting his face and limbs. At that moment, Price finally understood the truth of his father's warning. Once this type of pit bull goes mad, it won't stop biting until its target is dead. After killing Edsel, the dog swiftly fled the scene. When Price opened the door, he saw his friend Edsel's body, severed and mangled. Soon, news spread. The recording device in Edsel's hand became evidence of Price's failure to help. That recording device was originally a birthday gift Price gave to Edsel. Unintentionally, Edsel had activated it when the dog attacked him. The recording captured 10 minutes of Edsel's struggles and cries. That audio clip caused a public uproar when obtained by the police. Price was widely condemned. However, in the entire incident, the one truly at fault was the dog, not Price. Protected by his father, Price was sent abroad under a new name and identity, starting a new life. Those nightmarish memories flooded back into the mind of adult Price. Sitting hunched behind the secret door, adult Price sobbed like a child. There was no way around it, the rules dictated so. He had to cut off other teammates' chances of survival to escape the haunted house. This was his rule. Torn with inner conflict, another secret door nearby creaked open. From inside, Randy, Alice, and Jermaine emerged, covered in blood. Their blood-stained tattered clothes bore the marks of where the creatures had gnawed at them. Why did you do that? Jermaine demanded indignantly. He walked up to the second-generation Rich sprawled on the ground and shouted, I saved you. How can you be so ungrateful? Jermaine looked at the second-generation Rich with anger. You really disappoint me. If I hadn't helped you just now, you would have been bitten to death long ago. You don't deserve help. You don't deserve to have friends. In the second-generation Rich's vision, Jermaine's face gradually overlapped with Edsel's deceased one. It was Edsel who came to him, blaming him, hating him. The second-generation Rich lowered his head, large tears falling to the ground, his expression conflicted and agonizing. A wave of inner fear struck, pushing the second-generation Rich to his mental limit. Kneeling before Jermaine, he broke down emotionally, unable to articulate clearly, his face alternating between crying and laughing. Alice, who practiced taekwondo, quickly pulled Jermaine behind her, fearing that the agitated second-generation Rich might lay hands on the child. I'm sorry. It's my fault you died, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I just wanted to live. The second-generation Rich prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Jermaine. His mind somewhat deranged, he kept muttering incoherently. After apologizing to Jermaine, he turned and knelt before Randy and Alice, babbling that he didn't mean to harm them. Randy and Alice exchanged a glance, each guessing what the other thought. The second generation rich might be seeing something strange. Like, Randy and Alice were already dead. In the second generation rich's view, Randy and Alice appeared as eerie figures seeking retribution. But the truth was, they were all unharmed. They had found another hidden door inside and escaped safely. Randy stared at the second generation rich for a moment, then looked beyond him. Perhaps the one the second generation rich should apologize to was the translucent child. The child's face, belly, and legs had several chunks of flesh torn off. Missing many parts, its body was patched together with various limbs. The child squatted silently beside the constantly kowtowing second generation rich. Don't cry, Price. The child extended its dog-bitten hand to comfort the second generation rich by patting his back. The child asked, almost regretfully, if it happened again, would you open the door for me? Unfortunately, the second generation rich couldn't respond to the child's words. He couldn't sense the child's presence at all. Since you feel guilty about it, come inside with me. The child merged into the glowing bead, causing the glowing bead around the second generation rich's neck to dim. The glowing bead, suspended in the air by a red string, led the second generation rich into a dark room. At the entrance of the room, there was a decayed small hand beckoning him in. The third rule of survival in Nightmare House. When the glowing bead darkens, you must enter the nearest dark room. Make sure there is a hand summoning you at the entrance, otherwise, find the next one. In a daze, the deranged second generation rich was guided into the house. Chapter 218, Past and Future. The door to the small black room creaked shut. Number 17, the rich second generation youth, disappeared from everyone's sight. The entrance to the small black room also vanished into the wall. Let's go. Randy suggested. Now only Randy, Alice, and little Eric were left. In the dark passage, the dead woman number 25 who had been following Randy did not come out. The barrier between life and death prevented woman number 25 from stepping out of the dark door. She could not be exposed to light, she could only be forever trapped in darkness, waiting for the next batch of players. Left or right? Alice looked around, unable to decide. This long cave extended horizontally in a straight line. Randy and the others stood exactly in the middle of the cave. Cold air flowed through the passage. Randy looked toward the left-hand side corridor. The decorations inside the cave looked old and ancient. An old 28-inch bicycle stood parked in the passage. On the wall hung a calendar page from decades ago, flipped by bloody fingers. Scattered on the ground were a few old comic books that had been popular many years ago. Under the dim yellow lights, everything exuded an overwhelming nostalgic vibe. After observing for a few moments, Randy turned her head and looked toward the right-hand side passage. On the right side, the haunted house corridor wasn't as old but rather gave off a cold mechanical feel. Cold white overhead lights illuminated the entire right passage. The glossy, reflective walls were almost mirror-like. A paper-thin phone lay on the ground with poor signal. The phone vibrated on the floor, ringing with an eerie alarm tune, and the date and time displayed were a decade ahead. Embedded in the reflective walls, transparent LCD screens rotated various technological achievements. Occasionally, a slight malfunction showed a smiling portrait of a deceased player. A mangled hand reached out from the display screen, trying to grab passers-by. At the entrance of the right-side passage, guarded by an infrared sensor door, a small robot grinned at Randy and waved its hand. Randy compared both sides. The left side seemed to represent the past. The devices and technology on the right side likely symbolized the future. This entire passage appeared to be an extended timeline. Randy and the others were precisely at the present point in time. While Randy was deep in thought, a tailless little mouse scurried out of a rat hole in the corner of the left passage. The mouse emerged, squeaking fearfully, dashing frantically away from its burrow. A menacing blood-red eye peeked out from the mouse hole it just escaped. The bloodshot eye stared intently at the fleeing mouse. Under the many gazes, the mouse crashed through the already cracked glass door on the left side, shattering it and scattering shards everywhere. Stepping over the glass shards, the mouse hurriedly ran towards the right-side passage. To the right was the future. As the mouse entered the right-side passage, its body rapidly aged and decayed, ultimately turning into a skinny black corpse that fell dead within seconds, squealing pitifully. Seeing this, Alice shivered. Wow, that's scary. It died so suddenly. Choosing the wrong passage could mean death. Eric analyzed. The time sequences on the left and right are different. The left is stuck in the past, while the right leads to the future. Randy agreed. Exactly. We need to think clearly about which side our exit will be on. Each player's exit would be different. As stated in Rule 2 of the passage, each player has a different exit. Do not follow blindly. Alice considered and made her choice using the process of elimination. She first ruled out the left, the past. Because returning to the past wouldn't help Alice escape the nightmare. Instead, going back to the oppressive environment where boys were favored over girls might make her more susceptible to the nightmare. The things in the nightmare would grow stronger nourished by such feudal conditions. Using elimination, Alice deduced that her exit should be on the right, the future. Eric, which side do you choose? Alice looked down at little Eric. Little Eric rested his chin on his hand, thinking seriously for a few seconds, then pointed to the left corridor. I choose the left. Choosing the left meant Eric couldn't go with Alice. Unable to travel with Alice, she turned her head pitifully, looking at Randy with hope. Sis, which side is more likely to have your exit? Alice asked, slightly worried. Alice was very concerned about having to act alone. Acting alone would be too dangerous. Under Alice's eager gaze, Randy pointed to the left. I'll go left. Upon hearing that both Randy and little Eric chose the left, Alice clutched her hair, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. I'll be on my own. I won't die on the right side, will I? Sniff, sniff, help. Randy thought for a moment. She took out the doodle card given by Lynette, the mascot at the amusement park entrance, and summoned the character inside. Neil, whose mouth had been sewn shut. Neil told too many lies, and his mouth had been sewn shut by its former owner. I'll let Neil follow you so you'll have company on the way. You can also ask him for help if something happens. Randy handed Neil to Alice. Overjoyed, Alice exclaimed, thank you, Sis Jiang. You're amazing, I love you so much. Alice gave Randy a big hug. Randy smiled, giving is reciprocal. You risked your life to help me, so what I did is nothing much. Sis, what will you do without Neil when encountering danger? Alice didn't want her actions to negatively impact Randy. Everyone's common goal was for Randy to successfully complete the amusement park challenge so the hostages could be released, ensuring everyone's safety. Randy indicated the position on her left shoulder. May is still here. Although you can't see him, he has always been following me. At this moment, May was sitting on Randy's left shoulder. He circled his small hands around Randy's neck, leaning his head against hers, looking half asleep. Hearing Randy call him, May wiped the corner of his mouth, replying with slurred speech. Yeah, Mommy, I'm still here. Mommy, I'm so sleepy. Did they spray sedative in the air? I feel drowsy again after just being alert for a while. May yawned and continued to sleep holding on to Randy. Before parting with Alice, Randy noticed that Neil still looked depressed. After some thought, Randy went to the entrance of the left corridor. She picked up a piece of glass from outside the shattered glass door. Randy held the shard, walked to Neil, and cut the black thread that sewed his mouth shut. Neil was incredibly surprised, almost kneeling down to thank Randy. After the excitement, Neil bit his finger and cautiously asked, "Are you allowing me to speak? You don't find me annoying?" Alice patted Neil's head. "Of course not, I adore you." Neil looked at Alice, jumping excitedly. "Yay. I hate sister. I really want to slap you." Halfway through his sentence, he covered his mouth in horror. Alice raised her fist, intending to punch him but stopped as soon as she saw Neil's nose grow longer. Neil felt extremely guilty. With his hands clasped together, he bowed to Alice. "Sorry, sister. Apologies. Every compliment I give is the opposite. Sorry, I'm a child cursed by an old witch." Neil lifted his arm, wiping away tears miserably. "Not bad for a tongue like yours, saying such harsh words." Alice hummed. Neil kept crying. Alice waved her hand helplessly. All right, I forgive you." Neil turned his tears into laughter. "You're really mean, sis." The word poisonous choked in his throat as Alice quickly covered his mouth. Enough, no more compliments, it gets irritating." Neil obediently closed his mouth. Alice hooked Neil's shoulder and led him to the entrance of the right corridor. Alice pulled out a strand of hair, twisted it into a small ball, and threw it inside to test the infrared sensor door. The hair passed smoothly without any anomaly. Neil mimicked Alice, pulling off a wooden finger and throwing it in, observing any changes. Apart from becoming a bit old, the finger showed no significant difference. Therefore, Neil followed Alice, confidently stepping in. Randy and little Eric saw that Alice and Neil had matured significantly in the blink of an eye, and nothing had gone wrong. They instantly relaxed, preparing to head towards the left corridor. Just then, the robot guarding the entrance of the right corridor ran out. The robot grabbed Randy's hand, forcefully pulling her towards the right. Chapter 219 Returning to the Past. "Go this way. Go this way. Go this way." The robot, like a broken record, kept pulling Randy while repeating the same phrase. Randy's exit was not in future. Walking down the wrong passage would only make her farther from the exit. Randy tried to pry open the robot's fingers, but the robot clung tightly to her knuckles. The harder Randy pulled, the tighter and more painful the robot's grip became on her fingers. While struggling, Randy cast a glance toward the future passage. She saw Alice walk into the future passage with Neil, completely unperturbed by the commotion behind them. They went forward on their own. Randy stared at Alice, her eyes showing some oddity. In Randy's sight, Alice's clean back changed its appearance. Alice's back was covered with bloodstains. She seemed like a wraith, unhesitatingly walking toward the abyss, heading towards ultimate physical and spiritual death. Even Neil beside Alice turned into rotten wood. Not only was his body hollowed out by insects, but his clothes and hat were also full of mold and mildew. Startled, Randy called out, "Alice, don't go there, Alice." Randy shouted. But Alice and Neil could no longer hear Randy's cries. After stepping into the passage to the future, all sounds and scenes outside would be isolated outside the entrance. The internal world could not hear the sounds of the external world. "What happened, Randy?" Devin hurriedly asked, worried. "Alice, something will happen to Alice. She's covered in blood." Upon hearing Randy's words, Devin glanced skeptically at Alice's back, then stared at Randy with a strange look. "Randy, there is no blood on Alice. Are you seeing things?" Devin confirmed repeatedly. What Randy said was not true. Inside the passage to the future, Alice and the puppet were chatting and cheering each other up as they walked deeper into the passage. Hearing Devin's doubts, Randy frowned. When Randy looked up again, Alice's back had returned to normal. Randy closed her eyes for a moment and reopened them. The strange phenomenon disappeared. There was nothing wrong with Alice. Suddenly, the scene before the rich second generation number 17 entered the small black room flashed through Randy's mind. Before entering the black room, the rich second generation had once experienced a period of kneeling repentance. At that time, he pleaded for forgiveness from Randy and others, confessing that he hadn't intended to kill them. Back then, in the eyes of the rich second generation, Randy and the rest were all dead. Randy suddenly lifted her eyes and looked at the wall next to her. That spot on the wall was where the entrance to the black room vanished, which was also the last location the rich kid left. This meant that the previous player who had seen a teammate's fake death hallucination had been sent into the black room. His fate now was unknown, possibly disastrous. Would the next one be her? Randy snapped back to reality. Her right hand was still held by the robot. The robot forced Randy to the right, intending to make her enter the passage representing future. Randy's gaze hardened. Deciding, she dragged the robot a few steps toward the entrance of the past passage. The robot's fingers were the first to pass through the entrance of the passage. Just as they entered, the robot's mechanical fingers instantly shattered, disappearing without a trace. Robots from the future couldn't step into the past. The past meant disappearance. Seeing this, the robot was shocked. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. The robot panicked, knowing Randy intended to destroy it, and hastily retreated. But Devin stepped forward and kicked the robot inside. With a loud thud, the entire robot fell into the passage. Amid mechanical pleas for help, the robot completely disintegrated, dying within the past timeline. Meanwhile, Randy, who had already entered the past passage, gradually shrunk in size. Randy shrank by over 10 years. She looked at the entrance next to her. At the entrance, where the decrepit glass door stood, was chaos. There was neither imagery nor sound, like a whirlpool. Randy and Devin were separated by the glass door. Randy, inside the internal world, could not see Devin outside. However, Devin could see Randy looking back. Thinking of the vanished robot and the shrinking Randy, Devin tensed. Returning to the past would shrink one's body. But Devin's body had already shrunk once. If his age were to regress another 10 years, Devin might end up like the robot. Dead, vanishing without a trace. Watching Randy waiting by the entrance, Devin hesitated. He tentatively extended the sleeve of his coat toward the entrance of the passage. Inside the passage, Randy soon waited for Eric to arrive. Little Eric came into the past timeline, looking no different from before. He continued to maintain his small size. Let's go, Randy. We'll look for the exit, little Eric said, full of fighting spirit. Randy frowned and covered her nose. She instinctively glanced at little Eric's chest. What's wrong, Randy? Little Eric touched the glowing bead on his chest, looking puzzled. Randy pulled the corner of her mouth, smiled, and shook her head. Nothing. Let's go if you're ready. Little Eric hummed in agreement and quickly walked ahead. Randy sized up little Eric a few times. Little Eric looked normal with no abnormalities. Instead, it was the boy following little Eric who showed some changes. The half-naked boy with soap bubbles still clinging to his body had gained a physical form in this timeline. Wherever the boy stepped, a trail of wet footprints was left behind. Sometimes, stepping on shards of glass would cut the bottom of the boy's feet, staining them with blood. These abnormal phenomena indicated that in the past timeline, the things in nightmares were no longer just virtual existences. Outside this passage, the things in nightmares often clawed and bit players but did not truly harm or affect them. But after entering this passage and returning to the past timeline, the things in nightmares became real and could actually influence the players. While Randy was thinking, there was suddenly a clang sound behind her. Randy turned around sharply. There was nothing behind her. A cold wind blew in from the entrance of the passage. The cool breeze brushed past Randy's nape and stirred up a can on the ground. The can made some noise. Was it the wind? Randy wondered. But little Eric's nightmare had already appeared in physical form. So, did the person in her nightmare follow her here as well? Looking at the empty passage behind her, Randy felt unsure whether she should feel lucky or disappointed. Her complex emotions disturbed her peace of mind. Randy didn't know how to face that person. Randy, there's a room here. Should we push the door open and take a look? Little Eric found an old door. The door could be dangerous or it could be the exit. Randy hurriedly walked toward little Eric. Behind Randy, outside the entrance of the past passage, a little boy patted his chest, panting in relief. Phew. He almost got discovered by Randy. Chapter 220, Safety Exit. The Herman hid in the dark, quietly observing Randy. He propped a pair of crutches under his armpits, barely managing to steady himself. Ajax, is that you? Randy turned around, shouting into the empty passage. The only response she received was the cold wind blowing past her and the sound of an empty can clinking in the breeze. Randy was certain that Ajax had come, but perhaps due to some special reason, she could not see him yet. Hearing Randy's call, Ajax froze for half a second. He held onto both crutches, lowering his eyelashes and pursing his lips, remaining silent. Not getting any reply, Randy felt a brief moment of disappointment. Would she be scared if they met again? Just like in her dream. Xiao Eric was still calling out to her. Randy composed herself and jogged over to Eric. At this moment, the dim yellow light in the secluded corridor flickered several times. Between the alternating light and darkness, Randy seemed to see a shadow figure standing at the end of the passage, knees twisted, bizarrely blocking the middle of the road. The shadow appeared and disappeared with the flickering light. Each time the light flickered, Randy distinctly felt the obstructing shadow inching closer by a few meters. One power outage, 5 meters closer. Another blackout, another 5 meters closer. Staring at the approaching shadow, Randy broke out in a cold sweat. Randy wanted to retreat but found her legs frozen in place, unable to move. As the shadow drew nearer step by step, Randy could finally make out its appearance. It was a man with pus-covered skin and a horribly decayed face. Around his neck hung glowing beads strung together by red thread. The glowing beads had dimmed. This pus-faced man was once a player. At this moment, Xiao Eric faced Randy, with his back toward the pus-faced man. "Come here quickly, Randy. There's information on this old door." Eric excitedly waved Randy over. From Eric's expression, it seemed he hadn't noticed the presence closing in behind him. However, the pus-faced man, taking advantage of the flickering light, was about to reach right behind Eric. "Eric, run. There's something behind you." Randy's legs were immobilized, leaving her unable to move. Just as she finished speaking, the light went out again for a second, and when it came back on, the pus-faced man was 5 meters closer to Eric. But like Randy, Eric also couldn't move at all. Eric couldn't escape. Neither could Randy. Meanwhile, the pus-faced man raised his hands high, revealing a weapon, a chainsaw, in his grasp. A few drops of blood dripped from the chainsaw. The corners of the pus-faced man's mouth slowly curled upward, forming a victorious smile. Watching Eric, Randy felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She furrowed her brows, thinking deeply, while her index finger twitched twice, mimicking the same movements as little Arjux. "Light, light." Randy and little Arjux spoke in unison. "There's something wrong with the light." Every move the pus-faced man made depended on the flickering light. As long as the lights didn't flicker, the pus-faced man would remain frozen. Just as Randy was about to act, little Arjux was distracted by Randy's small gesture. Little Arjux paused, stunned, staring at Randy, almost lost in thought. After a few seconds, little Arjux curved his lips, feeling incredibly pleased. "Copying me." Little Arjux laughed. He thought it was peculiar that the very gesture he had been scolded for multiple times by Randy had now been imitated by the headstrong girl, creating an odd sensation within him. This new Randy seemed different from the one who used to skip classes and ranked last. Little Arjux gazed at Randy with a slightly melancholic look. Randy had grown up into an adult. She had changed so much. But little Arjux remained the same little boy who never grew up. Little Arjux lowered his eyes, his gaze turning darker. After a few seconds, he lifted his eyes again and continued to secretly observe Randy. Inside the corridor, with her legs unable to move, Randy squatted down. She picked up an empty can from the ground and swiftly hurled it at the switch on the wall. Bang! The can hit the light switch beside the wall. As long as the light didn't flicker, the pus-faced man couldn't move. Above the switch Randy hit, there was a piece of paper specifically stuck. Backup light. After hitting the switch, another circuit in the corridor opened, restoring the lighting. Though the original row of lights still flickered, the pus-faced man holding the chainsaw could no longer move. Behind Eric, the pus-faced man lifted the chainsaw, growling in frustration. Within 5 seconds, the pus-faced man was pulled back to his original position, the end of the passage. When Randy heard the sound of the pus-faced man, she momentarily froze. She had heard this voice not long ago. It was the voice of Baylor. Previously, Baylor had entered the small black room. What had the rich kid experienced to transform into this current state? Skin rotting, covered in pus-filled sores. Randy felt unease growing in her heart. There must be something special inside the small black room. With her confusion still unresolved, Randy quickly walked over to Xiao Eric's side. Xiao Eric had also been quite frightened just now. After calming down for a moment, Xiao Eric brought up the matter at hand. "Randy, should we try this door? It might be an exit." Xiao Eric stood in front of the old door, hesitating whether to push it open. Randy took a few glances at the old door. In front of the old door on the ground was a shattered mirror. Next to the doorframe hung a circle of garlic and a peachwood sword. It seemed they were put there specifically for warding off evil. "Each player has only one exit. Please do not miss your exit. On the old door, words cut out from newspapers formed a complete sentence. Randy looked at this sentence and fell silent for a while. "Randy, I'll open the door, you stand far away." Xiao Eric pulled Randy back a bit. Xiao Eric said seriously, "In case this door is either of our exits, it would be a loss if we missed it." Xiao Eric's words made sense. Randy stepped aside, while Xiao Eric stood in front of the door. After exhaling, Xiao Eric raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. "Is anyone there?" As soon as he finished knocking, Xiao Eric immediately stepped back. After waiting a few seconds with no response, Xiao Eric knocked 2 more times. The second time, there was still no answer. On the third attempt, Xiao Eric didn't knock. Instead, he directly reached out and pushed the door. The old door wasn't locked. Xiao Eric pushed the door open slightly. The door hinge was stuck. Through the dark narrow door seam, both Randy and Xiao Eric saw a sign inside. It was a green fluorescent safety exit sign. Xiao Eric and Randy exchanged a look, their hearts filled with joy. Just as Xiao Eric retreated half a step, lifted his right leg, and prepared to kick the door, a wrinkled hand with age spots appeared from the narrow door seam. "What a naughty boy. Dare to kick my door. Just know how to bully me, an old hag." A sharp and malicious voice came from the door seam. At the seam, the elderly woman's hand grabbed Xiao Eric's lifted right leg. "Whose child is this? Brat, let me teach you a lesson. The Peggy inside pretended to drag Xiao Eric in. Caught by one leg, Xiao Eric lost balance. Let go. I've opened the wrong door. Let go of me. The Reese wouldn't give up, holding Xiao Eric's ankle and pulling him inside. Xiao Eric shouted anxiously. Right then, the peachwood sword slashed down. In an instant, the elderly woman's arm that was grabbing Xiao Eric was severed into 2 pieces. Green blood spurted out, glowing eerily, matching the fluorescent green of the safety exit sign inside. Randy quickly steadied Xiao Eric, who was about to fall, and with the other hand grabbed the doorknob, slamming the door shut with a bang. Chapter 221, Eric's Choice. Behind the old door came the sound of the Peggy pounding on it with a bang bang bang. The intense knocking caused the newspaper text on the old door to fall off, revealing the original text underneath. If you see warding off evil items outside the door, please do not open it. Are you okay, Eric? Randy held the door handle and asked Eric. The old door was still shaking violently as the Peggy inside tried to open it. After stabilizing himself, little Eric hurriedly shook his head. I'm fine. Thanks just now. Little Eric and Randy tightened the door together. But once they slightly loosened their grip, the Peggy inside would try to come out. Randy and little Eric didn't dare to let go. Eric, you hold the door first. I'll think of a way. Randy entrusted the task of closing the door to little Eric, then she squatted down to search for clues around her. On the ground in front of the door lay a broken mirror. It was a style that had been popular many years ago. An oval mirror with a pink oval plastic frame, and on the back was a colored half-body picture of a woman. Randy found a black and white photo beneath the color picture on the back of the mirror. It was the Peggy homeowner's black and white portrait. The size was very small, only 1 inch, suitable for being pasted on a tombstone. Based on the white hair in the portrait, Randy estimated that the Peggy had lived to be 70 or 80 years old. But from the portrait, it seemed that the Peggy had lost focus in both eyes and had gone blind long ago. Glancing at it, Randy picked up the portrait. Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. Inside the room, the Peggy shook the door even more violently. She cursed sharply and viciously. Dead kids. You will all die. You won't live through today. Although the Peggy was blind, her hearing was unusually sharp. She harbored considerable hostility toward the boy and girl outside the door. The Peggy's other hand tried hard to squeeze out from the crack to grab little Eric outside the door. Little Eric held the door handle with both hands and propped his foot against the wall for support. I'll fight you to the death, you tricky Peggy. Little Eric freed one hand and held the peachwood sword. He stabbed fiercely at the other hand that squeezed out from the door crack. I'll stab you to death. Little Eric stabbed rhythmically. In pain, the Peggy howled and hurriedly pulled her hand back. Only moments later, she suddenly opened a gap in the door and stuck her head out. The Peggy's head was now just a skull, so the peachwood sword was useless against it. Bad kids, I will eat you. The Peggy emphasized the word eat, as if she were about to succeed. Taking this opportunity, Randy quickly hung the garlic necklace around her neck. As soon as the garlic necklace was hung, the Peggy's expression changed. So stinky. The Peggy hurriedly covered her nose and withdrew her head. Little Eric successfully closed the door again. Randy and little Eric exchanged glances. They heard the Peggy inside trying to remove the garlic necklace. But every time the Peggy touched the garlic, her hand was burned. The Peggy was trying to figure out what to do. Randy took the peachwood sword and tilted the long handle to wedge it at the door handle, preventing the Peggy from easily opening the door for the moment. Then, she led little Eric to escape. They ran along the passage for more than 10 meters, far away from the influence range of the first door. They passed the second door. The second door was wide open. Sitting at the entrance was a Yisroel in his 40s. Cry, you'll cry yourself blind. The Yisroel was scolding someone unknown. He put on reading glasses grumpily, holding an old newspaper and reading it carefully. But many words on the newspaper had been cut out, leaving many square holes. The footsteps of Randy and little Eric were quite noisy as they passed by. Disturbed, the Yisroel glanced at Randy with dissatisfaction. Then he withdrew his gaze, shook the newspaper, spread it out, and leaned closer to continue reading. During this period, Randy felt 2 pairs of eyes watching them. One pair came from the entrance. The Yisroel sitting at the entrance was peering at Randy and little Eric through the holes in the newspaper. The other pair of eyes came from inside the room. Inside the second door, a Joanna was sobbing softly. With teary eyes, she looked toward the outside. Is it Ray who's come back? Ray, our Ray has come back. The Joanna mumbled something to herself. Randy glanced into the room. There was a family photo of 3 people hanging inside. But the light was too dim to make out the faces clearly. Randy guessed that the man and woman were a couple, and Ray might be their child. This door doesn't seem like an exit either. Randy tapped little Eric's arm and told him this information. Little Eric nodded gloomily. His eyes were dark, his head lowered as if he was lost in thought. After passing the second door, they arrived at the third door. The third door was half open. From the sounds inside, it was evident that there were many relatives gathered there. On this door, a new pink oval-framed mirror hung upside down. At the doorway lay a newspaper reporting news of a Herman drowning. The sound of mourning inside was very loud. The boy's mother wept uncontrollably while his father silently shed tears. People die and can't come back to life. Take care of yourself, sister-in-law. The school said not to go bathing by the river. Why didn't the child listen? Karen, being pregnant again would make her a high-risk mother, or else she could have had another child while still young. What a pity. This is the child's funeral now. Stop talking nonsense. Please close your mouth. When hearing these words, Randy slowed down, lagging behind little Eric slightly. She glanced around little Eric, looking for a familiar figure. Keaton with white, bloated eyes covered in bath bubbles had vanished. Little Eric walked ahead alone, his head drooping dejectedly. He whispered to Randy, "He isn't following me anymore, right?" "Hey." Randy was surprised. Little Eric murmured again, "It says you in my rule, but I won't report you, don't worry." Little Eric spoke cryptically, referring to the special player. Randy's heart trembled, she hadn't expected this. The Ghostface organization wanted to cause trouble, deliberately revealing Randy's secret to her friend. Did they plan to test human nature? Sow discord. The Nightmare Mansion Survival Rules, Article 7. Correctly identifying the special player allows entry into a fast passage for early completion. If little Eric had voiced any hint and reported Randy to quickly clear the game, Randy would be in serious trouble. Randy remained silent, continuing forward with little Eric. "You should have guessed, Randy. It was my fault that he died." Little Eric lifted his head. His eyes were slightly red. "If I hadn't suggested going bathing by the river just to play, Ray wouldn't have been harmed." Little Eric's voice choked up. In the past passage, they passed 3 doors. Time seemed to regress. Behind these 3 doors, the tragic lives of Ray's parents unfolded after losing their son. They couldn't escape the shadows, just like little Eric, trapped in despair. Although little Eric knew this was all false, mere scene enactments created by the Ghostface organization to shake people's hearts. These images still deepened his sense of guilt. Little Eric's luminous bead began to dim. As the luminous bead darkened, it indicated that nightmare elements were attaching themselves to it. The Nightmare Mansion Survival Rules, Article 3. When the luminous bead dims, enter the nearest dark room. But ensure there is a hand beckoning you at its entrance, otherwise, seek another one. Little Eric should probably leave soon. Randy and little Eric came to the 4th door. The 4th door was wide open, a hot summer breeze blowing through. Beyond the door, bright sunlight shone, the river clear, grass green, a stark contrast to the cave. Laughter echoed from beyond the door. Opposite the 4th door was a dark room. Inside the dark room, nothing could be seen, creepy and terrifying. At the entrance of the dark room, a small boy's hand beckoned little Eric to enter. Following the rules, little Eric moved towards the dark room. Just as he was about to enter, a call came from the summer door behind him. "Don't you want to save him?" Randy couldn't hear this voice, it seemed to be directed solely at Eric. "Don't go over there, come to me." Another gust of summer wind surged in. The wind carried the scent of mud and grass, just like that sweltering summer day. "Come here, change the tragedy, avoid everyone's unfortunate fate. Trust me, hurry. Ray is going to get in the water, come. Stop him. He's waiting for you." Chapter 222 Nightmare Revisited. Eric slowed his pace and looked back. Behind him, in the door leading to the past, 4 or 5 boys were splashing around. "Yoni, hurry up and get in. We are all in here. Why haven't you even taken off your clothes yet? It's super refreshing down here. Yoni, come on, try it out. Aren't you feeling hot? Ha 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 ha, I know now Yoni is a coward. A coward Tilda, we won't play with you anymore." Laughter erupted. On the riverbank, one of the boys timidly defended himself. "Who says I'm a coward? I am not. It's just that, my mom said not to bathe in the river during summer. She said it's easy to drown." Eric, who was about Yoni's age, was happily soaking in the river. Upon hearing Yoni's words, he turned around and jeered at him. "Oh, I see. So Yoni isn't only a coward but also a mama's boy." Those around joined in mocking him. "Ha ha ha, I knew he wouldn't dare. So he's a mama's boy, ha 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 ha. Mama's boy, mama's boy, mama's boy. Go home, mama's boy, mommy must be worried. Leave, Yoni. You're such a buzzkill. We won't bring you along when we go out to play next time." Little Eric inside the cave, upon hearing what his past self had said, felt an intense urge to rush in, grab himself, and give himself a few hard slaps. Randy saw little Eric faltering and advised him, "Don't make a mistake, Eric. That's all false, don't be deceived." Little Eric glanced at Randy and nodded seriously. "I know." Determined, little Eric walked toward the small black room. In the meantime, Yoni behind that door finally gave in. "I am coming down." Yoni stood on the bank, took off his shirt, and tentatively approached the river. Then came the sound of water splashing as they played, a thud from someone slipping and falling into the water, and Yoni's cries for help as he choked on water. "Help! Help me! Save me! Cough, cough!" Yoni's voice grew fainter, as he was swept by the swift current into deeper waters downstream. Hearing Yoni's cries, little Eric stopped, gripping his palm tightly. He resisted the urge to rush in and save Yoni, clenching his fists without turning back. They were all lies, there was no way to return to the past, all of this was a trap. Tears welled up in little Eric's eyes. He couldn't understand why this nightmare had to relive before him once more. Knowing he could do nothing, still being forced to rip open old wounds, exposing raw pain. Little Eric wiped away his tears, saying, "I'm sorry." Disregarding Yoni's calls from behind, he lifted his foot and walked resolutely towards the small black room. His figure vanished into the small black room. The door of the small black room disappeared into the rock wall as well. All the doors vanished one by one. Seeing that little Eric made the right choice, Randy sighed with relief, her face full of gratitude. Fortunately, Eric did not go to save anyone. Lee, if it were you, would you not have returned to the past to save me either? Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Randy. Randy stiffened. She quickly turned around, searching for the source of the voice. But there was nothing around. That voice, wrapping around Randy, continued asking sorrowfully, Lee, can you be so heartless? Do you really not want to save me? The surroundings rapidly collapsed and reformed. Who's there? Randy, disoriented, stared at the scenes around her. You are not him. Stop pretending. When the scene finished rebuilding, Randy found herself facing a burning house. It's me, Lee, don't you remember me? A scorched black corpse limped out from the flames. Under Randy's gaze, the charred parts of its face and body gradually melted away, revealing skin damaged by fire, a face unrecognizable. The crippled child's one eyeball had melted away, its nose burnt into rotten flesh, with fire still engulfing its entire body. Amidst the fire, the crippled child smiled at Randy. Long time no see, Lee. Do you dream of me often? Randy stared at him dumbfounded, not daring to move. The crippled child kept smiling. Smiling, his features began to distort grotesquely, becoming charred again. This pitch-black Herman curled his lips into a bizarre smile. His entire body was pitch black except for two hollow white glowing eyes. He. I always think of you, Lee. I often stand by your bed and watch you sleep all night long. With a maniacal laugh, the cripple's body suddenly enlarged several times, towering over Randy. He stretched out his hand, reaching for Randy. As the cripple's fingers touched Randy's, she winced and swiftly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back. It was too hot. Hot to the point where she couldn't touch it. Noticing Randy's evasion, the little cripple froze, his hand suspended mid-air. His fingers curled, and he glared at Randy with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, disbelief evident in his tone. Lee, it was me who gave you the chance to live. What does this mean now? Not even holding hands? Why? Why not? Weren't we, the best friends? The little cripple angrily questioned, his body reverting back to its normal human form. He looked at Randy sorrowfully, tears glistening in his eyes. So, are you disgusted by me? The little cripple's eyes were filled with profound disappointment. Randy felt searing pain from the little cripple's gaze. She opened her mouth to explain, but no sound came out of her throat. The little cripple turned around and resolutely walked into the burning house. Randy tried to hold him back, but she couldn't grasp him. Nightmare. This nightmare, Randy had experienced many times. Every time it was like this. Every time, the little cripple would be disappointed in Randy, walk into the inferno, and be burned to death. Randy knew it was a dream. She wanted to rush in to save him. But the burning house kept moving backward. No matter how fast Randy ran, she could never get inside. To break this nightmare, she must change the ending. There was no other way. Randy sprinted with all her might. But the next moment, a sharp pain struck her forehead as she collided with something. She abruptly woke up from the nightmare, once again finding herself in the cave passage. By this time, Randy had unknowingly reached the end of the passage. And in front of her, the man covered in boils at the end raised his chainsaw high, laughing maniacally as he prepared to bring the blade down. Chapter 223, The Eerie Aunt. Drip. The slime on the chainsaw dripped onto Randy's nose. Randy smelled the stench of a mixture of bloody water and pus. Currently, the lights were functioning normally, so the man covered in boils appeared to be frozen in place, holding the chainsaw high. With the light on, his body couldn't move, he was unable to swing down the chainsaw. He couldn't kill Randy, but Randy could kill him. Randy reached out to snatch the chainsaw. Using the blood on it, she swung hard with a diagonal slash, ending the life of the chainsaw eerie on the spot. With a tearing sound, the cold blood from inside the boil-covered man spurted all over Randy's face. Randy closed her eyes for a moment, blood sticking to her eyelashes. The man's knees buckled with the slash, and with a thud, he knelt before Randy. The man's body split into two pieces, falling to the ground. And the passport in the man's pocket also fell out. Randy lowered her eyes and glanced at it casually. She saw that the face on the passport photo matched that of the rich second-generation player exactly. This disfigured man, whose skin was covered with spots, sores, and oozing pus, was precisely the Clem, the rich second generation, who had only recently become an eerie and hadn't even survived for 2 hours. On the edge of the chainsaw, human blood mixed with eerie blood flowed down to the ground along the blade. Randy put away the chainsaw, carrying it behind her back. It seemed that after entering the dark room, Clem, the rich kid, violated some rules, leading to contamination, which caused his skin to deteriorate to such an extent. Furthermore, the rich kid had taken the place of the chainsaw eerie, wielding this chainsaw that had killed countless compatriots, ready to strike Randy. Unfortunately, the weakness of the chainsaw eerie was too obvious. Without the flashing lights, this kind of eerie could only be considered suicidal in front of Randy. Randy paid attention to this chainsaw. Ordinarily, a dagger dipped in human blood used to slay Eris would self-destruct after one use. However, much to Randy's surprise, this blood-soaked chainsaw did not destroy itself after being used once. She wondered how many more Eris this blood-stained chainsaw could kill. For now, Randy confiscated the chainsaw, wearing it on her shoulder as a means of self-defense. At that moment, the lights in the corridor went out with a series of pops. In the dark, it was the time for the chainsaw eerie to freely kill. But unfortunately for it, Randy had already dealt with it. Janine. In the dark corridor, Randy heard someone calling her. Behind her, the white light of a flashlight flashed at her a few times. Randy turned around to face a woman. The woman was emaciated, her body reduced to skin and bones. Randy couldn't recognize her, but judging by the gentle voice, Randy felt the woman must have been an acquaintance of hers. "Don't you remember me, Janine? I'm Elio's aunt." The deeply sunken-eyed woman gave Randy a soft smile. Randy nodded slightly and politely smiled. Elio, is the lame kid. Randy was somewhat worried. What did Elio's aunt want with her? To seek revenge? To kill her? "Milena, did you look for me for something?" Randy asked straightforwardly. Meeting a relative of the lame kid here was truly unusual. Noticing Randy's guarded stance, the aunt smiled warmly. "I work here and have been here for many years," said the aunt. "I checked the list today and saw your name. I thought I might have mistaken you for someone else, but it turned out to be really you." Randy returned the aunt a smile. There were no living staff members here, only Iris. The friendly-looking aunt continued, "I know Elio loved you most before he died. He wouldn't want anything bad happening to you. I came here specially to take you out. I know where your exit is. Follow me, and I'll lead you out." Throughout their conversation, the aunt's eyes remained dull and lifeless. If it weren't for the slight emotional fluctuations in her voice, Randy would have suspected that the woman was a robot in disguise. Faced with the eerie aunt's sudden kindness, Randy didn't immediately agree. The eerie aunt persuaded again, "Trust me, Janine. I won't hurt you. With that large chainsaw on your back, you can kill me anytime if I try to harm you, really." The dim flashlight shone at their feet. Randy cast a shadow, but the aunt didn't. After sincerely expressing her intentions, the aunt found a mechanism and successfully opened another passage. "Follow me." The aunt led the way. Randy stayed still. She didn't quite understand the aunt's intentions. What did this eerie want? Randy watched the aunt walk for a while, her gaze turning strange. The aunt seemed to have uneven legs. Her gait was uneven, looking quite unbalanced. Randy's eyes flickered slightly, and then she lifted her foot to follow. Chapter 224, The Exit of the Ghost House. In the new passage, small apparitions would occasionally leap out, blocking Randy's path. Each time one appeared, her aunt wouldn't blink and would grab it barehanded, then casually throw it away, smashing it against the wall with a bang. "Janine, there are more colleagues on this road who play ghosts. If you're scared, hide behind me." Her aunt still had her head down, holding a flashlight and leading the way for Randy. One in front, one behind, they passed by a door. Inside the room, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the room. From inside came the sound of two children talking. "Elio, don't cry. Your bully of a cousin has always picked on those weaker than him. You can't be a coward. You should hit back." Little Randy patted her classmate, Fulton, consolingly on the shoulder. At about 7 or 8 years old, the faces of both children were still fresh and tender, with baby fat not yet gone. Fulton raised his hand to wipe away his tears vigorously, his eyes rubbed red. I don't want Aunt to be troubled," Fulton said softly through sniffles, tears dripping down. Since his parents divorced, he had temporarily moved into his aunt's house. His aunt's son didn't like him and bullied him secretly at school. Not wanting to make things difficult for his aunt, Fulton always endured it. "But he can't take away your crutch either. Eric is just trying to bully you on purpose. Come on, let's go settle accounts." Little Randy was hot-tempered and pulled Fulton to fight. "Let's not, Ali. My legs aren't good, forget it. I won't be able to beat him anyway." Fulton tried to dissuade her. But little Randy, fierce and determined, insisted. "You don't have to move a muscle, I'll do it. I've wanted to punch Eric for a while. He insulted my mom behind my back. Watch me tear his mouth apart. You follow me, you get your crutches, I'll handle him. If you're scared, hide behind me." Listening to the conversation between the two children from behind the door, Randy's lips curled up slightly. She glanced up at someone's back. That person was still dealing with the small apparitions, diligently clearing the way for Randy. This seemed to be his first time getting physically involved. It looked like the little cripple could protect others now. Janine, her aunt walked ahead, hesitant to speak. "Regarding Elio's passing, you shouldn't blame yourself too much. It was his own choice." Randy was stunned at the words. The atmosphere quieted for a few seconds, and Randy replied guiltily, "If I had known earlier that thick smoke could cause suffocation, I wouldn't have given him that wet towel." "Even if you had known, Elio would still have given you that wet towel." Her aunt interrupted her self-blame. "Janine, it's not your fault, but rather that Elio hadn't really thought about living on." Randy silently lowered her head. After a long pause, Randy hesitantly asked, "Was it because life was very painful?" Hearing this, her aunt faltered, stopping abruptly. Randy nearly bumped into her aunt's back. After a long wait, her aunt slowly nodded, "Yes, pain." Her aunt didn't say much more, clenching and unclenching her dried fingers. Continuing forward, they passed another door along the corridor. Behind the slightly open door, loud arguments were heard. "Ars phone, I'm saying this today. Divorce can happen, but Elio must stay with you." The woman slammed the table forcefully, matching the ferocity of the menacing man opposite her. The man opposite was equally unyielding, enraged, pointing at the woman's nose, and cursing loudly. "Go to hell, you left me with a disabled kid. Why should the burden be mine? So you can live a free life with your dog outside." The woman's eyes were moist as she pointed outside angrily, accusing, "Ars phone, if you hadn't cheated, would this family break apart? How can you even have the face to oppress others?" You proposed divorce, and I agreed. But you must take the child away. Not possible. As the biological mother, if you don't want the kid, why don't you throw him out on the street? The man waved his large hand, adamant he wouldn't take the child. In the living room where the couple stood, everything was already a mess. Everything that could be smashed or thrown was. Words like drag, cripple, burden filled the ears of the little cripple hiding in the corner. Let's hurry up, Aunt. In the corridor, Randy urged her aunt and sped up her steps. Her aunt, hearing Randy's voice, seemed lost, mechanically moving forward. Okay. They remained silent, each lost in their thoughts. Janine, I heard you changed and got accepted into university. Her aunt said. Randy nodded. Yes, Huashing University. Huashing University was the dream school of the little cripple. Before his parents divorced, Fulton had a more lively personality. He always loved to talk about these things. If Fulton hadn't died, with his intelligence and effort, he certainly could have attended Huashing University as well. Hearing Randy's response, her aunt sounded very gratified. It seems that Elio's encouragement for you to study was useful. Elio told me that because of your mom's incident, you were depressed for a long time. No matter how he encouraged you, you wouldn't listen. Randy responded softly. Back then, the top student in class, Fulton, became desk partners with little Randy, who disliked studying. Little Randy changed greatly after witnessing the scene of her mother's death. She fell into depression for quite a while. She lost interest in making friends and learning, having no interest in anything. Little Randy's grades plummeted, and she spent most of her time sleeping on the desk during class and looking for people to fight after school. If there was no excuse to fight, little Randy would go beat up Eric. Eric enjoyed mocking her for not having a mother and liked bullying Fulton. Little Randy found great satisfaction in beating him up. More importantly, little Randy always won when fighting Eric. Through little Randy's repeated, intentional or unintentional help, Fulton and she became good friends. Later, the fire happened. After that incident, the school promoted fire safety knowledge multiple times. During those promotions, Randy learned that most people in fires are never burned to death by the flames. The vast majority of those who die in fires perish due to inhaling too much toxic smoke, suffocating to death. Fulton loved reading and usually knew a lot. He knew how important a wet towel was, but he still gave his to Randy. Fulton said there was no fire, so no one would be burned, allowing Randy to accept the small piece of wet towel without guilt. They both waited for rescue. Randy was saved, but Fulton had inhaled too much poisonous smoke and stopped breathing. Such a small and unnoticeable act led to Fulton's tragedy. Since then, Randy often regretted it. If she had known better, would she not have been deceived by Fulton's clumsy lie? Maybe. Fulton wouldn't have died. Janine. Her aunt suddenly stopped and turned to look at Randy. Her aunt's tone was unusually serious. I don't know what form Elio takes in your dreams, but I hope you do not fear. You might think that Elio's death has left you with psychological trauma. But in Elio's heart, you are always his friend. He would absolutely never harm you. Her aunt stood before a door. At the doorway, there was a little hand charred black by fire, as if calling to Randy. Her aunt blocked the entrance. She held Randy's shoulders with both hands, looking extremely serious. Janine, your exit is in this room. Once you enter, I can't help you with anything. But remember my words. You cannot feel guilty, you cannot be afraid, and you must not get agitated. Your emotional fluctuations will become your weaknesses. After entering this room, as long as you can face your nightmare head-on, you can open the exit. Do you understand? Meeting her aunt's worried gaze, Randy nodded heavily. Chapter 225, The No Looking Back Bridge. Milena took a step to the side, retreating behind and no longer stopping Randy from entering. Randy glanced at the dark house, composing herself. Suddenly, Randy wondered if Luke hadn't intended to end his own life if not for the fire that day. Inside Luke's desk, Randy had once come across tools used for self-harm. There was a box of razor blades, with dried blood on them. It seemed that in private, Luke was giving up on himself, secretly harming himself. As soon as Randy turned around, planning to ask Milena, she found Milena had vanished. Only a flashlight remained, lying alone on the ground. Randy sighed. The root of Luke's tragedy stemmed from his deep-seated self-loathing. Perhaps even without that fire, Luke would have abandoned himself and his life over something else. Randy remembered how Luke once asked her if he was nothing but a waste of money, whether he was always an extra wherever he went, believing no one would like him. At the time, young Randy had replied that she considered Luke a friend, and he wasn't extra. Maybe it was then that Luke's mental state began deteriorating. His internal suppression, depression, self-harm, and signs of suicidal tendencies started showing. Randy withdrew from the memories of the past, collected her thoughts, and entered the house with the dimming luminous bead. Upon entering, she was immediately met with thick smoke. Choked several times, she covered her nose, frowning. Ailey, you've caused me so much pain. A burned little boy, still aflame, emerged from the thick smoke. It was pretending. It wasn't the real Luke. Randy glanced at the thing, not reacting much. Now, staying calm was the key to getting out safely. In the smoky room where Randy stood, there was a spot with light. She walked toward the bright spot. During this time, the thing disguised as Luke kept changing its face into terrifying forms to scare Randy. Randy recalled what Luke, through Milena's mouth, had warned her about at the entrance. No emotional fluctuations, no guilt, no excitement. Only absolute calmness could ensure a safe exit. Inside the smoky room, the thing hung from the ceiling, crawling towards Randy in an odd pose. Ailey, aren't you afraid of me? I've come to claim your soul. Ailey, I hate you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have died. Ailey, look at me, look at what I've become. Aren't you afraid? The thing seemed childish. Randy guessed it might be a child mascot from a haunted house. And the things it said weren't particularly scary, they wouldn't be enough to kill someone. What truly killed people were the obstacles they couldn't get over in their hearts and the psychological traps they set for themselves. Seeing Randy indifferent, the mascot changed tactics. It mimicked Luke, limping up to Randy, earnestly holding her hand. Ailey, remember. Remember whatever, just remember. Expecting the mascot to pull a big trick, this statement almost made Randy laugh. Her composed mood cracked slightly, allowing some of the smoky air into her nostrils. Randy quickly held her breath, calming her mind. It was toxic gas. After inhaling just a bit, a small red rash appeared on her arm. Randy thought of the rich kid covered in boils. That disfigured appearance likely resulted from the rich kid being too emotionally agitated in the poisonous gas room, allowing the toxins to fully invade his body. Players entering such gas rooms could escape if they maintained calm and overcame the nightmare. But overcoming the nightmare wasn't easy. Most wouldn't receive forgiveness from the figures they feared within the nightmare, making their situations more difficult and increasing their psychological pressure. Randy calmed down and walked to the bright spot on the opposite side of the small room. There was a suspension bridge. On the other side of the bridge lay the true exit. Below the bridge was a hellish pit filled with countless people covered in boils. Randy left the small room and approached the suspension bridge. The bridge was narrow, only wide enough for 2 feet together. Each side had ropes for hand support. Walking across wasn't as hard as walking on a balance beam, but crossing this swaying, 100-meter-long bridge required concentration. Randy observed from the start of the bridge. To either side of her bridge, countless other bridges stretched every 20 meters. On the suspension bridge to her right, Alice was walking on it. Alice was in the middle of the bridge, now gripping the ropes on either side, carefully making her way halfway across. There were already multiple red spots and boils on her neck and the back of her hands. Fortunately, Alice had managed to escape from the gas room without being completely poisoned by the toxic fumes. Alice, your friend Randy is here. Quick, look behind you on the left. Alice's deceased younger brother pointed at Randy and shouted loudly from the bridge. After hearing this, Alice frowned but said nothing. She continued to slowly move her feet forward on the bridge. Randy withdrew her gaze and glanced at the wooden sign at the entrance of the suspension bridge. No looking back bridge, turning back will surely result in death. To cross the suspension bridge, one must let go of the past and never look back. However, if the player's fear runs too deep, combined with eerie intimidation or tempting coercion, they would easily fall into traps. Falling off the bridge meant a nearly 1,000-meter plummet into an abyss. The abyss, a hellish place, confined countless players who had come out of the gas room. Each of them was infected by the gas, dying in miserable conditions. The dead players reached up with their hands, their hearts longing for salvation, still wailing and shouting even as they resided in hell. Randy mentally prepared herself, gripped the ropes on either side of the bridge, stepped out, and walked onto the swaying suspension bridge. Taking a few slow steps, something began crawling toward her from behind the bridge. The little cripple was crawling slowly on the bridge, leaving dark, smudged marks wherever he went. The little cripple hugged Randy's feet from behind. Ali, save me, I saved you once. Can you save me this time? Cough, cough, cough. Randy wriggled her ankle free from the little cripple's grasp. Holding onto the ropes, she extended her foot again and continued moving forward. Chapter 226, The Broken Bridge Crisis. As Randy was about to leave without a second thought, Daryl cried loudly behind her. Ali, if you leave from here, you'll never see me again. Randy lifted her eyes. Then I'll just leave faster. With that, she quickened her pace. But at the same time, the luminous bead around Randy's neck flickered, and a drop of crystal clear liquid seeped out from within the bead. The brightness of the originally dim luminescent bead diminished even further. Survival rule of the Nightmare House, Rule 6. Carry your own luminous bead, find the exit of the haunted house, and you will clear the game. Randy felt a moment of anxiety. The luminous bead must not go out. Randy might have violated some taboo, causing the luminous bead to dim. While distracted, all the planks on the suspended bridge in front of her fell off rapidly. Those planks dropped from a great height into the abyss. Randy had no way forward. On the suspended bridge to the left of Randy, a player fell down, screaming. That unfortunate player was very unlucky. The plank that fell was right under their feet. Therefore, the player's whole body plummeted straight down. Fortunately, they still clung to 2 handrails and dangled high in the air instead of falling directly. Below in the abyss, pus-faced people imprisoned in hell stretched their hands upward. They began to stack themselves up. One person stepped on another's shoulders, quickly forming a bizarre, swaying spire. The pus-faced person at the tip of the spire reached out, trying to grab the dangling player's foot. The pus-faced people could only stack up to this height. Now they just needed to pull down the hanging player. Come back, Ali, you can't get out. Daryl got up from the ground, patted his hands, and stood behind Randy. There's no way forward. If you insist on going, you'll end up like the person next to you. Randy glanced at the player next door. After observing for a few seconds, she refocused on the path ahead. Randy coldly remarked, "What a performance." Randy extended her right foot and tentatively stepped where the plank had been lost. Though the plank seemed detached, The feel beneath her foot suggested that the path of the suspension bridge hadn't broken. Her conjecture was correct. Randy turned to look at the player beside her. That player didn't have a luminous bead around their neck. That wasn't a real player at all. The player's fall was just a deception to make Randy turn back. The bridge wouldn't break, as it was the only way for players to leave the haunted house. If the bridge were destroyed, this situation would be unsolvable. Stepping on the completely transparent bridge surface, Randy continued forward. However, Alice on the other side wasn't faring well. Alice was acrophobic, which she mentioned during the Ferris wheel game. Now, having her walk hundreds of meters above the ground without safety ropes was driving her mad. She managed to walk over 60 meters on the bridge, reaching 2/3 of the suspension bridge when all the planks in front of her fell again. The player fall illusion also occurred next to Alice. Alice saw through it, but it did no good. Acrophobic Alice gripped the ropes with both hands, trembling while standing on the suspension bridge, hesitating to move forward on what visually appeared to be a hollowed-out bridge. What to do? This damn game is targeting me. Alice's mental defenses crumbled completely. To get this far, Alice had exerted a lot of effort. Now, asking her to remain vigilant against the eerie while overcoming her fear of heights pushed Alice to the brink of collapse. Seeing Alice crying on the bridge, Randy was anxious for her. What should be done? Alice might really stop here and die. Randy thought for a moment. She shouted in Alice's direction, "Is Neil there? Neil, I'm here. Over here." Hearing Randy's call, someone responded from the opposite side of the suspension bridge. Neil had already crossed and ran over eagerly. He had been waiting for Alice. Randy looked surprised. She shouted across, "Neil, can you try carrying Alice across?" Neil shook his head. "No way, sister. The bridge can only bear one person's weight, and Do will control the number." Do? Who is Do? A mascot? Randy ignored that for now. With her proposed solution denied, she pondered for a while before speaking again. "Neil, try telling a lie." Neil didn't fully understand Randy's intention but obeyed. "Okay." Neil readily agreed. He thought for a moment, then cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly to Randy. Brother Eric is 1 meter 80 tall. As soon as he said this, his nose grew a little longer. Neil felt somewhat embarrassed, but Randy urged on. "Keep going. You're doing great. Tell more lies. Don't stop." Neil followed her instructions. Sister Randy is incredibly ugly. Sister Alice is fat like a pig. Neil's nose grew even longer. Alice was lost in her own world, still weeping sadly on the suspension bridge. But Randy, her fists clenched tighter. What should she do? She really wanted to beat him. She asked him to lie, not to insult people. "Hold on, Neil. If you can't say anything else, don't involve us," Randy suggested. Neil looked troubled. "But I only lie when I'm commenting on others. At other times, I just can't lie. That's how the witch cursed me." Randy closed her eyes in pain. No wonder Neil always gets beaten and had his mouth sewn shut by his master. Now it made sense. Neil's mouth was meant to offend people. Indeed, that wicked old witch had cast a truly malicious curse. Randy thought for a moment and looked at Neil in the distance, saying, "Never mind, Alice has suffered enough. Don't mess with her mental state. I'm afraid she might think of jumping after listening for a while. Neil, just talk about Sister Randy and Brother Eric." Neil responded with an "oh" and began spewing insults again. If Eric were there, Neil would likely be killed on the spot. While lying, Neil's nose grew so long it could touch Alice. Randy quickly called a halt. "Stop first. Neil, cut off your elongated nose. Place the wooden stick on Alice's section of the suspension bridge, then do a few more rounds." Neil followed Randy's request, breaking off his nose and placing the wooden stick on the hollowed-out part of the suspension bridge in front of Alice. Alice, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, stopped crying abruptly upon seeing the wooden stick. Neil repeated this process 6 times, filling up the suspension bridge in front of Alice with his elongated wooden stick nose. Alice was almost moved to tears again. Regardless, because of Neil's actions, her fear of heights diminished significantly. "Alice, hold on. We're almost there." Randy called out to Alice ahead. Alice didn't dare look back, wiping away her tears. "Okay. Thank you all." Alice took a few deep breaths, stretched out her foot, and cautiously moved forward. Chapter 227, Bjorn appears. Neil squatted at the start of the hanging bridge, holding down several wooden planks to ensure Alice could cross safely. Alice made it all the way to the end in one go. Not long after Alice passed, Randy followed suit, completing the bridge and coming down from it. At the end of the bridge, a staff member was seated behind a small table, overseeing the player's exit. On Alice's side, she handed over the glowing bead to the staff member, who destroyed it, marking Alice's successful completion of the haunted house. The glowing bead that held Alice's secret was disdainfully tossed into the abyss by the staff member. "Useless thing." The staff member grumbled in dissatisfaction. As the glowing bead fell, it seemed like Alice's younger brother let out a piercing scream, and the glowing bead dimmed. "Hey, it's your turn. Leave the glowing bead behind, and you can leave." The staff member in front of Randy knocked on the table, urging her to hand over the glowing bead. Outside the haunted house, Alice, Eric, and the young couple Krista and Anthony were waiting for Randy to come out. After Randy pushed the door open, her body and age returned to their normal state. Randy walked along the wide cavern passage for some distance and successfully reached outside the haunted house. The moment she saw daylight, Alice rushed over. Alice grabbed Randy's hand with surprise, but her face turned fearful when she saw Randy covered in blood. Sis, you. Why is there so much blood on you? Are you hurt? Krista also came forward, pulling Randy around to inspect her thoroughly. I'm fine, it's not my blood. I killed 2 demons inside, and this is their blood. Randy stretched her arms to allow them to check. Eric and Anthony stood aside, quietly watching the 3 girls. Eric wore his black computer backpack over one shoulder. He looked deeply at Randy without a word, lost in thought. Anthony crossed his arms and glanced sideways at Eric curiously. Hey Eric, how did you return to your normal age after going through the haunted house? What happened inside? Eric gave Anthony a brief glance and shook his head. He didn't want to talk about what happened in the haunted house. Anthony clicked his tongue and teased him. Engineering majors are different, so few words. Be careful, you might not find Kaylee friend after we get out. Eric remained unmoved. Mind your own business. Feeling Eric's unusually cold demeanor, Anthony reluctantly toned down his jesting and stopped joking around. Meanwhile, Randy and the others walked toward them. Old shoe, Eric, wait for us. Alice and I will take Randy to the restroom first, wash our faces, and then come back to meet you. Randy's face and body were splattered with blood, making her look quite eerie. Let's go together. We'll wait for you at the restroom entrance. Anthony pulled Eric along, following the 3 girls. But Eric's gaze lingered on something shining inside Randy's pocket. The amusement park's restroom was located to the west. Randy and the others arrived at the wash basins in the restroom. The water started flowing up and, note, this phrase seems incomplete or incorrect in Chinese, possibly referring to automatic water flow. Randy washed her hands and dipped her head to wash her face. Krista and Alice stood on either side, using wet disposable face wipes to help clean the bloodstains off Randy's clothes. By the way, Qing-jun, how did you 2 do looking for attractions? Did you find any suitable ones? Randy wiped the water off her face with her hand. Krista slowed her wiping as she heard the question. Randy, I was just about to mention this. Krista hesitated. It's complicated. For some reason, the number of visitors to the afternoon session of the amusement park suddenly surged, with hundreds of people queuing up for every attraction. Anthony and I searched for a while, and we only found one place where the queue wasn't too long. Krista paused, her expression extremely conflicted. In the amusement park, no attractions queue could exceed 1 hour, or else it would violate the rules and result in a loss of life points. However, the only less crowded attraction clearly had an unusually high death probability. Krista felt she hadn't done well and was now embarrassed to report. Seeing Krista's expression, Randy guessed that the special attraction they found wouldn't be easy to pass. In Randy's memory, the most unique attraction was Rule 7 of the Hell Amusement Park Visitor Guidelines. Water World has recently been renovated into Snow World. Snow World has fewer visitors, and there's no need to wait in line. You can rest assured and proceed. Randy asked, is it the Snow World? Krista turned around, rinsing the face wipe under the running water. After washing away the blood, Krista resumed wiping Randy's clothes. After a few seconds, Krista lowered her brows and admitted in a low voice. It is, but Snow World really seems off. Almost no visitors who went in have come out. Anthony and I squatted there for quite some time, but aside from staff members entering and exiting the area, no visitors came out. Do you really want to go into that attraction, Randy? For other attractions, even if they were deadly, at least the puppet versions of tourists would still come out. But for Snow World, not even puppet versions came out, leaving everyone in the dark about what happened inside. Can we negotiate with the visitors queuing for other attractions to temporarily stop queuing? Alice suggested from the side. Krista responded, right, Anthony and I did think of that. But. She paused again, then put down the washcloth and took off her coat to show Randy and Alice her back. Under Krista's coat was a sweater. On that white sweater was a mark left by an electric whip. When she and Shu Casey Guang tried to negotiate with the visitors, the patrol personnel in white clothes came over without a word and lashed them several times. At that moment, Krista was feeling warm and had taken off her thick coat, holding it in her arms. Therefore, the electric whip hit her sweater, penetrating the thin fabric. She endured a solid strike that hurt terribly. The sweater was also scorched by the electric whip, leaving a black mark. Krista explained the reason and added, Anthony shielded me, so he got more lashes. He told me not to tell you guys, afraid that you'd worry. But I think you should know this, and you need to be wary of those patrol personnel. After cautioning them, Krista put her coat back on. Sorry, for getting you both hurt, Randy said apologetically. Krista smiled understandingly and shook her head. This isn't your fault, Randy. It's not you who hit us. You've done everything you could to save us. We're the ones dragging you into this. Alice, listening to their conversation, began to worry about what would happen next. Sis, the mortality rate of Snow World might exceed our imagination. Alice grabbed Randy's hand, her eyes brimming with restrained tears. After hesitating for a long time, she bit her lip and whispered close to Randy's ear. If you give up the SSS level completion and choose to join the Ghostface organization through A-level completion, we won't blame you. Krista, hearing Alice whispering to Randy, agreed. Yes, Randy, we won't blame you. We can't force you to die, so it's up to you. Randy pursed her lips. Her options were threefold. 1. Challenge Snow World, where death was almost certain, which might result in all the hostages in Jinlin City being killed alongside her. The second option was to eat the colorful ice cream voluntarily, which would mean her death but ensure the safety of thousands of hostages in Jinlin City. The last option was to find the red-nosed clown and apply to join the Ghostface organization. Randy still had the Red Rose invitation to join the Ghostface organization, which she picked up from the path in the fairy tale world. Randy remained silent for a while. She wanted to say she didn't want to give up, but looking at Alice and Krista's sincere faces, she hesitated. She might cause the death of all hostages, including Krista and Alice. Snow World had too many unknowns, even singled out in the rules. The Ghostface organization clearly didn't want Randy to survive the amusement park. Lost in thought, Randy felt as if someone had pushed her from behind. Her body lunged forward, plunging straight into the mirror in front of her. When Randy turned back to look, outside the mirror, Randy was still standing there between Alice and Krista. The Randy outside could speak and move, showing no abnormalities. What's happening? Randy was stunned. She turned to look at the figure beside her. Standing beside her was Eric. Eric and she had been pulled into the world inside the mirror. Randy, don't go to Snow World. Listen to me, Eric said resolutely. Randy stared at Eric for a few moments. In the strange mirror space, Eric wasn't panicked at all. His calm demeanor was unsettlingly mature for a college student. Looking at Eric, Randy subconsciously raised her hand to cover her nose. Again, that smell. A kind of wooden fragrance. It was the same odd scent Randy smelled when waiting for Eric inside the past passage. No, you're not Eric, Randy stated firmly. She took a half step back, increasing the distance between herself and the man in front of her. When she first met Eric, he didn't have this smell. This aroma was sophisticated, and Randy had only encountered it once in a high-end mall. Because this fragrance was expensive, Randy remembered its scent vividly. Who are you really? Randy looked at the man warily. The man in front of her shrugged, looking amused at Randy's astonishment. Randy stared at him for a while, and a guess began to form in her mind. Are you Bjorn? Chapter 228, The Secrets of the Ice and Snow Paradise. Given Eric's small stature, there was no way he could enter the past passage. If he were 5 years younger, he would have only met a dead end. So, you replaced him back then. Randy spoke with certainty. She watched the man in front of her, who was disguised as Eric, her eyes guarded. The Eric before her just chuckled lightly but remained silent. However, the object inside Eric's backpack stirred a few times before coming out. Jameson burst through the backpack and deliberately stretched his little hand out eerily from inside. The chubby little hand carried several strands of ketchup that Jameson had squeezed onto it. Jameson poked his head out of the bag. His face was pale as paper, veins crawling up his cheeks, and his eyes completely white with blood-red fangs bared. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Using all fours, Jameson quickly crawled out of the backpack. Then, he leaped out, grabbing the listless May on Randy's shoulder by surprise, aiming for the neck, biting down hard. May, startled, instantly woke up, slapping the attacker far away with a palm strike. Bang. Ah. Cough cough. Jameson screamed as he was hit flying. His body scraped along the ground, sliding a considerable distance, kicking up dust around him. Brother Tilda, why did you hit me? Even you can't recognize me? HMPH. Jameson got up from the ground, his buttocks sticking out, patting off the dirt and ketchup from his clothes, his cheeks puffed up in anger. Bjorn tore off his human skin mask, motioning to Jameson with his finger. Jameson trotted over and jumped onto Bjorn's back. It really is you. Randy watched Bjorn coldly. Bjorn raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised. The next moment, Bjorn felt something cool on his head. Brother, look, it's the bald motorcyclist I told you about. Ha ha ha. Jameson yanked off Bjorn's wig, pointing at the shiny bald head of Bjorn's new father, showing off to May. May was still in shock. But when he saw the bald head of his brother's new father, his mouth curled into a wide grin, sitting on Randy's shoulder, giggling uncontrollably. Hee. Jameson, seeing that he made his brother laugh, felt delighted. He patted Bjorn's bald head, suddenly opened his mouth wide, and bit down on it, chewing in front of May. Watch out for saliva. Bjorn helplessly took out a handkerchief, shook it, and handed it to Jameson. You came here just to persuade me not to enter the ice and snow paradise? Randy asked sternly. Bjorn put the wig back on, looking sincerely at Randy and nodding seriously. I know you will doubt whatever I say now, so, seeing is believing. Bjorn stepped forward, gently taking Randy's wrist through the layers of clothing, preparing to lead her away. Where are we going? Randy pulled her hand free from Bjorn's grip. Bjorn laughed softly, not getting upset, instead slipping his hands into his pockets. I'll show you something good. It'll be worth your while, better than someone stubborn risking their own life. Seeing Bjorn's mysterious look, Randy felt a flicker of emotion. After some thought, Randy threw a heart to May, signaling it to be ready. If your green baby fights against my May, mine won't necessarily lose, Bjorn said with a smile, reading Randy's thoughts aloud. Well, if you fight my chainsaw barehanded, do you think you would win? Randy lifted the bloody chainsaw in front of her and turned it on. Wait, hold on. Bjorn stepped back 2 steps, raising his hands in surrender. I didn't come here specifically to cause trouble. Seriously, follow me. I'll take you somewhere. I won't go. Randy turned and was about to split open the mirror to return to the outside world. If you rush out, you'll only die for nothing. Bjorn grabbed Randy's hand reaching for the mirror. I have a way to keep you alive. In this situation, besides following me, do you have any better plan? Bjorn tossed a contract towards Randy. I promise, I will not let you get hurt. Randy took the contract and glanced at it before putting away the chainsaw. Fine. Let's go then, Quickly in and out. Randy bit her finger and stamped her fingerprint on the contract. How should we handle the Randy and Eric outside? Randy looked up and asked. Bjorn gestured Randy to see outside. Outside the mirror, no one noticed the switch between Randy and Eric. At this moment, two mirror people had replaced Randy and Eric, blending seamlessly among the group without being recognized. Outside the mirror, the fake Randy was being led by Krista and Alice out of the washroom. The fake Randy, catching a moment alone, winked at the real Randy in the mirror. That mischievous, somewhat perverted little smile. Randy immediately recognized it as mirror person number 1037. Don't stare, let's go. Follow closely. Bjorn led Randy straight to a building. The space they were in was no different from the amusement park outside the mirror. Except that the world inside the mirror harbored one special thing. The office building where the Ghostface organization staff worked in the amusement park. At the entrance of the office building, the staff of the Yellow Jacket Foundation were doing their best to persuade the Ghostface organization to surrender, but they were driven out by the people of the Ghostface organization. From their conversation, it seemed that everything in the inner world originally belonged under the unified management of the Yellow Jacket Foundation. However, as a rebel organization, the Ghostface organization had stolen the highest rulebook from the Foundation and, using extremely cruel means, harmed lives, gradually growing stronger. Now, the Yellow Jacket Foundation could only suppress its power as much as possible, unable to shake the fundamental position of the Ghostface organization. Randy watched the Yellow Jacket Foundation's disappointed back as they left, slightly dazed. The highest rulebook of the Ghostface organization was so important. If it could be destroyed, would that shake the foundations of the Ghostface organization? Then, the inner world would gradually restore order under the support of the Yellow Jacket Foundation. And Randy, along with all the hostages, would be saved. Bjorn took Randy into the building. After explaining his purpose, a dedicated staff member guided Bjorn. After taking an elevator to the 14th basement floor, Randy saw many things from the ice and snow paradise. On the left side, there were many surveillance screens. The people on the screens were visitors of the Ice and Snow Paradise project. Each visitor was tracked in every detail. But they were shown as rat men in the surveillance footage. Small white mice with human bodies. The limbs of these rat men were buried sequentially in the snow. As the staff shouted orders like -10 degrees, -20 degrees, -30 degrees, the temperature in the snow plummeted, turning the ratmen's limbs into ice sticks. After being frozen, they were placed in warm water to thaw, causing flesh and bones to detach easily. Randy was shocked as she watched the operations in the left surveillance area. She shifted her gaze forward to the middle area, which was the experimental zone of this floor. Excuse me. A staff member wearing a skullprint mask and a white coat hurried past Randy. On the documents dropped by the staff, clear records of each ratman's experimental data were visible. Bjorn raised his hand, gesturing for Randy to look to the right. On the right side was the product development area. It was a biotech laboratory specializing in frostbite ointment research. Their slogan was, "Professional frostbite ointment, instant results, remarkable efficacy. Do you know why I didn't want you to go?" Bjorn said calmly. They can betray the Yellow Jacket Foundation, so they can also betray the rule of no dead end. This time, they have already reported to higher-ups and decided to go all out. The Ice and Snow Paradise is your only choice. You disrupted so many of their experiments, they won't leave any room for survival for you. Bjorn's eyes darkened. Randy involuntarily clenched her hands. She glanced at the surveillance area again. In the surveillance footage, the boneless rat men were immediately turned into skeleton men of the Ghostface organization. So, this was why there were no visitors leaving the Ice and Snow Paradise, only staff coming out. If Randy went, she would become part of the Ghostface organization. This meant that regardless of whether Randy accepted the job offer or not, the outcome would be the same. The only difference was that if she voluntarily joined the Ghostface organization, it would be considered completing the mission, and the tens of thousands of hostages in Jinlin City would be rescued. So, what is your solution? Randy turned her head, her eyes slightly red, staring at Bjorn. Bjorn replied, join the organization, A-level completion. Chapter 229, Universal Support. After coming out of the mirror world, Randy walked alone in the amusement park, often getting lost in thought. How should she choose? The frozen wonderland is a dead end, there's no way to break through it. Should she really do as they wish and join the enemy camp, or act obstinately and forcefully enter the frozen wonderland, fighting to the death? What if she risks everyone's lives? Randy. A loud shout snapped Randy back to reality. Randy, why did you run here? We've been looking for you for so long. Krista and Shu Kasijiang ran over. They seemed to have searched for Randy with urgency, both sweating on their foreheads. When Randy exited the mirror world, the amorous impersonating her also slipped away, causing Krista to search everywhere. Randy looked at them with red-rimmed eyes, forcing a smile. At that moment, Randy felt a stabbing pain in her wrist. The energy values on her bracelet plummeted. Randy felt incredibly tired. The citizens of Huagua wouldn't curse her anymore, she had threatened them with her life. So now, the source of negative public opinion must come from the robots of the Ghostface organization. However, this time, the drop in energy not only affected Randy's body but also weakened her mental strength. Randy felt exhausted both physically and mentally. She couldn't find a way out and couldn't think of any solutions. Where's Alice? Why isn't she with you? Randy's breath was somewhat weak. Krista and Shu Kasijiang exchanged glances and shared a secret smile. You'll know soon enough. Krista supported Randy. Randy struggled to keep her spirit up, forcing a slight smile. She hadn't taken a few steps when a sharp screech from the microphone came over the amusement park speakers. Squawk. The piercing sound drew the attention of many visitors. Testing. Can you hear me? It was Alice's voice. She had sneaked into the broadcasting room. Everyone in the amusement park, please listen to me. You may not know this, but all of us visitors are trapped inside a bazaar. All of us here today are hostages. With these words, many visitors fell into discussion, voices rising in chaos. But our chosen one, Randy, is trying to complete the challenge. Once she succeeds, we can all return to Huagua. The chosen one's energy is tied to public support, so I hope everyone supports Randy. Saying encouraging words will help Randy fight against the anomalies. Randy had once casually mentioned to Alice that the praise from people around her would far outweigh the negative impact of online opinions. Randy didn't expect that Alice remembered such an offhand comment. Ah! Through the broadcast, Alice screamed. Along with it came the sound of a whip striking flesh. Before being taken away by the patrol personnel, Alice used her last chance to shout into the microphone, "Support Randy. Please believe me. Please believe." The microphone was moved away, cutting Alice's voice short. In the amusement park square, everyone stared in the direction of the broadcast, falling into an eerie silence. "Support Randy. Support the chosen one of Huagua." Among the crowd, an uncle called out. Immediately, the previously quiet amusement park erupted into cheers. "Support Randy. Randy is the best. Sister Randy, fight hard. Even though I don't know who you are, you have to win. Randy, I love you." Alice's appeal had worked. Randy looked towards the broadcast room and then at the excited crowd. Everyone was supporting her. The public sentiment was on her side. The power of public opinion from these tourists overwhelmed the bot's negativity within minutes. A warm current surged through Randy's wrist, and her energy quickly recovered. Tears welled up in Randy's eyes. What could she do? With so many people supporting her. If she failed to save them this time, joining the Ghostface organization can save the hostages, and you won't die. This is already the best solution. Ken's advice from the mirror world echoed in her ears. Randy suddenly squatted down, losing control of her emotions. She hugged her knees, tears streaming uncontrollably. Randy. Krista wanted to comfort her but didn't know what to say. After crying for a few minutes, Randy stood up, wiping away her tears. Perhaps, she knew what to do now. Chapter 230, A Dead End. Alfredo, Anthony, you don't need to follow me anymore. Let me handle the rest on my own. Thank you for all your help. Randy's eyes were bloodshot. After thanking them, she left the two resolutely and turned away. Randy passed by the snow world alone. She glanced into the amusement park. Inside the park, a mascot girl named Emily was wearing a white dress and holding a magic wand in her hand. Emily wiped away her tears and followed orders to keep lowering the temperature again and again. Emily was also a puppet. Randy shifted her gaze and continued on. She arrived at the edge of the square. Looking forward, Randy saw a red-nosed clown standing right in the middle of the square, holding up a red balloon and waving at her. Beside the clown was a drink cart selling colorful ice creams with large advertisements attracting tourists. Randy walked towards the center of the square. On the way, an elderly man crossed her path and bumped into her. Selling glasses. Selling disposable 3D glasses. An encounter for each pair sold, only to people with destiny. An old voice passed by Randy. "Miss, do you want glasses? A superb 3D viewing experience for just one set." Rule number 8 of the Hell Amusement Park Code of Conduct. It is not advisable to purchase the 3D glasses the Noah sells, as his products are usually low quality and intended for one-time use. Randy turned her head to look at the man selling the glasses. The hunched elderly man, though unfamiliar in appearance, had a strangely familiar gaze. "It's fine if you don't want the 3D glasses. Carson here also sells some items to ward off evil." The elderly man slowed his tone and smiled kindly at Randy. His eyes overlapped with someone in Randy's memory. Randy suddenly recalled that when she first met Yosef, he had also said, "Don't worry if you don't want a coffin, I have some items to ward off evil." The tones and gazes of the two gradually overlapped. "You are." Randy paused mid-sentence. Yosef with his white hair nodded kindly at Randy. He didn't say anything but seemed to have said something at the same time. A moment of silence. Yosef took a pair of 3D glasses from the cart and placed it in Randy's hand. "Destiny-bound person, Grandpa gives you this pair of glasses. This time, no charge." After saying this, Yosef bent over and moved forward clumsily. He looked truly old. "Wait, there's something I want to know if you have. I'd like to buy it." Watching Yosef's back, Randy called out to him. The carter on Randy's shoulder had fallen asleep. Recalling the birthday wish of the May noted at the Sunlight Orphanage, Randy asked after some contemplation. Randy hadn't held much hope for obtaining such a thing. But unexpectedly, Yosef could get it. "Thank you," Randy said gratefully. "Then, what is the exchange condition?" Shaking his head, Yosef refused any payment and pushed the cart away. He muttered, "Helping you today can be considered paying back the favor you did for my wife last time. We're even now." Randy watched Yosef's back as he walked away. Earlier, Randy noticed a shiny bumblebee logo on his chest. Yosef has escaped the organization, thought Randy. Pulling her gaze back, Randy resumed walking toward the center of the square. She approached the clown, taking out the red rose invitation. "Thought it through? Welcome aboard." The red-nosed clown bowed in invitation. But in the next second, Randy tore the invitation to shreds in front of the clown. In your dreams. Pulling out a chainsaw, Randy sliced the eerie clown in half, blood splashing onto her face. Turning around, Randy headed toward the beverage cart. If you choose suicide, I certainly have no objections, Bjorn's mocking voice echoed in her ears. Bjorn chose to join the Ghostface organization. He joined the organization which treated Chinese people as guinea pigs, exploiting and harming them mercilessly. Randy struggled for a long time, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Bjorn showed Randy the report within the Ghostface building. Bjorn didn't lie, the snow world was a dead end, and the Ghostface organization was waiting for Randy to fall into their trap. Randy would never be able to complete the SSS level clearance. There were only two ways left to save the hostages. One was to join, and the other was to commit suicide. Randy walked towards the beverage cart. Her answer was already clear. Chapter 231, Building Explosion. Hello, would you like a colored ice cream? The waiter smiled politely and looked at Randy. Randy was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. At that instant, many people flashed through Randy's mind. Lucy, who died unexpectedly protecting Randy. Eric, who accompanied her and walked into the dead end. Alice, who volunteered to be captured for Randy's energy value. Krista, who nearly died in the fairy tale world after running around. Vaughn, whose neck was bitten and has not healed yet. And countless strangers in the amusement park who supported Randy. They were all very kind. If Randy ate the ice cream, they could all survive. The colored ice cream is ready. Please enjoy it. The waiter handed the ice cream to Randy. Randy steeled herself and held the ice cream. However, before putting it into her mouth, an enormous explosion occurred in the mirror of the restroom near the west gate of the amusement park. Boom. In the mirror world, the building of the Ghostface organization was blown up. Warning. Warning. The highest rulebook cannot be detected. The highest rulebook cannot be detected. The organization order is about to collapse. Randy's system raised an alarm. Suddenly, all the staff of the Ghostface organization in the amusement park detached from the rules and scattered away. Flower meets open fire. The explosion is devastating. Ken was in the room of the highest leader of the Ghostface organization. The explosion originated here. Ken's body was thrown out of the window by the shockwave. While airborne, Ken closed his eyes with a smile. His wife and child revived, he had immense wealth, and except for him, no other citizens of Huagua would die. Also, he fulfilled his promise to Randy. He did not break the contract signed with Randy, promising never to let anything happen to Randy. From the moment he met Randy in this bizarre world, he thought if Randy chose to betray, he would take Randy with him into this office. A traitor should die together. But if Randy didn't betray, then only he needed to sacrifice himself. Ken's body fell from over 20 floors high and splattered on impact. With his eyes open, as he died downstairs, Jameson still held his head. Jameson, witnessing the scene, was terrified. Dad. Daddy, don't leave me. War. Aren't you going to leave Jameson alone? War. Jameson hugged Ken's head and kept shaking it, tears blurring her vision. Don't die, Daddy, don't die. Jameson can revive you, I can revive you. Jameson repeated these words, using her eerie power to retrieve all the remains and skin fragments of Ken. As she transferred energy to Ken's limbs, tears filled her mouth. Daddy, don't die. War. Why are you leaving Jameson alone again? Jameson wiped her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Daddy. I'm wrong. Is Jameson annoying you? Jameson won't make fun of your baldness. War. Daddy, don't leave Jameson alone. Jameson's eerie power depended on the rules of the Ghostface organization. With the destruction of the highest rule, Jameson's power grew weaker. Although Ken's broken body was restored, its functions couldn't be fixed. When Randy reached the mirror world, Ken was breathing but still vomiting blood. Don't come closer. Randy. Ken coughed up blood and stopped Randy from getting any closer than 5 meters. There is still a live stream. Ken stretched his hand out with difficulty. Ooh. I'm afraid I look too ugly, scaring my wife watching the live stream. Blood dripped from Ken's lips. Randy watched him tearfully without moving closer. Ken lay quietly in Jameson's arms, his life force gradually fading. He thought for a moment, reached into his pocket, and took out a lollipop melted by fire. Cue Jameson. Ken caressed Jameson's cheek. Don't cry, Daddy, Daddy is bad. Ken placed the candy in Jameson's hands. I heard long ago, my new son loves sweets. Sorry, it's late in giving you this. Jameson shook her head, crying. No, no candies, I want Daddy. Jameson just wants Daddy. War. Ken turned to look in Randy's direction. Aye. If you can get out, take Jameson with you. Don't let Jameson be alone. Ken ultimately didn't revive. Jameson knelt in front of Ken's body, wailing loudly. Mummy, let's go, the scenario is collapsing. Mario wiped her nose and tears, then reached out to pull Randy's finger. Randy glanced in the direction of Bjorn for a few seconds, then turned around with Jameson and Mario and left the mirror world. Once again, Randy heard the communication from the intelligence department. This was the 3rd time out of the 3 communication chances. All citizens of Jinlin have been safely evacuated. According to the remaining members of the domestic Ghostface organization, the human exit is 100 meters outside the west gate of the amusement park. Please return quickly. Chosen 1 Randy. Chapter 232, The Truth of the Amusement Park. Before Randy could reply with received, The signals for both live broadcast and communication were completely cut off. The little yellow bee foundation in the inner world was thrown into chaos. They had once been restricted by the highest rules from taking action against the Ghostface organization. But now that the highest rules were destroyed and order had collapsed, the task of rebuilding the inner world fell upon them, for this world was originally where they protected the spirits of the dead. Randy swiftly headed toward the west gate of the amusement park. Beside the west gate, a crying clown was crouched in a corner burning paper. The first rule of the Hell Amusement Park Visitors Code. Red-nosed clowns will always keep a smile. Remember, there are no crying clowns in the park. If you unfortunately encounter a crying clown, make sure to immediately move away. Randy glanced at the crying clown. The object the crying clown was mourning by burning paper was precisely the 3 scarecrows stuck in the grass. These scarecrows were made of human skin filled with dried grass beneath the skin. The 3 fresh skins belonged to the family of 3 Randy encountered when she first entered the amusement park. Randy quickly left through the west gate. Outside the west gate, Randy followed a muddy path for a while. At the end of the path was a large iron gate with a lock. The password required 4 digits. Randy recalled the special 4-digit numbers she had experienced. There were 4 digits that had repeatedly appeared since a long time ago. Her eyes lit up. She rapidly dialed the corresponding numbers on the lock. 1, 0, 3, 7. This set of numbers was her identification number at the insane asylum and also referred to the mirror people at the Clear Spring Hotel. As Randy set the last digit to 7, the combination lock clicked open. Randy pulled open the iron gate and hurriedly walked outside. Behind Randy, 3 of the 4 digits from the combination lock fell down one after another. 1037. The 4th digit, then the 3rd digit, finally, the 1st digit. These fallen digits trembled slightly in the mud, seeping out traces of blood. They were identical to the name of the Ghostface building, and they represented the true face of the Ghostface organization. The Ghostface organization was technologically advanced and medically sophisticated because it had built its achievements on the corpses of Chinese people. So many innocent Chinese lives were reduced to mere test subjects, insignificant lab rats, for the Ghostface organization. In the Ferris wheel project, visitors' body data measurements were 150 when entering the metal cabins but dropped to 33 when exiting, a difference of 78%, which is exactly the percentage of water content in the human body. In the Children's Playground project, children were lured into a romantic fairy tale world to sleep sweetly. But the Ghostface organization used bloody scalpels to vivisect these sleeping children. In the Nightmare Haunted House, they meticulously designed a gas chamber to fill with hallucinogenic poison smoke. Thus, those who came out of the gas chamber were covered in oozing sores, dying in agony. The Snow Amusement Park project was just a cruel setup to conduct their human cryopreservation experiments, aimed at collecting data for their medical and technological advancements. From the start, the Ghostface organization never regarded Chinese people as humans. They would peel the skin off families to create human skin specimens for their appreciation. They decapitated Chinese people, boiling the flesh in boiling water to leave behind stark white bones for organizational symbols. They killed infants and preserved them in formaldehyde-filled glass jars for display. They extracted thigh bones just to fashion smoking pipes for entertainment. The evilness of the Ghostface organization far exceeded the limits of human imagination. This was why Randy could never compromise with them. Not betraying them was her bottom line. This amusement park was called Hell Amusement Park, because it was a hell for Chinese people and a paradise for the Ghostface organization. To Randy's ears, the original name of Hell Amusement Park sounded like gibberish. Its original name was Rising Sun Amusement Park. The constant red glow and hanging red sun that Randy saw throughout her time in the amusement park came from this name. Randy exited through the iron gate and put on a brand new pair of 3D glasses. She stared at Hell Amusement Park for a long time. Through the 3D glasses, the amusement park had lost its original appearance. Inside the glasses, it was now a dilapidated, bloody factory of death. Perhaps this was the reason why that little boy felt fear and terror when he wore the 3D glasses. Today, a group of Jinlin people managed to escape from this amusement park. But once, a group of Harching people had been buried here forever. As Randy gazed silently, she noticed 4 children standing or sitting on the large signboard that read Rising Sun Amusement Park. Huahua from the Ferris wheel, Lynette from the Fairy Tale World, Dudu from the Nightmare Haunted House, and Emily from the Snow Amusement Park. Those 4 children were watching in Randy's direction, tears shimmering in their eyes, waving goodbye to her. Randy gave them a gentle smile and waved back. Randy turned away and left this 300-acre large experimental factory. Randy knew that what she was stepping on might be mud, or perhaps, ashes. As she walked to the edge of this factory, Randy felt a lump in her nose and shed a tear. The tear blended into the soil. Randy squatted down quietly, picked up a handful of yellow earth, and put it in her pocket. Citizens of Harching, I'll take you home. End of main story. Chapter 233, Omake, Part 1. The rules had been obliterated. The inner world faced the task of post-disaster reconstruction. Amidst this comprehensive restoration, the Yellow Jacket Foundation emerged from behind the scenes and came to the forefront. They mobilized significant manpower and resources to capture the remnants of the Devil Face organization scattered across various places. The Devil Face organization had grown powerful by amassing evil souls. However, it also led to members accusing and betraying each other due to their shared nature as evil souls. Therefore, within a month, they were completely wiped out. Gentlemen can agree to differ, while small people are united in discord. If the yellow jackets who spontaneously gathered due to diligence, dedication, and responsibility belong to the former, then the Devil Face organization, notorious for selfishness and villainy, was destined to disintegrate due to its inherent limitations. During the extermination of the Devil Face organization's remaining forces, the Yellow Jacket Foundation found Artie, whose soul was wandering lost. They captured his soul and repaired his remains. Artie, due to lingering attachments, turned into an eerie entity after passing away. However, because he was still part of the Devil Face organization at death, he was imprisoned under the guise of sinfulness in one corner of the inner world, existing in solitude. The outside eerie entities believed the Foundation was heartless, but Artie understood. It was because the Foundation feared that if the remnants of the Devil Face organization hadn't been fully eradicated, they might find him in his eerie form and seek revenge on him. Therefore, they kept him protected. Living alone in the inner world, Artie spent a month with photos of his wife and children. One morning, the doorbell of his small villa rang, breaking his peace. "Caesar, is that you?" Following Artie's gaze, there stood a Noah leaning on two crutches, his back hunched over. His face seemed familiar to Artie. In the past half-month, this Noah often peeped at him intentionally or unintentionally outside. With caution in mind, Artie tucked away the photo of his wife, barely furrowing his brows. "Yes, it's me. May I ask what you need?" Cristobal glanced at him. "Follow me." After saying this, Cristobal turned and led the way. Artie quietly took his homemade stun baton and followed. "Young man, with your tender skin, I really envy you," Cristobal said, sounding almost chiding. He muttered as he walked ahead. "If I had known you would be so ruthless, risking your life to dismantle the organization, I shouldn't have quit early. It was my mistake." When the Devil Face organization existed, if a member forcibly left, the rules dictated they would age rapidly and become physically weak. By sheer coincidence, Cristobal had aged just a day before this rule was obliterated by an explosion. Becoming the last victim of the rules, Cristobal regretted his decision deeply. Randy met Yosef in the amusement park when he had already aged and wore a human skin mask, working for the Foundation. At that time, the Devil Face organization was hunting him. Yosef thought the most dangerous place was the safest. Thus, he decided to work in the amusement park. Additionally, the Devil Face organization didn't expect him to age and disguise himself so quickly, which helped him evade capture for a long time. Artie followed Cristobal to a well-repaired gateway to the void. Outside, heavily armed guards stood, allowing passage based on permits. "I was entrusted by someone and spent half a month obtaining a pass for free travel between the inner and outer worlds. It was originally meant for her to visit and honor her parents or return to see her son. But it turned out she didn't die as expected. However, seeing that you and her seem like friends, I'm giving you this pass today. It won't have gone to waste for her sake." Cristobal then lifted Artie's hand and placed a document in his palm. Artie's pupils flickered, and ripples seemed to spread in his eyes. "So, this was why you spied on me for half a month." Chapter 234 Extra, 2. Old Cristobal felt embarrassed for a moment, his eyes dodging as he scratched his nose. Hee. Well, I have to test you, don't I? Artie's face was tense, his fists clenching tightly. Although that's what he said, the Noah's method of testing him was too casual. Many times when Artie was showering, he would unexpectedly see sneaky figures lurking outside the window. Artie almost thought he was being stalked by some perverted Noah. So he secluded himself in the invention room, wearing protective gear, making electric sparks fly and clang sound as he created quite a few self-defense tools. As for why he didn't buy defense weapons but pursued homemade weapons, it was probably because he was too bored. The Foundation protected him so well. 4 miles around, there was nothing eerie at all. The wind swept fallen leaves past the door, making the courtyard seem even more desolate and lonely. In daily life, apart from the perverted Noah who spied on him every day, Artie didn't even have an eerie entity to talk to. So when he had nothing to do, he could only pass the time by tinkering with these inventions. "Hey, brat, carrying a taser? What, are you going to electrocute me?" Old Cristobal saw Artie fiddling with something and stomped his cane, giving a cold snort. Artie pursed his lips and didn't deny it. The more he said, the more likely he'd slip up. After all, he indeed did intend to electrocute him. "All right, go ahead." Old Cristobal stepped aside, letting Artie pass. Artie moved forward until he stood before the void gate. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Old Cristobal and sincerely apologized. "I misunderstood you before, sorry. Also, thank you." Old Cristobal, holding his cane with both hands, smiled and nodded, bidding farewell to Artie. After Artie left, Old Cristobal lifted his wrist and glanced at his watch. The dial showed that if this month he resolved Artie's obsession, his performance in the Foundation would be considered complete. Sending the pass was just a matter of doing someone a favor. Getting the reward for completing tasks was actually Old Cristobal's real goal. Observing this kid for half a month, his obsession is indeed his wife and children. Ouch, getting this wrong would be a mess. Old Cristobal bent over and walked back to report. He remembered how not long ago, he had used the space-time converter to save his wife from a parallel universe with great effort. But before he could bask in the warmth of her presence, she was taken away by the other Cristobal from the parallel universe. This Cristobal from the parallel universe spat and cursed at Cristobal. "Cough, tut. An unforgivable grudge for stealing my wife. You damn fool, instead of traveling back to save people, you come here to steal another man's wife. Disgusting." Perverted. Get lost. Knowing he was wrong, Cristobal got slapped twice and left with no choice. From then on, Cristobal understood that he couldn't snatch a wife from the parallel universe, he could only save the one from the past. Resolving Artie's obsession and sending him off should be a significant accomplishment. So Cristobal wanted to try using the reward from this task to exchange for the time conversion device confiscated by the Foundation, a relic of the Ghostface organization. He had to find an entrance to the past to save his wife. If one attempt failed, he would try again 2, 3, 4 times. He always believed he could help his wife avoid her fate of death and bring her back to his side. Chapter 235, Bonus, 3. Inside the territory of China. Mario and Jameson took advantage of the chaos in the inside world to follow Randy back to China. Their situation was different from Bjorn's. When Bjorn passed away, his body was taken by the Foundation members for repair and restoration before being stored in a static space. Therefore, Bjorn had his own body when he returned to China. But Mario and Jameson's bodies had long been dead. Thus, they were still in their eerie forms. The two children could decide who could see them, which was one of the peculiar characteristics of their form. The location where Randy last entered the inside world was an out-of-town villa provided by Uriel. Therefore, this time she returned to the villa as well. Uriel warmly invited Randy to stay for a few more days and arranged for a medical team to examine her body and help her recuperate mentally and physically. Uriel also took the opportunity to formally propose to adopt Randy as his goddaughter. Uriel had no children, and Randy had no elders. He wanted Randy to regard him as her grandfather and take charge of the Stevie family assets in the future. Randy and Uriel were not related at all. She initially intended to refuse, especially since the demolition compensation was enough for her to live on. But Uriel couldn't help but turn into a stubborn fish. He sulked for 3 whole days without talking to anyone, showing no change in his obstinate personality. In the end, Randy, feeling utterly helpless, chased after the Noah and tried to persuade him not to be upset. Nathaniel and Kenzie, who came to visit, saw this and couldn't help but tease each other, trying hard not to laugh. Nathaniel laughed loudly, patting Randy on the shoulder. Randy, Uriel is getting old and is very stubborn. He admires you, only you can comfort him. Kenzie also held Randy's arm, jokingly saying, the old kid and the stubborn granddaughter, let's see who will hold out until the end. Randy ultimately gave in, accepted Uriel's proposal, and became his granddaughter as he wished. After staying at the Stevie residence for a few days and fully recovering, Randy took Mario and Jameson back to the old neighborhood. Back at the old apartment complex, the door lock had once been changed by Magdalena privately. So Randy found a locksmith company and brought a locksmith to the front door. While waiting for the locksmith outside the door, Randy felt something was not right inside. There was loud music coming from inside the room. Randy even suspected she had walked into the wrong floor. However, when the locksmith opened the door, Randy saw an unbelievable scene. The room was filled with smoke and a pungent smell. Jiang Wenting, along with 3 men and 2 women from her circle, was singing and dancing in the old Jiang home, having the time of their lives. Colorful flashing lights, explosive music, beer bottles scattered everywhere. No wonder Randy heard noises from inside while waiting for the locksmith outside. The 6 people inside looked towards the entrance upon seeing Randy, who unexpectedly intruded, and stopped cheering. Randy. Jiang Wenting glanced at Randy in surprise, shutting off the music with some guilt. Jiang Wenting had a hard interior but acted cowardly on the outside. She initially dared not confront Randy directly, but seeing that Randy was alone and that she herself had a group of friends supporting her, she instantly straightened up and gained confidence. Jiang Wenting encouraged herself and confidently approached Randy, chin up. Why did you come back, Randy? This house belongs to Mom, left by Dad. Since Mom had an accident in the detention center, this house naturally belongs to me. My house doesn't welcome you. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, don't make me kick you out. Jiang Wenting's breath reeked of tobacco and alcohol. Randy pinched her nose and fanned the air. Your mouth really stinks. Randy looked up at the banner inside the room, which celebrated Jiang Wenting's discharge from the hospital. Previously, due to her ignorance of the rules, Jiang Wenting had bitten a psychiatrist and was confined to the hospital for mental illness. Now, having left the hospital and anticipating the demolition of the house, she invited friends over for a party. Randy glanced at Magdalena's portrait on the wall. She felt pity for Magdalena. Magdalena probably never imagined that while her remains were still fresh, her daughter had forgotten about her completely and even threw a celebration party. If only Jiang Wenting had been more filial earlier and properly preserved Magdalena's body instead of letting it rot and decay, Magdalena would have, like other victims from Jinlin, been revived and sent back within a few days. Hurry up and get out. Are your ears deaf? Have you gone deaf from the explosion? Jiang Wenting sneered. Randy quietly observed everyone inside. Including Jiang Wenting, there were 6 people. Each of them grabbed a beer bottle, eyeing Randy menacingly as if they wanted to devour her. What, 6 against 1, and you're still not running? I've heard she's a celebrity. I wonder if we can gain some followers if we get the celebrity drunk and record some videos. Ha ha ha. So she's Randy, huh? TCH, look at her putting on that show. I've hated her annoying face ever since watching the live stream. Yeah, exactly. She's said to have bullied our WN Ting long ago. I'll see her try that again. I'll finish her off. The people in the room started criticizing Randy with various remarks. Feeling emboldened by her friends, Jiang Wenting became more aggressive. She stretched out her right hand, jabbing it against Randy's shoulder and pushing her several times. "Hurry up and scram," Jiang Wenting cursed. Randy did not speak but only gave a look to Mario and Jameson. Next, these two children, unseen by Jiang Wenting and her group, began to cause chaos within the house. Mario found a stick and poked down Magdalena's portrait. Then holding the shattered photo, he chased after Jiang Wenting around the room. Jiang Wenting couldn't see Mario. All she saw was the broken portrait of her mother chasing her inexplicably, which instantly sent her into a panicked screeching fit. She leaped onto sofas and tables, bouncing about erratically. "Wow, Jiang Wenting, today is the 7th day after your mother's passing, and here comes your mother," Randy taunted from the side. Randy shouted aloud towards empty air, "Milena Dai, is that you? If it is, smash a glass." Jameson immediately slammed a glass. "Milena Dai, are you upset because your daughter is unfilial? If so, shake the chair." Jameson jumped over and began creaking the chair. Now not just Jiang Wenting, but even her companions trembled in fear, wanting to flee. "Ah, Milena Dai, no matter how angry you are, don't go get a knife from the kitchen. After all, Jiang Wenting is your daughter. Don't randomly harm her friends either." Both Jiang Wenting and her friends looked terrified toward the kitchen. Randy took this opportunity, left the living room, and slammed the door shut. Randy guarded the door, preventing anyone inside from getting out. Those inside tried escaping to the door, pounding relentlessly on it. Randy held the door firmly closed and dialed a phone call. "Hello, I need to report an incident. A group of suspected mentally ill people broke into my home. They claim to see things normal people can't. My address is Jushi Road, Jinhua Residential Area, Building 2, 4th floor, Unit 4-3, Jinghai City. Yes, bring more personnel to arrest them all. Behave yourselves." The police arrived on the scene, handcuffed those inside, and took them away. During interrogation, the 6 kept talking about a peculiar small figure next to the policeman. Sometimes red-clothed, sometimes green-clothed. This unnerved the interrogating officers. After the interrogation ended, they were detained. Before long, as expected, they were placed in luxury police cars heading to the psychiatric hospital. The 6 insisted that they were wronged. All this was due to naughty ghostly kids tormenting them. Ghostly kids truly exist in this world. Unfortunately, with all strange tales vanquished and peace in China, nobody believed their words. Chapter 236 Sidebar 4. After Randy finished dealing with the issues in the old community, Edie invited her to visit the Jinghai City orphanage together. Edie was going to volunteer at the orphanage, and Randy had some matters to attend to there as well. Randy bought many supplies for children and took them along to the orphanage. "Director, I'm looking for a child named Mateo, around 10 years old." Randy explained her intention to the director and showed a photograph of the child from his early childhood. Mateo is the son of a female college student who was trafficked to a mountain village. The original name of the female college student was Venus, whom Randy encountered in the orphanage and identified as the serial killer. The girl was kidnapped to the village when she was 20 years old and became a tool for reproduction. She once gave birth to Kaylee, but the baby was drowned by local villagers in a well. During this time, Venus suffered inhumane abuse, leaving her right hand almost completely crippled. Later, Venus practiced extensively with her left hand. When everyone thought that Venus, having lost her right hand, would be compliant, they let their guard down. But Venus rebelled fiercely. She killed the villagers with extremely cruel methods and escaped during the night. At that time, Venus didn't know she was already pregnant. While fleeing, Venus kept hiding and moving forward for 5 days. Whenever she encountered villagers trying to report her whereabouts, she attacked and killed them mercilessly, leaving no survivors. Ultimately, under various lucky circumstances, Venus successfully escaped the mountains and survived. Her son, born later, was personally sent to the orphanage by Venus. To Venus, her son's appearance would only remind her of that painful experience. Each glance brought more pain. Originally, she thought that after returning home, everything would be safe. But unexpectedly, the truth eventually came out, and Venus was wanted by the police for multiple murders. Not wanting to involve her parents, Venus fled. She ran for 10 years. Venus is about 10 years older than Randy. They met in the Sunshine Orphanage replica. She and Randy have similar personalities, reserved and composed, but their lives took different paths. Before sacrificing herself in the orphanage replica, Venus entrusted Randy to visit her child at the orphanage. Dying people speak sincerely. Only at the last moment before her death did she acknowledge and forgive the existence of her child. In the Jinghai City orphanage, the director led Randy to a child sitting alone in a corner, reading. Mateo is 10 years old and doesn't talk much. He usually keeps to himself, enjoying writing or drawing, the director explained to Randy, looking at Mateo regretfully. If he were more polite, considering his condition, it wouldn't be hard for him to find an adoptive family. Randy glanced at the photo of Venus when she was young. In the picture, Venus, only 20 years old, had clear eyes and a delicate face. She was a very pretty girl. The Mateo in front of her resembled Venus around the eyes and eyebrows, with a similar temperament. Randy thought for a moment, then carried the items she bought toward Mateo. Approaching him, she noticed that Mateo was recording long and short symbols resembling Morse code in his notebook. Randy was slightly surprised. Could it be that Mateo learned Morse code from watching live streams and realized his mother knew it too? Did he guess his own background? Randy shook her head, dispelling these thoughts. Where could a 10-year-old child find out about his own history? It must be a coincidence. Can you figure out these symbols, Matteo? Randy smiled and asked as she approached. Matteo looked up at Randy briefly, his eyes showing some panic before he lowered his head nervously. I happen to know some Morse code. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Randy said patiently. Randy sat next to Matteo and glanced at his paper. There was a Morse code table on it, suggesting that Matteo was still a beginner. Randy extended her index finger onto the table. Short, 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 long, 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 long. It means hello. As she spoke, Randy tapped the table to demonstrate. Nail taps represent short signals, and fingertip taps represent long ones. A pause between each signal. Randy's index finger quickly alternated between nail and fingertip, tapping rhythmically on the table. Matteo seemed quite interested. He lowered his guard somewhat and stretched out his index finger to follow Randy's movements. Within 10 minutes, Randy taught Matteo enough to independently send sentences and transmit signals. Don't tap too much. If you do, your finger will always want to tap and it might be hard to change the habit. Randy patted his head affectionately, smiling as she reminded him. Matteo's eyes sparkled brightly, and he nodded obediently. By the way, Sister Randy, how do you know something so niche? Matteo looked at Randy expectantly. Hearing this sudden question, Randy felt her heart skip a beat. Tapping the table with her index finger, Morse code. This small habit had followed Randy for so many years, how could she possibly forget it? It was taught to me by a friend when I was young, Randy smiled. Matteo's face showed shock. If that's the case, your friend must be very talented. He must be very smart, right? Which university did your friend get into? Randy's breath caught in her throat, and her heart skipped a beat inexplicably. She subconsciously put her hand into her pocket, touching the glowing bead inside. The glowing bead was still lit up, and it grew warm as it sensed Randy's touch. Yes, he was very smart. He got into Horrifying University. Randy felt a slight warmth in her eyes. She chuckled bitterly, recalling a scene from her childhood. During recess, little Randy would lie on the desk, unwilling to talk to anyone or make friends with classmates. Since her mother passed away, little Randy had been in this despondent state. Beside little Randy, a child with a limp was seriously tapping the table with his fingers. Dad-ada, D-A, Dad-ada. Little Randy was awakened by the noise and raised her head irritably. Hey, Alban, why are you knocking on the table for no reason? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? It's too noisy. The limping child stopped his hands, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I just have an interest in Morse code and wanted to practice a bit. Little Randy frowned and complained. Why learn some kind of code anyway? You're just a primary school student. Besides, Horrifying University doesn't require you to know such things for admission. After voicing her complaint, little Randy continued to lie on the desk to sleep. The limping child mumbled, the older sister from our courtyard taught me, and then fell silent. In the classroom, little Randy and the limping child sat in the last row by the window. Sunlight shone through the window onto little Randy, making it perfect for napping. In her drowsy dream, little Randy vaguely heard the limping child mumbling about something. The older sister from our courtyard is leaving soon, she's going off to college. She's the first person in our courtyard to go to college. The university she got into is great, and I really admire her. Mandy said before she left that she wanted to learn more knowledge out there. When she returns after achieving great success, she will surely accomplish great things and help make our hometown prosperous and strong. Chapter 237, Bonus Chapter 5. Randy and Edie left the orphanage. As they were about to get into the car, Edie took out a parcel and showed it to Randy. Look, sister. What's this? Seeing Edie's excited face, Randy smiled and took the parcel for a look. The parcel had already been opened. When she looked inside, she found a university admission notice. You know, last time I didn't manage to go to university, and I'm still at high school level. So, I sent emails to the registrar's office of many universities, hoping they would give us a chance to re-enroll considering we had been missing for 20 years. You wouldn't believe how many emails I wrote. I was about to give up halfway through, but someone actually replied. Jiangyun University gave me a chance to retake an entrance exam, and if I passed, I could enter. And then, I made it. Edie described her future plans before Randy with youthful anticipation sparkling in her eyes. While she was speaking, someone tapped her on the shoulder. Hey. Both Edie and Randy turned around at the same time and saw a familiar face. It's been a while, said Ron, greeting them with his headphones still attached to him as always. Eva, Ron, why are you here? Edie widened her eyes. Since leaving the train simulation, Ron had completely disappeared from their sight. Suddenly seeing Ron, Randy and Edie were taken aback. Before Ron could reply, Davis came forward. Ha ha ha, unbelievable, right? Ron managed to pass the relevant exams and joined our intelligence department. In the future, he will replace Bjorn and work for our country. Ron flashed a bright smile and waved his employee ID card in front of Edie and Randy. Edie gasped, then what? What about brother Bjorn? Wasn't it rumored that he has returned? Davis said, well, Bjorn resigned. It was a serious decision. He worked too hard every day, worrying about too much, which eventually affected his health. We discovered that he developed a tumor in his lungs 6 months ago, which became malignant over the last few months. Bjorn decided to resign and rest because of his illness, so we let him go. Malignant tumors mean cancer. Edie was stunned. Doesn't that mean brother Bjorn came back to life for nothing? Oh my god, what a huge blow. Randy laughed softly, shaking her head, of course not. Guess why he went through so much trouble to visit the inner world? Edie froze, blinking. Why? Just as Randy was about to answer, Davis interrupted. Janine, don't say it yet. Let's test our new recruit Ron and see how good he is. Ron scanned everyone, giving a gentle laugh. He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. I guess Brother Bjorn went to the inner world for medical treatment. Hey! Edie exclaimed, shocked. What do you mean? Didn't he die there in the explosion? How does that relate to getting treatment? No one answered Edie's question. Feeling frustrated, Edie stamped her feet. Are you three adults ganging up on me? Bullying a minor. Explain clearly to me. You can't treat me like this. Davis chuckled and got into the car with Ron. Edie watched them, her face flushed with anger. Randy leaned close to Edie's ear. Let me tell you quietly, people from the Yellow Jacket Foundation can repair bodies, shush. After saying that, Randy bent down and got into another car. Looking at the two cars, one carrying her father and Ron, and the other carrying Randy, both starting off, Edie looked around and decided to follow Randy. Sister, wait for me. I want to play with you. They're so bad, I don't want to be with them. At Jinghai City People's Hospital, Andres brought his wife Gina and their youngest son for a full medical checkup. Gina and their son died having their abdomens cut open and hearts dug out. After being revived, Andres insisted they undergo comprehensive health examinations. Andres himself visited the oncology department separately for a tumor review. Caesar, the Benedict, held the lung x-ray, puzzled. Your case is quite rare. Heavy sigh, such a large tumor just disappeared. How did this happen? The Benedict was bewildered. He reviewed the records for a long time but found no explanation. Finally, after a few more tests, confirming everything was fine, the Benedict released Andres. Chapter 238 Interlude 6, Finale. Ken and Gina, along with their youngest son, had just walked out of the hospital. Immediately afterward, Gina's younger sister rushed over in a hurry. Upon hearing that her miraculously revived older sister was back at the hospital, the younger sister dropped everything she was doing and rushed over in an urgent manner. Why is the phone turned off? I hope nothing bad happened. The younger sister ended the call while in a taxi. She rapidly jumped out of the taxi and dashed toward the hospital entrance. In her haste, the sister didn't stop in time and bumped into a young Benedict at the door. Bang! The thermos broke, scattering goji tea everywhere. It's so hot. Sorry, are you okay? Did it burn you? The sister had bumped into a Benedict. At this moment, she wasn't concerned about the burn on her hand. She wanted to see her older sister as quickly as possible. Miss, don't run. Your burn needs treatment. The Benedict grabbed the sister's wrist, trying to persuade her. The sister didn't listen. Oh, it's fine. I won't cause you any trouble, please go. It so happened that the Benedict was a surgeon. Seeing the girl disregarding her own health, the Benedict felt a bit annoyed, almost instinctively. As they tussled, the Benedict added the sister on WeChat, saying he would send some burn medication. She did not refuse. Ding dong. A friend request notification popped up on WeChat. Hello, my surname is Jonathan, my name is Ren. I'm the Benedict you bumped into. The burn ointment is at the hospital security office. Remember to pick it up. The sister accepted the friend request and replied. Okay, thanks a lot, Monte. You live up to your name, such a good person. The typing indicator appeared. 2 seconds later, a message came from the Benedict. Sure, could you add a note? The sister replied, my surname is Lynn, my name is Calhoun. Call me Yi for short. Smile. Got it, Miss Lynn, nice meeting you. In a livestream room on a certain platform, Connie, raising money to treat her mother's illness, was holding a notebook enthusiastically livestreaming compliments. Because Kyra had appeared in another world, many casual netizens were curious and came to support Kyra. Alice also sneaked into the livestream room, secretly sending gifts for Kyra. While complimenting, a mysterious anonymous netizen suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, the anonymous netizen threw hundreds of thousands into Kyra's livestream. Her mother's medical expenses were covered instantly. Kyra was left speechless. That day, at a villa on the outskirts of the city, Randy knelt before the memorial hall of her parents, placing a small plaque for her black cat next to the spirit table. Randy's phone chimed. It was a message from Anthony and Krista sharing wedding news in the WeChat group Friends. The wedding was set for 3 months later, inviting Randy, Eric, Alice, Connie, Shan, and others to attend. Looking at the good news, Randy's eyes shimmered, and she sent a congratulations emoji. After sending the message, Randy put her phone on silent mode and set it aside. Kneeling before the memorial hall, Randy stared at the tablets for her parents in silence, feeling a deep sorrow welling up inside her. She remembered at the beginning when the system asked her to choose what she considered the most important thing. Family, wealth, close friends. Randy had chosen family at the time. But unexpectedly, by the end, despite having wealth and close friends, she had lost her family. Thinking of her parents' death, tears welled up in her eyes. She realized something. Perhaps, life is like this. Seeking without getting, yet sometimes receiving without seeking. Maybe if Randy let go of her obsession with lost kinship, kinship would unexpectedly return to her quietly. She looked forward to that day. End of interlude. Post-credits scene. Outside the memorial hall, Uriel, Mario, Jameson, and Matteo all pressed their ears against the door, eavesdropping. Uriel whispered, she seems to be crying. Mario and Jameson sounded worried. Is someone bullying Mama? Why is Mama crying? Matteo listened for a while and said, Yeah, Sister Randy seems to be crying because she has no family. What? What? She doesn't consider me grandpa? Humph. Uriel nearly burst with anger, pushing his wheelchair away. Mario looked sadly at Jameson. Little brother, do you think Mama forgot about us? Matteo thought suspiciously. Didn't Sister Randy say she would treat me as a brother? Could she have lied to me? The four left the door with odd expressions. Just then, Edie, Alice, Kyra, and Krista gathered and came to find Randy to go out. They saw everyone, young and old, looking upset and hurt upon entering the room. Grandpa Stevie, is Randy here? Edie asked cautiously. The atmosphere remained quiet for a few seconds. Uriel sighed, ignored everyone, and walked away in a gloomy mood. Mario and Jameson also pouted, their ears drooping as they followed Uriel away. Matteo scratched his head, hesitating. So should I leave? Post-credits scene, second encore. From Mario's perspective. At the beginning of the story, abandoned by her parents, Mario was aimlessly waiting in the eerie space, queuing up for selection. Today, another batch of new chosen ones had arrived. Now, it was once again time for them to choose their most important card. As expected, they were all people who chose money. Over the past 6 months, the choices of the chosen ones were almost devoid of any novelty. Perhaps for humans, money really was that important. Mario fished out her ears, lying back lazily on the top layer of the eerie space, swinging her little feet idly. Suddenly, a woman's voice came through. Family, I choose family. Mario suddenly raised her eyes. The woman in the monitor continued. Without my family, there wouldn't be me today. Please don't harm my family. A warm current surged into Mario's mind. It seemed something had deeply touched her. In the next second, Mario stood up excitedly, pointing at Randy and shouting, I choose her. I want her to be my mommy. The end.